The man's father died 10 years ago, and his mother is in poor health. He had no choice but to make some money by welding metal figures to barely support the lives of mother and son. My father, Su Tiangong, led the research and development of a manned submersible capable of diving to 7,000 meters below the seabed. He died in the line of duty during a manned test. Before his death, my father said in a weak voice, "You must fulfill my dream of diving 10,000 meters deep for me." The oath he made at that moment became Su Fan's lifelong belief. "Dad, I will do it." The beep of his phone brought him back to reality. It said a new friend, Wang Yishua. "Hello, I would like to ask you to help me weld a 5-meter-high mecha. I need it tomorrow night. You can choose any price you want for me." 5 meters? Su Fan suspected he had misheard. He thought, 3 million. Okay, the other party agreed immediately. Su Fan was stunned. But after looking at the attached pictures, Storm Red, Strike Freedom, and Gravity Body, aren't these giant mechas used in movie and TV special effects? He was just a welder, and it was impossible for him to build a 5-meter mecha in 2 days. Just as he was about to refuse, a reminder sounded. Detected that the host is eager to manufacture high-tech products. The Super God technology system is binding. Bind successfully. Gifted with a level 1 Super God tech workbench and 1,000 tech points. The knowledge of mecha manufacturing flowed into his mind. The system can also convert the shock effect he creates into technology points for the research and development of more advanced technologies. Su Fan was trembling with excitement. He decided to complete this huge order. First pay the 1.5 million deposit and settle the balance after receiving the goods. Soon, the bank account arrived and time was running out. Su Fan excitedly drove to the steel market. At the same time, on a luxury cruise ship far out on the high seas, Wang Yishue was leaning against the window. After transferring the money, she asked the middle-aged man next to her, "Dad, does it cost 3 million to make a 50 centimeters mecha?" Wang Tianhao frowned. 3 million? Which master did you ask to do it? Master Su. She felt a little guilty. The father shook his head, too lazy to say anything. It wasn't surprising that his daughter had been scammed again. 3 million was nothing to him anyway. In the abandoned warehouse, Su Fan placed this Super God technology workbench, given by the system in the center, and started it. Ding! Workbench level 1 activated. Concept loading completed. Aerodynamic calculations completed. Material scanning completed. Construction estimated to take 26 hours. Manufacturing begins. Sparks flew as 3 robotic arms worked with precision, deftly assembling the mecha skeleton. Su Fan was stunned. This was a true technological miracle. The next morning, he pushed open the warehouse door and froze in his tracks. The 5-meter-tall mecha stood silently. The robotic arm was still welding its final joints. My 1.80-meter height seemed dwarfed by the mecha. The night deepened, and the roar of the machines gradually died down. Ding! Nameless Mecha version 1.0 has been completed. Please name it Host. A few minutes later, he drove out of the warehouse in a rented heavy truck. Yunding Manor was ablaze with lights. It was the venue for the Wang family's old man's 70th birthday celebration. When Su Fan's heavy truck passed security and drove into the manor, several peacocks and ostriches were startled by the huge vehicle and fled in all directions. Su Fan unloaded the cargo and placed the huge mecha on the open space in front of the villa, still covering it tightly with red cloth. After being busy for 2 days and 2 nights, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to go back and catch up on some sleep. The Wang family holds a significant position within Zhonghai. Elder Wang Baohua is a leading figure in scientific research, and his 2 sons are also business tycoons. The next morning, the manor was bustling with activity, with Rolls-Royces and Maybachs driving in one after another. Around noon, 3 military vehicles slowly drove in. An elderly man in a mouse suit got out. His name was Wang Baohua. He frowned and said, "What are the eldest and second brothers doing? Didn't we say to keep it simple?" "Mr. Wang, you forget the time when you were doing research." The one who came out was Mr. Hua, who was also wearing a Zhongshan suit. Elder Hua whispered, "Old Wang, we need to speed up the development of the exoskeleton armor. Field testing has already begun in the Northern Theater Command." "What? We've already reached the testing phase. If someone gets there first, the subsequent resources and places will be divided up?" At this moment, Wang Ning's sweet voice said, "Grandpa, the birthday banquet is about to begin. Everyone is here except second uncle and sister Ishua." She handed over the gift box with a smile. "Grandpa, this is my gift to you." When Mr. Wang opened it, he found it was an exoskeleton armor model. The 2 old men exchanged a glance. This gift was truly extraordinary. This model was clearly based on a real American military model. Old Wang pinched Wang Ning's nose and said, "Little girl, This gift is really what Grandpa wants. Soon, a Rolls-Royce drove into the manor, and Wang Tianhao and his daughter arrived just in time for the birthday banquet to begin. Dad, I wish you good fortune as vast as the East Sea and a long life as long as the southern mountains. Wang Tianhao handed over a gift, a precious 200-year-old Changbai mountain ginseng. Wang Lao laughed and scolded. Second brother, you are just like your brother. You don't know how to be frugal. Seeing his granddaughter, old Wang smiled even more. Xiao Yixue is becoming more and more like a lady from a wealthy family. At this moment, Wang Ning suddenly said, Sister Yixue, where is your gift? You didn't forget it, did you? Old Wang also looked at Yixue with great interest. I heard you prepared a great gift. Take it out and let Grandpa open his eyes. Chapter 3. Only Wang Yixue looked anxious. She lowered her head and kept tapping on her phone. Master Su, where are you? Why hasn't the mecha been delivered yet? I trust you, you can't lie to me. Wang Tianhao, who was standing next to him, saw this and said with a hint of impatience, Yixue, you weren't fooled by that welder, were you? I. Her eyes instantly turned red and she was speechless. Before she could finish her words, her phone rang. The caller ID read, Su Fan. Su Fan was furious. Miss Wang, we delivered the 5-meter-tall mecha to you last night. It's right there on the open space outside your villa. Her mind froze. 5 meters? Not 50 centimeters. Then she realized she'd added an extra 0 when she placed the order the day before. She gasped for air. Master Su, don't be angry. Su Fan's tone became increasingly anxious. I'm serious about this. Pay the balance quickly, or I'll call you every day. Wang Yixue hurriedly said, I won't default on my debt. I'll transfer it as soon as I'm done. Okay, that's good. I'll send you the app for starting up the mecha and synchronizing the data. Check it yourself. The phone hung up. She stood there in a daze, realizing she had misjudged someone. But could a 5-meter-tall mecha be built in just 2 days? Wang Ning sneered and thought, 5 meters? That's like an iron tower, most likely a piece of junk. She rolled her eyes and suggested sweetly, Sister Yixue, why don't we go and take a look now? Everyone came to the open space outside the villa. A large piece of red cloth covered a huge object, which looked terrifying. Mr. Wang patted his granddaughter's shoulder kindly and said, Don't worry, Grandpa appreciates your kindness. Wang Yixue's heart was in a rage, and she yanked off the red cloth. The moment it fell to the ground, the red mecha before her was like a giant steel god. The sharp armor and the massive railgun on its shoulder flashed a cold light. Its massive 5-meter frame exuded a strong sense of oppression. At that moment, the whole place was silent. Wang Ning was completely stunned. This is impossible. Wang Yixue stared at the shining mecha, feeling indescribable shock and joy in her heart. In Chapter 4, many young people were so excited that they kept shouting, Wow, this is too awesome. It blinded my titanium eyes. Mom asked me why I was kneeling to look at the mecha. The mecha is several meters tall, with smooth lines and a muscular look. This is the romance of a man. Even the little girls kept shouting, So handsome. Wang Ning sat on the ground in a daze. Impossible. How could Yixue have that ability? Even Eagle Sauce can't build a real mecha. Elder Hua coughed lightly, walked over to Elder Wang, and whispered, Elder Wang, this mecha isn't just an ordinary toy, is it? Elder Wang pondered for a moment. Yixue, where did this mecha come from? The girl was stunned for a moment. Grandpa Hua, if I said I spent 3 million to hire a welder to weld this, would you believe me? Silly girl, don't talk nonsense. Old Hua smiled and shook his head, but his face was solemn. I didn't lie to you. Yixue blinked. His name is Su Fan, and he's a top-grade welder. Hearing this, Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua looked at each other and saw the surprise and suspicion in each other's eyes. The appearance and structure of this mecha are so realistic, and the curve of the shoulder armor conforms to the principles of aerodynamics. The two old scientists were increasingly horrified as they looked at it. This thing looked very much like the exoskeleton armor they were developing, only more advanced. Some people exclaimed, How cool. It would be great if it could move. Maybe it's a secret national technology. Everyone was talking, their eyes fixed on the mecha's chest. Someone took the lead and shouted, Open the cockpit. Wang Ning sneered and looked at Yixue. Sister Yixue, what are you waiting for? In her opinion, this was just a model with an exquisite shell. As long as the shabby structure inside was exposed, Yixue would be the one to be embarrassed. Yixue took out her phone. She remembered that Master Su had said that she could use the dedicated app to operate it. The interface lit up, and she hesitated for a moment before gently pressing the start button. The sound of mechanical interaction could be heard from within the mecha. Mr. Wang's eyes became solemn. He was too familiar with this sound. It was the real feedback of metal breaking. The next moment, accompanied by a low prompt tone, driving authority confirmed. Coolant injection completed. Granddaughter #1 Mecha successfully started for the first time. The Mecha's eyes suddenly glowed red, finally locking onto Wang Yixue. Its metal arms slowly rose and stretched toward her. Amidst everyone's exclamations, Yixue was half lifted and half carried by a robotic arm and sent into the cockpit. The cabin door closed with a click, and the surroundings were silent. Inside the cockpit, the holographic system lit up. Yixue's hands trembled slightly as she murmured, "It's so realistic. This money is worth it." Even Wang Ning was stunned by the sight of the mecha. The cockpit's interior was incredibly sci-fi. The structure, buttons, and energy systems were all there. Fly one! Fly one! The crowd shouted excitedly. Wang Ning's face turned pale. She gritted her teeth and said, "I don't believe you can really fly." Chapter 5. Wang Yixue puts on the holographic helmet. All obstructions become translucent, allowing her to see through the entire world. She took a deep breath and reached out to grip the joystick with a trembling hand. At this moment, Mr. Wang bent down and picked up her dropped phone. The screen actually displayed a real-time image of the cockpit, and in the lower right corner was a series of Mecha operating data, all zeros. Wang Yixue slowly raised her hand and pressed the climb button on the top of the joystick with her thumb. Mission accomplished. At that moment, she thought it was just a simulated special effect, at most a vibration or lighting effect. Alert! Alert! The Mecha is about to take off. Please move away immediately. Across the surface of the aircraft, vector nozzles flashed open, and the four main nozzles on the back simultaneously spewed out waves of blazing flames. Yixue, what happened? Mr. Wang hurriedly turned on the voice call, his voice trembling. Grandpa, it's going to fly. Wang Yixue's voice trembled, and her hands tightly grasped the joystick. Their research institute had just made a breakthrough in exoskeleton development, and this thing actually took off? What kind of monster had this welder created? The guests all around were running around in panic. Oh shit, the mecha is spewing fire. Get out of the way. Old Wang could no longer hold his composure. Evacuate immediately. Everyone, leave Yunding Manor immediately. Seal off Yunlai Mountain. Mr. Wang still held the phone tightly. Yixue, can you stop? I don't know. It's counting down by itself. In the cockpit, alarms flashed like red thunder. Hydrogen engine debugging completed. Vector nozzle calibration completed. Railgun system normal. The particle knife is normal. The beam weapon is not mounted. The inspection is completed. 3, 2, 1. Granddaughter #1, set off. A huge thrust lifted the body, and the 5-meter-high behemoth slowly left the ground. Countless people stared at the sky in amazement as the mecha named Granddaughter #1 rose from the ground and soared into the sky. Chapter 6. The entire Yunding Manor was shocked into silence. I'm devastated. There really are mechas in this world. What a joke. If I tell anyone about this, even a dog wouldn't believe it. Everyone gaped, their mouths open, their minds filled with doubt. Even Elder Hua froze, his voice trembling. Elder Wang, what do you think? Old Wang's eyelids twitched, and he couldn't help but curse. This is totally out of the question. The two pillars of the country were completely confused at this moment. Old Hua frowned and speculated. Could it be that old Tian from the Eastern Theater Command got this experimental machine and showed it off? It's possible, but not likely. Old Wang shook his head. How could a welder build a flying mecha? Suddenly, a loud bang echoed from the sky. The sonic boom shattered the clouds, and the shockwave stirred up dust and grass in the manor. The guests who were nearby were deafened by the noise. The children cried loudly with fear, and even Wang Ning fell to the ground again. Sonic boom. Old Wang looked up suddenly, and the two of them reacted almost at the same time. It was a supersonic phenomenon. I saw the red mecha rushing towards the sky in a vertical posture. Am I seeing things? That thing broke the sound barrier. Wang Lao's Adam's apple rolled, his voice dry. Don't ask me. I might have tinnitus too. According to the principles of aerodynamics, it is impossible for this structure to break the sound barrier. You know, even a fighter jet needs a perfect streamlined shape and a high thrust-to-weight ratio to break the speed of sound. Wang Lao was shaking as he held his phone. In the lower right corner of the screen, the mecha's real-time monitoring data was jumping wildly. Current mode, novice posture, anti-gravity vertical climb. Engine thrust. All four main thrust groups exceed 110 knots. Vector adjustment. Number 1/20th, number 2/10ths, number 3/15ths, number 4 out of 10, number 5/21sts. Body temperature, 141 degrees Celsius. Speed, Mach 1.357. System evaluation. Everything is normal. Wang Lao's breathing hitched, and his eyes twitched. Is this normal? The data is still soaring. Temperature, 195 degrees Celsius, speed, 1.94 Mach, twice the speed of sound. Old Wang's voice trembled. The temperature is too high. The circuit system in the mecha will definitely not be able to withstand it, let alone the pilot. He shouted anxiously into the intercom. Xiao Yixue, can you hear me? Answer me. Grandpa, it's flying so high. I'm so scared. The signal was instantly interrupted. The phone screen froze at the speed display of Mach 2.0 and the temperature of 209 degrees Celsius. Elder Wang's hands were shaking, and his voice was hoarse. The signal is blocked by clouds. We must use Military Satellite Communication Authority to track it immediately. It's too late. Let's go back to the base. Let the technical team copy this app and connect it to the mecha system using the scientific research host. Old Hua shouted in a deep voice. Let's go. The engine of the military off-road vehicle roared, and it sped away from the manor under the escort of soldiers. 10,000 meters above the sky, the mecha pierced through layers of clouds and mist. Inside the cockpit, Wang Yixue's chest heaved violently. The holographic panel in front of her flashed an icy blue light, and she could only understand two of the data. Temperature 240 degrees Celsius, speed 2.3 Mach. The external temperature of the machine is so high, but I don't feel any heat at all, she murmured softly. The next moment, the mecha suddenly rushed out of the clouds, like a red lightning that had broken free from its restraints, and swept through the white sea of clouds. Suddenly, the view opened up. The sunlight shone on the metal fuselage, creating a dazzling glint. Wang Yixue stared blankly at the boundless sky, her palms trembling slightly, and her voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible. It's incredible. I really am flying. Chapter 7. Wang Yixue held her breath, her eyes flashing with shock. The immersive feeling brought by the holographic helmet is so real, it feels like the whole person is really stepping into the clouds. The shock that rushed straight to her heart made her forget her fear, and instead she felt an inexplicable excitement. She gripped the joysticks on both sides, trying to control the Jiangtian No. 1, which was still out of control. At this time, a silver-white light was approaching rapidly in the distance. It was a civil airliner with a striking Chinese national flag printed on its tail. In the cockpit, Captain Taro Kodori was dozing off against the back of his chair. Alarm! Alarm! A shrill alarm suddenly rang out. Kodori Taro jumped up in shock. The co-pilot was also panicking. What's going on? They both looked at the radar at the same time. A red dot was rapidly approaching. The next second, it broke through the clouds and rushed straight towards them. A scarlet mecha came roaring in, its four nozzles spewing out azure flames, and it was trailing a sonic barrier cone of air behind it, stirring up a violent airflow. What? Majika? Pinch me, am I still dreaming? Captain, I'm afraid I'm going to be on the news. Some passengers in the cabin also saw the huge object through the porthole and exclaimed, Flying saucer. That's a flying saucer. After a brief startle, the mecha quickly rose into the air and disappeared into the high-altitude clouds. Taro Kodori slumped in his seat, reporting quickly. Our foot basin chicken was attacked by a Gundam in Xia country's airspace. Thank goodness Kodori Taro handled it calmly. Otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. The co-pilot looked at his soaked pants and said, What a boast. At the same time, in the Zhonghai military research base, Elder Wang and Elder Hua's faces turned grim. Dozens of experts gathered in front of the podium, and computer genius girl Tong Yao was responsible for analyzing the app left by Wang Yixue. But no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't crack it. Transferring, decompiling, unpacking, all failed. Tong Yao's forehead was slightly sweaty, and she bit her lip as she operated the keyboard. This wasn't normal code at all. She had never seen the instruction structure and logic system before. Anyone who can write this kind of app must have a computer skill level that is at least 10 times higher than the world's highest standard. Looking at the screen full of error messages, Mr. Wang could only sigh. Forget it. Let's project the screen of her phone first. At this time, Mr. Hua walked over quickly, his expression solemn. The satellite is in place. Access the signal immediately. The screen in the hall flickered, and lines of data scrolled by. Tianshu satellite signal is being connected. But Mr. Hua knew in his heart that according to the last data sent back by the mecha, the temperature in the cockpit had exceeded 200 degrees Celsius, and Wang Yixue was most likely in danger. Thinking of this, he couldn't bear to watch any longer, but he still stood beside his old friend. Even if the result was cruel, he would accompany him. Above the blue star's atmosphere, the crimson sky No. 1 was ablaze red. High-temperature air currents, carrying blazing flames, encircled the aircraft. Wang Yixue struggled to control the aircraft, the numbers jumping before her eyes. Temperature, 501 degrees Celsius, speed, Mach 5.0. She had already left the middle atmosphere, and now she calmed down. If we keep going like this, we'll die in outer space. She took off her holographic helmet and searched the cockpit for the emergency stop button, but found nothing. Sigh. Such an advanced mecha, doesn't it even have an intelligent assistance system? Chapter 8. Space is silent. The system of Jiangtian No. 1 suddenly sounded, and a mechanical female voice echoed in the cabin. Detecting that the driver has not performed reasonable operations for a long time, the novice intelligent assistance system is activated. The driver can operate through voice control, holographic helmet pupil focusing, etc. Detailed instructions have been synchronized to the holographic interface. Wang Yixue was startled and quickly put on her helmet. She swallowed and tentatively shouted, "Hover." In an instant, dozens of vector nozzles on the outer wall of the mecha started up at the same time. The 4 hydrogen engines on the back spewed out blue flames, and dense Mach rings flashed in the air. It stopped. Wang Yixue breathed a sigh of relief. She turned her head and looked out the window. There was Earth. At this moment, the small speaker icon in the lower left corner of the holographic panel was flashing continuously, but she ignored it for a full 10 minutes. Zhonghai Research Base. Is it connected? Old Wang asked for the 8th time, his voice hoarse. Not yet. Technician Tong Yao shook his head helplessly. We can only get a one-way signal here. They can't connect if they're not sure. After the mecha flies out of the atmosphere, the signal is weak and the pilot's chance of survival is almost zero. Tong Yao added softly. Suddenly, the computer beeped. Tong Yao looked up suddenly. Mr. Wang, although the app can't be cracked, Miss Ishue's phone call records have been unlocked, and we have obtained the number of Master Su. Dial. Mr. Wang practically shouted. Yes. Tong Yao immediately did it. Tong Yao's face darkened, and she gritted her teeth. His phone bill is overdue. Old Wang narrowed his eyes. Investigate. Track his location and identity. Tong Yao quickly tapped the keyboard. A string of data scrolled on the screen, and the positioning system started. Elsewhere, Su Fan washed his face and walked out of the old warehouse. His phone was overdue due to calls, so he asked if the system could be modified. The system responded, only one technology point is needed. So he decisively handed it to the Chaos Hen technology workbench. After a few minutes, the phone looks the same as before, but its internal structure has been completely upgraded. It does not need to be charged, has unlimited signal, and will never be in arrears. It also has anti-positioning and anti-tracking functions. Not bad. I'll change one for Mom tomorrow as well. He smiled and wiped his hands. Zhonghai Research Base, 5 minutes later. Found it. Tong Yao stood up excitedly. Signal locked. Mr. Wang turned around immediately. Report the coordinates. Send someone. Immediately, Tong Yao's fingers flew again, and a positioning window popped up on the screen. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. The target's name is Su Taibang, and his current location is on the moon. What? Tong Yao hurriedly explained. This number address shows the moon. Old Wang's face turned pale, and he said in a deep voice, recheck. The new positioning results popped up. Her voice trembled. Boss, do you want me to tell you? Wang Lao's eyes were like knives. Speak. She swallowed her saliva. He is now in the M78 Nebula. Chapter 9. M78 Nebula? The moon? Outer space? Could this Su Taibang really be Ultraman? At this moment, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded. Jiangtian Mecha No. 1, connection successful. Old Wang subconsciously looked up, his eyes falling on the huge holographic screen in front of the hall. I saw a blue planet appear in the boundless starry sky, shining brightly, almost filling the entire picture. During a brief moment of unconsciousness, Mr. Wang saw the face of his granddaughter Wang Yixue in the reflection. Grandpa, can you hear me? I just saw your connection request. I was doing some beginner training before. That familiar voice instantly released all the suppressed emotions. The report hall erupted in thunderous cheers. She's alive. Jiangtian No. 1 has successfully flown into space. This moment is not only a miracle, but also the glory of the entire Xia kingdom. Mr. Wang took a deep breath and said, Xiao Yixue, you must have experienced extreme heat and extreme cold on your way up. Temperature about 25 degrees. What? Mr. Wang breathed rapidly. You mean, you didn't feel cold or hot the whole way? Yes, it's quite comfortable. Old Wang was stunned. There were no insulating tiles on the outer layer, and not even an anti-burning device. How did they achieve such a constant temperature? The entire audience was stunned. Professor Hua's expression froze, and the researchers' brows knitted together. Elder Wang tried to calm himself down. Xiao Yixue, don't rush to move. First check if there is an automatic return button. That's what's important. Oh, I'm doing the novice training. I'll be able to drive back in 10 minutes. Puff. Old Wong spat out all the water. Oh, Grandpa, Jiangtian #1 is very smart. Let me practice for a while. Elder Wong was completely speechless. As a leading figure in Xia's scientific research community, he was actually being called outdated by his granddaughter. Well, Xiao Yishua, please make sure to check how much fuel is left, or you won't be able to come back. With this reminder, all the researchers nodded, secretly admiring the calmness of the old scientist. Fuel. Wang Yishua tilted her head and glanced at the panel. There were 10 bars in total, and 9.5 were left. Flying from Earth to outer space, and using only half a bar of fuel? This is outrageous. He was about to collapse. At this moment, the girl exclaimed innocently, Grandpa, I also found a backup energy source, with 50 bars. Before he could finish his words, Mr. Wang's vision went dark, his eyes rolled back, and he fell straight down. Grandpa? Grandpa? On the other side of the screen, Wang Yishua panicked. Chapter 10. Yishua, your grandpa is fine. He just talked for too long and needs some oxygen. Don't worry. The steady voice of old Hua came through the headset. Wang Yishua breathed a sigh of relief and replied with a smile. Okay, then please help me take care of Grandpa. When I finish my training, I'll take you for a ride in my Mecha. Okay, go ahead. After hanging up the phone, Elder Hua looked at Elder Wang, who was being helped to a chair, and quickly shouted, Quick, put the nasal oxygen cannula on him. Tong Yao was stunned for a moment, remembering that the oxygen tube had just been stepped on by old Wang. The corners of her mouth twitched, and she muttered quietly, Is this still usable? Mr. Hua waved his hand. I can't care about that. Let's get started first. He knew too well about Mr. Wang's old problem. He would have trouble breathing when he got excited, but he would recover after taking a few breaths of oxygen. After settling Mr. Wang down, Mr. Hua returned to the big screen and continued to watch Wang Yishua's every move with the experts. At this time, Wang Yishua slightly adjusted the holographic helmet on her head, and her eyes fell on the training interface in front of her. Current training subject, limb synchronization coordination training. Shall we begin? Next subject, railgun target practice. Start. She bit her lip lightly, a determined glint in her eyes. The camera turns to low Earth orbit outside the Earth. A cross-shaped space station floats quietly. Click. The hatch opened with a slight sound. Astronaut Megan, wearing a white spacesuit, half of his body was sticking out of the node cabin, staring at the boundless sea of stars, and he was completely stunned. Mig-Jin, don't block the door, get out quickly. And Zhuai pushed him from behind. Megan then floated out of the cabin carefully and grabbed the handle to steady himself. This is their 27th spacewalk mission. Although it is called a mission, it is more like a relaxation. Being stuck in the cabin all day would make you go crazy. The two of them put on their safety ropes, leaned against the outer wall, and leisurely admired the magnificent view of space. Suddenly, Megan pointed to the distance and said, Hey, what's that red dot over there? I've never seen it before. And Zhuai narrowed his eyes and said, It's probably a new satellite from Maoxiong or Xia country. Don't make a fuss. But I always feel like it's dancing. And Zhuai was stunned and looked in the direction. I saw that the ball of red light actually took on the outline of a human figure, with flexible movements, as if posing in space. In an instant, a ridiculous thought flashed through his mind. That posture looked very much like the signature move of a certain middle-parted celebrity on Earth. All the hairs on his body stood up. The two looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. Looking back, the red humanoid mechanical body was motionless. And Zhuai breathed a sigh of relief. I guess I saw it wrongly. It might be the reflection of the satellite. Megan nodded and was about to return to the cabin when the next second, boom, two blazing red flames burst out from the shoulders of the red mechanical body. It was like two burning spears, drawing a straight trajectory, passing by their sides in an instant, and heading straight for the geosynchronous orbit. What the hell? And Zhuai froze. Immediately afterwards, two dragonfly-shaped satellites in the distance exploded almost simultaneously, turning into countless fragments and falling into the atmosphere with flames. Megan's pupils contracted violently, his breathing became rapid, and he couldn't even speak. His jaw was trembling and his teeth were chattering. This scene is so shocking and scary. It took them a few seconds to finally react. The two screamed almost at the same time. Oh my God, aliens are attacking the Earth. Quick, we must report this to the space agency immediately. Earth, the United States Space Agency. 3-star General Paul was furious. He slammed his palm on the table, his whole face flushed red. Have these two gone crazy staying in space? What aliens? This is clearly someone's doing. He roared fiercely, Contact the radio observatory in Puerto Rico immediately and have them use the over-the-horizon telescope to find out what that thing is. A few minutes later, a few blurry photos were placed on his desk. Paul picked it up and took a look, and his breathing stopped suddenly. The photo shows a red humanoid mecha. Even though the picture is blurry, the lines, proportions, and postures are clearly visible. Paul's face turned pale, and a chill ran down his spine. This is not an alien, but it's scarier than an alien. The country that can build this kind of mecha has a technological level that is at least 10 times ahead of the world. Those two orbital guns could easily destroy satellites. If they were aimed at the ground, the presidential palace would be reduced to ruins. Thinking of this, Paul felt a chill running up his spine. He quickly picked up the phone. This is the office of the Minister of Defense. Please identify yourself. A cold female voice came from the other end of the phone. I'm Paul. I have an SSS-level emergency military intelligence report to General Austin. Please wait. At the same time, Zhonghai City Scientific Research Base. Mr. Wang was still breathing oxygen, while Mr. Hua and the experts were staring at the big screen. Wang Yishua's training is progressing smoothly. Xiao Yishio, how do you feel? Can you initially control the mecha? Asked old Hua. Oh, Grandpa Hua, why are you more verbose than the system? I've already told you that I can control Jiangtian number 1. Old Hua couldn't help laughing, and his beard trembled. However, he soon remembered something else. By the way, I just saw you hit something with your mecha. Were you testing your firepower? Well, that's a railgun. I picked 2 random targets for practice. Mr. Hua's smile froze on his face. You said you just found them randomly? Where did those 2 targets come from? Chapter 11. Wang Yishue was concentrating on the control panel, her expression focused. I had the mecha's quantum source phased array radar randomly lock onto 2 targets, and both hit. There should be records. I'll look for them. She operated with ease and quickly found the previous real-time data. After the image was opened, the picture was quickly enlarged, and finally a blurry image appeared in Wang Yishue's holographic helmet, and then appeared synchronously on the big screen in the reporting hall. Although the image was blurry, Hua and other researchers quickly recognized it as Masto's Starlink satellite. A large number of American civilian satellites have actually been controlled by the military and put into military use. Mr. Hua's heart skipped a beat. Xiao Yishio, you shot down 2 such satellites with just 2 shots, he asked in a trembling voice. Yes, I was in a hurry to practice other subjects at that time, so I only fired 2 shots. In fact, the mecha locked onto more than 500 targets, and I only hit 2. Wang Yishio had a trace of unwillingness on her face and seemed a little unsatisfied. Mr. Hua's face turned pale instantly, and his heartbeat accelerated rapidly. If more than 500 Starlink satellites were destroyed, it would cause huge international trouble. He sighed, still feeling apprehensive. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Wang Yishue's voice came again. Grandpa Hua, I'll make a few more for you to see. They'll be like fireworks, so beautiful. No, my little ancestor, please put away your magical powers. Old Hua's heart almost jumped out of his chest. If she keeps on doing this, the entire international space might be set on fire by her, and dozens of countries will be in trouble. He suddenly felt a splitting headache. Elder Hua hurriedly advised, Xiao Yishue, stop making trouble. Be obedient and come back quickly. Your grandfather is still lying in the infirmary at the Zhonghai base. Wang Yishio blinked, with a hint of reluctance in her eyes. Okay, then I'll go to Zhonghai base to find you. As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly controlled the mecha and prepared to set off. Intelligent Assisted Driving System activated. Current mode, Novice, Destination, Zhonghai Military Research Base. The system's prompt sounded clearly in her ears. Wang Yishue smiled slightly. Mode switch, ready to go. Jiangtian number 1, let's go. With her order, the mecha instantly burst into azure flames and quickly disappeared into space. In the distance, Enjue was anxiously searching in the living cabin. Have you found it? Hurry up, Mi Zhen urged. A trace of anxiety flashed in Enjue's eyes. I remember putting it here last time. Finally, he found the monocular optical electronic telescope. Quick, take this, you'll definitely be able to see clearly. It also has a camera function. Take a picture and send it to NASA. It'll be a great achievement. The 2 of them were wearing space suits and floating towards the hatch in a state of weightlessness. The hatch opened, and the 2 carefully entered space. With a creak, the hatch closed, and Enjue nervously checked the telescope. Just as he was about to use it, his face suddenly changed. It's gone. What are you talking about? It's right there. Megan pointed to an empty space in the space and found that the target had disappeared. The 2 froze, a chill running down their spines. Aliens. The thought flashed through their minds, and fear gripped them. Space was no longer safe, and the possibility of an alien invasion seemed increasingly likely. Ito Makoto frowned and looked at Kodori Taro. You mean, the Gundam flew through your windshield? He was skeptical. Section Chief, you have to believe me. The co-pilot can also prove it. Taro Kodori explained eagerly. He seemed a little uneasy. Ito Makoto couldn't help but roll his eyes. Are you kidding me? A Gundam flies through your windshield in broad daylight. This isn't something out of an anime. Section Chief, I really didn't lie. Taro Kodori was anxious. Okay, I believe you. Ito Makoto sighed. But, go find a psychiatrist. Taro Kodori's face changed instantly. You want me to go to a mental hospital? He left angrily, cursing in his heart. The final scene describes the airspace of Xia Kingdom. A red light streaked across the space with a bright golden tail, quickly penetrating the atmosphere and falling straight down, leaving almost no trace. Chapter 12, Ishue, Drive Slower, Slower. Mr. Hua stood in the reporting hall of the Zhonghai Research Center, his heart almost jumping out of his chest. When he saw the panel data transmitted back synchronously on the screen, he was so scared that he almost dared not look at it. Current mode, normal, mecha stance, dive, back engine number 1 thrust, 150 kN plus. Back number 2 engine thrust, 150 kN plus. Back number 3 engine thrust, 165 kN plus. Back number 4 engine thrust, 165 kN plus. Flanking engine thrust, 179 kN plus. Aircraft posture adjustment vector thrust, number 1/30th, number 2/15ths, number 3 to 45, number 4/13ths, number 5/22. Body temperature, 430 degrees Celsius, speed, Mach 4.1. Evaluation, everything is normal. The speed is already Mach 4, and you still say it's normal? Old Hua felt his blood pressure soaring, and his eyes almost popped out. His body was shaking, and he almost couldn't stand. Tong Yao hurriedly supported him, and the researcher next to him quickly pushed a chair over. But Mr. Hua was in no mood to sit down. He picked up the microphone and roared, his voice almost breaking. Ishue, this is already 4 times the speed of sound. If you keep flying like this, you'll poke a hole in the Earth's crust. Wang Ishue seemed a little impatient, even thinking the mecha could be even faster. She wanted to come back soon to check on her grandfather. Grandpa Hua, don't worry. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm hanging up. She hung up the phone directly after she said that. The screen quickly turned into snowflakes, and all audio and video signals were interrupted. Elder Hua looked at Tong Yao, ready to try again, but Tong Yao had already shaken her head. Elder Hua, a one-way connection will definitely not succeed. There's no point trying again. Mr. Hua, the data panel of the mecha shows that everything is normal, don't worry. The scientific researcher next to him also comforted him. Oh, this is the only way. Elder Hua shook his head helplessly, his heart still heavy. He knew that if anything happened to Wang Ishue, Elder Wang would definitely come after him. Furthermore, the advanced technology contained within this mecha could be decades ahead of the rest of the world. Once the mecha is safely returned and disassembled for research, it will undoubtedly usher in a quantum leap in technological advancement. At this time, the sky outside was already covered by thick black clouds, and the midday sun was completely invisible. The oppressive atmosphere in the air made it difficult to breathe. Sizzle. A golden lightning flashed through the clouds, and the entire cloud layer was filled with a heart-pounding feeling. Bang! With a loud bang, the fiery red mecha suddenly burst out from the clouds, knocking away the dark clouds. The arcs of electricity seemed to be pulled by the speed of the mecha and instantly converged on the mecha. But the speed of the mecha was too fast, and the lightning could not catch up with it at all. Wang Ishue stretched her arms slightly. The long, intense flight had left her feeling a bit sleepy, but she soon saw her destination. She glanced at the data panel. Aircraft temperature, 580 degrees Celsius, speed, Mach 5.7. The speed has reached 5.7 and is still increasing. This shouldn't be considered slow, she thought. Although the speed was already fast, it could be even faster. Above normal mode, there are 2 higher levels, Master and King. However, even with the special protection of the cockpit, she still felt a strong sense of weightlessness. She had a hunch that the limits of this mecha were far from being reached. Unless her physical fitness could be strengthened tenfold, she could truly unleash the full potential of the mecha. Just as she was about to continue diving, the air defense radar of the Zhonghai City Military Research Base suddenly captured a light spot, and then the alarm sounded. Alarm! 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 Phase scanned array radar system detection. We were attacked by an intercontinental ballistic missile of unknown origin, suspected to be carrying a nuclear warhead. All personnel, please seek refuge in civil air defense facilities within 3 minutes. The countdown to the disaster begins. 180s, 179s. The sharp sound of air defense alarms resounded throughout the entire Zhonghai area. Everyone stopped what they were doing and fell into panic. Government agencies, employees, and small vendors all rushed to the nearest civil defense facilities, and the subway station became a temporary shelter. At the research base, as the air raid alarm sounded, Elder Hua abruptly stood up from his chair. His eyes suddenly became sharp, and his cloudy eyes instantly became unusually clear. He knew that this was a critical moment, and he must not panic. Connect immediately to the landline of the Air Defense Department of the Scientific Research Base, he commanded. Beep. Leader, something terrible is happening. Radar indicates the base is being targeted by an enemy intercontinental missile, suspected to be carrying a high-yield nuclear warhead. Preliminary estimates suggest its power is 5 times that of the Hiroshima atomic bomb. The air raid alarm has been automatically issued. What should we do now? The person on the other end of the phone asked nervously. Mr. Hua was stunned, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. He thought, if it was coming from the eagle or the bear, our early warning system would have detected it long ago. He was a little puzzled, but in a flash he realized that something was wrong, as if an important link was missing. The person on the other end of the phone said anxiously, Mr. Hua, time is running out. There are only 2 minutes left before the disaster. You must take refuge in the air raid shelter immediately. It doesn't matter if we sacrifice ourselves, but you are the backbone of the country. Nothing can happen to you. Please. The words on the other end of the phone made all the scientific researchers extremely anxious, and they all rushed forward to take Mr. Hua to the air raid shelter. At this time, a familiar voice came, Mr. Wang. Mr. Hua suddenly turned around and saw Mr. Wang, who had just received oxygen, walking towards him. A look of relief appeared on his face. Mr. Wang, you should know what happened. What do you think? Old Wang responded calmly. Needless to say, the Mecha must be back. Chapter 13. The Mecha finally landed successfully, and this moment made everyone stop. Elder Hua was also stunned by this scene. He stood there, his thoughts racing. He realized that the situation might be more serious than they thought. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh. Not good. He slapped his thigh, suddenly becoming nervous. Air Defense Department, has the sky burial system been activated? The voice on the other end of the phone came. The burial heaven system has entered the activation process and is awaiting final approval. It can be activated after approval. Hearing this, Elder Hua couldn't help but gasp. Once the sky burial system was activated, the consequences would be disastrous. This wasn't just a simple air defense system. It represented a doomsday warning for the entire nation. The meaning of system activation means that if a nuclear attack occurs, the entire country's counterattack mechanism will be immediately activated. This kind of power is so terrifying that even a world war cannot describe it. Hurry, report the situation quickly. It has not been approved yet. Report it immediately. Old Wang ordered anxiously. Mr. Hua quickly picked up the phone and dialed a special communication number, which was usually only activated when the country was facing an extreme crisis. The moment he dialed the number, the whole situation had become extremely tense. At the same time, Mr. Wang stood in front of the window, looking at the scene outside, but he already had a premonition that a disaster was about to happen. The countdown outside the window began. 10 seconds, 9 seconds, and every second felt extremely heavy. Everyone in the hall held their breath, speechless. The countdown grew clearer and clearer. Elder Wang stood erect, beads of sweat oozing from his forehead, his nervousness and uneasiness inexpressible. 3, 2, 1, 0, the end is not yet. As the countdown ended, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Old Wang let out a sigh of relief, finally letting go of the hanging heart. At this point, Mr. Hua also hung up the phone, his face filled with relief. If the 3 approvals hadn't gone through, everything would have been ruined. He took a deep breath, then relaxed. The tense situation was temporarily resolved, and Mr. Hua also decided to classify the air defense alarm as an exercise, and the relevant departments would explain the reason for the false alarm to the public. However, just as everyone was breathing a sigh of relief, a sharp sound of breaking wind suddenly rang out, shaking the entire hall. The flower pots on the windowsill were shaken off with a loud noise. What's going on? Panic voices immediately rang out in the hall. Is the system malfunctioning? That's impossible. Oh my God, is a disaster really coming? Someone asked in horror. It's over, I don't want to die. Another voice came. Everyone turned around and saw that it was the mechanical boss Master Lu. He was usually steady, but at this moment he said such words. Everyone was stunned. Who could have thought that Master Lu would actually joke at such a moment? Master Lu realized he had said the wrong thing, and his face instantly turned red. He was so embarrassed that he almost wanted to find a hole to crawl into. I was wrong. Stop laughing. I hope there will be an apocalypse soon. He hurriedly explained, secretly praying that this embarrassing situation would end soon. Aside from Elder Wang and Elder Hua, no one else understood what was happening. Only they knew that the storm was actually a resonance phenomenon caused by a super powerful engine in flight. Okay. Don't worry. Let's go out and see our big treasure. Jiangtian number 1. Boss Wang said with a smile, and walked out of the hall with Boss Hua and the scientific researchers. When everyone heard the name, Jiangtian number 1, they immediately reacted, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Everyone was nervously anticipating the giant mecha to descend from the sky. Finally, a strong gust of wind blew over, making it almost impossible for everyone to stand. Tong Yao, who was smaller than her, was almost blown down. Everyone looked up, their gazes following the rapidly approaching red dot from the sky. The mecha finally arrived, and the shocking visual impact made everyone present almost forget to breathe. With a loud bang, the mecha finally landed steadily on the ground, and the surrounding airwaves swept up. Standing next to the 5-meter-tall mecha, all the researchers were stunned. Its sharp and flamboyant design, especially the railgun on its shoulder, was simply thrilling. Who says men can't understand romance? This is a man's romance. The cockpit of the mecha slowly opened, and Wang Yixue stood at the hatch, waving gently. She was wearing denim hot pants and a black suspender, and her sunny smile made her look full of energy. Everyone was stunned. Some young female researchers even felt a little ashamed, and couldn't help but compare themselves to Wang Yixue. Yixue, what's wrong with you? Old Wang asked with concern. It's okay, Grandpa. I just dived too hard and almost couldn't brake. I got mecha sick. After Wang Yixue said that, she turned and walked to the side, then started vomiting. Everyone was stunned. Could it be that even the mecha goddess would get dizzy from mechas? Old Wang was relieved to see that his granddaughter was fine. Although he was a little worried, he was happy to see that everything was settled. With a wave of his hand, Elder Wang turned to the researchers and said, "Prepare to begin testing the mecha and inspect the performance of its mechanical components." He then said to Tong Yao, "Contact Dr. Chun. He's an expert in materials science. Get him over here quickly." Tong Yao's expression changed slightly, and she felt very unhappy. She had no good feelings towards Dr. Chun, and even had an unpleasant experience with him. However, she sighed and sent a message. The base needs to conduct performance tests on super metal components. Mr. Wang asked you to come over. Shit, there are no super metal components in your place. After sending the message, Tong Yao blocked Dr. Chun, and her mood calmed down a little. Chapter 14, 10 minutes later, Wang Yixue drove Jiangtian number 1 into the indoor testing ground. There is a professional mechanical component structural strength analyzer here, which is usually used to test the parts of fighter planes. Today, this instrument is preparing to test the mecha, just in time. Mr. Wang and Wang Yixue were standing aside waiting, as Dr. Chun had not arrived yet. Old Wang turned to Wang Yixue and asked, "Xiao Yixue, I have a serious question. You have to tell the truth." "Well, Grandpa, just ask whatever you want." Wang Yixue responded obediently. "Where on earth did this Jiangtian number 1 come from?" "I asked a welder to make it for my grandfather as a birthday present," Wang Yixue recalled, adding, "His name is Su Fan. He's a welder, and he's also a student at the National University of Defense Technology in Zhonghai." "His name is Su Fan? Not Su Taibing," Old Wang said, while looking at Tong Yao next to him. Tong Yao shrank her neck, laughed foolishly twice, and didn't dare to say anything more. "No, his name is Su Fan. I've looked up his profile. He's sunny and handsome, but he has a bit of a bad temper." Wang Yixue thought back to the time when Su Fan called her that morning and couldn't help but complain in her heart. When she was done with this, she had to go meet this guy with a bad temper. Mr. Wang seemed to be thinking about something. It was hard to understand how a college student working part-time as a welder could actually make a mecha. "Did you commission it from him in advance? It should have been a few months ago, right?" "No, we just contacted each other the day before yesterday." Old Wang feigned annoyance and laughed. "Xiao Yixue, lying is not a good thing." "Grandpa, I really didn't lie to you. Liars are like puppies. If you don't believe me, look at the chat history or call him, and I'll give you his phone number." Old Wang smiled bitterly. "Forget about the phone call, but that kid's phone call. It's hard to describe." Wang Yixue frowned. "Well, after the test is over, I'll take you to Master Su's house and ask him directly." Okay. Old Wang and Old Hua looked at each other with cunning eyes. Time flew by, and almost half an hour had passed. Wang Yixue felt bored outside and got into the cockpit of the mecha. She didn't sit obediently in the driver's seat, but looked around the cockpit like a curious kitten. Dr. Chun, The component performance expert had not arrived yet, and everyone was getting a little impatient. Old Wang frowned. Forget it, let's get started. Isn't Dr. Chen's apprentice Zhang Liang here? Let him operate the structural strength analyzer. Mr. Hua nodded. This is the only way. Under the instructions of Mr. Wang, Zhang Liang and his assistants walked to the operating table. Zhang Liang nervously began pressing buttons and operating levers. A large mechanical arm extended from the console and carefully attached itself to the rear drive shaft of the mecha's ankle. After fine-tuning it, it clicked and confirmed with a click. The large screen on the wall displayed rows of blue progress bars. Structural strength testing progress 49%. Anti-wear testing progress 50%. Precision testing progress 8%. Structural strength directly affects the load-bearing capacity of mecha components, while wear resistance and precision are also key indicators, the latter of which directly determines the service life and functionality of the mecha. As the structural strength test neared completion, Zhang Liang's breathing quickened, his fingertips clenched, and a hint of nervousness crossed his eyes. He had been in this industry for many years and had come into contact with many top-tier machine tool components, but this mecha had him incredibly nervous. The other researchers present also stood beside the mecha, as if they were tiny ants. Everyone understood that every component of this mecha was extraordinary. Zhang Liang was nervous because the rear transmission axle they were testing was extremely difficult to measure, both in terms of structural strength and precision, requiring at least 500 nanometers. All he could do was wait and see what the data would be. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the progress bar to complete. Even the usually calm Elder Wang and Elder Hua couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Ding! A loud voice prompt broke the silence. The structural strength cannot be tested. Everyone was stunned, their eyes full of confusion. Was the machine malfunctioning? What did unable to detect mean? Everyone was stunned. This was the first time they had encountered such a situation. Elder Wang looked at Zhang Liang, his eyes gleaming and his voice trembling. Elder Hua, this transmission component is really unexpected. Hua Lao's expression also changed. He sighed. That's right. There's only one reason why it can't be detected. Its structural strength exceeds any forged or cast mechanical component on Earth. Zhang Liang's body stiffened when he heard this, his expression unable to conceal his shock. Gasps could be heard from all around him. It's unbelievable that the rear axle of a mecha's ankle drive has such strong structural strength. Does this mean that ordinary shells are simply incapable of penetrating this mecha? Everyone knew that the mecha's rear drive shaft and external armor were made of a special alloy. If this material were used in modern warfare, it would be able to withstand direct confrontation. If you fire a shot, your mecha might lose some paint. If I fire back a shot, you're doomed. This is simply a fighting artifact. That's right, this thing is simply a weapon to break the defense line. As long as it penetrates into the enemy's territory, the eagle sauce will not be able to defend it at all. Someone couldn't help but sigh. I really want to drive it for a stroll. A researcher joked. Everyone's eyes were filled with desire for this mecha. At this moment, the mechanical sound was heard again above the hall. The wear resistance is undetectable. The precision is undetectable. This. Old Wang felt like he was struck by lightning, his pupils trembling violently. Mr. Hua also looked a little painful, sighed deeply, and felt a dull pain in his head. Chapter 15. After a brief silence, Mr. Wang finally understood the whole story. He gasped for breath and explained to everyone. The fact that these values cannot be detected indicates that the internal atomic structure of this mechanical component is very special. Its shape and internal structure complement each other. Its wavelength attenuation exceeds the range of conventional detection, and its energy density is too high, so the instrument cannot detect it. From atoms to their shape, everything is so advanced that we simply can't detect it. He took a deep breath. If this material were to be nominated for a Nobel Prize, forget it. It wouldn't deserve a Nobel Prize. Hearing this, everyone was stunned, their eyes somewhat bewildered. After all, the Nobel Prize was an honor that countless scientists dreamed of, but the mecha before them made it seem insignificant. After the shock subsided, a fiery light flashed in Wang Lao's eyes, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily curved up. A hint of redness appeared on his old face, and a few hot tears could not help but slide down his eyes. There is hope for the motherland's rise. He laughed excitedly. Elder Hua was also affected. His eyes welled up, his jaw trembled slightly, and his nose felt sore. Once this new alloy material and ultrafine processing technology were widely adopted, many military industries would see a leap forward. A generational leap could be achieved in a short period of time. Not to mention the eagle sauce. Even the entire Western countries can't compete with us. He couldn't help but think. At this moment, the indoor testing area erupted in cheers. Everyone was practically jumping up and down with excitement, their blood boiling, their hearts practically blowing the roof off. They were the first people in the world to witness alien technology, and they could brag about it to their families for years after returning home. Just as everyone was still immersed in excitement, a Maybach drove into the gate of the test site. Immediately, the door made a fingerprint recognition sound and opened automatically. Dr. Chin walked in with curly hair, a leather jacket, and a black box in his hand. He was not wearing the base's work clothes. When he saw the huge red mecha, his eyes lit up and he couldn't help but exclaimed, "What a big model! So beautiful! Where did you get this from, Eagle Sauce or John Bull?" Dr. Chin quickly walked to the side of the mecha's calf, looked up at it, his eyes full of obsession. "Wow, it's so beautiful. Even the Eagle Sauce may not be able to make it so exquisite." He muttered to himself, and then suddenly a light flashed. This must be German. Only the great German charioteers could create such a detailed and magnificent model. He suddenly stopped and saw that everyone around him was looking at him with a hint of confusion in their eyes. "What? Why aren't you talking?" Dr. Chin asked in confusion. At this time, Tong Yao said coldly, "Dr. Chun, this mecha is called Jiangtian No. 1. It was made by our Xia country. It is not what you call Eagle Sauce, John Bull, or German Chariot." Her tone was filled with hostility, and a sneer hung on the corner of her mouth. "If you like foreign things, just go there. Xia country doesn't welcome you." Dr. Chin's face immediately darkened, his brow furrowed, and a flame of anger instantly rose in his heart. After all, he was a material science PhD who had studied abroad. How could he tolerate a little girl scolding him in front of him? "Are you looking for trouble on purpose?" he asked coldly. "I'm just looking for trouble on purpose. What's wrong?" Tong Yao smiled provocatively, shook her phone, her eyes full of teasing. Dr. Chin's eyes suddenly turned cold, and anger instantly blocked his chest, but he forced himself to hold it back. Tong Yao once stole his chat records, which made him very afraid. If this matter were exposed, his reputation would definitely be affected. He secretly swore in his heart, "Forget it, I won't bother with her today, otherwise it will only make her more proud." Tong Yao is still young and doesn't understand things. Don't bother with her. Old Wang walked up to Dr. Chun with a smile and spoke in a gentle tone. He continued, "This mecha was manufactured by our Xia country. We just conducted a strength test on the rear axle structure of the transmission of the hands and ankles, and the results showed that it was undetectable." "Unable to detect? That's impossible." Dr. Chun was stunned for a moment and turned to look at the big screen on the wall. The word mecha that Mr. Wang said made him instinctively understand it as a model. After all, something like a mecha was too far away. The screen shows a 100% progress bar, followed by the words, "unable to detect." How is this possible? When did our country have such advanced supercomponents? Dr. Chin couldn't help but feel skeptical. He looked at Zhang Liang and said, "Xiao Zhang, did you forget to calibrate the instrument before the test?" "Master, I did it. Everything about the instrument calibration followed the standard procedures." Zhang Liang replied. "That's impossible." Dr. Chin responded coldly. "I think there's something wrong with the equipment." "Master, the instrument was working normally this morning. How could it be broken?" Zhang Liang was a little puzzled. "Are you telling me what to do?" Dr. Chun glared at Zhang Liang coldly, his anger instantly surging. He was even more displeased that this in turn had dared to doubt him. Looking around, Dr. Chin saw that everyone was silent. He knew that most of them did not believe his judgment, so he curled his lips, spread his hands, and said, "Since everyone does not believe it, let's use a different instrument to test it and see what you think." He sneered and shook his head. "These people are really crazy. There can't be any material that can't be tested. If there is, it's either a problem with the equipment or it comes from the most technologically advanced country, the United States." Dr. Chin put down the black box in his hand, fiddled with it for a few times, opened it with a click, and took out a pulsed radiation analyzer as big as a wash basin. This is a pulsed ray analyzer, which can produce relevant test results based on the spectral characteristics of mechanical components. Just use it to test it, and everyone will give up hope. As he spoke, he placed the instrument on the rear axle of the mecha's ankle transmission. A line of small text appeared on the front of the instrument. Pulse detection in progress. Chapter 16. Elder Wang and Elder Hua stood aside, silently watching Dr. Chin operate the instrument. They didn't say anything, but just waited quietly for the test results of the instrument. Beep, beep. With a burst of electronic sound, the instrument started working. Dr. Chin smiled and said, "Mr. Wang, Mr. Hua, the results will be out soon. Don't be too discouraged. Although our country is a little behind at the moment, we will catch up eventually, huh?" Beep, beep. The instrument made another sound. Spectral analysis completed. Data is being read. Please wait. According to spectral intelligent analysis, the test results are as follows. The components where resistance is beyond the detection range, and the machining accuracy exceeds the instrument's detection capability of 0.8 microns. Comprehensive structural strength grade, 389. For comparison, under the same mechanical shape and atomic density, tungsten carbide 17, graphene 24, and carbonyl sulfide 66. Dr. Chin's head buzzed, as if it was about to split open. His expression froze instantly, and even his jaw began to twitch violently. Machining accuracy exceeds 0.8 microns? What a joke. Even the most advanced F-135 engine in the United States cannot achieve such high precision. Moreover, the comprehensive structural strength can reach 389, which is simply outrageous. He felt that his entire cognition was disrupted, and he was completely unable to think. There was great shock in Mr. Wang's eyes. Although he had been mentally prepared, he was still frightened by the result. How powerful does this component have to be? Zhang Liang looked at the expressions of Mr. Wang and the others, and he was also confused. He asked quietly, Mr. Wang, what exactly does this test result mean? Mr. Hua didn't answer directly, but instead asked, Xiao Zhang, do you know what the comprehensive structural strength level of the core components of fourth-generation aircraft is currently internationally? Zhang Liang was stunned and speechless for a moment. Mr. Wang patiently explained. The core skeleton of the Eagle Sauce's F-22 Raptor uses a high-performance titanium alloy with a comprehensive structural strength rating of only 12. The most sophisticated engine crankshaft has an accuracy of only 1 micron. As for wear resistance, there's no need to worry at all. You might not even need to add lubricant for 100 years. In short, the F-22 is as fragile as paper in front of this mecha. From any angle, the F-22 is weak. As soon as Mr. Wang finished speaking, the researchers around him gasped. Everyone knows what level of fighter jet the F-22 is. It is currently the most advanced stealth fighter jet in the United States. There are very few fighter jets of the same level, and it is not even sold to foreign countries. It is the strongest trump card of the United States. However, today, it actually became so fragile in front of Jiantian No. 1. It was simply a weakling among weaklings. At this moment, everyone felt breathless. Many researchers felt dizzy and even unsteady on their feet. The cold air rushed over them, and those with heart problems nearly fainted. Someone suddenly thought that if 10 more of this mecha were manufactured to form an aerospace combat assault cluster, they would be able to easily deal with the top leaders of major countries, such as China and the US. No, this is impossible. Dr. Chin suddenly shouted, suddenly coming back to his senses from shock. His eyes faintly showed bloodshot, and his emotions became extremely excited. Even if the Eagle can't do it, our Xia country can't do it either. This is reality, and people must face reality. My judgment can't be wrong. I believe in myself, he said persistently. I bet there's something wrong with the pulse ray analyzer. Mr. Wang slowly frowned and looked at Dr. Chun with displeasure. The matter is already very clear, but Dr. Chen still insists on saying this, which is really unacceptable. Mr. Wang said in a deep voice, people must face reality and keep their feet on the ground, but this does not mean that we must always look down on others. Isn't the reason the US is so technologically advanced precisely because one brilliant scientist after another has continuously pushed forward development? Can't our own country cultivate geniuses? Dr. Chen didn't seem to understand what Mr. Wang meant. Instead, he chuckled and said, Haha, it looks like the instrument is broken. I'm so sorry. I'll bring a new one in a few days and retest it. As he spoke, Dr. Chen paid no attention to the dissatisfied looks of the people around him. He chuckled twice, released the magnetic attraction of the instrument, threw it aside, and kicked it a few times. This is the problem with domestic instruments. In the future, we have to buy imported ones no matter how expensive they are. After he said this, he shook his head helplessly. These words were so extreme that even his apprentice Zhang Liang clenched his fists in anger, his heart filled with rage. Zhang Liang was about to start arguing when suddenly, a loud voice came from above his head. You traitorous dog who worships foreigners and fawns over them. You've been kneeling for so long. Are you afraid of heights now that you stand up? I'm sending you to your Eagle Sauce master right now, and never come back. The voice came from the Mecha's audio communication system. Although it had a mechanical tone, it was still possible to tell that it was Wang Yixio's voice. As soon as the words fell, two dazzling red lights suddenly burst out from the Mecha's eyes. A mechanical sound came from inside the Mecha. Driving authority confirmed. Coolant filling completed. Mini hydrogen engine started. Face-controlled array situational awareness system has been launched. Jiangtian No. 1 Mecha started successfully. The driver is in place, waiting to attack. A series of mechanical sounds, like the mighty roar of a bell, made Dr. Chin's scalp numb and his eyes nearly explode. He was so shocked that he couldn't even stand still. He stared blankly at the mecha above his head, muttering half crazy and half idiotically. How did you survive? Wang Yixue had just put on the holographic helmet, and when she heard Dr. Chin's ridiculous voice, her face was full of anger. She responded coldly. How did you survive? Ask your eagle sauce master in your next life. Before he finished speaking, Wang Yixue controlled the mecha, stretched out his arm with a cold glow, and grabbed Dr. Chen. Dr. Chen screamed in pain and was instantly awakened. Mr. Wang, help me. This thing is out of control. Mr. Hua, make it stop. I'm almost being crushed to death. I'm a pillar of the country. If I'm hurt, it's a loss to the country. Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua looked at each other, exchanged a meaningful look, and then began to discuss the working principle of the hydrogen-powered engine. Dr. Chen shouted hysterically, but no one paid any attention to him. The surrounding scientific researchers ignored it and were busy doing their own things, as if it had nothing to do with them. Dr. Chen was almost going crazy with anxiety. He shouted frantically, Can you hear me? Save me. Believe it or not, I will report you. However, the sound of the mecha made him even more uneasy. Chapter 17. The hydrogen engine of the machine has been debugged. The shoulder railgun is normal. The high-frequency particle knife is mounted normally. Beam weapons not mounted. The Dragoon system is not mounted. The final test is completed. 3, 2, 1. Jiangtian No. 1 set off. Accompanied by a violent gust of air, the surrounding air was lifted up and the air flow swept everything. A ball of azure flames spurted out from the nozzle of Jiangtian No. 1's vector engine, and the tail of the flame formed several Mach rings. Boom! A deafening sonic boom was heard, and then the cone-shaped sound barrier tore through the air and broke through the sky. Hey, where's Dr. Chen? Old Wang looked at Old Hua with a puzzled look on his face. I don't know. I guess he went out to play like before. This person doesn't look like a scientific researcher at all. Old Hua curled his lips, looking helpless. Hey, Tong Yao, call him and ask where he went. Mr. Wang said seriously. Oh, okay. Tong Yao was stunned for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Call. Of course. Go through all the necessary procedures and perform the entire act. When Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua walked out of the indoor testing area, everyone was still in a daze. At the same time, more than a dozen Dongfeng Mengshi off-road vehicles with white license plates drove towards the Zhongheim military research base, raising a cloud of dust behind them. Sitting in the passenger seat of one of the cars was a middle-aged man with a rough face, wearing military green camouflage. He was looking at the phone in his hand, hesitating whether to answer it. The call was from their mortal enemy. They called it this time, definitely to show off the exoskeleton armor developed by their eastern military region, and also to mock them. The rivalry between the major military regions has been going on for a long time, so he would not be surprised if one side could make the other side angry to death. Seeing that the phone was about to hang up automatically, Li Guozhong decided to answer it. A familiar voice immediately came from the other end of the phone, laughing with some ill intentions. Ha! Lao Li, good morning. Li Guozhong's face suddenly darkened. As expected, he could already guess what would be said next. Lao Kong, just say what you want to say and don't talk nonsense. He responded coldly. Ha! Lao Kong laughed unceremoniously. Don't be anxious. The military exercise will be held soon, right? I heard that your southern military district is short of firepower. As a brother unit, our eastern military district is willing to lend you 2 exoskeleton armors. Although the number is not large, it should be enough for show. Lao Kong's words were full of provocation. Li Guozhong's temples throbbed violently, and he felt like he was about to explode. He had already guessed that he would receive this kind of call, and it really came true. I thank you, but it's not necessary. Li Guozhong held it in for a long time and squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. Oh, are you so formal? We are brothers in the same class. Why are you being so polite? Lao Kong continued, obviously not intending to let him go. Stop, listen carefully, I don't need it. Li Guozhong interrupted him directly. Beep. Before the call was disconnected, he could still hear the wild laughter coming from the other end. Too arrogant. Li Guozhong couldn't help but think. Lao Kong, you are so proud, but when the military exercise comes, I am afraid you won't even have time to cry. He picked up the intercom and shouted into the convoy channel. Full speed ahead. When we get to the research base and see Elder Wang and Elder Hua, you'll have to straighten your backs and be alert. Old Wang and Old Hua are the backbone of the country and have made great contributions to the country. Yes, Commander. In the Pacific Ocean, storms are raging and huge waves are surging. The sky was covered by dark clouds, and lightning flashed through the darkness, crashing into the sea. The waves were hundreds of meters high and the air flow was turbulent. Even the Eagle Sauce F-22 did not dare to perform missions in such a harsh environment. In this turbulent airflow, a red mechanical figure broke through the 100-meter-high waves like lightning and quickly emerged from the water. In the cockpit, Dr. Chun was held tightly in Wang Yishue's arms. Although Wang Yishue tried her best to protect him, he was still dying. A thick bolt of lightning struck down, slamming into the red mecha. Seeing the red alarm flashing on the screen, Wang Yishue activated the afterburner system without hesitation, quickly left the scene, and disappeared into the center of the storm. An hour later, the red mecha flew over the desolate primeval forest of Alaska. The mecha landed steadily in a valley, scaring the surrounding beasts into howling. Wang Yishue glanced at Dr. Chun, confirming he was still alive. While his condition wasn't good, it wasn't a serious problem. At most, he'd had a cold, a broken bone, and some deafness and tinnitus, maybe in the next life. She controlled the mecha to place Dr. Chun on a huge rock, opened the cockpit door, and stuck half of her body out. Dr. Chun, don't you love your eagle sauce the most? I got you here in less than an hour. Just thank me. Wang Yishue teased, waving her hand. Goodbye. Click. The cockpit door slammed shut. The ground shook violently, and blue flames erupted from the back of the mecha. In a flash, the red mecha disappeared into the air. Dr. Chin stared at the direction the mecha flew away, stunned for a long time. After a long time, he shuddered and suddenly realized, oh my god, this place is too desolate. It doesn't look like a place for eagle sauce at all. Where's this? You can't do this to me. His face was filled with pain, and he became even more panicked when he heard the howling of wild beasts around him. He sat on the boulder, took a breath, slowly calmed down, and his eyes became firm. I must survive. Luckily, I often watch wilderness survival shows, and now it finally comes in handy. Bear Grylls, De Gea, and the Australian guy, you have to keep me alive. On the return journey, Wang Yishue did not fly at a low altitude like she did when she came, but instead rushed directly into space. This route saves about 10 minutes. At that time, in order to bring Dr. Chun with her, she could not fly too high. If she flew into outer space, Dr. Chun would probably not even be able to survive leaving the atmosphere. The mecha, with blue flames behind it, broke through the sound barrier and exploded with earth-shaking thunder, as if tearing the sky apart. It flew straight through the clouds and quickly entered suborbital orbit. At the same time, the Eagle Sauce's air defense department was in chaos. The near-ground air defense radar showed that a suspected micro-rocket was launched in Alaska at an extremely fast speed, quickly exceeding 5 times the speed of sound, and the radar lost the target. The Minister of Defense pondered for a long time and finally came to the conclusion, this might be a rocket from the space agency. According to convention, it should be reported to the Defense Department in advance. He was furious and decided to call NASA. Chapter 18, Hello, this is the Aeronautics and Space Administration. Haha, I'm from the Air Defense Department. I'm calling to inform you guys to prepare for the court-martial. Shit, have you smoked too much marijuana? What nonsense are you talking about? The person from the space agency responded angrily. You didn't inform us in advance about your satellite launch this time. Aren't you afraid of causing panic among the entire nation? The head of the Air Defense Department said in a bad tone. No. We don't have any launch missions recently. Don't talk nonsense. The space agency was busy explaining. Bullshit. The radar data has been recorded. Your space agency is not crying until they see the coffin. We are planning to sue you in a military court. Go ahead and sue me. Does Grandpa's space agency really fear dung beetles like you, who can only crawl on the ground? This isn't over yet. Fuck. The head of the Air Defense Department on the other end of the phone was furious and hung up the phone angrily. After hanging up the phone, the people from the Air Defense Department were so angry that their faces turned red. The people from the space agency are so arrogant that they launch a satellite without even saying hello. This is simply too much. The head of the Air Defense Department grew increasingly angry and decided he couldn't just let this go. If this matter remained unresolved, wouldn't the space agency become even more reckless in the future? After thinking for a moment, he picked up the phone and dialed the number of the hexagon. Hey, get me General Austin. General, radar just detected an unidentified rocket launching from Alaska. We suspect something's wrong with the Aerospace Department. They might be collaborating with spies from other countries, attempting to steal our core secrets through this new space channel. Hiss. There was a gasp from the other end of the phone, obviously shocked by the news. At the same time, Zhonghai Military Research Base. 10 Dongfeng Mengsher military vehicles drove into the base gate in a mighty procession. The guards immediately straightened their backs and saluted quickly. The people on these military vehicles are not simple people. The guards on duty know that they are welcoming important people today. A few minutes later, Li Guozhong led more than 20 officers into the reception hall. Mr. Wang, Mr. Hua, and relevant leaders of the base all stood up to greet them. Seeing this, Li Guozhong was stunned and quickly trotted forward. Although Li Guozhong had a high military rank, how could he dare to let these two old seniors stand up to greet him? Mr. Wang, Mr. Hua, please don't embarrass Guozhong. Li Guozhong hurriedly stepped forward to shake hands with the two of them, with a look of uneasiness on his face. I wasn't even born when you two were in the army. If you keep being so polite, I won't come here again. Ha! Old Wang and Old Hua looked at each other and laughed. Guozhong, you are still so clueless, just like when you were a kid. Old Wang smiled and patted Li Guozhong on the shoulder. Li Guozhong looked at the two veterans with respect in his eyes. He introduced the accompanying officers to the research base staff one by one. Most of these young officers are staff members of the division headquarters. Although they do not currently hold important combat positions, their future is limitless. Old Wang glanced at these young people, nodded, and thought they were in good spirits. Then, Elder Wang said, Guozhong, Elder Hua and I already know why you're here. Let's go talk outside. Li Guozhong nodded, followed the two elders, and walked out of the reception hall. When they reached the open space outside, Li Guozhong said directly, Mr. Wang, the joint military exercise is about to begin. I heard that the Eastern Military Region has prepared secret weapons. Old Wang smiled and said, the Eastern Military Region has exoskeleton armor, and our Southern Military Region is also prepared. That's good. Li Guozhong finally felt relieved when he heard what Mr. Wang said. As long as the gap is not too big, with the hard power of our military region to dare to fight and fight, we will definitely be able to fight a good battle. Li Guozhong's tone was firm. The gap is indeed quite big. Old Wang said with a smile, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. This. Li Guozhong didn't notice Wang Lao's expression. When he heard that the gap was a bit big, his face instantly became a little ugly. The officers behind him also fell silent, and the atmosphere suddenly became solemn. In modern warfare, the side that masters cutting-edge technology is the one that takes the initiative. Back then, Saddam Hussein assembled an army of 1 million soldiers, with 50 armored divisions, 5,500 tanks, and 700 aircraft, but was still powerless against the Eagle sauce. If the gap in our cutting-edge technology is too big during this joint military exercise, it may really become a one-sided situation. Thinking of Lao Kong's disdainful expression, Li Guozhong couldn't help but clench his fists. Li Guozhong slowly exhaled a breath and forced a smile on his face. Master Wang, Master Hua, it's okay. There are many difficult battles in the world. We can't just let others slaughter us. Even if Lao Kong is a tiger, we will break out his 2 front teeth. Old Wang and Old Hua looked at each other and almost laughed out loud. They deliberately kept Li Guozhong in suspense, actually wanting to see how this young Major General Division commander would react when faced with an unfavorable situation. Judging from Li Guozhong's attitude, he is obviously still very soldier-like. Just as they were laughing, a strong gust of air suddenly came from the air. The wind made everyone's clothes rustle, and the officers looked around in panic. At this time, Hua Lao smiled and patted Li Guozhong, who looked a little depressed. Guozhong, our secret weapon has arrived. Where? Li Guozhong was a little confused. He looked around but saw nothing. Stand back. She's coming. Old Wang shouted suddenly and took a few steps back with a sense of mystery. Before Li Guozhong could react, a sharp, buzzing sound suddenly sounded in the sky. The sky seemed to be torn apart, the ground shook, and a violent red light poured down from the sky. Huge azure sparks exploded on the ground, and an invisible air wave spread out in all directions like a mountain torrent. The fiery red Mecha, emitting a cold glow, covered the entire sky. That huge body, with a sense of oppression, appeared in front of everyone like a giant steel beast. Li Guozhong was stunned. His eyes could hardly move, his heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and his blood pressure soared instantly. He stared at the Mecha in a daze, completely shocked. This TM, could it be our secret weapon? The 20 or so officers and guards behind him also had their eyes wide open, their mouths open, and their expressions completely out of control. They had never expected to see such a shocking scene. The violent aura instantly hit the whole body, from the soles of the feet to the top of the head, making it almost impossible to breathe. Several people even fell to the ground in shock. After a while, Li Guozhong recovered and gasped for breath. His heartbeat was still accelerating as he exclaimed, "Holy crap! It's a mecha!" The strict Li Guozhong cursed for the first time. The officers and guards nearby thought this was normal and breathed a sigh of relief. After Li Guozhong regained some composure, he couldn't help but ask again, "Can this thing be used to fight?" 019 Combat Power Test, High-Frequency Particle Knife. Guozhong, you probably want to see his fighting ability, right? Mr. Wong stroked his beard and asked with a smile. Yes, that's what I mean. Li Guozhong nodded heavily. This is the first time I've seen a mecha undergo a combat capability test. Of course you have to watch it. And look carefully. Okay, then I'll arrange it. Mr. Wong took out his phone, called Wang Yixio, and gave her a brief explanation. Wang Yixio was just about to shut down the mecha when she heard her grandfather say that the leader wanted to see a real combat test. I couldn't help but curl my lips. She had already been tested in low Earth orbit, and it worked very well. As long as he uses the quantum source phased array radar to lock the target. When the shoulder-mounted rail gun is fired, no matter what the target is, it will instantly explode into 2 balls of fireworks, which is very beautiful. Li Guozhong called the guards and drove their car over. We loaded everyone up and headed to the shooting range. 10 Dongfeng Mengshi vehicles roared away. 20 minutes later, we arrived at the dedicated shooting range of the Zhonghai Research Base. This is the place for testing and training of new equipment. A variety of test targets are available. When Li Guozhong and others arrived, Wang Yixio had already taken a short nap in the cockpit. It took Wang Yixio less than 60 seconds to drive the mecha to complete their 20-minute journey. Just close your eyes and open them again, and you're there. Just don't go too fast. Guozhong, this mecha is called Jiangtian No. 1, and it currently has 2 offensive weapons. Mr. Wong recalled the data broadcast before the mecha took off and explained. Based on the mecha's voice before takeoff, it should have 4 weapons in total. Look there. Wang Lao pointed at the black muzzle on the mecha's shoulder and said, "That's the shoulder railgun. The thing on his back is a high-frequency particle knife. The remaining 2, the beam weapon and the Dragoon system, are not mounted." After watching the Jiangtian No. 1 mecha up close again, Li Guozhong still couldn't hide his inner excitement. This perfect masterpiece seems to come from the future. Mr. Wong, it must not be easy to research and develop this thing. Li Guozhong sighed. No matter from which aspect you look at it, this thing has already reached a technological level that surpasses that of the United States. It is easy to imagine how much hardship and suffering scientists like Mr. Wong had to endure to achieve this. To be honest, Jiangtian No. 1 was not developed by our research center. Mr. Wong thought about it and said, "The person who developed this thing seems to be called Su Fan, a student at the National University of Defense Technology in Zhonghai." What? Li Guozhong's eyes, as big as copper bells, widened into a circle. "Mr. Wong, you are not kidding me, right?" "Guozhong, it's more than that." Mr. Hua also added, "You may not believe this, but this mecha took less than 2 days from project initiation to completion. This?" Li Guozhong took a deep breath. I suddenly didn't know what to say. My scalp felt numb and I couldn't think at all. My thoughts were completely interrupted at this moment. Dizziness and seeing stars. If these words came from anyone else. He just retorted, "What the hell is that?" But Mr. Wong and Mr. Hua are such great men that even he has to respect them from the bottom of his heart. It is impossible to play such a joke on such a pillar of society. Moreover, the 2 elders have their own considerations when speaking. Now that the words have been spoken, they are basically correct. Who on earth is this Su Fan? Who can create such a magical weapon? Li Guozhong was a little curious. "Guozhong, there are 2 weapons. Which one should I try first?" Mr. Wong's words interrupted Li Guozhong's thoughts. "Anyone is fine. You can arrange it," Li Guozhong said with a smile. "Okay, then let's test the high-frequency particle knife first." Mr. Wong made the decision immediately. I picked up the phone and called Wang Yixio. "Xiao Yixue, let's test the particle knife first. There are several scrap T-54 tanks at the 277 shooting range. Cut the front of the tank a few times and see what happens. Remember to send me photos when you're done." Li Guozhong standing by was blinking blankly, looking confused. Chop down a T-54 tank with a knife? What a vicious word. The T-54's armor is made of 10 centimeters alloy steel, which ordinary missiles may not be able to penetrate. What are you doing when you chop with a knife? The corners of Li Guozhong's mouth twitched, and it was obvious that he could no longer hold it in. When the officers who had just followed behind heard this, their pupils also trembled. If someone else said something like this, they would have been sent to a mental hospital. At this time, Wang Yixue replied in the mecha, "Grandpa, I'll send you a temporary visual projection plug-in for your phone. Install it, and I'll synchronize the visual signal of the holographic helmet to you. You can watch it directly." This is better. Mr. Wong opened the Huawei phone and after a few clicks, a synchronized visual image of the mecha appeared on the screen. It's almost the same as what was shown on Wang Yishua's phone before. It's just missing the communication panel in the lower left corner and the information panel in the lower right corner. Mr. Wong forwarded the plug-in to Li Guozhong. After forwarding it to each other, everyone could see the picture synchronously. At this time, Wang Yishu yawned. He stretched again. He left a sentence, "Leaders, watch out." After saying that, the Jiangtian No. 1 mecha pulled out a high-frequency particle knife from its back. Bend your legs slightly, then exert force suddenly. Boom! A 5-meter-wide hole was blown out in the reinforced concrete ground. Debris flew everywhere. All the supporting steel bars were broken and exposed in a twisted and crooked manner. The entire mecha took off into the air like a cannonball. The vector nozzle did not emit any flames. Obviously, the hydrogen-powered engine was too lazy to start. In midair, the high-frequency particle knife held in the mecha's hand hummed and emitted a 4-meter-long water blue light. It seems to be flowing, dazzling. Boom! A deafening sound came from the distant valley. The ground beneath the feet of Mr. Wong and the others was shaking violently. Li Guozhong and many officers felt the vibration under their feet. Everyone was so shocked that they were speechless. Looking at the images on the phone, it felt as if they were in the cockpit themselves. He leaped up synchronously with the mecha and landed with a bang, causing the earth to shake and dust to fly. Plop, plop, plop. My heart was beating so wildly that it almost jumped out of my throat. Everyone had the same idea in their mind. If I could personally pilot a mecha once in my lifetime, it would be worth dying for. Mecha, a romance unique to men. Women will never understand. The mecha landed. It stopped right in front of a rusty T-54 tank. This T-54 tank has been abandoned for many years. Many of the electronic components inside are gone, but the 10 centimeters thick armor is still there. Wang Yishu controls the mecha and holds a knife in both hands. Make a knife-dragging pose. In front of the mobile phone, Li Guozhong and a group of officers held their breath and stared at the screen. I didn't dare to blink, afraid of missing any of the next scenes. At the same time, a question arose in everyone's mind. When a particle knife cuts tank armor, which one is harder? 0-0 The emperor of daily life must be having nightmares. In the expectant eyes of everyone, the mecha suddenly finished charging its power and slashed upwards fiercely. Zheng. A slash of the knife upwards. The blade, like ripples on water, followed the tracks of the T-54 tank and cut across its entire steel body. Cut it out obliquely from the armor plate above the turret. Everyone's eyes widened suddenly, and their eyeballs almost popped out. The blade actually penetrated the entire tank. This is not the end yet. The mecha's body leaned forward slightly. The hydrogen-powered engine roars to life. The 4 vector nozzles on the back of the mecha opened, and suddenly a ball of fierce orange flames burst out. The mecha turned the particle knife horizontally to the left. Accompanied by an instant of extreme thrust, it suddenly burst out. The soles of his feet rubbed against the boulders on the ground, creating a brilliant ball of fire. Cut horizontally with a long knife. The T-54 tank was cut horizontally in an instant. After the knife was cut, Wang Yishu put the particle knife back to her back. Turn around and look at T-54. Mr. Wang, Mr. Hua, and the others also held their breath, staring intently at their phone screens. I dared not even breathe. Li Guozhong's chin was trembling slightly, and there seemed to be some expectation in his eyes. The officers seemed to be in a state of dementia, unable to take their eyes off their mobile phone screens. At this moment, time almost stood still. Plop, plop. The only sound around was the rapid heartbeats of the crowd. Boom. Accompanied by a huge explosion. The tank, which was originally relatively intact, fell apart in an instant. A cloud of dust exploded. It was visible to the naked eye that a straight cut had been made in the 10 centimeters alloy armor. The cut is as smooth as a mirror, as if it has just been polished and waxed, and can reflect people's shadows. Even the alloy armor of the T-54 was chopped to pieces by 2 strikes of the particle knife. In front of the phone, a deep shock rose in Li Guozhong's heart. My thoughts short-circuited instantly, and my brain became like tofu just out of the pot, still steaming. Unable to think. I'm high. So shocking. My outlook on life collapsed. There actually is such a magical weapon in this world that can separate gold and iron. It's crazy. The officers were speechless and gasped in unison. If they hadn't experienced it themselves, they would never have believed what was happening before their eyes. After a brief silence, the corners of Li Guozhong's mouth gradually opened up. His face gradually showed ecstasy. Then he laughed out loud, and the laughter got louder and louder. Ha ha ha. With it, not to mention military exercises, Even the emperor and the American president will have nightmares when they sleep. Cool. Li Guozhong looked at the mecha, his excitement evident in his expression. He knew best what this thing represented. Super sensitive maneuverability, plus this high-frequency particle knife. On the battlefield, even the F-22 has to kneel down and sing conquer. The sleeping lion of Xia State was once bullied by the great powers. Now let the former great powers try. Who the hell is the superpower now? The officers had unconcealed smiles on their faces and were trembling with excitement. Some even shed hot tears. Very good. With this, let's see how arrogant he can be. Let them know what it's like to be beaten for falling behind. Looking at the excited Li Guozhong and a group of officers, Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua also had tears in their eyes. They were equally excited, and even wanted Wang Yixio to drive the mecha to kill the Emperor of Little Days. But that is not advisable. The international situation is complex, and every country has its own trump card. It's not that simple. Guozhong, the particle knife has been tested. The power should be acceptable, right? Seeing that everyone was a little excited, Mr. Hua went to the track. That's amazing. I can almost see Lao Kong's exoskeleton armor being crushed by Jiangtian No. 1. Ah. Li Guozhong was obviously still very excited. Mr. Hua was not surprised at all. After all, they had been even more excited than this before. Then he asked, "There's another weapon, a shoulder-mounted railgun. Do you want to continue the live-fire test?" Test? Li Guozhong nodded heavily. Of course I have to test it. He's completely lost today. I have become deeply obsessed with mechas. No matter how beautiful my wife is, she is not as good as this thing. Mr. Wang called Wang Yixue again. Yixue, there's a fixed target on a hill 2,000 meters away at your 11 o'clock position. Use the railgun to shoot it down. Okay. Wang Yixue responded and turned around suddenly. Lines of text instructions appeared on the screen before her eyes, which only she could see. With her quick selection, the command was completed in almost the blink of an eye. Shoulder rail gun normal. Quantum source phased array radar lock completed. Currently, there are 50,000 rounds of ammunition, plenty. Should we fire? As Wang Yixue's eyes focused on the word yes. A ball of red, hot light instantly condensed on the shoulder of the mecha. Boom. A red streak of light dragged a long line of fire and instantly hit the center of the target. Then a violent explosion occurred. The earth shook violently. Li Guozhong was so shaken that he felt dizzy and dazed. Some officers shouted, "Oh my God, there's an earthquake. What are you panicking about?" Li Guozhong glared at the panicked officers. Through the phone screen, I looked at the empty flat ground where the target was located. Li Guozhong was confused. Where's that hill? A deep sense of doubt arose in my heart. Then he simply raised the telescope and looked towards the target position himself. However, no matter how you look at it, the hill is indeed gone. All that was left was gray dust. What the hell? Where is my mountain? Where did the mountain go? I asked you to blow up the target, not the mountain. This shot is as big as a small fried egg. Li Guozhong couldn't hold it in any longer. With an almost distorted expression, he leaned back straight. The guard on the side hurriedly supported him. The officers also gathered around in a hurry. One after another anxious shouts. "Commander, what's wrong with you, Commander? Nothing must happen to you, Commander. Master, please don't die. Go to hell, who cursed me to death just now." Li Guozhong gasped for breath, trying hard to calm his inner surprise and excitement. It was really worth coming here today. With Jiangtian No. 1. Not to mention the military exercises in 3 days. I'm not afraid, even if I have to fight those jumping clowns with real swords and guns. The target shooting test is finally over. Everyone was excited, with a strong sense of excitement in their hearts. We have to have a barbecue to celebrate tonight. Otherwise, this excitement will not go away in a short time. If one meal isn't enough, try two. Everyone returned to the reception hall of the scientific research base. Li Guozhong gulped down 2 mouthfuls of tea. My mood calmed down a lot. He looked at the old man next to him. "Mr. Wang, I have an unwelcome request." "Guozhong, why are you so fussy even when you're talking? If there's anything you need this old man's cooperation with, just let me know." Old Wang smiled and rolled his eyes at him. "I want to recruit Yi Seol into the army." Hearing this, Mr. Wang's hand holding the teacup trembled. His face froze instantly. 021 Li Guozhong's speculation. Mr. Wang originally had 3 sons. The eldest and second sons were both businessmen, and the third son joined the army according to his wishes. Excellent performance and bravery in combat. During a mission to eliminate the Samaji pirates, he was unfortunately shot and killed. Now Li Guozhong said that he would let his favorite granddaughter join the army. What if I end up like Xiao Sanzi? Li Guozhong felt a little regretful as soon as he finished speaking. He had long forgotten about this matter. I just said it quickly. Mr. Wang's son has already sacrificed his life. If his granddaughter also dies, how will this 70-year-old man who has devoted his life to the country live? Haha, Mr. Wang, I was just joking. Let her enlist. Li Guozhong was just about to find a reason to skip the topic when he was interrupted by Mr. Wang. Call. Mr. Wang breathed a sigh of relief and glanced out the window. Wang Yixio was holding a popsicle in her mouth and skipping towards the reception hall. With the military exercises imminent, it's too late for you to retrain pilots now. We all know Yixue's piloting talent. Besides, Yixue and the Mecha's maker are acquainted, so we can communicate easily if anything comes up in the future. After much thought, she's the most suitable candidate. But Li Guozhong, let me be frank. If you let my precious granddaughter suffer any injustice, I'll beat you with a broom. As he spoke, Mr. Wang widened his eyes. I dare not. Li Guozhong smiled from ear to ear, looking like a chrysanthemum. Haha, Mr. Wang, we've made a promise, no regrets. Who do you think I am? You're so stubborn. But she's coming in soon, so you should ask her opinion. As for his father, I'll talk to him. Good. Wang Yixue pushed the door open and walked in. Holding a popsicle in her hand, she exudes a refreshing and lively aura. In her watery eyes, it seemed as if there were a handful of crushed stars, sparkling with tiny rays of light. Hey. Li Guozhong rubbed his hands and came forward with a smile on his face. Yixue, how does it feel to pilot a mecha? Very good, very cool. Wang Yixue blurted out. Then he frowned a little and looked at Li Guozhong. However, Uncle Li, your smile seems a bit obscene. Cough, cough, cough. Li Guozhong coughed twice quickly, straightened his back, and said seriously, Yixue, do you want to be able to drive this mecha forever? The government will take care of all the maintenance and repairs for you. When conditions are ripe, you can even drive the mecha to and from get off work every day. Yes. Wang Yixue's big, kiss-me eyes widened. That's easy. Just fill out a form and give your fingerprint. Li Guozhong said casually. Mr. Wang, Mr. Hua, and a group of military officers standing by were all stunned. Everyone was thinking, Li Guozhong has completely lost his dignity in order to trick a little girl into joining the army. Looking at Li Guozhong's eyes full of expectation, Wang Yixue actually smiled sweetly. Uncle Li, you want me to join the army as a mecha pilot, right? I'm willing to join the army. Li Guozhong was stunned for a moment. I felt sad that his actions were unnecessary and a bit despicable. He is worthy of being the descendant of Mr. Wang. There is no ambiguity in dedicating oneself to the country. After a conversation, Wang Yixue's enlistment was finalized, and the time for special recruitment was set for tonight. Nothing else, in Li Guozhong's words, the sooner the better. If it's possible now, then now. He will never let go of such a talent. After talking about joining the army, Wang Yixue found a corner to sit down. At this time, Li Guozhong suddenly said, Mr. Wang, when I came back just now, I heard you say that the designer and manufacturer of this mecha was a college student welder that Yixue found online. I think something is fishy. Everyone, including Elder Wang and Elder Hua, looked over. Wang Yixue also looked at Li Guozhong with a puzzled look. I thought to myself, what could be so strange about this matter? Is it possible that while Yixue was browsing the internet, his phone was controlled, and no matter what he clicked, he would end up contacting Su Fan? In other words, Yixue and Su Fan's contact was both accidental and inevitable. When Li Guozhong said this, Mr. Wang immediately asked the nursery rhyme next to him. Is this possible with hacker technology? It's possible, and it's very easy for Su Fan to do this. Tong Yao answered seriously. Thinking of what happened when I was investigating Su Fan's personal information, I couldn't help but laugh at myself. A master of that level would probably have been discovered as soon as she started investigating. She thought she had easily found out the other person's information. It's ridiculous to show off your sword in front of Guangong. I agree with the nursery rhyme I heard. Li Guozhong became more determined in his idea. He then said, the reason he did this was to donate the mecha he had painstakingly developed to the country free of charge in the most low-key way possible. That's not right. I asked him to make the mecha, and it only took 2 days. Wang Yixue suddenly interrupted. Before Li Guozhong could speak, Tong Yao explained first. This is indeed a coincidence, but even if you commissioned a plane or tank, he would still get this mecha for you. Anyway, he can just control your phone and change the chat history to say that you made a typo. The nursery rhyme goes like this. Not only Wang Yixue, but even Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua felt that many points matched. Li Guozhong was deeply moved. My eyes were red for no apparent reason. What a good young comrade. In this materialistic age, there aren't many people like you who do good deeds without leaving a name. Everyone nodded in agreement. The development of the Jiangtian No. 1 mecha can be said to be a great contribution to future generations. If you take the initiative to reveal your identity, the honor and status you can obtain are simply unimaginable. But Su Fan doesn't care about these false fame and material enjoyments at all. Who can hand over the Mecha to the country quietly? Many officers felt ashamed and lowered their heads quietly. Call. Li Guozhong took a deep breath and asked again. Ishiwa, how much did it cost to commission the production of this Mecha? The total amount is 3 million. I paid 1.5 million in advance, and there is still 1.5 million remaining to be paid. Wang Yishio answered seriously with blinking eyes. What a rare and talented young man. I really don't know how to describe him. Li Guozhong sighed again. Everyone was confused. Wang Yishua didn't get Li Guozhong's point either, so she asked directly. Uncle Li, does this mean anything? Li Guozhong tilted his head back slightly, trying to prevent the tears from flowing down his eyes. Sigh. Even if you're a genius, it would probably cost tens of millions to create such a powerful mecha. Su Fan must have saved all his money, sold everything he had, and scraped together all the necessary supplies to build this mecha. He even owed 3 million in foreign debt. That's why he quoted you 3 million. Maybe he just wanted to pay off his debts. Boom. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. The body couldn't help shaking. Su Fan's tenacious image of serving the country and the people stood before everyone in a trance. Upright, proud, and fearless. 022 Please do not believe in rumors or spread them. Li Guozhong, Mr. Wang, Mr. Hua, and everyone present, including Wang Yishio, felt like a huge stone was pressing on their hearts. Short of breath. I feel so upset. Wang Yishua even had tears welling up in her eyes. I'll transfer the remaining 1.5 million to Brother Su right now. No. Li Guozhong slammed the table instantly. Add a zero. Ask me to reimburse the expenses. We must not let this young scientific researcher down. We can't let our meritorious officials shed blood and tears. Wang Yishua wiped away her tears, picked up her phone, and started to verify the transfer. After one operation, the transfer is completed. Su Fan, who was far away in a rental house in the city, was so shocked when he saw the text message arrive that he dropped his phone into a basin of water. Luckily, the phone is IP1000 waterproof, otherwise I would have to buy a new one. At this time, Wang Yishio also sent a WeChat message. Princess LV, did you receive the money? You put an extra zero. The handsome man who loves reading. Princess LV, I didn't fight you much, you deserved it. Thank you, I'm ashamed. The handsome man who loves reading. Princess LV, are you free tomorrow morning? I want to see you. No. The handsome man who loves reading. Princess LV, frustrated expression. Su Fan lay on the bed and stretched. I sigh that these rich people are so rich that a casual tip is enough for an ordinary person to live for a lifetime. I have to complete the blind date arranged by my mother tomorrow morning, so I don't have time to meet this rich woman. He had just received 15 million yuan, but he hadn't figured out how to tell his mother yet. If I say it rashly, it might scare my mother. You have to come up with a good excuse. Zhonghai Military Research Base. Reception Hall. How is it? Has the fee been transferred? Li Guozhong asked with a little trepidation. Wang Yishua nodded. I transferred it, but I wanted to ask him out, but he refused. Li Guozhong nodded with an expression that showed he had expected this. He wants to retire and quietly cut off contact with you. Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua also nodded in agreement. Wang Yishua's nose suddenly felt sore and tears started to well up again. How can this person be like this? He runs away just after meeting me. Yishua, crying when something happens is not your style. Li Guozhong sighed, with a bit of sarcasm in his voice. After expressing his feelings, he gave a wink to Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua. Mr. Wang understood immediately and said, if our little Yishua wanted to find someone back then, she would have gone straight to him. That's right. When has our Yishua ever been rejected by anyone? Old Hua also joined in. Upon hearing this, Wang Yishio clenched her white and tender fists. A hint of determination flashed across his brows. You are right. You said you don't want to see me, but I still want to find you. Snort. Don't think I can't find you. I will contact my best friend later. She is the president of the Student Union of the National Defense University of China. She will definitely be able to find your whereabouts. If you want to escape from this girl's palm, no way. Seeing Wang Yishio's expression, Li Guozhong and Mr. Wang exchanged glances. This scene was noticed by Wang Yishio, who suddenly looked over. Wang Yishio frowned and said, Grandpa Hua, Uncle Li, why do you look like your evil plan has succeeded? Really? Huh. No. Old Wang squinted his eyes and laughed twice. Then he ignored Wang Yishio. The three of them, including Mr. Hua and Li Guozhong, gathered together with their heads down and whispered, so what if he's a genius? There's a saying that goes, a hero can't resist a beautiful woman. Let's keep a close eye on Yishua. We don't believe he can really get away. After we make contact, satisfy all his requests. Give what is necessary, and even what is not necessary. He can refuse it, but we can't refuse it. That night, Wang Yixue filled out the application form for enlistment. Li Guozhong signed and approved it in person. Officially became a member of the Southern Military Region, and gave Wang Yixue the first task. That is Su Fan, the inventor of the condolence mecha. At the same time, the news of a mecha taking off from Yunding Manor during the day has dominated the reports of major news media. Headline news list: suspected mecha launch in Zhonghai Qingdong hot. Douyin hot search list number 1. A certain scientific research bases mysterious black technology was exposed. Jijia Gundam. Xiaolang's Weibo trending search. Alien mecha invades Earth. Witnesses successfully escape. Hot. Xiaolang's second most searched Weibo post. What to do when encountering an alien mecha. Hot. Fox News. Shocking. 39-year-old plump young woman discovers huge thing flies up to the sky. Countless news about mechas flooded the internet, sparking heated discussions. Someone even took a video. The short video was posted on Slow Hand, attracting a large number of fans. However, not long after, under the influence of some mysterious force, all the videos disappeared mysteriously. If someone wants to type the word mechanical in the search box, they have to change it to Mujijia. This shows how powerful this mysterious force is. When netizens were shocked and confused. Douyin live streaming platform. As soon as CCTV's live broadcast room started, it suddenly became the most popular. Countless water friends flocked in. Under the lens, an old man with gray hair on his temples, wearing a military uniform, sat upright on a khaki sofa. Hello netizens, hello. Regarding the hotly debated topic of mecha on the internet today, I solemnly refute this rumor. It is completely false. Please don't believe in rumors or spread them. Everything is subject to official notification. The bureau chief was serious about what he said. The barrage of chats is booming. Hey, isn't this the director of the Strategic Research Bureau? He's moving pretty fast. Commander, I don't believe you. I was there and saw it with my own eyes. I was there too. I saw it with my own eyes +1. Me too. After the director finished speaking, he glanced at the booing comments and couldn't continue the conversation. End the broadcast as quickly as possible, otherwise you will be exposed. It's not easy to fool netizens this time. After finishing, he picked up the phone and dialed. Hey, Mr. Wong, it's done. You have to treat me to a nice drink this time. No problem. Chief, where are you? Let me tell you, our Xia country has made great progress this time. The next day, happy community. After a quick wash, Su Fan went out for a blind date at her mother's request. The woman said to meet at the customer lounge of Champs-Élysées 2 at 9 o'clock sharp. Just got off the taxi. Su Fan casually glanced inside Champs-Élysées 2 and frowned. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, you can see luxury bags and clothes that smell like cash. He was confused. Why is it a shopping mall? 023 ask whoever bought it. Don't ask me. No wonder my classmate Lu Dachuan was so surprised when I talked about this place with him last night. With doubts, I walked into the magnificent hall. The young waitress in a deep V dress at the door bent over 90 degrees. Welcome. Su Fan was amazed. High-end consumption places are just different. After looking around, I finally found the customer lounge area. Su Fan walked straight over. There was no one else in the entire rest area. It seems that the other party is late. Sitting on the leather sofa imported from Italy is a bit awkward. More than half an hour passed in the agonizing wait. Su Fan was already unhappy. If it weren't for my mother's instructions, he would have already slipped away. That's right. He is still a senior student. Why is he in a hurry to go on a blind date? Unable to bear it any longer, Su Fan picked up the phone and dialed. Hello, I'm Su Fan. Are you here? I arrived 10 minutes ago and was browsing around the Hermes counter and bought a few things. It's a good opportunity for you to come over and help me get them. It's the Hermes counter, right? Okay, hang up the phone. Su Fan walked towards the Hermes counter. I saw a girl with delicate makeup changing the angles to take pictures of 7 or 8 packed shopping bags. Hello, beautiful lady. Are you here for a blind date? When the girl heard Su Fan talking, she looked up and her eyes moved slightly. There was a hint of disdain between his brows, but he hid it well. Yes, hello, I'm Luli. Luli gave a symbolic fake smile. Then half-jokingly said, you have to behave well, and if you do, I'll be your girlfriend. Su Fan smiled and said nothing. At this time, he felt that something was not right. Seeing that Su Fan didn't say anything, Luli gently lifted her hair. I said to the salesman next to me, I want all 3 Christmas collection bags over there. Please wrap them for me. After saying that, he looked at Su Fan and gave another awkward fake smile. Can I buy it? Sure, if you like it, buy it. Su Fan said casually. What's wrong with this woman? She buys things by herself and asks me why. Incomprehensible. When Lu Li heard Su Fan say this, an inexplicable smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Look at the counter next to you again. Wow, this brown bag is so beautiful. She picked up the brown bag and gestured with it twice on her body, then asked Su Fan, is it beautiful? I think these are all suitable for me. I really bought it. It looked like he was asking Su Fan's opinion. In fact, I immediately said to the salesman, please help me wrap these up. The salesman was a little confused and asked, beautiful lady, are you sure you want to buy so much at once? What? You think I can't afford it? Help me pack it up. Lu Li was slightly angry. The young man quickly apologized with a smile. Patiently packed half of the closet's bags. After packing, the two of them walked to the cashier with bags to pay. The cashier was a girl with average looks, but a sweet smile. Sir, I've checked these for you. The total value is 115,000. Cash or card? Beauty. Ask whoever bought it. Don't ask me. Su Fan shrugged, a little speechless. He is not a sucker. How could I possibly pay such a large sum of money to a crab girl? He doesn't lack this little money now, but he's not stupid either. The cashier was stunned. The smile froze on his face. I have never seen such a situation. When Lu Li, who was standing next to her, heard this, she felt like someone had stepped on her tail. Called immediately. Aren't you here with me for a blind date? I told you to see how you perform. If you buy all of these for me, I'll give you the chance to pursue me. Su Fan almost laughed out loud. Haha. Girl, are you here for a blind date, or are you here to find a big enemy? He shook his head, losing all interest. Turn around and leave. This woman is seriously ill, don't get infected. When Lu Li saw Su Fan was about to leave, she suddenly became excited. He simply grabbed the corner of Su Fan's clothes, refused to give in, and yelled, I don't care, you can't leave anyway. I'm going. Su Fan frowned and turned his head to look at Lu Li, who looked like a shrew. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by a voice. What's going on? What's the quarrel? A middle-aged man walked over quickly. Hanging on his chest was the work badge of Manager Tan from Area A. After asking the cashier a few questions, he immediately looked at Su Fan. Brother, since you've brought a girl out, let's not be stingy. How ugly is it, you say, to have such a mess like this? Brother, let's both take a step back. You pay the money, and let the girl apologize to you. This matter will be over. What do you think? After saying that, he glanced at Lu Li inconspicuously. Su Fan raised his eyelids slightly and smiled faintly. Not so good. Manager Tan's eyebrows jumped and his face turned ugly. At the same time, National University of Defense Technology, China. A beautiful figure walked out of the school gate. The girl wore a white suspender top and denim hot pants. Soft long hair draped over shoulders. A pair of beautiful legs are long and straight, as if they came out of a dimensional painting. The students passing by all looked sideways and talked in low voices. Standing at the university gate, there was a cunning look in Wang Yixio's eyes. I have obtained your whereabouts and photos from your classmate Lu Dachuan. Champs-Élysées, right? That seems to be my father's property. I wonder where you can run. Snort. Wang Yixio drives the newly purchased 23 model Mercedes-Benz G-Class. He stepped on the oil and ran out. Ever since I started driving a Mecha, driving any car feels too slow. The other side. Tong Yao's eyes lit up when she saw the message that suddenly popped up on the computer. Immediately send a message to Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua. Su Fan is currently at 2 Champs-Élysées. According to the Trojan program, Yixue is on her way there. When Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua received the message, their faces lit up with joy. The two elders looked at each other. Should we go? Meeting now, isn't it too? Mr. Hua, it's already this late, and you're still so reserved. Get the car ready. Good. 3 military jeeps with white license plates sped out of the research base at full speed. At the gate of the base, the guard on duty held his head high and looked heroic. As he watched the car go away, his eyes suddenly rolled, and he took out a cell phone from his pocket. Hey, Commander, the two elders have already set off. Please give us your instructions. One person tells 10 people, 10 people tell 100 people. As emergency calls came in one after another. Just less than 10 minutes. Rumors are flying all over the major departments in Zhonghai City. The division commander made an unannounced visit, and the leader inspected. National meritorious veterans appeared, and the military was deployed on a large scale. Various news were spreading like wildfire. All important government departments have been mobilized. Strictly restrain your subordinates and don't cause trouble at this critical juncture. At the same time, some astute leaders had already verified the news and quietly set off. The destination is 2 Champs-Élysées. For a time, the entire Zhonghai was in turmoil and undercurrents were surging. Su Fan is the instigator. I had no idea how big a fuss I had caused. He wouldn't have thought of it either. Just because I chatted with Lu Dachuan for a few more minutes last night, it caused such a significant impact. At this time, two champelices. Su Fan leaned on the sofa not far from the cashier counter, folding his arms. With a faint smile on his face, he watched Manager Tan's chattering performance. 024 pig killing scam. Dude, chasing women definitely costs money. Let me tell you, since you like her, just pay her the money. Go back and coax him. Maybe this good thing will come true. Manager Tan then sneered and said lightly. Besides, these bags have already been packed, and you've delayed us for so long. If you don't buy them in the end, don't even think about getting a penny less of our lost wages. The words were spoken with great force. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been intimidated by him. Su Fan remained calm. Is the show over? Then I'm leaving. He wanted to get up and leave. Manager Tan saw that he couldn't scare the man anymore, and a hint of anxiety flashed in his eyes. He quickly gave Lu Li a wink. The two of them blocked Su Fan's way. You can't just leave like this. If you want to leave me the lost wages. There weren't many customers in the building to begin with, and now all the customers and salespeople gathered around. The salesman at the Hermes counter came out and said, It's not a big deal, actually. The bags aren't damaged. We can just put them back on later. Then he pleaded in a weak tone. Manager, why don't we just forget it? Who do you think you are? Manager Tan's cold eyes fell on the salesman's face. The young man's face froze and his lips trembled. At this time, the cashier lady couldn't stand it anymore. Manager, I came in and didn't do anything, and you want money. You are fired. Get out of the Champs-Élysées right now. The cashier was halfway through her words when she was stunned. There was a look of bewilderment in his eyes. Just for speaking a fair word, you were fired? Many shopping guides and sales clerks around had gloomy faces. The look he gave Manager Tan was filled with anger. Dare to be angry, but dare not speak out. Manager Tan has been working in management at the Champs-Élysées for many years and has extensive experience and outstanding performance. No one can afford to offend. There was no movement around. Manager Tan glanced around. All the staff members whose eyes met his lowered their heads. He opened his lips slightly and said sternly, Now, who else is speaking for this kid? The entire mall was dead silent. You can hear a pin drop. Su Fan shook his head helplessly. He didn't want to argue with the scabby guy. After all, he is just a mangy dog and cannot be shown in public. But if the other party persists, then there is nothing to worry about. It's just a pig slaughterhouse. Just call the police. He was just about to make a move. Suddenly, there was a sound of sudden brakes outside the lobby of the Champs-Élysées. It seemed like the security guards were all exclaiming, Beauty, you can't park here. Please move your car into the parking space. Beauty. A girl came in from the main door. She has long hair, a tall figure, and clear and bright watery eyes. A pair of straight, beautiful legs is particularly eye-catching. The first thing the girl saw when she came in was Su Fan sitting on a chair with his legs crossed. His eyes lit up, showing a smile as warm as the sun. Shaking her beautiful legs, walked towards Su Fan and the others. The originally arrogant Lu Li felt so ashamed that the words feeling ashamed were almost engraved on her face when she saw the person coming. Subconsciously took half a step back. Many people were amazed after seeing the girl. There is no shortage of beautiful women in Zhonghai City. But compared to this person, it's completely not on the same level. Manager Tan saw the person coming and felt that he looked familiar. After a moment of thought, his pupils trembled violently. A look of panic appeared on his face. This girl. It turned out to be Wang Yixue, the eldest daughter of the Wang Group. Their Champs-Élysées is only 1/10,000th of the Wang Group's assets. Manager Tan's expression changed rapidly. Like a chameleon, a bright smile appeared on his face. Bent over. Licking his face, he quickly walked towards him. Miss, what brings you here? However, Wang Yixue was excited when she just found Su Fan. Just ignore Manager Tan. Just pass by it. Walk straight to Su Fan. Su Fan, I finally found you. Do you know how much effort I put into finding you? Hearing this, a hint of doubt flashed in Su Fan's eyes. I wondered who this person was. When Manager Tan heard Wang Yixue's words, he was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. The pupils vibrated wildly. The flattering smile froze on his face. It is obvious from the words that the two have a good relationship. Moreover, there was a hint of resentment in the eldest lady's tone. A chill rose from Manager Tan's feet and climbed up his back. I shuddered violently. This person, could he be the young lady's boyfriend? If so, then you have really hit a wall. Gudong, swallow hard. Manager Tan tried his best to make his almost crying smile look more natural. He walked to Wang Yixue nervously. Miss you. Wang Yixue didn't even look at him. Said to Su Fan again. Su Fan, you don't have time to meet me. I thought you were busy developing mechas. What are you doing here? Manager Tan's expression next to him froze completely. The only hope of luck was completely shattered. Even a fool can tell that the relationship between the two is unusual. The eldest lady seems to be still throwing herself at him. No wonder he dresses so low-key. It turns out he is a scientific researcher. It's over. Manager Tan's lips turned pale and his face turned red. Wang Yixue. Su Fan suddenly realized that no one else knew that he was developing mechas. I'm here, it's a long story. Ask them. Only then did Wang Yixue look around. The cashier's eyes were red from crying, and almost everyone was glaring at Manager Tan. She frowned immediately. After asking around, I knew everything. This isn't a business, it's a scam. Even if she doesn't understand, she can still understand. A layer of cold frost formed on her pretty face. Said in a cold voice, Manager Tan, who lent you the courage? Miss, this is all a misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding. Manager Tan had a sad face, but also looked sincere. People who don't know would really think that someone had wronged him. Misunderstand. Wang Yixue sneered. The clerk said you've done this dozens of times. This is a scam. If you have anything to say, save it for the police. Besides, all the partners of my father's company will never hire people like you in the future. The same as you. Wang Yixue also looked at Lu Li. She simply looked down on this kind of woman. Lu Li's face also looked very ugly. She actually knew that this behavior was a scam, but every time she succeeded, she wanted to do it one last time. Finally failed. If I had known this earlier, I would have just gone on a blind date with Su Fan. I thought he was a poor boy. I didn't expect that he was a real dragon, that even the group's eldest daughter would throw herself at him. Lu Li laughed at herself and cursed herself in her heart for being so blind. Plop. His legs went limp and he collapsed to the ground. Dispirited, crying and sobbing softly. Manager Ten also had a sad face. I'm so regretful. The whole person is like a deflated ball. It was as if I had aged several years in an instant. He looked at Lu Li standing aside, gritting his teeth. The targets chosen in the past were all good, so why did I choose an iron wall that I couldn't afford to offend this time? Fortunately, he has some awesome friends who will figure out a solution when the time comes. See if you can make it work and get a lighter sentence, or even just a few days in prison. When the time comes, change your identity and continue your development elsewhere. Still enjoy the delicious food. Thinking of this, Manager Tan's nervous mood gradually calmed down. Finally, he looked at Wang Yixue and Su Fan, a hint of hatred flashing in his eyes. 025 originally sentenced to 10 years, now life imprisonment. Seeing that Manager Tan, who usually relied on the name of Champs-Élysées to help the evil, was dealt with, the sales staff and shopping guides around him applauded. Frankly speaking, Wang Yixue did a great thing. The girl was praised as if she were a hero who had eliminated evil for the people. Wang Yixue raised her chin at Su Fan, like a child showing off that she got 100 points in the exam. It's quite cute. Just then, the sound of brakes was heard again outside the door. This time the security guard didn't make any sound, as if he was mute. Followed by a burst of hurried footsteps. 8 soldiers wearing camouflage and armed with live ammunition quickly entered the hall and took up advantageous positions. Countless people gasped when they saw the black muzzle of the gun. His face was full of fear. The body involuntarily shrinks back. Even Su Fan was shocked. These are obviously military personnel. What are they doing here? Are you here to buy brand name bags too? Doesn't the army advocate frugality? It seemed like he guessed what Su Fan was thinking. Wang Yixue explained to Su Fan. I know these guards. They're here to see you. Looking for me. Hearing this, Su Fan was a little confused. The salesperson and shopping guide nearby widened their eyes. My forehead is full of question marks. Could it be that Su Fan has another surprising identity? Manager Ten also had a bad feeling in his heart. Everyone was shocked and puzzled. 2 elderly men in their 70s walked quickly outside the door. Grandpa Hua, this way. Wang Yixue waved to the 2 elders. The first time Su Fan saw Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua, he recognized them instantly. He stood up suddenly and straightened his back. A solemn look appeared on his face. He is a student at the National University of Defense Technology in Zhonghai. I am not unfamiliar with Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua. Both of them have made outstanding contributions and are the backbone of the motherland. Deserves everyone's respect from the bottom of their heart. Even when my father was still alive, he hoped to have the opportunity to do scientific research with Professor Wang and Professor Hua. Unfortunately, he met with misfortune. His father's last wish has always been his driving force for moving forward. Su Fan. Old Wang walked quickly to Su Fan. Excuse me, was that thing of Yixue's developed and manufactured by you? His tone was full of urgency and anticipation. Yes. Su Fan answered honestly. Good job. Old Wang's rough hands tightly grasped Su Fan's arms and shook them excitedly twice. Happy like a child. Mr. Hua standing by also kept praising Su Fan. Perseverance, serving the country and the people, the pillars of the nation. Oh. Su Fan was stunned for a moment. The mecha he developed was indeed awesome. But isn't this a bit of an exaggeration? Perseverance? Serving the country and the people? Who told you this? Su Fan felt a little embarrassed. I hurriedly said modestly. Thank you for the compliment, elders. It's really great. He is humble and will accomplish great things. Not bad, not bad. The more Mr. Wang looked at him, the more satisfied he became. Su Fan couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. How can an old man be fat? I've never seen anyone praise someone like this the first time they meet. He really praises them to death. Is there some misunderstanding here? Suddenly someone in the crowd looked startled. When he recognized the old man's identity, his eyes widened and his face was full of disbelief. He is actually Elder Wang, so the other one must be Elder Hua. Who are Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua? The salesperson next to him was puzzled. Oh my god, you don't even know them? These are the most meritorious scientists in Xia country right now. Oh my god! Exclamations rang out one after another. Hearing this, Lu Li, who was slumped on the ground, looked even uglier. Even meritorious scientists praised Su Fan so much. It's ridiculous that he had the opportunity to use Su Fan as a high branch and become a phoenix, but he missed the opportunity because of greed. You are so blind. Manager Tan's face was so gloomy that water could drip out of it. The higher Su Fan's status, the more serious the matter. The smaller the chance of him being rescued. He almost suffocated. The situation is very bad. At this time, there was another commotion outside the door. Break, close the door, all in one go. Ha ha ha. Accompanied by a hearty laugh, a middle-aged man in military uniform, with dark skin and a rough face, walked quickly towards them. A shining star of a general appeared on his epaulets. Which one is Brother Su? Let me see. Hiss. There were bursts of gasps of air all around. Countless people's eyes widened into copper bells. I couldn't help but marvel. Fuck. Even the Major General is calling Su Fan his brother. I'm fucking torn apart. Mom, why did I kneel down accidentally? Manager Tan was so frightened that his face turned pale. The upper and lower teeth collided violently, making a clicking sound. The gums have been broken. You're dead now. With Su Fan's relationship, who would be so blind as to rescue him? The birthday man hanged himself. Is he tired of living? Lu Li huddled in the corner with lifeless eyes, as if she had gone mad. I wish I could dig out my eyeballs and feed them to the dogs. I understand now. Su Fan is not only a real dragon, but also a five-clawed golden dragon. Uncle Guozhong, why are you here? When Wang Yixio saw the person coming, she immediately shouted. Xiao Yixia, since you're here, of course I'm here too. Li Guozhong smiled heartily. He walked up to Su Fan, looked him up and down, and then punched him lightly. He exclaimed, good boy. Su Fan was a little flattered. Major General, have you recognized the wrong person? I really don't know you. Without waiting for anyone to speak, a large group of people followed closely behind. Master Wang, Master Hua, Commander Li, hello. Hey Lao Shui, Lao Hong. Why do you guys like to join in the fun too? Mr. Wang obviously knew these people. Since you two elders have arrived, and Commander Li is here too, it would be a bit unreasonable for us younger generations not to show up. Both parties obviously knew each other and greeted each other. They are all from relevant departments. Manager Tan's pupils trembled violently. These faces actually matched those leaders seen on Zhonghai TV. These people are actually high-ranking officials who hold real power in Zhonghai. A breath of cold air suddenly hit me. Manager Tan's hands and feet couldn't help but tremble. With this lineup, it doesn't matter even if his friend is the American president. He is destined to spend the rest of his life in prison. He was originally sentenced to 10 years, but now he is sentenced to life imprisonment. He could no longer bear this kind of stimulation. Finally, his eyes rolled back. He kicked his legs twice. His arms shrank into chicken claws. Completely motionless. Lu Liren was completely dumbfounded. He didn't know who the last person who came in was. Anyway, it's not something a little noob like her can touch. Like a clay or wooden sculpture, he curled up blankly with his eyes closed. I regret it so much. Accept your fate. Waiting for legal sanctions. 026 free submission of the formula, Mr. Wang choked up. After some lively greetings, the bad deeds done by Manager Tan and Lu Li were exposed by Wang Yixio. A phone call from the relevant department, and the two troublemakers were handcuffed and taken away. All parties dispersed. Wang Yixia stepped on the accelerator and brought Su Fan back to the Zhonghai Military Research Base. 10-meter high indoor venue. The Jiangtian No. 1 Mecha, like a ferocious tiger, was parked quietly in the center of the venue. Su Fan gently pressed his palm on the mecha's calf. Feeling the familiar touch, I felt quite sad. When Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua saw Su Fan's expression, they thought that the mecha might really have been made by him. They also have a similar emotional attachment to the things they develop. Tong Yao and more than a dozen scientific researchers surrounded the mecha with them. Mr. Wang stroked his beard and said, "Xiao Su, at such a young age, you're able to lead a team in developing such cutting-edge technology. You're truly a hero. Are your RD assistants as young as you?" "Assistant?" Su Fan paused and said truthfully, "I don't have an assistant." Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua were both stunned for a moment, with a hint of confusion in their eyes. The knowledge involved in such a large mecha is simply unimaginable. How can a young man in his 20s like you conduct independent research and development? "I'm 70 years old. How could I believe you? No matter how much you pretend to be someone real, you'll eventually be exposed." Mr. Wang narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Xiao Su, since you independently developed this mecha without even an assistant researcher, you must be familiar with all the information about it, right?" "Yes, I am very familiar with this thing." Su Fan patted the calf wall of the mecha. "In that case, could you please introduce this component?" Old Wang pointed at the transmission rear axle of the mecha's ankle and spoke slowly. Mr. Hua, standing by, secretly gave Mr. Wang a thumbs up. "High. Really high. You'll know whether it's a mule or a horse by taking it out for a walk." Tong Yao, Wang Yixio, and the surrounding scientific researchers also looked at Su Fan. If Su Fan couldn't explain it at all, that's for sure. Su Fan must have a team of talented people under his command. "Ah, you're talking about that." Su Fan thought Mr. Wang was going to ask something, so he quickly introduced it casually. "This is an ordinary rear transmission axle, and the casting material is called carbonine alloy. The component strength grade is around 389. The reason for this strength grade is that the component design plays a 15% role, and the material properties themselves play an 85% role. Normally, a nuclear explosion would only scrape off a little of the paint. Under the action of a specific magnetic field, it has super constant temperature characteristics. Even during extreme temperature control simulations, from absolute 0 to 10,000 degrees Celsius, its core temperature can remain stable at 15 to 30 degrees Celsius." Wang Lao was confused. Eyes widened, standing there in a daze. The old face trembled slightly. It turns out that the superstructural strength of this component mainly comes from this new material, carbonine alloy. And that's not all. This material has other terrifying properties. The young man in front of me really knows all about this. Old Wang recalled that Ishue had previously driven a mecha that exceeded 4 times the speed of sound, and the temperature in the cockpit was still maintained at 25 degrees. Even later on, it went into space. Even in that extremely cold temperature, the temperature remained unchanged. A glimmer of understanding flashed in his pupils. "I see." Old Wang's eyes gradually brightened. "Call. Xiao Su, I believe what you said is right. Then can you introduce that thing again?" Old Wang pointed at the rail gun on the mecha's shoulder and said with a kind face, "Since you know everything about carbonine alloy, it's impossible that you also understand this completely." Su Fan looked up at the rail gun on his shoulder. The corners of his mouth raised with an involuntary fondness. "You're talking about that. That's simple too. It's actually an improved version of the electromagnetic railgun. It's different from the gas pressure acting on the projectile. Using the electromagnetic field in an electromagnetic system to launch projectiles, the effect lasts much longer. It can greatly increase the speed and range of the projectile. You must understand all these things, so I don't need to explain them further, right?" After saying that, he looked at Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua beside him. "This?" Old Wang's face twitched twice and turned red. Slightly shyly said, "Or, you should explain it again." "Oh." Su Fan was stunned and looked at Mr. Hua next to him. Finally, Mr. Hua nodded. "Explain it." Su Fan looked at the scientific researchers around him, and his face was even more confused and ignorant, still talking quietly in his mouth. "Do you understand?" "I don't understand." "And you?" "I can't say I didn't understand. I can only say I have no idea what you're talking about." Su Fan covered his face and thought to himself that it was really not easy to get this order. I have to explain it to these people. Never mind. It's no trouble to explain. This thing is made up of 3 parts. Energy, accelerator, trigger system. The energy source I use is the core battery storage module that comes with the hydrogen-powered engine. The accelerator needs. Said it all in one breath. Dry mouth. Wang Yixio handed over a bottle of mineral water. Su Fan gulped down 2 mouthfuls. "Anything else you want to ask?" No one spoke around. There was a brief silence. Most scientific researchers looked confused. After Su Fan finished explaining, They were even more confused. So profound. At this time, Mr. Wang suddenly said with expectation, Xiaosu, there's something else. It's the synthesis path of this carbonine alloy and the related chemical reaction formula. Do you still remember it? There was some trepidation in his words. He knew that asking this question was actually like prying into other people's scientific research results. This kind of course secret, once told to others. That means giving away your scientific research results. Although I asked this, but he didn't have high expectations. Synthesis route and chemical formula. It's all in my head. Help me find some paper and pen. Su Fan said to Wang Yishou next to him. Okay. Wang Yishou was stunned for a moment and hurried to the office to get paper and pen. Su Fan sat on the floor, holding a notebook in one hand and a gel pen in the other. Keep writing and drawing. 10 minutes later, more than 10 articles had been written. Then he handed the notebook to Mr. Wang. It contains the detailed steps for making carbonine alloy, as well as the theoretical basis. The specific chemical reaction formula is also attached at the end. Just give it to us like that. Mr. Wang was shocked. Yeah, just a few formulas, nothing more. Su Fan smiled. Mr. Wang took the notebook. My heart was beating wildly. It almost knocked the top of my head out. Just take a quick look and you will immediately know it's not fake. At this age, if you don't even have this little bit of vision, then you're really living in a dog's stomach. This manuscript is so valuable. If it were to become public knowledge, it wouldn't be surprising if it even triggered a world war. But such a valuable item was given to their scientific research base by Su Fan in a nonchalant manner. And didn't ask for anything. Free of charge. There are really not many guys like this. When people get old, they tend to become sentimental, and tears were already welling up in Mr. Wang's eyes. 027Y, is your phone different from mine? Mr. Hua's eyes were also red. Both of their lips were trembling. Li Guozhong is right. He is truly a pillar of the country who serves the people. Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua curiously looked through what Su Fan wrote. His eyes lit up from time to time. Obviously, he has entered the state. Tong Yao couldn't help but sigh when she saw Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua, who were blinded by knowledge. Originally, I wanted to confirm whether Su Fan had a team behind him, but now it's different. All were conquered. It seems that we still have to rely on this talented girl to take action. Tong Yao walked up to Su Fan with confident steps. Hello, Su Fan. I'm a computer programmer, exoskeleton armor central control system specialist, and an electronic warfare expert in the southern military region. My name is Tong Yao. Hello. The two men smiled and shook hands. Su Fan, I'd like to ask you, what computer language is used to program the central control system of the Jiangtian No. 1 Mecha? After saying this, a cunning light flashed in the nursery rhyme's eyes. As we all know, there are many ways to learn, but they are complicated, and few ways to learn are good. Since Su Fan is so good at physics, programming is definitely his weak point. As long as he can't answer, the team's affairs will be exposed. Central control system? I didn't use any computer language. Su Fan said truthfully. Tong Yao was stunned. How can we make a central control system without writing programs in computer language? Well, let me put it this way. Su Fan paused for a moment and explained patiently. Programming is about abstracting real-world problems into data processing and achieving goals through logical expression. But my central control system follows a completely different logic. It is based on physical manipulation and deeply combines artificial intelligence, GPT, to perform anthropomorphic operations to achieve the goal. You should understand what I'm saying, right? The nursery rhyme was stagnant. I didn't understand. She won the top 3 in the international hacking competition at the age of 18, but she didn't understand what Su Fan was talking about at all. But I feel like it's very powerful. No, we can't continue chatting today. If you keep talking, you'll be looked down upon. Tong Yao's eyes rolled. I understand that. By the way, can I borrow your phone? There is something wrong with Su Fan's cell phone, and this nursery rhyme has long been affected by it. Now we can use this as a breakthrough to expose the fact that Su Fan has a team. Sure. Su Fan felt that the girl Tong Yao seemed strange. He took out his cell phone and handed it over. When Tong Yao held Su Fan's mobile phone in her hand, she was stunned. So light. It looks no different from an ordinary mobile phone, but its weight is only 1/3 of that of an ordinary mobile phone. With doubts, Tong Yao opened her phone. Find the device information column. At first glance, I was stunned. System version, Xiantian 1.0. Device name, Dashui who loves reading. Storage space, 1000 T. Battery capacity, nanoneutrino power generation, no batteries required. Processor, Jiangtian 001. Processor computing power, 100 T/ms. Effective signal range, solar system. Rear camera, 1 billion pixels. Waterproof grade, IP 1000. Damn. Why is it different from mine? Tong Yao's eyes, which were already big, now widened even more. The eyelashes are like two small fans, flickering. Crazy head scratching. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This must be fake. I won't even mention the immense storage space. What do you mean by neutrino power generation does not require batteries? There is internet access throughout the solar system, and a cell phone dropped into the deep sea can still be used if picked up. Does this make sense? Tell me, is this reasonable? Even novels don't dare to write like this. Even mobile phone processors have surpassed the core computing power of the Tianhe 2 at the scientific research base. If this is true, from now on, you can use your phone to analyze test results on the computer. Tong Yao's breathing was rapid, and her perky little chest rose and fell. Be careful of the rapid thump, thump sound. She gasped for breath, trying to calm the shock in her heart. After a long time, Tong Yao then asked, Su Fan, did you modify this phone yourself? Seeing that Tong Yao hadn't spoken for a long time, Su Fan suddenly asked this question and instantly became alert. Could it be that this girl wants to get something for free and ask him to help modify her phone? So he said directly, yes, but it's very troublesome to modify the phone. Yeah, it's really troublesome. Tong Yao nodded vigorously and did not doubt what Su Fan said. At this point, the only question she could think of was one last, highly professional one. If Su Fan could still answer it, then she really had no other choice. Seriously, can you tell me more about how this Xiantian 1.0 system works? That is fine. Su Fan thought, why does this girl have so many questions? Said casually, this is much simpler than Xiantian No. 1 central control system. Its core is the efficient use of hardware resources. He finished speaking using a lot of very professional terms. Tong Yao became completely autistic. Haha, I understand. I really understand what you mean. He smiled foolishly and handed the phone back to Su Fan. She never wanted to talk to Su Fan again. This man was in her area of expertise, pressing her to the ground and rubbing her. I can't even get a word in. Facts have proved that Su Fan is the computer genius, and she deserves to be called a computer novice. Total defeat. I was convinced and knelt down to sing conquer. Is this guy even human? Physics stunned Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua. She was also crushed in the computer field. It's so perverted. At this time, Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua had already carefully protected the manuscript written by Su Fan. Seeing that Tong Yao and Su Fan had finished their conversation, Mr. Wang also came over. Xiao Su, what are you guys talking about? Nothing much. Tong Yao asked some questions, and I answered them. Tong Yao was once a genius in the Huaqing Junior class, and always had a high opinion of herself. How could she lower herself to ask others for advice? Mr. Wang's curiosity was piqued. What kind of problem? Central control system. Su Fan said truthfully. Old Wang took a deep breath, and his expression was shocked. I thought I heard it wrong. The central control system is probably Tong Yao's area of expertise. Everyone looked at Tong Yao. At this time, the little girl had buried her head in her clothes, too embarrassed to see anyone. Mr. Wang exclaimed, what a great guy. Just 2 or 3 minutes, and a computer genius became autistic? Amazing. What a profound computer science background this requires. After sighing, Mr. Wang continued. Xiao Su, if you developed and manufactured all of these, where did you make them? My intelligent processing machine tools are still in the old warehouse I rented. Su Fan didn't say Ultra Deep Technology Workbench, but simply changed it to a simpler name. After the Mecha was built, who helped you test fly it? Mr. Wang immediately raised this question. Mr. Hua was giving thumbs up crazily. It was a stroke of genius. You are proficient in physics mechanics, chemical materials, and computer technology. But what about the test flight? You can't possibly do it yourself, right? As long as you get the test pilot's name, your team will follow and be exposed. Of course, I'm the one who tested it. Su Fan said seriously. I didn't have time, so I just took a quick stroll. What? Mr. Hua suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Su Fan's arm, his face full of disbelief. You even took on the test flight? 0 to 8, how do you want me to fly? Su Fan nodded. Even now, when he sees Jiangtian No. 1, he still feels eager to do something. No one knows better than him how powerful the performance of Jiangtian No. 1 is. Only he knows how violent this behemoth will be when it is fully released from its restraints. Okay, since you said so, can you take a test flight now? Old Wang was spitting all over the place and looked extremely excited. Su Fan stepped back slightly and said, okay. He didn't say much on the surface, but he was already very happy inside. While enjoying the experience, you can also show your customers the true performance of the Mecha, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Mr. Wang looked at Wang Yishua. Xiao Yishua, I heard you say there's a co-pilot seat in the cockpit? Yes, but they are just passengers and don't have any operating authority. Wang Yishio nodded, and then her eyes lit up. Grandpa, can I follow you? Well, you should follow along. After all, Su Fan has only done it once. If there's any mistake, you can fix it immediately. There was a hint of worry between Mr. Wang's brows as he spoke. Good. Wang Yishua nodded excitedly. She now thinks about driving a mecha every day. Even driving a G-class on the street feels as slow as a snail. It's not as impressive as driving a mecha. At the instruction of Mr. Wang, Wang Yishio left her cell phone behind. Open the data synchronization app to view the mecha's data panel and driver's screen at any time. Mr. Wang even directly dispatched military satellites to ensure communications. Tong Yao, who was standing by, thought to herself that it would be a waste not to use Su Fan's cell phone. The mecha is then started, and the driver scans and authenticates and enters the cockpit. Seeing this, Su Fan directly took Wang Yishua's phone. After opening your app, enter a string of incomprehensible codes. The mecha's eyes suddenly shot out red light, and a rattling sound came from inside. Startup is completed in an instant. 2 steel arms stretched out, and Su Fan and Wang Yishua were lifted into the cockpit. Click. The cockpit is closed. A dull mechanical sound rang out from inside the mecha. Each control unit is normal. Beam weapon not mounted. Dragoon system not mounted. Current driving mode, master. Quick start completed. Waiting to attack. The voice disappeared, and Wang Yishua opened the passenger seat and sat down. Although it is a passenger seat, the position is very crowded. Fortunately, there is also a holographic helmet. But what surprised her now was that the voice Su Fan used to start the mecha was completely different from the one she used when she started it. She had no idea what fast start mode was. And the driving mode used by Su Fan is actually master. Even though she had driven it many times, it was only in normal mode. Wang Yishua turned to look at Su Fan. Is this guy a little too arrogant? She felt vaguely uneasy. I hope nothing goes wrong. Fasten the safety buckles and the buttons under the helmet. Su Fan glanced at Wang Yishua and kindly reminded her. I know, you don't have to tell me. Wang Yishua gave Su Fan a cold look. Put all safety measures in place. I agree with what Su Fan said. Just like you have to fasten your seatbelt when driving, you have to fasten your safety buckle when driving a mecha. Besides, Su Fan was driving this time, so she was really unsure. Next time, connected with Mr. Wang by voice. Su Fan asked, Mr. Wang, how do you want me to test fly? Do your best. Old Wang said with some worry. Su Fan's eyes lit up. Do your best. Doesn't this mean that I can fly however I want? There was a flash of excitement in his eyes. The operating mode options are cut out on the holographic helmet. As the visual focus changes. Finally, it comes down to the 4 words King mode. Wang Yishio's pupils shrank suddenly. I shuddered all over. He looked at Su Fan nervously. Su Fan, what are you doing? Can you please stop trying to show off? Or let me get off first. However, Su Fan was concentrating on adjusting the data and had no time to communicate with the people around him. Follow closely. Wang Yishio heard a voice that made her very uneasy. Bite. Current driving mode switched to King. Posture control restrictions have been lifted. Hydrogen engine restrictions have been lifted. Weapon system restrictions have been lifted. Phase array situational danger warning has been closed. Oh my god, Su Fan, I want to go down, I want to go down. Wang Yishio felt a chill down her spine and screamed in surprise. All assisted driving measures are turned off, and all aspects of the mecha's performance are maximized. It's just playing with your life. However, the only response she got was the prompt sound from inside the mecha. Jiangtian number 1, set off. The sound fell. Su Fan shook his head and said, it's too late. Pull the joystick sharply. Boom. A ball of fierce fire suddenly burst out from the vector nozzle. Push the mecha to burst out horizontally. A strong sense of pushing back instantly affects the back. A feeling of suffocation enveloped Wang Yishio. Next time, the soles of his feet collided with the floor, creating a ball of golden sparks. It splashed onto the surrounding researchers, burning several holes in their clothes. Just out of the indoor venue, Su Fan pressed the climb button and controlled the lever with both hands at the same time. The attitude adjustment system provides thrust together with the back propulsion system. The mecha faces the sky. It instantly rose from the ground, causing a sonic boom. 100 meters above the ground, it directly broke the sound barrier. Wang Yishua was shocked. Oh my goodness. Is this really the mecha she is operating? It feels completely different. Oh my god, I'm so scared. Boom. The deafening sound made the glass of the scientific research base clatter. All the flower pots on the windowsill fell to the ground. It was smashed to pieces. Mr. Wang, Mr. Hua, and the others all covered their ears and only breathed a sigh of relief when the sound faded away. Old Wong watched the mecha disappear, and then he sighed. You're still too young, impatient, and not calm enough. When the mecha also took off, Ishua looked very gentle. It makes people feel at ease. Mr. Wong, let's take a look at his current data in all aspects. Mr. Hua reminded. Mr. Wong nodded. Put Wong Ishua's mobile phone in front of everyone. What comes into view is a blue and white sky and rapidly approaching clouds. There is also a data panel in the lower right corner. Everyone looked at the lower right corner first. Current mode, King. Comprehensive thrust, 1100 kN plus, low thrust data is not provided in King mode. Body temperature, 1000 degrees Celsius. Speed, Mach 10.8. Evaluation, everything is normal. Is this normal? There were countless gasps of shock from the entire audience. Everyone's jaw dropped. Gah! Mr. Wong was even more direct. Bloodshot streaks appeared in his eyeballs. Its mouth opens wide enough to swallow a light bulb. The old face tensed up instantly, and all the wrinkles on his face disappeared. I couldn't catch my breath. He leaned back suddenly. Fuck, Mr. Wong. What's wrong, Mr. Wong? Don't die, Mr. Wong. The person next to him supported him immediately. Tong Yao was quick to act, and quickly gave Mr. Wong an oxygen tube. Master Wong, stay calm. Seeing that Mr. Wong could no longer hold back, Mr. Hua hurried to encourage him. Even though he had just swallowed a quick-acting heart pill, Mr. Wong said hurriedly with a trembling voice. It's okay. I'm fine. Look at the screen. Everyone turned their eyes to the screen again. 029 Newton is about to open the coffin lid. Current mode, King. Comprehensive thrust, 1500 kN plus, low thrust data is not provided in King mode. Body temperature, 1600 degrees Celsius. Speed, Mach 16.8. Evaluation, everything is normal. Crazy. Nearly 17 times the speed of sound. The driver is crazy. The mecha is crazy. All the scientific researchers went completely crazy. They all pulled their hair frantically. Their eyes were bloodshot and their anger was splitting. The whole place was filled with the sounds of countless people's outlook on life collapsing. Values also shattered to the ground. When there is no time to catch your breath, the mecha has emerged from the clouds. The azure sky gradually turned into darkness. After a few breaths, the reference object was completely lost on the screen. Can't tell where this is. In the cockpit of Jiangtian number 1, Su Fan watched as the vision in front of him turned dark. Whisper, turn on dynamic vision compensation. The holographic helmet suddenly became able to see things in the dark. Wang Yishio on the side was completely numb. In addition to fear, people were shocked by Su Fan's driving skills. Sonic boom takeoff, so scary. Even in that violent climbing mode, he was still able to operate the mecha at a very detailed level. This level is definitely a peak that she cannot reach. I have learned a lot. It's so depressing. I used to think I had a talent for piloting mechas. Now I think it's a joke. Comparing people will make you die. Comparing goods will make you throw them away. Self-confidence suffered a critical hit of 10,000 points. Su Fan didn't know what Wang Yishio was thinking. He concentrated his attention and pushed the right joystick sideways. Pull back with your left hand. The mecha made a beautiful turn, hanging steadily in space. The vision becomes brighter. Quantum dynamic vision compensation is automatically turned off. A blue planet appeared in the eyes of Su Fan and Wang Yishua. The blue and white surface of the planet is wrapped in a layer of silver gauze. The faint halo makes the planet look extremely holy. Behind it is an endless starry sky. Wang Yishio's nervousness quickly subsided, and sparkling little stars gradually lit up in her eyes. Such a spectacular view is never too much to see no matter how many times you see it. Under the halo of light, her profile was outlined delicately. The skin is soft and tender, like a freshly peeled boiled egg. She is also very beautiful. Su Fan was also appreciating the beautiful scenery in front of him. I was shocked beyond words. The mecha stopped its main engine output, and only the miniature vector nozzles in various parts of the body were working, constantly adjusting the posture of the mecha. Let Su Fan and the others always face this aquamarine planet, floating slowly in the silent geosynchronous orbit, following the pull of gravity. This scene left the group of scientific researchers stunned. Took a few breaths of oxygen. Only then did Mr. Wong calm down a little. Looking at the spectacular scene on the phone, I asked, how long did it take for the mecha to get from the ground to space? Reporting to Mr. Wong, only 20 minutes have passed since the mecha started up quickly. What? Old Wong's eyes suddenly widened. He quickly looked at his watch. Is this actually true? It really only took 20 minutes from the ground to geosynchronous orbit. Break out of the Earth in 20 minutes. Hee. Crazy. Unable to think. At this moment, all brain cells died collectively and were completely wiped out. If Newton knew this data, Would he be furious? If Einstein saw this situation, he would probably remain silent. Mr. Wang shook his head. Get your unthinking brain back to working as soon as possible. Mr. Hua also took another quick-acting heart pill. You know what? This thing is really useful. If you come into contact with Su Fan, you must carry at least 10 of them with you. No, 20. If there is any missing, we can't save them. After a few minutes of dead silence, Mr. Wang finally spoke with difficulty from the silence. Said to Su Fan on the phone, Xiao Su, how do you feel? I feel it's still a little lacking. It's probably because the laser weapons and dragoon system have not been installed. It's not perfect enough. Su Fan frowned slightly. Isn't this perfect enough? Wang Lao was stunned for a moment, thinking to himself, how tiring. Talking to Su Fan can easily lead to a myocardial infarction. Just follow his words. Staying alive is the most important thing. Okay, when you come back, I'll make sure to fix this mecha. You name the cost, and I'll take care of it. No problem, I love working. Su Fan was so happy to get the job again and get enough money. I have to show off the mecha's performance again. Maybe I can get some extra rewards. Thinking of this, Su Fan looked towards the distant moon. Someone had been there before. There is also a moon landing monument and Arm's footprint standing there. How about stopping by and have a look? Think of this. Su Fan tilted his head slightly and said, hold on tight and sit tight. Wang Yixue was shocked and guessed that Su Fan was going to do something again. He hurriedly grabbed the buckle in front of him with both hands. Crack! Su Fan pulled the joystick violently. The hydrogen-powered engine exploded. Four azure fire snakes spewed out blue tail flames more than 8 meters long. Dense Mach rings are irregularly arranged in the flames. A strong thrust pushed the mecha into synchronous orbit and flew towards the cratered lunar surface. Su Fan glanced at the data panel in the lower right corner. The speed is only Mach 20. I can't help but sigh. Hydrogen-powered engines are undoubtedly the most environmentally friendly and flexible to use, but it is still slightly inferior to nuclear power. Seeing that Su Fan seemed to be worried, Wang Yixue thought, it seems that geniuses also have troubles. Zhonghai Military Research Base. Mr. Wang, Mr. Hua, and a group of scientific researchers. They all looked at the direction the mecha was flying in confusion. His eyes were full of curiosity. Shouldn't this guy be returning home? Xiao Su, where are you planning to go? Are you not coming back? Old Wang couldn't help but ask. I'll take Yixue to see the moon. Su Fan said casually. Okay, then come back soon. What? Where? The moon? Old Wang's body trembled violently, and his beard exploded. No, it's too dangerous. The climate there is harsh, and accidents are too easy to happen. You are a precious treasure of our country, and we cannot afford to lose you. Besides, the moon is 380,000 kilometers away from Earth. It's no joke. How can you possibly reach it in just a few days? Even if you arrive, do you have enough energy to return? These are all problems. When Su Fan heard this, he immediately understood what Mr. Wang was worried about. Don't worry, Mr. Wang. I have enough time and energy. I'll try to be back before lunch. After saying this, I was afraid that Mr. Wang wouldn't believe it. Flip open a red plastic cover from the manual operating table in front of you. A button appears below. Su Fan took a long breath. A slap landed on the button. The mecha suddenly emitted a rapid warning sound. Afterburner mode activated. Backup energy startup. The mecha's optimal flight posture has been adjusted. Energy import bypass ratio reallocation completed. Vector nozzle conversion device miniature connection completed. Enter afterburner mode. The prompt tone ends. The 4 vector nozzles on the back of the mecha quickly deformed and elongated. The azure flames burst out like a wild beast that had escaped from its cage. Unparalleled thrust applied to the cockpit. The feeling of blood being forcibly drained from the body rushed straight to the brain. The mecha was like a red beam of light, drawing a straight long line in the universe and rushing towards the moon. 030 This is the moon. Scientific research base. Mr. Wang's body shook. My whole body was shaking. 20 times the speed of sound has exceeded his cognitive limit. Now there is a boost mode. Today, the world's advanced fighter jets also have afterburner mode. Once the engine starts afterburner, it means that the aircraft will release all its potential and reach the maximum speed. Ordinary supersonic fighter jets may be able to directly exceed twice the speed of sound after turning on the afterburner mode. But the problem is that this mecha is now traveling at 20 times the speed of sound. What will happen if we turn on the afterburner mode? When Mr. Wang was lost in thought, Mr. Hua next to him accidentally saw the data panel in the lower right corner. Current mode, King Plus Level 1 Power-Up. Comprehensive Thrust, 2,800 kN plus. Low thrust data is not provided in King mode. Body temperature, 3,100 degrees Celsius. Speed, Mach 43. Evaluation. Everything is normal. Old Hwa's eyes suddenly widened to the size of eggs. His mouth opened wide enough to fit a fist. Hatchy, rapid breathing. It's about to end. His eyes kept rolling upwards. Tong Yao was the first to notice that something was wrong with Mr. Hwa and was shocked. Hurry up and hold him. Shout. Quick. Give Mr. Hwa a quick-acting heart pill. Someone nearby frantically pulled out a small yellow bottle from Mr. Hwa's mouse suit. He poured out a small black pill and gave it to Mr. Hwa to take. Mr. Wong was also shocked by this sudden situation and came back to his senses. My eyes accidentally caught sight of the data panel in the lower right corner. Note that the speed above has become Mach 45. Gah! He couldn't catch his breath, and his whole body was twitching. Weak body stiff chaff. The researchers were suddenly in a panic. What happened to Mr. Wong? Don't scare me, Mr. Wong. Exclamations rang out one after another. Tong Yao was in a panic, but not confused. She shouted loudly. Hurry up and give Elder Wong some quick-acting heart pills. It will be too late if you delay any longer. The two old men were helped to a chair nearby. Each of them took a small pill. A nasal oxygen tube was inserted. The horror on his face didn't fade at all. They knew the unit of Mach very well. Not to mention mechas. Even for fighter jets designed entirely according to fluid mechanics, it would be extremely difficult to break through twice the speed of sound. Those who have participated in the development of the K-series fighter jets know this very well. The difficulties involved are hard to describe in words. But even such a difficult thing seemed to be no problem at all for Su Fan. A 5M mecha should conservatively weigh 15 tons. It's such a big guy, and you told me it flew at 45 times the speed of sound. I wouldn't believe it even if you gouge out my eyes. If he hadn't seen the data panel with his own eyes, he would definitely think that the person who said this was a psychopath. The two old men leaned back in their chairs in a daze, falling into deep doubt about life. Su Fan heard panicked voices from the other side through the audio system. Knowing that there might be some emergency over there, he ignored it and concentrated on driving the mecha. Wang Yishua's holographic helmet was for the co-pilot only and did not have the function of connecting to the ground audio. So I don't know the situation. Moreover, she had just adapted to the current speed, but was still gasping for breath. As he got closer and closer to the moon, his expression became increasingly excited. Years ago, Ames walked on the moon. Leave a footprint on the moon. And he claimed that this was a small step for him, but a big step for mankind. Now the two of them are close to the moon again. Even if we can't set foot on the moon, it's enough to be proud of. Wang Yishuo's mood at this moment is indescribable. I felt touched, emotional, and almost uncontrollable excitement. Su Fan suddenly said to Wang Yishua, "We're close enough, it's time to slow down. Get ready, slowing down will be just as painful as speeding up." "Okay, I'm ready." Wang Yishuo took a few deep breaths. He gripped the safety buckle with both hands, and his muscles tensed. Her chest was heaving violently, and it was obvious that she was not as calm as she appeared on the surface. Card weight. Su Fan used both hands to control the entire mecha and flip it over. The back engine nozzle is pointed towards the moon and the engine power is turned to maximum. The Jiangtian No. 1, which was originally speeding at 45 times the speed of sound, was instantly enveloped by a huge reverse force. The eyeballs of Su Fan and Wang Yishua were almost completely pressed into their eye sockets. All the blood splashed onto the back of his head and back. A horrible feeling of suffocation came over me. Plop, plop. Under the intense pressure, the heart was almost squeezed flat. Even after calculation, it was found that humans could withstand such a huge force. But Su Fan still felt like he was going to die. At this moment, Su Fan suddenly had an idea in his mind. In the future, I will have the opportunity to develop a drug that can enhance human physique. Even now, Jiangtian No. 1 has not reached its strongest state. The human body's endurance is the biggest shackle that restrains mecha. As the suffocating pressure subsided, the mecha finally hovered above a vast and desolate planet. It was the middle of the day, and what I saw was, everything is gray and desolate. It seems to represent death. This is the moon. Wang Yishio's heart was shaken, and she murmured in a trance. Let's go to the moon landing memorial and take a look at Arm's footprints. Su Fan pulled the operating lever. The mecha rushed into the moon's gravitational field. Although it is far away, the quantum phased array radar system has found the remains of the lunar sea base left behind by Arms when he landed on the moon. On Earth, scientific research base. After breathing oxygen for a while and taking the medicine, Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua have basically recovered their mobility. The first thing to do was to pick up the mobile phone left by Wang Yishio. The phone password was unlocked successfully. The app is still connected and running. The researchers also gathered around and looked at the screen on their phones. I saw the mecha rushing towards the surface of the moon at a speed of Mach 5. Yet everyone thought it was normal. If he flies at Mach 1 or 2, that's really not Su-fan style. After experiencing the baptism of Mach 45, the experts at the scientific research base have become more resilient. The moon landing is already underway. Old Wang exclaimed, cold sweat breaking out on his palms. Mr. Hua standing by also had bloodshot eyes and was breathing rapidly. If Su-fan lands successfully, it will be of great significance. He represents not only himself, but also the entire Xia kingdom. The blood of my Xia country flows in my body. Mr. Wang, do you want to report this to your superiors? After all, this matter is worth celebrating by the whole country. Tong Yao reminded. Let's take a look first. Even if we report it, we can't make it public. Mr. Wang said seriously. Whether it's this Mecha or Su-fan himself, what they need most is protection. Everyone nodded and agreed. No matter which major invention or genius inventor is exposed to the spotlight, he or she will face unimaginable crises. Above the moon, as the Mecha dived at high speed, the uneven gray-brown lunar soil became clearer and clearer. I see. Su-fan was extremely excited and shouted loudly. The Yuehai base was already in sight. Attitude adjustment vector nozzle activated. The Mecha's posture was adjusted in all directions, and its speed also dropped sharply. Wang Yixue in the co-pilot seat, and countless people in the scientific research base. They all held their breath. I dared not blink, closely staring at the scene of the Mecha finally landing on the moon. Boom! There was a sudden earthquake, and the Mecha landed steadily on the ground. Both feet are slightly embedded in the lunar soil, and it seemed like my right foot stepped on something. But none of this matters. What's important is that he is about to see the moon landing monument, and the first footprint of mankind on the moon in front of the monument. Yixue, please help me look around and see where the monument is. When Su-fan was speaking, he was unaware that Wang Yixue was blinking her big eyes and looking at him strangely. 0311 small step for Mecha, one giant leap for mankind. Even the personnel at the scientific research base who were about to cheer wildly stared at their phones with dull expressions, petrified and unable to move. What's wrong? Su-fan saw that Wang Yixue's expression was not right. Let's find the moon landing monument quickly. Let's see what it looks like. This way, our trip won't be in vain. Other people travel abroad, but this also counts as traveling outside the Earth, right? Wang Yixue's eyelids twitched, and she spoke with difficulty. Su-fan, when you landed just now, did you notice that you stepped on something? It seems like it stepped on a stone and hit the right foot of the Mecha. What happened? Su-fan frowned in confusion. Guess what the Mecha's right foot is stepping on? Su-fan frowned even more tightly. Thought about it for a moment. The pupils trembled violently. Fuck! With a strange cry, he quickly moved the Mecha's right foot away. He stepped on the great moon landing monument and buried it into the lunar soil, leaving only the top exposed. As for Arms's footprints, they have been trampled away. At this moment, Su-fan was stunned. A giant step for mankind, just gone. He did it. If Arms knew this, he would be so angry that he would fight to the death. Mr. Wang and the others were also staring blankly at their phone screens. I didn't know what to say for a moment. If this matter were to be exposed, Su-fan would definitely become the target of attack by many people who claim to be international justice. The Xia kingdom would also be condemned for destroying the most precious cultural relics in human history. Ahem. Mr. Hua coughed a few times and looked around. His eyes are quite sharp. No one saw what happened today. Do you understand? What are you talking about? Mr. Hua was playing on the computer just now and didn't pay attention. Tong Yao understood and said seriously. The attitude of the researchers next to him suddenly changed. Countless people rubbed their eyes. I don't know what's wrong with my eyes. I can't see clearly. I need to apply some Mying Long. What a coincidence, me too. Are you? Hee, I'm sure you do too. When you buy Mying Long, help me order some. And mine. Tong Yao was standing aside, the corners of her mouth twitching wildly. These grandchildren reacted quite quickly. The question is, does Mying Long cure eyes? Seeing everyone's performance, Mr. Hua stroked his gray beard with satisfaction. Mr. Wang looked at Mr. Hua and gave him a thumbs up. Well done. Afterwards, all the scientific researchers were sent away and returned to their respective posts. The observation and learning ends here. Only the old couple, Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua, were left, and Tong Yao was taking care of them. On the moon, Su-fan looked at the witness of human landing on the moon that he had stepped on. I feel a little guilty about it. Think for a while. He simply stepped on it again and pushed hard twice. The Mecha's footprints have penetrated more than 1 meter underground. There is no air on the moon, and of course no wind, so this footprint should last for a long time. Then he reached out and scribbled a line of words on the ground next to him. A small step for Mecha, a giant leap for technology. After finishing writing, I frowned slightly, feeling that my handwriting was crooked and not very good looking, but that's it. After doing all this, he pulled the joystick hard and quickly got away while Wang Yixuo was stunned. Boom. The afterburner mode was activated and the mecha disappeared from the surface of the moon in an instant. Only a huge 70 centimeters footprint was left. It was a quick trip here and an even quicker trip back. Su Fan said he didn't want to delay lunch. In afterburner mode, the mecha's engine runs like crazy. At 45 times the speed of sound, the distance between the moon and the Earth does not seem so far away. Wang Yixuo couldn't help but be fascinated by Su Fan's control of the mecha as if it were his own arm. If only she could reach this level of proficiency. Along the way, I asked Huxin some questions about driving. Su Fan taught patiently. After all, the customer is God. This is his principle in doing business. Only by adhering to principles can we achieve long-term development. Half an hour later, the mecha had entered geosynchronous orbit. Further ahead is low Earth orbit and the space stations of various countries. Su Fan didn't stop and sped all the way. Dragging a long blue flame, it rushed into the atmosphere like a cannonball. At the same time, we also don't forget to provide good after-sales teaching. Yixuo, you look good. The attitude adjustment and breaking of Jiangtian number 1 are actually very simple. You do this first, then that. As Su Fan spoke, he used both hands to fiddle with the joystick smoothly. That's all. Now it's what people call falling leaves. All the main engines of the mecha were shut down, leaving only the attitude adjustment vector nozzles working. The mecha flew, spun, and fell like a falling leaf. Well, do you understand now? Ah, this. Wang Yixuo smiled stiffly. I was speechless. He looked at his hand, then at the joystick held by Su Fan. I couldn't help but fall into deep doubt. My hand seems to be different from Su Fan's. Isn't this my hand? A set of mecha's leaf-falling movements completely stunned Wang Yixuo. Seeing that Wang Yixuo didn't say anything, Su Fan thought that the girl probably didn't like the movement of falling leaves. Then teach him another one. Yixuo, don't worry. Since you bought my mecha, I will teach you until you are satisfied. This next one is called the paperclip maneuver. Look at how I control it. As he spoke, Su Fan performed another extremely difficult operation effortlessly. The mecha fell from the sky, dived straight down, and suddenly turned and braked. The next moment, it rose rapidly again, and in just a few seconds, it made a 180-degree turn like a paperclip. This move is relatively simple. You must be able to do it, right? Wang Yixuo was completely silent. His face was pale, and he looked like he had lost all hope in life. She finally understood why Tong Yao had talked about autism with Su Fan before. Don't you have any idea how good your skills are? Are you deliberately trying to attack people? Wang Yixuo's self-confidence was shattered. She felt wronged and wanted to cry. From childhood to adulthood, she has been excellent in everything she does. Even Wang Ning and the family could not compare to her no matter how hard she tried. Now she finally felt real frustration. There's no comparison. Compared to this person, you will feel what despair is. Su Fan looked at the watch, and it was already 12 o'clock. I thought I would just forget about it today and teach her when I have the chance in the future. This business did make money, but after-sales service is really difficult. Deciding to end the teaching temporarily, Su Fan drove the mecha quickly towards the ground. Further down is the Zhonghai Military Research Base. Wang Yixuo finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was afraid that Su Fan would continue to teach her. It was not that she didn't want to learn, but she really couldn't understand. She was too embarrassed to say she didn't understand. She was afraid that Su Fan, the highly skilled teacher, would think she was stupid and would never teach her again. When the mecha was parked indoors, Wang Yixuo finally breathed a sigh of relief. A smile of surviving a disaster appeared on his face. Su Fan followed Wang Yixuo to the meeting room. Old Wang and Old Hua were waiting for them with kind smiles on their faces. Xiao Su, I didn't expect you to be such a good driver. If you have time in the future, please teach Yixuo. This girl is very smart and will learn quickly. No problem, Mr. Wang. Su Fan nodded respectfully in agreement. Facing Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua, he felt great respect in his heart. Wang Yixuo, who was standing by, was desperately trying to wink at old Wang, as if to say, Grandpa, please stop praising me. I'm so embarrassed. After some conversation, Su Fan received another commission from Mr. Wang. That is to build another similar mecha and improve the laser weapons and dragoon systems. Su Fan had no reason to refuse. Firstly, Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua were people he respected very much. Secondly, the other party offered too much, a full 10 million. Excluding costs, we can make at least 5 million. 032 Prelude to the military exercise. After the cooperation was finalized, Mr. Wang also gave Su Fan a special authority. The military procurement channels of Xiaogua's scientific research base can be used. If you need any materials, you can directly tell the nursery rhyme and let the nursery rhyme connect with you. There is no charge for materials obtained through this channel, and the cost is paid by the state. Su Fan's eyes suddenly brightened. This was simply a business with no profit. They are worthy of being the national team, so rich and inhumane. The only requirement is to visit Su Fan's R&D and manufacturing workshop in 2 days. Su Fan agreed without thinking. The customer is God. After having a meal at the research base and adding contact information to his group of people, Su Fan left the base at noon. Back to his abandoned factory again. Looking at everything familiar in front of me, Su Fan's lips curled up into a smile. Jiangtian number 1 will be delivered in the evening, and we need to purchase the materials first. Certain special materials required for beam weapons and dragoon systems are subject to control, which is why they were not installed before. A densely packed list of materials was sent to Tong Yao. The other party directly said that it was no problem and most materials could be delivered within an hour. Su Fan replied 666. Southern Military Region Division Headquarters. As soon as Li Guozhong returned, the military exercise mobilization that had been prepared long ago began. In a lecture hall that can accommodate 1,000 people. The seats were packed, and almost everyone with a badge on their shoulder was there. Li Guozhong entered through the main gate with his guards. Everyone stand up and applaud. Crash. The warm applause was like an overwhelming wave, each one higher than the last. Seeing the excitement and enthusiasm on his subordinates' faces, the burden on Li Guozhong's shoulders inexplicably became heavier. Before the Southeast military exercise, the Southern Military Region was defeated by the Eastern Military Region 3 times in a row. The 3 failures made the officers and soldiers of the 8 modern armored combined divisions of the Southern Military District unable to hold their heads up. Every time these division commanders went to the Southeast United Military Headquarters for a meeting, the other side would use this matter to make sarcastic remarks. Without saying too much, just Lao Kong's face is so damn arrogant. This time, the exercise mission fell on Li Guozhong's new type of Marine Armored Combined Division. Li Guozhong carried the hopes of 8 divisions and more than 80,000 people from the Southern Military Region. I can't lose again. If I lose again, I will be too embarrassed to face anyone. Soldier. You can bleed and you can die. Just can't lose. Li Guozhong listened to the prolonged applause. He knew that the soldiers trusted him from the bottom of their hearts. From the clear eyes of the soldiers, one can see their desire for victory in this military exercise. Li Guozhong came on stage with the division's combat staff. Face all officers in the hall. He raised his hand slightly to signal to stop clapping. Then he spoke loudly into the microphone. Soldiers, the military exercise will begin in 2 days. The background of this exercise is different from previous ones. It is an urban siege, and we play the role of the defender, the blue team. The exercise location has been set at the newly built Southeast Military Exercise Base. We have been defeated 3 times in a row. The Southern Military Region shares honor and disgrace. As soldiers of the 8th Marine Combined Armored Division, we have endured 3 great humiliations. This time, we want to take back the lost honor. When 2 meet on a narrow road, the bravest will prevail. I would rather die 1 step forward than live 1 step back. In this exercise, our Blue Army will definitely win. Do you have confidence? As soon as Li Guozhong finished speaking, more than 1,000 people in the audience raised their arms and cheered. Have. The Blues will win. The Blues will win. The shouts were so deafening that they almost blew the roof of the hall off. Everyone's blood was boiling, their eyes were determined, and they were holding back a lot of energy. Why did their Eastern Military Region win 3 times? This time, let us, the 8th Marine Division, regain the lost face of the Southern Military Region. Can't lose. If we lose, the 8th Marine Division will be the center of the Southern Military Region. As the other few people finished speaking, the mobilization meeting was a complete success. Li Guozhong brought all the people from the staff and brigade levels to the division headquarters combat discussion room. Although the slogans were loud, the expressions of several staff officers were not very good. Staff Officer Yang, you're an expert in urban siege warfare, so please speak first. Commander, I'm not trying to boost others' morale or destroy my own prestige, but we are just unlucky this time. The thin Staff Officer Yang gently pushed his glasses and shrugged. Why? Explain it more clearly. Li Guozhong frowned. In this military exercise, the Red Team is the Eastern Military Region's 3rd Mechanized Infantry Division. They've collaborated with the Eastern Research Institute to create a new type of exoskeleton armor, especially suitable for use in urban sieges. Staff Officer Yang shook his head and sighed. As far as I know, that exoskeleton armor has been mass-produced to over 100 units. It's too difficult for us to defend against that kind of thing in a high-rise building. Indeed, driving our tanks into a city for street fighting is too impractical. We were drawn on the defensive side this time. How unlucky. Brigade Commander Su standing by clenched his fists and sighed. After they both finished speaking, the whole room fell into silence. The atmosphere is a bit depressing. Only two people who had followed Li Guozhong to the scientific research base before had expressionless faces. After hearing about exoskeleton armor, there was even a bit of disdain in their eyes. Li Guozhong's expression remained very calm from beginning to end. No one spoke anymore. Li Guozhong suddenly said, "Everyone, the battle hasn't even started yet, and you're already scared?" "Commander, it's not that I'm scared, it's just that my luck is too bad, and the enemy's exoskeleton armor does sound scary." Staff Officer Yang gritted his teeth. "If we also had exoskeleton armor, why would we be afraid of them?" Staff Officer Yang. Li Guozhong walked to Staff Officer Yang with his hands behind his back and said meaningfully, "They have exoskeleton armor. Do you think we don't have any secret weapons?" Staff Officer Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. The staff officers, brigade commanders, and regiment commanders beside him also looked at Li Guozhong with sudden enlightenment. Li Guozhong did not continue with what he had just said, but stood up straight and said seriously, "This operation is special. I have already formulated the battle plan. To prevent leaks, I will directly issue combat missions to each department before the battle begins. The troops will march out tomorrow morning and enter the Southeast Military Exercise City." "Yes, yes." Everyone stood up straight and saluted. However, the doubt in his eyes did not diminish. What on earth was this commander up to? He seems very confident. But facing the enemy's 100 exoskeleton armors, what secret weapons can compete? It would be fine if I didn't come to the meeting, but I would become even more confused once I attended. I hope the teacher didn't make up this secret weapon out of thin air just to comfort people. It's late at night. Inside an abandoned factory building in Zhonghai City, various materials are classified and piled around. Jiangtian number 1 was parked in the distance. The ultra-deep technology workbench is rumbling. The 10 robotic arms wave dazzlingly. The clanging sounds of mechanical friction and collision and the crackling sounds of laser welding came one after another. After upgrading to level 2, the workbench becomes more complete and occupies a larger area. The speed of manufacturing products is much faster than the previous LV1. Apart from consuming 1,000 technology points, Su Fan was very satisfied with everything else. This new mecha has slightly different appearance and weapons, and also consumes 900 technology points. There are only 2,300 technology points left. If he wanted to fulfill his father's last wish and build a deep-sea submersible, he would need to get at least 5,000 more technology points. This military exercise is a good opportunity to harvest shock. There should be enough shock to convert a large number of technology points. Su Fan did not go home that night and spent the night on the small wooden bed in the warehouse. Because the nursery rhyme said that the materials for making laser weapons and dragoon systems were on the way and might be delivered just in the middle of the night. Su Fan could only fall asleep to the rumbling sound of the Chaos Hen technology workbench. It was 5 a.m. the next day, and it was still dark. A crisp prompt sound rang out. Jiangtian number 2 completed. Su Fan looked at the completely completed new mecha, his eyes flashing with excitement. I felt eager to try it out. How about going out for a walk before daybreak? 033 Jiangtian number 2. Can I take it for a test drive? Once the thought comes up, I can't suppress it. He jumped up from the bed. It also has a fiery red paint job. The difference is that the design of this mecha focuses more on long-range attacks. The left arm is integrated with a double-row rail gun, and the other arm is directly integrated with a micro-missile launch port. At just one glance, Su Fan liked it very much. Just as I was about to take action, the phone rang. After picking up the phone, Tong Yao's tired voice came from the other end. "I'm at the door. Open it and unload." Su Fan responded and hurried towards the warehouse door. Squeak. The iron gate was wide open. Tong Yao's petite figure drove over in a heavy truck. Su Fan was not surprised because the previous batch of materials was also delivered by Tong Yao personally. It is said that this is to keep the mecha secret. It's not time to make it public yet. Don't let others know. After the truck drove into the warehouse, Tong Yao got off the car sleepily, still mumbling in his mouth. "I'm so sleepy. I have to go back and have a good sleep later." He rubbed his eyes and looked towards the Super God workbench. Huh. Why is the mecha different? No, this isn't Jiangtian number 1. After realizing what was happening, Tong Yao shuddered violently. I guessed something instantly. My mind suddenly became clear. He looked up at the huge monster in front of him. A strong visual impact hits you in the face. Tong Yao seemed to see a huge wave of fire 10,000 meters high crashing down from above her head. For a moment, I had difficulty breathing. My heart is shaking. Her delicate breasts rose and fell. My legs were shaking, and I could barely stand. Sharp twin rail guns, ferocious micro-missile launchers, and this fiery red paint job. In an instant, Tong Yao's eyes exploded. The delicate girl was stunned. After a long time, Tong Yao still couldn't calm down. Her small chest rose and fell. Breathing heavily. After calming down a little, Tong Yao asked expectantly, "Su Fan, can I go into the cockpit and take a look?" Sure. This mecha was commissioned by a scientific research base. Tong Yao is a member of the scientific research base after all. Not to mention joining it to take a look. Even if she wants to drive it out for a stroll, there is no problem. Su Fan is serious about treating customers. After taking out the modified version of the mobile phone, Su Fan pressed a few buttons on the phone. The mecha entered the quick start mode. There is basically no difference between it and Jiangtian number 1. The two quickly entered the cockpit of Jiangtian number 2. The sci-fi cockpit seems to come from the future. There seem to be a few crushed stars in Tong Yao's eyes, shining brightly. So cool. Can I take a test drive? Tong Yao asked weakly. I feel a little embarrassed to speak this time. No problem. Su Fan agreed again. His motto is that the customer is God. When people go to buy a car, they can also test drive it. It's not too much to buy you a mecha and test drive it, right? So under the guidance of Su Fan, Tong Yao, a computer genius, quickly learned how to operate it. Moreover, the weight ratio of this mecha is somewhat different from that of Jiangtian number 1. It might be a little harder to control, sacrificing control in exchange for beyond visual range sniping capabilities. What surprised Su Fan was that thanks to Tong Yao's top-notch understanding of the central control system, he was able to control the mecha very smoothly. After half an hour, I was able to use the novice mode for simple operations. As the sky began to brighten, the mecha was driven back to Su Fan's abandoned warehouse. Tong Yao was in the cockpit, saying that she wanted to simulate driving to improve her proficiency. I also want to be a mecha warrior in the future. Su Fan ignored her. Sometimes the client's demands are just so weird. It's none of our business. There was a truckload of scarce materials sent by Tong Yao. Su Fan's improvement of the mecha has just begun. Neither Jiangtian number 1 nor number 2 are equipped with laser weapons and dragoon systems. Now it is the process of manufacturing and installation. After a busy day, Su Fan only had some takeout ordered by Tong Yao. At night, the system prompted that all weapons were installed successfully. The complete forms of Jiangtian number 1 and number 2 appeared in Su Fan's eyes. At this moment, there is an additional laser launch port on each side of their bodies. Above the vector nozzle on the back, there is a pair of things that look like mechanical wings. When fully extended, it is 6 meters wide. This is the dragoon system. Su Fan woke up Tong Yao, who was sleeping in the cockpit of Jiangtian number 2. The two men sent the mecha back to the Zhonghai military research base overnight. After completing all this, Su Fan could finally have a good rest. As long as we wait until this military exercise is over, the technology points should be able to reach more than 8,000, and then we can fulfill my father's last wish. The next evening, Southeast Military Exercise Base. Li Guozhong led the 8th Marine Armored Combined Division and entered the training city overnight. From any perspective, this place is a completely modern city. The difference is that no civilians live there. Built for drills. 3 tank regiments, a motorized infantry regiment, a self-propelled artillery regiment, an anti-aircraft regiment, etc., all deployed. The entire military exercise city was defended like an iron barrel. But many officers are worried and afraid of the enemy legion's exoskeleton armor. In the dark night, 2 buzzing sounds flew over the soldiers' heads at an incredible speed. I can't see clearly at all. Li Guozhong stationed the division headquarters in a bungalow in the center of the city. There are open squares in front and behind the bungalow, and 6-story brick concrete buildings on both sides. It is open in front and back, and is shielded by buildings on both sides, making it very suitable as a temporary combat command center. However, the division commander Li Guozhong was not at the division headquarters at this moment. Instead, he brought the guard squad to a secret location in the training city. Seeing the 2 mechas falling rapidly above his head, Li Guozhong's chest heaved and his expression was excited. Jiangtian number 1, Jiangtian number 2, long time no see. 2 mechas suddenly pierced down from the sky. A violent gust of wind blew up, spreading dust everywhere. The fascinated person cannot open his eyes. Boom, boom, boom. The ground shook violently twice, and the dust dispersed. Two mechas with stunning visual effects appeared in front of Li Guozhong and the guard squad. Li Guozhong glanced at the two mechas. Jiang Tian No. 1 had an extra pair of steel wings, but he had never seen the other mecha before. The slightly exaggerated twin railguns and the micro-missile launch port. There were also huge steel wings behind it, which caught his attention the moment it appeared. His chest heaved, and his breathing came in short gasps. Trembling with excitement. I can't wait to run up to her and give her a mad kiss. So cool. So cool. Anyone who takes one look at it will fall in love with it. It is designed entirely according to the aesthetic of real men. The guards behind them all widened their eyes when they saw the two mechas. My eyeballs are about to burst. I was so shocked that I couldn't close my mouth. I like it more than seeing my own wife. If they were asked to exchange their wives for mechas, they would definitely do it without hesitation. Who cares about a wife? Driving a mecha and destroying walls is great. 034 The whole line is in crisis. Are we going to lose? Among them, only 2 guards had seen the Jiangtian No. 1 with the division commander, and the rest were seeing the mecha for the first time. Everyone was shocked. Kaz. The cockpit doors of the 2 mechas opened at the same time. Wang Yixio and Tong Yao were sent down by the mecha's big hands and walked quickly to Li Guozhong. Hello, Commander. The 2 men, wearing camouflage military uniforms, saluted in unison. It has a heroic and valiant feel. Seeing the 2 women coming, Li Guozhong finally suppressed his inner turmoil. Women are as capable as men. Thank you both for your hard work. Commander, we are ready for battle. Please issue the combat mission. To strike a fatal blow when the Red Army is most relaxed. The 2 women were like confused nuns, totally bewildered. One is a new recruit who just joined the army, and the other is a rear-line personnel specializing in electronic warfare. None of them have ever seriously participated in such large-scale frontline combat. Li Guozhong smiled mysteriously without further explanation. He just asked his men to cover both mechas with black cloth. Then let Wang Yixio and Tong Yao hide nearby and be ready to attack at any time. After giving instructions to the 2 men, Li Guozhong hurried back to the division headquarters. The trump card is ready, and the military exercise will officially begin at dawn. At the same time, outside the city, Eastern Military District, 3rd Mechanized Infantry Division, there were tens of thousands of people fully armed. Tanks, armored vehicles, armed helicopters, etc. were all on high alert, rumbling and quickly arriving at designated locations. There was no intention of concealing his whereabouts. This is to prepare for a head-on confrontation. The rear of the Corps, the Red Division headquarters. There was a confident arc on the corner of Master Kong's mouth. His mouth is almost crooked from smiling these days. It was a city attack and defense battle, and he was the attacker. It's simply the right time, place and people. If they fought head-on in an open field, he might have been a little wary of Lao Li's 3 tank regiments. Nowadays, in this kind of urban warfare, we just need to fight our way in. Tanks are of no use at all. They are like blind tigers moving through the city streets and are nothing to be feared. In street fighting, his exoskeleton armored regiment is the strongest. This is also his ultimate trump card. This time, we must teach Lao Li a profound lesson. If you fall behind, you will be beaten. In modern warfare, technology is king. Whoever masters high technology will see the balance of victory tilt towards him. At this time, the phone at the division headquarters rang. The chief of staff reported after answering the phone. Commander, the exoskeleton armored regiment has arrived at the designated position and is awaiting your next combat instructions. Master Kong's eyes gleamed with brilliance, and he said seriously, "Tell Captain Yi, division headquarters has issued an order. All silence. All radios and other communication equipment shut down. No one is allowed to move without further instructions. Even if you have to poop in your pants." Yes. The chief of staff immediately conveyed the order. Master Kong looked at the night sky outside the window and said to himself, "Old Li, don't blame me for being ruthless. You've already lost this exercise. I can already imagine how furious you are, huh?" Not far from the military exercise base, there stands a 2-story building. Circle the area around the basketball court. It is a strict rule that no one from the red or blue sides is allowed to enter here. There were 5 big words written in red on the wall: Exercise Observation Area. The second-floor hall was brightly lit. In the middle is a huge real-life sand table. The huge display on the side wall is divided into 10 small screens, which are playing the combat power data of all parties involved in the exercise, as well as real-life camera footage. Most of the movements on all sides of the battlefield are under their surveillance. 2 gray-haired old men stood in front of the sand table and pointed. They turned out to be 2 veteran commanders of the Southeast War Zone, Zhu Guodong and Luo Bing. Old Zhu, It looks like there's no suspense. Heavy tanks are at a huge disadvantage in urban combat, and Kong Erling's place is said to have just deployed an exoskeleton armored regiment, which is a formidable weapon in urban combat. That's right, Shao Kong is definitely sure to win, and judging by the red team's current deployment, this Shao Kong is very cunning and will definitely not give the blue team any chance. After saying that, Zhu Guodong stroked his gray beard and looked at the old man who had spoken earlier. Lao Luo, why don't we just stop the show altogether? Is this one-sided exercise really that meaningful? The arrow is already on the string, it must be shot. Luo Bing pursed his lips and shook his head. We can only wait until the battle is over and comfort Shaoli. This will also be a major test of their troops' ability to withstand failure. Only a team that can stand up after failure can truly be invincible. The next day, it was dawn. A red flare exploded in the sky. The military exercises of the red and blue sides of the Southeast Military Region have officially begun. Speed is of the essence in war. The exercise started just 5 minutes ago. Li Guozhong's division headquarters received a call for help from the front line. The frontline positions were subjected to a barrage of artillery fire. Most of the fortifications were destroyed. Request artillery support. Li Guozhong's face was as gloomy as water, and he immediately ordered our artillery battalion to fight back. Fire towards the enemy's launch point and beat the hell out of him. After an hour of bombardment, the Red Army's tank and armored regiments advanced rapidly, moved closer to the houses on the edge of the city. Li Guozhong's division headquarters received constant calls. Except for the rear, all other positions were requesting support. The staff officer beside him couldn't help but suggested, "Division commander, why don't you consider sending troops from the rear to support these critical positions?" You're wrong. Even though there hasn't been a single shot fired in the rear, in my opinion, the real emergency is there. What do you mean, master? I don't understand. You'll understand soon enough. After Li Guozhong finished speaking, he looked at the staff officer and said in a deep voice, "Divisional order, 1st Tank Regiment, hold fast to the rear. Do not move an inch without my order. If you lose this position due to negligence, I will not forgive you. The enemy they are about to face is far more terrifying than the one they are facing on the front lines now." Yes. The staff officer immediately conveyed the divisional order. Li Guozhong looked out the window with a calm expression. Cold sweat broke out on my palms. I don't know what happened to the investigation team that was sent out. Whether or not the Red Army's division headquarters can be found will play a crucial role in the battle situation. 2 hours later, the frontal attack became increasingly frantic. The pressure is too great. The position was almost untenable. The east is in crisis. Emergency in the south. The west is in crisis. At this time, the phone rang. And even more shocking news came. The Red Army actually airdropped a large number of paratroopers to conduct infiltration operations. Even airborne special forces have appeared in civilian houses not far from the division headquarters. Li Guozhong's expression remained unchanged as he issued orders in a deep voice. Guard the division headquarters firmly. As long as the division headquarters is safe, the so-called infiltration doesn't make much sense. The other side. Commander Kong leaned back in his chair at the division headquarters, holding a military teacup in his hand. He blew gently twice at the rising hot air. Slurp. After taking a sip of hot water, I feel refreshed all over. Then he slowly said to the staff officer beside him, "Send the order from division headquarters. The exoskeleton armored regiment will attack and must capture the Blue Army division headquarters within the hour. 035, you finish your song. I will take the stage." "Yes, Commander." As the order was delivered, there were thousands of exoskeleton armored corps lurking behind Li Guozhong's defensive position, and fierce light flashed in their eyes. Been lurking for so long. There was not even time to go to the toilet, and he was wearing something like a diaper. Everything is for the thundering blow now. Brothers, charge into the Blue Army Division headquarters. Capture Li Guozhong alive, kill. In the dense forest, thousands of soldiers wearing exoskeleton armor and carrying 56-1 light machine guns quickly rushed towards the rear positions. Seeing this, the Blue Army Tank Regiment immediately launched an attack. However, the dense forest was too close to the position. The exoskeleton armored regiment, with less than half its casualties, passed the tank position. Without any hesitation, he rushed into the streets. Because the exoskeleton is more flexible than a tank and can give the soldier wearing it great strength. A single person can operate a light machine gun. After entering the streets and alleys, the firepower was extremely fierce. The guard regiment guarding the division headquarters immediately attached itself to the attack. Both sides opened fire intensively. Countless soldiers were declared dead in accordance with the exercise regulations. Blue Army Division Headquarters. Division Commander, the enemy exoskeleton armored troops are less than 5 kilometers away from here. If our division headquarters doesn't move, we're in danger of being captured alive. Latest report, the enemy has advanced another kilometer. Airborne troops are guiding their positions. They're clearly heading for division headquarters. Commander, please move. The noisy sounds in his ears did not make Li Guozhong lose his judgment. He ignored what the combat staff said and asked the signalman, "Has the reconnaissance team got any news?" "Not yet. We haven't been able to contact them an hour ago." "Could it be?" The communications soldier looked depressed and hesitated while speaking. "It's possible they were killed, but there's another possibility. They've penetrated deep into the Red Army's core and entered radio silence just to avoid being discovered by the enemy's electronic reconnaissance battalion." Speaking of this, Li Guozhong couldn't help but clench his fists. The winner will be decided soon. "Lao Kong, are you ready?" Exercise Observation Office. In front of the big screen. The battlefield situation is in full view. After Luo Bing finished his final calculations, he shook his head helplessly. "I'm afraid Xiao Li can only hold out for another hour at most. I never expected that the fully armed 8th Marine Combined Armored Division would be defeated so completely. It's consistent with last night's prediction. The blue team's terrain isn't advantageous, and the red team's exoskeleton armor is indeed effective." Zhu Guodong said this with a hint of doubt in his eyes. However, right after the exercise began, Xiao Li sent out a reconnaissance team. They split up into smaller groups and penetrated the Red Army's core area, seemingly heading for the division headquarters. "I'm curious. With so few troops, he can't capture the division headquarters even if he finds it. What exactly is the purpose of this scout group? It's so confusing." Luo Bing chuckled. "No matter what the point is, the blue team is doomed to fail. It's almost time for us to evacuate. There's no point in watching any longer." Zhu Guodong nodded in agreement. 10 minutes later, Blue Army Division Headquarters. The signalman stood at attention and shouted, "Report to the division commander. Urgent military information. The vanguard of the enemy exoskeleton armored regiment is less than 1 kilometer away." The staff officer next to him was horrified, and even Li Guozhong, who had always been as steady as a rock, trembled. Less than 1 kilometer away, which means that in less than half an hour, we will reach the doorstep of his division headquarters. "Commander, retreat." "Commander." Everyone in the division urged them on. Li Guozhong was also a little overwhelmed. But he knew that even if he retreated, failure was inevitable. Ding-ling-ling. Suddenly, the landline phone rang quickly and the operator answered the call instantly. Immediately his eyes lit up. Reporting to the division commander, the forward scouts report that they have found the exact location of the enemy division headquarters. The coordinates are 79 degrees 33 minutes east, 32 degrees 51 minutes north. Bang! Li Guozhong punched the table next to him, causing the water in the cup to splash everywhere. It attracted a group of surprised looks. He didn't care at all and just made a call. "Yishue, Tongyao, target the Red Division headquarters. Coordinates 79 degrees 33 minutes east, 32 degrees 51 minutes north. I give you both 10 minutes to capture them alive." The person on the other end said, "5 minutes is enough," and hung up. Lao Kong, I want to see you cry this time." Li Guozhong threw his cell phone to the communications soldier. "Connect to the large screen display at the division headquarters." The communications soldier was a little confused. There seemed to be nothing to see on the black screen of the mobile phone. "But we must do what the commander tells us to do." After the connection was completed, everyone found that the screen was split into two, displaying 2 pictures. But it was so dark that I couldn't see what it was. Just then, a deafening sound suddenly came out from the screen. The black cloth covering the mecha was shattered. My vision suddenly became clear. 2 mechas with sharp shapes and metallic luster appeared in the eyes of countless people in the division headquarters. The ferocious steel wings and the sharp and ferocious railguns. There are also the 4 giant vector nozzles behind him, and the red cross that suddenly appeared in his eyes. The moment it appeared, it blinded countless people's eyes. This moment, the entire division headquarters was dead silent. Countless people stopped breathing. The eye socket and eyeball were cracked. The rapid heartbeat seemed to jump out of the throat. After a brief silence, the chief of staff's trembling voice rang out. Master, is this thing real? This thing is very beautiful, but what's the point of having 2 mecha models? Let's evacuate." The surrounding people were talking halfway. A deep blue flame suddenly burst out from behind the mecha on the screen. The next moment it soared into the sky. The vibrations caused by the 2 mechas were extremely violent, as if a small earthquake had occurred. The tremors were felt directly and tangibly at the division headquarters. The staff officers were stunned. The body was trembling slightly. "Holy crap, It's actually a mecha. Am I dreaming? Oh my god, I almost fell to my knees just now. Countless people in the division headquarters slowly recovered from the shock. The excitement on his face gradually grew. Everyone became excited. Everyone finally understood that the secret weapons the commander mentioned were actually these two mechas. Thanks to the holographic simulation system of the mecha, the people at the division headquarters can also see all the details of the two mechas on the screen. Everyone was immersed in shock and excitement. I couldn't calm down for a long time. After receiving the order, Wang Yixio and Tong Yao immediately drove the mecha to attack. The two walked one in front and one behind, with Wang Yixio leading the way. Less than 100 meters above the ground, it increased its horsepower and took off with a sonic boom. Tong Yao was not willing to lag behind and also increased the speed. The moment two sonic booms appeared above the exercise base, this caused tens of thousands of soldiers fighting below to look up. Everyone was shocked and stood there, rubbing their eyes frantically. Even though I rubbed my eyeballs to pieces, I could still see the mecha above my head. It seems that I am not seeing things. Many soldiers on both sides who had already been exchanging fire simply stopped firing temporarily, looked up at the sky, and muttered, "Oh my god, what the hell is that?" The two mechas disappeared over the military exercise base with sonic booms that tore through the sky. Fly out of the city. Red Division Headquarters. Commander Kong leaned back in his chair with his legs resting on the table in front of him, humming a little tune. Langry Boy. 036 The Autobots have invaded Earth. According to the time calculation, the battle should be over in another 20 minutes. The result, of course, was a crushing victory for the red team. It can add more luster to your resume. Although it was hard for Lao Li, there was nothing he could do. In a military exercise, one side will always fail. Failure is the mother of success. At worst, after this is over, I can get a few exoskeleton armors for Lao Li. Comfort the wounded heart of old comrade. Ha ha ha. It makes me happy just thinking about it. The entire division headquarters was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Commander, do you want to hold a celebration banquet tonight? A staff officer suddenly said. Of course. It's a must. We need to prepare some delicious dishes. Sudden, a dull buzzing sounded overhead. The division headquarters tent shook violently. The sound of hula hula kept coming. What's going on? Is there a typhoon? Commander Kong exclaimed in surprise, feeling uneasy. No wait for further reaction. The stronger wind was like a tidal wave, almost making the entire division headquarters tent into a circle and making it swell up. The inclined steel cable broke with a bang sound. The strong wind lifted the entire tent off the ground and blew it into the sky. Commander Kong's temporary division headquarters lost its roof in an instant. There was chaos on the ground. Everyone, be careful. There's a typhoon coming. Stay safe. Commander Kong's coat was blown away, leaving only a red vest on his upper body. Just shouted this. But then he saw a red figure falling from the sky at an extremely fast speed. Before I could raise the telescope to see it clearly, the red steel figure was already before our eyes. Without slowing down, it hit the ground heavily. Boom. Accompanied by violent ground shaking. Spiderweb-like cracks spread across the earth. Commander Kong and everyone in the division headquarters were stunned. Looking at the steel mecha hanging above his head, he was completely stunned. His lips kept trembling. Make an ABA sound. After a brief moment of unconsciousness, he recovered and shouted hurriedly. Report quickly, the Autobots have invaded Earth. After shouting, he dragged his legs as if they were filled with lead and called on everyone to run quickly. He just turned around. A red light fell again. The ground shook violently, this time even more exaggerated than the last time. A big hole was smashed into the rocky ground. Another mecha with a sharp shape and overwhelming power blocked Commander Kong's way. Commander Kong was so frightened by the reappearance of the mecha that he fell to the ground. He crawled up to sit up. As soon as he looked up, he saw a double-barreled cannon that was thicker than his head pressed tightly against his pale face. The cold touch made him feel cold in his heart. Commander Kong's eyes were bloodshot. His face turned red. The whole person couldn't stop shaking intermittently. Suppressing the shock in his heart, he asked with a trembling voice. Autobots, what are you doing? The staff officer next to him was shocked. They were originally scared to death, but were impressed by Master Kong's righteousness. As expected of Commander Kong, he actually has the guts to negotiate with the Autobots. The brothers were all in tears. In an instant, Commander Kong's image in the eyes of the staff rose several feet. At this time, the mecha actually made a half-human, half-mechanical sound. Lead your soldiers to surrender to the Blue Army immediately, and report the surrender decision to the Military Exercise Observation Office. Commander Kong was startled. I was even more shocked. An extremely horrifying speculation suddenly appeared in my mind. Li Guozhong and his troops defected to the Autobots? What the hell? After realizing this, Commander Kong felt extremely complicated. Old Li looked honest and loyal, but he actually betrayed us. Pooh. Although his lips were dry, it did not prevent Commander Kong from spitting out vigorously. Since you, Old Li, have betrayed me, I will compromise first. Preserve your manpower and surrender temporarily. Commander Kong said to the signalman who was already frightened beside him. Tell the entire division to surrender to the Blue Army and not make unnecessary sacrifices. At the same time, he took out his cell phone and called the Military Exercise Observation Center. Military Exercise Observation Area. Luo Bing and Zhu Guodong were already going downstairs and were preparing to leave after a short rest. After they saw the strength of the exoskeleton armored forces, they determined that the battle was no longer suspenseful. Continuing to watch is just a waste of time. At this time, the phone rang. Luo Bing picked up the phone and saw that it was the Red Army's Commander-in-Chief, Kong Erlangzi, calling. According to the exercise regulations, no contact with the observation office is allowed during the exercise. It looks like the exercise is over. Hey, Xiao Kong, you're here to share the good news right after your victory? You're such an impatient guy. There was a crying voice from the other side. Reporting to the commander, our division headquarters has been attacked by the Autobots, and now the muzzle of the gun is pointed at my face. Under their threat, I have completely surrendered to the Blue Army. What? Luo Bing was stunned for a moment. Then his face turned angry. Absurd. You've watched too many damn Transformers. Don't blame me for not warning you. Spreading rumors during wartime will result in a military court. When the other party heard this, he hesitated and paused for a moment before saying, Commander, it doesn't have to be an Autobot. It could also be a Lightbringer or a Gundam. Hey. Luo Bing almost died, and his face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Xiao Kong was clearly teasing him. After commanding the Southeast War Zone for many years, this was the first time that his subordinates treated him like a fool. They actually made up something like the Autobots. It's also the Light Messenger Gundam. Lao Zhu, the former leader, is right next to him. If he tolerates this, how can he survive in the military in the future? Good. Very good. Master Kong, since you are so sure, connect the video to me. If you don't see the Autobots, I'll have you court-martialed. Luo Bing's face flushed red, veins bulged on his forehead, and he roared angrily. Zhu Guodong, who was standing by, finally understood. I also felt it was too absurd. You are the commander of a Marine division, and you are playing such a weird joke with the head of the Southeast Military Region in broad daylight. It's really too much. But there must be a reason for it. It may be that he has been subjected to some major stimulation and has mental problems. We'll know after having the military doctor do a brain CT scan on him. A minute later, Luo Bing's phone really received a video invitation. Yo, huh? You actually dared to video call me. I want to see where these Autobots come from. Next time. Video connected. Luo Bing sneered and looked at the screen of his mobile phone. At a glance, the huge and slender double-barreled gun muzzle glowed with a cold metallic luster. It was pressed against Commander Kong's face. Behind it was a giant steel mecha like an iron tower, its eyes emitting a creepy cross-shaped red light. The sharp edges and sharp shape, with an unparalleled sense of oppression, instantly caught Luo Bing's eyes. They really are Autobots. Luo Bing was confused. Zhu Guodong next to him was also dumbfounded. His mouth opened wide, his face was filled with fear, and his eyes popped out. It may be because he is old and can't stand too much stimulation. His eyes kept rolling up. The guard next to him was frightened and screamed in surprise. He hurried forward to support him. Old Chief, what's wrong with you? 037A come back. Fortunately, Zhu Guodong took a few deep breaths and recovered. Opposite of video. When Commander Kong saw the expressions of the two leaders, he knew that they believed it. Finally, I can breathe a sigh of relief. At this time, the double gun barrels were slowly retracted. The red light in the mecha's eyes quickly faded, and the 4 vector nozzles behind it also stopped working. Kaz. Kaz. 2 dull voices rang out. This made the guards surrounding them instantly alert. Everyone looked towards the mecha cockpit where the sound came from. The cockpit opens. Wang Yixio and Tong Yao both leaned forward. He smiled and saluted Commander Kong. Commander Kong was dumbfounded. How about Fat C? Not an Autobot. How could there be 2 girls? Could it be aliens disguised as humans? It's possible. Master Kong bravely said loudly. Which galaxy are you aliens from? Report to Commander Kong. Tong Yao held her head high and responded loudly and clearly. Major Commander of the Electronic Countermeasures Battalion of the 8th Marine Armored Combined Division, and pilot of the Crimson Sky 2 Mecha, Tong Yao. Wang Yixue also raised her head and said loudly, "Report to Commander Kong, captain of the Mecha Special Operations Team of the 8th Marine Armored Combined Division. Jiangtian No. 1 pilot, Wang Yixue." After saying that, Wang Yixue couldn't help but smile. Said in a normal tone, "Commander Kong, you have completely surrendered. We have won this military exercise. It's time for us to leave." After saying that, Wang Yixue and Tong Yao waved at Teacher Kong and the camera on Teacher Kong's mobile phone. Return to the cockpit. A mechanical prompt sounded above Commander Kong's head. Engine exits sleep mode. Posture adjustment completed. Power transmission is normal. Weapon mount normal. Can attack. Boom. 2 airways more than 10 feet high rolled out from all sides and spread in all directions. The tent that had just landed was blown into the sky again. The 2 mechas simultaneously exploded a ball of azure flame on the ground. Vertical liftoff. After being dozens of meters above the ground, it adjusted its posture, and immediately a clearly visible sonic barrier cloud burst out from its tail. It transformed into a red light that was almost invisible to the naked eye and disappeared above everyone's heads. Commander Kong stared at the direction where the mecha disappeared, lost in thought. His eyes were numb and his expression was dull. The divisional staff standing by were all in a similar situation. Each one looked like they had just had a dream. But the mess before him and the huge hole left by the mecha proved that this was not a dream. Commander Kong suddenly remembered that the video was still on. Suddenly looked at the phone screen. But he found that the expressions of the 2 old leaders seemed frozen. If you don't know, you might think the signal is bad and stuck. After a long time, Commander Kong and Chief Luo looked at each other in silence and hung up the phone tacitly. Immediately afterwards, Li Guozhong received a call from Chief Luo. As soon as I picked up the phone, I heard the chief's sarcastic voice. "Good job, Shaoli. You're doing great. It would be a waste of your talent if you didn't go into intelligence." 2 such huge pieces of metal, yet the news didn't leak out in advance. You can maintain confidentiality to this extent. It's truly amazing. Taught me and Lao Zhu a lesson. We 2 old bones would like to learn from you. When Li Guozhong heard this, he jumped up from his chair with a look of panic. No. Commander, you're embarrassing me. I have no choice. If it had been exposed earlier, would you have let me use something of this level? After all, based on the mecha's true combat power, it would seriously disrupt the balance. 1 person and 1 mecha could just push it over directly. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Besides, after all, I was your soldier before, and I learned all this from you. Luo Bing originally thought that Li Guozhong's explanation made sense. Later, he started to laugh and scold. "You damn it. You blame me for not teaching you well, right?" No, old commander, I just learned something wrong. It has nothing to do with you. Absolutely nothing to do with you." Hearing the old soldier Li Guozhong laughing, Luo Bing was too lazy to criticize him. Changing the topic. All right, let me ask you something. Tell me honestly, how powerful are those 2 iron lumps? When this question was asked, in addition to Luo Bing, Zhu Guodong next to him also pricked up his ears. That's what they really care about. After all, whether it is the red side or the blue side, they are all troops from their southeast war zone. Any minor incident during a military performance is not a big deal. What they care about are the 2 mechas that helped Li Guozhong achieve a stunning comeback. If that thing can be deployed on a large scale, it will definitely improve the overall combat capability of the southeast military region. Next time they have an exercise, I'll send a mixed mecha company over to cause trouble and crush them. It's best not to sleep too deeply at night. The same goes for Eagle Sauce Lao Bai. It's exciting just thinking about it. I heard the old leader ask this. Li Guozhong thought to himself, this is the purpose of this call. He cleared his throat and said solemnly, "If you want to know if that thing is powerful or not, I simply can't describe it to you. That's pretty fierce. Very fierce. Ga Meng." Li Guozhong got a little excited when talking about mecha. He said with great joy, "You don't know? I was there during the combat test. It's such a huge mountain, but 1 railgun shot at it, and it's gone." The Russian Bear's T-54 tank was originally used as a target for missiles, but after 2 hits from the particle knife, it was instantly shattered. The 10 centimeters thick armor was chopped into pieces like tofu. Li Guozhong's excited expression made Luo Bing on the other end of the phone frown slightly. Maybe the mecha is indeed powerful, but it's not as powerful as he said. There is indeed some exaggeration. But no matter what, there is no doubt that those 2 mechas are very powerful war machines. As for performance improvements, you can take your time. 038, you don't treat carbonine alloy as a treasure at all. The 2 chatted a little more about the confidentiality of the mecha. It is conceivable how great an impact such a powerful war machine would have if it rashly appeared on the international stage. At present, a strict gag order must still be implemented. Once a mature mecha production line is established in the future, perhaps it will be possible to make a real appearance on the international stage. Afterwards, Luo Bing agreed to attend the commendation meeting the day after tomorrow and inspect the work at the same time. After hanging up the phone, Li Guozhong curled his lips. What kind of inspection work is this? It's obviously just to see the mecha. Okay, since you want to see it, I'll let you see it. High-frequency particle knives, railguns, laser weapon systems, micromissiles, and dragoon systems, I'll show you all of them one by one. Remember to bring quick-acting heart pills. Don't be scared to death. In the evening, Wang Yixio and Tong Yao drove the mecha back to the Zhonghai military research base. Wang Yixio drove the jeep from the scientific research base, carrying Tong Yao, Mr. Wang, and Mr. Hua, and drove lightly to Su Fan's abandoned warehouse. I have already agreed with Su Fan to visit his RD workshop tonight. Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua were very excited. What a magnificent place it must be to have a research and development workshop that can produce such powerful mechas. It's fascinating just to think about it. The car sped along. If speeding was not prohibited on the highway, Wang Yixue can drive the car to fly. I'm used to driving a mecha, so driving is really too slow. It can't even fly. Isn't that infuriating? The off-road vehicle sped all the way and soon drove into an abandoned industrial park. After dark, no one shows up here. The jeep drove quickly to a warehouse. With a sudden brake, Tong Yao, who was sitting in the passenger seat, almost flew out of the front windshield. Seeing Tong Yao's dark face, Wang Yixio shrank her neck embarrassedly and smiled. Mr. Wang got out of the car, glanced around and frowned. No matter how you look at it, this place doesn't look like a high-tech research and development place. Mr. Hua standing by also had the same puzzled look on his face. Things are a bit outrageous. In such a remote place, you tell me that we can produce technological products that are decades ahead of the world? No matter how you think about it, it's really ridiculous. Seeing that everyone stopped, Tong Yao reminded them. The warehouse in front is Su Fan's RD and manufacturing workshop. Master Su sent me a message in advance saying the door is unlocked. Just push the door open and you're in. Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. In this shabby environment, developing a tractor is a struggle. Developing such an advanced mecha is really unrealistic. Could it be that Su Fan didn't want to show them the real venue and created this place to fool them? Grandpa, we're at the door now, let's go. Wang Yixio urged Grandpa and Grandpa Hua when she saw they were a little dazed. She didn't mind the environment and was looking forward to going in and taking a look. Su Fan should be inside. She was full of curiosity about the young man who could develop mecha. Mr. Wang nodded. The group finally approached the gate with mixed feelings. Grizz. The rusty door made a grinding sound and slowly opened. In the dark abandoned warehouse, a desk lamp illuminates the entire table. Su Fan was lying in front of the desk lamp, writing and drawing. Wang Yixio and the other three were all stunned when they came in. A sense of déjà vu of a horror movie came over me. It's too dark. Wang Yixio even recalled a ghost story. Laughter in the morgue in the middle of the night. Master Su, please turn on the light. Wang Yixue reminded from a distance. Su Fan, who was writing something, just realized that someone was coming. He quickly took out the remote control and turned on the lighting system of the abandoned warehouse. Click. The fierce light illuminated the entire warehouse like daylight. Old Wang narrowed his eyes and looked around. Suddenly my heart was shaken. The pupils shrank sharply. Mr. Hua standing by also widened his eyes. It's like two completely different places inside and outside. A huge integrated workbench over 5 meters high, with 10 mechanized arms and a cold metallic luster, stands quietly in the center of the warehouse. A futuristic sci-fi atmosphere is overwhelming. Xiaosu, what is this thing? Old Wang's breathing became a little rapid, and he pointed at the Chaos Hen technology workbench and asked cautiously. This is an integrated multifunctional workbench, which is the core machine for manufacturing many technological products. At this time, Mr. Hua had already walked quickly to the workbench. Look closely. The more I looked at it, the more fascinated I became. As an expert, I recognized at a glance that this thing was very unusual. The technical level is much higher than that of Mecha. The ingeniously designed components almost took his breath away. My brain is going crazy and my brain cells are about to jump out of the back of my head. Oh my God, Mr. Wang. Come and take a look. These parts are simply crazy. Mr. Hua's face flushed red, and he was so shocked that he couldn't breathe. The voice became hoarse. Wang Laoxiao ran to Mr. Hua and carefully inspected the Chaos Hen technology workbench together. The two of them were breathing more and more rapidly. My body was shaking with excitement. The muscles on his face also trembled violently. It's certain that it was this integrated workbench made by Su Fan that created those two monsters. Mr. Wong was touching the person on the platform as if he was touching his own wife, and he almost kissed her. His eyes were full of obsession. This big guy is a monster among monsters. Mr. Hua nodded heavily. It is now completely certain that the birth of Mecha is inseparable from this workbench. At this moment, Mr. Hua glanced casually at the pile of waste materials beside him and said thoughtfully, Xiao Su, what kind of material is that? Why does it look familiar? You mean that pile in the corner? It's the unused carbonine alloy left over from building the Mecha. Su Fan said casually. Oh, it's carbine. Wait, you said it was carbine. Mr. Hua took a deep breath. The teeth were colliding violently with each other, and I felt terrible. Damn it. Carbine alloy. Isn't that the material used to make mechas? The strongest material in the world. A material that can withstand nuclear bombs. You threw it into the corner of the warehouse to collect dust? What a waste. You don't treat carbonine alloy as a treasure at all. Old Wang's eyes also turned red. The look he gave Su Fan was full of resentment. 039I was just joking. You must be scared by me. Su Fan saw that Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua were looking at each other strangely, so he rolled his eyes and rubbed his hands with a smile. Mr. Wang, Mr. Hua. This kind of waste material is all covered under the tarpaulin next to it. We're old acquaintances. If you're interested, the price is totally negotiable. Finished. Su Fan took out his cell phone and swiped a few times. The workbench's robotic arms stretched out and lifted the tarpaulin not far away. There are piles of scraps of various metals. Most of it is a silvery carbonine alloy. There are also some other new alloys. Under the strong light, it gleams with a cold metallic luster. Colorful and dazzling. The moment it appeared, Wang Lao's eyes felt a sharp pain and he cried out in surprise. So flashy. Wang Yixio and Tong Yao's eyes are full of little stars. They love this sparkling light. Old Hua looked excited and walked forward quickly. Grabbing a piece of carbonine alloy, his hands trembled. Xiao Su, to be honest, we're very interested in your materials. Buy them. Old Hua panted heavily and agreed without hesitation. Holding a piece of carbonine alloy material in my hand, I like it more and more the more I look at it. Mr. Wang also came over, picked up a piece, and liked it very much. Then he added, as many as you can get. Su Fan's eyes suddenly lit up. I guess these two old men have never done business before. When they were planning to buy something, they showed such a strong desire to buy. Then don't blame me for quoting a higher price. After all, we need to develop more things in the future, and we won't get the materials without money. Su Fan tried his best not to show too much excitement, and said with a serious face, you may not know this, but the cost of making these materials is not cheap. And you two elders have also seen that my factory occupies a large area and is in a good location, so the rent is really not cheap. There are also water and electricity bills, garbage removal fees, property management fees, and landscaping maintenance fees. At this point, Tong Yao, who was standing next to him, was startled, blinked his eyes, and said in surprise, greenery maintenance fees? There's no greenery around here. Ah, this. Su Fan accidentally said something wrong, paused awkwardly, did not respond to the nursery rhyme, and continued with what he had just said. It's not easy for me, a college student, to run this workshop in my spare time. So our price will definitely not be too low. Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua looked at each other. They all understood what Su Fan said. After all, if a scientific researcher loses his income, how can he carry out scientific research? These materials have such excellent performance, and there are only so many of them in the world. Their scarcity is beyond imagination, and the price per kilogram is at least tens of thousands of yuan. Mr. Wang took a deep breath and said calmly, Xiao Su, we understand what you said. Name your price. As everyone watched, Su Fan said carelessly, we're all regular customers. Oh, I'll take the loss and charge 499 yuan per pound. Hiss. There were sounds of people sucking in their breaths of cold air all around. The eyes of the four people, including Mr. Wang, were as big as copper bells. My scalp feels like it was struck by lightning and is numb. Staring at Su Fan intently, the body began to tremble intermittently involuntarily. After being confused for a long time, Mr. Wang swallowed hard with his dry throat. Uncertainly asked again, did you say much? How much? Ah, this. The attitude of Mr. Wang and the others made Su Fan hesitate. Too expensive? It turns out that I can't fool these smart guys. In fact, you don't need that much. After all, you have earned what you should earn. Never mind, I'll give you a discount. Hey. Su Fan laughed dryly twice. Actually, I was just joking. Look, you're scared by me, right? After hearing this, Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he started laughing and his brows relaxed. Is this the right thing to do? How can it be so cheap? I was almost amused by this kid. He really knows how to have fun. He is indeed a genius. Even his jokes are different from others. Su Fan followed up by saying, even if it's a contribution to the scientific research career of Professor Wang and Professor Hua, I'll give you a little more profit. 498 yuan per pound. This is the lowest price ever. Gah! Before he finished speaking, old Hua's throat suddenly tightened and his eyeballs trembled rapidly. My heart was pounding so hard that it almost broke through my ribs. A look of disbelief. Xiaosu, you just said 498 yuan per pound. Mr. Hua, he really said that. I heard it clearly this time. Mr. Wang's chin was still shaking as he spoke. The two elders were completely numb. I have great doubts about my self-awareness. Brain cells can't keep up with what's happening. So unexpected. This price is an insult to the great inventor of this material. Even if you are the inventor, I absolutely cannot accept you insulting yourself like this. See the expressions of the four people. Su Fan's heart skipped a beat again. Is this too expensive? It's not that he is mean. Although the cost of his materials is only 20 yuan per pound, charging 498 is a bit too much. But he has to think about the future. He still needs to buy materials for research and development. What's more, there are things like buying a house and a car, a wedding gift, milk powder for children, and sending them to school, etc. You need money to do anything, and you can't do anything without money. Is it okay to ask for less? It's not easy for young people today. Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua were stunned for more than 10 seconds and really didn't know what to say. At this time, Tong Yao suddenly whispered in Wang Lao's ear. Mr. Wang, is there a possibility that Master Su actually wants to donate the carbonine alloy to the country almost free of charge at this bargain price? After hearing the nursery rhyme, Mr. Wang's mind was instantly opened up. Based on my previous experience dealing with Su Fan, it is indeed very likely. After all, Su Fan had previously donated 2 mechas to the country at a bargain price. Afterwards, he donated the synthesis method and formula of carbonine alloy to the country free of charge. How can money measure the broad mind and great courage of such a person? Using money to measure a patriotic scientist who serves the country and the people is a blasphemy to Su Fan. A single leaf blocks your view of Mount Tai. I understand. I understand it completely. 040 room to room. Room temperature superconductivity? Old Wang quickly whispered something in Old Hua's ear, and Old Hua's eyes also shone brightly, like 2 huge searchlights. I see. Su Fan felt that if she gave it away directly, the country would definitely feel embarrassed, so she just asked for some symbolic amounts. Every single thing is done for the sake of the country. Is it true that talking about money and everything is what a scientist should do? An inexplicable shock from the bottom of their hearts instantly rushed into the brains of Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua, almost shattering their skulls. I finally got it. I originally thought Su Fan was on the first floor and they were on the second floor. As a result, Su Fan is in the atmosphere. After a long time, the two elders sighed deeply. It turns out that they were possessed. Facing Su Fan, I really don't know what to say except feeling ashamed. The two elders turned their heads and looked at Su Fan again. It seemed that Su Fan's figure had inexplicably grown several feet taller. The upright and heroic posture is tall and majestic. Mr. Wang patted Su Fan's shoulder with emotion. Xiaosu, you are truly our good comrade. Okay, let's do as you say. All carbonine alloys are calculated at 498 yuan per kilogram. Su Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Mr. Hua, who was squatting next to the waste pile, suddenly picked up a silver-white filament a few millimeters thick. Asked doubtfully, Xiaosu, is this also the new alloy you developed? Su Fan nodded. Well, that's a room-temperature superconducting alloy. I estimate there will be nearly 1 ton of waste. Su Fan said casually. Superconducting alloy, room temperature? Old Hua was stunned. He looked at Mr. Wang, and then Mr. Wang was also confused. Both of them looked at Su Fan. Wang Lao's mood, which had just calmed down, became excited again. Xiaosu, are you saying that this alloy is room temperature superconducting? There was once a foreign scientist who discovered low-temperature superconductivity and won the Nobel Prize in Physics. A while ago, a foreign scientist claimed to have created the room temperature superconductor LK-99, which caused a huge international sensation. The entire scientific community was instantly in an uproar. But when the experiment was actually carried out in public, this person failed. Many scientists subsequently conducted experiments according to the steps he said, and all of them failed without exception. Room temperature superconductivity is much more powerful than low temperature superconductivity. The difficulty of implementation is completely on a different level. But now it has been researched by Su Fan? Old Wang stared at Su Fan intently and said very cautiously, Xiao Su, are you sure you're not kidding? Under everyone's gaze, Su Fan said seriously, yes, if it's placed inside the mecha as a circuit, it can basically achieve lossless energy transmission and will not be overloaded by the high temperature of the hydrogen-powered engine. I think there's about a ton left in total, all in this pile of scrap. Do you want to collect it? Mr. Hua and Mr. Wang were speechless. The old face was stunned. His lips were trembling slightly, and he looked at Su Fan as if he was looking at a monster. They didn't dare to respond to Su Fan's words. This thing is scary just thinking about it, let alone being able to buy it with money. I couldn't even imagine in my dreams that such a thing would happen. Its value, like that of carbonine alloy, cannot be measured by money. Su Fan took a look and said nothing. That should be a good show. I can give you a discount on this. As usual, for 198 per pound. How about that? Old Wang nodded woodenly and looked at Old Hua. Old Hua's face was twitching wildly, and his heart was already in turmoil. Not only is carbonine alloy being sold at a low price of 498, but now even room temperature superconducting alloy is being sold at 498. I really don't know what to say. It was donated to the country at such a low price. I have nothing else to ask for. The spirit of selfless dedication moved Mr. Hua to tears. And Mr. Hua was almost certain that Su Fan would hand over the formula for synthesizing superconducting alloys free of charge, just like before. He was almost certain that Su Fan would find a reason to do this for the sake of the country and the people. Sure enough, Wang Laogang nodded and agreed to the deal. Su Fan held his chin and said, how about this? I'll write down the synthesis method and the relevant chemical formula for you. However, like carbonine alloy, the manufacturing conditions of this superconducting alloy are also quite demanding. Without my integrated platform, it will be very difficult for you to make it. Mr. Hua's eyes were red and his eye sockets were a little moist. If I wasn't old, I really couldn't bring myself to do that. I really want to kowtow to Su Fan in person. Such a great man, a national treasure, deserves our respect. Old Wang stepped forward and gave Su Fan a fierce bear hug. Then he grabbed Su Fan's arm. Express admiration from the heart. Well done. You are truly an unparalleled national talent. Tong Yao, who was sitting next to them, also understood what the two elders were saying. I have great admiration for Su Fan. I admire you like a mountain. Tong Yao always thought that it was amazing that she was already a major battalion commander at such a young age. Now standing in front of Su Fan, he couldn't help but feel overshadowed. Compared with Su Fan, it's simply, forget it, there's no comparison. Su Fan is an unparalleled patriot who serves the country and the people, but she is just a little girl with mediocre talent. Thinking of this, Tong Yao gradually developed a determination to bounce back from the bottom of the world. Although I can only follow in your footsteps, I also want to be a person who serves the country and the people like you. Wang Yishua standing by was completely confused. When my grandfather was praising someone, he used all 4 words, unparalleled in the country. This kind of weight is not just a casual remark. That must be what I really think. And Grandpa Hua is also not right. Why are your knees a little bent? You look like you want to kneel down, right? Even Tong Yao was staring at Su Fan with a crazy look on her face. Even though that guy is kind of handsome, you can't express your feelings so directly. If you want to express yourself, you have to line up behind me. I knew him first. Even Su Fan herself thinks it's outrageous. This old man, why is his old illness coming back again? He started praising people again. Still the same as before, I praise it to death. It made him feel embarrassed. Since you two old folks like scraps so much, don't blame me for being cruel. In addition to these 2 materials, we have others. A lot of. Su Fan then asked. Master Wang, Master Hua, would you like any other alloys? 041, do you also research deep-sea submersibles? Beside, Tong Yao also understood what the 2 elders were saying. I have great admiration for Su Fan. I admire you like a mountain. Mr. Wang did not ask about the alloy, and said directly with deep emotion. Don't say anything, I want all this alloy. A smile appeared on Su Fan's face. I admire it in my heart. He is indeed a big customer. He didn't even ask clearly what he bought. Well, let's stick with the price of 498 yuan per pound. You know I'm not really making any money here. Of course we do. Mr. Wang was almost crying and nodded vigorously. We know it too well. Mr. Hua also choked up a little. Okay, then it's a deal. I'll make a sample of each type of waste material and write down the name, relevant properties, and manufacturing and synthesis methods for you. Su Fan paused thoughtfully, thought for a moment, and continued. As for after-sales support, as you know, we have it all in place. If there's any special information that's not mentioned, please feel free to contact me. Okay, thank you so much. Mr. Wang stepped forward and shook hands with Su Fan again. Mr. Hua also excitedly held Su Fan's other hand with both hands. Su Fan was speechless. Could there be some misunderstanding between these two old people? Don't be polite, elders. I'm the one who should be thanked. Su Fan said sincerely. Seeing the look in old Wang's eyes, respect welled up in my heart again. Su Fan must be thanking me for giving him the opportunity to make selfless contributions to the motherland. Not everyone can understand this national justice and integrity. Just for this reason, I really feel ashamed. Mr. Hua also secretly wiped away his tears. When people get older, they tend to become sentimental and can't stand seeing such loyal and righteous people. Mr. Wang took a long breath and said seriously, Xiao Su, actually, I came here this time for another matter. I'd like to hear your opinion. What's the matter? Su Fan asked puzzledly. The mecha you developed is extremely powerful, having perfectly passed flight, material, and weaponry tests, as well as actual combat drills. The Zhonghai Military Research Base wants to cooperate with you to jointly develop mechas. The base will help you apply for the title of National Scientific Research Academician, which will facilitate your use of resources. Mr. Wang was extremely cautious when he spoke, and he was extremely nervous. Hearing this, Su Fan laughed immediately. What did I think it was? Cooperate to build mechas, no problem. That's nothing. As the night deepens, the moon becomes cooler than water. Insects chirped and dogs barked outside the abandoned factory. They were having a great time chatting inside. The issue of setting up the production line has also been agreed upon. Su Fan provided the technology, and everything else was handled by Mr. Wang and his team. For every mecha produced on the production line, Su Fan takes a 3% commission based on the cost. In the eyes of Mr. Wang and his team, the 3 points were just a token of appreciation and were not worth mentioning compared to the value of the mecha. There is no doubt that it is this talented young man who wants to contribute to the country in this way. In fact, in Su Fan's eyes, there will be an infinite number of cutting-edge technologies emerging in the future, and mechas are really nothing. Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua were completely impressed. Su Fan is young, but not only is she extremely talented, but her character and virtues are also 1 in a million. It is a great blessing for our Xia country. After a series of production line site selection communications, the mecha project was completely approved. Wang Lao was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. He told Wang Yixio and Tong Yao to learn from Su Fan. Mr. Hua's gaze suddenly stopped at Su Fan's workbench. A stack of drawings piled together. From the content at the top, it can be seen that they should be developing some larger mechanical technology. Xiao Su, what are you developing? Mr. Hua asked, unable to resist his curiosity. You're talking about the drawing. That was a deep-sea submersible I conceived when I was free. Su Fan said casually. You're also researching deep-sea submersibles? Mr. Hua was shocked. Deep-sea submersibles also involve a lot of cutting-edge technologies. Looking at the exaggerated shape on Su Fan's drawing, it is completely different from ordinary deep-sea submersibles. Just looking at it makes my scalp tingle. Su Fan was in his 20s, and developing mechas was already enough to consume his endless energy. There is still time to develop other things. It's invincible. You know a thing or two. Su Fan said politely. Mr. Hua disagreed. Su Fan's basic knowledge has probably already surpassed the pinnacle of relevant technologies. What Mr. Wang said is right. He is truly a peerless talent in the country. Leaving the abandoned factory, Mr. Wang couldn't calm down for a long time. After a little thought, I made an important decision. With a serious expression, he said to Tong Yao, record what I say next and report it. I've decided. When these words came out, Tong Yao was startled and hurriedly took out a pen and paper to write them down. Mr. Hua and Wang Yixio next to them were also shocked. As the recipient of the Medal of Defense of the Nation, Mr. Wang has top-level authority once in his lifetime. He would only say this when he decided to use this one and only authority. As long as it does not affect social harmony and does not violate the national will, relevant departments must cooperate. Even if Mr. Wang used this privilege to pave the future for his most beloved granddaughter, Wang Yixue, it would be completely in line with the rules. Under the gaze of everyone, Mr. Wang spoke in a decisive tone. Use the authority of the Medal of Defense. Increase Su Fan's scientific research authority to level 10. All resources in Zhonghai are completely open to him, and all departments will cooperate unconditionally. Even if Su Fan wants the Starlink satellite in the sky, he has to find a way to get one. If any department has objections, there is no need to report it. The department leader can be directly fired. At the same time, Su Fan's personal information has been classified as state-level confidential. Level, Red Top Secret Level 10. No one is allowed to touch anyone who carries less than 3 gold stars on his shoulders. Su Fan is the hope for the rise of our Xia nation. They are the backbone of the future nation. Finished. A gleam of light suddenly flashed in old Wang's eyes. It is so imposing that you cannot look directly at it. Tong Yao always thought that it was amazing that she was already a major battalion commander at such a young age. Now standing in front of Su Fan, he couldn't help but feel overshadowed. Compared with Su Fan, it's simply, forget it, there's no comparison. Su Fan is an unparalleled patriot who serves the country and the people, but she is just a little girl with mediocre talent, separated by a chasm that can never be crossed. Su Fan was destined to be someone she could never touch in her life. Thinking of this, Tong Yao gradually developed a determination to bounce back from the bottom of the world. Although I can only follow in your footsteps, I also want to be a person who serves the country and the people like you. Wang Yishue on the side was confused from beginning to end. Why did Grandpa suddenly praise people for no apparent reason? And he praised it so highly. All 4 words, unparalleled in the country, were used. This kind of weight is not just a casual remark. That must be what I really think. And Grandpa Hua is also not right. Why are your knees a little bent? You look like you want to kneel down, right? Even Tong Yao was staring at Su Fan with a crazy look on her face. Even though that guy is kind of handsome, you can't express your feelings so directly. If you want to express yourself, you have to line up behind me. I knew him first, huh? Even Su Fan herself thinks it's outrageous. This old man, why is his old illness coming back again? He started praising people again. Still the same as before, I praise it to death. It makes people feel embarrassed. Since you 2 old folks like scraps so much, don't blame me for being cruel. In addition to these 2 materials, we have others. A lot of. Master Wang, Master Hua, would you like any other alloys? Su Fan continued to ask. Mr. Wang did not ask about the alloy, and said directly with deep emotion. Don't say anything, I want all this alloy. A smile appeared on Su Fan's face. I admire it in my heart. He is indeed a big customer. He didn't even ask clearly what he bought. Well, let's stick with the price of 498 yuan per pound. You know I'm not really making any money here. Of course we do. Mr. Wang was almost crying and nodded vigorously. We know it too well. Mr. Hua also choked up a little. Okay, then it's a deal. I'll make a sample of each type of waste material and write down the name, relevant properties, and manufacturing and synthesis methods for you. Su Fan paused thoughtfully, thought for a moment, and continued. As for after-sales support, as you know, we have it all in place. If there's any special information that's not mentioned, please feel free to contact me. Okay, thank you so much. Mr. Wang stepped forward and shook hands with Su Fan again. Mr. Hua also excitedly held Su Fan's other hand with both hands. Su Fan was speechless. Could there be some misunderstanding between these 2 old people? Don't be polite, elders. I'm the one who should be thanked. Su Fan said sincerely. Seeing the look in old Wang's eyes, respect welled up in my heart again. Su Fan must be thanking me for giving him the opportunity to make selfless contributions to the motherland. Not everyone can understand this national justice and integrity. Just for this reason, I really feel ashamed. Mr. Hua also secretly wiped away his tears. When people get older, they tend to become sentimental and can't stand seeing such loyal and righteous people. Mr. Wang took a long breath and said seriously, Xiao Su, actually, I came here this time for another matter. I'd like to hear your opinion. What's the matter? Su Fan asked puzzledly. The mecha you developed is extremely powerful, having perfectly passed flight, material, and weaponry tests, as well as actual combat drills. The Zhonghai Military Research Base wants to cooperate with you to jointly develop mechas. The base will help you apply for the title of National Scientific Research Academician, which will facilitate your use of resources. Mr. Wang was extremely cautious when he spoke, and he was extremely nervous. Hearing this, Su Fan laughed immediately. What did I think it was? Cooperate to build mechas, no problem. That's nothing. As the night deepens, the moon becomes cooler than water. Insects chirped and dogs barked outside the abandoned factory. They were having a great time chatting inside. The issue of setting up the production line has also been agreed upon. Su Fan only provides technology, and everything else is handled by Mr. Wang and others. For every mecha produced on the production line, Su Fan only takes a 3% commission based on the cost price. In the eyes of Mr. Wang and his friends, the 3 points are just a token of appreciation and can be completely ignored compared to the value of the mecha. Don't even mention 3 points. Even 30 points is not too many. In Su Fan's eyes, there will be an infinite number of cutting-edge technologies emerging in the future, and mechas are actually nothing. Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua were completely impressed. Su Fan is young, but not only is she extremely talented, but her character and virtues are also 1 in a million. It is a great blessing for our Xia country. After a series of production line site selection communications, the Mecha project was completely approved. Wang Lao was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. He told Wang Yixuo and Tong Yao to learn from Su Fan. Mr. Hua's gaze suddenly stopped at Su Fan's workbench. A stack of drawings piled together. From the content at the top, it can be seen that they should be developing some larger mechanical technology. Xiao Su, what are you developing? Mr. Hua asked, unable to resist his curiosity. You're talking about the drawing. That was a deep-sea submersible I conceived when I was free. Su Fan said casually. You're also researching deep-sea submersibles? Mr. Hua was shocked. Deep-sea submersibles also involve a lot of cutting-edge technologies. Looking at the exaggerated shape on Su Fan's drawing, it is completely different from ordinary deep-sea submersibles. Su Fan was in his 20s, and developing mechas was already enough to consume his endless energy. There is still time to develop other things. It's simply against the will of heaven. You know a thing or two. Su Fan said politely. Mr. Hua disagreed. Su Fan's basic knowledge has probably already surpassed the pinnacle of relevant technologies. What Mr. Wang said is right. He is truly a peerless talent in the country. 042 It's not too much to have 2 female secretaries. The nursery rhyme was recorded beside with fear. This is no longer giving Su Fan a green light. Even saying that it is a privilege is an understatement. You can do whatever you want. From now on, no matter what research Su Fan wants to do, no one can stop him. Mr. Wang's meaning is very clear. Anyone who dares to create problems for Su Fan will be treated as a problem and solved. This is indeed a great spirit. I've completely given it my all. This is a heartfelt trust in Su Fan. Mr. Hua was feeling very upset. Old Wang is betting the entire destiny of the Xia kingdom on Su Fan alone. At this time, Mr. Wang's tone slowed down slightly, and he continued. Okay, the authority has been used up, and what remains is what we need to do now. Regarding the Mecha production line and the selection and recruitment of supporting personnel, we must make it our top priority at this moment. Everything else should take a back seat and make way for the Mecha production line. Also, regarding the application for Su Fan to be awarded a medal, there is no time to delay. Mr. Hua agreed with this. Then he said, indeed, a genius of Su Fan's caliber must be treated with the highest level of courtesy. Whether it was the new alloy or the Mecha blueprints, they were all priceless treasures that were snatched up by other countries. He donated them all to the country free of charge. He can do nothing in return, but we can't do nothing. Relevant medals of merit and honorary status, none of them can be missing. Xiao Su can refuse it, but we can't refuse it. I'll force it through even if it's stuffed in. We must not let down the hearts of thousands of scientific researchers. After Mr. Hua finished speaking, everyone expressed their agreement. This is what Su Fan deserves. After several people got in the car, Wang Yixue was still driving. Tong Yao sat in the passenger seat. Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua sat in the back row. This trip was quite fruitful. Both Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua were in a good mood. Everyone in the car was chatting happily. Most of them are talking about topics related to Su Fan. They even talked about whether Su Fan had a partner. Wang Yixue had directly denied it and said absolutely not. It had only been a few days since Su Fan encountered a pig-killing scam during her blind date. It's impossible for Su Fan to find a partner right away, right? At this time, Mr. Hua whispered to Mr. Wang. Old buddy, logically we shouldn't be so concerned. But Su Fan has made such great contributions to the country. Shouldn't we also be concerned about his lifelong affairs? There was a slight pause. Then he said, what do you think? Should we consider assigning Su Fan 1 or 2 secretaries? Help Su Fan with his daily life and take care of his family. This will also reduce Su Fan's burden. If someone else wanted to have a female secretary, Mr. Wang would have slapped him or her in the face. After all, you are a scientific researcher, so just focus on scientific research. But this time, Mr. Wang surprisingly did not object immediately. Because from a certain perspective, what he said is not without reason. After thinking for a while, Mr. Wang asked, if Su Fan doesn't object, we can arrange it. There might be gossip, I'll deal with it then. Wang Yixue, who was sitting in the front row, immediately became unhappy. A greasy kick almost gave Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua a heart attack. He objected angrily. I object. You 2 old men are meddling in other people's business. Su Fan himself didn't make such a request. Why are you worrying about it? You're just bored. Xiao Yao, tell me, is what those 2 old men said appropriate? After Wang Yixue finished speaking, she also looked for help. Tong Yao was originally planning to object, but she heard Wang Yixue speak. He immediately raised his pointed chin and said, I think Yixue is right. What era is this? Why are you still using the old-fashioned ways? Su Fan has arms and legs. And he's handsome too. It's not like you can't freely date. So just stop causing trouble for others. Old Wang and Old Hua looked at each other quietly. They all smiled like old foxes. Mr. Wang continued to defend himself with a stern face. Su Fan has so many things to do on a daily basis that his parents at home definitely can't take care of him. And someone needs to take care of you in your life. He has done so much for the country, so it's only natural that he enjoys some privileges. After all, it's all for the country. Mr. Wang spoke with righteous words, as if he was determined to do it. Wang Yishua suddenly became even more anxious. Then we don't have to find 2 female secretaries, right? It's not like I can't help, Wang Yishua blurted out. He blushed after saying that. From the rearview mirror, she saw that Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua were both looking at her. Blushing, he cleared his throat and said seriously, I mean, when the Mechas aren't on a mission, I can go to Su Fan's house and help take care of his family. It's all for the country, I'm happy to do it. At this time, Tong Yao also interrupted and said, I can help out when I'm free. Am I any worse than those female college graduates? A smile of success appeared in the corner of Mr. Wang's eyes. He nodded pretentiously, relieved. Since both of you say so, then I'll listen to you. When you two are not busy, go take care of Su Fan's family or help Su Fan with his work. Just let us know beforehand. There were 4 people in the car, each with their own ulterior motives, but in the end they were all satisfied. The vehicle was speeding on the highway. It soared to 120 in a blink of an eye. If the speed limit wasn't 120, Wang Yishua would have definitely scrapped the engine. Even Wang Yishua was wondering if she could drive a mecha when she went to visit Su Fan next night. Anyway, there are hardly any people in Su Fan's abandoned industrial park. After Mr. Wang and the others left, Su Fan spent another hour studying the deep-sea submersible in the abandoned warehouse. This thing is my father's hard work. It is also Su Fan's obsession. The more in-depth his research on deep-sea submersibles, the more powerful they become when he uses the super tech system to manufacture them. 043 Wang Yishua comes to visit. As Su Fan continued to come up with bold ideas, coupled with the manuscripts left by his father, a 30-meter-tall deep-sea titan gradually appeared on the manuscript paper. However, this is just a preliminary idea and still needs to undergo systematic revisions. There is still plenty of time, so there is no need to rush. I have to go home quickly, otherwise my mother will scold me again if I'm late. Riding an electric scooter, heading towards home. Early the next morning. As soon as Su Fan got up, he heard his mother Li Lanhua muttering while making breakfast, saying that Su Fan doesn't take blind dates seriously. After the blind date a few days ago, I haven't seen you since. Su Fan wanted to tell the truth. On second thought, forget it. Lest mom get angry again. What makes Su Fan happiest recently is that her mother no longer has to go out to work. When I gave my mother money a few days ago, I almost scared her to death. I thought Su Fan had broken the law, but after explaining for a long time, my mother finally believed me. Su Fan got up and washed up amid Li Lanhua's nagging. The doorbell suddenly rang. When Su Fan opened the door, she saw that it was Wang Yishua. Su Fan, good morning. Wang Yishua is wearing a white suspender dress today. The milky white skin emits a crystal halo in the morning sun. A pair of watery eyes are clear and bright, with tiny stars of light twinkling in the pupils. Su Fan was slightly startled. Then he also greeted with a smile. Yishua, why are you here? Please come in. When Wang Yishua entered the house, she saw that Su Fan's house was quite simple. I also remembered that Su Fan handed over so much cutting-edge technology to the country. I feel a little uncomfortable. She secretly thought that she must apply for a big house for Su Fan in a few days. Anyway, my grandfather himself said that we should not discourage scientific researchers. Li Lanhua just brought breakfast to the table. Then I saw Su Fan entering the room with a young and sunny girl. Suddenly his eyes lit up. I was just complaining about Su Fan being slow to act, but the next moment the girl showed up. It seems that my son is not that bad after all. Li Lanhua hurriedly invited Wang Yishua to have breakfast together. Although Wang Yishua had already had breakfast, she couldn't resist Li Lanhua's enthusiasm. So I ate another small piece of pancake. Li Lanhua saw that Wang Yishua was not only good-looking. He is also a man of temperament and elegance. She has the demeanor of a lady from a noble family. The more I watch it, the more I like it. He asked all sorts of questions at the dinner table, even asking Wang Yishua how much dowry she planned to ask for when she got married. This question stumped Wang Yishua. She was only 18 years old and really hadn't thought that much about it. Finally, they talked about the 3 golds and 5 golds, which made Su Fan next to them want to find a hole to crawl into. Although Wang Yishua was shy, she answered politely. After a few interactions and chatting, the two became familiar with each other. Auntie, you look so young. Yeah. Auntie, You have such great skin. Haha, it's okay. Auntie, can I call you sister? Ha ha ha. Is Annie that young? Su Fan was stunned listening to this. Don't you even draft your nonsense? Then Su Fan saw that her mother lost herself in Wang Yishue's praises. His eyes narrowed into slits with joy. Breakfast that could be prepared in 5 minutes took me an hour to finish. Finally, at Su Fan's strong request, the conversation between the two sisters ended temporarily, and we made an appointment to continue next time. Su Fan pulled Wang Yishio and ran out, disappearing from Li Lanhua's sight. Li Lanhua looked in the mirror and murmured, "She seems quite young. Yishue is really good at talking. It would be great if she were my daughter-in-law." Wang Yishue was driving a military jeep with Su Fan on the highway. The car window was ajar. There was a whirring sound of wind in the car. "Yishue, how long will it take?" Su Fan asked casually out of boredom. "Half an hour," Wang Yishue responded. Suddenly something sounded again, and after a slight hesitation, he asked, "Su Fan, why didn't I see your dad just now? Is he on a business trip?" "He died 10 years ago." Wang Yishue's hand holding the steering wheel shook violently. I'm sorry It's okay. It happened a long time ago. I can't remember it anymore." Su Fan said this, but his voice was a little low. Obviously, he was still thinking of something that made him unable to let go. Wang Yishue did not continue the topic. She turned on the car music and played a soothing song. Half an hour later, the car drove into the Zhonghai 3rd Arsenal. After getting off the car, Su Fan looked at the arsenal covering an area of 10,000 acres, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Once the country takes action, we will know whether it has any effect or not. Just find a spacious place to build a mecha construction base, but you directly requisitioned the Zhonghai 3rd Arsenal. I really don't know what to say. Under the guidance of Wang Yishue, Su Fan took a brief tour. This place is really nice. It is located in a remote area and has 2 parts, above ground and underground. Large cranes and gantry cranes are all available. There are even air raid shelters underground that can withstand nuclear explosions. Even if a powerful enemy suddenly launches a nuclear attack, the mecha industry can still keep the flame alive. At this time, Wang Yishue's cell phone rang. The other party told her that Su Fan's multifunctional workbench would arrive in 20 minutes. Su Fan let out a long sigh. I felt inexplicably excited. It seems that I have to roll up my sleeves and work hard in the next few days. An hour later, the multifunctional workbench has been installed. Various raw materials have also been delivered one after another. I guess the relevant materials will be almost ready by dark. Su Fan didn't wait any longer and started working directly. After the relevant machines are made, they must be connected and reinforced with the embedded parts that have been embedded in advance. He needs to lay out the lines and positions them in advance and arrange the pre-embedding. With the help of people from all sides who were almost responsive to his requests, Su Fan completed all the pre-embedding before dark. This speed is a miracle. It's dark. Su Fan and Wang Yishue went to have dinner together. What surprised Su Fan was that Wang Yishue, a lady from a wealthy family, was very interested in street snacks. I tried grilled cold noodles, pancakes, octopus balls. I tried them all. A real foodie. Finally, the two came to a food stall. 044A barbecue. There was a large table of barbecue. Su Fan didn't usually drink much, but he also ordered a bottle of Yongchuang Tianya. Wang Yishue also wants a bottle. They were stopped by Su Fan. Both of them were drinking. Who would drive later? The arsenal is more than 20 miles away from here. It's the middle of the night, so you have to pay extra if you want to take a taxi there. While eating barbecue, the two chatted casually. Wang Yishue apologized again for asking about Su Fan's father in the car during the day. Su Fan smiled and shook his head, saying it really didn't matter. And he really treated this silly little rich woman as a friend. Wang Yishue was so happy that she strongly requested a bottle of Yongchuang Tianya. We are good friends, so let's drink together. In the end, both of them only drank one bottle, but they enjoyed it very much. But I was confused when I left. It was already 11 o'clock and there were no taxis left. You can't drive after drinking. Su Fan asked the barbecue uncle. Uncle, nearby. There are no hotels nearby. The boss interrupted Su Fan and answered. As soon as Su Fan opened his mouth, the boss knew what he was thinking. Wang Yishue's face turned red immediately. Look at Su Fan. He wouldn't really be thinking about that, right? I've never experienced that. So embarrassing. Su Fan was also stunned. Why is this boss so fat? What is he thinking about? Explain quickly. No. Uncle, I want to ask if there is anyone nearby. There's none in the hotel, the boss curled his lips. Glancing at Su Fan and Wang Yishue. Sighing and shaking his head. Muttering in my mouth. Young people nowadays mature too early. He's only 18 and he knows everything. It's not like in our time, when we couldn't even raise our hands at 18. Sigh. The corner of Su Fan's mouth twitched. Could this barbecue uncle be suffering from some serious illness? Damn, do I look like that kind of superficial person? Uncle, I want to ask if there is a taxi nearby. Why are you pretending? Huh? No. The boss rolled his eyes at him. A look that every man knows. Su Fan and Wang Yixue stood on the side of the road near the barbecue stall, sighing helplessly. Wang Yixue kept pinching the corners of her clothes with her 2 little hands. I couldn't help but think more. In a small town like this, there isn't even a designated driver or taxi. What to do? Or you can walk a little further away and see if there is a hotel. But what if there is only one room? The other side. Zhonghai Scientific Research Base. It was late at night, and a dark red light burst out from the pupils of the Jiangtian No. 2 Mecha. Immediately afterwards, a rapid prompt sound rang out. Each control unit is normal. Beam weapon not mounted. Dragoon system not mounted. Current driving mode, master. Quick start completed. Jiangtian No. 2, attack. A ball of fire exploded from the back of Jiangtian No. 2 and soared into the sky. Tong Yao's eyes were calm and determined. Think carefully about the driving method taught by Su Fan. Keep practicing and practicing again. The day after tomorrow is the military exercise commendation meeting. At that time, the chief of the Southeast War Zone will come in person to watch the actual combat simulation operation of the Mecha. Wang Yixue is already quite proficient, but she started relatively late, so she can only increase the amount of practice. Just then, the cell phone suddenly rang. The mobile phone communication was successfully connected to the Mecha holographic helmet. Wang Yixue's voice came from the other side. Xiaoyao, are you busy now? This? With a sudden break, the Mecha stopped in midair. Tong Yao said seriously. It shouldn't be too busy, right? What's wrong, Yixue? Is there something wrong? It's nothing serious. Just could you come and pick us up? Wang Yixue felt a little embarrassed when she heard the voice. Okay, send me the location. Yeah. Thank you, Xiaoyao. I'll send it to you right away. Immediately afterwards, a positioning message was received by the Mecha. Okay, I'll be there in 5 minutes. Tong Yao pulled the joystick hard, and the Mecha flew towards the targeted direction. After hanging up the phone, Wang Yixue said to Su Fan happily, Don't worry, Xiaoyao said she would come to pick us up, and she will be here in 5 minutes. Where is Tong Yao? Can we get there in 5 minutes? Su Fan asked puzzledly. I don't know. She asked me to send her location, and then said she would be there in 5 minutes. Su Fan said nothing more. I just have an amazing guess in my mind. How could ordinary means of transportation get here so quickly? Nursery rhymes won't be. As soon as the thought came to mind, I saw a blue flame streaking across the night sky. Wang Yixue, who was standing by, looked surprised and excited. Wow, there's a shooting star. Liuxing, you big-headed ghost. That's Tong Yao coming to pick us up in a Mecha. Oh, a huge buzzing sound sounded in the sky. The uncle at the barbecue stall had just packed up his stall when he heard the scary sound. He hurried out the door, looked up, and was shocked. A huge humanoid Mecha made a heart-pounding humming sound and was slowly landing on the road in front of his barbecue restaurant. Then this steel monster grabbed the young couple and disappeared into the night with a deafening sonic boom. The barbecue owner was confused. My legs were already shaking. The jaw trembles, the breathing is disordered, and a crowing sound is made. At this time, the proprietress also came out of the house. He asked with a puzzled look, What's going on? It's so noisy. I thought it was an earthquake. The boss's face was dull, and he murmured, Wife, I just saw that young couple being abducted by aliens. The boss lady threw her slippers at the boss's face. You've watched too much of Wandering Blue Star Part 2. Come back and get some sleep. Su Fan did not return to the research base, but returned to the arsenal alone. There are fewer people at night and no one to disturb you, which is the best time to work. Super God Technology Workbench, go. Fight. Super God Technology Workbench LV2 start. Mecha Production Line Concept Reading completed. Information Data Comprehensive Enhancement and Correction. Multifunction Module Calculation completed. Ultra Precision Lathe Load Calculation completed. Material Scanning completed. This construction consumes 500 technology points and is expected to take 8 hours. Construction has begun. In the silent night, Su Fan's Super God Technology Workbench was running rumblingly, but he always calls it a multifunctional workbench in front of others. The name Chaos and Technology is a bit exaggerated. 045 If I had known you were driving a Mecha, I would have played a yo-yo. This time, the products being manufactured only need to produce parts. No assembly is required, and the technology points consumed are relatively less. Wait until the next day. When Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua brought their people in, the entire workshop was already filled with parts. Some of them had even been transported out of the house by Su Fan using a forklift overnight. Together with the more than 500 scientific researchers brought by Mr. Wong and related operators, everyone began to assemble and install all the parts. The next day, the headquarters of the 8th Marine Armored Combined Division of the Central Military Region was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Today is the Military Exercise Commendation Meeting. The military exercises of the Southern Military Region and the Eastern Military Region had previously suffered 3 consecutive defeats. This time I finally got to hold my head high. Now when the soldiers from the Southern Military Region see the soldiers from the Eastern Military Region, they all look very arrogant and cocky. There's nothing we can do. It's because we finally turned the tables and won. Winning is so awesome. If you are not convinced, then go ahead and kill yourself. We won anyway. Now some people from the Eastern Military Region are going to the Southeast Theater Command headquarters to do business. They all have shifty eyes, afraid of encountering people from the Southern War Zone. There's nothing we can do about it. Those guys are just trying to win. Whenever they meet, they start to talk in a sarcastic tone that can give someone a heart attack. But they couldn't say anything yet, because they did the same thing when they won the military exercise before. Early in the morning, 3 Dongfeng Mengshi vehicles drove into Li Guozhong's division headquarters with a strong wind. Next time, the vehicle came to a complete stop. Commander Kong got out of the car with a dark face, an angry look on his face. It seems like he is here to cause trouble. Li Guozhong had received the news long ago and came out to greet them happily. That would be happier than welcoming the leader. Ouch. Old Kong. I heard you were scared during the last exercise. Can you walk so soon? This incident has caused me so much heartache. Ha ha ha. Li Guozhong's mouth was crooked with laughter. Accompanied by a few guards, he walked with the wind and greeted them happily. When I heard you were in trouble, I felt so bad. Huh. Ahem. I originally said I'd go to the hospital to see you and offer my condolences, but you fucking showed up in person. Commander Kong looked at Li Guozhong, who looked like he deserved a beating. My gums are all broken. I was already in a bad mood after losing the military exercise. Hearing Li Guozhong's ridicule, his face was even more dark. This is not about feeling sorry for me. It's obvious that you think I'm dying too slowly. He looked so anxious that he almost sent a wreath. Commander Kong was breathing heavily, and there was something unfriendly in his eyes when he looked at Li Guozhong. If only looks could kill. Now grass has grown on Li Guozhong's grave. He stared at Li Guozhong, showing signs of getting angry. Where's the knife? I'm going to stab this bastard to death. They even brought out mechas for the military exercise. If they had known, they would have just done a yo-yo. If this were a national military exercise, you could bring out the aerospace carrier. Commander Kong's guards and accompanying officers had extremely gloomy faces, as if water could be squeezed out of them. They also gnashed their teeth, for no other reason than the inexplicable loss. Old Kong, don't act like an angry wife. What about the Eastern Military Region and the Southern Military Region? Aren't they all part of the Southeast Theater Command? Look at you. Can't you be more generous? Commander Kong was unhappy when he heard this. Old Li, don't you dare talk without any pain in your back. Love isn't like having a 50 centimeters double-barreled cannon blasted into your face. Do you know how embarrassed you made me? Speaking of this, Commander Kong pouted, looking like a wronged little woman. We are all brothers from the same class. They're all soldiers from the Southeast War Zone. You've already got your fucking mechas, but I have nothing. I don't care. You have to get me 2 of that mecha, no matter how big or small. I won't leave if one is missing. You still have to provide meals. Li Guozhong was confused. Lao Kong is really throwing his face away. The commander of the 3rd Mechanized Infantry Division is acting like a scoundrel here? He looked unhappy and aggrieved. It made a lot of noise. The idea is to attack the mecha. He finally understood that Lao Kong was not here to attend the commendation meeting, nor was he here to bring people to justice. He was here to fight against the local tyrants and divide up the land. It would be fine if it was anything else, but he actually dared to set his sights on his mecha. Those 2 mechas are his treasures. No one can say anything. Li Guozhong also became anxious. Kong Erlangzi, I didn't expect you to be so cunning. Why didn't I see it before? You've been acting for so long. Now you're showing your chicken feet, right? You want my mecha? No way. I don't have a mecha, and I don't have a life. When Commander Kong heard this, he immediately widened his eyes. Said angrily, you claim to be an old classmate, but you have something good and you don't know how to share it. I'll kill you. Li Guozhong snorted coldly, crossing his arms. Our division has 2 mechas, just enough to form a joint combat cover group. How can we have any extra for you? It will probably take another week for my mecha production line to go into mass production. No. At this point, Li Guozhong paused, laughed, and quickly changed the subject. By the way, Lao Kong, your exoskeleton armor is really good, awesome. However, Master Kong was not so easily fooled. keen to capture the important information between the lines. His eyes lit up. Changing his face, he suddenly looked gentle. Smilingly said, "Old Lee, we only have a week left before we can start mass production. We're all from the same class, so I want 50 units. Isn't that too much?" Ahem. 50 units? Only 20 units produced per year. Li Guozhong shook his head hurriedly. His troops will need at least 20 units to be basically equipped. Okay, we are old comrades. I can't be unreasonable. Master Kong's eyes rolled. How about this? Give me 5 this year, and 3 each year thereafter. That's not too much, right? If you don't agree to this, don't blame me for going out and talking nonsense. By then, how many war zones will ask you for it? Think carefully. The Marines, the Air Force, if they hear any news, your phone will definitely be flooded with calls. 046, he is the one who should be honored. Li Guozhong waved his hand with a dark face. I thought I must give Lao Kong some benefits to shut him up. Otherwise, if you keep talking nonsense everywhere, he will definitely be annoyed to death. The brother troops are all asking for it. How are we going to divide it then? Too many wolves and too little meat. The two men lowered their heads and plotted for a while. Finally, the deal was done. After mass production is achieved, we will first give 2 units to Commander Kong, and then give him 2 more units every year. However, Commander Kong must allocate some money from military expenditure to cover the cost of the relevant materials. Under Li Guozhong's deception, the cost of each mecha, which originally cost 5 million yuan, became 10 million yuan. After all this trouble, all the material costs for Li Guozhong were paid for by Commander Kong. It was such a pleasant surprise. After the two of them reached an agreement, they were both satisfied. Arm in arm, they walked towards the commendation meeting. This left the officers and guards on both sides looking bewildered. The two commanders were just baring their teeth, looking like they were about to bite someone. Now you're wearing another pair of pants? It's weird. It is almost noon and the commendation meeting is about to begin. The lecture hall, which can hold 1,000 people, was packed. The heads of the Southeast Theater Command, Luo Bing and Zhu Guodong, have also taken their seats. Give enough face to the 8th Marine Armored Combined Division. But a big part of the reason is that Li Guozhong has a secret weapon. They could hardly contain themselves last night and wanted to come and see it in advance. Now sitting in the middle of the first row of the commendation conference, I feel like the days are passing by so slowly. What's the point of a commendation meeting? It's so exciting to watch mecha demonstrations. After the host gave a smooth opening speech, he began to introduce the guests. Then the soldiers who performed outstandingly in this army were commended. There are many people who were honored. There are soldiers who are determined to stop the frontline troops at all costs, and special forces who fight with the enemy's airborne troops. There are also reconnaissance teams that break into the enemy's lair alone and find the location of the enemy's headquarters, especially when waiting for the investigation team to come on stage. The audience burst into warm applause. At last, the host comes on stage. Everyone, next, we're going to commend the 2 mecha pilots. It was they who piloted the mechas and turned the tide, destroying the enemy headquarters in one fell swoop and capturing the enemy leader alive. Please welcome Comrade Wang Yixue and Comrade Tong Yao. There was thunderous applause. It was like the sound of a raging wave. Many people saw the mecha that day and later received a gag order. Now you can see the pilot of the mecha with your own eyes. My blood suddenly started boiling. Mecha, that's every man's dream. The most romantic thing I can think of is to drive a mecha out to install walls. Some soldiers even ignored the feelings of the people behind them and stood up directly, wanting to see more clearly. So exciting. Only after being glared at by the leader with a deterrent look did he calm down. Everyone's heart seemed to be erupting like a volcano, and their breathing was like pumping a bellows. Huff, huff, huff. However, there was only one person in the audience whose face was as dark as if he had just returned from Africa. When talking about capturing the enemy leader alive, Commander Kong's teeth were chattering. Because the division commander who was captured alive was himself. During the previous military exercise, I was too excited to see it clearly. Now I see it clearly. It was these 2 little girls who drove the mecha and pointed the muzzle of the gun at his face. Luo Bing and Zhu Guodong were already somewhat uninterested. When he heard that the mecha pilot was going to the stage to receive an award, his eyes suddenly lit up. They also saw the 2 people through their mobile phones at that time, but it was too fast. He just gave his name and left. Now I am very excited to see him again. They have seen many tank and aircraft drivers. This was the first time they had seen the mecha pilot at such a close distance. Amid the crazy applause of the crowd, Wang Yixue and Tong Yao, wearing Army Special Operations camouflage uniforms, quickly walked onto the stage, one on the left and one on the right. Stand at attention, hold your head high, and accept the commendation. Seeing the 2 of them look pretty, Luo Bing couldn't help but sigh. Women are indeed as good as men. The host saw the two people standing up. The award decision was immediately announced. To commend Comrade Wang Yixue and Comrade Tong Yao for their significant contributions in the Red and Blue Army exercises, after discussion at the division headquarters, we have specially made the following awards. Award Comrade Wang Yixue and Comrade Tong Yao the Special Class Combat Hero Medal. Award the Special Class Combat Hero Medal to Comrade Wang Yixue and Comrade Tong Yao. Award the Second Class Merit Medal to Comrade Wang Yixue and Comrade Tong Yao. Award the Red and Blue Exercise Model Medal to Comrades Wang Yixue and Tong Yao. As the host spoke his award speech, the audience burst into thunderous applause. At the same time, Teacher Li Guozhong will personally go on stage and put the corresponding medals on the chests of Wang Yixue and Tong Yao. In the end, both of them won 5 medals each. This is an honor that no one in the entire division has ever had. However, Wang Yixue's face did not show the excitement and pride she should have. Instead, his face looked a little depressed. It seems like he has something on his mind and can't help but express it. The award ceremony is over. The host signaled Wang Yixue and Tong Yao to leave the stage, and then the leaders of the Southeast War Zone, Luo Bing and Zhu Guodong, could be invited to speak. However, the host discovered that Wang Yixue was still standing on the stage. Didn't go down. Tong Yao, who had just stepped off the stage, hurriedly called out to Wang Yixue, thinking that she was too excited and distracted. But Wang Yixue's expression was unusually calm, standing upright on the stage. He glanced across the hall and slowly exhaled. Under the surprised gazes of Li Guozhong, Luo Bing, and other leaders, Wang Yixue slowly spoke. The voice was even a little hoarse and low. Commander, Division Commander, comrades, please allow Yixue to be willful for once. These honors are really tempting, but I feel unworthy of them and cannot accept them. Li Guozhong's heart skipped a beat, and he stood up immediately. She whispered, Yixue, don't be so petty. If you have something to say, come down and tell me. Wang Yixue gave Li Guozhong an apologetic look. Continued. There was a man. While I was enjoying my life in the greenhouse, he developed a mecha and handed it over to the country free of charge. When I was honored here, he had already been working over 50 hours day and night, and was still working on the mecha production line. He donated inventions such as carbonine alloy and superconducting alloy, which were worthy of a Nobel Prize, to the motherland free of charge. Alone, I worked hard, devoted my heart and soul, and overcame all obstacles. I have dedicated everything to my country without regrets. Wang Yixue's eyes were filled with tears, and she became more and more excited as she spoke. He is the backbone of the children of Xia country. There is no such thing as a peaceful life. It's just that someone is carrying the burden for us. Compared to him, I am so insignificant. The person who should receive the honor is Su Fan. Wang Yixue finished speaking. The whole place was dead silent. 047 simulation drill, burnout start. The powerful words touched everyone's heart. Men don't shed tears easily, but at this moment tears filled the eyes of countless people. Luo Bing and Zhu Guodong, commanders of the Southeast Theater Command, also shed tears. After a short silence, Li Guozhong suddenly stood up, his whole body trembling, clapping vigorously and crazily. Immediately afterwards, countless people stood up and applauded. The two chiefs of the Southeast War Zone stood up and applauded without any airs. The applause lasted for 5 minutes. At Luo Bing's signal, he suppressed it. Luo Bing exclaimed loudly. Well said. Comrade Wang Yixue, you're right. There is no such thing as a peaceful life. It's just that someone is carrying the burden for us. But please rest assured, fellow soldiers, our Southeast military region will absolutely give Comrade Su Fan the most generous conditions and the highest praise. I might as well let you all know a little bit. Honors and appointments are already on the way for scientific research, but this isn't enough. Our Southeast military region will show greater sincerity and will definitely not chill the hearts of any military scientific research workers. With Luo Bing's comfort, all the soldiers finally calmed down. Wang Yixue also showed a long-lost smile. What Luo Bing said just now also became the final summary of the commendation meeting. The conference ended successfully. Everyone went to the restaurant for dinner. Wang Yixue and Tong Yao were covered with medals. Li Guozhong secretly told Wang Yixue that in a few days Su Fan would definitely have no fewer medals than her. There's even a medal. When the word medal came out, Wang Yixue and Tong Yao were both stunned. A difference of one word can make a huge difference. The weight of a medal is dozens of times more than that of an award. Only those who have made outstanding contributions to the country are eligible to receive the medal. For example, Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua are both recipients of the Medal of Defense of the Nation. Only then did Wang Yixue realize that the reason Su Fan was not honored today was perhaps because some important rewards were on the way. When Su Fan is awarded the medal, what a glorious scene it will be. Thinking of this, Wang Yixue felt a little uneasy again. The more outstanding Su Fan is, the more inexplicably irritated and uneasy she feels. It's like being afraid of losing something that originally belonged to you. Lunch is over. At the urging of the two leaders, the group came to the multifunctional combat command room. Relevant personnel are in place. There is someone operating each instrument. On the front is a huge display that is more than 2 meters high. The left and right sides are split screen. The front display is divided into two. On the left is the real-time image of Wang Yixue's holographic helmet, and on the right is the real-time image of Tong Yao's holographic helmet. In the lower right corner of each screen is the data panel of each mecha. The small screen on the side displays the real-time image of the mecha's exterior. In this way, you can see clearly both inside and outside the mecha. See, everyone is ready. Luo Bing glared at Li Guozhong fiercely. So you are already prepared. Haha, the old commander is going to review the troops. Guozhong will do his best. After saying this, Li Guozhong couldn't help but feel a little excited. Before, these two old bastards didn't believe what he said, but today he will let them open their eyes. Pick up the microphone. Yixue, Tong Yao, the simulation drill can begin now. The two received the order at the same time. Pull the joystick hard. The engine roared, spewing out blue flames. The huge thrust instantly carried the two people and their mechas out of the warehouse. It rubbed against the ground, producing violent sparks. This burning tire start move, which he learned from Su Fan, instantly caught the attention of Luo Bing and Zhu Guodong. Although they didn't believe that the mecha would be as awesome as Li Guozhong said, their love and curiosity about it were real. After they sat down, they quickly picked up their teacups and took 2 sips. Even when drinking tea, his eyes were still fixed on the screen, afraid of missing any details. Li Guozhong did not forget to explain beside the two of them. Commander, this is called a burnout, and the best is yet to come. Just as he finished speaking, he heard the sound of air tearing again in the screen. After Jiangtian number 1 and number 2 slid out, they suddenly stopped with a sudden break. Quickly adjust your posture and face upward. Pull the joystick sharply. Boom boom. 2 fierce blue waves of fire exploded on the concrete ground. At the same time, a cone-shaped sound barrier cloud wrapped around the back of the mecha, and with a sound that tore the sky apart, it turned into 2 lines of fire and shot up into the sky. The sudden wild scene instantly shocked the 2 leaders. Puff! Luo Bing, who had just taken a sip of tea, suddenly spit it out. His eyeballs popped out of their sockets. Raise your arm and point at the screen. Sonic boom. Zhu Guodong next to him suddenly stood up, his arms trembling. His chin trembled slightly. Also in een. They thought the excitement was yet to come, but they were thrilled right from the start. Li Guozhong had a blank expression on his face, but he actually felt a bit of contempt in his heart. Look at this mountain cannon entering the city. I made you cry out loud just by taking off. What are you going to do next? Although he thought so in his heart, Li Guozhong comforted him on the surface. Commanders, please be patient. This is just a small event, just a sonic boom takeoff. It's not part of the drill. Luo Bing's face twitched wildly, and he looked at Li Guozhong with eyes full of resentment. This kid deserves a beating no matter how you look at him. Sonic boom takeoff is not considered an event. Is it only a nuclear explosion like yours that can be put on the stage? Blowing up the entire Zhonghai with a bang is considered a big scene? Etc. Zhu Guodong suddenly reminded in a trembling voice. Lao Luo, look at the data panel. Luo Bing looked at the panel in the lower right corner of the screen with a puzzled expression. Current mode, Master. Comprehensive thrust, 2200 kN plus, small thrust data, is ignored. Body temperature, 1100 degrees Celsius. Speed, Mach 13. Evaluation, everything is normal. God, Mach 13. Luo Bing's pupils shrank suddenly, almost to the size of a needle tip. He cried out in shock, his face pale with fear. The gray hair instantly became frizzy. His face was full of disbelief. Currently, the fastest fighter jet in the world is only Mach 3. You can reach Mach 13 by climbing vertically? I don't believe it. I absolutely don't believe it. That's impossible. Zhu Guodong also kept shaking his head. This data is fake. Li Guozhong picked up the microphone helplessly. The commander said you are too slow. Can you go a little faster? Okay. Wang Yixue and Tong Yao both showed joy on their faces almost at the same time. Leaders have always been reluctant to move too fast. I can finally drive faster this time. Press the climb button again. The data panel jumped rapidly. It can be seen with the naked eye that the sonic barrier cloud surrounding the mecha's body is gradually becoming sparse, and then disappeared. Luo Bing seemed to have grabbed Li Guozhong's pigtail. While looking at the screen, he laughed. Guozhong, the sound barrier has been broken outside the mecha, which means it hasn't even reached supersonic speed. The data panel dares to show Mach 24. You are so fake. He didn't finish his words. The smile on Luo Bing's face froze. The whole person stood there like a clay or wooden sculpture. The air seemed to be stagnant. As the mecha turned around, in Luo Bing's pupils, a brilliant planet with a blue halo was reflected. 048 blowing up a satellite is not much harder than blowing up a dog bowl. A huge blue planet. Emitting a hazy light blue halo, it suddenly appeared in the sight of the mecha. An indisputable fact was placed before Luo Bing and Zhu Guodong. Mecha, flew out of the earth. Luo Bing looked stunned, his face full of disbelief. There was a sound like a rooster crowing. There was a huge storm in my heart, and my heart was shaking violently. It shattered his eyeballs. It shattered his outlook on life. In less than 20 minutes, the mecha flew out of the earth. The speed of Mach 24 is absolutely true. Otherwise, how could it fly out of the earth so quickly? They can still figure out this simplest math problem. At this time, Wang Yishue's voice sounded. Reporting to the commander, we have reached low Earth orbit. Please give us your instructions. Li Guozhong looked at Luo Bing. Only then did Luo Bing recover from his trance. He said hurriedly, carry out as planned. Yes. Wang Yishuo and Tong Yao shouted in unison. Activate the dormant hydrogen-powered engine. 2 balls of fire suddenly exploded in space. 2 red lights swooped down from space at a speed almost invisible to the naked eye. Luo Bing and Zhu Guodong were almost suffocating just sitting in their chairs and watching. The data panel shows that the dive speed has reached Mach 31 at this moment. Such a fast speed is unimaginable and crazy. He is in his 60s. How can I bear this kind of stimulation? Both of them were breathing rapidly, and their eyes were bloodshot. Abnormally excited mood. Li Guozhong, who was standing by, seemed to have anticipated this and gave his men a wink. The ventilator that had been prepared in advance was brought up. Looking at the nasal oxygen tube handed to him by Li Guozhong, Luo Bing frowned. Guozhong, what do you mean? I'm in good health and don't need this. I don't need it either. My health is not much worse than Lao Luo's. Li Guozhong had no choice but to ask someone to take it away first. I sighed in my heart. The old leader is really stubborn. The mecha was almost reaching its lowest point. Li Guozhong immediately picked up the microphone and said loudly, Yishue, Tongyao, show off to the chief. Yes. The 2 men obeyed the order. Immediately carry out precise braking on the mecha. The mecha that was originally diving quickly turned over. From the 4 giant vector nozzles on the back, a blue fire snake over 5 meters long suddenly sprang out. The powerful hydrogen-powered engine has crazy output. Immediately afterwards, countless people saw a scene that made their blood pressure soar. The speed of the mecha swooping down from the sky suddenly dropped, and it made an emergency stop and turned around within a few seconds. The engine roared, and countless Mach rings flashed on the tail flame. The mecha soared into the sky again. Within a breath, the mecha completed a 180-degree vertical turn. Luo Bing's heart almost stopped. His eyes were so wide that they almost popped out of their sockets. There was a heavy breath coming out of his nostrils. The lower gums were shaking wildly and colliding violently with the upper gums. His whole face was drained of color. Zhu Guodong is not much better. He is 5 years older than Luo Bing. The extreme emotional fluctuations made him overly excited. There is a clucking sound coming from the mouth. The eyeballs are rolling up. The stimulation was too much, and I couldn't breathe. Li Guozhong shook his head. Whispered, I told you guys to get oxygen long ago, but you're still stubborn. Hey, someone, get 2 pairs of nasal oxygen tubes and put them on for the commander. This time Luo Bing and Zhu Guodong did not refuse. Luo Bing, with a nasal oxygen tube inserted in his nose, murmured, Guozhong, does this flying maneuver have a name? Commander, this move is called the paperclip maneuver, and it was also invented by Su Fan. Too strong. Although Luo Bing tried his best to suppress his inner excitement, his heart still seemed to jump out of his throat. If you measure your blood pressure now, it would probably be 580. In a trance, Luo Bing thought of a question that shocked him. Since the mecha can perform such extremely exaggerated tactical moves, it can even fly at a speed of up to Mach 30. So, could it be that what Li Guozhong said before about the power of weapons is true? Thinking of this, Luo Bing felt dry in the mouth, but he didn't have time to drink water. Asked directly, Guozhong, those weapon test results you mentioned earlier, could they also be true? Look at what you said, Chief. When has Guozhong ever lied to you? Li Guozhong said into the microphone. Ishue, Tong Yao, start the weapons test. Wang Ishio and Tong Yao had been waiting for this order. They were already tired of flying mechas. Especially Wang Ishue. Ever since a Starlink satellite exploded in space. I love the shoulder cannon so much. I was still wondering when I would blow up the next one, and now I finally got the order to fire. Yes, Commander. Are we going to blow up a satellite this time? Forehead. Li Guozhong was so frightened by Wang Ishio's words that his whole body trembled. Instead of blowing up satellites, let's just blow up something normal. When Luo Bing, who was standing by, heard this conversation, his beard stood up. You two are talking as if there is not much difference between blowing up a satellite and blowing up a dog bowl. What the hell are you talking about this time? It's like it exploded last time. If it weren't for his status as a leader, Luo Bing really wanted to jump up and curse. Don't boo me, if you have the guts, just blow one up and let's see. I've been annoyed with Starlink satellites for a long time. After Zhu Guodong took 2 breaths of oxygen and drank a few sips of tea, he calmed down a little. Naturally, he didn't believe the conversation between Li Guozhong and Wang Yishue. To put it bluntly, Guozhong, I know this mecha is powerful, but isn't your satellite blowing a bit too exaggerated? Why? The two leaders want to see it. Li Guozhong raised his eyebrows. Judging from what these two old guys said, they don't believe it, or what? Luo Bing and Zhu Guodong looked at each other, and then looked at Li Guozhong. His eyes seemed to be saying that it was a mule or a stone horse that was pulled out for a stroll. What's the point of talking big? At least that's how Li Guozhong understood it. Li Guozhong understood immediately and said into the microphone, Ishue, what's the range of your Taoist robes? Can they hit Starlink? Yes. I just scanned it with the quantum source phased array radar. It's less than 10,000 kilometers away, within range. The chief wants to see fireworks, you know what I mean. Fireworks? Ah, I know. Okay, do it discreetly. The two ended their chat. Luo Bing and Zhu Guodong were already stunned. Listen, is this human language? What kind of gun can have a range of 10,000 kilometers? What is the use of missiles when you have a cannon with such a long range? The two leaders' mouths were so big that they almost reached their ears. His 2 eyes were almost popping out of their sockets. His eyes were as loud as a bell, staring straight at Li Guozhong. After the latter finished the conversation, he turned around and was immediately shocked. What's wrong with these two people? If you don't know at first glance, you would think they are a ghost. At this time, the picture on the screen has changed. Nursery rhymes aside. The big screen camera was completely focused on Wang Yishue. Jiangtian number 1 is suspended in the clouds. The shoulder rail gun made a clicking sound. A ball of red energy gathered on his shoulders. A crosshair appeared in the field of view of the holographic helmet. After a few jumps, it locked onto the target. 049 aliens are attacking again. A virtual energy bar appears at the bottom of the data panel. A creepy mechanical sound rang in the ears of countless people. Mecha posture adjustment completed. Air status analysis completed. Distance 9,981 kilometers. Target lock. Railgun charging. Looking at the reading bar below filling up rapidly, Luo Bing felt a strong sense of unease in his heart. Gudong sound. Swallow your saliva. He looked at Li Guozhong. Guozhong, you're not serious, are you? Commander, we are all soldiers led by you. When have we ever been vain? Is it too late to terminate now? At this moment, Luo Bing really believed it. Li Guozhong didn't finish his words. The railgun on Jiangtian number 1's shoulder exploded with a burst of red flames. A ball of fire shot up into the sky, disappeared from everyone's sight at an incredible speed. Time seemed to have come to a standstill. The only sound in the command room could be heard was the heartbeats of the leaders. Plop, plop, plop. Time seemed to slow down. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. No one spoke. Everyone stared at the screen blankly. On the screen, Wang Yishue has locked the target direction using optical supermagnification image. Even if you can't see clearly. But there will definitely be fire feedback after hitting the target. Luo Bing clenched his fists. He even stopped breathing and didn't dare to blink. Afraid of missing something. Starlink satellite. It was a civilian exploration satellite built by Mosto, but was requisitioned by the American military. It became the butcher's knife in the hands of the executioner Eagle Sauce. The Eagle Sauce often uses it to carry out military operations or to explore and monitor the borders of other countries. Imagine someone installed a surveillance camera in your home. Would you be happy? Luo Bing had long disliked them. I've had enough of this humiliation. If I could really shoot one down, at least I could vent my anger. What will happen if the Americans find out? If you don't agree, come and give me a bang. If you really dare to move, believe it or not, I will send a mecha to fly over your hexagon and shit on it. My fear of you hasn't disappeared, but that doesn't mean I'll be afraid. If you want to fight, I will fight. 1.5 billion will be sacrificed. Come and fight me if you don't agree. Luo Bing straightened his back, his fingers dug into his palms tightly, and his old hands were full of wrinkles. At this moment, he was extremely nervous. Even with an oxygen tube stuffed in his nostrils, his breathing was still trembling. This was especially true for Zhu Guodong, whose old face was full of shock and expectation. 9 seconds. 10 seconds. A ball of brilliant fireworks exploded in the distant space. The vibrant colors reflected on Wang Yishue's holographic helmet are breathtaking. The fire image was projected onto the large screen in the command room, covering half of the screen. Report to the commander. A perfect hit. As Wang Yishue's voice sounded, Luo Bing and Zhu Guodong suddenly stood up. Bang! His fist slammed heavily on the table. Well done, great job. Both of their eyes were red. After being bullied by the thing above my head for so many years, I finally got rid of my anger. Sooner or later, I'll get them all. The officers and soldiers from all departments in the command room all looked excited and breathed rapidly. There was a glint of excitement in his eyes. If the leader hadn't been here, they would have excitedly ripped the roof off the house. Luo Bing said calmly at this moment. Immediately order Yishue and Tong Yao to return to the country. Yes, Chief. Li Guozhong also knew that time was running out. After all, now is not the time to turn against those wolf countries. Wang Yishio and Tong Yao were immediately ordered to return. The two mechas responded quickly, disappeared in the clouds. Eagle saw space station. Ever since the last footage of aliens attacking the Earth was released, and Zhuai and Mi Jin have been extremely afraid of the work of astronauts. After many applications, I finally got a response. They will be able to return to Earth in the return capsule soon. Today is their last extravehicular mission. As usual, after releasing the pressure from the node cabin. With a click, Mi Jin was the first to exit the cabin, followed by Zhuai. The two of them were somewhat nervous. Zhuai, do you think we won't encounter aliens again this time? Oh God, please don't let this happen to me again. It's so scary. The two just chatted for a while. A red light flew past the two men's faces, almost touching them. Shit. What the hell? Megan was horrified. He hurriedly looked in the direction of the red light. Boom. A ball of fire suddenly exploded in the distance. The two of them looked at each other suddenly. Fuck, the aliens are here again. Mom, run. And Zhuai and Mi Jin turned around abruptly and quickly got into the node warehouse. Michigan picked up the satellite phone and called NASA. Hello, boss, something terrible has happened. The aliens are attacking again. Really? I saw it with my own eyes. It had red skin, a head over 2 meters tall, and 18 eyes. More than 20 kicks. One kick and the satellite will explode. Every word is true. If I lie to you, you're a grandson. We request to return to the ground immediately. After an emergency call, Megan calmed down a bit. He looked to the side and saw Zhuai staring at him in shock. Megan said without changing his expression. Ahem, that's what we have to say, and we have to say it even when we get to the ground. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to get us back to the ground right away. Once we get to the surface, we're going to kill them with one bite. They're the aliens I just mentioned. And Zhuai suddenly understood and gave me Jin a thumbs up. You're right. But you said the liar is his grandson. Megan smiled mysteriously. My grandfather died several years ago. The two of them lowered their heads and refined the details of the alien. Hang up the phone on them. Director Paul of the American National Aeronautics and Space Administration was completely confused. What more than 20 legs and 18 eyes? What he said even has real evidence. Just like the real thing. It seems that he has become stupid after staying in space again. However, a piece of news immediately reached Paul's ears. Another Starlink satellite was hit by an unidentified object. Already crashed. Paul shuddered suddenly, and his expression instantly turned ugly. I remembered what Megan said on the phone just now, more than 20 feet, and kicked the satellite to pieces. I couldn't help but mutter. Something big has happened. The alien Zerg have invaded the Earth. Paul didn't dare to delay and immediately called the Pentagon. Xia country's airspace. 2 red lights fell from the sky. The outline of the Mecha with an icy sheen gradually became clear. High in the sky, the air was torn apart. This time, no air raid alarms sounded in Zhonghai City. In light of the previous misunderstanding, both mechas have been secretly registered. Seeing the mecha return safely, Li Guozhong breathed a sigh of relief. He was worried that the 2 little girls would have too much fun driving the mechas and take down the space station. Killing the Eagle Sauce is a small matter. If someone destroys our own space station, he will be brought to a military court and no one can save him. Li Guozhong saw that the 2 leaders seemed satisfied and had a certain understanding of the performance and firepower of the mecha. Then he asked, Commander, Is this the end of the simulation exercise? Aren't there micro-missiles, laser weapons, particle knives, and dragoon systems? Although there was a hint of fatigue between Luo Bing's brows, he still had some expectations in his heart. The railgun opened his eyes. Wouldn't this other weapon disappoint him? In that case, I'll let Tong Yao give the two commanders another simple micro-missile target practice. 050 nuclear explosion. Seeing the two leaders nod, Li Guozhong contacted Tong Yao. Tong Yao, just use your satellite missile to simply hit the leader on the ground. Yes, Commander. Tong Yao gave a clear and concise answer. The mecha was suspended in midair. The quantum source phased array radar instantly covered the entire shooting range near the division headquarters. This is where the soldiers from the division headquarters conduct target practice drills. There are many tank targets. Tong Yao found a target in the middle. Asked, Commander, is this 355 tank target okay? All right, go ahead and beat it. You two will report back right away after you're done. Yes. Inside the command room. The image on the big screen has been completely connected to the holographic display of the nursery rhyme. A crosshair similar to the one Wang Yixio used to fire the railgun appeared. After jumping a few times, it locked onto the 355 tank target. After the incident of destroying the satellite just now, the atmosphere in the command room is gradually relaxing. Some people were even whispering about going out for a drink after get off work to celebrate. Luo Bing and Zhu Guodong also looked much calmer. The nasal oxygen cannula was also removed. They could almost anticipate the micro-missile target drills that Tong Yao was currently conducting, and they were certain that they would hit the target. There can be no accidents. If we can shoot down a satellite 10,000 kilometers away, there is no reason why we can't hit a target thousands of kilometers away. No one even bothered to watch it because they had already guessed the outcome and there was nothing good to watch. After Tong Yao locked onto the target, he pressed the launch button with a click. The tiny missile spewed red flames and rushed towards the target with ferocious energy. Afterwards, Tong Yao was too lazy to care about it anymore. After the missile was launched, it started to automatically position itself. She directly connected to Wang Yixue's mecha channel. Yixue, I'm done here, let's go back. Okay, our commander will scold me for coming back late. There was a sense of ease in the conversation between the two. They had a lot of fun in this simulation exercise. It's a bit regrettable. The paperclip maneuver performed by the two of them was far inferior to Su Fan's. It took them too long to slow down, turn around, and speed up. In real combat, the shorter the time, the stronger the aerial combat capability. Luo Bing, who was in the command room, smiled when he saw Tong Yao click the launch button. Old Zhu, let's go. It's time for us to leave. Well, there's an emergency video conference tonight. They say something amazing was discovered in Mariana. The two of them slowly stood up. Immediately afterwards, all the officers and soldiers in the command room stood up suddenly. Salute. Luo Bing glanced around and saw many young faces. Praise. The Yangtze River's waves behind pushed the waves ahead. My Xia country will definitely stand tall and straight from now on. We will no longer be a country that allows itself to be manipulated by the great powers. The two old leaders laughed and turned to leave. Luo Bing's gaze just happened to sweep across the large screen in front of the command room. At this time, the micromissile hit its target just right. Almost at the same time, a dazzling light that could almost blind a person's eyes suddenly lit up. It was like a light explosion, instantly flashing the screen into silver white. The white light disappeared in an instant. A huge fireball that could shake the heavens and the earth rose into the sky. The range of the fireball expanded rapidly, and the mechas of Wang Yixio and Tong Yao were both covered in it. There was violent shaking. The two hurriedly pulled the joystick to escape from the range of the fireball. The rapidly rising fireball, accompanied by black impurities, spread violently in all directions. In a blink of an eye, it has reached a range of 1 kilometer. There is no sign of stopping. The flames surged and the smoke swirled. A mushroom cloud spanning the sky and the earth was reflected in Luo Bing's cloudy pupils. Luo Bing's hair stood on end, his body shook violently, and his pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip. His face was pale. My mouth was trembling and I couldn't speak. His body shook violently, and he almost fell to the ground. The people in the command room also followed Luo Bing's gaze and saw this violent scene. There were sounds of shock all around. Fuck! What the hell? My horse. Before anyone could react, a deafening sound came over. Boom. The sound is long and has a strong aftertaste. The ground also shook violently almost at the same time. The monitor on the table was almost shaken over. There was a crackling sound in the room. In the end, the picture displayed on the screen turned into a distorted screen. I can't see anything. Zhu Guodong slapped his thigh fiercely. Something's going on. This is a fucking nuclear bomb. Retreat. Follow closely. A shrill alarm sounded. Woo. Alarm. 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 Woo. Alarm. The defense system detected an unnaturally strong shock wave. It seems a small nuclear bomb has detonated near our division headquarters. Please evacuate all personnel immediately. Please evacuate all personnel immediately. The rapid alarm filled everyone's faces with shock and urgency. Everyone knows that the real horror of nuclear bombs is not just their earth-shattering destructive power. It also carries nuclear radiation, which is a terrifying thing. Anyone who has been exposed to sufficient nuclear radiation will experience gene mutations and develop cancer within a short period of time. It is no exaggeration to say that he is unable to live or die. Li Guozhong was also panicked at this moment. He didn't expect that this miniature missile would actually be a nuclear bomb, and he was scared to death. Quickly notify the troops and evacuate quickly in company and platoon units. The other side. Zhonghai Military Research Base. Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua were lying on a huge drawing doing research. The ground trembled. Immediately afterwards, the base alarm sounded automatically. The sharp whoosh sound is very harsh. Old Wang and Old Hua were startled and looked out the window. At some point, a mushroom cloud had already appeared in the distant sky. It was visible to the naked eye that the mushroom cloud was rapidly expanding and rising. Nuclear explosion. Mr. Wang was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out. The pen in his hand fell to the ground with a click. Oh no, something terrible has happened. Something happened over there, Guozhong. Mr. Wang exclaimed twice and quickly called Li Guozhong. At the same time, together with Mr. Hua, they rushed to the parking lot downstairs. After going downstairs, he shouted to the guard, "Quickly get the radiation detectors, get 2 more." At this time, Mr. Hua also made a phone call. "Tong Yao, how are you guys doing?" Mr. Hua's words were full of anxiety. He could hear all the conversations between Li Guozhong and Mr. Wang. I knew that Tong Yao and Wang Yishu were involved in it at the first moment. Mr. Hua, Yishue, and I will be at the research base right away. All right, you two, drive the mechas over to the building immediately. Hang up the phone. 2 steel behemoths crashed down. The guard also brought the instrument to Mr. Wang. Let's go to Li Guozhong's division headquarters. Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua each rode in a mecha and asked the mecha to take all the instruments. Disappeared from the research base in the blink of an eye. As soon as they arrived at the gate of the division headquarters, Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua deployed their instruments for detection. Ding ding ding. Detection results. No radiation. 051. What do you think of this 1 kilometer long crater, Mr. Hua? Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua were stunned. Mr. Hua even pointed at the mushroom cloud in the distance and spat. There's no way there's no radiation. We've all seen that thing with our own eyes. It's definitely a nuclear explosion. If not, I'll eat this machine. Mr. Wang immediately took out a new nuclear radiation detector. At this time, Luo Bing, Zhu Guodong, and Li Guozhong also came over. They were about to evacuate. I happened to see Mr. Wang and others doing radioactive testing at the entrance of the division headquarters. They nodded to each other. Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua concentrated their attention on the detection. As a result, the voice broadcast sounded again. Detection results. No radiation. Both Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua were confused. The 2 leaders standing by were also dumbfounded. Even Li Guozhong, who had never seen a nuclear explosion, pointed at the mushroom cloud in the sky, staring and shouting. If there's no radiation, then what is it? This question hits the nail on the head, and it's also the question on the mind of everyone present. Let's go to the shooting range. Mr. Wang didn't care what the 2 leaders meant and made the decision directly. This time, 5 people were riding in the car together, and the radiation equipment was always on. If they detect nuclear radiation, they will turn around immediately. However, as we headed towards the shooting range below the mushroom cloud, none of the 3 instruments detected any radiation. This made Mr. Wang and the others even more confused. The mushroom cloud above our heads is still spreading. Who would believe that it is not a nuclear bomb? Longxi War Zone. Army General Staff. Long Tianyun, who was taking a lunch break, was awakened by a sudden ring of his cell phone. It turned out to be the Electronic Reconnaissance Battalion calling. If you dare to call him at this time, there must be something big. As soon as I picked up the phone, there was a hurried voice from the other side. Reporting to the commander, our battalion has detected a strong shock wave in the direction of the southeastern theater. It has been confirmed that it was man-made. And what stopped fussing? Long Tianyun asked urgently. The technical department's analysis suggests it couldn't have been an earthquake. It's most likely a nuclear bomb test in the Southeast Theater Command. We can almost see the mushroom cloud now. What? Long Tianyun jumped up from the bed in excitement. His eyes were as big as copper bells. Hang up the phone. Long Tianyun's hands were even shaking a little. Crazy. Crazy. What's wrong with that thick-browed, big-eyed guy Li Guozhou? In the entire Southeast War Zone, is there any enemy capable of testing a nuclear bomb? Doesn't he know there is nuclear contamination? Not only the Longxi War Zone, but the Tianyuan War Zone is also adjacent to the Southeast War Zone and is located to the north of the Southeast War Zone. Unusual tremors were also detected. Inexplicably frightened. I don't understand what's going on in the Southeast War Zone. The international situation is so tense right now. You put this together. This may even aggravate the international situation. 8th Marine Combined Armored Division, shooting range. 2 Mengsher off-road vehicles sped along the dirt road to the shooting range. The car trailed a long trail of dust. The 2 cars were driving at a speed of more than 100 miles per hour in the wilderness. Wang Yixio and Tong Yao, the 2 driving mechas, could hardly slow down. The car is running in front and the soul is chasing behind. In less than half an hour, the group arrived under the mushroom cloud, looking at the huge crater with a diameter of almost 1 kilometer. Everyone was in disarray. Next to it is a radiation detector that is always turned on. They had all arrived below the mushroom cloud. But there is no radiation at all. Looking at the big pit in front of me and the mushroom cloud above my head, everyone began to doubt life. Apart from a nuclear explosion, what else could create such a visually stunning scene? Mr. Wang began to have deep doubts about himself. There is absolutely no explanation for the situation before me. Mr. Hua's eyes were also a little dull. The daily stimulation had caused him to suffer from Alzheimer's disease prematurely. When you encounter something like this, your brain is totally not enough. Luo Bing saw that no one spoke, leaning slightly towards Mr. Hua. Mr. Hua, this pit, what do you think? If you want to know what's going on, you have to ask that Xiao Su. Old Hua's eyes looked a little empty. My brain almost stopped working for a while. What was happening before my eyes was too contrary to common sense. Which Xiao Su? Luo Bing was stunned, and then suddenly thought of a person that Wang Yixio had mentioned at the commendation meeting. Su Fan. Yes, let's call that kid. Old Wang also nodded. Tong Yao took out her cell phone and dialed. The ringtone rang for a long time before the call was connected. Brother Su, what's up with that micromissile of yours? Micromissile? From the Jiangtian 2. Holy crap. I was wondering why I saw a mushroom cloud in the northeast. So what's all this fuss about? Are you guys testing a miniature missile? That scared me. I thought it was World War III. That missile is a little stronger than the average missile. Try to shoot it from as far away as possible, otherwise you might hurt your own people. Besides Su Fan's voice, there was also the humming sound of a machine on the other end of the phone. It sounded like Su Fan was debugging the machine and seemed very busy. When everyone heard Su Fan's words, they were all speechless. One of them fell and created a kilometer-deep crater. You call this a little bit stronger? I'm afraid you have some misunderstanding. Brother Su, is the missile you developed a nuclear bomb? Tong Yao asked again. Of course not. That's a polymer solid cold uranium bomb. It will decay instantly upon explosion and there won't be any nuclear radiation. Tong Yao looked at Mr. Wang and the others, and seeing that no one was talking, she guessed that there was no problem. Of course, it is also possible that I didn't understand. So first of all, okay, Brother Su, you're busy. I'll call you if I have any questions. After hanging up the phone, Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua were still a little confused. But at least we know that the micromissile is not a nuclear weapon. That's enough. Luo Bing stood on the edge of the deep pit. Looking at the circular pit that was several hundred meters deep, the shock in my heart could not dissipate for a long time. I thought the railgun was powerful enough. As a result, the micro-missile was comparable to a small nuclear weapon when it came out. It blew his eyes out. Luo Bing also clearly understood Su Fan's abilities. The revitalization of the Xia Kingdom depends on people like this. It seems that the rewards I thought of before are not enough. I have to increase them. We can't let a genius who has dedicated everything to the country think that we are stingy. Thinking of this, Luo Bing looked at Li Guozhou. Guozhou, if Xiao Su has any requests, please try your best to satisfy them. Everything that is due must be given. We can't be stingy. Even if it shouldn't be given, give it appropriately. If there's any problem, I'll take responsibility. Yes, Chief. Li Guozhou stood up straight and saluted. The chief is giving Su Fan some special privileges. He treats Su Fan as his own baby. At this time, a call came in from the Longxi War Zone. Luo Bing looked and saw that it was his old comrade Long Tianyun calling. Lao Luo, you guys in the Southeast War Zone are amazing. It's only been half a year since we last met, and you even managed to create a mushroom cloud. My political commissar said you stole the Sky Arrow Army's nuclear weapons. Let me make a phone call and ask if this is true. Luo Bing's face was filled with black lines. What a slap on the wrist. I just test-fired a missile. It's only a tiny bit more powerful. Old dragon, stop talking nonsense. Long Tianyan laughed heartily. Stop the nonsense. What kind of missile can create a mushroom cloud? If there were such missiles, wouldn't you, old Luo, also arrange 100 or 80 of them for your old comrades? Luo Bing instantly became alert. This guy is definitely here to gather intelligence. 052 emergency meeting, sudden pressure. Luo Bing's eyes rolled. The research team made a half-finished product, and it exploded, and it's gone. I still have to ask the director to help dispel the rumors, so I won't bother with you anymore. Come to the Southeast War Zone when you have time. Beep, beep, beep. Regardless of whether Long Tianyun had finished speaking or not, Luo Bing quickly hung up the phone. Long Tianyun is a cunning man. If he keeps talking, he will be tricked into revealing something. If the matter of the Mecha is exposed, Su Fan's identity will no longer be hidden. When they are pushed to the forefront, Eagle Sauce and Xiao Rizi may take risks. It is easy to avoid an open attack, but difficult to guard against a hidden one. This is not a good thing for Su Fan. Besides, the Mecha production line has just been established, and its productivity is insufficient. If the entire Longxi War Zone wants to get a piece of the pie, it will be even more difficult to divide it. This will be a troublesome matter at that time, and it may even be reported to the higher authorities, causing very bad effects. Luo Bing just hung up the phone. Immediately afterwards, Zhu Guodong's cell phone rang again. The call came from Tianyuan War Zone. Zhu Guodong and Luo Bing looked at each other helplessly and smiled. These guys have really good noses. After a round of deception, I was able to get away with it. The mecha simulation exercise is declared over. Although Luo Bing was still eager to try out the remaining weapons, he had to hurry back to the headquarters to deal with the follow-up effects of the mushroom cloud. An emergency video conferences in the evening. I can only wait for a chance to watch it later. He and Zhu Guodong did not stay and left directly by car. Wang Yixio went to the third arsenal. It is more appropriate to call it a mecha production line now. When Wang Yixio arrived at the production line, she was completely stunned. Thanks to Su Fan's quick work, the entire production line has been completely installed. A trial run is underway. Compared with Su Fan's multifunctional workbench, it is far inferior in all aspects. But fortunately, each step can be completed in an orderly and slow manner. Most of the intermediate steps do not require human intervention and can be completed by the high-precision CNC machine tool's own robotic arm. Seeing Wang Yixue coming, Su Fan had just finished her task and wanted to go home to rest. So Wang Yixue drove Su Fan home. At the same time, the internet has completely exploded. News about the mushroom cloud was flying everywhere. Douyin Hot Search List 1. Mysterious mushroom cloud appeared 40 miles east of Zhonghai City hydrogen bomb atomic bomb. Fox News, shocked. 36-year-old woman finds giant mushroom-like thing. It hurts. Top news list. Suspected atomic bomb explosion photo hot. Xiaolang's Weibo trending search number 1. Mushroom cloud witness interview hot. Xiaolang's Weibo trending search number 2. The danger soft nuclear radiation hot. Countless news reports about the mushroom cloud flooded the country, sparking a heated discussion across the country. Even many people are filled with worries in their hearts. After all, everyone knows how terrible nuclear radiation is. There are all kinds of videos and pictures on the internet, which are everywhere. However, just like the last Mecha incident, not long after, all the news about mushrooms and the monster disappeared mysteriously. Then I saw that the Douyin account, which the director had not used for a long time, suddenly posted a video. Hello everyone, I'm the bureau chief. Today in some parts of our country, many people saw mushroom clouds. I have confirmed from the meteorological department that the mushroom cloud was caused by extremely severe convective weather. It wasn't a nuclear explosion as everyone thought. Please don't believe in rumors or spread them. After all the explanation, I can only say that no one believed it at all. As soon as the video appeared, many netizens commented on it. Master, you can really blow mushroom clouds in extreme weather. Commander, I heard the explosion. Can you please come out and explain this? Commander, when the explosion happened, my house shook. You wouldn't call this extreme weather, would you? Brothers, stop talking. The director is already confused. Haha, the director is about to be fired from the Strategic Research Institute. The director took a quick look at the comments and sighed helplessly, saying that netizens these days are too shrewd. It's not easy to work in the Strategic Research Institute, although the relevant videos and pictures have been removed from all major platforms. However, in many comment sections, you can still see that everyone is chatting enthusiastically. I can't even suppress it. The other side. Southeast Theater. Luo Bing and Zhu Guodong were in the conference room, turning on their computers. The video conference begins in 2 minutes. The meeting hasn't started yet. The top military scientific research departments of Southeast, Longxi and Tianyuan, as well as the war zone leaders, have all arrived. Even Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua participated in this video conference. His face also looked a little worried. They have learned. The person who chaired the meeting was 72-year-old Navy Vice Admiral Zhang Yuanshan, Commander Zhang. He once led a battleship and fought against 5 enemies alone in the Pacific Ocean without losing the upper hand. A legendary general of the Xia Kingdom. Unless it's a big deal, he won't show up at all. Moreover, 3 representatives from the 8 war zones came to the video conference. In addition, the more well-known scientific research departments of each war zone were present. All signs indicate that something might have happened at sea. While everyone was chatting, an old man with a dignified look and wrinkles on his face successfully connected. Enter the web conference room. Everyone straightened their backs and stopped talking nonsense. Facing this old man, even Elder Wang and Elder Hua would show an expression of respect. Commander Zhang's old and muddy voice sounded. Everyone, let me make it short. This emergency meeting tonight is about one thing. A Norwegian research vessel has discovered a new type of super rare earth in the Maria Trench in the Pacific Ocean. This is of vital importance to our country. We now need to develop a manned deep-sea submersible capable of diving to 10,000 meters below the seabed within 7 days. Which military industry department among you can shoulder this burden? There were more than 80 people in the online conference room, and no one spoke. We are all smart people. The Mariana Trench is over 10,000 meters deep. Currently, only the Eagle Sauce's manned submersible can dive to that depth. I have never heard of any other country having that kind of strength. I want to stand up, but I don't have the strength to do so. At this time, Long Tianyan suddenly asked, Commander-in-Chief, to what depth can our country's manned deep-sea submersibles currently dive? 7,000 meters under the sea. It was developed and manufactured by Comrade Su Haiping, who died in the line of duty. Although Commander Zhang was old, he could answer without hesitation. In other words, we just need to convert the 7,000 nautical mile submarine into a 10,000 nautical mile submarine. We have a deep-sea submarine expert from John Country in our war zone, so maybe we can give it a try. Long Tianyun said. We also have an expert in related fields from the United States in our theater, so we can give it a try. Li Tianda from the Tianyuan theater also responded. After the 2 battle zones finished their speeches, there was silence in the online conference room. The pressure came to Luo Bing. The other 2 war zones have spoken, and you don't have to stand up and say something. It's a disgrace to the entire Southeast war zone. Luo Bing could even see the smug looks on the faces of those in other battle zones from the video screen. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't think of any experts in deep-sea submersibles on our side. You can't force yourself to do anything. 3 minutes passed, and no one spoke. Seeing this, Commander Zhang was about to give the final order. He just opened his mouth, but no sound came out. An elderly voice sounded. We also have an expert in deep-sea submersibles in the Southeast Theater Command, so we can be counted as one of them in this matter. 053 The monopoly will no longer exist in 7 days. The person who spoke was actually Mr. Wang. Luo Bing's eyes instantly turned red with emotion. At times like this, we still have to rely on the 70-year-old Mr. Wang to step forward. Luo Bing even felt that. The expert that Mr. Wang was talking about might be himself. It's just that Mr. Wang doesn't like to show off, so he said that. Even with such an old body, he can still be at the forefront at critical moments. Choked up. After Mr. Wang finished speaking, Commander Zhang did not wait any longer. Gave the order immediately. Let the 3 war zones immediately start the research, development, and transformation of deep-sea submersibles. One of the existing 7,000-meter submersibles will be sent to each war zone. After the meeting, Luo Bing was still a little worried. Call Mr. Wang immediately. Mr. Wang, do we really have such an expert on deep-sea submersibles in our war zone? Yes, and you have already seen another work he designed. Oh, don't keep me in suspense. What works has he designed? What are their names? Luo Bing was so anxious that he kept urging him, feeling very panicked. I'm talking about Su Fan. Didn't you just see the mecha he developed and manufactured today? Su Fan? Luo Bing was stunned for a moment and shook his head hurriedly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He's only in his early 20s. How could he have the energy to develop anything other than mechas? If you think normally, there is absolutely nothing wrong with saying this. No matter who a person is, no matter how talented he is, his energy is limited. You can't have your cake and eat it too. That's the truth. Mr. Wang laughed twice and suddenly said, Captain Luo, isn't Su Fan always making the impossible possible? Luo Bing was stunned. Recall the scene where the mecha appeared before. There was a sudden silence. It seems to be just as Mr. Wang said. Su Fan always brings them surprises. Mr. Wang continued. Let's just give this task to him. There's no other way now. Luo Bing nodded slowly and had no choice but to make a decision. Good, Mr. Wang. Then we will place our hopes on him. The two talked for a few more words and then hung up the phone. Captain Luo breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Su Fan is in the southeast military region. For now, I can only trust Su Fan for the time being. If the 7-day research and development fails, I will take full responsibility and resign. This kind of frustration shouldn't be borne by a kid in his 20s. When Zhu Guodong, who was standing next to him, heard what Luo Bing said, his pupils shrank suddenly. A look of disbelief. Looking at Luo Bing in a daze. He just realized it now. My old friend is putting everything on Su Fan's shoulders. This is a big gamble. The bet was won, and the entire Southeast War Zone gained glory. If he loses, he will take all the responsibility for the failure on himself. Right now, Su Fan is studying the design drawings of the Deep Sea Titan in an abandoned warehouse. This kind of research began since the invention of Mecha. The more in-depth Su Fan's research is, and the more perfect the works she creates will be after the system is revised and improved. His father's last wish has been a knot in his heart for many years. Today's Mecha simulation exercise is over. The technology points brought by the shock finally broke through to a full 10,000 points. He already has the most difficult conditions for developing a deep-sea submersible. All that remains is to purchase the materials. Since the military channel was opened, the material problem is no longer a problem. Su Fan could hardly hold back and called Tong Yao right away to get the materials. Call. This way, after systematic correction and improvement, it should be perfect. Deep Sea Titan, I really want to see what you'll look like when you're finished. Father, your wish may come true soon. At this time, a phone call came in. When Su Fan saw that it was Mr. Wang's number, he did not dare to neglect it. He quickly picked it up, stood up straight, and said respectfully, Hello, Mr. Wang. Well, hello, Xiao Su. When Mr. Wang heard Su Fan's powerful voice, he must have been in high spirits and very satisfied. A very important research and development task has come down from the war zone. Within 7 days, we developed a manned deep-sea submersible capable of diving to 10,000 meters. I know you have some research on this. I want to ask if you can take on this responsibility? Developing deep-sea submersibles? Su Fan just felt sleepy, and someone brought him a pillow. What a coincidence. He was thinking about how to find a reason to ask for materials from the nursery rhyme. After all, the country's things don't just come from the wind. Even if you have high authority, it is unacceptable to want to take away a large amount of materials without any reason. Now, the perfect reason has arrived. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Public and private matters overlap. Su Fan cleared his throat and said seriously, Mr. Wang, I'll take care of this. You might not know this, but my father is an expert in deep-sea submersibles. Guaranteed to complete the mission. Su Fan was so drunk that he was even a little excited and spoke in a firm voice. Full of confidence. Oh, old Wang was stunned. He had not expected this. What's your father's name? Which research institute does he work for now? Su Fan's father is actually also a scientific research expert. It is true that like father, like son. Su Fan paused for a moment and sighed. My father has passed away. His name was Su Haiping. Su Haiping? Mr. Wang on the other end of the phone was surprised. One could even hear over the phone that Mr. Hua beside him exclaimed in surprise. The phone also fell to the ground with a click. Mr. Wang finally understood one thing. No wonder Su Fan dared to contribute so many valuable research and development results. It turns out that he inherited his father's character. Su Fan's figure once again became much taller in the hearts of Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua. After a while, only then was the sound of Boss Wang's breathing heard over the phone. The developer of Xia country's most advanced manned deep-sea submersible is actually your father. 10 years ago, he worked tirelessly to develop deep-sea submersibles in order to break the foreign monopoly. Eventually, due to overwork, he collapsed at the workbench and never got up again. You two are both great. Su Fan heard that Mr. Wang was a little excited, so he said, Don't worry, Mr. Wang. I will definitely help my father complete the things he hasn't completed. In 7 days, I will develop the most powerful manned deep-sea submersible. By then, the foreign monopoly on related technologies will completely cease to exist. Mr. Wang was very satisfied with Su Fan's answer. Then he told Su Fan about the discovery of super rare earths on the bottom of the Pacific Ocean. At that time, the biggest use of deep-sea submersibles will be rare earth mining. In addition to basic performance, the submersible developed must also have certain functionality. It must be able to withstand the water pressure of 10,000 meters under the sea and also have certain rare earth mining and loading capabilities. Su Fan understood immediately after hearing it. Okay, Mr. Wong. I understand everything you said. That means the engine needs to be powerful, the vehicle needs to be large, and it needs mining tools. I guarantee that the mission will be completed. When Mr. Wong heard what Su Fan said, the corners of his mouth twitched. Did I say this? Is there some misunderstanding here? 054 arrogant foreign experts. The brain of a genius is different. That's all Mr. Wong could think of. Su Fan heard that Mr. Wong had nothing to say. After saying hello again, he hung up the phone. So he was conflicted. It's already 11 o'clock in the evening. Take a good rest first, or, hey, Tong Yao, don't sleep anymore. It's time to work. Tomorrow? Tomorrow won't work. We have to do it today. The higher-ups only gave us 7 days, no 5. Okay, I've sent you the materials list. I'll wait for you at the usual place. After hanging up the phone, Tong Yao was still confused. I had just fallen asleep when the phone rang. I almost had a heart attack. When I looked at the number, it was Su Fan again. He is indeed a genius. His sleep and rest schedule is different from others. Let's do it. Tong Yao got dressed, grabbed her phone, and went out. Less than 2 hours. Tong Yao drove the truck and honked the horn right in front of the warehouse door. Su Fan, who was dozing off in the abandoned warehouse, suddenly woke up with a start. Roll up your sleeves and get started. The materials have been unloaded. Tong Yao left again because there were still several trucks left to be transported. In order to protect Su Fan, Mr. Wong did not allow anyone else to get close to this place, so she had to bring all the materials over. A truckload of materials has been unloaded. Su Fan didn't wait any longer and started working. System, it's up to you. Byte. Super God Technology Workbench LV2 Start. Host conception of the Deep Sea Titan has been read. Information data comprehensive enhancement and correction. Fluid mechanics calculations completed. Load calculation of miniature hydrogen energy module completed. Vector turbine propulsion device simulation verification completed. Correction completed. Material scanning completed. This construction consumes 9,000 technology points and is expected to take 120 hours. Construction has begun. As the machine roared, 10 robotic arms began to work. Su Fan also had a lot of information about deep-sea submersibles in his mind after being corrected by the system. After working all night, Tong Yao went back to sleep at dawn. For convenience, Su Fan removed the roof of the warehouse. No way. According to his idea, after the Deep Sea Titan was built, it's 30 meters high. How could his warehouse accommodate such a big thing? Except for Su Fan and his Southeast War Zone. Both the Longxi War Zone and the Tianyuan War Zone became busy. Conference room. Early in the morning, Long Tianyun invited the scientific research experts from John Country. Call. Richard couldn't help but frown as he blew gently on the top-quality Maojian tea in the teacup. He has been in Xia Country for half a year, but still can't like tea. I really don't know what's so good about Xiao's tea. How come so many people are drinking? Richard put down his teacup and asked, Captain Long, what is the matter that you invited me here for? Dr. Richard, our theater would like to work with you to develop a manned submersible capable of diving to a depth of 10,000 meters. A 10,000-meter manned submersible. Richard frowned even more tightly. How many years of development time? 7 days. Long Tianyun said truthfully. Impossible. It can't be done in 7 days. When Richard heard the time, he immediately laughed. Developing anything requires a lot of time. It can't be done in a week. The Xia people are so ignorant. Being directly denied by Richard, Long Tianyun felt a chill in his heart. What if even old John can't do this? I'm afraid no one else can do it. Long Tianyun's expression changed. Lowering his posture, he asked again, Dr. Richard, is there no other way? This? Richard glanced at Long Tianyun and rolled his eyes. If there is any indication, it's not impossible, but I'm afraid it will cost a considerable price. Please speak frankly. Long Tianyun's face turned cold. Richard nodded and said without hesitation, developing deep-sea submersibles requires importing powertrains from our country, John, and will also require the use of a large number of related patents. These will incur huge costs, but if you're willing to pay for them, then it's fine. Long Tianyun understood immediately. His face also looked a little ugly. Richard's meaning was very clear. It was not about developing new things, but about assembling a hodgepodge. But there is no other way right now. This is the only way because we are stuck in technology. He thought for a moment and said, we can pay for the expenses you mentioned. I will also satisfy you with your reward. But this submarine submersible project is being developed simultaneously by scientific research institutions in the 3 major military regions. If you win the competition in 7 days, I will pay all your fees in one lump sum. If we fail, we won't pay anything. Long Tianyu said, looking at Richard expressionlessly. Do you accept this? You want to sign a bet agreement, right? No problem. Richard agreed without hesitation, his face full of confidence. Our John country has the most advanced deep-sea submersible technology. Long Tianyu signed a bet agreement with Richard. Cooperation began immediately. When Richard listed the total expenses, Long Tianyu was dumbfounded. Close to 1 billion. This cost is more than enough to develop rockets and satellites. It was obvious that Richard had deliberately jacked up the prices on everything. This is the power of monopoly. Long Tianyu felt helpless. It was really uncomfortable to be blocked by others in technology. He can sell you something for 1 billion, even though the material cost is less than 1 million. This is what happens when you fall behind. The other side. Commander Li Tianda of the Tianyuan War Zone also encountered the same problem. Arrogant eagle sauce expert Ed sat on the sofa with his legs crossed. The asking price is 1.5 billion. This is the price I accept, no negotiation. If you don't accept it, find someone else. Li Tianda's teeth were broken. But there is nothing I can do. If I could, I really want to slap this American foreigner. How shameless. But then again, there is really no other good solution when technology is a bottleneck. After some hesitation, Li Tianda accepted Ed's price. However, Li Tianda and Long Tianyu both made a bet agreement. Ed is very confident in his own technology. Not to mention 10,000 meters under the sea, even 12,000 meters under the sea is no problem. 3 days later, the research and development of the three companies are proceeding rapidly. Commander Zhang received the research and development progress reports submitted by the three major military regions. When he saw that the developer of the Southeast War Zone was a 22-year-old kid, he frowned. His face turned dark and his skin twitched with anger. What's going on with this Luo Bing? Is there no one left in the entire Southeast military region? Find a child to take the blame? That's ridiculous. I hope the other two war zones are reliable. The fifth night, Su Fan took a nap in the roofless warehouse. Suddenly a crisp voice sounded in my ears. Bite. The deep sea titan is completed. Su Fan suddenly opened his eyes. 055 The evaluation begins, Richard and Ed's calculation. The deep sea titan is 30 meters tall. In order to avoid causing trouble, Su Fan installed it flat. Even so, the height is still 15 m. Standing at the titan's feet, he is not even as high as his heels. There are still 2 days until the final deadline. Su Fan thought about it and decided to deliver the goods ahead of time. Mr. Wang had instructed that it be sent to Yuntai Naval Base. The final review will take place there. As for the issue of transportation, he had already thought about it. A phone call was made to Tong Yao. Soon, Tong Yao arrived driving the Jiangtian No. 2. Even though it was late at night and she couldn't see clearly, Tong Yao's eyes widened in shock just by vaguely seeing the outline. Su Fan personally piloted the Jiangtian No. 2. After hundreds of super steel cables were firmly connected, the hydrogen-powered engine operated at full capacity. The Deep Sea Titan, which is 30 meters high and weighs nearly 100 tons, was lifted into the air. Slowly flew towards the nearby sea. Zhonghai City is close to the sea, and we arrived at the beach in a short while. As the Deep Sea Titan was thrown into the sea, Su Fan asked Tong Yao to drive the Jiangtian No. 2 back to the scientific research base. He located the target location for the Deep Sea Titan. Let it drive automatically and dive towards the Yuntai Naval Base. After arriving at the destination, it goes into sleep mode and waits to be woken up. Afterwards, Su Fan sent Wang Yishio the news that the deep sea submersible had arrived, and also transferred the operating app. Wang Yishio has been living with Mr. Wang recently, and she was afraid of disturbing Mr. Wang's rest by sending messages directly to the old man. After doing all this, Su Fan was finally able to go home and have a good sleep. I've been in the abandoned warehouse a lot recently and haven't had a good night's sleep. 2 more days passed. The 7-day deadline has expired. There is a guard post every 3 steps and a sentry every 5 steps throughout the Yuntai Naval Base. Entry and exit inspections are very strict. Countless naval soldiers were full of energy and spirit. Those standing guard or on duty always keep their backs straight. The Navy camouflage uniform was wrinkle-free and neatly arranged. Word came down from above today that many important people will be coming. If anyone brings shame to the Xi'an Navy, it will not be a matter of 50 laps around the playground. I guess your squad leader will take you to the Pacific Ocean by boat, and then you will swim back to the naval base by yourself. It's scary to think about it. Testing ground. 2 3-meter-high deep-sea submersibles are placed firmly on the concrete floor, wrapped tightly in black cloth. Next to it, all kinds of professional equipment are available. There are even large-scale compression testing machines. There are more than 30 special seats around the venue. Vice Admiral Zhang, Commander, Deep-Sea Submersible Expert Richard, and Ed were already seated. The rest are some naval officers and soldiers at the division and brigade levels, as well as test equipment operators. Wang Yixue also came early in the morning. She sat at the back and came as an operator. There's no way. Su Fan said he had to continue researching the acceleration backpack and the honeycomb weapon system and had no time to come. Facing many unknown bosses, Wang Yixue was a little reserved and didn't talk much. At this time, a steady figure walked quickly towards them from a distance. It was the chief designer of the aircraft carrier, Mr. Zhang. Although he is also in his 70s, he doesn't look that old. He walks very steadily. Many Marines on guard were secretly staring at their necks. I want to see what the chief designer of an aircraft carrier looks like. Commander Zhang saw Mr. Zhang coming. He hurriedly stood up to greet him. Mr. Zhang, it's really troublesome for you to call you here from so far away. Commander Zhang, please don't be polite. I'm honored to be of some use to my old bones. Haha, Mr. Zhang, please take a seat. Commander Zhang looked at his watch, and it was almost time for the test. Everyone, this is urgent. The test begins. Dr. Richard, please first introduce the deep-sea submersible you developed. Commander Zhang finished speaking. Richard nodded and walked towards one of the submarines wrapped in black cloth with a confident smile. Grab a corner and flip it open. An elliptical submarine more than 3 meters high appeared before everyone. The first impression is that it is very simple. From the outside, it almost looks like a fat black sunfish. The difference is that there is a robotic arm on each side. Richard is very confident in the work he has developed. With a smile on his face, he introduced. My deep-sea submersible is called the Cuttlefish. It is designed to dive to a depth of 10,000 meters and has an advanced infrared radar navigation system and the most advanced power system currently available. It can carry 2 people and a load capacity of 500 kilograms. The 2 manipulators have a gripping capacity of 100 kilograms and can move freely even at a depth of 10,000 meters. After saying that, he made a gesture of invitation to the tester. Then he returned to his seat. After hearing Richard's words, Commander Zhang and Mr. Zhang showed some joy on their faces. I didn't expect that this Zhang is so capable. Seeing everyone's surprised looks, Richard couldn't help but sneer. It seems to be saying that everyone here is a country bumpkin who has never seen the world. Ed kept his eyes closed and didn't even look at Richard's cuttlefish, as if he had seen it before. Wang Yixue secretly poked her head out and took a closer look. At the same time, people are speculating about what the deep-sea titan developed by Su Fan will look like. There was a faint sense of anticipation in my heart. Commander Zhang gave the order. The testers got busy. Use various instruments to test and record various data on the cuttlefish. Soon, large compression testing machines were driven over. As a deep-sea submersible, pressure resistance is the most important indicator that determines whether it can actually dive to the expected depth. At this moment, a serious look flashed in Mr. Zhang's eyes. Whether the cuttlefish has the ability to dive to 10,000 meters under the sea will be revealed soon. Commander Zhang clenched his fingers. His eyes were fixed on the display screen of the pressure machine. Even Richard himself had a strange look in his eyes. Ding, ding, ding. A clear voice broadcast sounded. Stress test completed. Compression resistance, 99.7 MPa, 0.997 tons. Diving capability, 9,990 meters. 10 meters short? Everyone around looked at Richard. Richard spread his hands and explained. It's normal to be 10 meters short. Any instrument has errors. The robotic arm can only reach 10 meters in total, which is just enough to reach 10,000 meters. I think you guys have no objection to what I said, right? Commander Zhang frowned. Richard's explanation is somewhat far-fetched, but it can be said to be acceptable. Then Ed's submersible was tested. As they waited for the black cloth to be lifted, everyone was stunned. Apart from the red color, there are some slight differences in some local details. The submersible developed by Ed is similar to the cuttlefish. Ed stood next to the red bathyscaphe. Folding his arms, he said lightly, "This is the red fish I developed. The data is the same as the cuttlefish. You can test it as you like." After saying that, he returned to his seat. Commander Zhang's face darkened. The old face was cold, and there was some anger in his eyes. These 2 foreigners played this trick in front of Mr. Zhang. It's just like putting on an eye drop for him. He knew that the Longxi War Zone and the Tianyuan War Zone were betting against them. These 2 people are clearly in collusion. This would make it possible for both companies to tie for first place in the evaluation with exactly the same performance. 056, their submarine, loves to play hide and seek. Commander Zhang's eyes were filled with thought. Mr. Zhang stepped forward and carefully compared the differences between the two cuttlefish. Ed said proudly, Commander Zhang, isn't there still a submersible in the Southeast Theater that hasn't been tested yet? Would you like to test it together? I heard that you developed it independently. Let's see how it performs. Hearing this, Commander Zhang's expression became even uglier. Although there are people from the Southeast War Zone present today, but he didn't bring the submarine with him. I guess the research and development failed. Commander Zhang did not answer. Richard laughed and said, That's right. The deep-sea submersible developed by Xia country must have very good performance. It can dive to at least 7,500 meters. Hurrah! Commander Zhang's mouth corners were already twitching slightly. Even after so many years of cultivating qi, he couldn't help but want to slap these two people. Call. Commander Zhang breathed a sigh of relief and said to the two of them, The other submersible hasn't arrived yet. Report. Say half the words. Suddenly someone in the last row raised his hand and reported. Interrupted Commander Zhang. Commander Zhang looked towards the back row and found that the person who spoke was a female soldier from the Southeast Military Region. Her name seems to be Wang Yixue. Xiao Wang, what's wrong? Report to the commander. Wang Yixue stood up straight and said in a strong and powerful voice, Our military district's deep-sea submersible has been delivered a long time ago, and it should be able to be tested. Where is your submersible? Commander Zhang looked around again. There is nothing at all. Mr. Zhang standing by was also puzzled. Could it be that this little girl is talking nonsense in a hurry? Richard and Ed's faces were full of disdain. Who doesn't know? The entire field of deep-sea submersibles. Almost all cutting-edge technologies are monopolized by these two countries. Even if Xiagua can develop it on its own, its performance cannot possibly surpass their cuttlefish and redfish. Waiting for the test will be even more embarrassing and disappointing. The two of them looked at each other quietly and exchanged glances. They all looked like they were having fun. Under the current circumstances, the 2.5 billion in R&D expenses might actually be obtained. Reporting to Commander Zhang, our submarine is soaking in the sea near the dock. Wang Yixue said truthfully. Commander Zhang was even more confused. Your Southeast Theater Command has developed a submarine. What does it mean to soak it in water without testing it? Richard laughed and said, Is the submersible you developed like a fish cannot live without water? No. Ed immediately picked up the conversation. Their submersible loves to play hide and seek. Huh. The two of them laughed so hard that they fell over. I feel extremely happy. An innate sense of superiority. It is undoubtedly demonstrated at this moment. Commander Zhang looked at the team of officers behind him. After asking around, I found out that no one has been near this military port in recent days. There are naval patrols every day. Even in the sea, there are phased array radars that scan 24 hours a day, all weather. This is also to prevent foreign forces from prying into our military secrets. However, subordinates reported that no one had approached the Yuntai naval base recently. Commander Zhang was immediately displeased. It was already such a late hour, and the little girl was still causing trouble. Asked directly, Xiao Wang, are you sure you're not kidding? No, he's really in the water. If it's our Southeast War Zone's turn to test him, I'll get him out right away. Wang Yixue said this with great confidence. Commander Zhang was also a little unsure. Could it be true? Our own people didn't notice it because of negligence? He looked at Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang thought for a moment and said, What Xiao Wang said may be true. Some old-style sealing materials really can't be out of water for a long time. It is estimated that the Southeast Military District's deep-sea submersible used that material. The radar didn't detect it. Or maybe the submersible was too small to meet the radar's identification standards. How about we go over and take a look together? When Commander Zhang heard about the old-fashioned sealing material, he immediately lost half of his confidence. Even if this thing really exists, it must be a very backward design to use old-fashioned sealing materials. After the test, we will see that the diving depth is 5,000. How embarrassing. Didn't you see the expressions on Richard and Ed's faces? Things have now come to this point. Commander Zhang had no other choice. I can only nod for now. Let Wang Yixue lead the way. Wang Yixue took out her mobile phone, opened the app, and started positioning navigation. At first glance, it is only 500 m away. He led everyone to the seaside pier. Yuntai Naval Base has its own naval dock, exclusively for naval vessels to dock. The load-bearing capacity of the wharf is also extraordinary, reaching over 100 tons. On the kilometer-long dock line, there are warships docked in 2s and 3s. On the deck of the warship, naval officers and soldiers were enjoying the sea breeze. Blue sky and white clouds. The blue sea is vast. The sea breeze blew on Wang Yixue's face, feeling very cool. She came to the edge of the dock and compared it carefully. This should be the right location. Commander Zhang, and Mr. Zhang were surrounding them, quietly watching Wang Yixue standing on the edge, fiddling with her cell phone. Wang Yixue opened the mobile phone app, entered the program, found the floating button and pressed it gently. Then he looked towards the sea level with anticipation. Seeing this, everyone followed Wang Yixue's gaze and looked over. Seeing how seriously Wang Yixue was using her phone, Commander Zhang began to believe it a little. At this moment, Mr. Zhang's dim eyes seemed to be clearer. Cast an expectant look. Even if the final test results showed that they could only dive to 8,000 meters, they would accept it. It's progress after all. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 5 minutes. The sea was calm except for a seagull that caught a small fish on the sea. Commander Zhang looked at the sparkling sea and finally sighed. Let's go back to the testing ground first. Oh, maybe something unexpected happened, and it sank to the bottom of the sea. Mr. Zhang helped explain. This can be considered as an excuse for Wang Yixue so as not to embarrass her. People turned around. Only Wang Yixue was left standing at the dock, a face full of confusion. Even she was wondering if Su Fan had sent her to the wrong place. Gulp, gulp. At this moment, the sound of countless bubbles surging out of the water suddenly rang in everyone's ears. The sound became more and more urgent. It's also getting bigger. Commander Zhang paused, then turned and looked at the sea. 057 Can the deep sea titan come ashore? The people around also turned their heads. In just a moment, the sea water seemed to boil. Thousands of bubbles burst from the water. Immediately afterwards, the sea water surged up wildly, raising the sea surface by several meters in an instant. Commander Zhang looked horrified. Isn't it a tsunami? Richard, who was standing by, almost lost his patience and ran away quickly. So did Ed, and the two exchanged glances. If it really was a tsunami, they would have no chance of survival given how close they were. However, the rise of sea water has not stopped, but has accelerated exponentially. There were rapid and intense vibrations under my feet. The low humming sound gradually rang in the ears of countless people. It makes people feel cold in their hearts. Commander Zhang could no longer bear it and ordered an evacuation. I just opened my mouth but didn't have time to speak. A dim red light lit up in the sea. The red light rises, quickly becomes transparent. A column of water almost 20 meters wide. Accompanied by a dull roar, it rose from the ground. It was pushed to an immeasurable height. In a transparent water column, a giant steel beast that blocks out the sky and the sun. A red cross suddenly flashed in his eyes, and he appeared in front of everyone with a 30-meter-long steel anchor on his shoulder. The water column poured down. It fell into the sea again with a dull bang. Only a trickle remains. It flows down from the steel giant's body that blocks out the sky and the sun. A huge body with a dark metallic luster. A ferocious momentum that can overtake heaven and earth. The moment it appeared, it instantly caught the eyes of countless people. Plop. Richard is timid by nature. My legs are out of control. One of them couldn't help it and knelt down on the spot. Even Commander Zhang, who has been fighting on the battlefield for many years. Faced with this huge monster in front of them, their hearts were shaken and their faces were terrified. Mr. Zhang was also dizzy and confused on the spot. I couldn't believe what was happening. It's so unreal. I've lived for 70 years and never seen anything like this. All 3 views have been overturned. The 30-meter anchor carried on its shoulders can even sink an aircraft carrier. The officers watching were so frightened that their legs went weak. If they hadn't supported each other, they would have probably knelt down. Countless people stared with wide eyes at the giant steel beast. His eyes were almost popping out of their sockets. So shocking. Even from the warships in the distance, there were bursts of exclamations. Countless naval soldiers ran to the deck and looked over here. Screams rang out one after another. What the hell? What the hell is that? Holy crap. What an awesome submarine. Are you stupid? How can that be a submarine? The first mate asked me why I was kneeling on the deck. Could it be a secret weapon? The screams from the distant warship were so loud that even Wang Yixue and the others could hear them. After a long time, Commander Zhang finally calmed down a little. Even he had cold sweat on his palms at this moment. He looked at Wang Yixue, who was also shocked, and asked cautiously, Xiao Wang, you're not going to tell me that this is the deep-sea submersible developed by your Southeast War Zone, are you? Commander, this is the deep-sea submersible from our theater. It's called the Deep Sea Titan. When Wang Yixue heard the leader's question, she gradually came back to life from her trance and answered loudly. Commander Zhang was so shocked that he couldn't express it in words. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it was true. Incredible. No one would believe it if I told them. Novel dares to write like this. Wang Yixue saw that Commander Zhang was silent again. Thinking about what I just said, I wanted to test. Asked directly. Commander Zhang, do you need further testing? Ah, this. Commander Zhang was confused. It's hard to get ashore with such a big thing. How to test? Forget it. Let's arrange for personnel to go into the water for testing later. Just as Commander Zhang finished speaking, a different voice sounded in the crowd. It's not fair. Richard clenched his fist and shouted loudly. Our deep-sea submersibles have all been tested for pressure resistance, so yours should be tested as well. Based on my years of research, this thing of yours is definitely just a showpiece. It looks intimidating. It's actually a vanity project. It doesn't have any submersible capabilities, let alone the ability to dive to 10,000 meters below the sea. If we don't test it now, please declare us the winner and settle the $2.5 billion design and manufacturing costs all at once. Hearing Richard say this, Ed also stepped forward and stood with him, nodding in agreement. Dr. Richard is right. If you don't test, then pay. $2.5 billion US dollars, even if it's $1 less. I will file an international lawsuit. Commander Zhang looked at Richard and Ed with a sharp gaze and said coldly, Two doctors, when has Xia country ever needed you to dictate what we do? Richard and Ed shut up instantly when they saw Commander Zhang's cold gaze. His eyes moved rapidly. I'm already thinking about how to discredit Xia's scientific research community. Commander Zhang saw the disgusting faces of the two men. I can't help but throw them into the sea to feed the sharks. But if I think about it rationally, I feel a little worried. It only takes 7 days to build such a big thing, and it can sink to 10,000 meters under the sea. If this is true, that's really not something a 22-year-old college student could design. Maybe it really is just something that looks scary. After careful analysis, Mr. Zhang said, This deep-sea titan is definitely not as simple as it looks. Many places are implicitly in line with fluid mechanics. 2/3 of him is now floating on the water, which means the thrust provided by the underwater force is amazing. When Commander Zhang heard what Mr. Zhang said, he immediately gained more confidence. Tentatively asked Wang Yishua, Xiao Wang, is it possible for you, a deep-sea titan, to come ashore? Wang Yishua thought for a moment and said, Commander, I haven't tried this, but the person who designed it said it would work. Do you want to give it a try? Wang Yishua said this in a subtle way. According to her woman's perception, it would definitely work. She now has a mysterious confidence in Su Fan. No matter whether it makes sense or not, I just think Su Fan is right. Okay, then you try it. It's okay if it doesn't work. Commander Zhang nodded and agreed with Wang Yishua's words. Yes, Commander. After saluting, Wang Yishua walked to the edge of the dock again. He tapped a few times on the phone. Then we saw the deep-sea titan slowly sinking and gradually submerged in the sea water. Even the red cross in its eyes could not be seen clearly. The situation at this moment made Commander Zhang a little confused. Didn't you say you wanted to go ashore? Why are you running? Richard had a gloating expression on his face. The corners of his mouth stretched from ear to ear, laughing loudly. It really is just a showpiece. I was right about everything I said. Now let's see how you can deny your debt. Commander Zhang ignored the noisy creature and looked at Wang Yishua. What happened to Yishua? Wang Yishua curled her lips and said, I don't know either. Remote operation should be no problem. Just when everyone was confused, a rapid and violent alarm sounded from Wang Yishua's cell phone. 058 abnormal ability to withstand pressure. Alarm. Alert. Alert. Drivers, please stay away from this area. The deep-sea titan is about to land. Please stay away. Alarm. Countless people were shocked and looked at Wang Yishio. Without waiting for Wang Yishio to say anything, the entire sea surface was boiling again. And this time, it is much more exaggerated than before. The whole sea seemed to be boiling. The kilometer-long pier was shaking violently. The warships in the distance were shaking. The ground also made a rumbling sound. Commander Zhang's expression completely changed, and he exclaimed, Quick, evacuate. Everyone evacuate immediately. Everyone trotted away from the shore. Haven't run far yet. There was a dull roar on the sea. A huge steel figure as tall as a 10-story building. Use a huge 30-meter-long anchor to smash the 100-meter-long waves. He rushed out from the waves and stepped heavily on the dock with one big step. The ground then shook violently. It was like a magnitude 10 earthquake, shaking people's souls. Commander Zhang and his group stood at the feet of the deep-sea titan, but not even one of them was as high as his instep. Looking up at the top of his head, his pupils trembled. I was shocked and uneasy. Everyone's clothes were soaked by the sea water brought by the deep-sea titan. Richard was stunned and couldn't close his mouth. His chin was shaking violently. The lower body was even wetter. There was even a foul smell. Even Ed, who was on the same side as him, looked away with disdain. Countless officers looked up at the huge figure that was 10 stories tall. I feel insignificant, like an ant. This titan beast could crush them to death with just one kick. It's so spectacular. Now, the shock in Commander Zhang's eyes gradually turned into ecstasy. The excitement in his expression was simply indescribable. This deep-sea titan is so powerful. Just from the momentum he showed when he came ashore, Commander Zhang had already concluded that he was definitely not that simple. Zhang Laoging's eyes gradually lit up. This huge monster that blocks out the sky seems to be his dream lover. Love it. The layman watches the excitement, while the expert watches the details. It is unimaginable that such a huge thing can be created. The balance system, power system, central control system, and construction materials involved all require top-level standards. There are many key questions in it, and even he can't figure them out. At this moment, Mr. Zhang was confused. As the chief designer of an aircraft carrier, he couldn't even understand the operating principle of a deep-sea submersible. This is simply unbelievable. He even suspected that it would take at least 1 or 2 years to make this thing. Thinking of this, Mr. Zhang asked Wang Yishua seriously, "Girl, did you really build this deep-sea titan in 7 days?" Wang Yishua nodded first, then shook her head hurriedly. That's not right. 5 days. On the evening of the 5th day, the designer sent me a message saying that the item had been delivered. 7 days is already exaggerated enough, and now Wang Yishua actually said 5 days. Mr. Zhang couldn't remain calm anymore. The pupils shrank suddenly, becoming the size of a needle tip. Disbelief was written all over the old face. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If that designer you mentioned can create something this huge in 5 days, I'll eat it. There was already a look of madness on Mr. Zhang's face. This was completely beyond his knowledge. This is totally unscientific. Mr. Zhang couldn't calm down for a long time. Even if other war zones knew that there were difficulties here and wanted to help secretly in this way, it would be impossible for them to develop such a monster in a short time. Commander Zhang pinched his eyebrows hard. He felt that his heart could no longer bear it. He took a few deep breaths and then said to Wang Yishua, "The control of your deep-sea submersible is wrong. It should be called the Deep-Sea Titan. Come to the test site." The group quickly returned to the testing area. The Deep-Sea Titan stood silently beside the cuttlefish and the redfish. All I can say is that there is no harm without comparison. The cuttlefish and the redfish are at the feet of the Deep-Sea Titan, like 2 ants crawling under the feet of a mammoth. Richard and Ed looked very unhappy. This giant thing was far beyond their understanding. It is also beyond their knowledge. They didn't understand why this giant beast appeared, and why it was controlled by the little girl Wang Yishio with a mobile phone. Such a steel fortress can actually achieve remote control and autonomous driving? All this destroyed their mentality and outlook on life. But no matter what, we have to find a way to get those more than 1 billion. With more than 10 billion, he will never have to worry about money again. There is no need to even do any scientific research anymore. With enough money, who the hell would be willing to suffer? Richard and Ed looked at each other and exchanged a look. Ed said loudly, "Now that this intimidating-looking machine is ashore, let's start testing it. The larger the body, the wider the range of seabed pressures it needs to resist. I want to see how such a large machine can withstand the abnormal pressure 10,000 meters under the sea." Ed's words forced Mr. Zhang to admit that from a scientific point of view, this was indeed the case. He was also very curious about how this machine could resist water pressure. Commander Zhang gave the order. The tester among the officers came forward to operate the machine. Testing of the Deep-Sea Titan. Material cannot be analyzed. The coating could not be analyzed. The airtightness cannot be analyzed. Various things that cannot be analyzed appear one after another. This left the testers confused, and they were not willing to accept this strange result until they had tested it 10 or 20 times. Finally, the large-scale compression testing machine came out. Commander Zhang, Mr. Zhang, Richard, Ed and others all stared at the screen intently. They are all smart people. The preceding materials could not be tested, perhaps because those materials had not been entered into the instrument's database or were outside the detection range. But this will definitely bear fruit. This numerical result can basically prove whether this behemoth has the ability to dive to 10,000 meters under the sea. Ding ding ding. A clear voice broadcast sounded. Stress test completed. Compression resistance, 99999 MPa, 999.99 tons. Diving capability, 999 meters. Hiss! Countless gasps of air were heard all around. All eyes popped out. I wish I could dig out my eyes and stick them against the instrument screen to see clearly. Richard rubbed his eyes frantically. I don't believe at all that what I see and hear is real. Until the cornea is almost rubbed off. My eyes are almost blinded by rubbing them. Only then did he stop. However, the results are still the same. He understood what this number represented better than anyone else. To put it simply, This is not just about diving into the seabed. With this kind of pressure resistance, diving into the center of the Earth is not impossible. Impossible. This is absolutely fake. You found a faulty machine and fabricated a fake story. Ed couldn't believe what he saw and jumped up from his chair, pointing at the instrument screen. Eyes wide open, roaring loudly. You actually colluded to commit fraud. I don't accept it. 059 spy. You'll be in jail forever. Ed's voice was like a thorn. It pierced the ears of the surrounding officers fiercely. Mr. Jean's face turned gloomy due to the huge roar. Shouted to the tester. Push over the other brand new compression testing machine. The brand new pressure testing machine arrived, and everyone's expressions became tense again. The data just now is indeed incredible. Mr. Jean knew very well that not only Richard, but many officers would also guess that the machine had malfunctioned. Doing so will allow the truth to come out. If it's a machine malfunction, there's nothing much to say. If the test results are consistent with the previous one, then everyone will definitely be silenced. Even if Richard and Ed were shameless, they would have nothing to say. As instrument testing of the Deep Sea Titan begins, the data appears on the display again. Ding ding ding. The clear voice broadcast sounded again. Stress test completed. Compression resistance, 99999 MPa, 999.99 tons. Diving capability, 999 meters. The result is exactly the same as before. The whole place was dead silent. You can hear a pin drop. Richard and Ed fell silent. Their pupils trembled and their eyes were full of disbelief. He even looked a little silly. Brain cells died one after another. I just can't figure out what's going on. Who on earth could develop such a perverted product? Can this kind of thing really be developed in the current world? The smile on Mr. Jean's mouth gradually widened. The smile on his face seemed to be overflowing. My breathing also became much more rapid. Excited. Excited. This data is all true. The diving ability of this steel monster is simply indescribable. With this machine, you can go to the deepest seabed. The most important thing is that this thing is made in China. Finally, we are no longer constrained by foreign countries in this field. This must include countless cutting-edge technologies. Our Xia country is really about to rise. Mr. Jean seemed to see the hope of Xia Kingdom's real rise. Commander Zhang's eyes were also a little moist with excitement. With this machine, super rare earths are sure to be obtained. Even the seabed methane hydrate that has been dormant in our territorial waters has a chance of being mined using this thing. Commander Zhang sneered at Richard, who had a dull look in his eyes. Do you have anything else to say, Dr. Richard? Richard gritted his teeth and said with difficulty. Even if you replace the machine, the test results may still be faulty. When this test machine was designed, it was probably not considered that there would be such a large submersible. So your test results are still inaccurate. After saying this, Richard's eyes were a little evasive. I don't even dare to look at others. It seemed that even he himself felt that what he said was a bit unreasonable. At this time, Mr. Jean smiled kindly and began to speak. Dr. Richard is only in his 50s. How come his memory is not as good as mine, a man in his 70s? Submarines of various countries, even nuclear submarines, use this instrument to measure their pressure resistance before launching. Nuclear submarines are often hundreds of meters long, much bigger than this thing. Mr. Jean finished speaking. Richard wanted to speak, but in the end nothing came out. No excuse. His face turned red like liver. Ed's expression on the side also became dull and uncertain, and no one knew what he was thinking. At this moment, Wang Yishua's cell phone suddenly rang. After taking a look, she frowned instantly and looked at Richard and Ed. He had a strange look on his face. Walk up to Commander Zhang, stand up straight, and salute. Reporting to the commander, the Deep Sea Titan's quantum source phased array radar system has detected that the two of them are carrying infrared hidden cameras. When the voice fell, the whole audience was shocked. Richard's face changed completely and turned pale. All of a sudden, he lost all his color. His eyes were full of fear. You're talking nonsense. You are slandering me. Is this how you, Xia country, slander foreign scientists? I'm going to expose your behavior on the internet. Ed's face also looked unhappy, and his pupils shrank sharply. My mouth was dry and my calves were trembling slightly. I almost couldn't help but run away. But how could he possibly run away when he was at the naval base? He also started shouting, "You are persecuting foreign scientists. I want to call the embassy. I want to go back home." After saying that, he took out his cell phone to make a call. But he was caught by Commander Zhang. Although Commander Zhang is already over 70 years old, after holding Ed's hand with one hand, the other party was unable to move. Being crushed to death, Commander Zhang then gave the direct order, "Search." The 4 guards nearby immediately stepped forward and controlled the 2 men. Richard was shouting even more crazily. What you are doing is against international law. I want to call the embassy of John's country. Let me go. The 2 had similar reactions. But as the buttons on their bodies were discovered by the guards, they were in a layer. Finally, the shouting stopped. He sat on the ground with a miserable look on his face, looking like 2 pieces of rotten meat. Take them away and conduct more thorough questioning. Be careful not to let them commit suicide. Under Commander Zhang's order, Richard and Ed were taken to the interrogation room. What awaits them is endless imprisonment. It is impossible for them to come out again, even for Commander Zhang. From the moment they saw the Deep Sea Titan today, the fate is already determined. Carrying hidden cameras will only make their fate worse. Mr. Zhang was originally a little worried that asking too many questions would reveal secrets. As soon as Richard and the others were handcuffed and taken away, Mr. Zhang couldn't help but ask, "Girl, how many people can your Deep Sea Titan carry? Where's the cockpit this high up? Can I go in and take a look?" Mr. Zhang asked 3 questions in a row, and it seemed that there were still many more questions that he hadn't had time to ask. "Mr. Zhang, please be patient. This is the first time I've seen this too. Let me help you." After Wang Yixue finished speaking, she clicked a few times on her phone. At this time, the head of the Deep Sea Titan opened a cockpit hatch. A telescopic ladder quickly ejected and landed at everyone's feet. Wang Yixue called on Mr. Zhang, Commander Zhang, and other officers who wanted to go in for a visit, and asked them to climb up the ladder. Then the ladder retracted, bringing everyone into the cockpit. As the hatch closes intelligently, a space of 10 square meters appeared in the eyes of Wang Yixue and others. In addition to 2 driving positions, the cockpit is also equipped with relatively complete living facilities. There are even high-tech beds and bathrooms, and even 2 200-inch curved screen monitors. After Wang Yixue and the others came in, the images around the Deep Sea Titan were played synchronously on the monitor. Even with the cockpit closed, they could still see what was happening outside on the monitors. After the visit, Mr. Zhang and his friends were so shocked that they were speechless. This steel behemoth looks like a product of future science. It doesn't seem like something from this era at all. The group became more and more frightened as they watched. Mr. Zhang's eyes widened as he watched. 060 Deep Sea Titan attack. Half an hour later, Mr. Zhang and his team left the cockpit reluctantly. Back to the ground. Commander Zhang looked at Wang Yixue. "Xiao Wang, tell me the truth. Was this thing really made by your Southeast military region within the last week?" Mr. Zhang also stared at Wang Yixue. This is also the answer he wants to know. I want to find clues from the changes in Wang Yixue's expression. But Wang Yixue did not hesitate at all. Reporting to Commander Zhang, this Deep Sea Titan was indeed built by our Southeast military region in just 5 days. The developer and manufacturer is named Su Fan. If you don't believe me, I can call our leader or Su Fan. Okay, call this designer now. Now that things have come to this, something so amazing has appeared. Commander Zhang was not going to be subtle anymore. Wang Yixue nodded and dialed Su Fan quickly. Beep. Beep. Hey Yixue, what's up? I'm busy. Su Fan's voice came from the other end of the phone. There was a whistling sound of wind in the receiver. Brother Su, I'm at the testing site. My boss told me to call you to confirm something. Okay, ask now. I was flying in the sky, and I accidentally crashed the plane. Wang Yixue stopped dead in her tracks when she heard Su Fan's words. Commander Zhang and Mr. Zhang beside them widened their eyes. Why is the guy on the other end of the phone speaking so exaggeratedly? Wang Yixue heard that Su Fan was busy, so she hurriedly asked, "Did you build this Deep Sea Titan in 5 days?" Of course, who else could it be but me? Wang Yixue looked at Commander Zhang, then at Mr. Zhang, and neither of them spoke. So Wang Yixue said, "Okay, then Brother Su, you go ahead and do your work. I'm hanging up now." "Okay, let's hang it up." "Oh my god, what a big eagle." Wang Yixue hung up the phone. I was completely confused. I have no idea what Su Fan is doing. Su Fan previously said that Deep Sea Titan was not perfect. We need to develop acceleration backpacks and honeycomb systems. How can we crash into a plane if we're not careful in the sky? Mr. Zhang and Commander Zhang next to them were even more dumbfounded. Are you sure it wasn't a psychopath who answered the phone? If the Deep Sea Titan wasn't right in front of them, they would definitely think that Wang Yixue was teasing them. The simple test is over. All that remains is underwater testing. The underwater test was scheduled for the afternoon. To be on the safe side, Wang Yixue called Tong Yao over as well. The two of them are relatively familiar with Su Fan's central control system design habits, so it is safer to operate together. Commander Zhang issued an order that all the information seen today should not be mentioned to anyone. Violators will be court-martialed. Under such a strict order, All naval soldiers who saw the deep-sea titan could only imagine it in their own minds. Even roommates in the same dormitory are not allowed to discuss this topic. After lunch, the results of Richard and Ed's interrogation came out before the underwater combat test began. The two men were suspected of espionage and were detained indefinitely, and he honestly confessed his crimes. But Commander Zhang and Mr. Zhang no longer focused on him. The two of them came to the Navy Multifunction Command Center. Wang Yixue has helped Commander Zhang synchronize the holographic image of the deep-sea titan to the multimedia screen. He, Mr. Zhang, and the naval officers and soldiers only need to watch the big screen to switch to the driver's first-person perspective or the deep-sea titan's third-person perspective. Such advanced technology even made Mr. Zhang marvel at it. In addition to the two of them, the other person who came to the command center was Director Luo, who was in charge of the daily affairs of the command room, and the naval officers and soldiers who came to observe and learn. Everything is ready. Commander Zhang gave the order. Xiao Wang, Xiao Tong, let's start. Wang Yixue and Tong Yao had already taken their positions in the cockpit of the deep-sea titan, wearing a holographic helmet. Hold the joystick. Hear the commander give orders. Wang Yixue's eyes suddenly gleamed with intelligence. A slap on the start button. The deep-sea titan standing in the detection area had a sharp red cross in his eyes. A rapid mechanical voice sounded. Driver confirmation completed. Hydrogen engine started. Phase-controlled array situational awareness system has been launched. Each control unit is working normally. Anchor weapon mount is normal. Deep-sea Dragon King cannon mounts normally. Hive weapon system not mounted. Speed backpack not mounted. Countdown to attack. 5. 4. Countless people in the command center held their breath, staring at the screen intently. I didn't dare to blink, afraid of missing any shocking scene. They all clenched their fists. 2. 1. Deep-sea titan. Attack. Squeak, squeak. Under the horrified gazes of countless people, the deep-sea titan slowly raised his right leg and took a step forward. Boom. There was a strong vibration from the ground. The tremors were felt not far from the deep-sea titan, walking towards the shore with heavy steps. Every step he took would cause the surrounding ground to vibrate violently. Commander Zhang in the command center had cold sweats on his palms. Data monitoring is ultimately just talk. The real test begins now. Mr. Zhang also showed a nervous expression. I wasn't this excited even when I led the team to develop the aircraft carrier. The most shocked person present was Director Luo. He only saw it from a distance in the morning and was not at the scene. Now see the first-person view on the screen. It was as if he had transformed into a 10-story tall steel giant. This first-person perspective is so immersive. This is humanity's ultimate weapon. It seemed that every step the deep-sea titan took, the trembling of his body and the collision of steel would be transmitted to the hearts of everyone in the command center. Wang Yixue is the main driver, with Tong Yao as the auxiliary. Both of them have experience in driving mechas, so they won't be like headless flies when operating the deep-sea titan. Walk to the pier. After a slight pause, he exerted force with his legs and jumped into the sea. Boom. It created a wave 100 meters high. The underwater visibility is not as good as that on land, but it is helped by the quantum source phased array radar. Everything became much clearer. The clumsy deep-sea titan on land becomes extremely flexible after entering the water. Hundreds of underwater pump jet vector thrusters are opened on the surface of the fuselage. Especially the 3 giant nozzles at the back provide unparalleled thrust. The 100-ton deep-sea titan disappeared near the coastline in an instant. Heading towards the deep sea. PTZ Command Center. Commander Zhang breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the deep-sea titan safely launched into the water. Now he sees this steel behemoth as much more important than himself. Every move of this big guy makes him nervous. He looked at Director Luo beside him. Xiao Luo, is the audio system connected as well? Report to the commander. Everything is connected. We can communicate directly with Wang Yixue and the others using the microphone. Commander Zhang nodded and asked into the microphone. Yixue, Tong Yao, how are you two feeling now? Report to the commander. Everything is normal. After hearing the two's responses, Commander Zhang continued. Don't go too far. Try diving 10 nautical miles from the coastline. Yes. After receiving the order, Wang Yixue pulled the joystick. The pump jet vector thrusters ran rapidly, and the deep-sea titan rushed towards the distant sea like a giant whale. 061 Can deep-sea submersibles be designed like this? Commander Zhang exclaimed. The young are truly formidable. Mr. Zhang said. The commander probably doesn't know the identities of these two girls yet, right? What's your identity? Wang Yixue is the granddaughter of Mr. Wang, a renowned figure in the scientific research community, and Tong Yao is the major commander of the Southeast Military Region's Electronic Reconnaissance Battalion. Commander Zhang was a little surprised. This was totally unexpected. Of course, he knew Mr. Wang. At a previous meeting, he spoke on behalf of the Southeast Theater Command. He is also one of the most outstanding figures in Xia State. Tong Yao looks so young. Judging from her figure and appearance, she is probably 16 years old at most, but she is already a major and a battalion commander. Why don't I have such excellent soldiers under my command? Mr. Zhang laughed and said, they are both the darlings of the Southeast Military Region. At this point, Mr. Zhang's eyes suddenly lit up. By the way, isn't it said that the designer and maker of the Deep Sea Titan is named Su Fan? He's a senior at Zhonghai University. Should we check him out? Mr. Zhang, now that you mention it, I'm interested too. Commander Zhang's eyes lit up. A look of interest. He still suspects that the name Su Fan was completely made up. The phone call Wang Yishua made earlier was even more baffling. For him, a vice admiral, it is easy to find out the truth about a person. The 2 stars on my shoulders are not just talk. Thinking of this, Commander Zhang made a phone call. Hello, Director Chen. Please help me check someone. His name is Su Fan. He's from Zhonghai and a senior at the National University of Defense Technology. He must have invented something. He's 22 years old. Yes, it's urgent. Check it now. Well, I'll wait for your call. Hang up the phone. Commander Zhang asked Mr. Zhang to stay calm. You can get information about Su Fan in less than 5 minutes. Mr. Zhang gave a thumbs up. Although Mr. Zhang wants to investigate someone, he also has a way. But he is not like Commander Zhang, who can check everything about a person with just one phone call. 2 minutes later, the phone rang. Commander Zhang and Mr. Zhang looked at each other with smiles in their eyes. As if to say, look, that's fast. After clicking on the hands-free mode, Director Chen said hurriedly in a panic. Commander Zhang, the person you're talking about does exist, but there's something very wrong with him. The Information Bureau won't even let us check. At the same time, warn me not to investigate this person again. He also asked me who was investigating him. Commander Zhang narrowed his eyes slightly. I said I understand. He hung up the phone immediately. This result shocked both him and Mr. Zhang. Who is this Su Fan? Why are they not even allowed to investigate? Director Chen's rank is already quite high, but he doesn't even have the qualifications to investigate. This aroused Commander Zhang's curiosity even more. After all, this deep-sea titan was made by Su Fan. The future use, care, maintenance, and large-scale production lines are all inseparable from this person. You don't even allow us to investigate. Isn't that a bit too much? Mr. Zhang seemed to have thought of something vaguely. Said, forget it. Let's wait until the test is over. I'll try calling again. It shouldn't be a big problem. After saying that, Commander Zhang looked in his phone's address book. Just about to dial out. My own phone rang first. A cold voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, Commander Zhang. First of all, I have to tell you that our current call will be recorded in its entirety. I am Du Mingcheng, Director of the Xi'an National Security Bureau. This was the first time Commander Zhang received a call from the Security Bureau at such an old age. Don't these people only appear when dealing with major national security incidents? Why call him? Mr. Zhang, standing by, also frowned. A face full of confusion. Commander Zhang paused and responded. Hello, Director Du. What can I do for you? Well, I'm calling you because you just attempted to investigate a nationally classified sequence. And I want to inform you that you must stop the investigation. National secret sequence. Commander Zhang's pupils shrank suddenly, and his face tensed instantly. National-level confidentiality sequence, which means that Su Fan is protected by the entire Xia country with all its might. It plays a vital role to the entire country. As far as he knows, there are no more than 20 people in the country who can reach this level. Mr. Zhang is one of them. When Commander Zhang was shocked, a voice came from the other end of the phone again. Commander Zhang, with my highest authority, I can only tell you that the confidentiality level of the person you are investigating is Red Top Secret, level 10. The recording of this call will be entered into the top secret file. Goodbye. After saying that, the person on the other end hung up the phone without any emotion. Commander Zhang murmured, Red Top Secret, level 10. Mr. Zhang, we can't investigate this person anymore. Mr. Zhang nodded and agreed. Hang up the phone. Commander Zhang couldn't calm down for a long time. Su Fan's identity really surprised them. What is certain now is that there must be something about Su Fan that they don't know. But the specific details are not something they can find out now. The two looked at the big screen. At this moment, the deep-sea titan is moving quickly in the sea water. Its huge body did not affect its speed. It doesn't look bulky at all, like a nimble dolphin. Even if we don't know how fast it is at the moment, we can tell from the picture that it is definitely not slow. There are at least 30 sections. You should know that the fastest attack nuclear submarine in the world is only 35 knots. The expression on Mr. Jean's face showed that he was very satisfied with this deep-sea titan. Then asked the technician to switch the screen perspective to a third-person perspective. As the video perspective switched, the content displayed on the screen turned into the iron tower-like body of the deep-sea titan. I saw hundreds of vector jet nozzles opened on the giant steel body. Gas is constantly spewing out of the nozzle. The airflow formed a smooth layer of air around the body of the deep-sea titan. At first glance, it looks like a nimble fish swimming quickly in the water. The moment the video switched, Mr. Jean was completely stunned. He was breathing heavily, huff and puff. I can't move my eyes away anymore. He stretched his neck and stared intently at the deep-sea titan swimming like a dolphin in the picture. This bold design completely breaks the convention. It can be said that it has opened up another design concept for underwater equipment. Director Chun standing by was so shocked that he stood up suddenly. The eyeballs seemed to be about to burst. As if he had discovered a new world, he cursed a lot. What the hell? How does this work? I'm not dreaming, am I? That's outrageous. Director Chin's facial expression was distorted with extreme shock. The picture completely refreshed his inherent cognition. Countless officers were also exclaiming in surprise. No one had ever seen such a scene. It all felt like watching a science fiction movie. Even the usually steady Commander Zhang looked at Mr. Jean in surprise. Mr. Jean, can a deep-sea submersible be designed like this? 062 Underwater Giant, Extreme Speed. This. Mr. Jean hesitated and didn't say anything useful for a long time. As the chief designer of an aircraft carrier, he has no idea how it works. It's a bit embarrassing to say it out loud. Finally, Mr. Jean said to Director Chun beside him, Xiao Chun, didn't Ishua say there was real-time data? Yes, there should be a data panel. Director Chun nodded in response. Click here to see real-time data. Yes, Mr. Jean. If Mr. Jean hadn't mentioned it, Director Chun would have almost forgotten it. The main reason is that the picture was so attractive that I forgot about it. Director Chun quickly clicked the mouse on the computer screen. His eyes lit up. Found it. A crisp clicking sound was heard. A real-time data panel appears in the lower right corner of the favorite screen. As soon as it appeared, it attracted Commander Zhang's attention. The officers in the command center also looked at the screen. As the most knowledgeable person present, Mr. Jean stood up straight. His eyes followed the data panel, reading down line by line. Current mode, novice. Fluid bionic posture, dolphin. Hydrogen engine output power status, low power. Pump jet number 1 thrust, 180 kN plus. Pump jet number 1 thrust, 180 kN plus. Pump jet number 1 thrust, 185 kN plus. Flanking thrust, 109 kN plus. Body temperature, 80 degrees Celsius. Speed, 100 knots. Evaluation, it's okay to go slow as this is a newbie's guide. Looking down at the data panel, Mr. Jean felt his scalp tingling. It wasn't until I saw the last speed column that my body trembled violently. The pupils vibrated violently. His chin kept trembling. What? Mr. Jean's water cup fell to the ground with a thud. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. The old face full of wrinkles was shaking wildly, and it looked like a Shar-Pei dog. That's impossible. I don't believe it. I absolutely don't believe it. 100 sections. Are you kidding me? Not only Mr. Jean. Everyone here has a flower on their shoulders. Even if you don't understand fluid bionics or pump jet thrust, you will definitely understand the speed column. The fastest American attack nuclear submarine in the world currently has a maximum speed of 30 knots. You are 3 times faster than him. How is this possible? Commander Zhang's breathing also became rapid. Even if he was old and confused, he couldn't believe such a thing. The data on the panel is even increasing. As the pump jet thrust increases, the speed also fluctuates rapidly. In a blink of an eye, it jumped from 100 knots to 148 knots. The sound transmitted synchronously by the deep-sea titan also became a little dull from its previous low sound. Mr. Jean is in a bad state. Absurd. There must be something wrong with this data panel. 148 knots. This is a speed that a submerged man-machine can't possibly reach. However, as the speed continued to soar, Commander Zhang suddenly saw a strange phenomenon in the picture. There was a flicker of worry in his eyes. He pointed at the screen and asked, "Why is there a translucent empty bag behind Mr. Jean's deep-sea titan? Is there a malfunction?" Mr. Jean kept staring at the data panel, but didn't see it. When his eyes moved over there, his eye sockets were cracked. The eyeball popped out of its socket. This is supercavitation. A tingling sensation on his scalp quickly rushed into Mr. Jean's brain. The extreme shock made it difficult for him to breathe. He walked tremblingly to the screen. After looking at it carefully, I finally confirmed it. Even if the conclusion is unbelievable, it must be acknowledged. This is definitely supercavitation. The supercavitation effect will only occur when the speed of underwater equipment reaches more than 100 knots. It's the same principle as a sonic boom on an airplane. The shock in Mr. Jean's eyes did not fade away. Pointing at the screen with trembling hands, he said, "Everyone, this is supercavitation. This is enough to prove that this data panel is very likely true. There's no doubt that the speed of the deep-sea Titan must be this fast now. Otherwise, it would be impossible for such a large supercavitation bubble to appear." Mr. Jean finished speaking. There were bursts of gasps of air all around. Countless people stood up. Looking at the deep-sea Titan on the screen, his expression was confused. After Mr. Jean finished speaking, he looked at the screen again. When you look at the data panel, the old body could no longer support itself. Shaking wildly, it was about to hit the screen. The guard at the door immediately trotted forward. "Hold Mr. Jean tightly." He was the founding figure of the Xia Kingdom's navy, and if he fell here, that would have caused a huge uproar in the entire naval community. Mr. Jean stood firm with the help of the guards. His eyes never left the data panel. The numbers reflected in his pupils continued to soar. Mr. Jean also recited it aloud. Speed 180. Speed 187. 193. 206. Mr. Jean was completely confused. The speed reaches 200 knots, which is beyond the concept of all ships. Without a doubt, the deep-sea Titan in front of us has reached an unprecedented level of exaggeration. Commander Zhang knew that it was fast, but he had no idea how fast it was. Then he asked, "Mr. Jean, what does it mean to have more than 200 energy savings? It represents so many things." Mr. Jean's old eyes were a little cloudy. After the shock, my heart is already filled with excitement. "Commander Zhang, the average torpedo currently only has a speed of 70 knots. This thing, even a torpedo can't catch up with it. And now I can say that in the entire Xia country, and even the entire world, this deep-sea Titan has absolutely reached the top level, no doubt about it." Commander Zhang looked suddenly shocked. Now he understood. People are also stupid. He never dreamed of it. A mere southeast war zone could actually develop such an exaggerated underwater behemoth. Commander Zhang nodded at Mr. Jean, his eyes also filled with indescribable joy. The underwater giant beast, even if it cannot reach 10,000 meters under the sea, is definitely a milestone invention of the Xia Kingdom. Mr. Jean was helped by the orderly back to his seat. After sitting down, my eyes involuntarily looked at the screen again, and subconsciously glanced at the data panel in the lower right corner. At a glance, Mr. Jean leaned back instantly, and his pupils shrank into needle points. My breathing suddenly stopped. 55, 500. Mr. Jean stuttered in shock. It's even harder to speak clearly. Director Chin standing by wasn't in much better shape. His expression twisted into one that looked incomprehensible. There was also an ABA sound coming from his mouth. Like crazy, he desperately pulled at his few remaining hairs. It was originally Guang Mingding, but now the few remaining ones have been pulled out. 063 phase scanned array radar cannot be found. Commander Zhang, who is usually calm, couldn't hold it back at this moment either. My mouth was dry and my eyes were bloodshot. He just listened to Mr. Zhang's explanation. The torpedo is only 70 knots. You run 500 knots? Doesn't this mean that when fighting underwater, if you sense that you are being locked by a torpedo, you can just accelerate and disappear? If the torpedo had feelings, it would be stunned on the spot. Here comes a triple confusion. Who I am? Where am I? Where's my goal? Everyone present had obviously thought of this. Everyone stood there in a daze. Speechless. After a long time, Mr. Jean said calmly, "Everyone, have you all heard of the Caspian Sea monster?" Everyone recovered a little from the shock and cast doubtful glances at Mr. Jean. Everyone has heard of the Caspian Sea monster. That was a seagoing monster developed by the previous Damao. The shape is so unique that it cannot even be described as sailing. Most people think it is actually flying on the water. Everyone didn't understand why Mr. Jean suddenly said this. Mr. Jean then explained, "I once had the pleasure of coming into contact with the Caspian Sea monster. That thing has a speed of 500 knots. But he was sailing on the sea, and our deep-sea Titan can reach this speed underwater, which is unprecedented." The officers now understood better. Commander Zhang is completely numb. If he wasn't over 70 years old, he really wanted to ride the deep-sea Titan for a stroll. Give those shameless guys a good scare. If someone says that a certain island belongs to them next time, a 30-meter anchor won't be able to kill him. Torpedo me? Sorry, let me ask first if the torpedo can catch up. Just thinking about it, Commander Zhang couldn't stop laughing. It feels so fucking good. Deep Sea Titan, this is what real men should play with. The speed was so fast that Commander Zhang was curious about where Wang Yixue and the others were now. So I looked towards the command center. The radar soldiers should have already locked onto the Deep Sea Titan's location. Where is she now? The radar soldier showed an embarrassed expression on his face and swallowed his saliva. Said with difficulty, Commander, I was just about to report to you that our active phased array radar network has not yet found any trace of the Deep Sea Titan. What? Commander Zhang's eyes widened. It's been so long, and you haven't found any trace of it. The radar system at Yuntai Naval Base is more dense than anywhere else. The radar soldiers under his command are among the best in the world. Now the radar soldier told him that he had not found it. It's simply horrifying. Another female radar soldier next to her had a worried look on her face, mustering up the courage to say, Commander, from the moment the Deep Sea Titan appeared until it left, we didn't detect a single ghost on our radar. We also suspect that there might be a radar malfunction, but other ships can detect it. We even saw a small fishing boat just now on the ocean border. Commander Zhang was confused. What is this? The officers in the command center were all dumbfounded. They didn't understand what was going on. Why can't the radar see the Deep Sea Titan? The behemoth, more than 30 meters in size, is invisible on the radar. No one would believe it if I told them. At this moment, Director Chen slapped his thigh fiercely. Fuck, I get it. Director Chen didn't care about the dirty words and said directly, it's stealth technology. The Deep Sea Titan uses some unique design to achieve radar invisibility. As soon as these words were spoken, Mr. Zhang beside him nodded in agreement. Director Chen is right. However, the invisibility ability probably doesn't come from its unique design. To be precise, it should be the dark coating on the surface of the Deep Sea Titan. Mr. Zhang finished speaking. Commander Zhang instantly thought of the Deep Sea Titan he had seen before. The surface does have a fine black coating. I always thought that was the color of its main material. Now it seems that it is an extremely powerful invisible coating. That's incredible. This Deep Sea Titan is truly amazing. Commander Zhang couldn't help but admire again. At such a close distance, the high-density active phased array radar couldn't even detect a shadow. No wonder no one at the naval base noticed the Deep Sea Titan after it was sent here. After all the fuss, this is the real reason. If this thing gets involved in the next rim of the Pacific military exercise between the US and China, it will definitely scare the shit out of the commander-in-chief of the US fleet. Someone drilled a hole in his submarine, and he didn't even know who did it. Mr. Zhang didn't know about Commander Zhang's special interests. His face was also filled with ecstasy. The emergence of this invisible coating means far more than just a Deep Sea Titan. The Deep Sea Titan's shape should have had a huge radar cross-section. But it is because of this unique stealth coating that the entire Deep Sea Titan has achieved radar invisibility. Just imagine. This technology is currently used in various fields such as aviation, ground, and navigation. What a huge boost it will bring to national strength. It's hard to believe that someone could actually develop such a powerful invisible coating. Mr. Zhang was almost unable to think. In less than a day, his brain cells died one after another. But inside I was extremely excited. Mr. Zhang finally understood why the man named Su Fan was a top-secret level 10 red. Even if Su Fan is just a code name for a team, the whole country must be mobilized to protect this code name. There can be no mistakes. Because Su Fan is too important. What we have developed is truly a work of the future. In the command center, everyone gradually calmed down. A smile was faintly visible on his face. I can't see it on radar, so I can only ask in person. Commander Zhang picked up the microphone and cleared his throat slightly. The voice was gentle. Yixue, can you hear me? Where are you now? Wang Yixue was having fun driving the Deep Sea Titan when she heard a magnetic voice coming from her headphones. He was stunned for a moment, then realized it was Commander Zhang. He quickly became serious and straightened his back. Replied, reporting to the commander, we are now 10 nautical miles from the coastline. Okay, let's test our diving abilities right there. Be careful. Yes, Commander. After receiving the order, Wang Yixue quickly stopped the car. Start adjusting the posture of the Deep Sea Titan. PTZ Command Center. After Commander Zhang finished speaking, he gently put down the microphone. It seems that they are afraid of making any noise and affecting the operations of Wang Yixue and Tong Yao. This behavior stunned countless Air Force officers in the command center. No one had ever seen Commander Zhang, who was always ruthless, have such a gentle side. When he spoke, his voice was almost like a clip. Mr. Zhang shook his head and smiled. He knew that Commander Zhang loved the whole family because of his love for her. I like Deep Sea Titan so much. Wang Yixue and Tong Yao are the pilots of Deep Sea Titan, so of course we like it together. Moreover, Mr. Zhang knew that Commander Zhang was particularly protective of his own people. After this incident, Commander Zhang will definitely do his best to help Wang Yixio and Tong Yao if they have any requests. Even if Mr. Wang dared to be mean to Wang Yixio, Commander Zhang would have to go to his house in person to plead for Wang Yixio. No matter who you are, no one can harm my Deep Sea Titan pilot. 064 The spy submarine of the daily life is coming. Deep Sea Titan cockpit. Wang Yixue and Tong Yao are working together more and more in sync. As the joystick clicks, a mechanical sound was heard all around. Diving posture adjustment completed. Terrain scan completed. Water flow measurement completed. Self-test function is normal. Drip, drip, drip. Alert, alert, alert. An unidentified submarine has been detected moving directly below me on the seabed. Intelligent analysis. It does not have the ability to cause any harm to us. Wang Yixio could hear the sound, and naturally the people in the command center could also hear it. The alarm sounded and Commander Zhang was shocked. Immediately looked at Director Chun. Director Chun, are any of our submarines carrying out missions in the nearby waters today? Commander, after the Maria Rare Earth incident in the Pacific, most submarines have been out on missions. There shouldn't be any submarines here in the past month. Director Chun said solemnly. Bang! Commander Zhang immediately understood that this was a spy submarine sent by a certain country. Taking advantage of the empty base, he approached to gather intelligence. He was a little confused because of concern. Should we let the Deep Sea Titan go down and take a look, or even drive them away? According to the Deep Sea Titan's voice, it poses no threat. But he was also worried that if the Deep Sea Titan dived and encountered an enemy submarine, unexpected situations might occur. The two little girls are in their prime. Whatever happens, how should they explain it to the Southeast War Zone? At this time, Wang Yixue on the screen had already pulled the joystick to control the Deep Sea Titan to start diving. Director Chen exclaimed and looked at Commander Zhang. Commander Zhang seemed to have made up his mind. Said into the microphone, Yixue, Tong Yao, be careful. If there's any movement, return immediately. Yes. In the cockpit. When Tong Yao received Commander Zhang's approval, she became even more excited and her eyes lit up. Press the dive button hard. There was no trace of worry in her expression. The children's songs on the side kept on shouting. Yixue, slow down, slow down. After giving instructions to Wang Yixio, Commander Zhang looked at Director Chen. Immediately dispatched the Type 055 warship to the 10 nautical mile position. If anything happens to the Deep Sea Titan, I will bury that submarine with it. Director Chen's expression suddenly changed drastically. The 055 battleship can be regarded as one of the top battleships below the aircraft carrier. He knew exactly what Commander Zhang meant. This is for the Deep Sea Titan, no matter what battle with the enemy submarine. By then, the incident may trigger a real war between major powers. Crazy. It's driving me crazy. Director Chen did not dare to neglect Commander Zhang's order. Contact the captain of 055 immediately and convey the commander's order. As soon as Commander Zhang gave the order, the entire command center became tense. There was a strong sense of oppression in the air. It seems like a war is about to happen. The diving speed of the Deep Sea Titan is amazing. It seemed to carry a tremendous force of 10,000 pounds, holding a huge 30-meter anchor. With unstoppable momentum, it crashed fiercely to the bottom of the sea. The sea water vibrated violently. Countless people in the command center looked at this shocking scene, their hearts in their throats. His eyes were fixed on the screen, not daring to blink. Blue Sea, the largest territorial waters of Xia Kingdom. A small submarine. Without anyone noticing, in silence. Follow the ocean currents and keep moving forward. Boom. Suddenly, there was a slight vibration from the submarine, which made the dozing bird Erlang suddenly jump. What's up, fatty? Kotori Jiro exclaimed while wiping his saliva. Captain, don't be too nervous. It's just a minor bump on the coral reef. Deputy Captain Makoto Ito said calmly. Baka. When Xiao Yao Zilong heard about the reef, he frowned. Running aground in the deep sea could easily lead to catastrophic consequences. After saying that, Xiao Yao Zilong raised his eyebrows slightly and asked lightly, where is the submarine now? Captain Xiao Yao, we have entered Xia country's waters. Ito Makoto's face was full of excitement. As long as we keep the propeller running at a very low speed, we can follow the Pacific warm current and get closer to the Xia Kingdom coastline. It won't be long before our spectral sonar system records the garrison situation along Xia country's coastline, as well as naval intelligence. Seeing that Ito Makoto was quite excited, Jiro Kotori sneered. He looked like he had never seen the world. Or some top student of navigation from Shijing University. What a loser. Just a small scene. As the genius of the Kotori family, Jiro Kotori is even smarter than his elder brother Taro Kotori. The eldest brother is just a civilian airliner pilot, but he is a real submarine captain. Although it is a small submarine, there were only 2 people on the entire submarine, the captain and the deputy captain. Boom. The submarine emitted continuous vibrations again. The entire submarine shook violently. There was a crunching sound. Kotorijiro suddenly became angry. Ito Makoto, what's going on? Are you on the rocks again? No way. We've already passed the coral area, and the terrain nearby is flat. How could there be reefs? Makoto Ito was also a little confused. Jiro Kotori glared at Makoto Ito with disappointment. Go to the observation window and look outside. Under the illumination of the submarine's strong underwater lights, you can basically see it clearly. Under the strong lights, countless mud and currents seem to be gushing out from the ground like crazy. Roll back upwards. The fish and shrimps around sense something extremely terrifying, desperately burrowing into the sand. Kotorijiro frowned even more tightly. What's going on? I have worked in submarines for 10 years and have never seen such an amazing phenomenon. Did we encounter a whale? Makoto Ito also looked out of the observation window out of curiosity. Nothing but chaotic currents and mud. The submarine's shaking continued. Kotorijiro was too lazy to continue guessing. He is not afraid as long as no monster comes out. Ito Makoto, forget it. I think there's an undercurrent. It will be fine in a while. After saying that, Kotorijiro was too lazy to look at it anymore. As he took a step away, Ito Makoto next to him suddenly narrowed his pupils and took a breath of cold air. The whole person was shaking madly. Little. Captain Bird, something seems to be sinking. Jiro Kotori cast a contemptuous look at Makoto Ito. Look outside through the observation window again. His expression suddenly changed. A dark shadow that blocked out the sky and the sun enveloped the entire sea. The water flow on the nearby seabed became extremely violent. It surged wildly in all directions, almost forming an underwater whirlpool. The fish and shrimp in the sand were swept upward by countless chaotic currents. It was as if a silent cry for help. Immediately afterwards, the shadow's true form appeared. The 2 black feet slammed down on the sand and gravel on the seabed with tremendous force. Boom! More than 3 meters thick sand was washed away by the turbulent current in an instant. The rocks below were also trampled by these 2 huge feet, leaving spiderweb cracks stretching for hundreds of meters. A violent deep-sea titan. A cross of red light shot out from his eyes. The entire seabed was rendered blood-red. The horrifying scene instantly exploded Kotorijiro's eyes. The bone-chilling coldness suddenly rushed up from the soles of his feet to his spine, making him break out in a cold sweat and unable to breathe. The lower jaw slammed against the gums so hard that the front teeth were broken. My legs couldn't stop shaking. The yellow liquid flowed down the trouser legs and all over the floor. With great excitement, Kotorijiro's head turned red. Use all your strength and shout loudly. Run away. Godzilla is invading the Earth. 065 High Explosive Torpedo. The deputy captain Makoto Ito on the side also went crazy and stumbled towards the control seat. Press the automatic return button hard. At the same time, turn the submarine power to maximum. He was so frightened that he lost 2 of his 3 souls. He looked like he had just donated 2,000 cubic centimeters of blood, and his face was frighteningly pale. Under his emergency operation, the submarine was like a slippery ball of mud. Turn around quickly and return to the country of our dreams. When Wang Ishiwa and Tong Yao saw the submarine, they were stunned at first. He immediately used the voice system to contact the command center and transmitted the image of the submarine back to the big screen. Commander Zhang and Elder Zhang shouted almost in unison, "This is a spy submarine from the day." Hearing this, Wang Ishiwa and Tong Yao looked at each other. They all had murderous looks in their eyes. Can this still let you slip away? Instantly switch the Deep Sea Titan's offensive mode. A mechanical voice without any emotion sounded in the cockpit. Fluid bionic posture transformation in progress. Conversion completed. Hydrogen engine output power state, medium power. Current fluid biomimetic posture, shark. Close combat state switching completed. Boom. The Deep Sea Titan grasped the giant anchor that was 10 stories high with his backhand. The anchor, as hard as steel, hit the rocks on the seabed, making a rumbling sound. This is the posture of the Deep Sea Titan ready to attack at any time. Hundreds of miniature vector nozzles on the steel body are operating rapidly. A transparent air shield like a shark formed around the Deep Sea Titan. The 3 huge pumpjet vector propulsion devices on the back blasted a cavity hundreds of feet wide under the seabed. The huge reverse thrust pushed the Deep Sea Titan's body, weighing hundreds of tons forward. Under the powerful thrust, the Deep Sea Titan took huge steps on the seabed and chased after the Boy Sun submarine. Every step you take is like an astronaut in space, sliding forward a certain distance. After landing, he crushed the rocks under his feet into pieces. The entire seabed was turned into a mess. The large fish nearby also fled like crazy, trying to escape quickly before the monster arrives. Once the monster sweeps up the turbulent flow, not even a trace of the body will be left. Within 100 miles under the sea, the rapid rumbling sound was getting faster and faster. Every step seems to fall on one's heart. Plop, plop, plop. It's enough to crush a person's heart, making it beat wildly and unconsciously. Almost jumped out of my throat. In a submarine, Jiro Kotori was almost going crazy as the monster behind the submarine was getting closer and closer. He had already maxed out the submarine's power, and its current speed was approaching 30 knots. How could that thing still catch up? As the huge rumble approached rapidly, his heart was beating wildly. It almost broke through the ribs and jumped out of the chest. His blood pressure is also very high now. If you measure it, it's at least 820. He was completely panicked. I don't know what to do. The same thing happened to Ito Makoto. His trouser legs were also wet. A yellow liquid flowed out. Seeing the footsteps of the monster getting closer and closer, Ito Makoto twisted Kotori Jiro's thigh hard. The intense pain instantly made Kotori Jiro sober up a lot. Baka, why the hell are you pinching me? Kotori Jiro was angry, but his mind also became much more rational. It was like a last glimmer of light. His eyes swept over the submarine's operating panel. Suddenly, I saw the torpedo launch button. Suddenly, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. How could I forget it? Although our submarine is small, it is also equipped with the latest high-explosive torpedoes. Even if he's Godzilla, I'll break off one of his thighs. There was a crazy glint in Kotori Jiro's eyes. I can't care less about that now. He didn't even bother to ask for instructions. After setting the torpedo to automatically search for targets, he raised his palm and slapped the launch button. 2 holes suddenly opened above the submarine, and 2 torpedoes drilled vertically out of the launch ports, crashing towards the Deep Sea Titan. The moment the torpedo appeared, 2 extra red dots suddenly appeared on the Deep Sea Titan's cockpit radar panel. Almost at the same time, 2 red boxes appeared on Wang Yixio and Tong Yao's holographic helmets. This sudden change made Commander Zhang in the command room break out in a cold sweat. At such a deep seabed, any submarine or other submersible vehicle hit by a torpedo would surely die. There is absolutely no possibility of survival. Can this Deep Sea Titan survive a torpedo attack? Commander Zhang was very pessimistic. But it's too late to send a voice message now, and it will disturb Wang Yixue's operation instead. I originally thought it was just a signal-collecting submarine, but I didn't expect it to be equipped with torpedoes. What a wonderful day. Commander Zhang slammed his fist on the table. The old face was extremely cold, and there was a cold light in his eyes. Said to Director Chen beside him, "Tell 055, if you let this submarine escape unharmed, don't come back to see me." "Yes, Commander." Director Chun was also very nervous and hurried to give orders to the 055 combat warship that was going to intercept. On the big screen, Commander Zhang, Mr. Zhan, and the officers looked at the torpedo that was about to hit them head-on, their hearts in their throats. Commander Zhang's heart was like a rubber band, about to break. The Deep Sea Titan is his precious baby. If it really falls under the torpedo of daily life, it will be the biggest regret of his life. I have no face to face the ancestors of my Xia country in my 9 springs. Deep Sea Titan, you must get out of the way. Although the Deep Sea Titan has a stealth coating, it is only for radar. But the torpedo is equipped with infrared heat sensors. The Deep Sea Titan is so huge that even if the heat it emits can be kept at 100 degrees, it will be difficult to escape detection by torpedoes. 2 torpedoes arrived in front of the Deep Sea Titan in an instant. A hint of madness appeared on Wang Yixue's pretty face. She gritted her teeth and started to perform extreme operations. The Deep Sea Titan held the anchor in his backhand and swung it forward violently. An arc-shaped bubble was created in the sea water in front. The tip of a torpedo struck the hook of an anchor. A violent explosion followed. Boom! The sea is surging. The fish and shrimps around were instantly shaken into pieces by the strong shock wave. It was too late to block the other torpedo. Wang Yixio boldly controlled Titan's left hand and grabbed the torpedo, so that it cannot move forward. The iron palm exerted a tremendous force. In an instant, he grasped the torpedo tightly. Crack! With a crisp sound, the torpedo was directly crushed into 2 pieces by the Titan. It became a dud. In the command center, countless officers stared intently at the shocking scene on the big screen. His eyes popped out of his head in shock. Its mouth is wide enough to fit an ostrich egg. They developed deep doubts about life. My outlook on life collapsed. Values are shattered. Even Commander Zhang stood in front of the screen with a dull expression, completely confused. 066 the power of a 30-meter anchor. Mr. Zhang even sat down on the chair. I felt limp and powerless, and my mind was blank. Thinking cannot keep up with the development of things. Even if he used his scalp as brain cells, he still couldn't figure out why an anchor could be used to hit a torpedo. After smashing it, the anchor is still as bright as new. Rub the torpedo with your bare hands and crush it into pieces. What kind of ruthless operation is this? If it were him, he would never dare to do that. So scary. How could his 70-year-old heart withstand such a shocking impact? Mr. Zhang just felt that he couldn't breathe. The guard next to him was holding a Shengong Nyohuang pill in his hand. Just wait until Mr. Zhang or Commander Zhang is in trouble and then give them food immediately. This stuff can save lives. In the Deep Sea Titan, Wang Yixue breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, he or she would be fine even if the missile hit the Titan's body. But in order to avoid taking risks, I took the action just now. It was her first time to rub a torpedo with her bare hands. My heart is pounding, and I'm a little excited. With excitement on their faces, they looked at Tong Yao, who was sitting in the driver's seat next to them, and said proudly, "Xiao Yao, am I cool? You're awesome." Tong Yao was speechless. Driving with Wang Yixue really requires a big heart. After praising him, Tong Yao said, "But can I just say that I can do it too?" Seeing Wang Yixue having so much fun, she assisted with the operation from the side and had basically nothing to do. I also wanted to sit in the driver's seat and operate it. Wang Yixue was just getting excited, so how could she give up? He said with a smile, "Xiao Yao, I'll drive this time, and next time it's your turn." Finished. The Deep Sea Titan took a step and suddenly leaped up. The powerful impact caused the sea water to churn violently. With the submarine right in front of us, how could we let it escape? In a submarine, Jiro Kotori and Makoto Ito are in the submarine, stepping on yellow water stains. His nostrils were blocked by 2 pieces of wet toilet paper, and he lay on the observation window, looking behind the submarine. At a glance, nothing. All I could feel was the submarine shaking violently. It seemed as if the monster was very close. But I can't see anything. Kotori Jiro was depressed, with a face full of question marks. You can tell from the sound that it was a direct hit. Why can't I see anything? Bagia Road. Where did you go? How could a mighty Godzilla be blown to pieces by just 2 torpedoes? Makoto Ito also looked confused. Completely confused. Captain, were you scared away? Shina, you idiot. How could Godzilla be scared away? Jiro Kotori glared at Makoto Ito fiercely. But I was still extremely nervous inside. The calmer the outside world was, the more frightened he felt inside. This feeling of oppression from deep within his heart made it almost impossible for him to breathe. Sudden, the submarine began to shake rapidly. It felt like the resonance you get when you're up close to some giant machine. Kotori Jiro was so scared that his face twitched, his teeth chattered, and his pupils trembled wildly. He could feel that something was coming. Above the submarine, the Deep Sea Titan carried a huge 30-meter-long anchor in both hands, carrying a huge falling force of hundreds of tons. Swing from behind. Smash it down suddenly. The seawater seemed to be shaken by this earth-shattering force and spread violently in all directions, forming a huge circular underwater wave. Bang! A dull metallic collision sound rang out. The 10-meter-long submarine was hit in the waist by a 30-meter-long anchor. A rumbling sound accompanied by a creaking sound echoed on the seabed. The heavy force continued unabated, and the submarine couldn't withstand it for even a second before it broke into 2. Seawater poured into the submarine's compartments frantically. In an instant, all kinds of machines and tools inside rushed out. The anchor continued to move forward and eventually got stuck in the hard rock on the seabed. In an instant, stone chips flew everywhere. This unstoppable blow seemed to be able to blow through the entire seabed. After hitting the target, he reeled in the anchor and a cross of red light suddenly shot out of his eyes. The entire seabed was dyed bright red. Standing on the dark and quiet seabed, looking down on the world. It looks like a deep-sea monster. Unmatched. Yuntai Naval Base. Command Center. Commander Zhang stared at the big screen, his eyes popping out of shock. His face twitched, and his jaw was shaking so much that it almost dislocated. My 3 views are completely overturned. I can't utter a word. Lost the ability to speak. Mr. Zhang's eyes were shaking wildly, almost popping out of their sockets. My pupils are almost blown out. He was so shocked that his body twitched wildly in the chair. Both toes are almost stretched straight. The guard standing by was so busy looking at the screen that he had long forgotten his mission. If I don't give Master Zhang the Shengong Nyohuang pills in my hand, he's going to die. At this time, Director Chun, who had recovered a little, noticed the situation and hurriedly reminded him. This is how we avoided a big mistake. After taking a Shengong Nyohuang pill, Mr. Jean finally felt better. The remaining shock on his face still did not disappear. Countless people had tense expressions, their eyes fixed on the screen, not moving away. What just happened was too horrifying. The officers all felt like they were dreaming. If I hadn't twisted the thigh of my comrade next to me, I would have thought I was dreaming. After a long time, Commander Zhang then took a few slow breaths. With a smile on his face, he clenched his fists and said ecstatically, "Okay, well done. This is a significant military achievement. Wang Yixue and Tong Yao deserve first-class merit." Mr. Zhang shook his head and had a different opinion. "Commander Zhang, I'm afraid you have to add another person's name to this first-class merit. Are you talking about Su Fan?" Commander Zhang's eyes suddenly lit up, and he nodded heavily. "It really should be added, and it can't just be a first-class merit." The conversation between the two basically confirmed Su Fan's status in the naval circle. However, Commander Zhang is not yet sure whether Su Fan is a person or a code name. There is no way to check it even if you want to. As soon as Su Fan's name is mentioned, the security bureau will definitely call. As the two were talking, there was a cry of surprise from the command center. Commander Zhang and Mr. Zhang hurriedly looked at the screen. A conical escape capsule emerged from the submarine that was broken into two sections. The escape pod has a small propulsion unit at the rear. It is rapidly rising at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, in the narrow escape cabin, Jiro Kotori and Makoto Ito were huddled together tightly. The escape pod, which was originally designed for one person, was now so crowded with two people that it was almost impossible to breathe. The escape pod has an automatic navigation and survival system, which will return to the sea surface without any operation and then sail towards its home country. At the same time, a distress signal will be sent to domestic ships. Jiro Kotori struggled to take out the satellite phone in the confined space. He hurriedly called the Maritime Self-Defense Force headquarters. After an anxious wait, the call was miraculously connected. "Hello, I'm Jiro Kotori, the captain of the Nilong submarine. I have urgent military information to report. I'm looking for Chief of Staff Sakai." The person on the other end realized the situation was urgent and immediately transferred the call. "Hello, I'm Chief of Staff Sakai. What urgent military information do you have?" When Kotori Jiro heard this majestic voice, he instantly found support. A feeling of grievance from the bottom of my heart suddenly hit me. With a snot and tears, he choked and said, "Sir, you may not believe this, but while we were on a mission to gather intelligence on the Xia Kingdom, we were attacked by the monster Godzilla. The submarine was bitten in two. If Ito Makoto and I hadn't gotten into the escape pod in time, he would have eaten us. 067 100 million people die in glory." Listening to the exaggerated description on the phone, Chief of Staff Sakai fell silent. He was the supreme commander of the Navy, but he was toyed with in front of him by a small submarine captain. The monster bit off the submarine with one bite. Is that something a human can say? Does that sound reasonable? Sakai tried hard to suppress the anger in his heart. Said in a cold voice, "Attacked by Godzilla? Great. Describe what Godzilla looks like." He had dark skin, was as tall as a 20-story building, and his eyes flashed red crosses. He was very scary. Kotori Jiro immediately began to describe it vividly. In order to make his description more convincing, he also imagined various details about Godzilla. Until finally, Sakai couldn't bear to listen any longer. "Baga, shut up. Kotori Jiro, your brother Kotori Taro lied a while ago about aliens invading the Earth. It caused a lot of panic throughout the day. Now you're here again, making up this story about Godzilla invading Earth. Do you want to be court-martialed?" Hearing the scolding, Kotori Jiro's face was miserable, and he said in a pleading tone, "Chief of Staff Sakai, you have to trust me. The footage captured by the submarine should have been automatically sent to the Maritime Self-Defense Force base. You'll be able to see it soon." "Okay, I want to see what you sent me." Chief of Staff Sakai no longer wanted to talk to this idiot. This person probably failed in his mission and made up an excuse. It's not that easy to escape punishment. Just when Chief of Staff Sakai was thinking about how to punish Jiro Kotori, a report sounded at the door of his office. The female soldier in naval uniform walked in quickly after getting permission. "Hand over a USB flash drive." A hint of doubt flashed across Chief of Staff Sakai's eyes, and he immediately inserted the USB drive into the computer. "Click to take a look. The picture is a little blurry and a little garbled, so I can only see the general idea. The sound is also very chaotic. As the picture changes, a black figure with red eyes appeared in the picture. Holding a huge mysterious weapon, he smashed the torpedo into pieces and crushed another torpedo with his bare hands. Then he took a step and jumped up from the bottom of the sea, smashing the top of the submarine heavily with the weapon in his hand. The picture stopped abruptly. Chief of Staff Sakai was dumbfounded. The female soldier next to her was also confused. The two looked at each other and saw the shock and confusion in each other's eyes. Chief of Staff Sakai's first thought was, "Why are you showing me a science fiction movie?" But the number in the upper right corner of the video shows that the source of this video is Jiro Kotori's nylon submarine. This video is enough to prove that what Kotori Jiro said is true. Thinking about what Kotori Jiro said on the phone just now, that Godzilla was still chasing them, and Chief of Staff Sakai suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Oh my goodness, something big happened. What if they chase us to our homeland? Godzilla is bound to turn the entire country upside down. It is even possible that the little Japan will be destroyed. Monsters are completely inhumane. The seriousness of the matter is of utmost importance. Chief of Staff Sakai took only a moment to make the decision. Said to the secretary, "Send the fleet immediately to rescue Kotori Jiro. Notify all our ships sailing in the nearby waters to return to port for refuge. Maritime Self-Defense Force, all ready to go, prepare for a decisive battle with the monsters." 3 orders were issued. Chief of Staff Sakai's momentum suddenly rose by 10 feet. It was as if the middle-aged man had just revealed his true powerful side. The female soldier beside her couldn't help but murmur, "It turns out he can be powerful at times. He's not invincible all the time." After Chief of Staff Sakai gave the order, he immediately made another call to Prime Minister Kishida's residence. Kishida was taking a lunch break when his personal phone suddenly rang. Anyone who calls him at this time must have something urgent to do. As soon as he saw the phone number, his expression suddenly became tense. As soon as I clicked the call, I heard the shrill voice of Chief of Staff Sakai. "Your Excellency, Prime Minister, something terrible has happened. Our submarine was attacked by the monster Godzilla. The submarine has been destroyed. The captain and the deputy captain are escaping in the lifeboat." While speaking, Kishida received a video sent by Sakai on his mobile phone. It was such a big deal, there was no way Sakai would joke about it. No matter how unbelievable it was, Kishida chose to believe it. After a brief silence, Kishida said, "Stop Godzilla outside our territorial waters at all costs." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Kishida immediately contacted the Chief of Staff of the Ground Self-Defense Force and the Chief of Staff of the Air Self-Defense Force. Make the urgency and seriousness of the matter clear. Let all Self-Defense Forces soldiers prepare for a decisive battle with the monsters. The truth cannot be hidden, especially since the Army, Navy, and Air Force are all reacting violently. Just less than 10 minutes. The entire small-time media gave live coverage of the monster attack. The entire island nation fell into unprecedented tension. Trains stopped running, work came to a halt, and all the people hid in their homes, feeling extremely anxious. They are all people who grew up watching monster movies. If a monster really came now, everyone knew what kind of horror they would face. The terrifying memories of special effects dramas in my childhood seemed to be awakened. The scenes of heaven and earth destruction shocked everyone's brain. Immediately afterwards, Prime Minister Kishida's press conference began. All the well-known media in the world were present and started the live broadcast. This is a live broadcast from the top leader to all citizens. Countless people watched the live broadcast using their mobile phones or televisions. At this time, a backbone is needed to stand up. Lead the common people to repel the monsters. The news of Kishida's live broadcast spread not only in Zairizi country. Even Shagwa, the US, and even Western countries know about it. No one understands what's going on in their daily lives. In the spotlight, Prime Minister Kishida was wearing a black suit, and he looked resolute yet a little vulgar. Stand in front of the camera. He clenched his fists and spoke passionately. "Dear people, first there was the earthquake, then the volcano, and now even Godzilla is here. Disasters always befall our kind and simple people. But we are unbeatable. We will fight this disaster to the end. We will never surrender. We would rather die than surrender to a monster." Kishida's generous words excited all the reporters at the press conference. Led by some people, everyone raised their arms. They shouted in unison, 100 million will die in glory. The deafening shouts even infected countless people watching the live broadcast. Most people got excited and started shouting. The sound echoed in the streets and alleys, including international airports, which are suddenly overcrowded. Countless people watched the live broadcast on the big screen in the waiting room, waving their arms excitedly and shouting, 100 million will die in battle. Even the shipping sector suddenly had countless more people wanting to go out to sea on ships. Everyone was watching the live broadcast and shouting, 100 million will die in glory. Passionate. Xia Kingdom. Yuntai Naval Base. Commander Zhang looked at the live broadcast on the side screen of the command center with a strange expression. Looking at Mr. Zhang beside him. Is there some misunderstanding here? 068 countries show their swords and compete for super rare earths. Director Chen asked hesitantly. Commander, do you want to communicate with Xiaori? That's absolutely not necessary. Just let them make a fuss. This is what people who have never seen the world do. Commander Zhang held his laughter in for a long time and wanted to laugh out loud. The imagination of daily life is really rich. Godzilla? You really think about it. But to be honest, if you take a quick look at it in the sea, you might really think so. After that, Commander Zhang picked up the microphone and said to Wang Yixue in the Deep Sea Titan, Yixue, there's no need to chase them. Just let those two escape. If they escape back, it will make Xiaori even more convinced of the reality of Godzilla's attack. Besides, we're running out of time. You must leave immediately. Destination, Maria Trench in the Pacific Ocean, coordinates 11 degrees 20 minutes north, 142 degree 11.5 E. Don't worry, our warships will catch up quickly. You and Tong Yao have the entire Xia Kingdom as your backing. Wang Yixue and Tong Yao in the cockpit heard that the mission had finally been completed. I was extremely excited. What follows is a real head-on confrontation with the world's superpowers. Wang Yixue shouted in a resounding yes. With one operation, the fluid bionic posture of the Deep Sea Titan is switched to Dolphin. The Deep Sea Titan seemed to be about to blow through the entire seabed. It rushed towards the distant sea at an extremely exaggerated speed. Japan's sudden nationwide high level of war preparedness has attracted widespread attention. The Eagle Sauce Army stationed in the territory of Xiaorizi received a distress message. The commander of the Eagle Sauce fleet treated his daily life as if the whole country had contracted a neurological infectious disease. Kishida called the American president directly, but received only sarcasm. Related discussions have also appeared on foreign websites. Most people speculate that Japanese citizens are infected with a neurological virus. After being infected with this virus, one will suffer from paranoia. You'll feel like you might be attacked by a Godzilla monster. Countless countries responded quickly. Take circuit breaker measures immediately. After the plane from the Little Japan lands, a super strict anal swab test will be conducted. He was then locked up in a solitary residence and isolated for half a month. They will be released only after everything is clear. China is not very good at anal swab sampling. A group of strong men from the White Elephant Kingdom were specially hired. This group of third brothers are strong and muscular. I am very interested in taking anal swab samples for Xiaorizi, and the salary is very low. They have said that they do this job not only to make money, but also for personal interest. What is a bit strange is that when the three brothers are working, the sampling time will be longer. It could last up to an hour, maybe more. After coming out, they all looked relaxed and comfortable. On the other hand, Xiaorizi cried after being sampled. She looks just like a young wife who has been wronged. After completing the sampling, the three brothers will post their personal sampling experience and insights on the internet so that other countries can use it as a reference. As a result, many countries followed the example of the Xia Kingdom. Hire a third brother to do an anal swab for the newcomer. In addition to this news, another piece of news is also quite popular on the internet. In the end, the popularity even surpassed that of Xiaorizi Gua. That is the Maria super rare earth incident. Internet users in countless countries are watching the development of this incident. There has been a huge uproar on the internet. Korean netizens. Our country's submersible is the best in the world, capable of diving to 10,000 meters. If you don't agree, come and argue. Picture, Xiaorizi netizens, overseas login account. You still have two firsts. You men have the shortest penises in the world. The amount of cultural theft is also the highest in the world. Korean netizens. At White Elephant Country, third brother, someone here hasn't had an anal swab done. Please arrange it quickly. Netizens from the United States. What are you arguing about? Let me show you the world. Picture. This is the deep sea submersible we've already dispatched, the Neptune. It can dive to a depth of 12,000 meters and has 4 robotic arms. Both Korea and the US have revealed the deep sea submersibles deployed by their countries. Other countries are also getting uneasy. It's a matter of national reputation. The desire to win must be taken seriously. Zhongguo netizen. The Elizabeth, also equipped with 4 robotic arms, can dive to a depth of 10,000 meters. Image. Netizens from Maoxiong Country. Big Bear, dive to a depth of 10,000 meters. 2 robotic arms, 2 powerful drills. Image. Many powerful countries have shown off their own submarines. Submersibles are not military secrets. They are only used for seabed mining. Countries did not keep it strictly confidential. Finally, all netizens discovered a problem. That is, Xia Country, the newly rising superpower, did not speak out. The American netizens were instantly elated. Always. The Xia Kingdom is a thorn in their eyes. The fact that Xia Kingdom failed this time shows that their position as the world's #1 power is still very stable. Even his younger brothers became happy as well. Follow the discussion in the comments section. Ingjiang netizens. Xiagua is completely defeated this time. Kangaroo Country netizen. Their submarine technology is okay, but there is still a difference between underwater vehicles and submarines. Gaulish netizens. This time it wants to dive to 10,000 meters, so it's normal that they didn't build it. Korean netizens. Super rare earth, they have no share. A Chinese netizen commented, maybe in 10 or 8 years, they will be able to dive down there and pick up some rare earth or fragments. Zyarizi netizen, with overseas login account, picking up rags is in line with their temperament. Netizens from many countries are mocking Xiagua for his incompetence. Failed to keep up with the changes brought about by super rare earths. There are also a few countries that firmly support Xia State and believe that Xia State is remaining silent only because it is planning something. Pacific Ocean. A giant steel beast was moving forward at high speed with a dull sound of underwater air explosions. You will also encounter submarines or surface ships from other countries along the way. Wang Yixio automatically ignored it. Some of his submarines have sonar systems that can even detect deep-sea titans. By the time I reacted, he was gone. It can only be regarded as an instrument failure, because there are no submarines or submersibles in the world that can travel that fast. Not even whales can do that. The Maria Trench is not far away. You can see the deep blue water gushing out of the trench. There are unique submarine currents here. At this time, the person driving the deep-sea titan had been replaced by Tong Yao. Wang Yixue has been driving for 2 hours and is now lying on the bed in the cockpit playing with her mobile phone. Yixue, we're almost there. The quantum source phased array radar scan has detected a number of warships and even aircraft carriers in the nearby waters. It is estimated that fleets from many countries are present, and their submarines should have already gone down. We have to act quickly. When Wang Yixio heard this, she jumped out of bed and hurried back to the driver's seat. Her driving skills are now better than Tong Yao's. Control the deep-sea titan and advance another mile. Even with such a huge body, the deep-sea titan looks like a lone boat above the endless abyss of the seabed. Only then did Wang Yixio see clearly that the sea water here was almost all black. It's bottomless. A bottomless abyss without life. It's like a forbidden zone for life. People with deep-sea phobia will definitely not be able to stay here for a moment. After switching to diving posture, a dark red light was released from the pupils of the deep-sea titan as it dived rapidly. With a gurgling sound, it disappeared above the vast trench. 069 The Crisis of the Big Bear. The Bear Country's deep-sea submersible, the Big Bear. Diving rapidly. They were already late. Deep-sea submersibles from several countries, including the United States Poseidon and John's Elizabeth, have already been launched. In the narrow cockpit, Ivankov pulled the joystick to its limit. The 5-meter-long deep-sea submersible fell madly into the bottomless abyss. Mark next to him was still urging him. Ivankov, too slow, did you miss lunch? We can't let those bastards Eagle Sauce and Pickles get ahead. Push on the gas. Speed up. Ivankov pulled the dive control lever with all his strength. The joystick has been bent and is about to break. Mark kept urging for more. Ivankov cried out. Mark, this is as fast as it can go. If you push any harder, I'll break this damn pole. Well, hopefully we can catch up with the submersible down there. Mark then curled his lips and stopped urging. Ivankov continued. Believe me, our current diving speed has reached 50 knots. Even torpedoes are not as fast as us. The Russian Bear will win. Hurrah! Hurrah! As the Big Bear hurtled downward, the sound of Ola echoed throughout the submarine. The command room of the Bear Country. There are military satellites to help. The audio and video information in the Big Bear deep-sea submersible will be transmitted synchronously to the temporary command room of the Soviet warship on the sea surface. Lieutenant General Cherkov looked at Ivankov and Mark, who seemed to be going crazy, and felt a little uneasy. But their Slavic blood did not allow them to retreat at this time. If he were to drive the Big Bear, he would only drive it even harder. If you can't surpass those bastards from the Eagle Sauce, then sink them. Not long. A ball of light appeared below the Big Bear. Before setting off, Ivankov knew what deep-sea submersibles from various countries looked like. Just a glance. I knew it was the koala of Kangaroo Country. Ivankov picked up the radio and turned on the full-band communication button. Ouch! Which country's submarine is this? Why is it as slow as a koala? The 2 kangaroo pilots on the koala were confused. I didn't see what it was at all. It passed by in a flash. Faster than any torpedo. What kind of joke is this? If it weren't for this set of radio audio signals, they would have thought that a sea monster had appeared. After all this time, it turned out to be the big bear from the bear country. Driving the submarine so fast is like rushing to be reborn. Judging from his condition, he must have drunk too much again. Maybe the wine you drink is fake. The two of them had absolutely no intention of competing with each other. Just dive slowly and leisurely, safety first, leaving the koala far behind. Ivankov looked extremely proud. Mark on the side gave a thumbs up. Ivankov, well done. Want a toast? As he spoke, Mark took out a small iron wine flask from his pocket. Ivankov was shocked when he saw it. Surprise and joy. Mark, you're really a genius. You can even bring this thing down. Of course, drinking vodka 6,000 meters under the sea has a different taste. Mark looked proud. Ivankov was almost drooling and quickly grabbed the wine jug and took 2 gulps. Hurrah! It feels so good. Cherkov's face at the Maritime Command Center turned as black as the bottom of a pot. These two are really good at making things happen. I must give them a good lesson when I come back. Just then, Cherkov looked through the screen and saw 10 red dots of varying sizes appearing in the abyss below. He quickly picked up the microphone and shouted, Ivankov, look, what's down there? Ivankov was startled by the sudden voice. He hurriedly looked out through the submarine's built-in screen. 10 light sources emitting deep red light blocked the way directly below. If this continues, we will inevitably be hit head-on. Ivanov quickly controlled the propeller of the Big Bear to reverse and achieve the fastest deceleration. Fortunately, there was no front windshield, otherwise both of them would have been thrown out of the windshield. It finally stopped before the collision. Ivankov and Mark, feeling dizzy, couldn't help but feel a little scared. At this moment, Cherkov's creepy voice came from the voice communication. Look, what is that? At the same time, Ivankov looked at the built-in screen of the submarine with a puzzled look. Suddenly, his pupils shrank into needle points. My hair stood on end, I broke out in a cold sweat, and my body trembled violently. 10 huge tentacles wrapped the entire Big Bear in the center. At the base of each tentacle, there is a blood-red eyeball, emitting a captivating red light. Further up is a giant octopus head. The slippery and thick tentacles are nearly 7 meters long and slowly shrink. It was about to come into close contact with the Big Bear. Through an external camera, you can clearly see the dense red epidermal cells and mucus on the tentacles. This was a giant squid never seen before. Scandiac. A violent vibration sounded. The 10 tentacles finally completely wrapped around the Big Bear. The submarine shook violently, and the situation became extremely urgent. It was about to be destroyed by the giant. Can't even float up or dive down. This instead aroused Ivankov's bloodiness. Big Squid, it's not that easy to take down the Big Bear. After a burst of rapid operation, the Big Bear's 2 robotic arms and 2 high-speed drills were running frantically. The drill bit penetrated deep into the tentacles. The blood splattered, partially blocking the external lens. After being hit, the tentacles will quickly change position. The force of the wrapping actually increased several times. The Big Bear made a creaking sound, and it looked like it would be destroyed soon. Cherkov in the command room on the sea no longer hesitated and hurriedly asked for instructions. After approval, an international distress signal was sent to many countries. The current situation is extremely urgent. Maria Trench, 6,000 meters underwater. We can only hope that deep-sea submersibles from other countries will come to the rescue. They only have this one deep-sea submersible. There is no other way. Command centers in countless countries received rescue requests immediately. When the Eagle Command Center saw the message, they simply chose to ignore it. He even showed a sarcastic look. Their deep-sea submersible has successfully dived to a depth of 8,000 meters. Preparations are being made for further dives. How could it possibly surface again to rescue a submarine from a hostile country? Gaul also received international requests for help. Their commanding generals directly rejected it and said they were powerless to do anything. After receiving the international distress signal, John Country, Kimchi Country, and other countries showed a gloating look on their faces. It seemed as if something happened that made them very happy. Every country that has deployed underwater submersibles has received a request for rescue. But no one was willing to help. At this time, Cherkov looked at the list handed over by his men and suddenly frowned. Puzzled, why is Siagwa not on the list? 070 Rescue from Xia Country, the dawn of hope in despair. The subordinate said respectfully, report to the general, Xia Kingdom did not send a deep-sea submersible this time. Cherkov always felt that something was wrong, but he was too anxious to think about it. Over time, 10 minutes have passed. Ivankov and Mark on the Big Bear suddenly discovered that there would be no rescue at all. They are on the verge of despair. In the past, when many countries' ships were trapped in Antarctica or the Arctic, it was the Bear Country that drove icebreakers to rescue them. Now when they need rescue, no one helps. They are all a bunch of ungrateful people. K-bang. A crisp sound. A mechanical drill on the Big Bear's hull was dismantled by the tentacles. Nothing to think about except despair. There is no doubt that he is dead. Cherkov on the sea was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth in the command room. At this time, the men came to report. Report. The Kangaroo Nation's koala is about to reach a depth of 6,000 meters and is in the same diving area. It is likely to encounter our Great Bear. Help me get through to the Kangaroo Country Surface Command ship right now. I want to speak to their commander. As Cherkov's order was issued. Among dozens of warships on the sea, a warship with a kangaroo pattern painted on it received a satellite voice signal. After connecting, I realized that it was the Russian bear that connected. And the signalman already knew that the other party was the Russian Navy Vice Admiral Cherkov. Because there is simultaneous interpretation, there is no need to worry about language problems. Hello, Lieutenant General Cherkov. What can I do for you? It's great to be able to contact you. Cherkov seemed to have grasped the last straw. I quickly said a series of words. Our underwater submersible was attacked by what appears to be a mutated giant squid. We are requesting that you ask the koala's pilot to help drive away the giant squid. That ugly thing should be around 10 meters away. With 2 deep-sea submersibles covering each other, we'll definitely be able to drive it away. After Cherkov finished speaking, he waited anxiously for the other party's answer. At this moment, a burst of laughter came from the communicator. He instantly had a bad feeling. Sure enough, I heard a sarcastic voice from the other side. Haha, respected Lieutenant General Cherkov. Sorry, we have something important to do on the koala, so we can't help you drive away the giant squid. Thank you for your reminder. We will let the koala avoid that dangerous area. Goodbye. Beep, beep, beep. Cherkov's face was so gloomy that it looked like water was about to drip out of it. He had already begged humbly, and the other party only needed to do a little favor. After the success, we will gain a good international reputation and the favor of the bear country, and we will also save 2 lives. They refused such a 3-pronged approach. Helpless, Cherkov gave up. He picked up the heavy microphone and said in a low voice, Ivankov, Mark, I'm very sorry to tell you that there will be no rescue. You will be awarded the Order of the Golden Double-Headed Eagle, and your family will receive a 3 million ruble pension. If there's anything else you want to do, please tell me now. I swear as a Vice Admiral that I will do everything I can to help you achieve it. A series of voices finished speaking. Ivankov and Mark were both silent. There is nothing more cruel than being sure that you are about to die while you are still alive. The two looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Martin said into the communicator, Lieutenant General Cherkov, I have only one request. Please don't tell my wife that I smuggled in the wine. Otherwise she would definitely say that I failed because of drinking. Ivankov also spoke into the communicator. Please tell my wife to hide the pension and don't let my idol brother steal it. Cherkov's eyes were red. I feel extremely guilty. He slammed his fist on the table. I feel so upset. Looking outside through the battleship's window, more than a dozen large warships were drifting in the nearby waters. They all serve as temporary command centers for deep-sea submersibles, but no country is willing to rescue people. Cherkov vaguely saw a familiar warship. I thought I was seeing things. I rubbed my eyes and found that it was correct. That is Xia Country's 055. A gleam of light suddenly flashed in Cherkov's eyes. Since 055 has arrived, it is impossible that Xia Country has not sent out a deep-sea submersible. Those international news turned out to be smokescreens released by Xia Country. Can you believe this? Cherkov even immediately thought that Xiagwa must be making a fortune quietly by doing so. He once led the Black Sea Fleet and conducted military exercises with the Xia Navy. He had once had the honor of being on the deck of the 055 battleship, so it was impossible for him to make a mistake. Think about it this way. Is that old friend here too? Cherkov immediately shouted to the signalman, Hurry, help me connect with the 055 battleship in the southeast. Quick! The two countries are all-round strategic partners, and their communications are very fast. On the 055 battleship, Commander Zhang and Mr. Zhang had just arrived and were sitting in the temporary command room, keeping a close eye on the situation of Wang Yishio and the others. At this time, the signalman suddenly came walking quickly. Report to the commander, Lieutenant General Cherkov of the Bear Country is calling. Commander Zhang took the communication headset. Old friend, long time no see. Commander Zhang, my old friend, it's great to be able to contact you. Cherkov was so moved that he almost cried. Seeing that all hope was lost and everything was over, I now find a little light in the despair. How can I not be moved? Cherkov said without further ado. Our Big Bear deep-sea submersible was attacked by a giant squid over 10 meters long. Old man, can you help with the rescue? Once the task is accomplished, my country of Mao Xiong will reward you handsomely. After hearing this, Commander Zhang knew the matter was urgent and stopped talking. Directly, the Russian bear is our friendly country, and we have no choice but to do our part. Cherkov's face was filled with ecstasy, and his heart was filled with deep emotion. This is what it means when a friend in need is a friend indeed. He quickly reported Ivankov and his team's location, currently at a depth of 6,000 meters, coordinates 11 degrees, 21 minutes north, 142 degree, 11.3 E. After the two finished communicating, they hung up the phone immediately. Now is not the time for idle chatter. Commander Zhang immediately issued a rescue order to Wang Yixio. At this time, the Great Bear was already overwhelmed. The two robotic arms and two high-speed drills have been dismantled by the tentacles. The signal transmitting and receiving devices used for communication were also destroyed. Communications with the command center were disrupted. The entire Big Bear was like a shark with its fins cut off, without any attack power. Can only wait until death. Fortunately, the external camera is still intact. The mucus that had previously splashed onto the lens has been washed away by the ocean current. They can now watch through the screen as the giant squid uses its 10 tentacles to tear apart the entire Ursa Major. Those 10 eyes emitting scarlet light seem to be able to suck away people's souls. The two have completely given up hope. A small bottle of vodka has been finished. The fear did not disappear, but became more intense. Both of them were drenched in cold sweat. The color had long since drained from his face. The skin was as pale as freshly scraped putty. Crack. The tentacles were almost about to open their airtight cabin. Once this hole is opened, tons of seawater poured into the cabin. The two of them would instantly have their internal organs crushed by the extremely terrifying high pressure. Crack. Crack. Ivankov slumped in the driver's seat, giving a miserable smile. Are you going to die? But He was halfway through his words. The Big Bear suddenly shook violently. Even the giant squid stopped moving. The 10 scarlet eyes looked around. As if sensing some danger, he actually showed a bit of human alertness. The sea water surged wildly under the huge pressure. A low roar came from far away. The heart-pounding sound grew louder and louder. A dark shadow covered the entire deep sea. A cross of red light flashed in the black shadow's eyes. The sea water, which was almost black, turned blood red. The giant squid was also frightened, as if it had seen the most terrifying thing in its life. Abandon the Big Bear instantly and run away. But then the black shadow dragged a huge anchor that was so long that the end of it could not be seen, and swung it towards the giant squid. The force was too fierce. A violent explosion sounded on the seabed. The anchor seemed to be about to blow through the seabed. There is a long iron chain dragging at the tail, and the other end is connected to the palm. With its unstoppable momentum, even the sea water cannot stop it. In a blink of an eye, the giant squid's huge head was smashed into pieces. Still with undiminished momentum, it rushed towards the distance, as if trying to penetrate the center of the earth. The seawater also surged violently, as if it was about to cause an 18-magnitude tsunami. The Big Bear was like a helpless drowned rat in the extremely turbulent seawater. Ivankov in the cockpit was so shocked that his skull was about to explode. The two eyeballs were jostling around in their sockets, looking like they were about to pop out. His mouth was too big, and both corners of his mouth were torn and bleeding. But I didn't feel any pain at all. People are completely stunned. An absurd yet extremely real feeling kept hitting his brain. His remaining brain cells turned into tofu. Even though the Big Bear was shaking wildly, he seemed to be frozen. Unable to move. Unable to take the self-examination. People are stupid. Martin on the side looked even more crazy. He banged his head hard against the operating table beside him. Bang! Bang! He kept making strange noises from his mouth. That's impossible. This is absolutely fake. I must be dreaming. Why am I still dreaming? If you don't wake up, I'll crash to death. 071 Eagle Sauce, Global Live Broadcast. Not only them. Inside the 055 battleship, Commander Zhang and Mr. Zhang were also shocked by Wang Yixio's actions. The sight of him picking up the anchor and throwing it out almost made the two old men dig their eyes out. So thrilling. So exciting. The Marines on the battleship had never seen such a scene before and could not believe it was real. The blood in my body is about to boil. No one expected that the motherland had already hidden such a powerful weapon. So cool. Especially the red cross light emanating from the eyes, which is exactly in line with the aesthetic taste of young people. This is the ideal charmer in a man's heart. Wang Yixia hit the giant squid with one strike, her face full of pride. Tong Yao, who was sitting next to him, was fascinated by the sight and wished she could take the driver's seat and experience the same thing. This thing also has a fatal attraction to women. The iron chain on the palm of the deep-sea titan made a cracking sound. Quick recycling. The anchor embedded in the rock was quickly tightened, and the next moment there was a loud bang. Flying quickly towards Titan. Boom. Holding the anchor firmly in her hand, Wang Yixio's lips curled up in a confident arc. At first, she thought that the machines in the sea would definitely not be flexible enough, nor as cool as mechas. Now it seems, I am still young. No matter from which aspect you look at it, this thing's combat capability is in no way inferior to the Jiangtian Mecha. The giant squid was destroyed, and the big bear was safe. After the shock, Ivankov was finally able to think normally. He suddenly realized that the giant beast had no intention of hurting him at all. While the submarine's power system is still normal, quickly surface. After a flurry of operations, the big bear quickly surfaced with the help of the dark sea water surging from the abyss. Mark also regained his senses from his fear. After wiping the blood off his forehead, he exclaimed that it was a close call. I almost died here today. I'm lucky enough to have survived this time, but I'm going to teach Eagle Sauce and his bunch of lackeys a lesson in the future. You ungrateful thing. Next time you ask for help in the Arctic, don't even think about breaking the ice. Just use the icebreaker to sink that damn ship. Only in this way can I feel relieved. Wang Yixia watched as the big bear was safe and sound and quickly surfaced. Then he asked his superiors for instructions on the next step. Commander Zhang immediately gave the order to continue diving. We are wasting too much time now. We must hurry up. The other side. In the command room of the USS Nimitz nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, Admiral William carries 3 dazzling stars on his shoulders. Through the communication screen, we can see that both Poseidon ships have reached a depth of 8,000 meters on the seabed as scheduled. And so far, they are in a completely leading position. Super rare earths are already in his pocket. At this time, we must maximize our profits. He immediately said to the signalman beside him. Immediately start a live broadcast for all Eagle Sauces. I want all Eagle Sauces, and even the whole world, to know that Eagle Sauce is still the strongest country. Only by following the pace of the Eagle Sauce can our country survive safely. The signalman raised his hand in salute and shouted yes. Maria Trench. 8,000 m depth position. The 2 Poseidons were quietly suspended in the lonely and dark deep sea. The cockpit of the Sea King 1. When Njue heard in the headset that a live broadcast of all Eagle Sauces was about to begin, he suddenly became a little excited. I didn't expect that I would have such an opportunity to show myself just after changing my career to become a deep-sea, submersible pilot. He quickly straightened his collar. After all, there are cameras in the cockpit. You have to pay attention to your image. Mi Jin standing by also quickly followed suit. If he could perform well this time, he might get a promotion and a raise. Ever since they returned to Earth from outer space after the last emergency, they have been unwilling to go into space to carry out missions again. Became unemployed. Later, because of his experience in aerospace, he was fortunate to become the pilot of Poseidon 1. The pilots of the Poseidon 2 are Jerson and Jack. When they heard that the show would be broadcast live to the whole nation, they were extremely excited and stood up straight. A command came from the communicator. 2 blue deep-sea submersibles moved quickly at the same time, diving to a depth of 9,000 meters under the sea. All major mainstream media outlets in the US have started live broadcasting the entire event. The official live broadcast room of Millions has the largest number of people. Not only can you watch the live broadcast on TV, but they also have live broadcast rooms on online platforms. Within a few minutes, hundreds of thousands of people flocked into the live broadcast room. The barrage of comments was even more lively. The Eagle is indeed still the strongest country, easily taking first place. The Eagle Sauce is the most democratic and free country. Long live the Eagle Sauce. I heard that Xia country didn't send out a submarine this time. Huh? When the critical moment comes, Xiagua won't even be worthy of carrying our shoes. I immigrated here a long time ago. The Xia country I lived in before was really too dark. The person speaking above, why do your online name and profile picture sound a bit like a transnational fugitive? Shit. Run away. After the news of Eagle Sauce starting live broadcast spread, people from more countries entered the live broadcast room. Countries such as Kangaroo Country, John Country, Gaul Country, and others did not choose to broadcast live footage of their own submarines. The first thing they need to do is to dive deep and be willing to broadcast live. Now they have fallen behind others, so what is there to broadcast? So the attention of the whole world was attracted to the live broadcast of Eagle Sauce. William leaned back in his chair and took a long drag on his cigar, a face full of satisfaction. I took a quick look at the number of people online in the live broadcast room. and it has exceeded 8 million. It's about to reach 10 million. Even the commander-in-chief of the Navy called just now. Verbal praise was given. Praise him for a job well done. This is a perfect opportunity to demonstrate the United States' status as a great power. Let the whole world see that the eagle sauce is still young. The power is still there. Don't doubt the strength of the United States just because some countries show the slightest signs of rising. People like Xiaohua or Baixiang are no match for the eagle sauce. Xiaohua Media also relayed the live broadcast of Ingjiang. I was extremely angry after seeing the comments from the American netizens. Some people couldn't help but ask, why doesn't our Xia country have its own deep-sea submersible? This has become a question in the minds of all the people. Neptune 1 and Neptune 2 dived safely under the attention of people all over the world. With sufficient power and a shape that conforms to fluid mechanics, the two Poseidons can dive very quickly. And Jue looked at the depth value on the screen and felt extremely excited, even a little nervous. Michigan, you said we've already reached the bottom of the sea. We won't encounter aliens again, right? Pooh, 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 crow's mouth. Can you say something auspicious? Megan just finished speaking. Neptune 1 shook violently, and Jue and Mi Gung's pupils trembled instantly. Immediately afterwards, Neptune 1 vibrated even more violently. A familiar feeling of palpitations suddenly appeared in the hearts of the two. And Jue's expression changed drastically, and he looked at Mi Jin. The two men's faces turned pale. I felt extremely nervous. This feeling is very much like encountering an alien mecha in outer space. 072 Aquaman 2 die. Countless people watching the live broadcast also noticed something was wrong. Both the images in the cockpit and the external camera images were shaking violently. This feels like a precursor to some supernatural disaster that is about to occur. Countless people held their breath. His eyes were fixed on the live broadcast screen. In Aquaman 2, Jerson and Jack were not as nervous as in Jue and Mi Jin. They were military men and thought it was probably some kind of underwater current activity. Just when countless people were confused, a blinding red light suddenly appeared. The entire seabed was rendered red. A series of dull, gurgling sounds rang out across the entire seabed. A huge black shadow dragged a long red light and fell rapidly from above. The entire seabed was stirred up by a huge undercurrent. And Jue looked terrified. His face looked very ugly. I was almost scared to tears. The first time it made a strange cry. Aliens are coming again. Run! Mi Jin, who was standing by, was also frightened and started pressing buttons frantically on the operating table. I was so scared that I couldn't find the floating button at all. In a blink of an eye, the black shadow was carrying a huge ocean current that was 100 meters wide and came straight down. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of the Poseidon. Driven by the strong ocean current, both submarines began to spin like crazy. Like two spinning tops turned sideways. The black shadow continued to rush down without any pause. Jerson immediately performed skillful operations to stabilize Neptune 2. He looked at the back of the giant. At the same time, his camera also focused on the past. Countless people in the live broadcast room wanted to see what this thing was. The dark body is extremely huge, holding in his hand a black anchor that is dozens of meters or even hundreds of meters long. The chain at the end of the anchor was casually wrapped around its arm. Under the strong impact of the ocean current, a dull metallic collision sound was heard. The red light in his eyes almost illuminated the entire deep sea. The speed is so fast that you can't see its shape clearly. It seemed to penetrate the entire center of the earth. Jerson's eyeball made a click sound and split into two halves in an instant. The heart beat so wildly that it could smash the entire chest cavity. In extreme fear, blood flowed from his nostrils and eyes. There was a ga goose sound coming from its mouth. He couldn't breathe and was about to die. Mark next to him was also shocked, but he still retained a trace of rationality. In a desperate situation, open the first aid kit and find the adrenaline. A sharp needle pierced Jerson's thigh. This allowed Jerson's pupils to regain focus. If the injection had not come in time, he would have died. In the command room of the USS Nimitz, William looked at the indescribable monster in the picture, fear written all over his old face. His face was twitching wildly. It's like taking a hairdryer and blowing it on a Shar-Pei's face. His gloomy eyes were now filled with horror. If he hadn't leaned on the chair, he would have collapsed on the ground because of weak legs. This monster, which he had never seen before, made his whole back shiver and made it difficult for him to breathe. Even on an aircraft carrier, I didn't feel safe. That monster. It seems like it can burst out of the water at any time. An anchor sank the aircraft carrier. Eagle Sauce live broadcast room. Tens of millions of viewers were shocked. Barrages of comments were flying everywhere. Oh my God, what is that thing? How scary. Could it be Godzilla? Shit. I was so scared. Grandma asked my mom and I why we were kneeling to watch the live broadcast. FUCK, is humanity finally going to be extinct? I don't want to die. This dark shadow. It completely caught the attention of tens of millions of people. It also hit the hearts of the American people hard. Neptune 2. After Jerson was injected with adrenaline, a little color returned to his face. In front of the people of the whole world, he has completely lost face today. There was a flash of madness in his eyes. Little monster, huh? Take this deep-sea torpedo if you dare. When William saw Jerson's crazy expression through the screen, he immediately realized that something was wrong. He quickly picked up the communicator and was about to speak. Without waiting to speak, Gerson completed the target alignment and launch. A circular launch port instantly opened at the bottom of Neptune 2. The deep-sea torpedo chased towards the black shadow with an unstoppable momentum. This scene made the entire American population excited. The barrage in the live broadcast room completely exploded. The Neptune is actually carrying torpedoes. Pilot Gershon is awesome. You're not afraid of monsters at all. You're worthy of being a member of the great Eagle Empire. Pilot Jerson, we all support you. Everyone stand. Salute the great and heroic Pilot Jerson. Pilot Jerson is so handsome. Crazy praises filled the entire live broadcast screen. The whole of the United States is praising Jerson's bravery. They stared at the live broadcast screen, waiting for the violent explosion from the deep sea below. That would be the feat of Pilot Gershon, using a deep-sea torpedo to sink the super monster. Unprecedented and unrivaled. Countless people clenched their fists excitedly. He kept repeating in his mouth, "Blow up this damn monster." On the USS Nimitz, William vaguely felt that Jerson had made a big mistake. Years of combat experience told him that this behemoth should not be provoked. Dared to fire a torpedo at him. They are putting themselves in danger. The same sea. On the 055 battleship. Commander Zhang's mouth curled up. There was a flash of disdain in his eyes. Deep-sea torpedo? Just garbage. He muttered, seeking death. Picked up the microphone and gave orders to Wang Yishue. Yishue, destroy this submarine. I want to see them all mourning for Jerson. Wang Yishue in the Deep-Sea Titan's cockpit immediately received the order. The deep-sea torpedo in Titan's hand was suddenly crushed into two pieces. Turn around. A giant energy hole over 8 meters wide suddenly opened in the Titan's chest. The emotionless mechanical voice echoed in the cockpit. Quantum source phased array radar locks on target. Target defense assessment completed. Water flow speed measurement completed. Beta super energy ray charging completed. Deep Sea Dragon King cannon fired. Boom. A high-energy ray that almost evaporated the entire sea. It roared and shot out from the 8-meter-wide chest muzzle. A green beam of light formed, penetrating through the seabed. In the Eagle Sauce live broadcast room, suddenly someone saw a little green light. I was confused. Shouldn't the color carried by the shock wave of a torpedo explosion be green? When he was in doubt, the light expanded instantly, and in a moment it surged to the point of covering the entire Neptune 2. In the submarine, Jerson saw a green light in his eyes. I was so shocked that I couldn't speak anymore. Man Rome was completely stunned. In a trance, he saw an angel waving to him. God was smiling upon him. He even saw his father, who had passed away many years ago, come to pick him up in person. Haha. Very nice. I'm so happy. I finally got to see my damn dad. 073 Hawkeye, you have come to this day? Mark, who was standing by, was completely filled with fear when he saw Jerson's expression. He had already guessed that it was the monster's counterattack. I'm dying. He hated Jerson, the damn idiot. He should have known not to give him adrenaline. Damn it. If you want to die, go die by yourself. Why do you have to drag me, your grandpa, with you? If I meet you in my next life, I'll kill you with one stab wound, you idiot. Damn. Neptune 2 was instantly hit by the green light. The moment it touched, it turned into crumbs. The consciousness of the two people completely dissipated in the green light. Stirred by the turbulent ocean currents, the submarine left no trace at all. The audience in the Eagle Sauce live broadcast room witnessed everything through the external camera of Aquaman 1. Tens of millions of people have lost their voices. His eyes were dull, and he had suffered a severe mental blow. Not a single comment is left. Countless people's pupils experienced a 12-magnitude earthquake, and drool flowed from the corners of their mouths. After a long period of suffocation, some people gradually shed tears of fear. A shadow of death loomed over the entire Eagle Sauce. Countless people have the illusion that they are about to die. In the command room of the USS Nimitz, Admiral William slumped in his chair. The cigar that had been in his mouth fell to the ground with a pop. His face was full of wrinkles, and it almost shook out from the top of his head. With difficulty and bitterness, he uttered a few broken words. What the hell is this monster? The entire aircraft carrier command room was silent. There were many top experts present, but no one could answer this question. Countless people now have the idea of escaping quickly. On the 055 battleship, Commander Zhang watched the scene of the destruction of Aquaman 2 in the Eagle Sauce live broadcast room. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Even breathing was filled with excitement, and he shouted loudly. Happy. This is what happens if you dare to attack the deep-sea titan. Mr. Zhang was laughing so hard that his eyes almost disappeared. He had a vague feeling. Xia country is really about to rise. In the cockpit of Neptune 1, all the color had drained out of Megan's face. Both legs were shaking wildly. The cockpit was filled with the sound of his teeth chattering. And Zhuai just kept rolling his eyes. His legs were stretched straight, as if they were about to collapse. Mi Jin thought quickly and took out a medicine with a needle from the first aid kit. A sharp needle pierced in Zhuai's old waist. It seemed to have pierced the bone. The intense pain made Zhuai's hair stand on end. Consciousness quickly returned. Megan finally breathed a sigh of relief. If he were the only one left in this bottomless abyss, he would be scared to death. And Zhuai was sweating from the pain and asked while holding his waist. Michigan, what medicine did you give me? Megan glanced at the potion in his hand and read the name written on it. Insulin, huh? Not adrenaline. This moment. The air is stagnant. Megan forced an awkward smile on his face. Actually, this thing is pretty good. It helps digestion. And Zhuai's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. A surge of anger rose up. Furious. Give yourself a fucking shot and try it. His eyelids twitched wildly and his eyeballs were covered in bloodshot. If it weren't for me, Jin, it would have been well-intentioned. I really want to make this shit right now. But they would both probably die soon. Now that Aquaman 1 has been taken down, they will definitely be the next. However, 5 minutes later, there was still no green light. A glimmer of hope gradually appeared on Zhuai and Mi Jin's faces. Doesn't the monster intend to kill them? And Zhuai and Mi Jin were not the only ones who thought so. Even William in the aircraft carrier's command room had this guess. It seems that the reason why the monster attacked Poseidon No. 1 was simply because of the provocation of the deep-sea torpedo. Think of this level. William immediately gave orders to Zhuai and Mi Jin. You two, continue diving and carry out the super-rare Earth mining mission. And Zhuai jumped up immediately and finally escaped from the disaster. It is absolutely impossible to let them dive now. However, before Zhuai and Mi Jin could refuse, an unquestionable voice came to their ears. This is a military order. If you refuse to comply, you will be court-martialed. The sound goes through a private line and cannot be heard in the live broadcast room. And Zhuai and Mi Gung both looked extremely ugly. Everyone knows that being court-martial means certain death. The two had no choice but to continue to carry out William's orders. In the Eagle Sauce live broadcast room, countless people were stunned when they saw Zhuai and Mi Jin controlling the Neptune 1 to continue its dive. Facing the deep-sea monsters, he remains calm and fearless. This courage and boldness has aroused a bit of ruthlessness in the hearts of countless Americans. As the parties involved, Zhuai and Mi Jin dared to face the monster head-on. They are in their own country, yet they are so scared. Gradually, the number of barges in the live broadcast room increased again. Well done, Enzu Imogen. We are so proud of you. You guys are the best. All 400 million Americans are with you. We are your strong backing. Don't be afraid of monsters. Charge. William saw the changes in the barrage and finally let out a sigh of relief. The appearance of the monster almost destroyed the national confidence of the entire Eagle Sauce. At present, we can only use the indomitable spirit of Zhuai and Mi Jin as an example to stabilize the public's mentality. Although Zhuai and Mi Jin don't seem very reliable at all. As Neptune 1 continued to dive, on the battleship of the Bear Country, Cherkov and his men witnessed the disaster that happened to the Eagle Sauce Poseidon 2. I was so happy that my mouth was almost crooked with laughter. Their big bear simply encountered a giant squid. The Neptune was ruthless and directly provoked a monster. All I can say is beautifully done. Give a thumbs up to Brother Monster. If there were a reward function, Cherkov would not hesitate to give the monster brother a cloud-piercing arrow. This thing was done so frankly. So relieved. Damn Eagle Sauce, you deserve this day. If the big bear hadn't surfaced yet. He even wanted to have some hard dishes and drink 2 pounds of vodka. Commander Zhang of the Xia Kingdom had already been notified, and the rescue was successful. Ivankov and Mark are currently surfacing. Unfortunately, the communication function was damaged, and we were unable to learn about Ivankov and the other's situation in time. The deepest part of the seabed. The deep-sea titan paid no attention to the overwhelming water pressure. Even at a depth of 9,880 meters, it is still soaring. The supercavitation behind is very eye-catching. The originally stagnant seabed was stirred up by the huge force of this native land, and it could no longer be at peace. The entire seabed was in turmoil. As the focus appeared in her sight, Wang Yixuo's eyes suddenly lit up. Surprised. It seems we have reached the end of the nursery rhyme. The entire seabed is covered with dry, pale rocks and sea sand. The deep-sea titan quickly adjusted its posture. His feet landed firmly on the rocks on the seabed. Boom! The rocks were blown away by the huge force, splashing everywhere in the violent and chaotic ocean current. Spiderweb-like cracks spread from under the titan's feet to the surrounding areas, and only stopped when they reached a range of 1 kilometer. Wang Yixuo glanced around. The excitement was beyond words. 10,000 meters under the sea, here we come. Tong Yao was also extremely excited, but she frowned after a moment. Where are the super rare earths? 074 bold ideas. Wang Yixuo looked around. It was pale, and there was no sign of life. Even the most resilient fish can only survive at a depth of more than 8,300 meters underwater. This is truly 10,000 meters below the sea, and no fish can withstand such strong high pressure. Not even light can reach. Occasionally, some strange sounds can be heard from the silent seabed. If the deep-sea titan hadn't given people enough sense of security, Wang Yixuo and Tong Yao would have jumped up in fright. Yixuo, you've worked hard on this journey. Take a break first. Commander Zhang's familiar voice came to my ears. Wang Yixuo immediately responded respectfully, yes. Then he immediately asked, Commander Zhang, where are the super rare earths? It's all white underground. I can't tell. This simple, super rare earth's exact coordinates are known to many countries, and we are no exception. It's at 11 degrees 41 minutes north, 142 degree 31.3 E. Once you reach this location, you should be able to find it. Clear. Get the exact location. Wang Yixuo and the others didn't really rest. Driving the deep-sea titan, he took powerful steps and headed towards a place not far away. Every step he took was accompanied by a dull rumbling sound. The ground shook violently, and the rocks were crushed into pieces. According to the coordinates, it should be not far from here. After walking more than 500 meters, Wang Yixuo's eyes lit up as she looked at the rock in front of her that was flashing with silver-white light. A careful look reveals that this piece of rock is different from the surrounding rocks. Wang Yixuo controlled the deep-sea titan and raised her hand to smash an anchor on the rock. The stone broke into countless pieces in an instant. But Wang Yixuo clearly noticed his difference. This kind of rock is much harder than ordinary rock. If it were an ordinary rock, it would have been smashed into pieces when she dropped the anchor. Yet these are still stones. It's already very good. At this time, Commander Zhang's excited voice came from the headset. Yixuo, you found the right thing. This is the super rare earth, or just take a quick look at the reserves. If there aren't many, find a way to bring them all back. Infected by Commander Zhang's excitement, Wang Yixuo and Tong Yao were full of energy. I explored the surroundings. It was discovered that this kind of ore was found within a radius of 1 kilometer. So I started studying depth again. This is also simple. Come to the edge of the vein and wave the anchor. After just over 10 hits, they reached the bottom boundary layer of the vein. Wang Yixuo immediately reported the situation. Inside the 055 battleship, Commander Zhang and Mr. Zhang were instantly caught in a dilemma. Considering the scarcity of super rare earths, this reserve is already astonishingly large. Although the deep-sea titan is powerful enough, it can't take away much at most. What should I do now? Take some away and leave some for the eagle sauce and the others? As soon as Commander Zhang had this idea, he immediately rejected it. A serious look flashed in his eyes. Commander Zhang said solemnly into the microphone, Yixuo, take as many as you can. If you can't take anything with you, move it to another location. If that doesn't work, just blow it up. After receiving this order, Wang Yixuo and Tong Yao began to think. The leader said that you can take as much as you can. You mean take as much as you can? Think of this. Wang Yixuo and Tong Yao looked at each other. Almost in unison. I have a bold idea. Wang Yixuo said. You speak first. You speak first. Okay, let me tell you first, this is what I think. After the two women communicated, they found that they had the same idea. So we started to take action. According to the time calculation, the Eagle Sauce's Poseidon 1 is estimated to be reaching a depth of 9,000 meters. After Commander Zhang gave the mining order, he and Mr. Zhang and the others turned their gazes to the screen next to them. What is being played here is the live broadcast of Eagle Sauce. They were killed by a mysterious monster, and one deep-sea submersible was destroyed. It was precisely because one of their machines had been killed by the monster that they received more attention. Now, the number of online users in the Million News Agency's simultaneous live broadcast room has exceeded 30 million. The popularity is almost catching up with the popular events in the Olympics. The bravery of Njue and Mekong touched every American citizen. Countless people choked up. The barrage was filled with praise. As expected of a man from the Eagle country, he's really awesome. Njue and Mekong are the hope of Eagle Sauce, and Eagle Sauce is the hope of all mankind. Eagle Sauce is so great. The freest, most democratic, and safest country. After looking at the content of the barrage, Admiral William finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, public opinion was turned around. He sneered and said to the people around him, "Continue to intensify public opinion guidance, divert the public's attention elsewhere, and dilute the monster incident." Yes, William gave an order. More content gradually appeared in the barrage. Neptune 1 is about to reach a depth of 9,000 meters. So exciting. As expected, my Eagle Sauce's submarine is the most powerful. Why haven't we seen Xia Country send out a submarine? It's a rip. Shit. What qualifications does Xiagua have to be compared with me, Eagle Sauce? Exactly. What kind of rubbish country is willing to touch the Eagle Sauce? After some inexplicable comments appeared, countless American citizens followed suit and expressed their enthusiasm. They began to criticize the Xia Kingdom. The whole screen was filled with people mocking Xiagua's poor technology. They say we are stealing technology and have no independent research and development capabilities. When someone mentioned the J-2 series fighter jets recently developed by Xiagua in the barrage, they were completely ignored. When they want to spray you, you're guilty of even breathing. More people joined in the verbal attacks on Xiagua. It was as if he wanted to vent all his previous fear and loss of composure on Xiagua. Only by trampling on the Xia Kingdom can they prove their greatness. Many netizens in Xiagua are paying attention to the live broadcast. They fired back at the barrage. It worked a little at first, but later the U.S.-China news agency directly shut down all the barges sent by Xiagua from the background. In this way, there will be no dissenting voices. Commander Zhang watched everything with a sneer in the warship. These ignorant grasshoppers, let's see how long they can jump around. If they want to obtain super rare earths, they won't leave even a single stone behind. Finally, Neptune 1 dived to a depth of 9,000 meters. The comments in the live broadcast room were so happy. Long live Eagle Sauce. Great Eagle, my mother. Oh my God, this is a feat that will go down in history. I'm so proud of you. Long live. The entire barrage was cheering. An atmosphere of joy filled the entire Eagle Sauce. Under some deliberate guidance, they seemed to have forgotten the fear that the monster had just brought them. Neptune 1 is a lone boat that hesitates to dive deep into the seabed. There were only the two of them in this dark world. The situation in the cockpit is not as optimistic as that outside. The atmosphere of terror has never disappeared. And Jue and Mi Jin could vaguely hear a low scandium sound below. As the dive depth increases, the sound becomes louder. I don't know what it is. The two of them felt a little uneasy. But for now, I can only comfort myself that it was caused by some small volcanoes or crustal movement on the seabed. 075 Sundara Eagle Sauce entered a depth of 9,000 meters. Admiral William is almost certain. Super rare earths must be the first ones they obtain. But the Neptune is only so big. How many can it bring up? That's the problem. Admiral William's eyes rolled, and he immediately had an idea. Immediately announced the news on the Eagle News Network. The Eagle Sauce Poseidon 1 is about to reach 10,000 meters below the sea. On a first-come, first-served basis, all super rare earths will belong to the Eagle Sauce. As soon as this news came out, countless countries were shocked. What does first-come, first-served mean? This is an international practice. Even the die-hard followers of the Eagle Sauce are somewhat unhappy. They spent a lot of effort to build a deep-sea submersible, and finally the time came to pick the fruits. You, Eagle Sauce, picked the first fruit first. This wild fruit tree is all yours. How can this be true? More than a dozen countries, including the Kangaroo Country, the Kimchi Country, the Gaul Country, and the John Country, have lodged protests. He claimed that he totally disagreed with this statement. They all know how precious super rare earths are. How can it be so easy to give in? Not long after, another piece of news appeared on the Eagle News Network. Although the super rare earths should belong to us, the Eagle Sauce, but considering the development of all mankind, the Eagle Sauce has decided to sell some to friendly countries first. As soon as this statement came out, the eyes of those countries that did not send submarines lit up, especially in the daily life. They originally had a submarine, But the monster attack forced two well-trained pilots to flee to another country to avoid the monster. So they were unable to participate. I waited for almost a day, but the monster didn't come. Now I can also spare some energy to mix in super rare earths. So Xiao Rizi was the first to set an example. Paid an advance payment of $5 billion US. This is the beginning of our happy life. Immediately, several more countries also paid deposits. When the kangaroo country saw this, it found that its own submarine was also at the end. He might as well hand over his own $5 billion deposit. Then the kingdom of Kimchi, the kingdom of John, the kingdom of Gaul, and others also became anxious. The extent of super rare earth reserves is still unknown. If there is only a little bit, and you don't pay the deposit now, you will definitely not get any share when the time comes. I could only pay the deposit one after another. Admiral William was so happy that his mouth was crooked when he saw that many countries paid money. Not only did they collect a huge amount of military funds, but they also obtained the sole ownership of super rare earths. It's so cool. Seeing so many countries have already bought the quota before they even saw the super rare earths. The Camel Kingdom could no longer hold back. Also ask Eagle Sauce to pay the deposit first. But at this time, the Eagle Sauce's reply to Camel Country was, because of the limited quota and the increase in rare earth prices, the deposit now needs to be $10 billion US. When the Camel Kingdom royal family saw the reply, their faces suddenly darkened. Curse the Eagle Sauce for not being fair. It's definitely a deliberate targeting. In recent years, Loatawa has become close to the Xia Kingdom and has purchased a lot of military equipment from the Xia Kingdom. The Eagle Sauce has long been jealous. So you are trying to make things difficult for me and trip me up. Despicable behavior. However, because the Eagle Sauce's submarine is indeed the fastest, it will arrive first. The royal family of the Camel Kingdom was helpless and could only accept defeat if they wanted to obtain super rare earths. Similarly, the Bear Country also wants to buy it. Their submarine was attacked by a giant squid and failed. The source of the signal has just been found and the vehicle is being salvaged. We don't know whether the driver inside is alive or dead. At this critical juncture, if there is a chance to buy super rare earths, they are naturally willing to pay some money. To this end, Cherkov contacted Admiral William directly. The reply they received was that they had to pay a deposit of 20 billion yuan, and there was no guarantee that they would eventually obtain the rare earths. Cherkov was furious and hung up the phone. It's not that easy to get something for nothing. Others charge $50, but for him, it's $200. This is so unfair. Even more cruel than trapping a camel. The Russian economy is in a tight spot right now, so how can it afford to pay a deposit? Seeing that he had lost the super rare earth, Cherkov was in a terrible mood. At this moment, a call was suddenly received from the search team. A gleam of light finally flashed in Cherkov's eyes. This should be the only good news of the day. The big bear has been found. Both drivers were still alive and well. Soon, both Ivankov and Mark were brought before Cherkov. The two of them have recovered quite well. Standing straight with chin raised, he gives people a sense of arrogance. Cherkov looked them up and down and was very satisfied with the two warriors. The failure of this operation is not your fault. You have performed well enough. When this matter is completely over, there will be rewards. Tell me what happened to you after the signal was cut off. Ivankov and Martin looked at each other. Let me tell you. At that time, our communicator was destroyed by a giant squid. Just as the sealed hatch was about to be opened, the entire seabed suddenly surged wildly, and a blood-red cross of light illuminated the entire seabed. After Ivankov finished speaking, Cherkov was completely stunned. What kind of science fiction movie is this? Can you speak human language? Ivankov was not surprised at all when he saw Cherkov's expression. As if it had been expected. Martin, standing by, echoed. Everything he said is true. We saw it with our own eyes. There's a video recording device in the cockpit that you can check. Quick, get me the video recording device first. Cherkov was still in shock and looked incredulous, and immediately gave the order. Not long. A shocking scene was played on the big screen in the warship's temporary command room. Cherkov slumped down on the chair. The shock in his pupils was indescribable. He immediately thought of another picture. Instantly, the monster encountered by the Eagle Sauce Poseidon was brought up on the screen next to it. Comparing the two, it turned out to be the same monster. The huge anchor and the red cross in the eyes are the most obvious features. Cherkov was so shocked that he was speechless. Breathing rapidly, the huffing and puffing sound is like pulling a bellows. The entire temporary command room fell into silence. Cherkov felt that he didn't have enough brain cells to think. What on earth is going on? After a brief calm, a gleam of light flashed in Cherkov's eyes. Suddenly looking outside the warship, he saw the 055 battleship not far away. A creepy feeling rose from the soles of his feet, instantly knocking his skull off. He thought of an explanation that seemed impossible, but extremely reasonable. Only in this way can everything make sense. Cherkov didn't say it directly. Because the matter is too big. His entire face was filled with shock and fear. Trembling slightly, he sighed. The world is about to change. 076. The entire seabed flew out. The officers on the side looked into the distance. The sky is cloudless. How could the weather change? The lieutenant general spoke in a very strange way. After a long silence, the shock on Cherkov's face slowly faded. A hint of teasing gradually appeared at the corner of his mouth. To those around you, the matter of purchasing super rare earth from the Eagle Sauce has come to an end. There is no need to think of any other means. General, the powerful effects of super rare earths have been confirmed by all powerful countries. Do we really want to give up? The staff officer next to him asked doubtfully. It's not that they give up, but they themselves can't get it. After explaining casually, Cherkov immediately said to the people around him, "Help me connect to the president right now. I have urgent military intelligence to report." While Cherkov was talking, he dismissed everyone, and the calls were encrypted. No one knows what he said to Putin. It's just that his phone call just ended. News came out that the Bear Country was going to pay a friendly visit to the Xia Country. Moreover, the Bear Country directly and unilaterally declared to the outside world that it would form a united front with the Xia Country in the future. At the same time, the entire Far East and Siberia region was opened to the Xia Kingdom as a sign of sincerity. The four words, united front, carry great weight, and they are one-sided. The meaning behind this has left countless countries baffled. It seemed as if, in an instant, the Russian bear was suddenly willing to recognize Xiagua as its big brother. This is simply bizarre. His mother opened the door for him, and he came home. The real world seems to have become strange and difficult to distinguish. Many countries are scratching their heads. There are also some voices in Xia State. People on the domestic internet are asking why our country doesn't buy super rare earths from the United States. The functions of super rare earths have long been legendary. Many people believe that obtaining super rare earths can greatly enhance the country's national strength. However, another piece of information appeared on the Eagle News Network. Super rare earths will not be sold to Xia Country, and any country is prohibited from reselling them to Xia Country. This was undoubtedly a ban on the Xia Kingdom. When the people of Xia heard the news, they were all filled with indignation. I feel a surge of energy in my heart. Some people abroad went to the Eagle Sauce live broadcast room and posted comments asking, "Why don't you sell it to us?" However, the American netizens responded smugly, "I just won't sell it, so what?" The arrogance of the Eagle Sauce has angered countless people in Xia Country. This is too much. At this time, the highest authority of Xia State issued a very brief message. Just 5 words in total. No need to buy. No need to buy? Could it be that something comparable to super rare earths has been discovered? Or have they already obtained super rare earths? Countless Xia people came to their senses. They all speculated about various possibilities in their minds. The authorities have remained extremely secretive so far. It was as if the chaos outside had nothing to do with me. The only certainty is these 5 words. There must be a deep meaning. On the 055 battleship, Commander Zhang had just finished a call with his superior and glanced at the progress of Wang Yixue and the others. I was suddenly confused. "Mr. Zhang, what are Yixue and the others doing?" This? Even Mr. Zhang couldn't understand it. Such a short while. Wang Yixue has dug up the entire 1-kilometer radius. It can be seen that the depth of the super rare earth vein has reached 1 kilometer. After digging all around, the deep sea titan dug another huge cave under the vein, leading to the center of the vein. Then I squeezed in. The anchor is attached to the back. When we got to the bottom of the vein, there was a click sound. 2 giants pressed against the mineral veins above their heads. Commander Zhang and Zhang Gu took a deep breath, their faces showing disbelief. Is this what it means? Really? A cold mechanical voice was heard in the picture. Fluid bionic posture switching, humpback whale. Hydrogen engine output power state switch, high power. Each unit is tested normal. Pump spray vector nozzle adjustment completed. Deep sea titan. Attack. In an instant, the engine roared loudly. The 3 pump jet thrusters are operating at full power and full load. The entire seabed seemed to be about to explode, and the sea water rushed left and right like crazy, surging endlessly. Commander Zhang's eyes suddenly widened. The pores all over my body exploded. His expression was almost distorted, roaring and shouting. She. They actually want to take the entire mine away. Nonsense. Mr. Zhang standing by also had his mouth twitching and his eyes trembling. The body trembled slightly. If I hadn't taken the magical Nyohuang pills before, I would have been lying down now. The entire command room was stunned. A question arises in the minds of countless people. Could it be that the deep-sea titan can really lift up the entire mineral vein? How is this possible? Absurd. It's like an ant trying to shake a tree. Countless people clenched their fists until their fingers turned white. I have absolutely no idea what these two beautiful drivers are thinking. Commander Zhang couldn't bear it any longer. I was about to ask using the communicator. A violent and dull rumbling sound was heard again in the picture. A powerful sound. It seemed as if it was going to turn the entire seabed upside down. A violent underwater wave. Suddenly, there was an explosion beneath the super rare earth mine. The visible shock waves of sea water rushed in all directions with great force. The violent earthquake shook the entire seabed upside down. Boom. The rumbling sound rang out again. Dark cracks appeared beneath the kilometer-long seabed mineral vein. Endless sea water poured in violently. The red light in the deep-sea titan's eyes almost solidified into substance. It's like a laser is going to pierce the seabed. With the engine roaring, the entire mine actually rose from the ground. Held in the arms of the deep-sea titan, carrying endless sea water, it flew diagonally upwards. Fuck. Oh shit. It really lifted up. I am so blind, what did I see? My legs are a little weak, help me up. Brother, I'm torn. The entire command center was amazed, and countless officers cursed subconsciously. Commander Zhang no longer dares to give orders casually. It's not just as simple as the generals not obeying orders from the military abroad. The main thing is that the picture in front of you has a visual impact. The deep-sea titan is 30 meters in size, which is already very huge. For example, a kilometer-long mineral vein above your head seems a little small. What if Wang Yixue and Tong Yao are distracted and the mine is blocked? What should we do then? How to rescue people 10,000 meters below the sea. Now they can only trust Wang Yixue and Tong Yao completely with a nervous mood. Completely trust the deep-sea titan. Completely trust the mysterious developer, Su Fan. Now, all I can give is trust. In the cockpit of the deep-sea titan, Wang Yixue and Tong Yao were also very excited. I was thinking of giving it a try. Turns out this thing is too strong. At this time, the nursery rhyme suddenly said, Yixue, I just saw you quickly draw a pattern next to the deep pit. Wang Yixue smiled mysteriously. That's the gift I leave for those who come after me. I don't know if they will like it. Tong Yao remembered that Su Fan had carved words on the moon before. I can't help but sigh that he is worthy of being Su Fan's disciple. Even the habits are so similar. The other side. In the spotlight. Poseidon 1 only needs a few hundred meters to reach 10,000 meters below the seabed. At this moment, Zhue, who was staring at the screen, suddenly had his pupils tremble. Vaguely visible. A huge black shadow was rapidly rising diagonally above them. This black shadow is much larger than the previous monster. It felt like the entire seabed was flying out. The huge feeling of oppression made Zhue breathless. In a hurry, he grabbed Mi Jin and said tremblingly, Mimi, I think I saw the monster grandpa. 077 The little days of scaring P. Mi Jin, who was taking a nap, was startled by Zhue. Look at the built-in screen in the cockpit. A vast black shadow was flying rapidly towards the upper left. It caused huge underwater turbulence along the way. The ferocious sea water is surging madly across the entire seabed. This isn't a monster grandpa. This is a monster ancestor. Mi Jin was so frightened that his whole body was shaking like a sieve. Their small submarine, only 8 meters in size, is like a grain of sand in the Milky Way compared to the monster that stretches as far as the eye can see. If the monster wanted to kill them, it would be easier than stepping on an ant. Command room of the USS Nimitz. Admiral William stood up suddenly in shock, his pupils trembling violently. I was extremely nervous. For a moment, he even wanted to order the aircraft carrier fleet to evacuate immediately. Stay away from this sea area. But Eagle Sauce's live broadcast is still going on, and there are already hundreds of millions of online viewers from all over the world. He could only bite the bullet and continue to command here. The entire command room was filled with a dead atmosphere. The air seemed to have stopped flowing, as if everything was dead here. Countless American officers had difficulty breathing and could hardly catch their breath. The visual impact of the black shadow in the picture almost broke their brains. Lost the ability to breathe and couldn't think. If this continues, you may even suffocate to death because you forget to breathe. This is what fear looks like when it reaches its extreme. The netizens in Engjiang's live broadcast room also looked unhappy. Everyone was even a little worried that if this was really a monster, would it pose a threat to them? Especially the American people. The monster before blasted Aquaman 2 into ashes with a green light. The 2 crew members above are real American hawks. The seeds of fear had already been planted in their hearts, and now when they saw this huge black shadow, the seeds of fear took root and sprouted. They will be uneasy and worried all the time for a long time to come. Even after turning off the live broadcast, the dark shadow in my mind still lingers. That will be their nightmare. The warships of the Bear Country are now on their way back, although their mission has failed, but it has already been contacted above. In addition, the top leaders of both sides have had several phone calls and should have finalized some cooperation agreement. Even as someone who knew the truth, Cherkov was still horrified after seeing the horrifying scene on the screen of the American TV. It's so shocking. A country of small days. After the Godzilla incident calmed down slightly, the country announced that the crisis was over. Countless citizens finally breathed a sigh of relief. Prime Minister Kishida watched the live broadcast of Eagle Sauce as soon as possible. When he saw the monster, he gasped. He instantly understood why Godzilla didn't chase him. After all this fuss, we finally went to Maria Trench. Will the monster come back in the future? This made his heart beat fast. At this time, people who were watching the Eagle Sauce live broadcast raised a soul-searching question on the Zyrizy website. Is the monster that Eagle Sauce is encountering now the same monster that originally planned to attack Zyrizy's homeland? Prime Minister Kishida had no choice but to come forward and respond online. This big black shadow should be Grandpa Godzilla. The one that was chasing our country's submarine before was just Godzilla's grandson. Public opinion was immediately in an uproar. Someone matched the relevant information instantly. It turns out that the earth-shattering green light that killed Aquaman 2 was actually Godzilla's atomic breath. No wonder it's so powerful. In an instant, Aquaman 2 was blasted into pieces. Countless people who have a little knowledge now suddenly thought of a terrible piece of bad news. The Maria Trench is so close to our homeland. There's no guarantee that Godzilla will come to play on land one day. When the time comes, the whole Osaka will be gone with just one swing of the dragon's tail. One trampling attack reduced Hokkaido to ruins. Then it launched another bite attack and bit Mount Fuji into pieces. After having fun, release it into the Red Lotus form. Just a few atomic breaths, and the entire Little ZD homeland would sink into the Maria Trench. This reasoning appeared on the internet. It instantly ignited the hearts of all citizens. Countless people are offering advice to the country. Some people even ask other countries to take them in on international forums. They have all been rejected by countless countries. Finally, he turned his attention to Xia State. Xiagua was angry because of the arrogance and domineering behavior of Eagle Sauce, and heard that Xiao Rizi was trying to make trouble. No need to be polite, just say it directly. Females between 18 and 25 were kept, and the rest were fed to Godzilla. So this route for Xia State was cut off. In the end, the Russian Bear Country miraculously agreed to accept them, and it was even posted on the official account. We, the Bear Country, are willing to accept all citizens of the easy life. After seeing this news, all the ordinary people were moved to tears. Many people later commented on the greatness of the Russian bear. Some other countries also say that Russia is inviting a wolf into the house. But immediately afterwards, the Maoxiong account posted another update. We welcome you very much in Siberia, and the potatoes you grow are very delicious. The boy suddenly realized that something seemed to be wrong. These words reminded them of some strange memories. Countless foreign netizens also asked questions. Sure enough, this account posted 2 updates again. Once you're here, you only need to plant potatoes 24 hours a day. If you get sick, you don't even need medical treatment. We'll just provide cremation services in the incinerator. You'll be chained and burned. If you're lucky, you might even find your grandfather while digging potatoes. Then you can be reunited with him. See this dynamic. Netizens all over the world can't hold it anymore. The Russian bear is not being kind at all. This is called killing people and destroying their hearts. Netizens protested for a long time, but the post was still not deleted. I have to say, the Russian bear really knows how to play. Neptune 1. It has descended close to the seabed and can even see white rocks. While Njue and Mi Jin were worried, the black shadow finally moved away from them, disappeared in the deep and vast Pacific Ocean. The audience in the entire Eagle Sauce live broadcast room also breathed a sigh of relief for the two. They slowly descended in the Sea King 1. Finally, it stopped on the white sand and gravel. This depth is 10,000 meters under the sea. Admiral William, who had been living in fear, finally showed a hint of color on his face. Successfully reaching the seabed means they can locate, search for, and mine super rare earths. He gradually became agitated. After all this effort, I finally got what I wanted. This landing has far-reaching significance. It represents the most advanced technology currently available to mankind, reaching the deepest point on Earth. As expected, Only my great eagle sauce can accomplish such a world-shaking and heart-wrenching feat. Countless American citizens who have recovered from the fear of the monster spoke out in the live broadcast room. Even monsters can't stop our great eagle sauce from obtaining super rare earths. It turns out that the United States is the greatest country. Justice will prevail over evil, and victory belongs to us. Eagle-chan, my mother. At this moment, everyone is paying attention. Admiral William gave the order. Neptune 1 used coordinate positioning to begin searching for the location of rare earth veins. And Jue and Mi Jin also began to operate the positioning seriously. Finally, they came to the edge of a dark pit. The pit is 1 kilometer wide and should be at least 1 kilometer deep. And Jue was confused. Where are the super rare earths? 078, the sixth one is actually me? Megan stared blankly at the deep pit, muttering, will he be eaten by a monster? And Jue, that makes sense. The two of them controlled Neptune 1 and began searching around the deep pit. At this time, William in the command room looked extremely ugly. He has already assured his superiors that rare earths must be obtained. If you get nothing in the end, it will be a serious problem. We have collected deposits from so many countries, and now you tell me that super rare earths are gone. How to explain this to those countries? How to explain this to the boss? William just felt that he might get into big trouble. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. The fingers were also tightly pinched together. The nails almost dug into the flesh. His eyes were fixed on the submarine in the picture. One can only hope to discover something next. It's not just William who is anxious. All the countries that have paid the deposit are anxious. They have handed over real money, but what will happen to their money if there is nothing in the end? There is no precedent for wanting to get money back from the Americans. When the Eagles do business, they eat human flesh and leave no bones. Almost everyone watching the live broadcast around the world had a question in their mind. Where did the super rare earth go? As the live broadcast continues, and Jue and Mi Jin almost circled the entire pit. When the rotation is almost finished, and Jue was suddenly attracted by the texture on the rocks in the distance. So he controlled the submarine to move closer. The audience in the live broadcast room also noticed something unusual. He held his breath and stared at the screen without blinking. Horror, thrilling, uneasy. Countless negative emotions enveloped everyone. There was crazy speculation on the barrage. It must be these two ancient monster totems. It could also be a medieval magic circle. I think it's more like opening a channel to other parallel universes. Could it be a mysterious formation that summons an ancient demon? As people speculate more deeply, the submersible also came above the rock, and Jue's eyes swept across the pattern on the rock. His whole body trembled suddenly. The pattern on the boulder is so familiar. That's something I can't even imagine. A big hand raised a middle finger, as if giving them a friendly greeting. What if? A feeling of shock mixed with a sense of amusement instantly flooded into my mind. And Jue's expression was distorted with shock, and his eyeballs were shaking wildly, almost breaking his eye sockets. Mi Jin took a deep breath and almost fainted. He clasped his fingers tightly under his nose, fearing that he would faint at this critical moment. After all, he doesn't want to take insulin. In the live broadcast room, countless people were stunned. My outlook on life completely collapsed. Values were shattered. The expressions of countless people were frozen on their faces, as if they were frozen, unable to move. The brain cannot think either. This is an internationally recognized friendly greeting gesture, which everyone understands. But when it appeared here, more than 100 million people in the live broadcast room didn't understand. Countless people began to doubt their lives. I even feel like I'm just having a long dream. This is absolutely fake. In the command room of the USS Nimitz, Admiral William's mouth twitched violently, almost tearing his face apart. The shock in his eyes was gradually replaced by shame. He is not a fool. This definitely wasn't done by a monster. How could a monster humiliate someone like that? This is definitely a humiliation to them by a certain country. That's too much. The world's hegemon was actually given the middle finger in front of the whole world. What a shame and humiliation. Admiral William slammed his fist on the table. He was so angry that he wanted to find this country immediately and launch an aircraft carrier fleet to fight a decisive battle. Find out which country got there first. Don't let me find you. The entire command room was filled with the smell of gunpowder. 055 battleship. Now on the way back. They no longer have any control over the unnecessary things that happen here. Commander Zhang saw it as early as when Wang Yixio was secretly drawing the pattern. He didn't stop. If it were him, he might be more direct. He even had the urge to drive the deep-sea Titan to overturn the USS Nimitz. It's too cheap for them to just draw a pattern. Don't worry about the subsequent impact. Although the Eagle sauce is powerful, but with the combat power of the deep-sea Titan. Even when facing the American aircraft carrier fleet, it is not without the ability to fight. However, once the war really breaks out, the entire Xia country may be affected by the war, so there is no need to tear each other apart now. The Chinese people who were watching the live broadcast of Eagle Sauce couldn't help but burst out laughing after seeing that international friendly gesture. Which country did this? Well done. This is just a way to put pressure on the American Navy. He did what all the people of Xia wanted to do, but never had the chance to do. Let out a breath of anger. The whole network is talking about it. People on the streets are talking about how the US was outmaneuvered by a mysterious country, which snatched away super rare earths, and then drew patterns to show contempt. The Eagle Sauce has lost face in front of the whole world. Gradually, someone started analyzing. Who is this mysterious country? Some people think of Xia State's attitude since the emergence of rare earths. It was as if this matter had nothing to do with Xia country. This reveals the extreme irrationality. Also, when netizens were discussing online why Xiagua did not buy rare earths from the United States, the 5 words were stored on Xiagua's official website. No need to buy. Combined with the long-standing customs of the Xia Kingdom, some have come to a surprising conclusion. Could this mysterious country be Xia Kingdom? Is this pattern the counterattack of the Eagle Sauce when it wanted to use super rare earths to block the Xia Kingdom? As for the monster, netizens even think that there is a possibility that the monster was raised in captivity by the Xia Kingdom. Otherwise, how can we use submarines specifically to attack the United States? Well-reasoned and well-founded. The more netizens thought about it, the more it made sense. If you want to make a fortune in silence, you have to look to our Xia Kingdom. It made a lot of noise. The 6th one is actually me. It feels so damn good to do this. He took the rare earths for himself and left the other party with no evidence. Netizens called him an expert. Countless Chinese people living abroad directly typed 666 on the Eagle Sauce public screen. While these 5 people were talking, the 660 SIXS floating all over the screen are undoubtedly the most direct fans, killing someone and destroying their heart. When netizens were discussing Zhonghuan, the Xia officials could no longer sit still, especially the Strategic Research Institute. The chief said that this generation of netizens is really difficult to lead. Just through clues and reasonable speculation, we got an almost correct answer. The higher-ups have already given the director an order to suppress the rumors. Since we are making a fortune in silence, this matter cannot really be spread out. When the trend was at its peak, all the related topics and hot lists were removed. But this time, surprisingly, no one was angry at all. Instead, he secretly said that he did the right thing. On the Douyin platform, a rumor-refuting video immediately appeared on the bureau chief's account. 079 return. Hello everyone, we meet again. I'm your old friend, the chief. I believe everyone is very concerned about the recent rare earth monster incident in the Maria Trench in the Pacific Ocean, especially the ultimate destination of the rare earths and the origin of the monsters. I solemnly declare here that these things have nothing to do with our Xian nation. Please don't believe or spread rumors, and don't be deceived by false statements. Thank you for watching. Goodbye. Same as always. In just 1 minute, there were already thousands of comments below. At Bureau Chief, I'm on your side this time. If any of you say anything nonsense again, I'll get mad at you. Commander, that's right. Those super rare earths that mysteriously disappeared definitely weren't taken away by us. At Bureau Chief, that monster certainly has nothing to do with us. We trust you, Bureau Chief. At Zhuzhong, that's right. We are innocent. We didn't take anything, and we absolutely don't want to be the 6th one. After seeing the comments, the Bureau Chief choked up. Damn, after working in the Strategic Research Institute for so many years, netizens finally cooperated tacitly for once. I'm in tears. Thinking of this, the director made a phone call. Mr. Wong, I'm happy today. Let's get half a caddy each. No, I'm going to pick up my granddaughter. 10,000 meters below the sea. The super rare earths disappeared completely. Not even a scrap of residue was left. And Zhue and Mi Jin finally received the order to return immediately. They were waiting for this order until they were about to cry. Finally back to the lovely land. They swore that they would never go to the sky or the sea again. There are aliens in outer space and monsters in the sea. It's safer on land. With excitement and joy, they drove the Neptune 1 and began their return voyage. As for the problem of not getting rare earths, they are not discouraged by it. Instead, I feel fortunate. Because they were forced down. It would be great if I could get home quickly. In the cockpit of Neptune 1, Megan urged desperately. And Zhue, didn't you eat? Hurry up. Come on. Speed up. And Zhue frantically twisted the joystick, almost breaking it. Along the way, the koala, which was also rising, saw a beam of light flying up from not far away. My eyes were wide open with shock. The koala's pilot exclaimed, "Wasn't the big bear already destroyed by the monster? Who else can be so fierce besides them?" While thinking, the entire koala was suddenly blocked by a huge force. Take a look through the external lens. The driver was so scared that he peed his pants on the spot. God, what is this? More than 10 huge tentacles, each at least 20 meters long, wrapped the entire koala. The huge jellyfish monk's hat was emitting a creepy red light. In an instant, koala's mechanical arm was broken. Oh my God, help! The kangaroo country discovered that its submarine was attacked by a giant jellyfish. Seek help immediately. When many countries heard about the 20-meter-long tentacles, they immediately ordered their own submarines to run away. The koala fell into despair. The eagle sauce failed to obtain super rare earth. All countries are anxious. Ask the eagle sauce to refund the deposit. The eagle sauce was initially unwilling to withdraw, but was later forced into a corner by countless countries. They had no choice but to return all the more than 150 billion US dollars. This calmed the public anger. But the eagle sauce itself is even more angry. That's a full 150 billion. So much money flew away in vain. Admiral William was so angry that thick green smoke came out of his head. His eyes glowed red if he found out which country was behind this. He must be killed. Pressure has been put on William from above to find out everything as quickly as possible. William gathered with many of his advisors to think over the whole matter. After discovering this incident, I found that the whole process was indeed strange. At this time, someone mentioned the incident in which the Xiao Rizi submarine was attacked by a monster. There may be some connection between them. When the Eagle Sauce mobilized various departments to start an investigation, the Deep Sea Titan has already reached the halfway point carrying a 1-kilometer-long super rare earth vein. The diving speed is much slower than when we came here. Even so, it can still maintain a speed of 80 or 90 knots. It was getting dark. Commander Zhang did not rest in the temporary command room of the 055 battleship. Mr. Zhang also had no desire to sleep. Their warships could not catch up with the Deep Sea Titan. I can only follow from a distance. By midnight, the Deep Sea Titan was not far from the territorial waters of Xia State. And this is also the most dangerous time, because there are other countries nearby, such as daily life. The Deep Sea Titan's attack was generally smooth, but the closer you get to the final level, the more careful you have to be. To make a fortune quietly, the key is secrecy. The characteristics of super rare earths are very obvious. As long as you see it up close, you can recognize it. Wang Yixue and Tong Yao also put in a lot of effort. They were prepared in case they were seen by warships or submarines. Directly use the Undersea Dragon King cannon to destroy the opponent. Dead people can't talk. Don't be too polite when it comes to your daily life. Fortunately, in the end, the 1-kilometer-long super rare earth was transported back to the Blue Sea without any danger. The moment the super rare earth arrives, Xia State immediately announced it to the public. Conduct large-scale military exercises. No country or individual may set foot near Xia Country's blue ocean. Dongfeng Express is blind and may accidentally land on your warship. Don't cry. Finally, a dull roar was heard in the sea outside the Yuntai Naval Base. Late at night, a cross of red light emerged from the water. Wang Yixue and Tong Yao emerged from the part of the Deep Sea Titan that emerged from the water. Walk up the telescopic ladder to the shore. They were greeted by Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua. Grandpa Hua, why are you here? The two women were very surprised to see the two men, although this day is not long. However, going deep into the seabed 10,000 meters deep did have some impact on the mood of the two people. When he saw the person closest to him, joy was evident on his face. Yixue, Xiaoyao, you two did a great job. You have performed a great service this time. You must be starving. Go eat something good. Several people got on a jeep with military license plates and disappeared into the night. Late at night, Admiral William, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly received an urgent call. After hanging up the phone, his eyes suddenly burst into anger. Xia Country, it really has something to do with you. From the beginning, I felt that you were too calm this time. Admiral William made a phone call to the Pentagon. Hello, this is Admiral William. Help me connect to General Mike. Sorry, General Mike has gone to bed. Please inform General Mike immediately. I have urgent military information and must speak to him right now. This? Go, idiot. Yes. 080 meeting with Commander Zhang. The next day, the United Nations suddenly held an emergency meeting. All permanent representatives are required to attend. As a permanent member of the Security Council, Xia is naturally no exception. At 9 a.m., more than 100 people were already seated in the venue. As soon as the meeting started, the Eagle representative Saxon couldn't wait to speak. Everyone, we have received almost accurate information. The super rare earth, or that disappeared from the Pacific Ocean yesterday, was all mined away by Xia Nation using special methods. Xia Country representative, please give us an explanation for this matter. As soon as these words were spoken, there were bursts of exclamations. Many countries are still wondering where yesterday's rare earth mines went. A shocking piece of news broke out today. Countless eyes turned to the representatives of Xia State. Everyone was curious about how the Xia State representative would defend himself. Under the gaze of countless people, Xia State Representative Gung Jin slowly cleared his throat. Pull the microphone closer and say lightly, I have 2 questions about Eagle Sauce's ridiculous remarks. First, Eagle Sauce, do you have any real evidence to support your claims? If not, please shut up, lest you become a laughing stock. Secondly, you Americans love stealing oil from countries like Syria and Afghanistan. It's a well-known fact. You're the ones who enjoy stealing. Who else could be the ones to secretly ship rare earths away under the noses of warships from various countries? After Gung Jin finished speaking, he nodded slightly. From his words to his temperament, he was gentle and elegant, showing his gentlemanly demeanor. In contrast, the representative of the Eagle Sauce had a dark face. It's obvious that they are diverting the trouble to others. The Eagle representative clenched his fist and spoke again. I propose that a team of the 5 permanent members of the United Nations be dispatched to conduct an in-depth investigation into Xia Country. Let's take a show of hands on this matter. Voting begins. Eagle Sauce was the first to raise his hand in agreement. Immediately afterwards, countless Eagle Sauce followers also raised their hands. Seeing this scene, Gung Jin sneered. Beside, a colleague who is also from Xia Country said, Look, those who followed suit and raised their hands are all the great sons of their Eagle Sauce dads. Gung Jin shook his head indifferently. Let these lackeys raise their own opinions. It's meaningless. They'll veto it later. Just as countless people raised their hands, a rough voice suddenly sounded. You lackeys of the Eagle Sauce, stop raising your hands. When Gung Jin heard this unrestrained tone, he immediately looked towards the location of the Bear Country. Really, the speaker was none other than Russia, representing the Bear Country. Countless people looked at Oyegu, but the latter snorted coldly. This proposal will be vetoed by our country, Mao Xiong. Wow, the whole audience was in an uproar. We are investigating Xia Country. What is your country doing? Countless countries were stunned. The Eagle Sauce was even more speechless. Is the Russian Bear Country crazy? You must be sick. Even Gung Jin was stunned for a moment. I don't understand why the Bear Country suddenly helped the Xia Country. However, in fact, Russia and Iraq received a call last night, asking them to spare no effort to help Xia Country at the United Nations General Assembly in the future. Seeing that the Eagle Sauce suddenly attacked the Xia Kingdom today, I naturally had to take action. There is no need to wait until Xia State exercises this right itself. The Bear Country has already taken the lead. Faced with this situation, the Eagle Sauce representatives can only stop for the time being. Report the situation. Of course, this matter will not be let go like this. Xia Kingdom, Zhonghai City, Nanshan District. It was noon. Su Fan was holding a watermelon and showing off. Looking at the workbench with sparks flying everywhere, he smiled with satisfaction. Another day of accelerating the backpack and the hive weapon system should be completely completed. The Deep Sea Titan performed its mission perfectly, but in Su Fan's opinion it still had some flaws. For example, when returning with the Orvane, the speed is very slow. Moreover, although the Deep Sea Titan has a stealth coating, it is not very maneuverable and does not have many other means. I looked at my watch and it was almost time to leave. He received an invitation from Commander Zhang of Yuntai Naval Base yesterday. Promised to go there today. I put some documents that had been prepared on the table and the USB flash drive that had been copied in advance into my backpack. Su Fan set off. It only takes 1 hour to reach Yuntai City by high-speed rail. After getting off the bus, Wang Yishue had been waiting there early. I'm wearing a white lace camisole today. The lower body is matched with denim hot pants. A pair of straight, beautiful legs, as if they came out of a comic book. The whole body is filled with the breath of pure sunshine. A pair of star-like eyes lit up the first time they saw Su Fan. Su Fan this way. Su Fan was wearing white casual clothes and carrying a backpack. His facial features are clearly defined, his brows are resolute, and he is quite handsome. At 1.8 meters tall, she is half a head taller than Wang Yishue. Commander Zhang was worried that you might be in danger, so he asked me to come pick you up. Su Fan curled his lips. He was a grown man, so how could there be any danger? Need a little girl to protect? Commander Zhang's train of thought is truly unique. Wang Yishue was driving Commander Zhang's military licensed car. The road was smooth, and we arrived directly at Yuntai Naval Base. We walked to a huge dock over 50 meters high. This was originally a shipyard for producing large destroyers. Now it is just right for docking deep-sea titans. Now, the deep-sea titan's entire body glowed with a cold, dark metallic luster. Like a giant beast from the ancient times. It is quietly lurking in the dock. Seeing his own work again, Su Fan couldn't help but feel excited. My father's last wish will be perfectly fulfilled once the acceleration backpack and honeycomb weapon system are installed. Seeing Su Fan in a daze, Wang Yixuo gently tugged at the corner of Su Fan's clothes. The two continued forward. Following the crisscrossing iron mesh corridors, we arrived at an aerial platform. The platform is almost right next to the cockpit of the deep-sea titan. You can feel the cool black metal coating with your hands. Xiaosu, I finally meet you in person. An old but tall and steady figure walked towards them quickly. It was Commander Zhang. Su Fan quickly straightened his back and shook hands with Commander Zhang respectfully. Following closely behind was Mr. Zhang, who was also quite old, and 7 or 8 other scientific researchers, including Director Chun. Mr. Zhang became very excited when he saw Su Fan. My breathing is a little rapid. He is a scientist who has been engaged in scientific research for 50 years. There are too many questions about this invention of deep-sea titan. Unable to bear it any longer, I asked directly. Comrade Su Fan, did you really develop and manufacture the deep-sea titan by yourself? His tone was full of urgency. Yes, Su Fan said truthfully. Are you really just a student? Mr. Zhang stared at Su Fan. If Su Fan's eyes were evasive or strange, it would mean he was lying. Yes, I'm currently a senior student at the National University of Defense Technology in Zhonghai. Su Fan said this seriously and took out his student ID from his trouser pocket. Mr. Zhang took the student ID and his jaw twitched twice. His brows were twisted into a knot. Look at Commander Zhang beside you. Commander Zhang sighed inwardly and shrugged helplessly. I thought this guy was really well prepared. It seems that the mysterious scientific research institution behind it has done a good job of covering up. 081 Special Teaching. Mr. Zhang handed the student ID back to Su Fan. Looking at Wang Yixuo. Yixuo, you are an honest child. Tell me, is what Su Fan said true? Mr. Zhang and the scientific researchers all looked at Wang Yixuo. In this situation, Wang Yixuo shouldn't lie, right? Commander Zhang said with a stern face. Yixuo, tell the truth. Wang Yixuo nodded. Then he looked up at Mr. Zhang and said solemnly. Mr. Zhang, I can prove that everything Su Fan said is true. I don't believe it. When Mr. Zhang heard this, he almost jumped up. One person developed such a big thing in less than 7 days. The power system, central control system, weapon system, the casting of each component, and that magical coating. Speaking of this, Mr. Zhang suddenly paused. Regardless of his image, he grabbed Su Fan's arm. Close to the deep-sea titan, pointing at the black metal exterior of the cockpit. Squinting his eyes slightly, he asked, since you developed it all, then this. You must be asking about this black nano-invisible coating, right? Su Fan gave Mr. Zhang a discerning look. He introduced it with great enthusiasm. This material is a new type of metal coating that I recently developed. It has unique physical properties, which makes it extremely stealthy against radar detection. Plus, when it comes into contact with carbonine alloy, it naturally forms a strong honeycomb structure. It reduces the radar cross-section more effectively. Finally, the entire deep-sea titan achieved complete radar invisibility. I think you should understand what I'm saying. Mr. Zhang's expression froze. His eyelids twitched slightly. This? For a moment, I didn't know what to say. Wouldn't it be a bit embarrassing to say I didn't understand? The problem is that I really didn't understand. What are the unique physical properties? And what material is that carbonine alloy? Mr. Zhang thought his knowledge was broad enough. I didn't expect that I would be stumped by a little kid today. His old face couldn't help but turn red. Director Chun and the researchers standing by were also stunned. What the hell is this? Is it really because their knowledge is too narrow that they cannot understand? Mr. Zhang paused slightly. He was breathing with a huffing sound through his nostrils. Then he pointed to the core engine of the deep-sea titan. Xiaosu, what's going on with this engine? Su Fan looked at the hydrogen-powered engine. There was an unconcealable fondness in his eyes. You're talking about that. The hydrogen-powered engine. Unlike ordinary hydrogen fuel engines, the hydrogen fuel here is stored in a high-pressure liquid state and works by burning in a gaseous state. The mechanical energy converted by combustion accounts for less than 5% of the loss. Intake, compression, power, and exhaust have all reached near-perfect conditions. This is the true essence of this deep-sea titan. When operating in humpback whale mode, it can unleash an astonishing 300,000 horsepower in 0.01 seconds. And then there are the small combustion chambers scattered around the group. You're no doubt aware of those, too. Don't you need to tell me? Mr. Jean's face trembled twice again. Because there were so many people around, I didn't speak directly. I asked Director Chen next to me. Director Chen, you should understand, right? I'm okay. Director Chen's face was a little stiff. Mr. Jean turned his head and looked at the researchers around him. Do you guys understand? Several people looked at each other and finally said, not bad. How can we make do with it? Mr. Jean's eyes lit up, and he pretended to puff out his beard and glare, and gave a cold lecture. Then he looked at Su Fan and said with a kind smile, Xiao Su, why don't you explain it to those who don't understand? Su Fan nodded. Continuing from what I said before, the small combustion chamber utilizes the excess fuel in the main combustion chamber. Its function is to form a gaseous biomimetic form around the deep-sea titan. That is to say, Su Fan talked a lot like pouring beans. A group of people kept taking notes in their notebooks. Mr. Jean was completely in the zone. At this moment, he seemed to have become a primary school student. When Su Fan was talking about the key points, someone asked a few questions. After I figured it out, I was as happy as a child. After more than 20 minutes, it was finally finished. As usual, Wang Yishua handed Su Fan a bottle of water. Su Fan took 2 big gulps. Mr. Jean, do you have anything else to ask? No one spoke. Except for Mr. Jean, the researchers around him were all confused. I wrote dozens of notes, and now I look back at them. Can't say I don't understand. I can only say that I don't know what I wrote. Commander Zhang doesn't know much about scientific research. But Su Fan answered with ease. Again, so you really single-handedly developed and manufactured this deep-sea titan? Of course. Su Fan nodded vigorously. After a slight pause, he explained. You don't know? I just came off the Mecha production line. Stop. Stop. What Mecha production line? Commander Zhang suddenly interrupted. Su Fan covered his mouth suddenly. Damn, I let it slip. The Mecha is still a hidden project and cannot be made public. Ahaha. There are no mechas. Ahem. I mean, I just finished my work and the leader's instructions came down. They said they wanted us to build a deep-sea submersible that could dive to 10,000 meters below the sea. It requires a powerful engine, a large body, and mining tools. Think about it. The leader has given the order, so how can I not do my best? I worked day and night and finally finished it in 5 days. You may not believe this, but I've lost a pound. Finished. Su Fan also symbolically showed her arms. When Wang Yishua heard Su Fan say that she had lost weight, she silently gave her a distressed look. Let's talk about it in one go. Commander Zhang was even more confused. Wang Yishua said before that it was made in 5 days. Now Su Fan also says so. Mr. Zhang on the side already began to believe it. Su Fan knows the entire deep-sea titan like the back of his hand. He even knew how many rivets were used in each place. At this moment, Su Fan suddenly thought of the backpack he was carrying. Take it off quickly. I almost forgot. I also brought these blueprints for you. Su Fan took out all the drawings from his school bag and handed them to Mr. Zhang. There were also 2 USB flash drives with large storage capacity, which were also handed over. So, the deep-sea titan has some minor problem or something. They can solve it themselves, and he doesn't have to run around anymore. It can save a lot of trouble. The moment Mr. Zhang took the drawing, he saw the contents on it. He took a deep breath of cold air. The pupils also shrank into small black dots. This is a blueprint of the deep-sea titan? The voice trembled, full of excitement and excitement. 08 to you are in your 70s. Aren't you too sensitive? Yeah, these things are of no use to me, but you might need them. Su Fan said casually. Mr. Zhang's whole body was twitching and shaking with excitement. Plop, 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 heart beating rapidly. I was almost bursting from the boiling hot blood in my body. He has been doing research for so many years that he can tell whether the drawings in his hand are real or fake at a glance. Absolutely true. A seemingly simple drawing, if it is placed in the open. It will definitely attract countless countries to fight for it at all costs. It would not be surprising if World War III broke out. Too expensive. After all, the strength of the deep-sea titan is obvious to all. Not to mention ordinary submarines. Even aircraft carriers are just little brothers in front of him. Commander Zhang obviously also understood the value of this manuscript. And the USB flash drive that Su Fan just handed over. These things must be all the technologies of the entire deep-sea titan. He was also full of excitement. Looking at Su Fan's backpack, I couldn't help but feel a little dry in my throat. Xiao Su, you just carried all these things in a backpack. Yeah, these things are heavy, my shoulders are sore. No you, oh forget it. Commander Zhang was also speechless. He found that talking to a genius was a very torturous thing. Something so important, it is no exaggeration to say, can trigger a world war. You just carried it here with a backpack? If you had told me earlier, I'll say hello to the army. Asking them to send an armored combined arms division to escort you wouldn't be an exaggeration. The more Commander Zhang thought about it, the more dangerous it seemed. Fortunately, nothing serious happened. I'll have to criticize the Southeast military region later. Su Fan went out with the design drawings of the Deep-Sea Titan, and you didn't even make a move. Is this fucking reasonable? Luo Bing and Zhu Guodong must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. At the very least, arrange a main force to escort them. If something goes wrong, it will be lost along the way. You two old guys need to be court-martialed. This was done carelessly. After handing over the things, Su Fan was so lazy that she didn't even bother to take the backpack and handed it to the researchers around her. Mr. Zhang folded the manuscript papers one by one and put them into his backpack. My eyes are red. Tears welled up in my eyes unconsciously. Such a valuable thing was given to them so casually. Donated to the country free of charge. This broad mind. Vast bearing. It makes him, an old man who has worked hard for the country for decades, feel ashamed. What a good boy. The world today. Such selfless dedication and patriotic youth are really rare. When people get older, they become sentimental. Mr. Zhang almost cried. He handed the packed backpack to Director Chun. Seriously, these materials are classified as top secret. At the same time, this backpack cannot be thrown away. Put in the Navy's highest technology exhibition hall. It may seem ordinary, but it represents a heavy meaning. Director Chun hugged the entire backpack tightly. The whole person couldn't help but tremble. This thing is too heavy. Commander Zhang's eyes also turned red and his chin was trembling. Su Fan is truly a young man with great ambitions to serve the country and the people. It is worth learning from for everyone. Their actions confused Su Fan, who was standing by. What happened to this group of people suddenly? Inexplicable. It's just a school bag. If you really like it, I'll give you another one each. This cautious attitude made him feel a little embarrassed. I just brought them the scrap manuscript. Why are you so excited? She's already in her 70s, and she's about to cry. Isn't she too sensitive? Then several young scientific researchers asked Su Fan some professional questions. Su Fan always answered with a smile. Of course, there are also good-looking girls among them. Wang Yixue just watched Su Fan answer quietly. When Su Fan is thirsty, she will naturally hand over the water. There's no jealousy or anything. She believes that she is no worse than others. In the evening, Su Fan stayed at the naval base. The acceleration backpack and honeycomb weapon system should be completed tomorrow. I will also teach Wang Yixue and Tong Yao how to operate them. Commander Zhang also said that there will be an awarding ceremony in a few days. Su Fan didn't understand what the award was and didn't take it too seriously. After 2 rounds of design and development, he has fallen deeply in love with the research, development, and manufacturing of military technology. This time, my father's last wish was fulfilled. Just truly devote yourself to the cause of scientific and technological research and development. He lay on the bed, unable to sleep, watching short videos. Most of them are related to super rare earths. The Eagle Sauce's super rare earth mining failed and was humiliated by the mysterious pattern. Everyone knows it. The entire internet treated Eagle Sauce as a joke after dinner. It really made the entire American community lose face. In contrast, the Xia Kingdom seemed to have done nothing, but its morale was unprecedentedly high. Su Fan's mobile phone can browse the internet anywhere in the world. He aimlessly browsed to the official website of the Eagle Sauce Navy. Check out the comments from the American netizens below. Disband the damn Navy. What a shameful, ruinous piece of rubbish. You still have the nerve to come back? Don't even come back. You have brought shame upon the United States. If I were you, I would just jump into the sea and commit suicide. Your life is a waste of food. I have to say that the netizens in the US are quite honest. Su Fan laughed like a pig. The next day, the first rays of sunlight rise in the early morning. Su Fan got up early and came to Matu. Wang Yixue got up earlier and was exercising, reflecting the morning sun, looking from afar. Wang Yixue's curvy figure was shining like jade in the morning light. It's really pleasing to the eye. When Su Fan stepped forward, Wang Yixue stopped exercising. The two chatted casually for a while. Wang Yixue talked about her experience of diving into the Pacific Ocean at a depth of 10,000 meters. Her pretty face was full of pride, even a little bit arrogant. It seems to be saying, "Look, how powerful I am." Su Fan also praised and gave a thumbs up. The two chatted while watching the sunrise. It was a leisurely morning. A piece of news suddenly reached Commander Zhang's ears. The Eagle Fleet, in conjunction with other countries such as China, launched a Pacific military exercise. The location of the exercise was actually set near the Blue Sea. Xia's Foreign Affairs Department immediately lodged a protest. The U.S. only publicly responded to the protest with one sentence. We are conducting a harmless free navigation operation. Even if we enter your country's territorial waters, it is normal. The U.S. has used the pretext of freedom of navigation to induce countless regional unrest and maritime accidents. It's already known to everyone. The wolf's ambition is obvious. Now he even dares to openly provoke the Xia kingdom. Uncle can tolerate it, but aunt can't. The Xia country officials once again spoke out. Anyone who invades our territory will be punished, no matter how far away they are. In the command room of the USS Nimitz, Admiral William saw the notice issued by Xia State. With a sneer, I'll send an aircraft carrier into your Xia kingdom's territorial waters in a moment. I want to see how your Xia kingdom can punish us even though we are far away, huh? The chief of staff and officers beside him also started laughing. Xiaogua's remarks were just a joke. 083 Deep Sea Titans plug-in. The Eagle Sauce military exercise is massive. A total of 10 countries participated. They all sent out their main battleships. Among them, the most powerful is the USS Nimitz nuclear-powered aircraft carrier of the United States. In response to the provocation from the Eagle Sauce, the leaders above have already issued an order. All phased array radars along the coast operate 24 hours a day. Monitor their every move at all times. As long as it invades within 12 miles of our territorial waters. Report immediately. Take corresponding actions immediately. Countless netizens were outraged when they saw the news. I wish I could drive the battleship myself and crash those shameless bastards to death. The whole country is holding its breath. Someone mentioned vaguely on the forum, is it possible to let the monster bite those bastards to death? There were comments immediately afterwards. This is possible. Support. Put it up there and let the authorities see it. Fuck Eagle-chan. Yuntai Naval Base. Commander Zhang is over 70 years old and can't stand this kind of anger. The Americans are showing off their power by relying on their own aircraft carrier fleet. This is really too much. The bullying has come to my doorstep. He even wanted to command the warships and fight the Americans right now. At such a close distance, with an easterly wind blowing from the Xia Kingdom, how many of your Eagle Sauce's fleets could survive? You ungrateful people, I will kill you sooner or later. He has ordered radar soldiers to keep watch at all times. As long as the Eagle Sauce warships conducting exercises enter the territorial waters of the Xia Kingdom, report it immediately. At 10 o'clock in the morning, a crisp sound appeared in Su Fan's ears. Speed backpack, honeycomb weapon system completed. A smile gradually appeared on Su Fan's lips. It was completed just in time. The international situation is very tense now, and the Deep Sea Titan may be deployed at some point. It would be great if we could strengthen our strength first. Su Fan called Wang Yixue and Tong Yao. Show them how to use the speed pack and hive system. After hearing this, Commander Zhang and Mr. Zhang immediately followed. Of course, Director Chun and a group of scientific researchers are also indispensable. Seeing so many people, Su Fan didn't say anything. Look at the girl next to you. Yixue, drive the Deep Sea Titan to the dock. Wang Yixue nodded obediently. In a short while, a wave hundreds of feet high rolled up on the sea near the pier. The Deep Sea Titan kicked the waves apart and came crashing down. The entire dock shook violently. A group of people stood under the Deep Sea Titan, not even as tall as the steel foot. The figure that blocks out the sky and the sun is still oppressive even though I have seen it countless times. Wang Yixue opened the cockpit, stuck her little head out, and looked proud. I'm very proud of how I log in. Su Fan covered her face. Was Yixue probably suffering from some kind of middle school syndrome? After Yixue comes down, Mr. Zhang asked, Xiao Su, why do we need to install an acceleration backpack and a honeycomb weapon system? Because the current Deep Sea Titan has defects. That's it, there are flaws? Mr. Zhang widened his eyes. He really couldn't understand. This thing was so powerful, how could it have any flaws? Seeing that everyone around him was puzzled, Su Fan explained. Although the Deep Sea Titan is powerful, it has two weaknesses. The first is that there is almost no electronic countermeasure capability. The second is that the mobility is not strong enough. Mr. Zhang's lower lip trembled twice. I wanted to say something, but I held back. Commander Zhang was a little confused. You talk about electronic warfare, I don't care. But you said that the Deep Sea Titan can speed 500 knots underwater, which means it has poor maneuverability. It can't even be caught up by mines, so how can you call it a lack of maneuverability? What a tiger and wolf talk. Are you sure you're not being deliberate? Seeing that no one spoke, everyone fell silent. Su Fan continued. To this end, while developing the Deep Sea Titan, I also developed a matching acceleration backpack to enhance its maneuverability. and the Hive weapon system to enhance electronic countermeasures capabilities. After explaining, Su Fan looked into the distance, as if looking for something. Commander Zhang asked in confusion, "Where are these two things? How many people do we need to send to get it?" In everyone's mind, the supporting equipment of the Deep-Sea Titan must also be astonishingly large. It's not easy to get it without attracting attention. "No need for anyone to pick it up. They should be here soon," said Su Fan. Commander Zhang nodded. "I think Su Fan should have said hello to the Southeast Military Region. Someone was sent over there to deliver it. Then he doesn't have to worry about it. Director Chun, tell the guards on duty that someone from the Southeast Military Region's brother unit will be coming to deliver something soon. Let them pass." "Yes," Director Chun responded. "Turn around and make a phone call." "No need. They're already here." Su Fan's hearty voice landed. Immediately afterwards, a sharp and urgent alarm sounded over the Yuntai naval base. "Woo! Woo!" Commander Zhang's expression changed drastically. "Enemy attack? Air raid sirens. This thing means there is an enemy attack. What era is this? There are still people who dare to launch a missile airstrike against a major military power in such a high-profile manner? Crazy." When everyone was terrified, Commander Zhang's phone rang. I answered the call immediately and heard a hurried and nervous voice coming from the other end. "Report to the commander. 7 supersonic cruise missiles detected southwest of our base. We are rushing towards your location at a speed of Mach 10. This is an enemy attack, and it's definitely aimed at you. Requesting the launch of anti-aircraft missiles. Requesting an interception." The voice on the phone was so loud that everyone present could hear it. Commander Zhang was confused. Su Fan on the side said, "Commander Zhang, isn't that what he's talking about?" Everyone looked in the direction of Su Fan's finger. 7 streams of light streaked across the distant sky. It shot out from the sky with a long white tail of flame. Among them, 1 is large and 6 are small. The speed is extremely fast. Commander Zhang's throat moved slightly. "Xiao Su, could that be your acceleration backpack and honeycomb weapon system?" Su Fan nodded. He didn't expect to make such a big mistake. At this time, the voice on Commander Zhang's phone became more urgent. "Commander, those things have entered our anti-aircraft fire network. Please give the order to destroy them immediately. This is a provocation from foreign forces. Anti-aircraft missiles have been loaded. Kill those bastards." You can tell that the person on the other end of the phone is very excited. "I can't wait to launch anti-aircraft missiles across the level. Stop. Cancel the air raid alert immediately." Commander Zhang's entire face turned red in an instant. I almost passed out. "Relieve wartime tensions. That's our aircraft." A series of orders came down. The alarm finally stopped. Countless officers present were gasping for breath. The sudden air raid alarm raised many people's blood pressure to 380. At this time, the acceleration backpack and honeycomb weapon system were already hovering in the sky. 084 underwater sonic boom. I'm going crazy. Su Fan took out his cell phone slowly and pressed a few buttons on it. The Deep-Sea Titan made a clicking sound. At the same time, a shocking cold mechanical sound rang out above his head. "Body posture detection is on. Open the interface. Accelerated backpack signal access. Hive 1 access. Hive 2 access. Hive 6 access. Start docking and mounting." Commander Zhang and Mr. Zhang looked a little dazed, looking up at the giant monster 10 stories high above my head. People are completely stupid. The acceleration backpack hovering in the sky dived down first. The tail has its own propulsion device, which can instantly attach to the back of the Deep-Sea Titan. Click. Perfect connection and seamless fit. Following closely, the 6 honeycomb prismatic modules also use their own propulsion devices to make adjustments and attach themselves one by one to the arms on both sides of the Deep-Sea Titan. The heavy sound of metal collisions came one after another. The Deep-Sea Titan's arms are like a layer of armor. The speed-up backpack has been mounted. The honeycomb weapon system has been mounted. 2 mechanical and indifferent voices exploded above everyone's heads. "Fuck. What the hell? Oh my god, this is too sci-fi." Countless young scientific researchers couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. I almost forgot that the leader was still around. Commander Zhang came back to his senses in a trance. I just felt my throat dry and my eyes were full of disbelief. Everything overturned his cognition. Is this really something humans can do? Unbelievable. Everything happened right before my eyes. It was so shocking. Stand at the feet of a Deep-Sea Titan. Mr. Zhang's eyeballs were shaking wildly, and his cornea was about to shatter. I can't hold it anymore. The technology contained in it was beyond his imagination. It's something from the future. So amazing. So shocking. With his perspective, he couldn't understand how this was done. The energy microcontrol and precise positioning involved are far beyond the technological capabilities of this era. Installation complete. Su Fan called Wang Yixue and Tong Yao and entered the cockpit. The two of them are currently the pilots of the Deep Sea Titan. Start teaching how to use these two new equipment. And a demonstration of Deep Sea Titan driving. With Su Fan's operation, the Deep Sea Titan quickly dived into the sea, watching the behemoth disappear before your eyes. Commander Zhang couldn't calm down for a long time. I'm afraid it will take a long time to recover from the shock in my heart. Come on, Mr. Zhang. Let's go back to the command center and see what the difference is between Xiao Su driving this monster and Yi Shui driving it. Through the screen in the command center, you can see Su Fan driving the Deep Sea Titan. Several people walked quickly towards the command center, afraid of missing any wonderful scenes. Some even started jogging. A few minutes later, back to the command center. The communications soldier immediately connected to the Deep Sea Titan's footage. The driver's first-person perspective, the cockpit perspective, and the Deep Sea Titan's third-person perspective are projected onto the main screen and two subscreens respectively. Just then, the radar soldier suddenly came running over with a nervous look on his face. He said hurriedly, "Report to the commander. The Eagle Sauce 7th Aircraft Carrier Fleet, which is in the midst of military exercises, has entered 12 nautical miles of our country, completely intruded into our territorial waters." Bang! Commander Zhang slammed his fist on the table. These jackals are truly audacious. This time, let them know that the jackals are coming and we have hunting rifles. Help me connect with my superior. After a phone call, there was a glint of madness in Commander Zhang's eyes. Pick up the dialogue device with the Deep Sea Titan. Commander Zhang said solemnly. Xiao Su, urgent mission. The Eagle Sauce aircraft carrier fleet led a mob and invaded our territorial waters. I command you now, immediately, go to that area and teach those jackals a lesson. Su Fan's expression was shocked, and he felt inexplicably excited. He straightened up and shouted out a crisp yes. The joystick made a Scandiac sound in his hand. The Deep Sea Titan, which was originally diving normally on the seabed, seemed to have taken stimulants. A red light flashed in his eyes, almost condensing into substance. The three huge pumpjet vector thrusters and the acceleration backpack behind it were running rumblingly. A crazy thrust broke out. It crashed into a supercavitation bubble 100 meters long on the seabed. It seemed as if it was going to blow through the entire seabed. With a fierce roar, it rushed towards the Eagle Sauce aircraft carrier. Wang Yixiu in the co-pilot seat and Tong Yao in the passenger seat. Seeing Su Fan, he seemed to be in such a high state. Couldn't help but look at each other, whispering to each other. Is Brother Su in high spirits? No, when he's driving a mecha, he's even more powerful than this. It's so violent. Commander Zhang gave the order. His eyes were fixed on the screen. Don't dare to relax at all. Although the order has been issued, there is still need to be some control over Su Fan's actions. What if this stupid boy and those two stupid girls work together to attack the Hawaii Naval Base in the United States? That would really be World War III. By then, mushroom eggs will be flying all over the sky, which would be too exciting. Commander Zhang saw that Su Fan seemed to be driving the mecha a little too fast. I subconsciously asked Mr. Zhang what the current speed was. Mr. Zhang looked at the data panel. Current mode, King. Fluid bionic mode, Killer Whale. Hydrogen engine output power state, high power. Pump jet combined thrust, 1750 kN plus. Acceleration backpack thrust, 3690 kN plus. Body temperature, 130 degrees Celsius. Speed, 1020 knots. Evaluation, everything is normal. 1020th section? Mr. Zhang was shocked. The tone of voice has changed. I quickly opened my eyes wide and looked carefully again. Confirmed. 1020 sections? What the hell? How is that possible? Suddenly stood up from his seat. The hand pointing at the data panel was shaking wildly. His expression collapsed. What speed? Fuck underwater until a sonic boom. This is absolutely impossible. It's even more exaggerated than having epilepsy. Countless people looked at the data panel. A series of gasps were heard in the command center. Director Chin on the side couldn't help but shout out loud. This is really supersonic underwater, right? Mr. Zhang's eyes suddenly turned to the third-person perspective of the Deep Sea Titan. In the tail's supercavitation created by the Deep Sea Titan. Sure enough, a cone-shaped mist can be seen. Suddenly my heart started beating wildly. Breathing almost stopped, completely suffocating. His wrinkled face was almost flushed red. I could barely catch my breath. Commander Zhang immediately noticed that something was wrong with Mr. Zhang. He hurriedly patted Mr. Zhang on the back, then pinched the Ren Zhong point hard. Only then did Mr. Jean recover slightly. I almost couldn't catch my breath. After comforting Mr. Jean for a few words, Commander Jean couldn't help but trembled and said with emotion, "Xiao Su, you're not acting like a killer whale. You're a real tiger. You might be the first person to achieve supersonic speed under the sea. You're the first person to shock the Xia country's aircraft carrier chief designer to the point of nearly suffocating him. 085 The Eagle Sauce fleet is aggressive." In extreme shock, countless people's eyeballs were cracked. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, the huge sonic boom and water mist behind the 10-story-high body of the deep-sea Titan, no one would have believed it was true. This is like a heifer riding a rocket. It's so awesome that it's out of space. Supersonic speed underwater, this is absolutely a miracle. Commander Zhang and Mr. Zhang were both unable to calm down. Su Fan's operational proficiency is obviously much better than Wang Yishua's. He can grasp every detail of the deep-sea Titan with ease. It was as if he himself was the Titan of the deep sea. It gives people a feeling of fusion of flesh and blood. Plus the extraordinary power of the acceleration backpack. Everyone felt as if the deep-sea Titan driven by Su Fan and the one driven by Wang Yishua were not the same one. Even Wang Yishua felt that what she was driving might be a low-end version. At Su Fan's current speed, it won't be long before he reaches the sea area where the Eagle Sauce and his multinational military exercises are taking place. Commander Zhang's eyes were burning and his expression was excited. Muttered, "Eagle Sauce, will you lower your proud head this time?" On the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier USS Nimitz, General William leaned back in the recliner in the command room, crossing his legs. He held a cigar in his mouth and puffed out smoke. The chief of staff came over at this time. "General, our aircraft carrier formation has penetrated within 12 nautical miles of Xia country. Please give us your next instructions." William casually glanced at the sky outside the control tower. He exhaled a puff of smoke comfortably. Hiss whoosh. "Chief of Staff Magellan, don't you think the sky in Xia country is more beautiful?" Chief of Staff Magellan was stunned and didn't understand what Admiral William meant. I am stupid and didn't see it." William was not angry either. Slightly serious. "I order the entire 7th Carrier Fleet to enter within 12 nautical miles of Xia Nation's territorial waters and then take a half-day holiday. At the same time, let the American media take action and spread the news." Magellan immediately took the order and left. William's mouth curled up. He looked out the window with a sinister look. The sky and the ocean in Xia country are both beautiful. I like them very much. A few minutes later, the news that the Eagle Sauce's 7th Aircraft Carrier Group forcefully entered the territorial waters of the Xia Kingdom instantly went viral on major domestic and foreign online platforms. This news is also on mainstream American social media platforms such as Facebook and Twitter. The original voices of dissatisfaction of the Americans with their own Navy were gradually silenced by this news. Some netizens have even begun praising the Navy's bravery. After all, in their minds, the evil Eastern Empire is the biggest enemy of the Eagle Sauce. The fact that they were able to suppress the Xia Kingdom with such force shows how powerful the Eagle Navy is. Public opinion began to shift. My American Navy isn't all good-for-nothings. Nice job, 7th Fleet. Nice. Xia Guo is just good at talking and complaining. He's such a coward. It's just free navigation. My great Eagle warships can go wherever they want. Which country dares to object? If Xia country dares to make any move, I'll beat them until they call me father." Countless American citizens began to look favorably upon their own Navy. They seemed to have only 7 seconds of memory. Forgot about the embarrassing scene of Eagle Sauce yesterday. More people joined the ranks of praising the Eagle Sauce Navy. At the same time, he did not forget to criticize the Xia Kingdom. It seemed that only by stepping hard on Xia State could they pick up the dignity they lost yesterday. At the same time, many countries also followed suit. On the internationally renowned forum YouTube, many countries have firmly sided with the Eagle Sauce. Daily netizens. It's just free navigation. It's not harmful. People can go wherever they want. Kimchi netizen. Sure. Although I don't usually speak human language, what I said today was indeed sound +1. Gaulish netizens. Xia Guo will just protest verbally. If he has the ability, he will stand up. If he doesn't, he will just shut up. German netizens. A rubbish country can only tremble in fear when facing the Eagle Sauce's aircraft carrier fleet, right? Kangaroo country netizens. Is everyone in your country so idle? Can you please rescue our submarine? It's still floating at a depth of 8,000 meters. Netizens from Big Bear country. You bitches, shut up, you lackeys, especially you German. Believe it or not, I will send you to see God with a big Ivan. Xiaoguan netizens. When the village dog barks, all the other dogs follow suit, but they don't know why they are barking. The remarks made by netizens from Xia country have left netizens from countless other countries puzzled. What the hell does that mean? Could you say something understandable? I guess it's not a good thing, but I can't find its meaning in the dictionary. The people of Xia also deeply detest the actions of the Eagle Sauce. Almost all online platforms are criticizing the Eagle Sauce's arrogant behavior and hegemonism. This incident topped the trending charts on Douyin, Manhwa, Weibo, and other platforms. The whole network was jealous. The hawkish behavior aroused the anger of 1.5 billion people in Xia country. Some people even went to the official websites of the major navies of Xia country to ask for help. I request that we go to war with the Eagle Sauce even at the cost of the lives of 1.5 billion passionate citizens of Xia country. Countless retired soldiers and reservists contacted their superiors. Swear to shed blood on the battlefield. The soldiers of the Xia kingdom never fear death. Want to step on my head? Then you have to let me die first. Countless passionate petitions were received from people in all parts of the Xia kingdom. There was intense turmoil within the field armies, armored divisions, and the army, navy, and air force. Countless people shouted, "Whoever offends China will be punished, no matter how far away they are. Fuck Eagle Chan. Let the invaders never return." The Xia State Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which had been keeping silent for a long time, finally showed up. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs did not protest strongly this time. No accusations were made. It was just a simple message released to the 7th Fleet of the United States. You have half an hour to get out of Xia's territorial waters, otherwise you will stay here forever. One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. Countless citizens were shocked. I'm in tears. Everyone finally saw that Xiagua's backbone had straightened up. This time, we will make the invaders pay with blood. This is the ultimatum. None of the Xia men retreated. Countless people signed up enthusiastically, willing to die on the battlefield. We are willing to risk our lives to resist invasion. Even if he dies, he can bring honor to his family. The name can be written on the front row of the family tree. Live as a hero, die as a ghost hero. Even in the afterlife, I can stand tall and face my ancestors. On the USS Nimitz, General Williams saw the ultimatum from Xia State handed over by the Chief of Staff, laughing so hard that he fell backwards. His eyes were smiling. Ha ha ha. This rubbish country has changed its tactics this time. An ultimatum? If you have no ability, you will just bark like a dog. William laughed for 2 minutes. Then he held back his laughter. Said to Chief of Staff Magellan beside him, "Tell all warships of the 7th Squadron to advance another 2 nautical miles. I want to let Xia know who is the overlord of this world. Xiagua, you can only kneel and tremble before me." 0867th Fleet, no one can escape. PTZ Command Center. Commander Zhang looked at the radar image. After the Xia Kingdom issued an ultimatum, the Eagle Sauce fleet actually once again penetrated 2 nautical miles into my country's territorial waters. The rage in his eyes was barely suppressed. Even though I am 70 years old now, I still want to go into battle myself and fight against the American aircraft carrier fleet. He came to the table breathing heavily. Pick up the communication microphone with the Deep Sea Titan. Xiaosu, where are we now? Reporting to the commander, we are about to reach the 10 nautical mile position. The quantum source phased array radar has captured all of the Eagle Sauce aircraft carriers and escort submarines. Are you sure you can do it cleanly? No problem. I heard Su Fan's decisive voice from the opposite side. Commander Zhang gripped the microphone tightly and said in a resounding voice, "Then crush them. Take no prisoners. No need to hold back. Leave no one alive." In the command center, countless people couldn't believe their ears when they heard this order. Their eyes were bloodshot and their fists were clenched. I've waited too long for this moment. 10 years to sharpen a sword. What you have been waiting for is now. Finally, I can teach that arrogant eagle a lesson. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the big screen. The joystick in Su Fan's hand was almost broken. After all the micromanipulation, Wang Yixio and Tong Yao couldn't say that they didn't understand it. I just can't understand it at all. The violent killer whale mode, under Su Fan's king-level meticulous operation, broke out at its most ferocious side. It almost overturned the entire bottom of the blue ocean, rapidly approaching the Eagle Sauce aircraft carrier fleet. After arriving at the designated location, Su Fan did not hesitate. Keep your body steady. Expand virtual touch. The fingertips dance and point into the air. A cold mechanical voice sounded rapidly. Hive weapon system activated. Successful activation of Honeycomb 1 autonomous energy source. Successful activation of Honeycomb 2's autonomous energy source. Successful activation of Honeycomb 6 autonomous energy source. Hive weapons deployed. The sound fell. The 6 prismatic honeycombs attached to the body of the Deep Sea Titan, with their autonomous pumpjet propulsion, quickly rushed in all directions. A hexagonal yellow light curtain pattern appeared on Su Fan's holographic helmet. 6 small spots of light were flying towards the 6 corners of the hexagonal pattern at an extremely fast speed. Su Fan quickly changed the posture of the deep-sea titan and held the 30-meter anchor in his backhand. In a fighting stance. Fight. All honeycomb weapon systems have arrived at their designated locations. Please issue the command. The corners of Su Fan's mouth curved into a crazy arc. Today, the Eagle Sauce will collect some interest on the debt it owes to the Xia Kingdom for bullying it for so many years. Activate the electromagnetic blocking force field. Su Fan gave an order. All seawater and ships are covered by the hexagon composed of honeycomb weapon systems. Emit a burst of intensive vibrations. All the sea water seemed to be boiling, as if the entire ocean was shaking. The Eagle Sauce 7th Aircraft Carrier Group was just caught in it. This moment, the communication system of the entire aircraft carrier formation was interfered with by mysterious electromagnetic waves. Unable to communicate normally. Almost at the same time, countless power systems failed and the aircraft carrier's steam turbines stopped working. Countless once majestic warships lost power and became like toads with broken legs, unable to move. William in the command center suddenly felt dizzy. If it weren't for the light coming in through the windows on the command tower, nothing would be visible in the entire command center. He looked horrified and frightened. He no longer has the composure he had before. This situation has never happened before. Chief of Staff Magellan. Magellan. Shout twice. Chief of Staff Magellan stumbled over and trotted over. Admiral William, something bad has happened. Countless power systems were inexplicably interrupted. The communication system is paralyzed. Carrier-based aircraft can't take off. William shuddered violently and leaned backwards, leaning firmly on the chair. Paleface exclaimed, use the backup power. Chief of Staff Magellan had a sad face. Report to the general. The backup power supply has also failed. William just felt like he was going crazy. Once the connection with the outside world is cut off, the power system fails, which means that the power system will also fail simultaneously. The entire aircraft carrier fleet is completely paralyzed here. What on earth happened? Countless question marks crawled across his forehead. Boom. Suddenly, there was a violent vibration, accompanied by the sound of metal colliding. Admiral Williams' face changed drastically, and he trotted out of the command tower without caring about his image. I came to the deck and looked up. It turned out to be their own aircraft carrier frigate, which crashed straight into the lower cabin of the aircraft carrier. Seeing that the frigate was already emitting thick black smoke, Williams' face lost all color. It's over. This is serious. He was eager to know why the communication and power systems were suddenly interrupted. Could it be Siag was doing? But he was very clear about Siag's capabilities. They absolutely don't have the ability to paralyze the entire aircraft carrier battle group. Now we can only hope that the outside world will find a way to contact us after discovering that the aircraft carrier group has lost contact. He had a feeling that he was being watched by a demon. It makes my spine cold and my hair stand on end. Did I really provoke the devil today? In the cockpit of the Deep Sea Titan, Su Fan saw a prompt pop up on the screen of the holographic helmet. The power system and communication system of the aircraft carrier battle group have been paralyzed. It can also be seen on the helmets worn by Wang Yixue and Tong Yao. The two of them gasped suddenly. It is known that the honeycomb weapon system is used for electronic warfare, but I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Paralyze the enemy aircraft carrier formation in an instant. Tie up the enemy's hands and feet, blind their eyes, and plug their ears. Can't this be ravaged at will? Can this be called electronic warfare? Wouldn't it be more appropriate to call it electronic crushing? Who can resist this? It's simply shocking. Commander Zhang at the command center was even more surprised and happy. I was so excited that it felt like a second spring had come. At this moment, both presbyopic eyes became clear. The shock in Mr. Zhang's heart became even stronger. No one knows it better than him. To achieve this level is impossible even in theory. I've never figured out how to flatten the folds in my brain. The officers were all moved as they watched. Some even suggested it. Taking advantage of the fact that the Eagle Sauce aircraft carrier fleet is grounded. Now send our aircraft carrier fleet over there and kill them. It was rejected by Commander Zhang. Because today is the hunting time for Deep Sea Titans. On the screen, a cold light flashed in Su Fan's eyes. Said in a cold voice, we're just getting started. The stage has just been set up, and now the show is just beginning. Today, no one from the 7th Fleet can escape. 0879 will send you to reunion now. Seabed. A cross of red light flashed in the Deep Sea Titan's eyes. The entire seabed seemed to have turned blood red. The steel giant clasped the huge iron chain at the tail of the anchor. Voila, spinning and waving on the seabed. The seawater mixed with mud and sand quickly formed a 100-meter vortex on the entire seabed. Countless fish and shrimps desperately fled in all directions. Being caught in the whirlpool means being torn to pieces. The sea surged like crazy. The roar seemed to be able to shatter the entire Earth's crust. The deep sea titan swung the anchor with increasing force, and the chain became longer and longer. The whirlpool even rolled onto the sea surface. People who lost radar and other equipment for observation suddenly discovered. A whirlpool with a radius of 1 kilometer appeared under their hull at some point. Like the devil's eye, it enveloped the entire fleet. As the vortex spins faster, its range becomes wider. The roar caused by the surging ocean currents can almost shatter one's eardrums. Howls of terror were heard from countless warships. Devil! Demon! The devil must have been watching me. Run away! Help! Mom! Save me! The sound of panic echoed throughout the sea. Some people are so frightened that they jump directly into the vortex. It was instantly submerged by the 100-meter-high waves. Many warships swayed from side to side, and finally were completely submerged in the sea with a loud bang. 1, 2, 5. Crash. The telescope fell heavily to the deck. William's scalp tingled, his expression was terrified, and his eyes were filled with sadness. His body swayed, and he sat down on the ground. Chief of Staff Magellan next to him quickly reached out to support him, but found out. At this moment, William was like a puddle of mud, unable to be lifted up. William's face was ashen and his pupils were trembling. The whole person felt like he had just been hit in the kidney. There is no energy at all. Less than 10 minutes. The entire 7th Fleet collapsed. All frigates, supply ships, etc. were sucked into the center of the vortex. The USS Nimitz relied on its huge hull to avoid being swallowed by the whirlpool immediately. But he still had a feeling that he was doomed. He felt that the devil was coming for him. He is the highest commander of this fleet. It's over. Am I going to die too? Tell me quickly, am I going to die too? William suddenly rolled up and grabbed Magellan by the collar. Howling like crazy. Has lost his mind. PTZ Command Center. Commander Zhang saw that the red dots representing the Eagle Sauce warships on the radar image disappeared one by one. His expression was extremely shocked and excited. My heart was beating so fast that I could hardly bear it. I don't know if it's because my heart is stuck in my throat, but my breathing is extremely difficult, and I can hardly breathe. Even so, he still tried his best to marvel at and praise. Well done. One more. Pretty. Yes, let's take down this 80,000-ton destroyer too. Cool. Mr. Zhang, look, the 80,000-ton giant is gone. Commander Zhang was dancing with excitement, his saliva flying everywhere. Mr. Zhang glared at Commander Zhang with a dark face. Lao Zhang, we may be happy, but what the hell do you mean by washing my face with spit? Mr. Zhang, look, I think their aircraft carrier is about to collapse. Commander Zhang didn't hear what Mr. Zhang said at all. Still excited to share his joy, Mr. Zhang wiped his face and looked at the synchronized screen of Deep Sea Titan. Just ignore Commander Zhang. This old guy has gone crazy. On the screen, with the Deep Sea Titan as the center, the sea water around it was surging wildly. From the rumbling sound coming from the screen, we can tell that the water flow speed must be extremely exaggerated at this moment. All the micro-vector nozzles on the body of the Deep Sea Titan opened, used to offset the rotational force of seawater. Embed the Deep Sea Titan firmly in place. Above your head, submarines, warships, and countless steel fortresses collided from time to time under the surging ocean currents. Dull thuds echoed one after another. It's like performing an underwater symphony. Very pleasant to the ear. Su Fan raised his head and looked upwards. The wreckage of the battleship is increasing. On top of all the wreckage, it is the USS Nimitz aircraft carrier that is still intact. Su Fan turned on the quantum source phased array radar system. Find the communication system. Click the link. Speak directly into the microphone in the holographic helmet. Are you getting impatient waiting? Don't worry, I'll reunite you now. The sound that struck the soul rang out through all the broadcasting systems of the USS Nimitz. Admiral William on the deck shuddered violently. His face looked extremely ugly. Devil, this is the devil's voice. No, I want to run. Run. William was in a trance and suddenly rushed towards the edge of the aircraft carrier. Magellan was also extremely frightened, but he was better than William. He hurriedly chased after him and grabbed him. William almost jumped off the aircraft carrier. General, calm down. You are our backbone. You must stay calm. Magellan shook William frantically. This made William sober up a little. The two supported each other and walked towards the command tower. Just then, boom. a huge force suddenly hit the bottom of the aircraft carrier. The moment of contact, the bottom of the aircraft carrier was penetrated directly by the unparalleled force. The ferocious impact force remained undiminished, penetrating through the deck of the aircraft carrier. An anchor head over 20 meters long, with a black-gold metallic luster, was firmly fastened to the deck. The earth-shaking roar almost knocked all the sailors on the aircraft carrier unconscious in an instant. The huge hole created by the collision attracted endless sea water to rush in. It quickly poured into various compartments of the aircraft carrier. There was no time to even shout. Like an ant, crushed to death by an unmatched force, William was about to escape into the command tower. Looking at the huge anchor chiseled out from the bottom of the aircraft carrier, my eyes almost popped out. His expression was completely distorted. His pupils were filled with resentment and regret. This anchor seemed to have chiseled open his head, making him completely lose the desire to live. The tears and snot brought by fear almost drowned him. Magellan also had no strength left. There was a dead look in his eyes. Are you going to die? I'm finally going to die. I won't accept this. It seemed as if responding to Chief of Staff Magellan's words. Crack. Crunch, crunch. A series of harsh noises appeared again. The aircraft carrier was pulled and tugged by a huge force from the anchor. Quickly flip over. The endless sea is surging. Quickly devour the entire aircraft carrier. The USS Nimitz, which was supposed to take at least a week to sink completely, disappeared from the sea level in just a few minutes. With the surging sea water, it quickly sank to the bottom of the sea. PTZ Command Center. Commander Zhang looked at the screen. The anchor of the deep-sea Titan was stuck in the center of the aircraft carrier, like dragging a sea lion. His entire expression was numb. His eyes became dull. There was a silly smile on the corners of his mouth. All I could think of was the exciting scene of the deep-sea Titan throwing out a 30-meter anchor and piercing through an aircraft carrier. This moment, he was completely dumbfounded. Mr. Zhang was also very excited. His eyes kept rolling back, and his legs were stretched straight due to coldness. I was about to lose my breath again. The guard hurriedly gave him the magical Nyohuang pills. This eased things a bit. Director Chen standing by was even more dazed. His lips kept trembling. Make an ABA sound from your mouth. Just when everyone thought the battle was over. But I saw it on the screen in the command room. The deep-sea Titan's steel body, shining with black and gold, rose rapidly. There is no intention of taking a break at all. In the cockpit, Su Fan tapped the virtual button in midair. Lines of numbers appeared on the holographic helmet. Quantum source phased array radar life detection completed. 83 enemies successfully escaped. Radar chart position calibration completed. A cold light flashed in Su Fan's eyes. Anyone who dares to invade Xia country with arms must die. 088 Eagle Sauce. Why do you lower your proud head? In sea water. The violent current rushed in all directions. Thousands of escape pods. Only less than 100 or so were undamaged. Admiral William and Chief of Staff Magellan squeezed into an escape pod. Still in shock. Their faces were as pale as if they were waxed. Thank God, General William, we caught up at the last second. Chief of Staff Magellan saw that William was terrified, trembling all over and unable to speak. Perhaps it was to ease the fear in my heart. Magellan continued. General, don't worry. We are safe now. As long as we follow the ocean current and enter the area outside the signal shielding, we will automatically send a distress signal. William's convulsions gradually subsided, and he nodded slightly. The escape pod surfaced. Through tempered glass cover, they could already see the white clouds in the sky. William was so moved that he burst into tears after surviving the disaster. Magellan was covered in tears and snot. Magellan's eyes were full of disgust, but considering that he would have to rely on this guy for promotion and wealth in the future, he endured it. Except for the two of them. Other escape pods also surfaced one after another. Countless people were grateful to have survived the disaster. I burst into tears when I saw the beautiful sunset and the blue sea. It's great to be alive. However, the happiness lasted only 3 seconds. A green light suddenly flashed in their eyes. The light suddenly increased. Dozens of escape pods were reduced to rubble. Magellan saw the green light enveloping him. I immediately thought of Aquaman 2, which was killed instantly. The will to survive that had just risen in my heart collapsed in an instant. There was endless regret in his eyes, and everything, including the escape pod, was reduced to ashes. On sea level, the deep-sea Titan opened the 8-meter-wide deep-sea Dragon King cannon in its chest. Beta super energy rays flash within a 2-kilometer radius. All the escape pods and the people hiding inside were killed. This moment, the entire sea was completely silent. Half of the deep-sea Titan's body floated above the water. Su Fan in the cockpit looked at the sparkling sea. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. They arbitrarily invade other countries' territorial waters by armed force, maliciously stir up trouble around the world, and attempt to dominate the world by force. Warmongering and arrogance. This is what happens to you. No matter how many come, we will kill as many as you want. Wang Yixiu and Tong Yao did not think there was anything wrong with killing everyone. On the contrary, they were very supportive and also discovered another side of Su Fan. In addition to serving the country and the people, he is also an unparalleled patriot. He is also a warrior who hates evil and always thinks about defending his country. Wang Yishue's gaze towards Su Fan became softer. The sunset dyed the sea red. The afterglow of the setting sun shines on the black body of the deep-sea titan, giving it a crystal-like luster. So beautiful. Let's go. We have one last thing to do. Su Fan recovered the honeycomb weapon system and controlled the joystick again. The deep-sea titan pulled the chain on his arm, rushing towards the distant sea. The wreckage of the Eagle Sauce aircraft carrier was hanging on the anchor at the end of the chain and was dragged away like a dead dog and disappeared into the waters of Xia country. The USS Nimitz is a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, and its wreckage cannot be left within the territory of Xia. Command Center. Commander Zhang had tears in his eyes. I have never been so excited in all these years. So happy. My heart is pounding and my blood is boiling. This is a very significant achievement. Unprecedented results. As soon as he reported the battle situation, everyone above was in an uproar. For a while, his phone was almost blown up. Even Mr. Zhang and Director Chun next to him kept receiving calls. Commander Zhang immediately ordered the remaining officers to keep silent. Without permission, the information of this operation was leaked without authorization. Charged with treason. Everyone understands the interests involved and no one dares to joke about it. Some people have even decided not to go home overnight in order to avoid letting things slip in their sleep. After the leaders above heard the name Su Fan, after asking for a series of relevant information, several leaders expressed their concern for Su Fan. The military, political departments, scientific research and military industry departments, etc. have all made their words clear. We must not treat meritorious officials unfairly. We cannot let the soldiers who serve our country and our people shed blood and tears. We must not let down the spirits of scientific researchers. We must solve all worries for our good comrades. Don't be stingy with praise. Such a good comrade must be given what he deserves. Even if it's something you shouldn't give, you can still give it. Comrade Su Fan may refuse it, but we cannot refuse it. Countless instructions. To put it simply, it means basically the same thing. Whatever this talented young man wants, he gets it. Even if you don't want it, you have to give it to me. Please protect this young master for us. If you lose even a single hair, I'll kill you in minutes. The bosses from all sides will not forgive you. Commander Zhang's mood, which had originally been good after winning the battle, suddenly became not so good. He is in his 70s and was given all kinds of instructions and threats by a group of old men. Cold sweat covered his forehead. It's simply unbearable. There was no such great pressure when developing aircraft carriers. In fact, they didn't need to tell him. Commander Zhang already treated Su Fan as his treasure. If anyone threatens Su Fan now, he will definitely mobilize the Navy's aircraft carrier fleet to push forward. In Su Fan, he saw an opportunity for Xia State to rise as a great power. The burden of the rise of the entire Daxia nation may fall on this young man who is only 22 years old. Don't be careless. In the command room, Commander Zhang let out a long breath. To Director Chun, prepare for the multi-party awarding ceremony for Comrade Su Fan in 5 days. Go and prepare. Director Chin's pupils shrank suddenly. Nodded quickly. Su Fan was awarded an honor at such a young age, and he was awarded honors from many parties. Oh my God, has Su Fan developed some powerful black tech weapons before? Unprecedented and unrivaled. Even with Su Fan's contributions, it is probably not as simple as just being awarded an honor. No matter what honor he receives, he deserves it. He deserves it all. 12 nautical miles away from Xia State, the warships of various countries that were nominally conducting military exercises with the Eagle Sauce fleet were all confused. The Eagle fleet agreed to enter the territorial waters of the Xia kingdom and then disappeared. Waited for 3 hours, no sign of him. The Pentagon's Naval Operations Department has been frantically contacting the USS Nimitz and related warships for several hours. There is no way to get in touch with him at all. A fully staffed aircraft carrier fleet, just gone like that? The air in the entire conference room seemed to be compressed. The oppressive atmosphere made everyone breathless. The Chief of Naval Operations, 5-star Admiral Stark's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. It seemed as if fire could spit out of his eyes. 089A dog tied to a warship is better than you. What are the results of the Starlink satellite search? Stark's voice was extremely cold. Report to the general. Nothing was found. The entire aircraft carrier fleet disappeared. The chief of staff looked very unhappy. He paused and continued. General, could it be Xia country's doing? It was after they issued the ultimatum that the 7th Fleet lost contact. Absurd. Stark slammed his hand on the table. Can Xia country's naval power, with its limited strength, quietly destroy an entire aircraft carrier fleet? Mr. Chief of Staff, are you out of your mind? No matter what, you have to check it for me. Stark had a terrible headache. The top leaders of the Pentagon and even the president made the call personally. But they still have no clue. I don't even know who my opponent is. Could it really be Xia country? Stark pinched his brow. After a little thought, I rejected it. Everyone knows about Xia's naval power. With only a few aircraft carriers and destroyers, what kind of combat effectiveness can they have? If you want to destroy an entire aircraft carrier fleet silently, you have to use a nuclear bomb with a super large yield. But as soon as that thing explodes, it will be detected by many countries. There's no way they didn't find anything. After thinking for a long time, Stark had no other choice. Finally, I gritted my teeth and called my leader myself. Now, if we want to find out what happened, we have to search the sea area where the fleet disappeared. See if you can find any clues. After obtaining authorization from the American military, Stark called Xiagwa's Foreign Affairs Department. Stark, who was arrogant by nature, had to lower his posture at this moment. Hello, I'm the Chief of Naval Operations of Eagle Sauce. Here's the situation. Our 7th Fleet has disappeared within your territorial waters. After hearing the whole story from the other end of the phone, the Foreign Affairs staff immediately said coldly, Respected General Stark, I'm Ho. What you're talking about is entirely your business. It has nothing to do with my country, Xia. So, we don't agree to your request to enter Xia's territorial waters to conduct a search. Also, I have something to say to you. My Xia nation is no longer the country we were a few hundred years ago, allowing you to invade at will. When friends and family come, we have fine wine. When jackals come, we have hunting rifles. Bang! Hang up the phone. The staff of Xia's Foreign Affairs Department felt refreshed. If he can scold the American Navy Secretary, he will have to prepare some delicious dishes tonight. Things escalated quickly. The Eagle News Department learned that the 7th Fleet had disappeared in the territorial waters of the Xia Kingdom. Stabbed it out quickly. It caused an uproar in various countries. Countless countries immediately held emergency meetings to discuss and analyze the course of events and the possible consequences. Something happened to the Eagle Sauce fleet. It's a serious matter. After World War II, a new world order was established. The Eagle Sauce has become a superpower. Their fleet is always loud and noisy wherever it goes, surrounded by countless younger brothers. He acts like he is the best in the world. But today we suffered a major setback in the territorial waters of Xia State. There seems to be some intriguing meaning in this. Some countries even speculated that could it be that the Eagle Sauce and the Xia Kingdom had a fight without anyone knowing, and then the fleet was destroyed? If that's the case, then do we have to take the initiative to move closer to Xia Kingdom in the future? Some people also speculated that the Eagle Sauce fleet was killed by a sea monster. The scene where the sea monster flashed a green light and killed Aquaman 2 in seconds is still vivid in my mind. There are many different opinions. In short, everyone discovered a magical thing. The Eagle Sauce didn't make any movement at all. When the fleet encountered an accident in Xia's territorial waters, no one dared to send warships to search. All major portals in the United States were also conquered by their enthusiastic netizens. Countless people commented below, angrily criticizing the American government for inaction. The fancy spray is so fierce that it blinds people's eyes. What kind of shit are we using taxpayers' money to support? Even a dog tied to a warship is better than you guys. Corruption is rampant. Corruption is rampant. How dare you come to someone else's house to play? You don't know your own weight. A stupid and arrogant Navy. If he went to a bar, people would think he was an animatronic pig's head. You only have one face. Can't you save it? Shit. All the Navy go to hell. After the official website of the Eagle Sauce Navy was paralyzed by netizens' criticism, even larger official websites such as the Pentagon were drowned in countless saliva. The Pentagon simply can't withstand the pressure. Issue a notice to the public. We are conducting a full investigation into the disappearance of the 7th Fleet and will give the American public a satisfactory answer. But the people became even angrier. This is clearly an attempt to delay time and make a big deal out of a small matter. Not buying it at all. Even on the roadside outside the Pentagon, rows of wreaths were sent by enthusiastic people. The meaning is obvious. You, the Navy, have brought shame to the Eagle Sauce. You'd rather die than live. The people working in the building dare not wear military uniforms after get off work, especially the Navy uniforms. If you go out wearing that, you will be beaten to death in the street. Many warships that were originally participating in the Eagle Sauce military exercises in the Pacific fled in all directions, quickly slipped back to his own country's waters, continue to float not far from Xia country's territorial waters. If things go wrong, they might just disappear from the face of the earth. The 7th Fleet has evaporated. What are you still pretending to be with a few small cruisers? Countless Xia people were extremely excited. All the hotels, big and small, were packed. For no other reason than to have a drink today, because I'm happy. I can drink 8 ounces, but never half a pound. Damn Eagle Sauce, now comes the day? Many netizens in Xia country speculated whether it was done by the monsters raised in Xia country. But this kind of question is destined to have no answer. At night, Su Fan was strolling alone in Yueshing shopping mall in Yuntai City. Since he had more money in his account, he bought some small gifts for his mother. He had sent the wreckage of the USS Nimitz to the bottom of the Maria Trench, 10,000 meters below the sea. Although the anchor did not damage the nuclear reactor of the aircraft carrier, it is better to move it farther away just in case. Don't pollute Xia's waters. After he bought what he wanted, wait for the elevator to go downstairs at the elevator entrance on the 8th floor. Around 7 or 8 o'clock is when the shopping mall closes. There are a lot of people taking the elevator. Su Fan was quick-witted and quick-handed, and successfully entered the elevator. The elevator was already a bit crowded at this moment. At this time, a thin black man suddenly appeared. He wore big sunglasses and 2 rows of earrings on his ears. He has dreadlocks and his entire arms are covered with tattoos. Following Su Fan, he also stepped into the elevator. Beep, beep, beep. The elevator is overloaded. The black man was stunned. His eyes scanned the people in the elevator. The first person I saw was Su Fan on the outermost side. You let me move aside. Su Fan was stunned for a moment, wondering if there was something wrong with this Heisey. He stood there motionless, showing no intention of giving him a seat. What's wrong with foreigners? Are they superior? At this time, the black man with tattoos took off his sunglasses. He looked down at Su Fan. Suddenly a little girl in the elevator screamed, "Wow, you're the internet celebrity Hage." The little girl was very excited when she saw her idol. Jumped for joy. "I'll give you my seat." As if it was a great honor, the little girl squeezed out of the elevator door. The internet celebrity Hage sneered. Then he entered the elevator. The little girl standing outside the elevator glared at Su Fan fiercely. It seems like he is blaming Su Fan for being tactless and not giving up his seat to the internet celebrity Hage. Pick up the phone and take 3 consecutive photos of the elevator. 090 being exposed online. Su Fan didn't take it seriously. After leaving Yueshing shopping mall, we went straight to the high-speed rail station. It is very convenient to take the high-speed rail now, and you can get back to Zhonghai in 1 hour. After arriving home, my mother saw the gifts Su Fan bought. She complained a lot, but her face was full of joy. After a tiring day, Su Fan went to bed early. What he didn't know was, at this moment, a picture and accompanying text are spreading on the internet at an extremely fast speed. In just a few hours, it successfully made it into the top 10 hot lists of major platforms. Headline news list. Internet celebrity Hage takes the elevator, and a college student refuses to give up his seat. Photo. Douyin hot search list 9. A foreign friend with 20 million followers was riding an elevator when a college student was rude and refused to give up his seat to the current situation of college students. Photo. Xiaolang's Weibo trending search ranked 6th. What's wrong with contemporary college students? What about our quality? Hot. Xiaolang's Weibo trending search ranked 7th. Suspected Zhonghai National University of Defense Technology student offends well-known foreign black internet celebrity. Hot. Picture. Internet celebrity Hage's 10 million fans were outraged. The man in the picture, Su Fan, was thoroughly exposed online. Late at night, the Qianmei Media Building was brightly lit. Jesse leaned back in his swivel chair, his legs draped over the desk in front of him. He held a cigar in his mouth and puffed out smoke. Foreign internet celebrities like him don't need to live broadcast after becoming famous. Just shoot a few skits according to the script every month. You can make money just by lying down. At this time, the female assistant Xiaomei came over quickly with a happy look on her face. Jesse, your incident tonight has completely hyped up the situation. At this rate, it won't be long before it tops the trending search list. I've received several calls, and some investors have already come in and are willing to support you again. Jesse's mouth curled up into a proud arc. I'll immediately use my account to post something, encouraging fans to intensify their online exposure of that guy. At the same time, don't be stingy with your money. Let's spend some money to hire more online influencers to push the trending search higher. This will make the heat even higher. The younger sister responded happily and left in a hurry. Jessie looked out the window of the building, speaking in broken Xiao language. I asked you to give up your seat, but you refused. Now I've become a rat that everyone wants to kill. I want to see how you go out on the street. National Security Agency. A red pop-up window suddenly popped up on Du Mingqing's office computer. It startled him. The appearance of this thing means that someone is trying to obtain the top-secret information of the Red members. I quickly called the Big Data Monitoring Center. Before the other party could come to his senses, Du Mingqing was already furious and cursing. What do you guys do for a living? Someone's trying to steal Red top-secret member information, can't you see? Investigate immediately who is snooping on top-secret information, and who exactly are they snooping on. If you can't find any results in 20 minutes, pack up and go home. I heard a roar from the other end of the phone. Director Liu from the Big Data Monitoring Center took a deep breath. I knew something big had happened. Someone is trying to steal top-secret personnel information. It's simply sensational. This situation would only occur when two countries were at war and an attempt was made to assassinate an important figure of the enemy country. Director Liu's face turned pale instantly. He knew that someone had brought the sky down. He glanced at his subordinates in the office and shouted in a harsher tone. I am responsible for such a big thing happening, and you can't escape. If I can't figure out the situation within 20 minutes, I'll be too embarrassed to sit in my position as the director of Big Data Monitoring. Everyone submit your resignations together. The 10 or so people in the office suddenly broke out in cold sweat, fully aware of the seriousness of the matter, facing a huge computer host and dozens of monitors, frantically gathering all kinds of data and information. Various monitoring programs are running at high speed. Gradually, the context of things began to become clear. Online, the news about Su Fan, a student at the National Defense Technology University in Zhonghai, having a bad attitude and refusing to give up her seat to a foreign internet celebrity, has already reached the top 3 on various trending lists. Big data workers were typing frantically on their keyboards, summarizing all the data. Finally, report to Director Liu. Director, all the accusations are pointing to one piece of information. Tonight, a student from the National University of Defense Technology in Zhonghai failed to give way to a black internet celebrity in the elevator at Yuesheng Shopping Mall. The black internet celebrity then instigated his fans to expose the student online. At the same time, more internet celebrities and celebrity artists are constantly instigating their fans to join the online expose movement. Director Liu frowned, his eyes showing confusion, and said coldly, how could a university student being exposed online possibly be linked to the leak of Red secret members' information? Could it be? Director Liu's heart trembled, and a seemingly impossible guess appeared in his mind. He looked at his subordinates with a clear gaze. What's the name of this Zhonghai National Defense Technology University student? His name is Su Fan. He's currently a senior at the National University of Defense Technology in Zhonghai, and he's been skipping classes a lot lately. The subordinate said with certainty. Director Liu's brows furrowed even tighter. That's strange. He's just a college student. How could he be qualified to shock the entire security bureau? Moreover, he is a student who often skips classes, so his academic performance must be average. How could such a person have the qualifications to stir up such a big stir? Director Liu looked at his watch and saw that the time given by his superiors had almost arrived. Should we really report this news? If we make a mistake, the entire big data center may need a complete reshuffle. His official hat will definitely be taken off. The other side. Feng Qijia, president of the National University of Defense Technology in Zhonghai, lay on the bed to rest after dinner. When I saw the hot search list, I jumped up from the bed. Isn't this referring to his school? Students from the National University of Defense Technology in China don't give up their seats to international friends when taking the elevator? Bang! Feng Qijia slammed his hand on the edge of the bed. Angry. A little bastard is riding on the head of our University of Science and Technology? There was a flash of anger in Feng Qijia's eyes. After thinking for a minute, a call came to the dean's cell phone. Lao Shui, you saw that thing online, right? What do you think? I just saw it too. I was just about to call you when you called me first. Director Shui's face was gloomy. He gritted his teeth and said, my opinion is, no matter what kind of internet celebrity he is or how many followers he has, he should speak up for our students and have the technical staff collect evidence against those who took the lead in exposing the online incidents. Feng Qijia nodded and said in a deep voice, yeah, that's my opinion too. Please post an emergency notice on the school's official website. With just a few words, The two decided the school's unreserved support for Su Fan. This is the dignity of the National Defense University, and it cannot be desecrated by a mere foreign internet celebrity. Even if the entire internet is attacking you, even if you are just an ordinary student, the school will always have your back. When making this decision, Feng Qijia already knew how much online public opinion the school would face, but he still did it. An urgent notice was immediately updated on the official website of the National University of Defense Technology in Zhonghai. Today in Yuntai City, a student from our school had a minor disagreement with a foreign internet celebrity. Without doing anything wrong, he was exposed online and slandered by many people who did not know the truth. Hereby, our school solemnly declares, we have begun collecting relevant evidence of illegal activities. The internet is not a lawless place, and all criminals will be punished accordingly. 091 Why do you hurt him? As soon as the notice was released, the news spread throughout the entire internet. The internet army was directly angry. Under the instigation of some people with ulterior motives, China University of Science and Technology was also drowned in saliva. Others on the internet also spoke out for Su Fan. Two female accounts were the most intense. One of the accounts, named Human LV Princess, directly confronted. He's just a foreign internet celebrity. Why should Su Fan give him her seat in the elevator? What contribution has he made to Xia country? Does he deserve it? Another account named Fairy Tale Ballads also started to confront, but then fell silent. However, the accounts of those who criticized Su Fan on the internet began to be hacked for unknown reasons. Some people speculate that it was this fairy tale ballad that did it. But the condemnation launched by the entire network was too overwhelming. Even if someone steals your account, they can't steal it. Under the instigation of dozens of internet celebrities and first and second-tier stars, the voices speaking for Su Fan were drowned out by the saliva. Even the most radical person, LV Princess's account, was dug out. She turned out to be the daughter of Wang Group. Countless people began to speculate again. It is believed that the reason why Su Fan is so arrogant is because she is supported by Wang Yixue, the daughter of Wang Group. As soon as the news came out, it caught the attention of the entire internet. These melons are bigger than each other. Wang Yixue's phone was flooded with calls. She was so angry that she was smoking. There was a terrifying rage flashing in his eyes. Those people exposed her online, so forget it. But Su Fan was exposed online, and she absolutely refused to agree. Who is Su Fan? Father Su Hyping. He worked hard for the country and died in the research and development position. Su Fan herself is even better than her teacher. He overcame all difficulties and worked hard alone to develop the Jiangtian Mecha. All research and development results will be handed over to the country free of charge. Day and night, I endure the sleepiness alone. After working for several days, we completed the research and development and completion of the Mecha production line. Even in times of crisis, he created the Deep Sea Titan in just 5 days. Then the super rare earths were taken into the hands of the Xia Kingdom. In the end, he even went into battle personally and wiped out the entire 7th Fleet single-handedly. Let the jackals that invade our Xia country die without a burial place. Make our Xia country proud. Shock our country's prestige. He, alone, held up the backbone of the Xia Kingdom. What does he want? He doesn't want anything. No requirements. No requests. Selfless dedication, dedicating your entire life to the country. Such a person. Why do you hurt him? Expose him online. Wang Yixue couldn't accept it no matter what. She herself can be exposed online and scolded to pieces. But I would rather die than give in by scolding Su Fan. She kept speaking out for Su Fan online. Even if the sounds are small. Even if she herself was exposed online, she didn't care. Big Data Inspection Center. Director Liu investigated and found no other possibility. Right now I can only take a gamble. After taking a deep breath, Director Liu called the Security Bureau. Du Mingqing was already getting impatient at this moment. If Director Liu doesn't call, he will drive to the Big Data Monitoring Center late at night. Director Du, the situation has been investigated. Right now, all the criticism is directed at the #1 trending topic on the internet. That's the story of a senior student at the National University of Defense Technology in Zhonghai who refused to give up his seat in the elevator to a black internet celebrity. However, this student has just been expelled from the National University of Defense Technology in Zhonghai and is no longer considered a student there. Du Mingqing's expression tightened. Heard the name of this school. I immediately thought of someone who had just been included in the confidential sequence. That person is a student of this school. If something really happened to this person, the entire Xia country would probably be shaken. He said in a trembling voice. What's the student's name? His name is Su Fan, and he lives in... Who? Du Mingqing's eyes almost popped out. Are you talking about Su Fan? Holy crap. Is it really Su Fan? It's over. The sky is falling. Du Mingqing felt his eyes go dark. A breath of cold air hit my throat, and I couldn't breathe. Director Liu was also surprised to hear the excitement on the other end of the phone. I asked boldly, Leader, could it be that Su Fan is a top-secret Red Guard? Du Mingqing took a deep breath. Then he roared violently. Director Liu, let me tell you, Su Fan is a nationally classified official. Red Top Secret Level 10. Director Liu's scalp began to tremble wildly. It was no longer just numbness. Both eyes trembled violently, and the expression was distorted. There are very few people in the entire Xia country who can reach this level. The deceased Mr. Qian, Mr. Zhang, and Mr. Yuan. Currently alive are Mr. Zhan, Mr. Wang, Mr. Hua, etc. All of these people are great men who are carrying the Xia country forward in certain fields. Su Fan actually has the same status as them. Such a person. But it was exposed on the internet. Director Du is right. The sky is falling. Director Liu was in extreme shock and couldn't even think. At this time, Du Mingqing's roar sounded again. Director Liu immediately traced the source of all netizens who spread this news. Monitor all internet celebrities and celebrities who instigate their fans. Use big data to investigate all the people behind this incident. I want to see if these people can really dominate Xia country. Director Liu could only keep shouting yes. After hanging up the phone, Director Liu glanced at all his subordinates. Following Du Mingqing's instructions, orders were issued one after another. Monitor and investigate the incident comprehensively. The other side. After hanging up the phone, Du Mingqing's eyes almost spurted blood. Black internet celebrities, and those celebrity big versus. You really don't recognize the real you. Why pick on Su Fan when there are so many people to pick on? That's good now. No one will have a good death. Du Mingqing gritted his teeth and was about to take initial action. At this time, the private phone rang. When Du Mingqing saw it, his heart skipped a beat. Broken. The people who protect their children are causing trouble. I nervously clicked to answer the call. Du Mingqing, what the hell are you doing for a living? Your head is full of shit. If Su Fan's identity is exposed, I'll risk my reputation and report it to your security bureau. No one should have an easy time. Du Mingqing shrank his neck. With a bitter face. Mr. Wang, please calm down. Don't let your anger get you in trouble. I've thoroughly investigated the matter and am preparing to interview the person in charge of the Internet Regulatory Department and the person in charge of the relevant platforms involved overnight. I promise that everything will be resolved when you wake up tomorrow morning. Mr. Wang pondered for a moment, then softened his tone and said, Xia country can do without you and me, but it can't do without Su Fan. I hope you will treat it with caution. Du Mingqing wiped the cold sweat from his head and said respectfully, Don't worry, Mr. Wang. I promise to give you a satisfactory explanation. 0923 departments take joint action. Don't even think about having a good death. Hang up the phone. Du Mingqing still felt uneasy. Mr. Wang is a leading figure in the entire scientific research community and the recipient of the Medal of National Defense. Although his official position was not particularly high, his title was terrifyingly important, and his status and position were among the best in the entire Xia kingdom. Moreover, every one of these old scholars engaged in scientific research is good at protecting their own shortcomings. Su Fan's matter must be handled properly. Before Du Mingqing could catch his breath, another call came in. At first glance, it's Mr. Zhan. Du Mingqing suddenly felt sad. Also someone you can't mess with. A smile appeared on his lips that was uglier than crying. Du Mingqing answered the phone. Mr. Zhan, hey, hello. There was a roar from the other side immediately. Du Mingqing, what the hell do you do as the director of the security bureau? I finally managed to appease Mr. Zhan and hung up the phone. Du Mingqing received calls from 3 more military departments. The people in the military speak even more harshly. Du Mingqing could only smile bitterly. He now completely understood what Su Fan represented. That is the entire scientific research community of Xia country, the entire Southeast War Zone, and the Blue Sea Navy. Several bloodshot streaks appeared on Du Mingqing's eyeballs. Gnashing his teeth. You blind black internet celebrity. Do you even know what you're exposing online? If you don't let Su Fan have a good life, no one else will have a good death. Du Mingqing took a few deep breaths. He called a few capable men to his side. Sternly said, Order the Internet regulatory authorities to vigorously rectify the platforms involved. All accounts that make inappropriate remarks will be banned. In 10 minutes, I want all information about Su Fan on the internet to disappear completely. Within the hour, have the leaders of all the departments involved come to the Security Bureau for tea. As for those instigators behind the scenes identified through big data screening, immediately block their exit from the country and collaborate with the police and military to launch a lightning-fast arrest operation. Those who resist arrest will be shot dead on the spot. Following the issuance of several commands, the entire Xia kingdom was in turmoil. The Security Bureau, the military, and the police took joint action. A large-scale arrest operation began late at night in the office of Qianmei Media Building. Tonight is the moment when Jesse officially enters the first echelon of internet celebrities. He was even too excited to sleep. Xiaomei, the female assistant from the Monkey Kingdom, has been with him all the time. Jesse was so excited that he was shaking as he watched the number of fans skyrocket in a short period of time. It's only been 3 hours. His followers have already increased from 10 million to 15.3 million. As long as he can cross the 20 million mark, he will be a true first-tier internet celebrity. By then, the profitability of live streaming e-commerce will inevitably reach a higher level. Xiaomei, you have also made an indelible contribution to this achievement. When this is over, I'll give you a bonus of 200,000. Xiaomei's fatigue was swept away. He quickly came up to me and said, "Brother Hey, you are so nice to me." Jesse's mouth curled up into a proud arc. What the hell? Let those who took the money step up their game and expose those who support Su Fan online and drown them in saliva. Stir up the emotions of netizens and force Su Fan to apologize. They could even get their fans to get more aggressive and gather a group of people to go to Su Fan's house and start vandalizing and causing trouble. Jesse became more and more excited as he spoke and hugged Xiaomei tightly. Xiaomei didn't refuse, just frowned and said, "Brother Hey, this is such a big deal. Will it attract official attention? What are they afraid of? They have no evidence. Besides, so many internet celebrities are involved. Can they arrest them all?" Jesse sneered, his face full of disdain. There is an old saying in the Xia kingdom, "Don't blame the masses for the law." That's exactly what I mean. He has been in Xia country for more than 10 years, so of course he knows more about this place than Xiaomei, who has only been here for 3 years. There are many tricks involved. Jesse gently pinched Xiaomei and said with a smile, "Come, let's see how many fans we have now." Xiaomei smiled coquettishly, took out her phone, and opened the account of internet celebrity Hey Go. Suddenly, a red pop-up window popped up. This account is suspected of violating regulations and has been banned by the platform for 9,999 years. Xiaomei thought she clicked on the wrong account. Frowning, he repeated the operation again. Still got banned. "How's it going, Xiaomei? Are you almost at 20 million followers already?" Jesse's face was full of confidence. "Brother Hey, you should take a look for yourself." Xiaomei's voice trembled a little. Jesse glanced at Xiaomei in confusion. He immediately took out his iPhone 15P and skillfully opened his account. His expression suddenly froze. No, why would my account be blocked? I have another account." Jesse realized something was wrong and quickly clicked on several other accounts with trembling fingers. After nodding back and forth, the whole person froze. People are just dumbfounded. He was fine just now, how come he got so fat? All accounts have been banned. What's even more exaggerated is that some apps have been permanently and indefinitely removed from the shelves. Jesse's palms broke out in sweat. Xiaomei and I looked into each other's eyes. Xiaomei gritted her teeth and said angrily, "Could it be that the people from the Wang group are behind this? If I had known, I wouldn't have exposed her online. It's completely over now." Jesse shook his head. There was fear in his eyes. His face was stiff. "Xiaomei, the Wang group doesn't have such great capabilities. We must have hit a wall this time." A slightly handsome face from a photo exposed online appeared in Xiaomei's mind. Could it be that Su Fan is such an iron plate that countless internet celebrities and stars combined cannot shake it? It's impossible. He's just a student. How could he be so capable? It's already late at night. The entire Qianmei Media Building was dead silent. The only office with the lights on was Jesse's. The office was filled with a depressing atmosphere at this moment. Jesse and Xiaomei made calls everywhere, but the capitalists and bigwigs who had admired them in the past were now silent. Jesse seemed to understand something. His face was ashen. "No, we have to go." A look of determination flashed in Jesse's eyes. Things have clearly reached a point where they have far exceeded expectations. If you don't leave now, you may never be able to leave. Xiaomei also nodded heavily. The two men took out all the cash from the safe and put it in black plastic bags. They almost trotted out of the office one after the other. As soon as I went out, the cold barrel of the gun was pressed against Jesse's head. 093 Many people were sentenced to death. You deserve it. Xiaomei is no exception. Dozens of special agents in camouflage subdued the two men at first sight. The cold handcuffs were on my hands. The two were completely panicked. I really want to resist, but facing so many guns. and the cold eyes of the arresting officers. Jesse was very sure that if he tried to escape, he would most likely be shot dead on the spot. Xiaomei seemed very unconvinced, shouting and cursing. What are you going to do? I'm from Monkey Country. What you are doing is a violation of international law. I'm going to sue you. She screamed and lashed at her captors with her handcuffed arms. Bang! A heavy slap landed on Xiaomei's face. It made her head dizzy. Seeing stars. A foreign spy is so arrogant even after being caught. If you move again, I'll kill you. The fierce sound made Xiaomei's trouser legs wet. At this moment, she was finally afraid. The capture of these two people is just the tip of the iceberg. In just 3 or 2 hours, more than 30 well-known internet celebrities and first- and second-tier stars were all arrested. Among them, a star named Wu resisted arrest and was shot on the spot. The blood splattered everywhere, frightening countless people. This is the real thunder operation. Even in the middle of the night, the leaders of online media such as Douyin, Manhwa, Weibo, and Tushio were all invited to the security bureau for tea. Everyone was terrified and trembling with fear. Because when they arrived, they had already heard that someone was shot on the spot for being arrested during this operation. This is a rare situation since the founding of the Xia Kingdom. Even unheard of. When Du Mingqing saw this group of people, he didn't look happy at all. He started to scold him angrily. The heads of these corporate groups are usually high and mighty, but when facing the security bureau, they all became good kids. If the security bureau decides to bring someone down, it would be a very easy matter. They all understand the truth. A busy night. At dawn, all the people involved in the case were arrested except for 2 people who were shot on the spot. The court held a hearing overnight to hear the incident. Due to the principle of confidentiality for special personnel, the trial process was not made public. However, the speed of the trial was frighteningly fast. The results came out in half an hour. The main culprit, Jesse, of American descent, was convicted of crimes endangering national security, espionage, and defamation. He was sentenced to death and will be executed immediately. The main culprit, Xiaomei, monkey nationality, was convicted of crimes endangering national security, espionage, and involvement in personnel endangering state secrets. She was sentenced to death for multiple crimes and will be executed immediately. The main culprit, Wu Mumu, was convicted of crimes endangering national security, espionage, and treason and was sentenced to death. He was shot on the spot during the arrest. The main culprit, internet celebrity KT, was convicted of crimes endangering national security and treason and sentenced to death, to be executed immediately. 40 people were identified as the main culprits, 20 of whom were sentenced to death and executed immediately. The other 20 life sentences will have to spend the rest of their lives sewing on sewing machines. The entire entertainment industry has undergone a thorough purge. Countless people suddenly reacted. Even if you have tens of millions of fans, you can't do whatever you want. If you do something wrong, you have to pay the price. Especially if you hit the wrong wall, you will pay the price with your life. As for President Feng and Director Shui of the National University of Defense Technology in Zhonghai, they have been highly praised by their superiors and are even considered for promotion. Bad things turned out to be good things in the end. The person involved is Su Fan. I had no idea about this and went to bed early. He didn't even see the more than 100 missed calls on his phone. It is his usual habit to silence his phone before sleeping. The next day, warm sunlight streams in through the window. Su Fan slowly woke up. A familiar voice sounded outside the house. Brother Su, it's time for breakfast. Su Fan was stunned. Oh shit. Wang Yixue? Why is she here so early? Su Fan quickly put on his clothes and walked out of the bedroom. I saw breakfast on the table made by my mother Li Lanhua and Wang Yixue. I was filled with confusion and uncertainty. Yixue, aren't you in Yuntai? Why are you here? Because I just came back to do some work. Wang Yixue smiled sweetly. 2 shallow dimples appeared on her cheeks. Also, Commander Zhang and Elder Zhan both want to see you, so they asked me to come pick you up. Su Fan nodded in confusion. Li Lanhua and Wang Yixue get along very well. Su Fan was left aside. Breakfast ended in this cheerful atmosphere. Then, at the urging of her mother Li Lanhua, Su Fan and Wang Yixue left in a car. After getting in the car, Su Fan casually opened his mobile phone. I was immediately shocked by the more than 100 missed calls. Half of them were shot by Miss Wang next to me. Without waiting for Su Fan to ask, Wang Yixue told Su Fan about what happened last night when he was exposed online. It's just that it's not that serious, so Su Fan shouldn't take it to heart. How could Su Fan not be angry after hearing this? He raised his eyebrows, rolled up his sleeves, and looked furious. This made Wang Yixue, who was in the driving seat, laugh. Fortunately, Wang Yixue said in the end that the people who exposed him online were all arrested. Only then did Su Fan feel relieved. The vehicle Wang Yishue was driving was originally a military vehicle from the naval base. The journey was smooth, and the car stopped directly outside Mr. Zhang's temporary laboratory. Commander Zhang and Mr. Zhang saw Su Fan come in. They both looked at each other with concern. Tell Su Fan not to take what happened last night to heart. And he vowed that such a thing would never happen again. Even Su Fan can't handle this. It sounds like it's very serious. He looked at Wang Yishue beside him. Wang Yishue said hurriedly, Mr. Zhang, didn't you say you had some technical questions for Su Fan? Yes. Mr. Zhang held Su Fan's hand affectionately and walked to the side of the spread-out drawings. Look, if we follow the blueprint for the power transmission in this hydrogen engine's combustion chamber, won't there be a huge loss of power? You're talking about this? This is simple. I installed an energy conversion device at the end of the power room. After the two of them communicated for a while, Commander Zhang and Wang Yishue next to them had no idea what they were talking about. But Mr. Zhang's brows were filled with excitement when he heard this. Even when Su Fan talked about the exciting parts, Mr. Zhang was so happy that he danced with joy. Exclaim how wonderful. Commander Zhang, who was sitting at the side, was bored and sighed secretly. Alas, it's a pity there's only one deep-sea titan. It would be great if we could have many. The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. Su Fan sighed in his heart, having repeated this several times. Isn't it clearly stated to him? I still don't dare to speak out. What's there to be shy about? When we were setting up a mecha production line for the Eastern Theater Command a while ago, Commander Li Guozhong was not polite at all. Su Fan finally understood. After a long fuss, there were cars picking up and dropping off people, and people sighing. Isn't it just to let him build the production line of Deep Sea Titan? What is there to hide? Not frank at all. After explaining the problem to Mr. Zhang, Su Fan reluctantly called Wang Yishue out to find the location of the integrated production line nearby. Commander Zhang saw the two men leave in a hurry. Thinking about what was exposed online yesterday, I can't help but feel a little scared. Hurry up and remind. Be careful. Su Fan nodded vigorously. Don't worry, Commander Zhang. I'll make sure the mission is accomplished. After saying that, he disappeared at the door. Commander Zhang was stunned for a moment. What's the meaning? What is Su Fan talking about? Guaranteed to complete any task. He was a little confused. The brain of a genius is different from that of an ordinary person. 094 Prelude to the awarding of medals, robbery from the old leader. Su Fan and Wang Yishue left Mr. Zhang's laboratory, wandering around the entire Yuntai naval base. Finally, an abandoned dock on the seashore was selected as the core location of the production line. The biggest advantage of being at the seaside is that underwater testing can be carried out directly after manufacturing is completed. The next step is to ask for various materials. And the LV2 multifunctional workbench in the abandoned factory building was consigned. The workbench is too huge, so it would be more appropriate to transport it in a mecha at night. As for the materials, Tong Yao said it could be done in one day. So, Wang Yishue had no idea what Su Fan was doing. The production line of Deep Sea Titan began to be built in full swing. With Su Fan's authority, any materials requested must be provided. Even Tong Yao, the person who provided the materials, didn't know what Su Fan was doing. That night, in the night sky, Jiangtian No. 1 appeared above the Yuntai naval base, pulling an extra-large workbench with a steel cable. The urgent air raid alarm sounded immediately. Su Fan hurriedly explained to his superiors that they were one of them. The alarm was then cleared. The mecha driven by Wang Yishue successfully placed the LV2 multifunctional workbench. Then, with a violent sonic boom, it disappeared over the Yuntai naval base. Commander Zhang stood at the door of the building, his eyes wide open as he watched the disappearing red figure. Even my breathing was trembling, although I didn't see it clearly. But just the faint burst of momentum conquered him. So shocking. Suddenly, Commander Zhang thought of the mecha production line that Su Fan had accidentally mentioned before. Suddenly his eyes widened. Holy crap, this isn't really a mecha. A series of things come together. The more Commander Zhang thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Damn it, this damn Southeast War Zone. There is such an awesome thing hidden there. If he hadn't been smart, he would have been fooled. How could our Yuntai naval base not have such an awesome thing? This is a must. I can't hold it in anymore. Commander Zhang then made a call to Luo Bing's private number. Hello, Commander Luo. Family building of the commander of the Southeast Theater Command. Luo Bing leaned back on the sofa and answered the phone. He just took a sip of tea and suddenly spit it out. No. Old leader. What are you talking about? Don't embarrass Xiao Luo. Is it troubling you? Commander Zhang said sarcastically. You guys in the Southeast War Zone are doing so well with your sideline business. I heard you've all become wealthy. That doesn't bother you at all. Luo Bing, who was drinking tea and watching TV, suddenly felt a pang in his heart. Judging from the tone, something is wrong. The matter of the mecha has been exposed? Think of this. Luo Bing simply stopped pretending and came clean. Old boss, to be honest, I did develop some new equipment a while ago and set up a small production line. It's nothing to mention. Hee. It's nothing to mention. What new equipment? Is it a mecha? Commander Zhang asked tentatively in a slightly hurried tone. You already know everything. It's a mecha. Luo Bing curled his lips. Holy crap, it's really a mecha. The loud shout almost deafened Luo Bing. My head is buzzing. The phone flew out of his hand. He hurriedly picked up the phone. Luo Bing heard Commander Zhang's heavy breathing on the other end of the phone. The sound was quite shocking. Luo Bing slapped his thigh hard. It's a trap. Commander Zhang had no idea that this was a trick on him. It's over. This is fucking. I got tricked out. Old Ginger is still spicy. There was a slight pause. Commander Zhang's urgent voice came from the phone again. Tell me quickly, how many are there now? Luo Bing covered his face and said helplessly. Apart from the 2 prototypes, only one has come off the production line so far. Speak human language. Commander Zhang's voice became deeper and duller. Ah, this. Luo Bing's mouth twitched. Actually, there were only 2 of them. This time it's real. Good. Xiao Luo, you did a great job. You are indeed worthy of being the soldier I led. You'll be coming to the medal ceremony in a few days, so why not bring one to Yuntai Naval Base? Okay, that's settled. Go to bed early, huh? Beep, beep, beep. Luo Bing listened to the sound of the phone being hung up. I feel terrible. Commander Zhang's final devilish laugh was like a demon, striking his brain fiercely. After thinking for a long time, he shrugged and dialed Li Guozhong's number. I heard that Li Guozhong is currently working on getting the mecha off the production line as soon as possible. Eating and sleeping are all on the production line. If he knew that one of the 2 newly produced mechas was robbed by Commander Zhang, he would probably cry to death. Well, it's really true that a higher-ranking official can crush someone to death. It's clearly robbery. After all, he is an old leader. When they were commanding warships to fight, we were still soldiers in the army. Hey, Guozhong, there's some bad news. You need to be prepared. Commander, you say? I can hold on. Hey, it's not a big deal. Don't take it too seriously. Okay, Chief, just say it directly. Somehow the news leaked out that Commander Zhang wants a mecha. Ka-ka-ka-dash. Luo Bing heard a duck's quack on the phone. Then there was the crackling sound of the phone falling to the ground. It can be heard that the other party must have suffered a heavy blow. The kind that won't get better in a short time. Luo Bing sighed helplessly. Li Guozhong has been waiting day and night for the mecha to finally land. If we take his mecha now, that would be like taking his lifeblood. This makes him feel worse than if his wife was stolen. For days later, the first rays of sunlight in the morning shine on Yuntai Naval Base. Dozens of warships were docked at the port. They are all shiny and glossy with a bright metallic luster. Countless Marines straighten their backs. Today is different from the past. It is the day when the mysterious boss awards honors. All soldiers on guard duty must be in high spirits. Soon, various heavyweights will arrive. Anyone who brings shame to the Yuntai Navy will be punished with a one-day trip to the Pacific Ocean. As a soldier, honor is sometimes more important than life. Commander Zhang also put on a brand new naval uniform. The 2 eye-catching general stars on his shoulders shine brightly. His chest was covered with medals and honors. Standing in front of the headquarters building of Yuntai Naval Base. He looks energetic and seems several years younger. Mr. Zhang standing next to him was wearing a Zhongshan suit and had his hands behind his back. The pupils that were cloudy in the past seemed to have become much clearer today. 3 off-road vehicles with Chinese Navy license plates were seen approaching from a distance. The 2 of them walked forward quickly with steady steps. 095 roaring in the sky. After the vehicle stopped, Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua got out with smiles on their faces. The guard followed behind. Tong Yao stood beside Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang, Mr. Hua, long time no see. Commander Zhang, Mr. Zhan, it's been a while since we last met. Both sides are obviously old acquaintances. They are all elderly people in their 70s. The backbone of Xia Kingdom. Although they did not work together, they both devoted their entire lives to the construction and development of Xia State. Commander Zhang and the others were all quite moved. After the greetings, the sound of a car was heard in the distance. Commander Zhang looked in the direction of the voice. A Hongqi L5 slowly drove over. The thick and bulletproof body of the car does not move very fast. It stopped steadily in front of them. With a click, the old man with silver hair pushed the door and got out of the car. The guard beside him hurried over. Want to support? But he was pushed aside by the old man. Get out of here. It's not like I can't walk. The silver-haired old man looks very old. but gives people a sense of fortitude. He was wearing an old-fashioned military uniform. There are 3 general stars on his shoulders. This scared the nursery rhyme. The 3 general stars mean that the silver-haired old man in front of him is a real general. General is already the highest military rank in Xia country. Yuan Shan, Elder Zhan, Elder Wang, Elder Hua. It's truly remarkable that we, half-buried men, can still be together. Commander Zhang's eyes turned red when he heard the silver-haired old man call him Yuan Shan. The person in front of you. It was the old squad leader who taught him how to shoot, now the deputy commander of the Xia Navy, Xiao Jinghua. Mr. Xiao? What a happy thing it is to hear the old squad leader's affectionate call again. He is already 72 years old, and the old squad leader is already 75 years old. Old squad leader, I didn't expect you to come down to present the medal on behalf of the higher-ups. Commander Zhang said this and excitedly walked forward and gave him a bear hug. Mr. Xiao immediately laughed and scolded. Yuan Shan, you're just looking at my old bones to see if they're still together. You think I'm as young as you. Damn it, let go. Commander Zhang then let go and scratched his head with a silly smile. It seemed that in front of the old squad leader, Zhang Yuanshan would always be the 20-year-old recruit. Mr. Wang and the others also respected Mr. Xiao very much. This old man's reputation was really earned by slashing and killing on the battlefield with a big knife. The 3 stars on the shoulders were also watered with the blood of the enemies. Everyone was having a great time chatting with each other. A deafening sonic boom suddenly exploded. Boom. Right above your head, 10,000 meters in the sky. A fierce air current descended from the sky. It crashes into the earth like a comet hitting the earth. The surging air waves seemed to be about to penetrate the entire Earth's crust. The shock wave from the air column blew everyone to and fro in an instant. The guards surrounding them looked horrified. He hurried forward to support the old man. There is danger. The remaining hundreds of guards all drew their guns, ready to fire. No matter who gets into trouble, it will be a loss for the entire Xia country. The moment the raging air wave touched the ground, it rolled out an invisible air wall more than 1 meter high, sweeping across all directions in an instant. Everyone's clothes were rustling in the wind. Up there, Commander Zhang's face was solemn and he shouted loudly, and countless eyes looked upwards. Hundreds of guards looked terrified and pointed their automatic rifles at the sky. A red light suddenly appeared. Boom, boom, boom. The red light was accompanied by the roar of the beast, dragging a long white tail flame. Diving straight down, an invisible pressure surged like a raging wave 10,000 meters high. Countless people were pinned to the ground, unable to move. This momentum alone is enough to make it hard to breathe. This moment, it felt like all the air had been sucked out. Some guards had only been in the army for a year or two and were already trembling with fear. My legs felt like they were filled with lead, and I couldn't move them. An invisible urge to urinate hits the prostate hard, and my body is almost out of control. Everyone, hurry up. Old Xiao shouted loudly, and everyone came to their senses. He was quickly helped away by the guards. At this moment, a sudden voice sounded in the crowd. Wrong. Old Wang stretched out his neck and stared at the red light above his head. Why does this look familiar? It looks a bit like the Jiangtian. No, he is. The fear on the faces of countless people did not subside. I just stopped because of what Mr. Wang said. Look overhead. This time, the red light gradually revealed its shape. It swooped down violently, trailing a trail of azure flames behind it. In the blink of an eye, it was close. The wind wave reached a height of more than 3 meters, and some guards who were too distracted were blown to the ground in an instant. Boom! The red figure slammed down heavily. The concrete floor was shattered into countless cracks like a spider web. The steel bars inside were blown into several sections by the huge force. The scarlet Mecha figure blocked out the sky and loomed over everyone's heads, as if it was going to bring down the entire sky. Sharp edges and cool shape. The red light blooming in the eyes, and the super-large shoulder rail cannon with a cold sheen. The moment it appeared, it exploded countless people's eyes. Mr. Xiao felt as if his eyes were about to be blinded by the light. I couldn't catch my breath for a long time. I couldn't breathe. I'm dying. The battlefield is not so exciting. I clenched my fists, used all my strength, and finally shouted after holding it in for a long time. What the hell is this? Others were stunned. The lower jaw was twitching wildly, and the tongue was about to lose control and fly out. I've lived for 75 years and have never seen anything like this. Commander Zhang on the side. My eyes were about to pop out of my head in shock. The whole person was shaking violently. It's almost over. Mr. Zhang couldn't stand this kind of stimulation, and his eyeballs kept rolling up. It's almost tearing my cornea apart. Both arms were shaking rapidly. It's like having epilepsy. Nursery rhymes react the fastest. She knows this situation best. Hurry up and give the 3 elderly people quick-acting heart-saving pills. If it's any later, it will be too late. Countless guards also looked up at the scarlet Mecha in confusion. All have lost their minds. His face looked like a clay or wooden sculpture, frozen in place. Unable to move at all. Only Elder Wang, Elder Hua, and Tong Yao, who had seen mechas, were not so emotional. However, this was also the first time they saw this mecha. This mecha is different from Jiantian number 1 and number 2. Tong Yao immediately guessed the origin of the mecha. It must be the product from Master Li Guozhong's production line. At least from the appearance, it looks pretty good. However, according to Su Fan, the performance will be slightly inferior to that of Jiantian number 1 and number 2. Even so, it is enough to run rampant. No one spoke. All that could be heard at the scene was the sound of countless, thumping heartbeats. 096, Mr. Jean, calm down. Be reserved. Be tactful. After a long time, Mr. Xiao finally took a few deep breaths. After recovering a little, he looked at Mr. Wang. He asked in a trembling voice, Mr. Wang, is this really something we developed? This is indeed it. Mr. Wang thought for a moment and explained. This should be the mecha production line of the 8th Marine Armored Combined Division. These are the newly produced mechas. Mr. Zhao's old body trembled, his face full of disbelief. In a trance, he suddenly thought of something. Then he asked, its developer is also the person receiving the award this time? Su Fan. Mr. Wang nodded again. Mr. Xiao couldn't hold it in any longer. He had heard about Su Fan's development of the Deep Sea Titan before. I thought the award was simply for developing the Deep Sea Titan. Now it seems that the mecha was also developed by Su Fan. Even the production line has been built. It is truly an unprecedented achievement. He is definitely a peerless national hero. Mr. Zhao's expression gradually became ecstatic. The corners of his mouth curled up into a huge arc, and then he laughed heartily with relief. The rise of Xia Kingdom is just around the corner. Every Xia citizen's dream of becoming a great power will become a reality. And all hopes are pinned on this young man named Su Fan. Not only Mr. Xiao, but Commander Zhang beside him had his chest heaving and his heart beating wildly. He is happier than anyone else. Really happy. This thing is great, it's his now. This must be the mecha that he had been trying to get by begging Luo Bing. The roots of my hair are so happy that they seem to be popping out of my scalp. This thing is exactly what he likes. If you put it on an aircraft carrier and it doesn't scare the shit out of you, then it's because it's not polished enough. Just thinking about it makes me feel so happy. Mr. Jean's preferences are different from others. He went straight to stroking. It seemed like he was happier than touching his own wife. His eyes sparkled, his gaze fixed on this thing. The last time I was hooked was when I saw the Deep Sea Titan. Unexpectedly, this happened again within a few days. Mr. Jean's saliva was almost flowing out. It looked like an old mouth was about to be kissed. Only then was he forcibly grabbed by old Wang. Mr. Jean, hold on. It won't happen. Be reserved. Be tactful. Mr. Jean was not happy. You two old bastards. How rude of you. Such a good research subject, yet you don't share it. If you keep it secret, how can you be considered an old friend? Seeing Mr. Jean fuming and glaring, Elder Wang and Elder Hua hurried forward to appease them. After all, they will need help from others next. They have heard that the complete set of drawings and technical information of the Deep Sea Titan is in the hands of Mr. Jean. That is also something worth studying to death. The guards also recovered from their fear. This mecha is actually a friendly one. His countless eyes lit up. If there is a war in the future, just call for mecha support. What the hell? This is such a cool and stylish design. Even if it just flies over and shows up, it can scare the enemy half to death. It's so cool. Countless people were delighted. A divine weapon. Suddenly Commander Zhang thought, something is wrong. There should be a pilot inside the mecha, right? Where are the people? Commander Zhang lowered his eyebrows and said loudly with a stern face. Luo Bing, you want me to go up there myself and kick you down, right? As soon as the words fell. Crack. The mecha cockpit opens. Luo Bing's wrinkled old face poked out from inside, licking his face and smiling. Old leader, I just saw you guys were admiring the mechas and didn't want to disturb you. Commander Zhang's eyebrows twitched. If old Xiao hadn't been here, he would have kicked this guy twice. Damn it. With just one appearance. Wow, he almost killed all 3 of us old guys. Can't you be normal? Why does it have to be so fancy? The mecha's big hand sent Luo Bing to the ground. Wang Yishuo was also sent out of the mecha. Mr. Wang was stunned. Then he complained. Yishuo, you need to change your impulsive temper. Look, you scared my old brothers when you landed on the ground. Wang Yishuo curled her lips, looking innocent. Muttered. It's not my decision. so I have to follow my boss's instructions. Luo Bing's old face was expressionless. There seemed to be a hint of pride between his eyebrows. Scaring this group of people actually achieved what he wanted. After all, this mecha was a precious gem that had just come off the production line. His heart was bleeding if he gave it away directly. Being able to be naughty for a while can be considered as a way to vent a little bit of anger. After Luo Bing and Wang Yishio arrived, two groups of military vehicles followed. They are Li Guozhong from the Eastern Military Region and Lao Kong from the Southern Military Region. Li Guozhong originally wanted to ride in the mecha, but there was only one passenger seat, so he had to give it to Luo Bing, the old leader. As soon as Lao Kong came over, he couldn't take his eyes off the mecha. They grabbed Li Guozhong and asked him when his first batch of mechas would roll off the production line. Li Guozhong said helplessly, "If the situation continues like this, there will be too many wolves and too little meat. Not to mention yours, old Kong. Even I can't keep a few of my own." Both of their faces turned bitter. Commander Zhang ordered his men to cover the entire mecha with black cloth. Then a group of people entered the auditorium of Yuntai Naval Base one after another. After the leaders took their seats, senior officers and generals from the Yuntai Naval Base were also fortunately invited. Watch the awarding ceremony. However, all attendees, without exception, need to sign a confidentiality agreement. The person I met today is a national-level confidentiality official, level 10 top secret. Once the news leaks out, it will be a disaster for the entire Xia Kingdom. The rise of Xia State has become a joke. After everyone sat down, Commander Zhang frowned. The appearance of the mecha was so stunning that he overlooked an important issue. Where is Su Fan? Everyone is here, and the awarding ceremony is about to begin. Why hasn't Su Fan come yet? He was afraid something might go wrong, so he contacted her in person last night. The awarding ceremony will begin in 10 minutes. Commander Zhang's excitement suddenly turned into nervousness. My palms are sweating, and I feel weak in my heart. Su Fan, please don't be late. Xiao Xinghua, Mr. Xiao is waiting here. If you are late, I won't be able to explain. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Time passed by minute. 10 o'clock sharp. The investiture ceremony was supposed to begin. But Su Fan didn't show up, he disappeared. Commander Zhang's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Damn it, it's over. Facing the doubts in the eyes of the big guys around. Commander Zhang's throat was dry and he gave an apologetic smile. He immediately lowered his head and made the call himself. Sorry, no one answered the number you dialed. Please try again later. Beep, beep, beep. Seeing that something was wrong, Wang Yishio hurriedly took out her phone and made a call. Still no one answered. Commander Zhang smiled awkwardly at Mr. Xiao and Mr. Wang. Wait a moment. He might be on his way and will be here soon. Yuntai Naval Base, abandoned dock. The entire exterior of the dock remains unchanged. There is a whole new world inside. It has been completely transformed. The construction of Deep Sea Titan Integrated Production Line is completed. A wide variety of machine tools and robotic arms are arranged around the production line. Some machines were being tested, making a dull humming sound. These are the results of Su Fan alone and the multifunctional workbench LV3. After 5 days and 5 nights, it was finally completed this morning. Of course, Su Fan only performed some manual assistance during the assembly last night and stayed up all night. Most of the time, it is the multifunctional workbench that never sleeps. At this moment, Su Fan was wearing earplugs and sleeping soundly on the workbench. The phone beside me keeps ringing. Who is right or wrong? How much love you have? I don't need to worry about it anymore. But I once knew how deeply I loved. 097 How about canceling today's award ceremony? Yuntai Naval Base venue. The auditorium was as quiet as a cicada. No one dared to make a sound. It was already 9:30, and Su Fan, the person who was to receive the medal, had not arrived yet. It took so long for old men like Mr. Xiao and Mr. Wang, who have shouldered the responsibility of making China's heroes, to wait. Some of the young officers present had extremely gloomy expressions. To put it bluntly, even the head of state shouldn't be so arrogant. All the old people present have dedicated their entire lives to the Xia Kingdom, which contributed to its rise. They are old men whose bodies are half buried in the ground. Is it appropriate to wait like this? Some people were already whispering in the back row. Commander Zhang even had beads of sweat on his forehead. His eyes were full of anxiety. He has called Su Fan many times. No one answered. Wang Yishio, Tong Yao and others have also been beaten. The result is the same. At this time, Commander Kong couldn't bear it anymore. Directly to Li Guozhong. Old Li, don't you also have Su Fan's phone number? Give him a try too. Isn't this young man too proud? We can wait another 2 hours, but Elder Xiao and Commander Zhang are in such poor health. How can they wait that long? Li Guozhong nodded, took out his cell phone and dialed. Still no one answered. Now, more officers have changed from whispering to loudly scolding. Who on earth is this person receiving the award? Why is he so arrogant? Don't you know how to respect others? Just because you've achieved something, you act so arrogantly. What's the difference between this and celebrities acting like big shots? That's outrageous. The discussion reached the front row. When Mr. Wong heard this, his face immediately fell. It is possible that Su Fan was delayed due to something or that he forgot about it. But he didn't think that this was a big deal. Su Fan's character is obvious to all. Others may not know it, but he knows it best. Even if it was intentional lateness, Mr. Wong wouldn't say much. He has made so many contributions to the country. Can't he come a little later? What's wrong with being a big shot? If you can also develop mechas, you can also be a big shot. The question is, can you? Amidst the anxiety of countless people, it was already 10 o'clock. There was not even a trace of Su Fan. Commander Zhang had already noticed that old Zhao's face had turned ugly. The 75-year-old Xia Kingdom Navy Admiral waited here for a junior for an hour. Didn't even wait. If this matter were to be made public, this junior would probably be criticized by thousands of people. Ahem. Commander Zhang cleared his throat and looked around. Difficult road. How about canceling today's award ceremony? Mr. Xiao frowned and said nothing. Mr. Zhang said, "It's not easy for Mr. Xiao to come here. Everything has been decided. If we cancel it directly, there will be many problems later." Commander Zhang nodded. After thinking for a while, he looked at Wang Yixue. "Yixue, do you know where Su Fan is?" "I don't know now. I haven't seen the real person in the past few days." Wang Yixue shook her head. At this time, Tong Yao suddenly raised her hand. "Commander, a few days ago Su Fan asked me for a large amount of materials and sent them to the abandoned shipyard at the Yuntai Naval Base. Is he there now?" Commander Zhang's eyes rolled, and he thought of Su Fan's inexplicable words a few days ago. Leave it to him. Maybe he is really messing around there. So he said seriously, "It's really possible. I'll go find him right now." "I'm going to," Tong Yao and Wang Yixue said in unison. At this time, Mr. Xiao slowly stood up and said calmly, "Let's go and take a look together." Everyone looked at each other and could only nod when the leader spoke. The abandoned shipyard is not far away. Even for Mr. Xiao and his friends, it only takes about 10 minutes to walk there. Old Xiao walked in front, followed by Commander Zhang and Old Wang. Came to the abandoned dock. Commander Zhang's mouth twitched. It's still so shabby. What can Su Fan do in it? Collecting junk? His heart sank to the bottom. Judging from the current situation, the honors that Su Fan was about to receive, as well as a series of medals and positions, may all be reduced because of his arrogance. Things have come to this point, and there is no way to end it. Came to the huge iron gate. Commander Zhang gently placed his hand on the door handle. Cold sweat broke out on my palms. What if Su Fan is really in there? Mr. Xiao narrowed his eyes, crossed his arms, and said loudly, "Push it open and see if our talented young man is inside." Elder Wang, Elder Hua, and Elder Zhan all looked tense. My heart was in my throat. Crunch. A series of metal friction sounds were heard. Commander Zhang slowly pushed open the big iron gate. The bright lights instantly blinded everyone. Commander Zhang was the first to be hit, and his whole body was shaken violently. Look around. There is a hidden world inside. He recognized it at first glance. This was an integrated production line. There are countless automated precision processing machine tools, with no end in sight. The staggered robotic arms are also arranged on both sides of the production line. Many instruments and machines are making rumbling sounds and running perfectly and smoothly. Mr. Xiao standing by was even more stunned. I was also surprised. I hurriedly asked, "Yuanshan, what's going on? How come your base has such an advanced production line? What kind of large-scale machinery is this production line for?" Commander Zhang was left speechless by Mr. Zhao's 3 questions. A look of embarrassment. He swore he really didn't know what the hell this was. Which scientific research team secretly built a production line under his nose? Countless eyes fell on Commander Zhang's old face. Want to see something from it? At this time, Commander Zhang looked embarrassed and his face flushed. After holding it in for a long time, I finally blurted out a sentence. What on earth is going on?" Mr. Xiao and the people around him were speechless. "Aren't you, Commander Zhang, the one who has the final say over the Yuntai Naval Base? You say you don't know? Who are you trying to fool?" Commander Zhang couldn't explain it clearly, so he simply led everyone inside. Suddenly his eyes moved. A giant multifunctional workbench over 8 meters high appeared at the corner. At this moment, a man with a rather handsome face was sleeping soundly on the lowest platform of the workbench. "I'm wearing earplugs. Who else could it be but Su Fan?" Commander Zhang suddenly became angry. After all the fuss, this kid overslept here. No wonder there was no one at the awarding ceremony. He rolled up his sleeves and was about to go over to wake Su Fan up. But he was held tightly by Mr. Jean beside him. Turn around and take a look. It was seen that Mr. Jean looked excited and his eyeballs were shaking wildly. His mouth was huge and his face was flushed red. He raised his trembling arm, shook his finger, and pointed at a sign above his head. This. Mr. Jean was so excited that he couldn't speak. Commander Zhang suddenly looked up and followed Mr. Jean's gaze. A line of large characters is reflected in the pupils. Deep Sea Titan Integrated Production Line. 098. This guy is risking his life for scientific research. Hiss. Commander Zhang leaned back in shock. The eyeball instantly shattered the cornea and flew out. His mouth opened wide enough to swallow a watermelon. This moment, he was completely shocked. No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It's only been a few days. Are you kidding me? Even Elder Wang and Elder Hua, standing by, were frozen in place. It's unbelievable. Deep Sea Titan was still doing missions a few days ago, and now the production line has been put into operation. Some of the machines were even running, clearly on trial runs. Did Su Fan do all this alone? The reason why he didn't have time to attend the awarding ceremony was because he was busy developing and manufacturing the Titan production line. An extremely clear answer was laid out before everyone. It can't be fake. That must be the case. But it's only been 5 days. How did Su Fan do it? It's outrageous. Old Xiao seemed to be struck by thunder. He thought of a lot of things at the first moment. Su Fan must know about today's awarding ceremony. But the Deep Sea Titan production line has reached the final stage, and if he leaves, it will inevitably affect the completion of the production line. Between gaining honor and selfless dedication, he chose the latter. I would rather not be awarded the medal, even if it means giving up honor. We also need to help the country complete the production line of Deep Sea Titan. I worked the last shift to complete the production line. Such a broad mind is admirable. Mr. Zhao's eyes were red. 5 days ago, Su Fan went to war for his country and killed thousands of enemies. Immediately afterwards, we worked day and night to develop the Titan production line. He must not have slept a single night during these 5 days. Otherwise, how could the production line have been completed so quickly? Old Xiao looked at the young man who was sleeping soundly on the cold workbench. Crystal clear tears slid down the grooves on her face. I can't hold it anymore. For the country. You throw away all honors and rewards. Even life is not worth it. Risking your life to build a production line for the country. Use your life to exchange for the prosperity of the country. In order to strengthen the national strength, you are willing to give everything. Work in obscurity and serve the motherland. Fame, wealth, and honor are just like floating clouds. I will dedicate my whole heart to the country. Mr. Xiao was moved to tears. Tears streamed down my face. Tears streaming down my face. I wiped away a tear, my breathing trembling. I took a few slow breaths and felt a tightness in my heart. For the sake of the country, Su Fan doesn't care about any honor and doesn't want anything. He even doesn't want his own life. I just want the country to be stronger. What did I do wrong? To suffer such misunderstanding. What a big shot. Put on airs. I just asked you to sit for a while longer, but you all have such a sour face. Where the hell were you when Su Fan was fighting on the front line day and night? What a good little comrade. He has given his life to the country. What else can he do? Be a man with conscience. If I hadn't come here and seen this scene today, the truth would have been completely buried. Su Fan may not care, but we have to be human beings. Old Zhao's trembling hands suddenly waved towards his old face. Just to punish myself, I also suspected Su Fan. But he was grabbed by Commander Zhang next to him. Old squad leader, please don't. You're 75 years old. It's not possible. It's not possible. Mr. Wang and the others also hurried to persuade the stubborn old man. Old Xiao let out a long breath. He glanced at the crowd, and finally at the young officers behind him. Before, when we were in the auditorium, the young officers were the ones who shouted the loudest. At this moment, countless officers lowered their heads. They are not fools either. Everything they saw before them was enough to show that they were completely blind. Teacher Kong blushed even more. Su Fan is dedicated to the country and the people without expecting anything in return. To call him a peerless talent in the country is an understatement. He actually said that others were too proud. Thinking of this, Kong Erlangzi even wanted to poke his eyes out. Blind. He wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. If I hide this old face, it won't be so embarrassing or disappointing. Countless people's eyes were fixed on Su Fan. Although he was sleeping, one could see a hint of fatigue between his brows. Snoring. Snoring. Su Fan seemed to be sleeping even more soundly. Started snoring. When Mr. Xiao saw Su Fan sleeping soundly, his heart melted. I love it so much. Even my own grandson doesn't like it as much as I do. Even if Su Fan snored in front of him, It was a shame. He wasn't impatient at all. Commander Zhang and others heard the snoring. There were crystal tears in her eyes, but a doting smile appeared on her face. Wang Yixue could no longer contain her excitement and wanted to go over and lay a mat and cover Su Fan with a quilt. But considering that Su Fan hadn't slept for several days, she might have just fallen asleep. It's not good to wake people up. A bit confused. But when Su Fan wakes up this time, I must have a good talk with him. I never take care of my body. If you keep going like this, you will collapse sooner or later. Wang Yixue never took her eyes off Su Fan, her eyes full of heartache. After sighing for a long time, Commander Zhang took a few deep breaths. I asked Mr. Xiao in a low voice. Old squad leader, do you want to wake Su Fan up? You bastard. Mr. Xiao suddenly became furious, puffing his beard and glaring. Realizing that his voice was a bit loud, he quickly lowered his voice and said, You evil creature. Can't you see that Su Fan is resting? No vision at all. Commander Zhang's face twitched twice, and he shook his head helplessly. Just now he called it Yuan Shan, but now it has become a curse. The old squad leader's favor comes quickly and goes away quickly. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Tiantian became Mrs. Niu. But he didn't object. Su Fan quietly created the Deep Sea Titan production line. To put it in a broader sense, it is a great gift to the country. In fact, the first to benefit was their Yuntai naval base. The production line is here, and those who are close to the water will get the moon first. As more deep-sea titans roll off the production line in the future, the strength of the entire Yuntai Navy will be significantly increased. Next time, if the Eagle Sauce and the Little Britain have the guts, try conducting a military exercise at our doorstep again. Try it, and you will die. Commander Zhang's mouth stretched from ear to ear as he watched the integrated production line running rumblingly. I can't wait to hug her and kiss her madly. Love these machines so much. The United States has been maintaining its maritime hegemony with its dozens of aircraft carrier battle groups. Let the Americans know from now on that an aircraft carrier battle group is just a little brother. Have you ever heard of the Deep Sea Titan battle group? Not to mention aircraft carriers, even naval bases will be flattened for you. Everyone was at a loss. Mr. Xiao thought for a moment and looked around. Finally, he whispered, The awarding ceremony will be held here. But one thing is for sure, no one is allowed to quarrel. Whoever disturbs Su Fan's sleep, I will never let him go. Everyone shuddered inexplicably. Even Commander Zhang was speechless. My old squad leader, I understand that you protect your son, but you shouldn't do that. 099 The medal can be hung from the chest to the calf. Then a strange scene appeared. General Xiao Jinghua, as well as national scientific research veterans and a group of senior military officers, awarding a medal to a sleeping teenager in the workshop. Many steps are simply skipped. Mr. Xiao directly read out the awarding order. Su Fan, male, 22 years old, from Zhonghai, awarded the Medal of the Peerless Patriot. Although the sound is not loud, it is sonorous and powerful. When these words came out of Mr. Xiao's mouth, they seemed to have some kind of penetrating power, striking directly into the hearts of countless people. My heart was overwhelmed the moment I heard it. Boom! Countless people were shocked. His eyes were full of disbelief. Especially the young officers, they were all confused. The Medal of the Peerless Patriot. That is a medal that can only be awarded to those who have made the most outstanding contributions to the country. With this medal, you will be protected by the entire Xia Kingdom's army, navy, and air force. The last person to receive this medal was Mr. Zhao, who has long passed away. Who is Mr. Zhao? Leading the entire Xia country's scientific research community to break through the darkness and rush towards the light. Su Fan is surprisingly young, having won this honor at the age of 22. It's outrageous. Old Wang's words were also full of shock. I didn't expect to see someone receive this medal again after so many years. This is a great thing that deserves celebration by the whole country. Unfortunately, in order to protect Su Fan and prevent him from being assassinated by imperial spies or desperate people, only some people who have signed a confidentiality agreement know about it. No one reacted yet. Mr. Xiao spoke again. Award the Red Medal of National Defense. Hiss! Countless streams of cold air poured into people's throats. The sounds of people gasping for air came one after another. This is a medal that can only be awarded for making crucial contributions that determine victory during wartime. Now it appears again. Everyone knows that this is the country's recognition of Su Fan's driving the Deep Sea Titan to destroy the Eagle Sauce fleet. The country has not forgotten what he did. Follow closely. Awarded the Special Class Warrior Medal. Remember the red and blue military exercise, and I won the First Class Individual Merit in the Southeast Theater Command. Maria Incident, National First Class Individual Merit. Remember the Blue Ocean Annihilation Campaign. a national individual first-class merit, awarded the honorary title of National Academician. A series of sounds rang out. Not to mention Commander Zhang. Even Old Wang, Old Zhan, and others were confused. Mr. Wang had also applied for various honorary benefits for Su Fan before. At this level, it hasn't reached that point yet. He was even given the title of National Academician. This means that Su Fan already has the same status as them. Everyone was sincerely happy for Su Fan. Afterwards, Mr. Xiao seemed to be reading out the names of the dishes. The Endless Flow of Tao. Awarded to the Southeast War Zone, the Advanced Soldier Medal. Awarded to the Southeast War Zone, the Outstanding Invention Medal. Awarded to the Southern Military Region, the Special Invention Medal. Awarded to the Southern Theater Command, the Military Industry Expert Medal. Awarded to the Southern Theater Command. After talking about a series of medals, Mr. Xiao took 2 deep breaths. After taking the water handed to him by Commander Zhang, he took 2 big gulps. Countless people became numb after hearing it. Even things like awarding medals can sound like buying vegetables at the vegetable market. All the honors, medals, and titles were given out as if they were free. Even those later ones are local-level medals. That is something that others can never obtain in their entire life. And every medal has its benefits. There will be corresponding rewards included, such as bonuses or some other rights. The young officer's eyes were red. Su Fan is much younger than all of them and has already reached the peak of her life. How can I not be envious? Finally, Mr. Xiao awarded all the honors. All things are temporarily accepted by Wang Yixue. Wang Yixue felt her arms almost numb as she held a heavy pile of medals and awards. Oh my god, so many medals and awards. If they were all hung on the body, they would reach from the chest to the calves. I have never seen anyone wearing so many medals and awards. Old Xiao looked at Wang Yixue, who received the medal on behalf of Su Fan, with a satisfied expression as if he was looking at his granddaughter-in-law. This made Wang Yixue's face turn red. Mr. Xiao laughed and basically announced the end of the awarding ceremony. Finally, Mr. Xiao said, "Actually, the person mentioned above was also going to come, but recently many countries in the Arab region have experienced large-scale unrest. Some oil-producing countries came to our Xia country to purchase weapons, but he was busy receiving foreign guests and didn't pay any attention to them." Commander Zhang's expression changed completely. The image of the old man appeared in my mind. I thought Mr. Xiao had reached his limit. Unexpectedly, even that existence cared so much about Su Fan. The leaders above are well aware of Su Fan's importance. Mr. Wang and Mr. Zhan also looked solemn and shocked. Just then, there was a sudden movement on the workbench. Su Fan woke up in a daze. He glanced at his watch in confusion. Instantly exclaimed, "Fuck, it's almost 11 o'clock. This is a big mistake. It's over, it's over." Su Fan suddenly jumped up from the platform. I immediately saw hundreds of people standing in the workshop. My heart skipped a beat. "Oh my god, Commander Zhang, Mr. Wang, why are you all here?" Commander Zhang and the others laughed happily together. But it's not a mockery, but a very intimate and warm feeling. Looking at Su Fan's nonsensical look, I can't help but sigh that geniuses can also be so cute and silly. Wang Yixue trotted over to Su Fan. I also placed all the medals on the bottom layer of the multifunctional workbench. There was some resentment between his brows. "Brother Su, how could you fall asleep on that? What if you catch a cold?" "Haha, it's okay. I just wanted to take a nap and overslept." Su Fan scratched his head. I felt a little melancholy in my heart for a moment. Could it be that these people are here to cause trouble just because they didn't participate in the awarding ceremony? Su Fan just thought so. Wang Yixue simply explained it to him. "The award ceremony just ended. I've already collected everything for you. It's all here." After saying that, he pointed to a pile of medals beside him. Su Fan looked shocked. There was quite a small pile. Nodding, Su Fan quickly walked towards Commander Zhang. "Straighten your back and say loudly." Reporting to Commander Zhang, "According to your instructions, the Deep Sea Titan production line has been completed." Commander Zhang's expression froze, and he blinked in confusion. Uncertain, pointing to himself. "Xiao Su, you just said you were building the Deep Sea Titan production line according to my instructions." "Yeah, you asked me to do it." Su Fan was also stunned. A bad feeling arose in my heart. This is not a fucking attempt to default on the debt. "Pull up your pants and you deny it." Su Fan quickly said, "You said you wanted to produce more Deep Sea Titans, so I've been working day and night to get the production line up. It's really not easy for me." "Commander, you can't deny it." When Commander Zhang saw this, he was also confused. This person Xiao Su. So kind. It's clearly my own achievement. Why do you want me to take some credit for it too? 100. He didn't give it to us directly, but he gave us some face. Commander Zhang knew this very well. If he really gave this order, then the completion of this production line would really have been due to his contribution. To be honest, the production line of Deep Sea Titan is more important than the production line of aircraft carriers. This achievement is absolutely incredible. Xiao Su is simply, that's so fucking nice. I don't know what to say. Although Commander Zhang is old, he doesn't attach much importance to merit. But this is the production line of Deep Sea Titan. When I sit together with my old brothers and brag about it in the future, it will definitely make me slam my head. The old friends could only give thumbs up and shout 666. If he wasn't already 72 years old, he would have wanted to become sworn brothers with Su Fan on the spot. Commander Zhang's eyes became moist again. He was a little choked up when he spoke. Xiao Su, you really are. Let me say something. You are truly worthy of being called a peerless national hero. Commander Zhang stepped forward and gave Su Fan a bear hug. The old face was full of emotion. Su Fan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Commander Zhang admit it. Are you kidding? All these materials have been used up. And because of this, I didn't even go to the award ceremony. How could you, Commander Zhang, not admit it? If you don't admit it, who should I talk to about Titan's commission issue next time? Wouldn't it be all in vain? Commander Zhang saw that Mr. Xiao seemed a little confused. Then he explained. Actually, it's like this. A few days ago, when Xiao Su and I were chatting, we mentioned this matter in passing. Then Xiao Su took it to heart and completed the task perfectly. I didn't expect Xiao Su to complete the construction of the production line so quickly. Hara. Mr. Zhang gave him a look of realization. Commander Zhang, could this Titan production line be the mission Xiao Su promised to complete when he left the house a few days ago? Commander Zhang nodded vigorously, his chin unconsciously raised. Although he is over 70 years old, he shows the pride of a child. Mr. Xiao roughly understood what was said. Give Commander Zhang a thumbs up. Yuan Shan, you are worthy of being the soldier I brought up. Visionary. Commander Zhang's mouth twitched. Just now someone was cursing himself for being a bad guy, but he turned into a distant mountain so quickly. The old squad leader changed his attitude faster than turning the pages of a book. Next, Su Fan gave Commander Zhang a brief explanation of the operating principles of the integrated production line. Because of the extensive use of robotic arms, there are actually very few places where Su Fan needs to operate manually. The entire production line requires less than 100 people to complete integrated operations. From parts production to assembly and launch, we provide one-stop production. Commander Zhang's eyes lit up when he heard this. It's like being given a shot of chicken blood. Trembling with excitement, Mr. Xiao hesitated for a long time and couldn't hold it in any longer. He said with a frown, Yuan Shan, when your production line officially starts operating, please leave one for me. I need it. Old squad leader, what do you want this for? Commander Zhang definitely did not intend to contradict the old leader on purpose. The main reason was that he knew that Mr. Xiao usually stayed in the highest leadership body. Usually they don't come out. What do you need a Deep Sea Titan for? Xiao Lao's face suddenly turned dark. Commander Zhang, stop talking so much nonsense. Just tell me whether you'll give it to me or not. Give. Commander Zhang uttered these words from between his teeth. My heart is bleeding. He finally felt the pain of being robbed openly by his leader. After saying this, Mr. Xiao seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Li Guozhong in the crowd. The latter instantly had a bad feeling. Xiaoli, didn't you mention the Mecha production line? Arrange one for me as soon as possible. I'll need it too. Li Guozhong felt dizzy. Top heavy, brain out of control. It's about to fall down. Lao Kong on the side hurried to support him. Only then did Li Guozhong respond weakly with a bitter face. There was a shrewd light in Lao Kong's eyes, and he whispered, Don't get excited, Lao Li. I have a plan. Even if we give away a few, we'll still have enough to share. Li Guozhong immediately turned his ear to the side as if he had seen a savior. The two of them murmured to each other, and their eyes lit up. Everyone's eyes were cast on Su Fan not far away. It was as if I was looking at some stunningly beautiful woman. Su Fan felt a chill in his stomach as he stared at them. Could it be that these two old bitches had some special fetish? Shaking his head, Su Fan remembered that there was something serious that he hadn't said yet. Based on the principle of clarifying things face to face to avoid trouble later, Su Fan said directly, Commander Zhang, there's actually one more thing. When they heard Su Fan speak, everyone's eyes turned to him. Commander Zhang also became slightly serious and looked at Su Fan. Xiao Su, say whatever you want to say. Just treat our Yuntai naval base as your own home. Su Fan raised his eyebrows. This is definitely a deliberate attempt to get close to me. Want me to give you a discount? No way. I stayed up all night last night. Ahem. That's right. Our Deep Sea Titan production line is now completely complete. I've put the manufacturing drawings of the processing machines, robotic arms, and other related items on the production line into these two USB drives. If you have any questions later, I'll follow up and handle them. As he spoke, Su Fan took out the USB drive and handed it over. But none of this matters. The important thing is, according to the general rules of scientific research cooperation, I have to get a commission for every deep sea titan we produce. Even brothers have to settle accounts, right? This is our first time working together, so let's just be friends. I'll take 3 points of profit from each deep sea titan. Is that okay? After saying this, he stared at Commander Zhang, waiting for the answer. Commander Zhang suddenly realized and thought Su Fan was going to say something in such a serious tone. Taking a commission is a must. What does it mean that the question has only 3 dots? Their Yuntai naval base has also built a warship production line. In addition to charging the costs related to the construction of production lines, general scientific research units will receive a commission of more than 10 points for each warship produced, and the relevant R&D and manufacturing units or individual technology owners will receive a commission of more than 10 points. If the technical content is higher, the commission will be doubled. Just for Deep Sea Titan's cutting-edge technology that leads the world, 50 points is not an exaggeration. Su Fan built the entire production line by himself without asking for a penny. Even the subsequent commission is only 3 points, which is clearly just a symbolic amount. They didn't just give it away for free. They saved some face for our Yuntai naval base. Commander Zhang felt an indescribable emotion welling up in his heart. Su Fan has taken things to this point. There is no reason not to agree. He immediately made the decision and nodded in agreement. Etc. It seems like I missed something important. Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua looked at each other. Look, Su Fan's genius train of thought had confused Commander Zhang again. Sure enough, Commander Zhang suddenly lowered his head and looked at the USB flash drive in his hand. His eyeballs trembled violently, and he cried out in surprise. Xiao Su. You just said that these are manufacturing drawings for production line equipment? 101 The cement road was built to my doorstep overnight. Yes. Robotic arms, processing lathes, various smelting machines, and so on. All related things are in there. Su Fan paused and continued. The principles of many things are also clearly written, including the chemical formula of the alloy. If there's any malfunction, you should be able to fix it yourself. What Su Fan said was very clear. Don't ask me to come over for after-sales service no matter what. After all, with such a large production line, it is inevitable that there will be some small problems. If we call him over overnight for just a little thing, wouldn't he be exhausted to death? However, when Su Fan's words reached Commander Zhang's ears, they became something completely different. Commander Zhang even had tears sparkling in his eyes. I am 72 years old, and I can't stand this kind of situation. The entire production line was built without a single word. It's basically free after it's done. Not only did they give it away for free, but they even handed over all the manufacturing drawings and material synthesis methods in great detail. What else can I say? Su Fan worked hard for 5 days and nights and risked his life to build the production line. And he selflessly gave everything. Facing such a person, what else can I say except shame? At this moment, Su Fan seemed to be emitting endless light. In Commander Zhang's eyes, the whole person looked tall and majestic. Carrying the future of the country on your shoulders, you are the true pillars of the country. Mr. Xiao on the side patted Commander Zhang's shoulder gently to comfort him. He immediately wiped his eyes and let everyone out of the workshop. Many of the equipment here are extremely valuable. It would be totally not worth it if any problems were caused by these rough guys. Commander Zhang called in some technical personnel from the Yuntai naval base. I received some simple initial guidance from Su Fan. I also gained a preliminary understanding of the operation of the production line. Next, we have to study it slowly and without any mistakes. Wang Yixue drove Su Fan back to Zhonghai. On the way, Wang Yixue told Su Fan some things about her current title, rights and salary. Su Fan seemed to understand, and it seemed that she would basically be incorporated into the country from now on. The only difference between him and others is that he is not bound by anything. Still a free man. The country felt that the old warehouse where he had previously conducted research and development was too shabby, so it suggested that he conduct research and development at the Zhonghai research base. In this way, both the distribution of materials and the convenience of the venue will be much better. Su Fan agreed without thinking. He also said that he would clock in for work at the Zhonghai military research base tomorrow, because when he was building the Deep Sea Titan, he dismantled the roof of the abandoned factory he rented. It's leaking, even dogs hate it. Wang Yixue also explained some things to Su Fan. For example, Su Fan's mother will be taken to the military cadre compound in a few days. There are special people responsible for care and protection. After Wang Yixue sent Su Fan home, she did not leave immediately. After arriving home, Manhwa saw her son and Wang Yixue coming in together, and she was so happy that she almost called her son and daughter-in-law. In the afternoon, Su Fan rested and caught up on sleep at home alone. Wang Yixue took Li Lanhua out shopping. It was already very late when the two of them came back after a long walk. Su Fan was so hungry that he was seeing stars. If her mother hadn't repeatedly emphasized that they should wait for him to come back to eat together, Su Fan would have ordered takeout directly. As the door was opened, Li Lanhua and Wang Yixue almost didn't get in with their bags. Each person carried at least 20 packages. Su Fan was dumbfounded. It's really scary to see women shopping. Wait until dinner time. My mother Li Lanhua's cell phone suddenly rang. This is a video from my hometown. Su Fan and his family used to live in the village, but now only one uncle is still there, and he doesn't recognize anyone else. After Li Lanhua answered the call, she saw the bustling scene in the video. It seemed that they were repairing a cement road. Brother, I haven't contacted you for a long time. What do you want from me? Lanhua, the village is building a road to your old house. Let me tell you something. Why? Li Lanhua was stunned. Why build a cement road to his old house for no reason? Hey, the boss said that this was an order from above overnight, requiring the cement road to be built to your doorstep overnight. Su Fan also saw his uncle's simple, rough face from the side. Wang Yixue immediately thought of what it was and covered her mouth with her hands and laughed. Su Fan's uncle then said, "Besides, we just hung the plaque above your house. Let me show it to you." As he spoke, the person opposite pointed the camera of his mobile phone at the door of Su Fan's hometown house. The 4 characters, unparalleled in the country, written in a flamboyant style, are written on the plaque. Su Fan's uncle explained, "Lanhua, your son is very promising. He is indeed Su Haiping's son. He is the pride of our village. I'm not going to say any more. I have to continue repairing the cement road with the villagers. I'm going to die." After the phone hung up, Su Fan saw that his mother's eyes were red. Fortunately, we have Wang Yixue, a talkative person. The 3 of them ate and chatted. Wang Yixue told her mother some of Su Fan's research and development of high-tech equipment. It made my mother smile from ear to ear. Wang Yixue didn't leave until very late. The next day, this was Su Fan's first official day at work. He drove his third-hand pickup truck to the Zhonghai Military Research Base. The entire base covers a very large area. Su Fan never turned around carefully. When Wang Yixue saw Su Fan's third-hand pickup truck, she looked disgusted. The first thing he did was take Su Fan to the garage to pick up a white-label off-road Jeep. A person with the title of National Academician driving a third-hand pickup truck. Isn't this a slap in the face of the country? Then, Su Fan drove the car, and Wang Yixue sat in the passenger seat. The two wandered around the Zhonghai base and familiarized themselves with the environment. China Shipping Research Base, Tank, RD Center. As a message appeared on the phone, he sat up from his chair instantly. His face also showed ecstasy. The moment he saw the news, he immediately announced it loudly to everyone in the center. "Everyone, our 98D tank range test was successful." As soon as the words fell, more than 30 people in the RD center were stunned. Immediately, he jumped up from his chair excitedly. He looked excited and almost danced. "Very good. It's been 3 years. 3 whole years, and we can finally land. It's so hard." Countless people looked happy, happier than if their own children had been admitted to Huaqing University. Some people have already burst into tears, speechless and choked. No one understands the pressure they face. This time, the wealthy countries in the Arab region came to Xia to purchase military equipment. The purpose is to purchase tanks to enhance the country's ground combat capabilities. The leaders above said that even if mass production is not possible, the final verification must be completed as soon as possible to produce the first 98D. Fortunately, the mission was accomplished. After being happy, Director Zhao thought for a moment and made a phone call directly. "Hey Lu Daqiang, where did you go after our 98D live fire test?" "Report, I drove the tank to the core confidential warehouse and covered it with camouflage tarpaulin." "Okay, well done." Director Zhao finally felt relieved after hearing the strong voice on the other end of the phone. The tank will be transported away the day after tomorrow to participate in a tank exhibition specially held for dog owners, and nothing must go wrong. Hang up the phone. When Director Zhao looked up, he saw a group of men and women passing by the door. In a happy mood, he quickly opened the door and shouted, "Yixue, are you showing your boyfriend around the base?" Wang Yixue, who was walking and chatting with Su Fan, suddenly stopped. Looking inside the Tank Research and Development Center, Director Zhao was looking at her with a smile. "Second uncle, don't talk nonsense." Wang Yixue's face turned red like an apple due to embarrassment. He quickly pulled Su Fan away as if escaping. Finally, the two of them arrived at the core secret warehouse. This is the largest warehouse in the entire Zhonghai Military Research Base, and also the warehouse with the highest security level. Only extremely important things will be placed here. Su Fan saw his multifunctional workbench LV3 at a glance. Wang Yishio explained that Tong Yao had brought it back using a mecha last night. Walking to the multifunctional workbench, Su Fan immediately noticed something covered with camouflage waterproof cloth next to it. It is about 8 meters long and 4 meters wide, and the waterproof cloth is supported by a long barrel. Wang Yishio said, "I guess it's a tank my second uncle developed at some point in time." Su Fan lifted the waterproof cloth slightly to take a look and was slightly surprised. It's a bit outdated. It must have been here for a while. After looking at this, the two turned and left. Before leaving, Su Fan looked back at the tank covered with camouflage cloth. "I thought since it was developed by Ishiu's second uncle, I might as well help modify it." 102 Just modify the tank. It's such a small thing anyway. One day is enough, and it doesn't take many technology points. Complete the tour of the entire scientific research base. Su Fan was quite eye-opening. Fighter jets, tanks, armored vehicles, missiles, etc. all have their own research and development centers here. There are also various large, medium, and small production lines that turn the results of research and development into reality. The only bad thing is that the things they develop seem to be very backward. I got so many benefits yesterday, I can't take them for nothing. Just take the time to upgrade these outdated products. Change them up. As the captain of the Mecha driving special operations team, Wang Yishio has to train pilots. Su Fan returned to the core confidential warehouse by himself. After lifting the waterproof cloth, he sat directly on the tank's turret. I first looked up some relevant information about tanks, and then made a series of bold assumptions. He has a full set of knowledge to develop mechas and deep-sea titans. If you want to modify a tank, as long as you have a little direction, it will definitely not be too bad. An hour later, a gleam of light flashed in Su Fan's eyes, and he said directly, "Ultra Deep Technology Workbench, go. Byte. Super God Technology Workbench LV3 start. 98D Tank Technology loaded. Defense Armor Assessment ended. Offensive Weapon Assessment completed. Power Engine Evaluation ends. Information Data Comprehensive Enhancement and Correction. Complete Calculation of Miniature Hydrogen Engine. Magnetic Storm Oscillation Device Simulation Calibration completed. Correction completed. Material Scanning completed. This construction consumes 900 technology points and is expected to take 9 hours. Construction has begun. The 12 robotic arms seemed to be dancing randomly, but they were actually extremely precise, and they cut the original tank into 8 pieces in an instant. Su Fan has already received the additional materials required by the system in his mind. So I called Tong Yao immediately. In the evening, it was dark. 98D modification completed. Su Fan looked at the new tank with a domineering shape and a strong sense of technology and said with satisfaction, "Let's call you Cybertank." The finished size is about the same as before, just a little bigger. The width has increased from 4 meters to 6 meters. The length was increased from 8 meters to 10 meters. Su Fan wanted to put a micro-hydrogen-powered engine in it, but he also had to consider the interior space and comfort issues. It's definitely not okay if it's too small. After covering it with the original waterproof cloth, Su Fan left work with honor. Driving a brand new white-label Jeep off-road, we roared onto the highway. As for his third-hand pickup truck, just keep it in the base's garage for now. I'll modify it when I have time later. The other side. Tank, RD Center. Director Zhao was just about to go out. The phone rang. After a quick look, I saw it was old Zhou from Dongshan Research Institute. "Ha ha, Lao Zhao, good evening." Hearing this voice, 2 black lines appeared on Director Zhao's forehead. This guy definitely made a breakthrough in research and development. Just calling to show off. It must be nothing good. With a stern face, he said calmly, "Old Zhou, if you have to fart, just fart. Why are you acting like a woman?" "Ha ha." Old Zhou laughed heartily twice. "Look at you. Why are you still so anxious? I have to submit my research and development results the day after tomorrow, so I'm concerned about you. See if you have encountered any technical bottlenecks. Anyway, my 98E is already finished. 140mm caliber, 12-cylinder engine, 1,650 horsepower. TSK, TSK, TSK. You don't know how fierce that is." The tester was completely confused. Ha. Director Zhao's face gradually darkened as he listened to the incessant chatter. I passed the test today and was in a good mood. Now when I heard Lao Zhou's tank technical parameters, my heart sank instantly. His 98D smoothbore gun has a 135 caliber muzzle and 1,580 horsepower. It is obviously inferior to Lao Zhou's 98E. I originally thought that if I took it to the King of Land Warfare exhibition the day after tomorrow, it would be able to surpass all the others. I haven't even gone there yet, but I'm already a step behind others. What the hell, my rare good mood is gone in an instant. Old Joe, if you don't speak, no one will think you're dumb. Hey, old Zhao, you don't sound very happy. On the other end of the phone, Lao Zhou's voice was sarcastic. What's the caliber of your gun barrel? What's the model and horsepower of your diesel engine? I didn't install the gun barrel. I didn't install the engine either, okay. Director Zhao said helplessly, pinching his brows. Look at you. We're all from the same school, yet you're so distant. It's okay if you don't want to talk about it, but you'll see it with your own eyes in a couple of days. Oh, the barrel of my tank is really thick. You have no idea. Thank you for telling me. Bye. Director Zhao hung up the phone in frustration. The fingers holding the phone made a clicking sound. All I could think about was Lao Zhou's sarcastic words and arrogant laughter. It's so fucking infuriating. But it is true that in a few days, when I take the 98E tank to the exhibition, I will inevitably be ridiculed by that bastard again. They were competitors when they were in school. Even if they have entered the field of scientific research, they are still competing. He is always outshined by Director Zhou. I thought I could tease the other person this time, but I failed again. The next day, Su Fan was invited by Commander Li Guozhong to go to the Mecha production line. That is the former 3rd Arsenal. As soon as Su Fan's jeep stopped, Li Guozhong and another person who was not a stranger came up quickly. Academician Su. The two said in unison, with a hearty smile on his face. Su Fan felt a chill in his heart when the two people called him that. Damn, he praises me so much as soon as we meet. There must be a routine. Then I glanced at the other person's shoulder. Wow, he's a star general. Like Li Guozhong, he is also a real major general. The other person was the division commander of the red team in the previous exercise between the red and blue teams. Li Guozhong knew that Su Fan didn't know him, so he immediately introduced him. Academician Su, this is the major general and commander of the 3rd Mechanized Infantry Division, Kong or Langzi. Su Fan was stunned for a moment, thinking that this name was really loud. He nodded respectfully. Li Guozhong took the two of them into the production line workshop. The integrated mecha production line is operating overtime day and night. Li Guozhong said straight to the point. Academician Su, to be honest, I asked you to come here because I want to ask for your help. I don't know who leaked the news about the mecha, but that son of a bitch has already leaked it. Now several leaders are calling. I've used both soft and hard tactics, threats and inducements, all to get a few mechas. Tell me. Sigh. Su Fan was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood what Li Guozhong meant. He looked at Li Guozhong. Commander Li means expanding the production line? Yes. The higher the yield, the better. Li Guozhong nodded vigorously. The material costs and labor costs will be borne by me and Lao Kong's division. How much commission should we take for each machine? You decide. The fact that he was able to say this showed that he had already made up his mind. Even if Su Fan asked for a 50-point commission today, he would give it to her. Damn it. Anyway, when the time comes, those who shamelessly ask for mechas won't be able to get less than one. Su Fan thought about it and thought, wow, Li Guozhong looks like he has thick eyebrows and big eyes, but he has actually learned how to bargain. It seems like he is being asked to speak, but in fact, it is as if he has never done business before. Whoever speaks first has the upper hand. However, if we expand the production line, the quantity will be large, so it is okay to ask for relatively less. We will have to do other business in the future and cannot be confined to the present. Su Fan nodded and said, okay, since the higher the output, the better, then we really have to calculate it based on sales volume. I won't cheat you. I used to draw based on 3 points, but this time I'll count it as 2 points. Is this okay? Li Guozhong was confused. I've never seen such a price. 103 Lao Li, Lao Kong, do you want a tank? Su Fan's pricing tactics are unfathomable. 0 enemies killed and 800 casualties? This is the brain circuit of a genius. So terrifying. Ordinary people like me will never be able to see through it in our lifetime. It is simply impossible to expect a genius to play by the rules. Conger Langzi was also completely stunned. It was his first time to come into close contact with Su Fan, and this moment stunned him. Before Su Fan came, Li Guozhong discussed with him for a long time. In the end, both of them agreed. Even if Su Fan took 60 points, they would still accept it. After all, this thing is cutting-edge technology. You can drive this mecha, fly to the hexagon to take a shit, and fly back safely. Just for this, no matter how much money you ask for, you have to pay. Not giving it to them would mean disrespecting their amazing science and technology. Now Su Fan directly gave 2 points. Both of their eyes widened. Su Fan looked at the two people who were in a daze. Frowning. You too, this isn't possible? He was already thinking, how about just 1 point? In fact, after the multifunction workbench is upgraded to LV3, The construction and assembly of the production line do not require manual assistance, and the output of related lathe machines will be much faster. It's much easier than before. Great. Absolutely amazing. Academician Su truly is a peerless national talent. Li Guozhong was so moved that he didn't know what to say. Kong Erlangzi almost shed tears. He jumped out directly and said, "How can this be possible?" Li Guozhong and Su Fan were both startled by his roar. Kong Erlangzi said in a decisive tone, 3 points. What's the difference between that and just a token of appreciation? Isn't that bullying an honest person? Academician Su, you have to draw at least 5 points. Otherwise, I'd rather not run this production line. Su Fan's eyes were about to pop out. He took a deep breath. It was stuck in my throat, and I almost couldn't breathe. Teacher Kong is a talented person. Is it a loophole in the 9-year compulsory education? Su Fan was just guessing that Commander Kong couldn't count. Li Guozhong on the side also nodded. After a pause, I think at least 7 points would be more reasonable. Su Fan's mouth twitched, and he didn't know what to think. Do these two have a lot of military spending or something? How about 5 points? No more, please. Li Guozhong and Kong Erlangzi looked at each other and finally decided to make a deal. After agreeing on the price, Li Guozhong breathed a sigh of relief, having resolved a worry. Asked casually, Academician Su, how many times can the initial expansion of production capacity reach? Su Fan didn't even think about it and said directly, within 5 days, 10 times should be no problem. Hiss. Li Guozhong's heart trembled and his breathing became rapid. 10 times the production capacity. Does this mean that 200 mechas can be produced in a year? Then we can create a mecha division. Li Guozhong's heart was pounding. Even if the boss robbed some of them and Kong Erlangzi took some, he would still have 50 machines left. If there were 50 Jiangtian mechas, let's go blow up the Jinghua Divine Toilet first. Let alone our daily life. I wonder who in the international community dares to complain and make trouble? Think carefully before you speak. Be careful. Your capital is under mysterious air raid. Kong Erlangzi was even more delighted. My heart almost burst out of my ribs. It was beating wildly. 200 units a year. At least he can make 30 units. Mom, I'm so happy. From now on, my troops will no longer be called the Mechanized Infantry Division, but will be directly renamed the Mechanized Infantry Division. When the war breaks out, the enemy will be scared to death when they hear the name. After we have settled the deal here, Su Fan was very happy about the cooperation in building the production line. Out of nowhere, a bunch of new sources of income came. It can't be described as cool. All I can say is it's beautiful. After a few interactions, the three of them became completely familiar with each other. The name has also changed. In the confused eyes of the guards, Li Guozhong put his arm around Su Fan's shoulders. Old Su, you're such a nice guy. Your character is impeccable, and your skills are even better. Old Li, I'm actually like that. Su Fan said truthfully. Originally, he was unwilling to call Li Guozhong that, but he couldn't resist the man's persistence. So Li Guozhong became Old Li in Su Fan's mouth, and Su Fan became Old Su in Li Guozhong's mouth. Of course, Kong Erlangzi became Lao Kong. Look at you. Old Su, you are always so humble. One should not be too kind. You will easily suffer losses, do you know that? Kong Erlangzi also put his arm around Su Fan's shoulder on the other side, speaking earnestly. What Lao Kong said makes sense. Li Guozhong nodded in agreement. With earnest words, Old Su, you can't always be so kind in the future. You just ran into us brothers. What will you do if you run into bad guys in the future? Su Fan felt a little shy after hearing what these two people said. I'm so fucking heartless. You guys are still praising it to death. Can I refuse to be flattered? Su Fan said helplessly. Lao Li, Lao Kong, since you say so. I suddenly remembered something. Do you want tanks? As soon as these words were spoken, Li Guozhong and Kong Erlangzi were shocked. They are very familiar with Su Fan's scientific research level. Is there a new product? 2 rays of light shot out of their eyes in an instant. Want a tank? Want? Li Guozhong said cautiously. I want one too. Kong Erlangzi hurriedly followed. At times like this, we must not fall behind. The mecha has already fallen behind, and what if the tanks also fall behind? Then you can't blame others, you can just dig a hole and bury yourself. Ha ha ha, okay. Readily. I just like the way you two are so happy. Su Fan's face was full of smiles. Fortunately, I didn't rip me off and asked for 7 points. Isn't the business here again? Look, our mecha cooperation has fully matured. It's been a pleasure working with you. We can naturally cooperate on tanks as well. That tank is actually similar to a mecha in terms of technology. It can be manufactured even faster. Under the dull gazes of Li Guozhong and Kong Erlangzi, Su Fan paused slightly. Pinch your nose. That's what I think. We have a flying mecha. Then you definitely can't miss the tanks running on the ground, right? You 2 divisions? I'll give you 10 of his production lines. How about it? Su Fan looked over with anticipation. Li Guozhong nodded woodenly. I didn't even think about testing one first. Conger Langzi was even more anxious. He immediately shouted, no problem at all. Su Fan's heart was already beaming with joy. This business is done very cleanly. It's hard to find such a partner, even with a lantern. Li Guozhong was already imagining the mighty scene after all his tanks were upgraded. There is a mecha in the sky and Su Fan's latest invincible tank on the ground. That's right. Based on the mecha and deep-sea titan developed by Su Fan, he can be sure that this new type of tank must be invincible. From now on, it will be the most combat-effective division on the land of Xia Kingdom. This title is almost the same as the Great Sui Dynasty's #1 warrior. It's so fucking awesome. Li Guozhong was so excited that he was shaking. At this time, Conger Langzi's eyes lit up, and he suddenly said, Old Su, the 3 of us brothers are happy today. Look, can you arrange for us to also produce the Deep-Sea Titan? 104 Sundara, Little Princess Lilith. The corners of Su Fan's mouth twitched twice. Haven't spoken yet. Then I heard Li Guozhong cough twice and said solemnly, Ahem, Lao Kong. Our land forces are all divisions, so getting mechas is a bit exaggerated. If we bring the Deep-Sea Titan into play, are we planning to take on the responsibilities of the Army, Navy, and Air Force? Conger Langzi thought about it and agreed. That's fine. Anyway, our Southeast War Zone Iron Triangle is now completely established. When the conditions are ripe, we can start a small life together. Su Fan reluctantly became a close friend of Lao Li and Lao Kong regardless of age difference. The 3 of them also made an appointment to have a drink together in the evening. Time flies. The next day came again. Early in the morning, Director Zhao took Lu Daqiang and the loaded 98D and drove out of the Zhonghai Military Research Base. Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua personally saw him off. They are all close friends of the Scientific Research Base and are also relatives of Mr. Wang, so naturally they have to be sent off. Mr. Hua said worriedly, Mr. Wang, I heard that many scientific research institutions have brought out their latest tanks for this King of Land Warfare exhibition. How is the performance of this 98D from our research center? Can you come out on top? Mr. Wang hesitated for a moment and said slowly, Not necessarily. I heard that the latest 98E developed by the Dongshan Research Institute in the Longxi War Zone is very powerful. I know from my acquaintances that they are much better than our 98D parameter panel. Old Hua sighed. No more questions. If you are weaker than your opponent on paper, you have already lost half the battle. Besides, they are still much stronger. Even if our own tanks are tuned well, it will be difficult to catch up with their performance. It seems that the title of King of Land Warfare this time will go to Type 98E tank, also known as the King of Land Warfare. It made a great name for itself during the war. Large-scale core blitzkrieg is an indispensable and important part. It is also one of the most important components for all countries to enhance their national defense capabilities. That is why the Arab oil-rich countries travel great distances to look for powerful tanks to buy, used to enhance the country's ground combat capabilities. Let's go. The live broadcast of the Land War King special will begin in 2 hours. We'll know the situation after watching it. Mr. Wang's face was not very good, and he gently patted his old friend's arm, walking towards the office with steady steps. Mr. Hua nodded. At this point, there's no point in worrying. In short, as long as we can get the order from the big dog owner, it will be fine. You know, the rich man had already made his statement when he left the house. The budget for purchasing tanks alone this time is as much as 50 billion. It is an important opportunity to earn foreign exchange reserves. There is no room for error. 10 a.m. sharp. Kyoto Parade Ground. The weather is dry and the sun is scorching. 20 tanks were lined up in front. 5 of them were wrapped in camouflage waterproof tarpaulins, looking very mysterious. The venue, covering thousands of acres, was filled with people. In addition to the corresponding research institutions participating in the tank selection, there are also officers and generals from many military regions, as well as college students from military academies. Countless people were walking among the tank arrays. Just as some people are already complaining. When does the King of Land Warfare exhibition start? The crowd in the distance quickly made way. The laughter on people's faces disappeared in an instant. Luo Bing, the Supreme Commander of the Southeast War Zone. He was accompanied by Long Tianyun, the Supreme Commander of the Longxi War Zone, and Prince Sultan from the Dogrich family, and little Princess Lilith, walking side by side. Prince Sultan is about 60 years old and looks a bit old, but he walks with the gait of a dragon and a tiger, full of aura. The little Princess Lilith beside him looked about 16 years old, holding a lace parasol. She has a dignified and graceful demeanor and stands tall and graceful. Her golden curly hair was casually draped over her shoulders. The eyes are like sapphires, sparkling and bright. The straight nose bridge shows the pure and noble Islamic bloodline. The figure is not plump, but at first glance, you can tell that she is a real beauty. In time, she will inevitably become a beauty who brings disaster to the country and the people. Some people wanted to take out their mobile phones to take pictures of the little princess, but were stopped by the guards. Except for the specially invited media of this exhibition, no one is allowed to take photos at will. People participating in the exhibition. Many of them are military academy students or top students from the National University of Defense Technology. I am already satisfied to have this opportunity. If I am not allowed to take pictures, then I won't take them. It's better than being kicked out. Uncle. Lilith tugged at the corner of Sultan's clothes, whispering, "It's so hot. Why did we have to come all the way to Xia country to buy tanks? Why not just buy the one from Eagle Sauce? Aren't the Eagle Sauce tanks the most advanced?" Prince Sultan smiled and shook his head. He whispered, "Xia country's tanks are also very advanced." Lilith made an expression of non-committal, obviously disagreeing. Although Lilith's voice was soft, Luo Bing and Long Tianyun could hear it clearly. This little girl. Long Tianyun's face looked a little ugly. Luo Bing sneered. The Eagle Sauce's advancement was a thing of the past. Is the 7th Fleet strong? Wasn't it still smashed by Su Fan's Deep Sea Titan's anchor? To be honest, he didn't like this unruly little princess at all. Along the way, they either talked about the backwardness of Xia country or praised the advancement of Yingjiang. If you think the Eagle Sauce is good at everything, then go find your Eagle Sauce master. Your uncle Prince Lilith didn't say anything, but you are the only one who has so many opinions. If I hadn't heard that you were the rich man's favorite little princess, I would have slapped you. See how many hours you can cry. Of course, Luo Bing was just imagining it and would not actually do it. Surrounded by guards, the group came to the tanks that were lined up. Luo Bing introduced, "Your Excellency Prince Sultan. The tanks you see are currently the most advanced tanks in Xia country. Most of them have been deployed in our Marine Corps. The gun power, defensive armor, and power are all world-class. More detailed parameters are already available on the display board on the front of the tank. As for chuckle, Luo Bing hadn't finished speaking yet. Little Princess Lilith laughed out loud. Uncle Luo, although I'm 16 years old, I'm already a graduate student at Eagle Sauce Stan University. Don't lie to me. My research direction is large-scale military combat weapons. The combat capabilities of your tanks are only mediocre, far from world-class." Lilith walked with a proud stride. Walked to a 98C tank jungle paint version, pointing at the turret. The power of the artillery, the range and effectiveness of the reactive armor, and the level of intelligence are all clearly inferior to the Eagle Sauce's M1A2. As for power, it's even worse. You want to be called the king of land warfare? You don't deserve it. As soon as the words fell, there was silence all around. 105, your tank is out of date. What Lilith said was actually not entirely wrong. But between the lines, the Xia Kingdom's equipment was described as useless. The last 2 words are unworthy. It hurts so deeply, like a needle prick. It fiercely stabbed into the hearts of Luo Bing and Long Tianyun. This willful Lilith. After studying in the US for a few years, I realized how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Luo Bing took a deep breath. Suppress the unhappiness in your heart. As the chief of the Southeast War Zone, he does have some magnanimity. A faint smile. Everyone, please follow me. Everyone walked towards the 5 tanks covered with camouflage tarpaulins. Director Zhao of the Zhonghai Research Base, Director Zhou of the Dongshan Research Institute, and others were standing near the tanks they had developed. Wait patiently. They are responsible for giving technical explanations after the unveiling of their own tanks. Now, Director Zhao broke out in a cold sweat. Because the tank he developed is just like his own child. The dimensions of each part are very clear. Although this tank has the name of 98D on it, its size does not match at all. It is a lot bigger than his original 98D. What's even stranger is, the 135 caliber smoothbore gun barrel that was almost about to break the waterproof cloth is gone. That thing is very conspicuous. You can even see it through the waterproof cloth. The tank at the moment doesn't even look like it has a gun barrel. And the front face is cone-shaped. Looking at it through the camouflage waterproof cloth, it looks like a weird monster. It's not even a farm tractor. Watching Commander Luo Bing and others walking towards this side with foreign guests, Director Zhao's forehead was covered in even more cold sweat. I was very nervous and anxious. If there hadn't been an order from above not to lift the camouflage cloth in advance, he really wanted to see what the hell was inside. Is it my own 98D? In the case of It must have been secretly modified by some bastard. Now, Penguin Video, as a specially invited media, followed Luo Bing and his group. The camera occasionally turns to the little Princess Lilith. It's not just because of his charming appearance, but more because of his sharp remarks just now. At this moment, in the live broadcast room of Penguin Video, the barrage of comments was noisy. The little one is so arrogant. If I punch her, will she call me daddy? It should be kept in my house so I can have a bundle of education. You are just too sensitive to listen to others say bad things. Exactly, I think what my wife said makes sense. The 98C is indeed not worthy of being called world-class. No shaking billion, the 98C data is indeed a little lower than the Eagle Sauce's MIA2, but it is definitely world-class. Okay. There are all kinds of opinions and voices. Many people are watching the live broadcast. Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua leaned on the sofa in the office, staring at the live TV studio that Tong Yao had set up. As the camera moves, the 5 tanks covered with camouflage cloth appeared in the live broadcast camera. Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua's eyes lit up. This seems to be the focus of this exhibition. The latest model of tank developed by 5 research institutes. Luo Bing led his men to the first tank. He gave the order to the researchers nearby to open it. Tear. As the tarpaulin was lifted, a brand new tank appeared in everyone's sight. The shiny tank is painted in military green. The muzzle of the gun glowed with a cold metallic luster. It looks much better than ordinary tanks. Luo Bing has seen many tanks. The first time I saw this tank, my eyes flashed with a gleam of light. His face was even more delighted. This should be able to calm down the unruly princess. With a slightly proud tone, Luo Bing said to the researchers next to him, "Please explain the relevant parameters to Prince Sultan and Princess Lilith." The bespectacled researcher had a confident smile on his face. He pushed up his glasses slightly and said seriously, "This tank weighs 50 tons and can carry 4 people. Cannon caliber 135 millimeters, 15-20 horsepower. The strongest point is our newly developed ceramic armor interlayer. It can withstand the mainstream armor-piercing bullets currently on the market. It has the advantages of strong mobility, accurate firepower, and super high defense." Finished. The bespectacled researcher holds his head high. "Stand aside with your back straight." Luo Bing nodded. "Very happy with this tank. It's worthy of being the latest developed new tank. You did a great job. Based on these data, it is already 1 level stronger than the tanks equipped by his subordinate troops." Hearing the praise from Commander Luo Bing, the researcher scratched his head innocently, feeling a little embarrassed. But Princess Lilith didn't like him at first sight. After listening to the explanation, he shook his head. Suddenly he said, "Honestly speaking, your tank is only above average, and it's still a long way from being world-class. Not to mention the load capacity and engine power, your proud ceramic sandwich armor isn't quite up to par either." The eyewear researcher seemed a little unconvinced. Lilith thought for a moment and said directly, "It shouldn't be a secret, so it's okay to tell you. I just attended the latest tank exhibition in the US last month. The tanks there are better than yours in every aspect. They're now using depleted uranium metal thermal reactive armor. The ability to resist armor-piercing bullets is 1.5 times that of ceramic armor. It is equipped with an independent thermal imaging camera and the most advanced central control system. Your work would have been fine 10 years ago. Now, outdated." Lilith said it lightly. Looking at the new tank on the side, his face was full of disdain. Prince Sultan glared at Lilith. He quickly smiled and said, "General Luo and General Long, please don't take this seriously. My niece has been extremely smart since she was young, and she's been spoiled by her uncles. After studying abroad in the US, I've become even more outspoken. Please forgive me for making fun of you." Luo Bing didn't care about anything, but the smile on his face almost completely disappeared. In front of so many people, and there is also a live broadcast on the internet. A 16-year-old girl pointed at me and told me that my country's technology is not good enough. I have no place to put my old face. This isn't a needle stick in the heart, it's a knife stab. The kind that makes a puff-puff sound. Long Tianyin's expression also turned somewhat gloomy. The glasses researcher standing by wanted to refute. I thought about the depleted uranium armor and independent thermal imaging that the other party mentioned. In the end, he just opened his mouth but didn't say anything. Luo Bing made a gesture of invitation. "Let's look at the next one." I watched all 3 in a row. Lilith found fault with every one of them. Even the audience in the live broadcast room were angry. Princess Lilith looks impeccable, but her mouth is really vicious. The noise on the barrage became even louder. Beauty is justice. I think the little princess is right. That's right, she's so cute. Even if I said something wrong, it's worth forgiving. Fuck you, Lilith isn't your wife. Why are you so partial to her? Little princess, Eagle-chan is your father? Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua, who were watching the live broadcast, didn't want to continue watching. The first 4 tanks are already very good. Even from a rigorous point of view, it is absolutely first class. But it still doesn't catch Lilith's eye. This time, the rich man asked Lilith to come along. It definitely plays an important advisory role. After all, she is a talented girl from a wealthy family. Graduate student at Stan University, specializing in new military weapons. Only one tightly covered tank remained. That is the 98D developed by our own base. Just now, even the 98E developed by Dongshan Research Institute was devalued to nothing. You can imagine how devalued the last one will be. The 2 elders' palms were unconsciously sweating. 106 Cyber Tank. Why did I kneel down? Under the live camera, Director Zhao stood aside nervously, looking at old Zhou, whose face was pale. I just felt dry mouth and even had the urge to run away. It looks like I'm going to be extremely embarrassed today. What if a tractor turns out to be hidden when the cloth is lifted? He is the laughing stock of the entire scientific research community. Hundreds of people gathered around the scene. Both Lilith and Prince Sultan can speak Chinese. The onlookers heard everything. If it weren't for the guards blocking the way, some passionate college students couldn't help but throw mineral water bottles. Little Princess Lilith saw so many tanks. Completely lost interest. The disdain in his eyes became more and more intense. In the end, I became very impatient and wanted to end the exhibition quickly. There's nothing to see at all. What kind of junk is this? It's a far cry from the eagle sauce. She didn't care about the looks of people around her. What's wrong? Is telling the truth wrong? Did this hurt you? Glass heart. Now, Luo Bing was in a terrible mood, because after getting closer, he found that there was something wrong with this last tank. Even through the camouflage cloth, you can tell it doesn't even have a barrel. It's a semi-finished product. It's over. He looked at Director Zhao, who was standing next to the tank, and glared at him fiercely. Director Zhao's eyes flashed with helplessness. His face was already pale. At this moment, Lilith's urging voice rang in their ears. Uncle Luo, Uncle Long, there's only one left. Let's finish looking at it quickly. Luo Bing nodded reluctantly. At this time, the arrow is on the string, and we have no choice but to go all out. Walk to the 98D tank and unfasten the cloth buckle. He turned his back to the tank and didn't even look. He smiled bitterly, grabbed a corner of the camouflage cloth, and pulled it hard. Under the scorching sun, a silver-white tank, like a ferocious beast with sharp teeth and claws. It was brazenly presented in front of countless people. Exaggerated and sharp shape, domineering and sharp design style. It instantly caught the attention of countless people. The imposing aura as still as a mountain came pressing down on us like an overwhelming force. A breath of cold air rushed into everyone's throat, and they could no longer breathe. A dazzling silver-white halo shone on the iron body. The light almost condensed into substance, enough to blind people's eyes. On the turret, 2 blue electromagnetic rails faintly flashed with amazing suction power. Just one look at it makes me feel creepy. I'm already scared to death before the gun even starts. Even more exaggerated was the fact that on the front of the tank, there was a huge conical drill bit over 4 meters wide, as if it was going to bore a hole in the sky. Just by taking a closer look, some people seemed to hear the beast-like roar coming from the tank. It's shocking and makes your scalp tingle. Lilith, who originally looked impatient, suddenly trembled with her delicate body, and her eyeballs cracked with a click, completely cracking. Its mouth opened so wide that it can swallow 2 bombs. A fierce, murderous aura suddenly penetrated her fragile body and gathered in her brain. In an instant, all brain cells are turned into meat paste. The cerebral cortex was blown away. Her legs were shaking wildly subconsciously. With a swoosh, he collapsed. Fortunately, he was supported by the bodyguard beside him. It's like a piece of rotten meat. His expression was dull, and he had lost all his soul. Prince Sultan standing beside him was not in much better condition. His eyes were as big as bells, and his lips were trembling. His expression was completely broken, distorted with shock. He has been to many countries and seen many of the most advanced tanks. But today's thing is so exaggerated that it looks like it was made by aliens. I have never seen anything like it before. He is already questioning his life. All 3 views collapsed. His body was swaying, as if he was about to fall and hit his head against the ground and die. The bodyguard wasn't paying attention and almost lost control. If this old man died, when these bodyguards return, they will all be thrown into the refinery to extract oil. There was no way out. They were so shocked by these tanks from the future that they could hardly move. The onlookers were like clay and wooden sculptures, standing still in place. The air seemed to be stagnant. The originally noisy exhibition scene became dead silent. You can hear a pin drop. In the Penguin live broadcast room, the barrage of comments completely exploded. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What the hell is this? Oh my god, is this a tank? So domineering, so powerful. Why did I kneel down suddenly? I split open, brothers. Mr. Wong, who had been watching the live broadcast, stood up suddenly the moment he saw the tank. His face was filled with shock and his pupils were throbbing. The old face trembled wildly. My jaw was shaking so much that it almost dislocated. Mr. Hua, hurry up, what kind of tank is this? Is this really the tank developed by our research base? Could the main gun be an electromagnetic gun? Mr. Hua did not respond. At this moment, Mr. Hua was dumbfounded, shocked beyond words. No matter how rich their imagination is, they can't understand why their scientific research base developed such an awesome tank. Mr. Hua suddenly thought of someone. Could it be? In front of the tank, Luo Bing turned his back to the tank and faced the crowd. I saw the shock in the pupils of countless people and their dazed faces. His eyes became darker. In an instant, I seemed to have aged several years. It seems that everyone was shocked by the ugly, unfinished tank. Little Princess Lilith was so frightened that she almost lost her mind. Even Prince Sultan was so embarrassed by her ugliness that he almost hit his head and died on the concrete floor. This is a serious sin. One appearance almost wiped out the two foreign guests. It's over. This tank comes from the Zhonghai Military Research Base in the Southeast Theater Command. He is the top leader of the Southeast War Zone. It's all to blame. If he is not shot, he will be brought to a military court. I am so old. My future is ruined. Luo Bing didn't even look at it. His face looked sad and droopy. Facing the people who were shocked to the point of being petrified. With the last bit of strength he said, "Guys, the tank design is so bad. It's all because I didn't do my job properly. I would like to express my sincere apologies to everyone here." Luo Bing was hunched over and bowed to the hundreds of people present. After standing up, my body seemed to be shorter. This old face is left here. Lao Zhu must be watching the live broadcast now. I took over the burden of the Southeast Military Region from him and took over the current mess. Lao Zhu, I'm sorry for you, old brother. Luo Bing's eyes were red. Long Tianyun, who was standing by, was still in shock. Immediately afterwards, he was left speechless by Luo Bing's words. I couldn't hold it anymore. Bad design. Improper work? Can you speak human language? I've never seen anything so Versailles. I suspect you've captured alien technology, and you're still looking dead. If there weren't so many people, I would have taken this alien tank back to the Longxi War Zone. What's the use of having face to get such an awesome tank? Just rob. Director Zhao was closest to the tank. The feeling is also the clearest. He just felt like he was going to be scared to death by this shocking thing. There is only one question in my mind. Who the hell made this? Can you come out and answer it? After a long time, Long Tianyun recovered a little. He patted Luo Bing's arm gently. Brother, I didn't expect you to develop such an awesome tank. This time, my Longxi War Zone is indeed inferior to you. When Luo Bing heard this, his eyes suddenly became even redder. His eyes were full of grievance and a little indignant. Whispered, "Good for you, Long Tianyun. Such a big thing happened, and you son of a bitch won't stand up with your brothers. And you're still kicking me when I'm down. I finally see your true face. I'll just pretend I don't know you." A trace of anger rose in Luo Bing's heart. No longer pay attention to Long Tianyun. Turn around viciously. He wanted to see how ugly this unfinished tank was. A dazzling halo of light made it impossible for him to open his eyes. The halo dissipated. The silver-white tank, nearly 4 meters high, was reflected in Luo Bing's pupils. It made his whole body tremble violently. 107, you can't brag like that, right? Luo Bing stared at the steel behemoth that seemed to come from the future. His expression froze for a moment. His eyes also became confused. It seems to be saying, who am I, where am I, and what am I doing? On the tank's turret, there is no barrel, only 2 electromagnetic rails that give it a high-tech feel. Luo Bing stood nearby and could feel the electromagnetic suction on the guide rails. Gudong. His mouth was dry and he swallowed hard. Take a few deep breaths. Then he looked at Director Zhao beside him, whispering, "Director Zhao, was this tank really designed by your team?" "This, Commander, I don't know either." Director Zhao said affirmatively. "Isn't this your 98D? You don't even know it." Luo Bing was surprised, his eyes widened. "No, Commander, the 98D I designed doesn't look like this." Director Zhao moved a little closer to Luo Bing and explained in a low voice. "Commander, I'm confused now. Lu Daqiang was fine when he took the test the day before yesterday. Later it was placed in the core confidential warehouse. Then the heavy card in the center pulled it up. It's impossible that anyone has touched this. How did it become like this? Director Zhao was almost crying. What the hell is going on? A hint of worry flashed in Luo Bing's eyes. After all, if such a sci-fi tank is unveiled as an empty shell or a semi-finished product, it would be a laughingstock. On sight. After a long silence, Princess Lilith finally calmed down a lot. I almost fell down in shock before, but now I can stand firmly. The shock on his face had faded a lot. Instead, there was a hint of confusion and suspicion. She took a few steps forward and gently tapped the tank's metal armor with her soft little hands. I couldn't help but frown. It was an alloy she had never seen before. Uncle Luo, can you ask your people to introduce this tank? Luo Bing's eyelids twitched. What you fear will come true. Look at Director Zhao beside you. Director Zhao, please briefly introduce the relevant parameters of this tank to Princess Lilith. Director Zhao's face turned pale in an instant. How to introduce? It was his first time seeing it too. Director Zhao made a bitter face and scanned the entire silver-white tank. Suddenly his eyes lit up. On the side of the tank, there is a brochure hanging. He walked over quickly and took the booklet in his hand. It says Cyber Tank Operating Manual and Brief Instructions. Ahem. Director Zhao opened the booklet and cleared his throat slightly. Just read the information in the booklet. This steel behemoth is called a cyber tank. The entire structure is made of carbonine alloy, with a comprehensive mechanical grade of 389. The hydrogen-powered engine can instantly produce 23,000 horsepower. The weapon uses a dual-track, beyond visual range electromagnetic cannon, capable of destroying. Ha. Okay, no need to read it. Princess Lilith couldn't bear to listen any longer. Ridiculous. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. She finally reacted. This thing is shaped like this. It's not because his design is so advanced, but because it's just a scam. What Director Zhao said further confirmed her guess. Director Zhao, the hardest substance in the world, is called carbonyl sulfide. Its mechanical properties are only rated 66. Can you tell me the mechanical grade 389 of the alloy used in your tanks? You can't brag like that. Lilith had just lost face, and as if to redeem herself, she laughed loudly. According to you, there's no need for weapons. If we encounter a German Leopard 2A8, we can just smash it. What else do you need weapons for? After saying that, Lilith crossed her arms. He looked at Luo Bing and Long Tianyun with disdain. It's as if to say, we came to purchase tanks, but you just made a fake one to fool us. Are you disrespecting us, the rich dog owners? Although Luo Bing didn't understand the data parameters very well, after listening to what Lilith said, he became more suspicious that his tank was actually just a model. Maybe it's empty inside. Director Zhao was moved by what Lilith said. I also think this tank is too outrageous. I stood there for a moment, not knowing what to say. The old face blushed a little. Lilith continued to insist. You should have brought a pulse ray analyzer, right? I want to test it with that instrument. I'm really curious about the final mechanical properties measured. Director Zhao looked at Luo Bing. Luo Bing sighed helplessly and could only nod. Director Zhao immediately waved to the crowd of onlookers. At this time, Lu Daqiang walked out carrying a black box. Place the black box next to the tank. When it was opened, it turned out to be a brand new pulsed beam analyzer. Lilith rolled her eyes. Immediately said, I'm very familiar with this instrument. Let me test it. She picked up the instrument and first placed it on the concrete floor. The comprehensive mechanical properties obtained are 9. Prove that the instrument is accurate. The instrument was then attached to the tank's integrated armor. After a few clicks on it, a progress bar appeared on the instrument's small screen. Prince Sultan, Luo Bing, Long Tianyun, and others gathered around, staring at the screen. Robin's palms were already swollen with sweat. If this guy only manages to produce a dozen or so, it would prove that they are indeed fooling foreign envoys. This sin is really too great. If the news spreads throughout the Arab countries, the reputation of the Xia kingdom will be ruined. Maybe no one will come to Xiagua for cooperation again. This is a smear on the motherland. It is definitely not as simple as losing a 50 billion order. Long Tianyun reacted quickly and took advantage of the situation before it escalated. Immediately signal your subordinates to interrupt the Penguin live broadcast. Tens of thousands of people watching the live broadcast were stunned when they saw the screen suddenly go black. I don't know what's going on. When Mr. Wang, who had been watching the live broadcast, heard Director Zhao talk about carbonine alloy, he immediately understood what was going on. His eyes were full of smiles. They both encountered this situation before. Kyoto Parade Ground. The pulse beam analyzer progress bar finally finished. Everyone held their breath and watched the screen with the progress bar. Without blinking an eye, Lilith even crossed her arms and sneered. She has decided that when she returns to go to Hu this time, she will tell all Arab countries that Xia country likes to cheat. Selling a fake tank is simply to cheat the fools. Fortunately, she, a military weapons expert, came with her uncle this time. Otherwise, her uncle would definitely be deceived by these cunning Xia people. As the instrument progress bar finishes, a mechanical voice sounded. Beep, beep, according to spectral intelligence analysis. This alloy is a new type, and its composition cannot be detected. Comprehensive mechanical properties grade, 389. For comparison, tungsten steel 17, diamond 20, graphene 24, carbonyl sulfide 66. Lilith's sarcastic smile froze on her face. The two delicate eyebrows were instantly squeezed together. My eyes widened so wide that they almost burst my corneas. 108, it's just an empty shell with nothing to show for it. I don't believe it. I absolutely don't believe it. How is this possible? Lilith's eyes became extremely flustered. I had a mental breakdown in an instant. Faith collapses. His eyes were full of disbelief. Two small hands tugged at her golden hair fiercely. He kept spewing out some confusing words. Mechanical level 389. 389. That's not true. The highest mechanical property in the world is only 66. How can you have 389? If this is true, then what is the point of all the knowledge I learned before? Seeing his niece in this state, Prince Sulta hurried forward to comfort her, although he came with Lilith this time. But in fact, this 16-year-old genius niece is the one who has the final say on this arms purchase. He had never expected that he would become like a Zelkova tree. Lilith was not the only one shocked. Director Zhao and Director Zhou standing by are also experts. Director Zhao thought he had misheard at first. He hurriedly took 2 steps forward and took a closer look at the screen. The content written on the website is indeed a mechanical level of 389. This made it impossible for him to think. Director Zhou behind him was even more dumbfounded. When I first saw this cool tank, I was shocked to the point of collapse. Now the mechanical properties have been measured to be 389, which is simply shocking. Director Zhou looked at Director Zhao with a dull look. Trembling, he asked in a low voice. Old Zhao, tell me the truth. Did your Zhonghai research base capture any aliens? Such an amazing new material must have been made by aliens, right? You old fellow, you have such advanced technology, and yet you don't share it. Director Zhao didn't know what to say. He swore he really didn't know what was going on with the tank. Old Zhou, I really don't know where this big guy came from. You have to believe me. Tisk. Director Zhou spat. He sneered. I heard you say on the previous phone call that your tank doesn't have a gun barrel or a diesel engine. I thought it was a joke at first. Now that I think about it, I was telling the truth. Instead of a barrel, you're going to install an electromagnetic railgun, right? Damn it. Instead of a diesel engine, you're going to use a hydrogen engine, right? And what the hell are you talking about with over 20,000 horsepower? Is this true? Director Zhao pinched his eyebrows hard to keep his mind clear. Now he was confused and could hardly think. He really doesn't know these questions. After calming down for a while, Lilith's inner shock did not diminish. She strained her strength and tried one last time. The test results remain unchanged. There is no doubt that the carbonine alloy Director Zhao talked about is real. It does possess mechanical properties that surpass anything else in the world. Prince Sulta standing by didn't understand for a long time. They all looked confused and powerful. He wondered, Lilith, what does this number 389 mean? Lilith smiled bitterly, her lips feeling dry. Uncle, that means if you put this material in the center of a nuclear explosion, the worst that would happen is that the paint would be scraped off. Hiss. Prince Sultan took a deep breath. The pupils trembled violently. Even a nuclear explosion can't hurt it. Doesn't this mean that this material is invincible? The onlookers nearby heard Princess Lilith say it herself. All fixed in place. They had only a vague understanding of the material, but now they finally understood how powerful it was. Just now, Lilith mocked Director Zhao by saying that driving a cyber tank to smash the German Leopard 2 tank is completely feasible. For a moment, the entire exhibition was filled with gasps of shock. Lilith took the royal water handed to her by the servant. He took 2 gulps without caring about his image. Only then did I feel that my brain had regained some ability to think. Look at Director Zhao. Director Zhao, can I take a look at the instruction manual in your hand? Director Zhao hesitated for a moment. Seeing Luo Bing nod beside him, he handed it over. Lilith grabbed the booklet and flipped open to the brief instructions. I read it word by word, and since I was fluent in Chinese, I could roughly understand it. When I saw one of the messages, I couldn't help but read it out loud. The hydrogen-powered engine can instantly unleash 23,000 horsepower. Dual-track beyond visual range electromagnetic cannon, capable of destroying targets within 10,000 meters. Quantum source phased array radar, with a coverage range of 10,000 kilometers, capable of locking onto 10,000 targets simultaneously. I thought carbonine alloy was outrageous enough. But the more Lilith read on, the more exaggerated and ridiculous it became. It is totally not something that can be accomplished in this era of Earth. It will take at least several hundred years for technology to reach this level. Now, don't even think about it. When Lilith saw the last one, she was even more frightened. Exclaimed loudly. Magnetic shockwaves can completely destroy any underground military bunker within 100 kilometers. Please use with caution. Lilith's pretty face was distorted. The contents of this booklet are like reading an alien manual. This is not something that should be on Earth. Each one of them refreshes people's 3 views. She took a few deep breaths. I tried my best to calm down, but all I could think about was those damn data. I just can't calm down. Director Zhao, I don't deny that your new alloy is rare in the world, but I absolutely don't believe anything else in your booklet. Unless, can you open the tank's entry hatch so I can take a look inside? The students watching were already tired of hearing what Princess Lilith said. Now she said this again. It also aroused everyone's emotions. Some people just yelled and made a fuss. Let her take a look. Let her broaden her horizons. Let her be convinced. Luo Bing's mouth twitched, and he asked Director Zhao. Director Zhao, can you open it? Commander, I don't even know where this thing came from. How can I possibly open it? As he spoke, Director Zhao took out the smart key of the 98D tank from his trouser pocket. It was originally intended to be used to open the entry hatch when explaining the 98D. How could this thing possibly defeat a cyber tank now? Really can't open it. Luo Bing asked again. Really? If this key can unlock the cyber tank, I'll swallow it. Lilith, who was standing by, heard the conversation between the two. I thought that since we were not allowed to see inside, it seems that it was indeed just an empty shell made of super alloy. All show and no substance. But overall, the carbonine alloy alone is amazing enough. Just forget about not being able to look inside. Luo Bing no longer had any hope. He took the original 98D entry hatch smart key handed to him by Director Zhao. But I am too lazy to press it. Princess Lilith, I'm sorry, we might have a problem here. We need to find the Real RD personnel to open the hatch. Lilith nodded, without exposing Luo Bing's lies. The tank exhibition ends here. Lilith didn't end up liking any of them. The group turned and left. The moment Luo Bing turned around, he couldn't help but press the smart key in his hand casually. Click. A crisp mechanical sound suddenly sounded behind everyone. 109 red button in the cab. Lilith, Luo Bing, Long Tianyun, Director Zhao, and others suddenly stopped. Almost at the same time, they turned their heads to look behind them. Above the silver-white tank, a circular hatch has been fully opened. There was a faint light blue light coming out from inside. The sudden change left everyone stunned. Lilith smiled cunningly. Uncle Luo, the entrance hatch is open. Can I go in and take a look? The moment Luo Bing looked at Lilith, he knew what she was thinking. They must have thought that there was nothing inside the tank, and it was just an empty shell. In fact, he himself thinks so too. After all, those data are indeed exaggerated. When the college students around heard Lilith's words, their just-lost mood suddenly rekindled with hope. They like this cyber tank very much, and many people firmly believe that it is a real tank. The atmosphere became inexplicably high. Get in the cabin. Get in the cabin. Get in the cabin. At this point, Luo Bing didn't know what to say. I could only nod. Lilith's face lit up with joy. He immediately walked quickly to the side of the tank. Step on the simple steel ladder and climb up. Soon we were on top of the tank. Luo Bing was a little worried. Seeing Lu Daqiang behind Director Zhao, he ordered, Lu Daqiang. Here. Lu Daqiang quickly stood at attention. Go protect Princess Lilith and don't get hurt. Yes. As an ace tank driver, Lu Chang was about to go up and take a look. When he heard the leader's order, he immediately smiled brightly. After receiving the order, he climbed to the top of the tank in 3 or 2 steps. Lilith, excited about exposing the lie, looked inside with Lu Daqiang. The high-tech cab seems to come from the future. It appeared clearly in the eyes of the two people. Angular design and shiny central control platform. The distribution of light sources, as well as the overflowing light, severely stimulated the visual nerves of the two people. This doesn't look like a tank's cab at all. So sci-fi. The moment Lilith's eyes glanced inside, she felt as if struck by lightning. Standing still, he murmured, Is this true? I'm not dreaming, am I? This is impossible. Luo Bing hurriedly asked Lu Daqiang. Lu Daqiang, what's going on inside? Lu Daqiang couldn't bear to take his eyes away. He tilted his head and swallowed. Loudly said, Commander, this is so cool. I can't believe this is real. Come up and see for yourself. Luo Bing and Long Tianyun beside him looked at each other. Both of them used the simple tank footholds to quickly climb to the top of the cyber tank. Director Lu also climbed up immediately. Luo Bing was also shocked when he saw the sci-fi scenes inside. Even my breathing became rapid. Lilith could no longer hold back and asked Luo Bing and Long Tianyun beside her. Uncle Luo, Uncle Long, can I go in and take a look? Looking at Lilith's face full of hope. Things have come to this point. It would definitely be inappropriate to say no. Luo Bing and Long Tianyun looked at each other and both nodded. Okay, but be safe. After agreeing, Luo Bing looked at the young and strong Lu Daqiang standing beside him. Follow me. Yes. Lilith went down the escalator to the driver's cab, and Lu Daqiang followed her down. After coming down, Lilith discovered. Now this perspective of everything in the cab is even more perfect. As a tank driver, Lu Daqiang was so excited that he wanted to jump up. Looking at the control panel in front of me, my eyes turned red. I can't wait to start the cyber tank and operate it smoothly. Tanks are toys for men. He couldn't help himself and sat down in the driver's seat. At this time, Lilith also sat in the passenger seat. The cab of this tank is different from that of an ordinary tank. There is no division of labor such as installing a single hand and observing the hand. Almost all operations are integrated into fully automatic computer control. There are 4 seats in total. Driver, co-driver, and 2 passenger seats. Lilith looked around, amazed. Suddenly, I saw a helmet embedded under the seat. Take it out. The helmet is full of technology. It's even cooler than a fighter pilot's helmet. Lilith's eyes were filled with shock. Just one look at this thing made her feel that it was even more sci-fi than the F-22 pilot helmet of the Eagle Sauce. She couldn't let it go and couldn't help wearing it on her head. This helmet can automatically adjust its size and tightness. Click. Lilith accidentally pressed the button under the helmet. Suddenly, a light as bright as day flashed before my eyes. Then the view changed drastically. A transparent screen like a light curtain appeared before my eyes. You can see everything outside the tank from the front, and there is a panel on each corner of the 2 sides. On the left is the information panel, and on the right is the data panel. Gudon. Lilith's pretty face was almost distorted with shock. This is actually a holographic helmet that surpasses the highest level of American technology. What even the Eagle couldn't do, Xiagua actually did. And it's not just an ordinary holographic helmet. This thing can even track people's pupils to perform visual focusing operations. This is already advanced enough to surpass the technology of any country in the world today. It's terrifying when you think about it. Xia country has quietly left the United States and Western countries far behind. Although it may be just a model, it is still amazing. It seems that the tank order must remain in Xia country. Just think of it as building good relations with Xia country. Just relying on holographic technology and carbonine alloy. In time, even the Eagle Sauce will be crushed by the Xia kingdom. At this time, Lu Daqiang has also put on the holographic helmet. And find the communication function and connect with Luo Bing above. Fully prove the authenticity of this holographic helmet. After Luo Bing received the visual connection applet sent by the holographic helmet, he performed a simple installation. Then he saw the scene that Lu Daqiang saw in the holographic helmet. I was so shocked that I couldn't close my mouth. Long Tianyun also opened the mini program, his old face full of shock. Lilith looked around in her holographic helmet. You can see both the outside and the cockpit. It feels amazing. It's like eyes can see through. Sudden, she looked at the red button on the side. He showed an eager look. When no one reacted, suddenly, she slapped her soft little hand on the red button. 110 Cyber Tank, attack. The sudden action caught everyone off guard. Cyber Tank, start. Woohoo! Lilith cheered happily. After finishing, he raised his hand to take off the holographic helmet. Now the tour is over. Although the cyber tank was just a model, it really amazed her. Seeing this, Lu Daqiang, who was standing by, also raised his hand to take off his helmet. Long Tianyun breathed a sigh of relief. Sigh, it's finally over. They have a lot of other things going on. Okay, let's go on. Sudden, he only spoke half of the words. Something strange happened. Alarm. Alarm. The sharp alarm sounded in everyone's ears. Countless people subconsciously covered their ears in an instant. Cybertank is activated for the first time. Please stay away from any unauthorized personnel. Drip, drip, drip. Alarm, alarm. Countless people were shocked and stood still. Lilith and Lu Daqiang both froze. Stop what you are doing. His expression gradually became solemn and terrified. Luo Bing, who was on top of the tank, immediately realized that something was wrong. This mechanical voice sounds familiar. In a flash, he suddenly thought of Su Fan. Instantly open up your mind. No wonder this thing is so advanced. It must be from Su Fan's hand. Think of this. Luo Bing understood the seriousness of the matter. The red button that Lilith tapped must be the start button. This dormant, ancient beast. Really waking up. Quick, get away from the tank. Hurry up. Luo Bing hurriedly asked everyone to stay away. Several people on top of their tank also hurried down. Lilith and Lu Daqiang in the cab saw that they had no time to get out. His face was extremely tense. Lilith's pretty face turned pale, and she had a premonition that she seemed to be in real trouble. I thought the buttons on the control panel were just for show. I didn't expect it to be real. Just when she was at a loss. Suddenly, woo, woo woo, a fierce roar of engines was heard. Even through the holographic helmet, the sound can still be heard clearly. Crack. The access hatch above the tank locked automatically. Locked instantly. Outside the tank, Director Zhao was completely dumbfounded. Isn't it just a model? The engines are started. Lu Daqiang, what the hell are you doing? Hurry up and make him stop. Director Zhao shouted until his voice broke. Hysteria. Lu Daqiang in the cab was even more confused at this moment. I watched as many buttons on the control panel in front of me lit up. He was almost certain that this was no joke. This is the real thing. Both tank drivers, please fasten your seatbelts. Both tank drivers, please fasten your seatbelts. Accompanied by the cold, prompt sound of the tank. On the holographic helmet, a little man carrying a sword kept flashing. Fuck. What the hell? Lu Daqiang's exclamations almost never stopped. The judgment prompt should keep ringing. He suppressed his shock, quickly called Princess Lilith, and fastened his seat belts together. The seat belt buckle fell with a click. A cold and rapid voice immediately rang out from the cab. Nitrogen cooling system started successfully. Quantum source phased array radar successfully launched. Dual rail electromagnetic gun mount is normal. Magnetic storm oscillation weapon system is mounted normally. Adaptive armor calibration completed. The hydrogen-powered engine was started for the first time. The cyber tank has completed its first launch. Outside the tank, Luo Bing and Long Tianyun were stunned. The fierce roar of the engine pierced people's eardrums. Countless people's hair stood on end, and they crawled and ran wildly into the distance. Get away from this dangerous tank. Prince Sultan was even more panicked. In a hurry, he didn't even care about Lilith who was in the tank. Have someone escort you away from the tank. Next time, a scalp-numbing sound of electric current suddenly rang out. Countless people who had not yet moved away looked at the two electromagnetic rails on the tank's turret. On the two guide rails, azure light surged. It seemed as if an arc of electric energy contained endless energy was flowing and wandering on the guide rails. It seemed as if the next moment it would flow into people's bodies and electrocute them into charcoal. Luo Bing shouted to the soldiers around him. Hurry, help everyone get to safety. Lock down the entire exhibition. No one is allowed in or out. The surroundings suddenly became a mess. Long Tianyun stared at Director Zhao with his eyes as big as copper bells. Director Zhao, at this point, why don't you tell us who built the tank? Commander, I really don't know. Director Zhao felt like he was being wronged to death. He had no idea about all this. He can swear. If you don't know this, who else would know it? Long Tianyun was almost angry. At this time Luo Bing said something to comfort him. Old dragon, I have already guessed the origin of this thing. The words were half-spoken. A more urgent sound came from the cyber tank not far away. Intelligent driving system refresh completed. Obtaining driving rights. The countdown for cyber tank operation begins. Please all irrelevant personnel stay away. 10, 9, 8. Luo Bing didn't bother to talk to Long Tianyun. He was anxious and looked at the place not far in front of the tank. There were also a few college students watching. Run! Run! Suddenly, those onlookers also fled in all directions. Luo Bing and his group were left, and they quickly hid behind several exhibition tanks. He looked at the cyber tank with horror on his face. This thing is like a monster. Without control, it will definitely produce unparalleled destructive power. They all held their breath and stuck their heads out, staring straight at the steel body of the cyber tank. I didn't dare to blink. 3, 2, 1. Boom. A fierce blast of air exploded from under the tank. The gusts of wind swept across the four directions, raising clouds of dust. The cyber tank roared fiercely, in front of Luo Bing and others. He suddenly rushed out. Every click sound of the track drive seemed to hit the hearts of Prince Sultan and others. It made countless people terrified. Luo Bing hurriedly looked at his mobile phone, which was still connected to the holographic helmet in the tank. Lu Daqiang, what's going on? Stop it now. This moment. Lu Daqiang was scared to death. With a look of horror. Chief. Chief, he just can't stop. Lilith, who was sitting in the passenger seat, had lost all her previous arrogance. Like a hen that fell into the water, trembling with fear. If she hadn't cared about the last bit of dignity on her face, she would have peed herself by now. A strong sense of push on her back acted on her delicate body. The pressure made it almost impossible for her to breathe. Even if I don't know the exact speed, it must be over 100 miles per hour at this moment. Luo Bing looked at the picture displayed on his phone, and his pupils shrank suddenly. In just a few minutes, the tanks had already rushed into the shooting range 5 kilometers away. What the hell is this speed? He was shocked. Subconsciously, he looked at the data panel displayed in the lower right corner of the screen. Current mode, autonomous driving. Engine output status, low power. Body temperature, 20 degrees Celsius. Speed, 160 kilometers per hour. Comment, there are thousands of roads, but safety comes first. Driving without proper regulations will bring tears to your loved ones. Hiss. A breath of cold air rushed into Luo Bing's throat. It made him breathless. The eyeballs were shaking violently. A sound as if he was about to die came out of his mouth. This speed. How is this possible? 111. If anything happens to her, the consequences will be disastrous. Director Zhao standing by also swallowed his saliva. The expression on his face was so distorted with shock that he almost looked unrecognizable. He stuttered. Tank, how can it be so fast? If he wasn't so fast, how could he run 5 kilometers in just a few minutes? Director Zhou on the side woke everyone up with his words. At this moment, the speed displayed on the data panel was jumping wildly. In just 2 sentences, it increased from 160 to 210. This speed. It's comparable to the death speed of the Isle of Man TT. Watching the speed continue to soar. In the cab of the cyber tank, Lilith was going crazy. Track tanks can run so fast. This is unscientific. At this speed, we went to the battlefield. Before the enemy's radar could lock onto it, the cyber tank rushed right in their face. When the enemy tank is confused, just use the huge drill to smash it. You don't even need a railgun. The battle is resolved in minutes. Lu Daxiang didn't have the time to think about so much. He used all his strength to step on the tank's brakes. But it didn't move at all. He suspected that if he pressed any harder he would break the brakes. The tank was speeding up and would crash into the mountain if it went any further. We have to stop now. Tank exhibition ground. Look at the ever-increasing speed. Prince Sultan was terrified. At such a fast speed, wouldn't Lilith be in great danger? He borrowed Luo Bing's cell phone and saw Lilith clinging tightly to the passenger seat under the protection of the seat belt. My anxious heart was slightly relieved, but I'm still very worried. He immediately said to Luo Bing and Long Tianyun hurriedly. General Luo, General Long, please stop that thing as soon as possible. Lilith is the king's beloved daughter, his favorite, bar none. If anything happens to her, the consequences are disastrous. Luo Bing hurriedly comforted the old prince. In fact, he was also very anxious. Prince Sultan is not exaggerating. If Lilith died in Xia country, it is not impossible that it would directly lead to the severance of diplomatic relations between the two countries. Even in the future, Xia state's voice in Arab countries will be weakened. This is a very serious international issue. He opened his cell phone address book and found Su Fan's number. Dial it out. The other side. On the Mecha production line. Under Su Fan's command, 9 production lines were installed simultaneously with rapid progress. The rumbling sound of machinery echoed over a radius of several kilometers. In 3 days, we will be able to fully realize the large-scale production of the Jiantian Mecha. Su Fan, Li Guozhong and Kong Erlangzi were walking in the installation workshop where sparks were flying and noises were deafening. Everyone had a smile on their face. The large-scale production of mechas is just around the corner. The 3 brothers have already agreed that when the time comes, they will drive the mechas together and go to the Jingwood Divine Toilet to take a shit. The reason why they called each other brothers was because Li Guozhong and Kong Erlangzi forced them to do so. Su Fan was also helpless with these 2 old guys. As for going to the Jingwood Divine Toilet to take a shit, that was Kong Erlangzi's suggestion. After hearing this, Su Fan and Li Guozhong were very interested. Li Guozhong even suggested that they should explode right after taking a shit. It will be more refreshing. When the 3 of them were about to walk out of the factory, Su Fan heard the phone ringing in his trouser pocket. At first glance, it was Commander Luo Bing of the Southeast War Zone who fought personally. A full 8 missed calls. Quickly answer the call. Su Fan has great respect for this old general. Hello, Chief. When Luo Bing heard the voice on the other end of the phone, he almost burst into tears. After calling for almost 5 minutes, I finally got through. What's good about it? Luo Bing complained and quickly returned to the topic. Academician Su, did you develop the cyber tank? Damn, Commander, you're amazing. It was indeed me. You knew it so quickly. Luo Bing's face twitched when he heard Su Fan's relaxed tone. He said hurriedly, that thing is now rushing out with 2 people on board. Tell me quickly, how can I stop? Su Fan was stunned. Suddenly it occurred to me that most people who drive this tank for the first time really don't know the ins and outs of it. He hurriedly said, Commander, just ask the person in the car to disengage the automatic driving by voice, and then step on the brakes. Okay, don't hang up, he shouted anxiously. Luo Bing hurriedly looked at Long Tianyun's mobile phone. He was also connected to Tank's holographic helmet, allowing for real-time communication. When I saw the picture, my eyeballs almost popped out. In the cockpit, Lu Daqiang and Lilith looked ashen. A huge straight mountain appeared in front of them. At this moment, the tank was running at a speed of 300 miles per hour, and it looked like it would collide in just 7 or 8 seconds. Lilith's face was pale, without a trace of blood. Endless regret rises in my heart. If I had known this, I shouldn't have pushed other people's buttons so casually. This time I'm dead, even if the tank body is strong enough. At this speed, hitting the hill head-on is a bummer. The powerful inertia is enough to destroy her internal organs and spine in an instant. It's over, Father. I will never see you again. I will never dare to be willful again. I don't want to die. Lilith's eyes were filled with tears. There was a lot of water mist on the long eyelashes. His face was as pale as freshly scraped putty. Even her previously pink lips had lost their color. Lu Daqiang. Suddenly, Luo Bing's voice sounded from the holographic helmet. This made Lu Daqiang shocked. Disable the automatic driving by voice, then step on the brakes. Lu Daqiang looked at the huge mountain that was right in front of him and decided to try his luck. I quickly shouted, release the automatic driving. Before the last word was uttered, with a loud boom, the cyber tank had already crashed heavily into the huge rocky mountain. Luo Bing heard a loud ringing sound from his cell phone. Suddenly his body went limp. A feeling of impending disaster came over me. It's over. Didn't make it. Lu Daqiang and Princess Lilith are dead. Prince Sultan was so excited that he was going crazy. He was also to blame for Lilith's death here. The king will never let him go when he returns. Things had already happened, and Luo Bing could only call the guards nearby and quickly dispatch a medical team to rescue. But he knew it was too late to say anything now. At this time, Long Tianyun, whose eyes had not left the screen, suddenly said, No, it seems to be still moving. The engine sound is running smoothly. Although the screen was pitch black, Long Tianyun keenly noticed that the cyber tank seemed to be still moving forward. Luo Bing and Prince Sultan hurriedly looked at his mobile phone screen. Prince Sultan trembled and shouted to the screen, Lilith, how are you? Lilith? His eyes were full of anticipation, looking forward to Lilith's familiar voice to miraculously sound. The only sound around was the thump-thump of everyone's heartbeats. No one dared to breathe, for fear of missing any sound. A moment later, with a click, the phone screen suddenly lit up. 112, why can your tank burrow underground? Lilith and Lu Daqiang were fine. Both are intact. The clicking sound was actually Lu Daqiang turning on the tank's lights. In front of the cyber tank, the huge conical drill bit was spinning madly. Quickly dig the rocks and soil in front of the tank behind you. The tracks also operate synchronously. The entire cyber tank is moving quickly underground. Walking underground. Luo Bing. Long Tianyun. Director Zhao. There was a clanging sound as countless eyeballs fell to the ground. Everyone looking at the phone screen was stunned. There are question marks all over my forehead. What's this? I've never seen this before in my life. Fuck. Am I dreaming? Director Zhou was annoyed by what he saw. The first one exclaimed. He has been engaged in scientific research for half his life and has been engaged in tank research and development for decades. This is the first time I've seen a tank that can burrow underground. And it looks pretty fast. If this gets out, people will definitely take him to a mental hospital. The expressions of the people around were frozen. Even the heartbeat almost stopped. There was no sound around except the sound from the cell phone. At this time, Lilith spoke. Uncle, I'm fine. I'm fine. There's no better time than now. This tank is so powerful. I must buy it at any price. When Prince Sultan heard that Lilith was fine, he burst into tears. There is no reason to refuse. Nodding vigorously. Purchase. We'll buy whatever you want. The reason why Lilith did not respond to her uncle Prince Sultan in time was because she was shocked by the amazing function of the tank. Completely stagnant. If her uncle hadn't spoken, she might have remained in a state of unconsciousness for a long time. I have studied in the United States for many years and always felt that the United States equipment is the strongest. It seems now really short-sighted. Sit in a well and look at the sky. Xiaowa's technology has left the eagle sauce far behind. Just this tank that can move underground. This is already the cutting-edge technology that the Americans cannot reach. We are the only one in the world that can achieve this. As a princess of a wealthy dog family, Lilith thought of a lot of things instantly. I always thought that Xia Guo was low-key, but I didn't expect that he was so devoted to technology here. With this tank, as long as the production can keep up a little, this continent can definitely be walked sideways. Just based on this ability to escape underground, he can basically appear suddenly anywhere at will. Imagine that two armies are about to open fire. The tank on the opposite side suddenly crawled out from under the headquarters and put the rail of the electromagnetic gun in your face. Would you panic? How can we fight this war? Why don't you try to move? The world has definitely changed. Even the American M1A4 or the German Leopard 2 can never defeat the cyber tank. Not even worthy of carrying the cyber tank's shoes. When I go back this time, I must persuade my father to establish good relations with Xia Guo. While others don't know yet, hurry up and grab the opportunity to cling to someone powerful. If you're late, there won't be any room left. Lilith even thought of Mao Xiong's sudden attitude towards Xia Guo. Some time ago, Russia suddenly began to follow the lead of the Xia country. Maybe it was because he saw this tank. Can't fall behind. We must work hard to establish good relations with the Xia kingdom. This is the top priority next. Lilith was thinking. Lu Daqiang has changed the tank's driving mode to manual operation, computer-assisted, and gradually get used to a series of driving operations. Although it is still very clumsy and the operation is very slow, at least I can control the direction. He is controlling the cyber tank to return to the tank exhibition. In Lu Daqiang's own words, he is at least an ace tank driver. I still understand the basic operations I should know. Luo Bing and his group could finally put their minds at ease. As long as the person is fine, everything is fine. I just scared those old guys half to death. Only then did Luo Bing remember that he had not hung up the call with Su Fan yet. After thinking for a moment, he picked up the phone and said, "Academician Su, we need someone who can operate a cyber tank. What do you think?" "Hey, that's easy," Su Fan said cheerfully. "Just call Ishua over. She has experience operating the things I designed. The things I designed all have common operations." Luo Bing heard Su Fan call everything he designed things. His eyebrows twitched twice. Crimson Sky Mecha, Deep Sea Titan, Cyber Tank. You, a fool, actually call these things toys. What a vicious word. After the two exchanged a few casual pleasantries, Luo Bing quickly hung up the phone. Chatting with Su Fan can easily lead to sudden cardiac death. I think I've heard Mr. Wang say this before. He now feels it personally. I can't continue the conversation. The brain of a genius is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people like us. Luo Bing immediately called Wang Yishio himself. After Wang Yishio heard the order, he boarded the attack helicopter immediately. Come here. With a professional driver, Luo Bing could finally breathe a sigh of relief. After an anxious wait, Lu Daqiang finally drove the cyber tank back with some difficulty. According to the radar, he had already arrived below the tank exhibition site, a depth of 5 meters from the ground. Lu Daqiang took a deep breath and pulled the joystick hard. The tank drill head tilted upward, driving the entire steel fortress upward. The speed is so fast that it will break through the ground in an instant. The hardened concrete layer can already be vaguely seen. Luo Bing and his companions were waiting when they suddenly felt the ground beneath their feet shaking violently, and accompanied by a click sound. It felt like something was about to break out of the ground, and the ground was shaking all around. His pupils shrank into needlepoints in shock. Get out of the way. A group of people quickly moved aside. Immediately afterwards, a sharp cold light appeared under the 98E tank next to it. The sharp conical drill bit suddenly drilled into the lower armor of the 98E tank. The moment they made contact, a bright hole was drilled out. Immediately afterwards, the entire 98E was knocked over by the powerful thrust. Upside down on the ground. The cyber tank also emerged from the ground completely, as if by magic. The huge drill bit, which is more than 4 meters wide, is still humming and rotating at high speed. Just one touch and the 98E was completely scrapped. Director Zhou's heart suddenly shattered into pieces with a snap. That's his hard work. Just ripped open like that. I feel so sad. But at the same time, when he looked at the cyber tank again, he suddenly stopped taking the 98E seriously. It's not that Zhou is fickle. This thing is really so attractive. If I could get the design drawings of the cyber tank and the material smelting method and take a look at them, it would be worth dying for. Crack. The access hatch on top of the cyber tank opened from the inside. Lilith, with her golden hair, poked her little head out. The sapphire-like eyes immediately looked at Luo Bing and Long Tianyan. Uncles, can you please arrange it? I want to try firing a cannon. 113, it's still a bit slow. Lilith appeared calm, but there were constant storms in my heart. She had witnessed with her own eyes that the tank could reach speeds of over 300 miles per hour. If it hadn't drilled into the ground, it would have been easy to reach 400 miles per hour when it is about to hit the mountain. It also automatically activated the extra-large drill bit at the front. It drilled into the mountain with miraculous skills and finally drilled into the ground. Now she was eager to know, is the dual-track beyond visual range electromagnetic gun described in the brochure real? Intellectually, she couldn't believe it. After all, it is no longer a simple question of engine power. Or it could be a problem with some new type of material. Destroying any target within 10,000 meters is difficult beyond the current technological level of mankind. It's simply a fairy tale. But she is totally mad now. Her intuition told her that this electromagnetic cannon might be real. She felt like she was almost having a split personality. Lilith's words. Luo Bing's face froze. This thing almost cost you your life, and you still want to try firing it? Crazy. Apart from these two words, Luo Bing really couldn't think of any other words to describe it. Seeing that Luo Bing didn't say anything, Lilith tried hard to suppress the waves in her heart and cast a pleading look at Long Tianyun beside her. The arrogance on her face had long since disappeared. Long Tianyun saw Lilith's pleading eyes. I can only say helplessly, Princess Lilith, it's not that I don't allow you to take the test. We don't have a dedicated driver here at the moment, so we can't operate it recklessly. Or, Long Tianyun was just about to say why not wait a while and try again. Suddenly, the humming sound of propellers was heard in the distance. Immediately afterwards, the dust on the ground was blown into the sky by the strong airflow. The helicopter quickly arrived above everyone's heads. Long Tianyun's eyes lit up. Princess Lilith, perhaps you can test it later. Wang Yishio finally arrived, exhausted. As soon as he came over, he stood up straight and saluted. Wearing a camouflage military uniform, she has a heroic demeanor. Luo Bing and Long Tianyun nodded very satisfiedly. Especially Luo Bing. Seeing Wang Yishue is like seeing my own granddaughter. This is the treasure of the entire Southeast War Zone. The cutting-edge technologies developed by Su Fan are all easily mastered. Luo Bing and Wang Yishio have explained the situation over the phone. Now when I came here, I immediately noticed the silver-white cyber tank. My mind was extremely shocked. Muttered, it's worthy of being designed by Brother Su. It's really powerful. Enter the cab of the cyber tank. Lu Daqiang consciously moved to the back row and carefully learned Wang Yishue's operation method. The most nervous one was Princess Lilith. She was filled with joy. My little heart was beating so fast that it was about to jump out of my throat. The breathing is more like the sound of a bellows. I was eagerly waiting for Wang Yishio to demonstrate the target practice of the electromagnetic gun. Wang Yishio glanced at the joystick, which was similar to that of a mecha. There are far fewer buttons than the mecha. The slightly nervous mood I had originally felt was slightly relieved. I tried the pupil-focusing operation of the holographic helmet, and it was similar to the previous one. A familiar feeling came over me. The principle of the central control system is basically the same as that of Mecha and Titan. After a brief attempt, Wang Yishue said using the built-in microphone of the holographic helmet, Commander, everything is ready. Please give your instructions. Good. A gleam of light flashed in Luo Bing's eyes. He thought to himself that he was indeed a driving genius in the Southeast War Zone. Yishue, drive the tank to the shooting range first. We will be there soon. Yes. Wang Yishio shouted competently. With a sudden push on the accelerator, the silver-white beast rushed out like a rabbit. A huge push on Lilith's back instantly felt like it was pushing her back. Almost crushed her. It feels like the flesh and blood is about to be squeezed out of the skin. She glanced hard at the data panel in the lower right corner of the holographic helmet. The whole person seemed to be struck by lightning in an instant. Standing still. The expression is almost ferocious. Special speed. Are you kidding me? It just started, and it already reached 480 miles per hour. Sister, are you going to take off, or what? Can I not sit down? Please, let me down. I want to get off the tank. Lilith collapsed. I thought Lu Daqiang's driving was fierce enough, but I didn't expect that this female soldier was even more risking her life. I really don't know what she was driving before. Why is it so fast? Lilith looked aside with trembling eyes. Through the translucent front of the holographic helmet, you can see Wang Yishio's calm expression inside the helmet. At this moment, Wang Yishue suddenly complained imperceptibly. It's still a bit slow. Things on land are just a little bulky. Not as good as those that fly in the sky or swim in the sea. Although the voice was low, Lilith could hear it clearly because she was sitting in the passenger seat. She is stupid. Big sister, what do you mean by this? The speed has reached over 500, and you still think it's too slow. Judging from the tone, there is no more room on the ground. You want to go to the sky or go to the sea, right? May I ask what you did in the past and why you say such outrageous words? What surprised Lilith even more was the female driver, named Wang Ishio, behaved very calmly from the beginning. She seemed to feel nothing despite the strong push on her back just now. In addition to wanting to see whether the electromagnetic gun is real or not, Lilith is also beginning to be curious about what Wang Ishio does. On the off-road vehicle, Luo Bing sat in the passenger seat and couldn't help but admire the cyber tank that disappeared in a flash. What a great stuff. It would be great if it could be mass-produced quickly. He casually glanced at his phone and noticed the speed in the lower right corner. My eyeballs seemed to pop out immediately. He took a deep breath. Fuck. At this speed, Ishue, drive slower. Drive slower. Sitting next to you is the princess of a wealthy dog owner. Princess. Hold on steady. Wang Ishio knew Lilith's identity and heard the voice in her ear. Then he sighed and said, Chief, this is the slowest speed, and I'm already here. Next time. There was a sound of tracks rubbing against the ground. The cyber tank braked steadily and stopped at the shooting range. A powerful inertia instantly acted on the 3 people in the cab. Fortunately, all 3 of them were wearing seatbelts. Otherwise, they would all crash into the cockpit console. Lilith was not angry at all. Instead, she thought Wang Ishio was stunningly handsome. So cool. Like a little fangirl, she blinked her big eyes with anticipation. Sister Ishue, I have a question. Is it convenient for you to answer it? Wang Ishio turned her head and glanced at Lilith. The girl was a few years younger than her. She looks like a porcelain doll. Little Princess Lilith, what do you want to know? Sister Ishue, you don't have to be so polite. Just treat me as an ordinary little sister. Lilith's big eyes twinkled as she spoke, showing her sincerity. Then he continued. I want to ask, sister, what did you drive before? It seems so awesome. 114 Center parting for Dashin. Lu Daqiang, who had been silent in the cab, was also extremely curious. Why does a female soldier have such strong driving skills? Can drive a tank up to 500 miles. It only takes 1 second to go from 0 to 100 miles per hour. Why so exaggerated? Even now he is still numb inside. I always thought of myself as an ace tank driver. Compared with Wang Ishio, forget it, there is no comparison. He is on the first level, while others are in the atmosphere, or even in outer space. Compare a yo-yo. Under the expectant gaze of Lilith and Lu Daqiang, Wang Ishio said without thinking, I used to drive mechas and titans, and those things could easily reach dozens of times the speed of sound. Speak halfway. Wang Ishio paused. I feel bad. All of this has to be kept secret for now. Then the tone changed. Haha. No, I just play mecha games often, so I drive a little better than others. After saying that, Wang Ishio even smiled foolishly twice. Lilith's mouth couldn't help but twitch twice. His eyes were a little dull. It seems to be saying, Sister, you changed your tone 180 degrees in an instant. It's obvious that you are lying. Who are you trying to fool? You are treating me like a fool. Everything was fine before, but suddenly it became just playing games? Lilith also likes to play 3A games. She has tried all the latest games. I've never heard of a mecha driving simulation game. Mecha, Titan. Lilith keenly captured 2 key words. An incredible guess arose in my mind. Could it be that Xia country has already developed real mecha? Horrible. If it is true, then the real strength of Xia country seems to be able to defeat the United States. And what are Titans? I don't understand how powerful it is. No matter what, these things are enough to show that the Xia kingdom is no longer what it used to be. If the upcoming electromagnetic gun demonstration is real, then it means that mechas and titans are also likely to be real. In that case, we must hurry as fast as possible and hold on tightly to Xiagua. Once you fall behind others and have no place on their thighs, it will be too late to regret. And all information must be kept confidential. The later other countries know about it, the better. By the time they found out, the big brother Xiagua had already led them to an unattainable level of technology. Making a fortune in silence is the truth. Lilith's genius brain figured everything out in an instant. Clenched her little hands. Next, let's see whether this electromagnetic gun is real or fake. If it's true, it would explain a lot. In the future, the cooperation model between Goda Hu and Xiagua will also undergo earth-shaking changes. Waited for a while. Luo Bing and his team then drove to the shooting range. By this time the cyber tank was already in place. After getting off the car, Luo Bing, Long Tianyun, Prince Sultan and others entered the shooting range monitoring center. Target monitoring equipment is installed near each shooting range. No matter which tank or other equipment is being tested and shot, it will be reflected on the screen in the most intuitive way. Luo Bing thought for a moment, and gave Wang Yixue an order. Yixue, there's a 107 tank target 85 kilometers away, and the radar signal is GZH. Shoot it down. Yes, Chief. After Wang Yixue responded loudly, she quickly mobilized the quantum source phased array radar. She is very familiar with this thing. In less than a second, GZH appeared on the virtual map interface in front of him. The capture and lock are completed in the blink of an eye. This set of down. Lilith on the side and Lu Daqiang in the back row were dumbfounded. Their holographic helmets will synchronize the images of Wang Yixue's focusing operations. This sci-fi operation that was so strong that it penetrated their bones made their hearts jump to their throats. So shocking. Even Lilith, who studied in the US for many years, was amazed. She felt like a country bumpkin who had come to the city and had never seen anything. What a country bumpkin. She even regrets it now. If she had known that Xia country was so strong, why did she go to Yingjiang? In comparison, this is truly cutting-edge technology. When Lilith was in a state of excitement and looked extremely excited, Wang Yixue has completed the final operation. A cold mechanical voice sounded in the cockpit. First calibration of electromagnetic energy completed. Current electromagnetic force, 100 million Gauss. Dual track attitude adjustment completed. Nuclear magnetic effect offset. Radar lock completed. Dual track beyond visual range electromagnetic gun. Emission. Sizzle. A huge blue arc of electricity suddenly appeared on the tank's electromagnetic track. The electric arc instantly expanded to a size that almost covered the entire tank. The concrete floor seemed unable to withstand the strong pressure. It makes a clicking sound. Dazzling blue light. In an instant, the entire cyber tank was illuminated in blue and white. A blue halo surged around the edges. The light was so dazzling that it almost blinded the countless cameras on the scene. In the monitoring room, Luo Bing, Prince Sultan, and others saw the screen turn blue and white. From time to time, there are azure arcs of electricity wandering on the outer surface of the blue-white light ball. A deep shock rose in my heart. I was extremely nervous. Luo Bing's throat was dry. He took 2 gulps of mineral water, but it still couldn't eliminate the shock in his heart. How powerful is this electromagnetic run? It can instantly burst out such a strong arc of electricity. If this is not launched accidentally, wouldn't the monitoring room be razed to the ground as well? Countless pairs of eyes were fixed on the screen, and some timid people had cold sweats running down their backs. I feel uneasy inside. The moment the silver-white light appeared, it seemed slow, but it was actually very fast. In just a flash, the blue light ball shot out, crashed into a mountain. Luo Bing was stunned for a moment. What was going on? Weren't we supposed to shoot at the 107 tank targets? Why did we shoot at the mountain? Long Tianyan next to him slapped his thigh violently, with a cry of surprise. Oh my god, this cyber tank is shooting in a straight line. Unlike other tanks, the shells fly in an arc. Luo Bing immediately understood. Cold sweat suddenly broke out on my palms. What the hell? The missiles fired by ordinary tanks are in a parabolic trajectory, flying over the mountains and hitting the target accurately. But this won't work. It hits the mountain in almost a straight line. How could he possibly hit the target? I forgot to consider one thing. I neglected it. Luo Bing sighed. The blue light ball has crashed heavily into the mountain. Boom. The huge roar was deafening. It caused the earth to shake. The entire monitoring room shook along with the ground. The lights above my head were affected by some force and made a clicking sound. The monitoring screen also flickered. Before anyone could blink, the other side of the mountain, a ball of blue light suddenly appeared. With unparalleled momentum, it roared and slammed heavily onto target 107. The moment of contact, countless azure cracks appeared on the tank target. With a crack, it turned into crumbs. The ball of light continued to move forward, and the slightly shorter mountain behind it also began to shake violently. Boom! Under the gazes of countless people, another small mountain was cut in half. The energy of the light ball was finally exhausted. Monitoring room. Luo Bing was completely stunned. 115. If my prostate wasn't in good condition, I would have peed myself right there. Luo Bing's heart was trembling violently. The eyeball exploded into 2 with a bang. People are just dumbfounded. This beast. One shot. I broke through 2 mountains. What a monster. Is this really a technological product that humans can create? Even though he had witnessed the amazing technology of the Crimson Sky Mecha with his own eyes, he was still deeply shocked. Prince Sultan standing by was so frightened that his legs went weak. If the guards hadn't helped him in time, already sat down on the ground. His eyes were fixed on the screen, unable to move away even a little bit. The whole person is in a state of dementia. Judging from his expression, he looks like he has cerebral palsy. The strength of the cyber tank is beyond his brain's ability to measure. Thinking of what Lilith had just said, he finally realized something. Indeed, such a powerful weapon must be bought. And buy it quietly. Such a good weapon. The fewer people who use it, the better. It would be best if they were the only ones using it in the entire Arab region. Get rich quietly. Don't shoot. If war breaks out again among Arab countries, it will lead to a reshuffle of countless oil-producing countries. Send the cyber tank directly. Come on, let's see which grandson is not afraid of death and wants to show his head to me. One electromagnetic cannon down. See you in the next life. Prince Sultan was already considering the price of this thing. It's so powerful. How much money should it cost? It's definitely not cheap. I'm afraid one car would cost hundreds of millions, or even billions. But even so, you have to buy it. If you buy it, you will definitely make a profit. Not to mention Long Tianyun. He had never seen the high-tech weapons developed by Su Fan. Shocked beyond words. After recovering some thinking ability, I gradually felt ecstatic. The emergence of cyber tanks will definitely greatly enhance the strength of the Xia Kingdom's army. The Xia army itself is known for its strong fighting spirit. Now you have the true king of land warfare. You will crush all enemy armies. What an elite eagle. I'm fighting the elite. The moment it is completed and put into service is the moment when the entire Xia army will be promoted to the strongest army on the earth. Who doesn't agree? Let's give it a try. Try it, and you will die. Long Tianyun looked at Luo Bing beside him. He put his arm around Luo Bing's waist. Lao Luo, my dear brother. This made Luo Bing completely confused. Okay, what is this for? Luo Bing turned his head suddenly. Then I saw the old man Long Tianyun pouting and trying to kiss me. Fuck it, get out of the way. Mr. Long, let's talk it over nicely. Do you believe I'll send you to Anding Hospital? He hurriedly took 2 steps back. Luo Bing was shocked by Long Tianyun's sudden behavior. Only then did Long Tianyun remember that Prince Sultan was there. Fortunately, I didn't see it. Long Tianyun moved slightly closer to Luo Bing. With a shameless face, he said with a smile. Lao Luo, my dear brother. You cyber tank, you have to build 2 production lines for me in the Longxi war zone. I don't care. If you don't give it to me, I'm going to hang out in your office all day long. You still have to pay for the food. Luo Bing's face suddenly turned dark. This old guy has thrown away all his dignity for the cyber tank. He directly skipped the normal request procedure. What a cheat. Luo Bing wiped his face. I thought to myself, if I knew about mechas and deep-sea titans, you would definitely be able to live in my house. Luo Bing narrowed his eyes and said with regret, Lao Long, are you willing to risk your reputation just to get the equipment? Long Tianyun sneered twice. Face. What's the use of having face? If I can exchange it for a cyber tank, I'll give you my wife, not to mention my old face. The corners of Luo Bing's mouth twitched violently twice, and he thought to himself that this guy is crazy. We can't let him know about the Crimson Sky Mecha. Once you find out, you will definitely have a hard time. It's so annoying. Luo Bing pursed his lips and agreed with his own thoughts. A gleam of doubt flashed in Long Tianyun's eyes. He and Luo Bing are old friends. Luo Bing's expression was wrong just now. Lao Luo, tell me whether you will give it to me or not. Also, are you hiding something from me? We are old comrades. You can't eat alone. If you have good things, you must share them with others. Luo Bing took a breath of cold air suddenly. This old guy's intuition is really scary. That's not true. Haha, no way. In the cockpit of the cyber tank, Wang Yishua watched the target tank disappear from the radar and clenched her fists. Yes. Lilith's pupils trembled. I feel very excited. Her upright chest rose and fell violently. Through the holographic helmet, he stared at the large hole more than 3 meters wide on the opposite mountain. There was actually light shining out of the cave. It was shot through with one shot. Lilith's delicate body was shaking even more, almost completely out of control. If my prostate wasn't in good condition, I would have peed in my pants. This shot. So scary. After a brief moment of fear, Lilith's eyes gradually became fanatical. An incomparable feeling of excitement rushed to my brain. This thing must be bought back. You have to buy it no matter how much it costs. Buy it, it's worth it. As soon as I stop at the door of my house, I feel full of security. If there are any more opposition members causing trouble, we will fire a cannon at them and send them to see God. The fanaticism in Lilith's eyes made her tremble even more violently. Lu Daqiang in the back row was also frightened by this shot. My brain CPU is smoking. It's really hard to imagine that this is actually a tank. I have been dealing with tanks for half my life. I've never seen such a powerful tank. The mountain was blasted through with one shot. If I tell anyone about it, I'll definitely be called a psychopath. It's like a dream. Others are already numb. Mission accomplished. Wang Yishua took a deep breath. Contact the leader immediately. Reporting to the two commanders, the target has been hit. Please give your instructions. Ishua, you completed the mission beautifully. Return to the exhibition immediately. Yes. Hearing the soft voice coming from the other end of the communication, Wang Ishio responded proudly. Just control the tank. Lilith on the side suddenly said. Wait a moment. Shouted. Lilith said into the microphone of the holographic helmet again. Uncle Luo, Uncle Long, it has come to this, that. How about measuring the magnetic oscillations as well? After saying that, Lilith clenched her hands. I am looking forward to it. This idea just occurred to her. I didn't think about it at first, because I think it's definitely impossible. Magnetic oscillations are something that only exist in science fiction. There is no possibility of practice, and even theory is very lacking. But after seeing the power of the electromagnetic cannon, she had a vague feeling. Maybe this thing is true. Luo Bing was stunned for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Anyway, I have tested almost everything, so this one won't make any difference. Yes, but you must pay attention to your own safety. Okay, thank you, Uncle Luo. Lilith was instantly ecstatic. Now, we can see the ultimate power of this beast. When Wang Ishio heard this order, her heart was shocked. She wanted to see it too. The miniature missiles of the Crimson Sky Mecha, the Deep Sea Titan's Deep Sea Dragon King Cannon, and this cyber tank's magnetic shock, which one is stronger? 116 I'm going all out. I'm going to kowtow to you. Wang Ishio took a deep breath. A hint of caution appeared on her pretty face. First turn on the quantum source phased array radar. Conduct life detection. No life form larger than 100 kilometers has been detected. There are only some snakes, insects, rats and ants. The preparations are completed. Lilith on the side was both excited and nervous. The tender little palms were sweating. See the words ready displayed on the holographic helmet. I couldn't help but hold my breath. Gem-like eyes stared straight at the screen in front of them. Don't dare to blink. Lu Daqiang in the back seat held the seat belt tightly with both hands. Years of combat experience told him that something terrible might happen next. He even noticed that the hairs on his body were almost standing up. In the command room, Luo Bing and his colleagues were also infected by the almost stagnant atmosphere. My breathing became rapid. Long Tianyun widened his eyes even wider, staring at the screen, afraid of missing any details. Cybertank is simply his dream lover. If I could get this thing. Strengthen the army strength in the Lungshi Theater. Let him do anything. Not to mention his old face. Even if it meant his life, he would give it without hesitation. Prince Sultan is already numb. Like a pool of rotten meat, he sat in the chair blankly. My legs are really weak. Today's tank exhibition is truly an eye-opener. From the moment the cyber tank debuted, the whole process was high energy and breathtaking. No matter how much it costs, you must buy the cyber tank. Under the gazes of countless people, Wang Ishua's pupils narrowed. Opened the launch interface of magnetic storm oscillation. A high-definition map covering an area of 100 kilometers was displayed on the transparent screen in front of him. A fan-shaped red frame frames the front. Wang Ishua keenly noticed that a red prompt appeared in the lower right corner of the data panel. Friendly reminder. This magnetic storm will change the terrain, so use with caution. She gasped sharply. I also feel a little uneasy inside. Lilith beside her also saw the hint. An exclamation. This is impossible. A weapon that changes the terrain. Such a weapon does not exist. Reason told her that this red tip was completely off the mark. Being able to change the terrain in an instant is a true geological weapon. Something that remains at the conceptual level. It doesn't actually exist. Geological weapons actually go beyond the scope of conventional weapons. It is a true weapon of mass destruction. It can be compared to a nuclear bomb. No country has ever done this in many years. The difficulty of developing it is much higher than that of a nuclear bomb. Lilith's mind kept telling her that this was impossible. However, there seemed to be some expectation in his eyes. Looking forward to Cybertank creating miracles again. In the command room, the moment the red prompt appeared, Luo Bing's eyes narrowed. I felt inexplicably more nervous. The arrow is on the string and must be shot. Fortunately, the order was given directly. Ishua fire. Yes. Wang Ishio suddenly pressed the magnetic storm oscillation start button. A cold voice sounded instantly. Electromagnetic energy link completed. Current energy storage, 5 billion Gauss. Electromagnetic pulse launch port opened. Radar boundary detection is normal. Magnetic storm oscillation. Emission. Z. A sharp buzzing sound suddenly exploded. In front of the cyber tank, dozens of electromagnetic pulse launch ports simultaneously converged with blue and white arcs. The electric arc grew larger and larger, almost tearing the entire sky apart. The air continued to vibrate violently. The ground also turned charred black the moment the arc appeared. In just a moment, the arc is solidified. Place a roaring electric dragon above the cyber tank. The next moment, with a fierce whistling sound, it was scattered out in the shape of a fishing net. The dense blue and white electromagnetic network covers all terrain within 100 kilometers. Countless rocks turned into powder in an instant. Countless yellow sands rose up, swept towards the sky by the vast energy. Wang Yishio was stunned. His eyes suddenly widened into a circle. The expression on his face collapsed. What is this? She was so shocked that she could hardly speak. Lilith, who was standing by, even popped her eyes out. With a bang, it shattered into pieces. So scared that my heart stopped beating. After a brief moment of daze, he began to mutter. Mushroom, mushroom cloud. She is stupid. My 3 views were completely shattered. Countless mountains were shattered by the magnetic storm. Under the magnetic storm, countless mountains exploded into yellow sand. It was carried towards the sky by an instant updraft. In an instant, a vast yellow mushroom cloud formed. Lu Daqiang, who was sitting in the back seat of the tank, collapsed on his seat, completely terrified. Dizziness and vertigo. Blind in both eyes. He finally confirmed one thing. I'm definitely dreaming now. How can this be true? Why haven't I woken up from this dream yet? He twisted his thigh hard. The meat was almost twisted to pieces. I just can't wake up. Monitoring room. The air was completely frozen. No one moved. Everyone's expression froze at the moment they saw the yellow mushroom cloud. Every one of them has Alzheimer's disease. Completely rigid. It looks almost like a zombie from Xia country. After a long time, Luo Bing suddenly woke up and called everyone. Let's go and look outside. There are always things that are overlooked through the monitor. What you see in person is more real. Luo Bing, Long Tianyun, Prince Sultan, and others all walked out of the monitoring room quickly. Walked towards the location of the cyber tank. The launch point of the shooting range is not far from the monitoring room and can be reached in a few minutes. Luo Bing stood in front of the cyber tank. At a glance, the countless mountains that once existed have disappeared. Instead, there is an endless desert. Magnetic storm shock, so terrifying. Luo Bing grabbed a handful of sand from under his feet and shook it in his hands. The particles are even more sparse than those in normal deserts. He is numb. Standing in the yellow sand, I felt completely disheveled. My heart is beating violently, and I can't calm down. This power. It's no different from a small nuclear bomb. He looked up at the yellow mushroom cloud still rising up, and his mouth became dry. My heart and courage are broken. Such a weapon is too powerful. Prince Sultan was supported by 2 bodyguards. His fat body could hardly hold on. Looking at the mushroom cloud above my head and the endless desert. People are going crazy. The incomparable visual impact hit his pupils hard. Almost smashed my eyeball. Unbelievable. Incredible. It just doesn't seem real. Long Tianyun's breathing became more rapid. He looked completely anxious. Hold on to Luo Bing tightly, and don't let go. Lao Luo, I don't care. If you don't agree to what I said before, I will kneel down in front of you right now. I'm going all out. I'll just give you a kowtow. 117 Father, hurry up and send the money. Luo Bing also widened his eyes. I really have a new respect for this old guy. This is what it means to be able to bend and stretch. In order to enhance the strength of the Longxi war zone, we are really willing to give it our all. Old dragon, stop right there. I can't send you away. I'm really scared of you. But first, don't spread the news. Long Tianyun was instantly overjoyed. I wish I could hug Luo Bing and kiss him. Once the troops are equipped with cyber tanks, who will dare to say that the Longxi theater is weak? At this time, Wang Yishue turned off the tank and came out with Lilith and Lu Daqiang, standing in front of the yellow sand. Looking at the extremely real picture, the 3 of them have a unique feeling. Lilith's pretty face turned pale. Looking at the mushroom cloud that covered the sky, my heart was filled with horror. The little heart just can't bear it. Who would have thought that a tank could unleash such fierce firepower? If this were brought to the battlefield, he could definitely defeat 1,000 or even 10,000 enemies. This is the real killer. The true king of land warfare. Only by standing under the mushroom cloud created by magnetic storm oscillations can you realize your own insignificance. Lilith even had an urge to kneel down and worship. If her status as a princess didn't really not allow it, she would definitely prostrate herself in worship. I bowed down in worship and am convinced. Ding-ling-ling. A rapid ringing sounded. Luo Bing reacted instantly from his trance. I subconsciously picked up the phone. Luo Bing, are you fucking crazy? How dare you test a nuclear bomb near Shanjing? Are you really planning to take down all the leaders at headquarters? This familiar voice instantly sobered Luo Bing up a lot. quickly replied. Old leader, no, I didn't test a nuclear bomb. Real, I swear. The person on the other side paused and sneered. The tone became more urgent. Good for you, Lao Luo. You've learned to lie at such an old age. The Earthquake Monitoring Bureau has sent a message saying they detected man-made seismic waves in your area, and they're insisting it must have been a nuclear explosion. How could I wrongly accuse you? Luo Bing felt like crying and said aggrievedly, Hand the hat. This is a slap on the head. I'd rather die from this injustice. I just had my men test the weapons on the tanks. I didn't expect them to be so powerful. I really didn't lie to you. I heard Luo Bing say this from the other end of the phone. He pondered for a moment. He said sternly, Okay, since you insist, write a written report and submit it immediately. Do it now. Yes, old leader. He just put down the phone. Long Tianyun's phone rang beside him. The situation was basically the same, and the two looked at each other miserably. Now they are in trouble together. The group decided to return to the exhibition venue for the time being. Lilith and Prince Sultan expressed their intention to purchase the cyber tank. We need to go back and discuss the specific matters. Wang Yixue first drove the cyber tank to the exhibition warehouse and sealed it off. Luo Bing and his men returned by car. Along the way, Shang and Long Tianyun worked out the content of the report, wrote it, and sent it to their superiors. With the repeated assurances of the two, the superior reluctantly believed it, and replied with two instructions. First, pay attention to the blockade of information. Second, regarding the solution to the issue of arms sales of high-tech. Luo Bing took a quick look and thought it was probably the case. If this tank is to be sold abroad, they must be staunch allies and implement a blockade of high-tech. Even if the tanks are sold, it must be ensured that the important technologies cannot be reverse-engineered by the other party. Luo Bing was not worried about this at all. With academician Su Fan here, there shouldn't be any major problems. Can others reverse-engineer the things designed by Su Fan's genius brain circuit? It will definitely take thousands of years to figure it out. Not long after, everyone returned to the dedicated offices at the tank exhibition site. It has been agreed that negotiations on the sale of cyber tanks will begin in half an hour. Lilith pulled Prince Sultan aside. The two of them borrowed an empty house and quickly contacted the Dog-Rich cabinet. In the Dog Tycoon, King Rap is both the king and the prime minister of the cabinet, and the position is hereditary forever. Lilith personally called King Lapu. Hey, Lilith, are you missing your father? Hearing the doting voice on the other end of the phone, Lilith was too lazy to chat about family matters. Don't be false, just say it directly. Father, hurry up, send the money. What? I could clearly hear the surprise from the person on the other end of the phone, and there was some shock in his words. Lilith, my precious princess, have you been kidnapped? No. Father, I've got a fancy to a tank. It's really powerful. I want to buy a few. Didn't you take 50 billion with you when you and your uncle went out this time? Father's thing is too advanced. 50 billion might not be enough. We need another 50 billion. Hiss. There was a sound of inhaling air coming from the phone. King Lap was obviously shocked by Lilith's words. It's not that 50 billion is a lot. What kind of tank is it that is worth so much money? My dear, is the tank you're interested in really that powerful? It's not a question of whether it's powerful or not. It's simply too powerful. Lilith was beaming with joy when she talked about Cybertank. That tank, except for not being able to fly into the sky, there's absolutely nothing it can't do. 100 times more advanced than Eagle Sauce. If you don't believe me, I'll let my uncle tell you. Sultan took the call. The emotions are even more agitated. He talked incessantly, saliva flying everywhere. Brother, we really need to buy this tank. I'm telling you, goodness, with one shot, the area for dozens of miles around has turned into a desert. It even created a mushroom cloud. Can you believe it? With him, our royal family no longer has to worry about any hostile forces. That thing can even drill into the ground. We could use it to explore for oil. It's incredible. Lilith was stunned listening to this. I thought to myself, Uncle is really awesome. Cybertank is mining oil. This train of thought is amazing. Why didn't I think of that? Or am I too small-minded? In the end, King Lap directly transferred another 50 billion US dollars to Lilith's account. Now Lilith finally felt a little more confident. The other side. Wang Yixue also called Su Fan. Brother Su, your tank is now being sold to foreign countries. How much does it cost you to manufacture one? Su Fan, who was building a mecha production line, heard Wang Yixue's voice. Suddenly his eyes lit up. The cyber tank was just produced 2 days ago, and it already received foreign orders? That's a great feeling. Since it is arms sales abroad, don't blame me, Su, for being cruel. 118 arms sales negotiations, explosive deal price. Su Fan thought for a moment. Under normal circumstances, if the production line is completed, the material cost of a cyber tank should be around 2 million. There are a lot of other expenses, so we have to calculate them carefully. You know, in our line of work, we have to consider everything. Military zone land and labor, and the wages and benefits of related technical personnel. And there are all sorts of miscellaneous labor costs, water and electricity costs. Let me think about it. Su Fan wanted to say 20 million per car and was about to open her mouth. Brother Su, considering your commission and the country's profits, is 100 million enough? Wang Yishue directly interrupted Su Fan's thoughts and said lightly. Su Fan paused suddenly. You are truly a bargaining genius. She is worthy of being the eldest daughter of Wang Group. Every time she opens her mouth, she sets a small goal. Respond quickly. Enough. Enough. That'll do. Wang Yishue nodded, as if she understood something. After figuring out the price, Luo Bing picked up the phone. I also talked with Su Fan about ways to prevent cutting-edge technology from being reversely researched. Su Fan said frankly that it was a piece of cake. I guarantee that even if the tanks are eventually obtained by the Americans, they will not be able to obtain any related technology. Even when the location appeared behind the eagle sauce, Xia Guo would receive an alarm and control it remotely, and fortunately turn the eagle sauce's nest upside down. Moreover, Su Fan bluntly stated that a friend or foe identification device would be set up. If the tanks fire at the Xia troops, they will be directly controlled by our side. Finally, Su Fan solemnly recommended Wang Yishue to Luo Bing as the foreign trade negotiator this time. If nothing else, it's because of her amazing bargaining skills. Something that could have sold for 100 million might now sell for 500 million. Half an hour later, in the conference room, personnel from both sides are already in place. Everyone has their own thoughts. The atmosphere became a little weird. Left side. Princess Lilith is the military procurement representative of the Dog Tycoon, accompanied by Prince Sultan. On the right is Wang Yishue, the representative of Xia State. He was accompanied by Luo Bing and Long Tianyun. Even though she was sitting comfortably in the chair, Lilith still couldn't calm down. My mind is full of the exaggerated and famous scenes of Cybertank. That thing is so important to the entire country. I just don't know how much the Xia Kingdom will bid. Logically speaking, with 100 billion yuan, buying one should not be a problem. Not necessarily two. Lilith's eyes were fixed with a determined look. Buy at least two anyway. 2 cars are safe. If the money is not enough, then ask father to send more money. This time, let's fight. Cybertank is related to the future destiny of the entire country. She has to decide. She never bargained for the price when she bought things before. For them, who have only a piece of cloth on their heads and are the richest people in the world, bargaining is a shame. This time, for the sake of the country, she would accept it even if it meant doing something as embarrassing and disappointing as bargaining. She has no regrets for the sake of her country. As long as I can buy 2 cybertanks, it will all be worth it. Thinking of this, Lilith's eyes became much sharper. The look in his eyes when he looked at Wang Yishue suddenly burst out with astonishing momentum. Wang Yishue is no less impressive. As a driver of 3 kinds of super technologies, what he lacks is courage. The sharp eyes also met his gaze. Even if the other person is a princess, she is not a pushover. She also came with a mission today. She knows best how powerful the cybertank is. We must strive to sell it for 100 million. Only in this way can we truly appreciate the true value of this steel behemoth. If it is sold at a low price for other reasons, it would be a shame to the country and to Su Fan. Wang Yishue clenched her hands under the table, her fingertips pale as blood. The identity of a super technological ace pilot seemed to have given her a royal robe of superiority at this moment. Her momentum suddenly rose, even surpassing Lilith. Lilith felt confused. I couldn't help but speak. Sister Yishue, let's not talk nonsense. We must buy the cybertank. Prince Sultan's expression froze instantly. The corners of his mouth twitched twice. He gave Lilith a confused look. What the fuck? With just this one sentence from you, the other party's offer will at least double. She is truly worthy of being my dog-rich princess. Princess Lilith, it's very expensive. Wang Yishue said lightly. Being expensive is not a problem. Just give me a price. Lilith didn't bother to talk nonsense and said directly. At least this many cars. Wang Yishue stretched out a finger, gesturing a bit. Luo Bing, who was standing by, was suddenly shocked. His eyeballs twitched violently. This offer is directly 100 million. In terms of profit margin, the costs are negligible. It's so expensive, will the dog owner agree? That's definitely impossible, right? The 3 of them looked at Lilith. When Lilith saw the price Wang Yishue pointed out, her eyes suddenly flashed with a gleam of light. The petite body began to gasp violently. An indescribable excitement suddenly broke out. The delicate little hands were even trembling a little. Prince Sultan next to her was even more overjoyed, and his face showed excitement without any concealment. His entire face turned blood red. I was so happy. Wang Yixue was suddenly confused. If you think it's too expensive, just speak up. Why are you so anxious? How come a rich Arab man doesn't even have this little bit of quality? Bang! Lilith slammed her delicate little fist down on the table. Wang Yixue, Luo Bing, and others were shocked. I thought the little princess of the dog-owning family was going to turn against me. Immediately afterwards, Lilith's petite and arrogant body suddenly stood up. He stretched out his baby-like hand towards Wang Yixue. With a cry of tenderness. Make a deal. Us. Wang Yixue's eyes widened. The phoenix eyes suddenly turned into camel bell eyes. The mouth is big enough to swallow the rice cooker lid. I used all my strength to suppress my heart that was about to jump out of my throat. Loudly said, Princess Lilith, is this a deal? By one finger I mean one. I know, 10 billion, right? Lilith showed a very certain expression. Wang Yixue's eyes widened again, and her cornea burst with a bang. Completely confused. My brain simply short-circuited. My heart was beating wildly. It hit the ribs hard. With a loud bang, it shattered directly. He stretched out his smooth hand and shook hands with Lilith. Luo Bing and Long Tianyin on the side couldn't hold it anymore. Two pairs of old eyes stared at Lilith. I just wondered if I had heard it wrong. Shock was written all over the two old faces, and the wrinkles on their faces were all wrinkled. My jaw dropped to the ground. Lilith saw that Wang Yixue and the others had strange expressions on their faces. My heart skipped a beat. She is now afraid that Wang Yixue will say that one finger represents 100 billion US dollars. Then this time they may only be able to buy a cyber tank. 1 in 10. The difference is huge. A cyber tank would allow them to protect themselves. 10 cars are enough for these rich dogs to completely break free from the control of the eagle sauce. It is not difficult to dominate Arab countries. Thinking of this, Lilith showed an unusually determined expression and said solemnly, Sister Yixue, anyway, we wealthy people are used to seeing one finger as 10 billion. We've already made a handshake deal. You can't regret it. Speaking of this, Lilith's brows were filled with a stubborn determination to face death. 119 The troubles of the Strategic Research Institute. These netizens are too smart. Prince Sultan standing by couldn't help but give Lilith a thumbs up. Lilith performed very well. What a clever little kid. Textbook negotiation. If Lilith were a man, he would even want to support Lilith to be the crown prince. So excellent. If the deal is really closed at 10 billion, we will make a fortune. Those are the real 10 cyber tanks. Wang Yixue and Luo Bing looked at each other and nodded without hesitation. Now Lilith smiled. Fearing that Wang Yixue would regret it, he quickly said, At this price, I want 10. Wang Yixue was even more confused. The corners of his mouth twitched violently. 10 billion for one car is already exaggerated enough, and you still want to buy 10. Princess Lilith, if we calculate at 10 billion per car, 10 cars would be 100 billion US dollars. I know how much your account is. I'll transfer the money right now. Lilith said, a sly look in her eyes. She thought very clearly. Pay the money as soon as possible, Xiagua can't regret it. Besides, there is no guarantee that this thing will not be leaked. What if someone pays her before her? Then the time for them to obtain the cyber tank will be delayed. Delay will lead to changes. Pay early, and you will have peace of mind sooner. Prince Sultan, who was standing by, saw that Wang Yixue was a little dazed. Doubtfully. You don't want cash, do you? We can also exchange it at an international bank in your country. Even 100 billion is not a small amount. I guess it would take a heavy truck to transport it. When Luo Bing heard Sultan's fierce words, he shuddered violently. Heavy Kara American knife? I'm afraid only a prince from a wealthy family can say such vicious words. Luo Bing hurriedly said, Wait a moment. Then we will come to Xiaogua's official foreign trade account. Lilith gets the account number. Immediately he was delighted. He hurriedly transferred the 100 billion US dollars in remittance. The two parties then agreed on a delivery date of 1 month later. At this point, the arms sale was finally completed. Lilith was so happy that she couldn't stop crying. Prince Sultan's eyes also turned red. Wang Yixue was still in shock. Now I finally understand what a rich man is. Their Wang group is really far behind the big dog owner. 100 billion US dollars, just spent like that. And looking at his expression, it was as if he had gotten a great bargain. There was originally going to be a dinner party in the evening, but Lilith was in a hurry to go back and report the situation to her father. He left in a hurry with Prince Sultan. It was just getting dark. A deafening sonic boom sounded over the venue of the Shangjing Tank exhibition. A red afterimage landed at the exhibition site. Luo Bing had already ordered people to cordon off the scene in advance. Jiangtian No. 2 was not discovered by anyone. Tong Yao and Wang Yishio secretly hung the cyber tank on the Jiangtian No. 2 and brought it back to the southeast war zone overnight. You can't blame Luo Bing for being cautious. It's mainly because there are too many wolves and too little meat. If he didn't get the tank away quickly, his old leader Lu Yong would definitely confiscate it. Who wouldn't want this precious thing? Even Luo Bing himself returned to the southeast war zone military headquarters overnight. Evening. Luo Bing took a look at the internet, which was already in an uproar. Screenshots of Cybertank's live broadcast were flying all over the place. The exaggerated and sharp design and sci-fi shape have attracted countless discussions. It easily made it to the top of the trending search list on several platforms. There was even a yellow sand mushroom cloud, which undeniably took the second place on the hot search list. As a result, all these discussions disappeared after a short while. Just like before, netizens all went to the bureau chief's account to leave comments. At Bureau Chief, the Strategic Research Bureau, please come out and clean up the mess. At Zhuzhong, please hurry up and dispel this rumor. This kind of awesome stuff must not be exposed. At Zhuzhou, dear Bureau Chief, please hurry up. It will be too late if you don't come out and refute the rumors. At Zhuzhong, I wonder which idiot leaked those pictures online. It seemed to be in line with everyone's wishes. On the Douyin platform, the Bureau Chief's account actually updated a video. Hello everyone. Thank you all for your support and trust in me. At your invitation, I'm here to dispel rumors again. After extensive verification, I have now confirmed that the tank in the video you saw is just a concept model. With our current level of technology, we are still far from reaching that level. And that yellow sand mushroom cloud is actually a meteorological effect caused by the convection of cold and hot air. Please netizens do not believe in rumors or spread them. Thank you everyone, goodbye. The video is very short. It's almost the same as the previous one. Netizens are like old friends. Just tag the director below the video. At Zhuzhong, your rumor-busting video is a bit perfunctory. At Zhuzhong, yes, what the above person said is correct. You should list which parts have too high technological content and explain it clearly so that it will appear authentic. At Bureau Chief, another special meteorological effect? Can you make up a different one? At Zhuzhong, I think it's great. It's just a rumor-busting post, so just give it a try. The director took a look at the comments and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Since the last Mecha appeared, the burden on the Strategic Research Institute is becoming increasingly heavy. The leaders above don't know what they are doing. The live video has been leaked, and he is still asked to lie with his eyes open. There are mushroom clouds every few days. How to dispel the rumors? This rumor-refuting video is so bad that not only netizens, but even he himself doesn't believe it. He was puzzled. With such awesome equipment, why couldn't they be a little more concealed? Always exposed. He can't run this war bureau any longer. If you keep doing this, just disband. Hexagon. There were several photos and a stack of paper intelligence in front of Admiral Bowles. His face was so gloomy that water could drip out of it. One photo shows a silver-white tank. Very sci-fi. Another photo shows a yellow mushroom cloud floating in the sky. The information he just received was that the wealthy dog owner had used $100 billion to place a batch of orders in Xia country. According to intelligence agencies, this is the tank with a very sci-fi shape. His fingers tapped lightly on the table, and it was unknown what he was thinking about. The secretary beside him couldn't help but ask directly, General Bowles, could it be that this Xia country tank is actually carrying a geological weapon? So the wealthy dog owner spent $100 billion to buy it. Bowles pondered for a moment and shook his head. Impossible. We haven't even figured out the concept of that kind of thing, so it's impossible to research it. As for the specific situation, it seems I need to meet with the dog owner in person. By the way, let's talk about increasing oil production. Admiral Bowles set off overnight. 120 after a trip to Xia country, the dog owner became arrogant. At the same time, Lilith and Prince Sultan also rushed back to the palace of the Go family overnight. He reported the cyber tank-related matters to Rap as soon as possible. He also brought back some test photos specially given by the Xia country officials, including mechanical property testing, speed capture, and the attack effect of the dual-track beyond visual range electromagnetic cannon. There is also the endless desert and the golden mushroom cloud. Rap was holding a stack of photos in his hands, his eyes full of excitement and shock. I was wondering if Lilith and Sultan had been deceived. But now that the evidence was before him, he believed it completely. They say Xia Guo is good at technology, and it seems the rumors are true. Rap's excitement was palpable. I was so happy that I was shaking all over. At the end, he even laughed out loud. Ha ha, Lilith, Sultan, you two did a great job. We really got a great bargain this time. Thank goodness no other country got there first. 100 billion can buy permanent peace for the wealthy dog owner, and he can even become the regional overlord. It's such a great deal. It's so worth it. Father, this time we are purchasing arms from Xia country. The eagle sauce will definitely not be able to hide it. Over there. Lilith hesitated to speak. Lilith, you don't understand this. Rap smiled kindly. When you transfer the money, it means that we are completely dependent on Xiagua. That 100 billion is used to buy equipment and also as protection money. Xia country has quietly developed such powerful equipment. Its hidden strength must have already surpassed that of eagle sauce. We have Xia country protecting us. Why do we need to worry about a mere eagle sauce? Ha! Although Rap looks to be in his 60s, he doesn't act that way. Quite a heroic spirit. With a serious expression, he waved his hand. Pass on my order. From today on, all major domestic investment and cooperation will turn to Xia country. The world is about to change. This is an opportunity that must not be missed. Yes. Lilith and Sultan were shocked and moved, and quickly obeyed the order. They only considered the role of the tanks, but didn't think so much more. The next day, 9 a.m. sharp, by Dita, reception hall on the 12th floor. The American Army General, Bowles, is here in person, meeting with Prince Sultan, the dog tycoon. When Sultan welcomed Bowles into the house, he already noticed that the other party had a bad look in his eyes. In the past, Prince Sultan had already thought about how to establish a good relationship with this army lieutenant general. Now, what the hell is he? Bowles looked unhappy, and Prince Sultan looked even uglier. His face was as thick as the bricks on the city wall. With this expression, no matter where he goes, others will feel that they owe Sultan a lot of money. The two of them sat down, across from a wooden table. Look at each other. Sultan sneered, leaned back, and crossed his arms. I'm too lazy to talk. Bowles was stunned for a moment. He seemed to be wondering what the hell was going on. In the past, if he had shown this attitude, the other party would have given in and said nice things. What happened today? What's going on? Just when Bowles cast a puzzled look at him, Sultan was getting a little impatient. Said coldly, Admiral Bowles, if you have something to say, just say it. If you have something to fart, just fart. Bowles was shocked and looked confused. A big question mark on his face. Haha, I forgot. Admiral Bowles doesn't understand Chinese. Let's speak English then. A hint of disdain flashed in Sultan's eyes. Just tell me what you want to say. Don't waste time. The corners of Bowles' mouth twitched, and he looked quite unhappy. Trying hard not to get angry, he said calmly, Prince Sultan, I came here specifically to discuss increasing oil production. Your current oil production is too low, which is not conducive to the stability of the international currency, the US dollar. So you have to increase production by at least 1 million barrels a day. Speaking of this, the corners of his mouth curved up. This is not my personal opinion. This is the opinion of the American government. Do you understand what I'm saying? After saying that, Bowles picked up the tea on the table and took a sip with a little pride. A bitter taste instantly rushed into my mouth. Puff. Then it spurted out violently. He glanced at the contents of the teacup. It turned out to be the cheapest green leaf tea from Godahu. He looked at Prince Sultan and glared at him. His face twitched with anger. I could hardly hold back my outburst. What the hell is going on today? Why is this damn rich man suddenly acting so weird? Prince Sultan did not directly respond to Paul's remarks. Instead, I said something casually. This tea doesn't taste good, but it clears away heat and reduces internal heat. I see Admiral Bowles has a lot of temper, so I asked someone to prepare this tea specifically for you. And what you just said about increasing oil production, that's easy. After all, in the Arab world, if we are to be ranked second in oil production, no one dares to claim first place. But I have a question. What does your desire to stabilize international currencies have to do with us? Bowles was completely stunned for a moment. The corners of his mouth twitched twice. Still feels like something is wrong. After Goda, who went to Xia country, he suddenly became more confident. From the moment I walked in, he was aggressive and didn't give me any friendly look at all. It's weird. He thought for a moment and said coldly, stabilizing the international currency, the US dollar, is more conducive to peace and stability in the Arab region and to the prosperity of the capital market. Prince Sultan, I heard that you are fluent in 4 languages and are quite knowledgeable. Could it be that you don't understand this? Sultan sneered twice and picked up his top-grade West Lake Longjing tea. He blew it gently without haste and took a pleasant hiss. This Longjing tea is good. It was given to me by General Luo. Speaking of this, Sultan looked a little proud. Then he said, peace and stability in the Arab region? General Bors, please stop teasing me. If it weren't for you, I don't know how stable the entire Arab region would be right now. As for the international currency you mentioned, forget about the US dollar. Sultan waved his hands, his eyes even more disdainful. We are already planning to use sheep coin to settle oil payments. The fate of your US dollars has nothing to do with us. Bang! Bowles slammed his fist on the table. A ferocious look flashed in his eyes, like a jackal with its fangs bared, yelling at the Sultan. Prince Sultan, do you know what you are talking about? I'm telling you one last time, I represent Eagle Sauce. Increasing oil production is what the Eagles want. You can't argue with that. Old Saw is your lesson. Do you understand? The roar made the roof buzz. Sultan was not at all panicked. Instead, he shook his head and blew on the Westlake Longjing tea in his hand. Slurp. His brows were relaxed, and his face looked full of enjoyment. I didn't take Bowles seriously at all. 121. Contact me, Eagle Sauce. I'm afraid Xiaoguo will misunderstand me. After taking a sip of tea, Sultan suddenly realized. Admiral Bowles, what did you just say? Oh, Riche. Bowles couldn't bear it anymore. He wanted to stab this idiot to death with a knife. Damn it. I'm asking you one last time. Increase oil production by 1 million barrels per day, do you agree? Sultan slowly put down the teacup. I smiled inexplicably. How can we produce 1 million barrels a day? Hearing this, Bowles' heart, which was on the verge of collapse, seemed to suddenly pause. Take a few deep breaths. He snorted coldly. That's more like it. Sultan then said, at least 2 million barrels per day? Of course, I'm talking about production cuts. Gah! Bowles took a deep breath and his eyes trembled violently. Almost choked to death. Slow down your mouth twice. Use all your strength to say a sentence. Prince Sultan, can you take responsibility for what you are saying now? Can you? Prince Sultan was about to nod. At this moment, a petite figure suddenly came in from outside the conference room door. Wearing a Gothic-style Lolita skirt, she said harmlessly, what my uncle said represents the opinions of our entire dog family. The sound is clear and pleasant, like the sound of nature. But to the Sultan's ears, it was extremely harsh. Of course he knew this little girl. The genius girl of a wealthy family, the king's favorite daughter, Lilith. Crazy. The royal family has gone completely crazy. All the conversations today represent that the dog tycoon has completely stood on the opposite side of the Eagle Sauce. It may even lead to unexpected catastrophic consequences. And all of this has to be borne by the ungrateful rich man. Anyone who dares to go against the Eagle Sauce will surely die. Admiral Bowles stood up straight and glanced fiercely at Sultan and Lilith. He didn't want to stay any longer. Ever since these two people from the dog-rich family went to Xia country yesterday, they have completely changed after coming back. This arrogant attitude is just short of breaking off diplomatic relations with the Americans. Damn, I don't know what kind of love potion Xia gave these Arabian camels. It's so fucking weird. Bowles turned and walked out the door. The hard military boots made a clicking sound. As soon as I reached the door, Lilith's voice came from behind. Don't contact us from now on, Eagle-chan. I'm afraid Xiaoguo will misunderstand. Bowles staggered and fell to the ground with a thud. He was ridiculed by the guards in the corridor. Bowles struggled to his feet. He shook his sleeves fiercely. Leave quickly. Even from a distance away, you can still hear laughter in the conference room. The only thing that came to Bowles' mind was this. The dog tycoon is rebelling. After the men reported that Bowles had left, Sultan immediately called Luo Bing. Hey, General Luo. There's something I want to tell you. That bastard Bowles was here just now. Xia Kingdom. Southeast Theater. After hanging up the phone, Luo Bing was still a little confused. He didn't expect that he left a personal phone number for Goda, who before leaving, and he called him the next morning. What he said seemed simple, but it was actually very meaningful. The big dog directly rejected the Eagle Sauce's request to increase oil production and directly decided to reduce oil production. This is completely dismantling the world currency settlement system of oil plus US dollar built by the Americans themselves. It couldn't be better for Xiaoguo. What is even more worthy of Luo Bing's deep thought is that Sultan turned around and told him about this. This is very similar to what happened to the Russian bear after the previous super rare earth incident. Luo Bing couldn't help but feel ecstatic. This is a sign of complete betrayal. This is great news. It must be reported immediately. I quickly called my old leader Lu Yong and told him that this matter had to be reported up the chain of command, without skipping levels or being careless. Zhonghai City, former 3rd Arsenal. It has been greatly expanded at this moment. A deafening sound swirled in the sky. Fortunately, there is no one living within dozens of miles. Otherwise, with such noise, I would not be able to sleep well at night. I can't shock you to death. Su Fan stood outside the workshop and came out to get some fresh air, looking at the factory buildings tens of meters high rising from the ground. His eyes are full of little stars. This is all his hard work. In order to build a Mecha production line, he used a LV3 multifunctional workbench, consumed 5,000 technology points, and produced 5LV1S, which is the authority of LV3. Including the technology points used to manufacture the Mecha production line, Sufan's latest accumulated technology points are only more than 5,000. Anyway, there is enough time to build the Cybertank production line, so Sufan is not in a hurry. Wait until mechas and cybertanks are widely deployed in the future. By then, there will be countless shocks, and you can have as many technology points as you want. With the support of 5LV1S and 1LV3, 9 new production lines have been completed this morning. Sufan has moved the technicians who built the production line and related materials to another empty workshop. There are sparks flying on the production line now. Various fusion joining machines and lathes are being manufactured at a rapid pace. Integrated assembly. In less than 5 days, 10 Cybertank production lines will be successfully completed. Now Li Guozhong and Kong Erlangzi, also known as the Division Commander Kong from the 3rd Division, are busy working in the workshop. I even slept in the workshop at night. The two of them have become obsessed with it. Every day, they would first take a walk around the Mecha production line, and then stay on the Cybertank construction line, working hard with a grunt. I wish the integrated production line of Cybertanks could be completed immediately. Just as Sufan was lost in thought, a voice suddenly sounded in the distance. Academician Su, I've been looking for you for so long, and now you're here. The sound was very surprising. Sufan saw from a distance that Wang Yishue's second uncle, Director Zhao, and another stranger were walking quickly towards them. Director Zhao, what do you want to talk to me about? Academician Su, this is Director Zhao, a tank expert. Director Zhao introduced it casually. He immediately changed the subject. Said directly, the higher-ups asked us to come here to discuss the production of cybertanks and the specific profit distribution. After all, each cybertank is very expensive. Sufan nodded. It is estimated that the 10 production lines can be completed in less than 5 days, and 10 vehicles can be produced in half a month. In terms of price, they are indeed very valuable. Sufan thought. With Wang Yishue's ability to bargain, even after the discount, the final selling price of each unit should be around $80 million. Even $100 million is not out of the question. Of course it's very expensive. What the? Director Zhao's eyes suddenly widened, his face full of disbelief. 122 if you like it, you can watch as much as you want. According to Director Zhao and Director Zhou's speculation, being able to produce 2 in a month is already the limit. But now Sufan told him that he could build 10 production lines in just 5 days. 10 cybertanks can be offline in half a month. Arabian Nights? Gudong. Gudong. Director Zhao and Director Zhou kept swallowing their saliva. The two of them stared at Sufan's answer. At this moment, they all felt that they must have heard it wrong. Sufan glanced at the two of them. I wondered why Uncle Yishue was so startled. Is it too slow? Actually, 3 days is not impossible. The 5 days I mentioned earlier leave 2 days for extra time. I'm just worried about any unexpected situations. Hiss. Director Zhao took a deep breath. His eyes almost popped out of his head. He was breathing heavily. My chest felt like it was going to explode. He shouted. 3 days. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Director Zhou standing by was also shaking his head frantically. I don't believe it. I absolutely don't believe it. Sufan raised his eyebrows. This is fucking not trusting his technical ability. Then I can only take the two of them to the tank production line construction site to take a look. I guess you'll believe it once you see the real thing. Director Zhou. Well, the integrated production line for cybertanks is being built now. How about I take you to have a look? Director Zhao and Director Zhou looked at each other and nodded. Under the guidance of Sufan, we arrived outside a 20-meter-high super-large factory building. After the camera on the side scanned Sufan's iris, the green light on the gate came on. Click. The factory door opened. The clanging sound of mechanical collisions and the clicking sound of welding came to my face. More than 100 soldiers were working hard on the production line. Under the intelligent control of the multifunctional workbench, the huge robotic arm perfectly performs manufacturing, construction, and assembly. Looking around, the entire factory seems to be boundless. Breathtaking. Director Zhao was completely dumbfounded, staring blankly at the busy factory. My eyes were wide open. Breathing is like the rapid pumping of a bellows. Panting heavily. Oh my goodness, this is the factory where the cybertank production line is built? This is too advanced. Director Zhou on the side was trembling even more and said hurriedly, Old Zhao, hurry up and hold me up. I feel like I'm about to kneel down. Sufan took a quick look and saw that line 1 had already taken shape. After saying hello, he walked towards line 1. Soldiers in camouflage saw Sufan along the way. His face was full of enthusiasm. His eyes were full of respect. Academician Su. Brother Su. Hello, Academician Su. Su Fan also nodded enthusiastically in response. It's okay. I'm just looking around. Everyone is busy with their own things. Everyone nodded and continued to work hard. Director Zhao's eyes were always on the instruments and machine tools on production line number 1. Suddenly, Director Zhao paused. Stop. Pointing to a large machine over 2 meters high next to him, he asked. Academician Su, what is this? That's a high-precision hot melt machine, specialized in refining carbonine alloys. Director Zhao's body trembled violently. Carbine alloy. These 4 words had long been engraved in his mind. This thing is the main material of the cyber tank's integrated frame. The comprehensive mechanical properties grade reached 389. The smelting is actually done in this inconspicuous machine. It looks ordinary, nothing special. You can't judge a machine by its appearance. The two of them looked at it carefully for a long time. I don't know why it's so powerful. The two of them moved forward. An intelligent machine tool about 50 or 60 meters long appeared in sight. Director Zhao couldn't take his eyes off it. Paste it and look at it carefully. Wait until you see the corner mark of the machine tool. His eyelids twitched twice. I can no longer remain calm. Exclaimed loudly. Holy crap, a 1 nanometer precision machine tool. What the hell? I was so shocked that I almost jumped onto the roof. It's unbelievable. Doesn't this mean? Process tank parts. It is more sophisticated than the most advanced Apple A14 electronic chip. My eyes were about to explode with shock. He really couldn't believe that there were machine tools with such high precision in the world. Director Zhou was also shocked and speechless. The emergence of this machine tool represents a significance that is far more than just processing parts. You must know, a machine tool with 1 nanometer precision is almost as difficult as a lithography machine with 1 nanometer precision. That is to say, it is very likely that Su Fan has mastered the manufacturing method of high-precision lithography machines. This means that Xiaohua is about to break the technological blockade that the United States has imposed on China for decades. For so many years, in the field of nanoprecision, the United States has joined forces with countless countries to impose a brutal technological blockade on the Xia Kingdom. Now, Xia State may be about to break this blockade. How could he not be excited? Director Zhou danced with excitement. Director Zhao certainly understood the meaning of this. He was so excited that his whole body was shaking. Su Fan saw the 2 men standing in front of the intelligent machine tool in a daze, as if they were having an epileptic seizure. My whole body was twitching and my heart couldn't help but tighten. Could it be that these 2 people are trying to blackmail people? Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that they would get sick at the same time? Director Zhou? The 2 of them gasped for breath, feeling that their hearts could no longer bear it. Academician Su. I'm sorry, I was so excited when I saw a machine tool with 1 nanometer precision that I lost my composure. Director Zhao showed an embarrassed expression. Director Zhou also looked away shyly. Su Fan nodded and didn't take it seriously. Let's go. There are many machines ahead. If you like, you can see enough. Under the leadership of Su Fan, Director Zhao and Director Zhou continued to move forward. After a giant electronic machine over 3 meters high appeared in front of them, the 2 stopped again. Academician Su, what is this big thing? Director Zhao looked for a long time, but didn't see any sign. Su Fan glanced at it and said casually, Oh, you mean the white machine? That's a 0.5 nanometer lithography machine, making the central control chip for the cyber tank. Director Zhao nodded. So it's a 0.5 nanometer lithography machine. Huh? What? 0.5 nanometer lithography machine? Director Zhao widened his eyes and stared at Su Fan, pointing to the white machine, shaking wildly. Uncertainly asked again, Is this a lithography machine? 0.5 nanometers. Yeah, what's wrong? Su Fan blinked, a hint of doubt flashing in his pupils. Director Zhao, who was in his 50s, trembled violently. My heart stopped beating suddenly. His expression froze for a moment. At this moment, he felt like he was going to die. 1, 2, 3, it's better to meet someone in person than to hear about them. After a brief silence. Plop, 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 plop. The heart began to beat wildly, hitting Director Zhao's chest hard. At this moment, the ribs crackled and crackled into bone fragments. Director Zhou standing by had his eyes gleaming with brilliance. I was completely mad. He pulled his few remaining hairs fiercely. He was already bald, and now his hair has evolved from the Mediterranean to the Pacific. After a brief moment of shock, a crazy smile gradually appeared on Director Zhao's face. Very good. This damned technological blockade has completely failed. Ha ha. Academician Su, well done. Unparalleled in the country. As expected of you. Director Zhou was also excited and exclaimed loudly. His face was filled with ecstasy, unable to extricate himself. After a long time, Director Zhao calmed down a little. He gave Su Fan a big bear hug. He admires Su Fan from the bottom of his heart. Su Fan can't handle this. After all, he is Yishua's second uncle, and he smiles and hugs her from time to time. If you don't know, you might think there is something wrong. Su Fan took the two of them and finally took a general look at the entire production line. When you get to the end, Director Zhao and Director Zhou were completely paralyzed. Every instrument is the most advanced technology in the world. Any of them will definitely cause a sensation if brought to the international level. You can win all kinds of world-class awards. For example, a 0.5 nanometer lithography machine is just ordinary among those machines. They really opened their eyes this time. Su Fan's position in Director Zhao's mind at this moment is like a lighthouse, emitting dazzling light, guiding the direction of Xia Kingdom's giant ship. Director Zhao finally understood why when he came. The leaders above gave us many instructions when discussing profit distribution. Give Su Fan at least 30 points. To be able to develop so many cutting-edge technologies requires countless amounts of money. And the value it contains, even 30 points, is too little. Director Zhao tried hard to calm down. Looking at Su Fan again, his eyes were full of admiration. Academician Su, we have full confidence that you can complete the production line in 3 days. We came here today to discuss another matter, which is the issue of profit distribution. Su Fan nodded, thinking that we were finally getting to the point. The cyber tank was sold to a wealthy dog owner. For Su Fan, Party A is actually still the Xia Kingdom. So Su Fan felt embarrassed to ask for too much. Besides, I heard that only 10 were sold. He now holds the title of academician, so he has to take this identity into consideration. Moreover, there will be a lot of cooperation in the future. It's not good to eat too much at once. But he can't do it for nothing. After all, he has a whole family to support. Although there are only him and his mother in their family now, won't there be more people in the future when they get married and have children? You need money to buy a car, a house, see a doctor, etc. After having a child, doesn't the child have to go to a good school? Su Fan's mind worked quickly, and he had a general idea in an instant. Director Zhao, you are Ishua's second uncle, so we are half acquaintances. We must say whatever we want to say up front, to save you from future troubles. Don't you think so? Director Zhao was stunned for a moment. He nodded woodenly, looking at Su Fan eagerly. Su Fan held his chin. That's right. I put a lot of effort into setting up this production line. It was a hustle and bustle around the clock. To be honest, I've lost a pound in the past 2 days. So, we still have to be brothers and settle accounts clearly. One price. I take 3 points per tank. How about that? It can't get any lower. Su Fan looked at Director Zhao with a stern face. Director Zhao was stunned. Look at Director Zhou standing beside him. I found that Director Zhou also looked confused. Both of them were stunned. My head is full of question marks. What's going on? Did I hear it wrong? Only 3 points. Ahem. Director Zhao cleared his throat. Trembling, he asked, Academician Su, you're talking about 3 points? Yes. Su Fan said as a matter of course. I'm staying up late and working on my skills. How can it be easy for me? 3 points, I really don't ask for much. Director Zhao put his hands on his scalp. He started scratching it like crazy. The more I think about it, the more confused I get. This is so wrong. In the end, my entire hair was blown into a shamat style. Director Zhou, who was standing by, pinched the hair twice and found that there was no hair left. I can only be shocked. After losing consciousness, Director Zhao swallowed hard with a gulp. I just felt my throat was swollen and it was difficult to speak. He smiled foolishly and nodded. Not much at all. Not much. He's already a little off. An endless storm was brewing in my heart. I've heard from my niece Wang Yishua before how good Su Fan's character is. Now it seems that hearing about it is not as good as meeting it in person. Only 3 points, that's not a lot. It's the same as not asking for it. Just for fun. Save you from embarrassment. For a moment, Director Zhao's eyes were red. When they came, they were still thinking about how to negotiate the price with Su Fan. I even imagined what to do if Su Fan asked for too much commission. I am such a sinner. I wish I could kill myself with one blow. Not to mention that they developed such a powerful production line without asking the government for a single penny. Now even for foreign arms sales, it only costs 3 points. If it were someone else, it would be at least 20 points. Director Zhao felt a deep sense of shame. Only when you stand in front of Su Fan can you realize how insignificant you are. Because if you put yourself in his shoes, he may not be able to be as selfless as Su Fan. At this moment, there seemed to be some kind of light shining on Su Fan's body. This is the glory of humanity. Take national rejuvenation as your own responsibility. This is the true backbone of the country. Director Zhou next to him was shocked after hearing the 3 points Su Fan said. Speechless. A surge of blood rushed to my head, and my face turned red. Finally, he sighed slowly. With a face full of melancholy, he said word by word. How can 3 points be enough? Su Fan's eyes narrowed. He had just laid so much groundwork. This didn't work? But he was not surprised. After all, bargaining is a natural part of business cooperation. Just as he was about to speak, Director Zhao said directly, "That's the price." Director Zhou was about to say something, but Director Zhao said directly, "Academician Su's realm is beyond our comprehension. The only thing we can do is to help." Director Zhou's body trembled violently, as if struck by lightning. Pupils vibrate. I got it instantly. He originally thought that 3 points were too few, and it must be at least 10 points. After being reminded by Director Zhao, I understood it instantly. He is obsessed with it. What he considered wealth was nothing in the eyes of Academician Su. The realm is completely on a different level. Director Zhou almost cried. Su Fan's figure suddenly grew to 10 feet in his mind. There seemed to be a golden light surging around the body. Dazzling. Don't stare. This is a true great man. 124 door-to-door delivery? How to deliver? Director Zhao and Director Zhou discussed it and agreed to give Su Fan a 3 percentage point profit. Director Zhao and his team's mission was completely completed. With a smile on his face, Su Fan personally saw them out the door. Walked to the door. Su Fan took out a solid-state drive from his pocket. Handed it over. These are the relevant data and drawings of the cyber tank, as well as the machine construction methods for the production line. If we sell more arms to other countries in the future, it's inevitable that there will be a malfunction. If it's inconvenient for me then, you can go to the after-sales department for repairs. Su Fan thought very clearly. If more tanks are sold internationally in the future, there will definitely be various after-sales requirements. For example, this country requires a desert paint job, and that country requires a modified control panel. It's impossible for him to run around the world every day doing after-sales service, right? Hand over this information and leave the after-sales issues to the national team. Wouldn't that be awesome? Su Fan was so happy thinking about it. Boom. When Director Zhao heard Su Fan's words, his head exploded with a bang. He took the hard drive with both hands, his whole body trembling. He kept making ABA sounds from his mouth. It seemed like he wanted to say something, but couldn't. A hard drive may seem ordinary, but it weighs tens of millions of pounds. It contains cutting-edge technology that is enough to crush the entire world, except for the cyber tank. High-precision hot melt machine, 1 nanometer intelligent machine tool, 0.5 nanometer lithography machine. There are too many to count. Designed to all machines on the production line. It's all in there. If foreign powers get to know this news, they will definitely start a world war to seize this crystallization of knowledge. Director Zhao stood in front of the gate, unable to move an inch. I choked up for no apparent reason. Tears gurgled out. This moment. He was really impressed. I bow down to you. I am convinced. Director Zhou standing by had trembling hands and subconsciously wanted to touch it. This represented the hard drive with the most advanced technology currently available to mankind. But the hand stopped just as it was about to break. He's scared. I dare not. What if it breaks? Then he is the sinner of the entire Xia country. Even death cannot atone for this grave sin. Director Zhou let out a breath of hot air nervously and looked at Su Fan. At this moment, Su Fan's figure has grown to a height of 10,000 feet, covering the sky and the sun. Across the sky, blooming with dazzling light. It almost blinded him. This figure is so majestic. Director Zhao looked at Su Fan with the same awe and admiration. I stood in front of the gate and couldn't calm down for a long time. Lost my mind for a full half-minute. Director Zhao nervously took off his short-sleeved shirt and wrapped the hard drive. This will avoid bumps. All that was left on was a small red vest. Su Fan looked at Director Zhao, who was shirtless, and the corners of his mouth twitched twice. I am totally speechless. It's just a hard drive. Why take it so seriously? Okay, then I won't see you off. Drive slowly. I have to get busy first. Su Fan turned around and was about to close the door. Director Zhao nodded excitedly. Finally, something suddenly occurred to me. Shouted, "Academician Su, your 3 billion will be deposited into your account within 3 days." Click. The door was closed. Su Fan stood in the factory. I was stunned for a moment. 3 billion? Didn't they say only 10 were sold? 3 points can give me 3 billion. Su Fan was shocked. Doesn't this mean that a cyber tank sold for 10 billion? Hiss. Ishue's negotiation ability is so terrifying. Director Zhao outside the door would never have thought that his last sentence would shock Su Fan as well. The only thing he had eyes for now was the hard drive he was holding. This thing is so important. There is absolutely no room for error. His eyes gradually became sharper. He suddenly looked at Director Zhou. Old Zhou, if something unexpected happens to this thing today, it gets lost or robbed. Then even if we both die, it will be impossible to atone for our sins. If anything happens on the way back, we must save it even if it means sacrificing both of us. Director Zhou also showed a fearless attitude. I agree with you. Director Zhao picked up the phone and dialed. Hello, is this the Wolf Warrior Special Operations Force? I'm Zhao Chumping from the Zhonghai Military Research Base. I'm looking for Special Forces escort from your unit. The more people, the better. It would be best if everyone comes. Beside him, Director Zhou also clutched the phone tightly. Old Liu, is your 2nd Armored Infantry Division busy? There's an emergency right now, and we need your main force to come over and provide cover. That's right. Bring all light weapons. Bazookas and mortars? Of course we should bring them. Bring in the tanks and everything. Yeah, this thing is so important. Director Zhao and Director Zhou, under the cover of the main forces of the Wolf Warrior Special Forces and the 2nd Armored Infantry Division, finally returned safely to the Zhonghai Science and Technology Military Research Base. The news that Su Fan would definitely be able to complete the production task reached Shanjing. In the office, a white-haired old man clenched his fists the moment he saw the news. Very good. Liu Yong, really didn't make a mistake. Su Fan, you are indeed Su Haiping's son. Well done. A gleam flashed in his eyes. Made a phone call. Hello, Lao Gao, it's me, Lao Liu. Old Liu, how did you find time to call me? Aren't you busy building tanks? Ha. Brother, this is a small matter. I need your help. Okay, go ahead. You, Old Liu, have opened your mouth. What else can I say? It's not a big deal, actually. I just sold a few tanks and made a profit of about $100 billion. I was thinking. Cough, cough, cough. There was a burst of rapid coughing from the other end of the line. Interrupted Liu Yong. Lao Gao? Are you alive? Haha, fuck you. I can't die even if you die. Tell me what's going on. How can a few tanks buy $100 billion? It's nothing, really. I just sold 10 tanks to a wealthy man at the tank exhibition yesterday, with a total value of $100 billion. The delivery will be in a month. Aren't we providing door-to-door service? I'd like to borrow your transport plane to deliver the goods then. Hiss, a $10 billion car. Old Liu, you've made a fortune. The person on the other end of the phone spoke in jerky tones, looking very shocked. After a slight pause, he continued. Delivery is fine, but of your $100 billion, you should at least allocate $10 billion to our Air Force, right? Also, what are the dimensions and weight of your tank? I need to see if my transport plane can pull it. As for the size, Liu Yong opened the notebook on the table and said seriously, it's 4 meters wide, 8 meters long, and 3.6 meters high, and weighs 67 tons. Should be fine, right? How much? 67 tons. There was a cry of surprise from the other end of the phone. No, it's just overweight. Our most powerful transport aircraft, the Y-200, has a maximum load capacity of 66 tons, which is just not enough. Liu Yong's heart skipped a beat. He secretly said that it was not good. Y-200 is currently the most powerful transport aircraft in Xia country. Even it can't carry the cyber tank. How is it going to be delivered a month later? This is trouble. 125-old Su from our family is working on something new again. After chatting with Lao Gao for a few more irrelevant sentences, Liu Yong hung up the phone in a hurry. He leaned back in his seat and frowned. 10 cyber tanks. Can they really all drive straight over? Along the way, you will encounter countless mountains, rivers, and lakes. Even if the tank can burrow underground, what if the hydrogen fuel is used up? For a moment, Liu Yong felt deeply melancholy. Suddenly, a flash of light came into his mind. As if grabbing something, a call was made to Luo Bing. Hearing the other party pick up the phone, Liu Yong said in a gentle tone, Lao Luo, I heard that your Southeast War Zone mechas have already started mass production. Is that true? Cough, cough, cough. There was a crackling sound coming from the other end of the phone. Apparently, the phone was not held firmly and fell to the ground. After a rustling sound, I heard someone on the other end of the phone say, Commander-in-Chief, how do you know so much? Haha, look how scared you are. Liu Yong laughed out loud twice. Don't panic, you've been doing great lately. Your Southeast War Zone is almost becoming the #1 war zone. And this time, you and Lao Long did a great job in hosting the dog owner. I'm calling you this time because I want to borrow 10 mechas from you in a month to deliver a shipment. Only after hearing this did Luo Bing dare to breathe deeply. Although he had reported the matter of the mecha before, he did not report it in such detail. It has a bit of a guilty conscience. He was also afraid that this old leader would rob him openly. When something is good, it is easy for people to remember it. He finally realized it. After all, Navy Commander Zhang had already taken 2 of his machines. The mistakes of the past are lessons for the future. Old leader, no problem. In a month, I'll have Ishu lead a team and fly directly to see you. Okay, I'll contact you then. Lu Yong hung up the phone contentedly. Luo Bing on the other end of the phone also breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that his old leader supported his confidentiality. Night falls. The entire 3rd arsenal was brightly lit. The sounds of various machines running rumbled. Guard posts have been set up within a radius of 30 miles around the arsenal. We are armed 24 hours a day, and any intruders who fail to be persuaded will be shot on the spot. This was the order that Li Guozhong had consulted Luo Bing about. If anything goes wrong, Luo Bing will take the blame. At this moment, Li Guozhong and Kong Langzi were leading their soldiers, working diligently on the production line. When you can't stand it anymore, just take off your coat, roll up your sleeves, and start working together. Especially Kong Langzi, who was wearing a big red vest and had a happy smile on his face. Su Fan lay on top of the multifunctional workbench, taking a break from his busy schedule, swiping the phone and checking the audio. As the Symphony of Fate began to play, Odibio knew he had to get up and work again. He lived in Africa. Look, this is the best wilderness sanctuary in the world. This is one of the top materials for the swordsmithing competition, a whole set of steel eggs. Hurry up and look at this rotten cow hoof. The hoof trimmer is using a knife to cut a large piece off from the side. Su Fan looked at them one by one, with great interest. A silly smile from time to time. When you swiped the phone again, his expression suddenly hardened. There was no trace of laughter on his face. This video had no dubbing, but the content on it made Su Fan frown. The only 4G signal tower on Zhengwu Ansha Island in my country was blown up by unidentified armed men. Nearby border posts and fishermen have been severely impacted. Having lost contact with the outside world, they face countless survival crises. Picture plus picture. In the picture, the signal tower base station was blown up and only a few iron pipes were left. Su Fan clenched his fists. His brows were tightly furrowed. He murmured, "Dad, you have devoted your life to the country and the people. You hope that Xia will rise and not be bullied by foreign forces. But now there are still some ignorant clowns who are crazy enough to try and test it. They really deserve to die." But there was something different in Su Fan's eyes. Pick up a pen and paper and write and draw on the draft paper. At the same time, I also use my mobile phone to look up some knowledge. From time to time, he said things that others didn't understand. This signal tower must have super strong signal transmission capabilities. It needs to be strong and durable, and preferably able to withstand high-yield high explosives. It has to have surveillance capabilities, so next time someone sabotages something, there's evidence. It can detect the surrounding area of 10,000 kilometers in real time, and it also requires a quantum source phased array radar. It would be best if it had the ability to attack autonomously, with at least 3 attack methods. As for energy, we'll use hydrogen for now, and then switch to more powerful nuclear energy later. As ideas improve. Gradually, a long 4-sided pyramid appeared on his manuscript paper. Next to it are more than 10 complex formulas and internal structure diagrams. Since developing the previous products, Su Fan now has a very rich reserve of knowledge in his mind. With the help of system coordination, the development of some small and medium-sized equipment can be done very quickly. So that's the basic idea. Early the next morning, an eye-catching piece of news appeared on major news media platforms. Xiaohua officially solicits high-performance signal tower design proposals at a high price. Countless people saw this news the first thing they saw when they woke up. Many official and private scientific research institutions submitted their own design plans as quickly as possible. There are even foreign teams involved. The most famous of these is the Eagle Sauce Quanton Company. In less than 2 hours, a dedicated design team came up with an almost perfect plan. After the proposal was submitted, Silas, a senior executive of Quanton Company stationed in Daxia, stretched. Lie comfortably in the recliner. Put your legs on the desk. This time, he has control over Xia country's high-performance signal tower. In terms of professionalism, the signal towers designed by his team are absolutely world-class. In terms of connections, he has a better chance of winning. Among the 3 experts who evaluated the best signal tower this time, 2 were his close friends. According to his friend, if the design is adopted, the subsequent construction cost will reach hundreds of millions, and the profit alone will be tens of millions. Silas sipped his coffee comfortably, not panicking at all. Sure win. Of course, Su Fan also saw it. and immediately scanned an electronic version of his rough design plan and submitted it to the official. Signed as the Marshal who loves reading. Individuals generally do not use their real names when submitting design drafts. He is well aware of this industry practice. Anyway, he feels at ease cooperating with the country. Moreover, he is very confident in his design and believes it will surely be appreciated by experts. Morning. Tong Yao received a dense list of materials. As trucks drove into the third arsenal, Li Guozhong praised. Our old Su is about to start something new again. The third arsenal built a number of super factories at one time. Su Fan happened to use one of them to build a signal tower. At the same time, Su Fan took advantage of the idleness of the multifunctional signal tower LV3 and transferred it for use. It's right next door anyway, so you don't even have to move the machine. Su Fan stood with his hands behind his back, whispering in his heart. System go. 126. You can't stand me, but you can't get rid of me. Byte. Super God Technology Workbench LV3 Dual Task Mode activated. Host conceptual concept for the signal tower has been read. Information data comprehensive enhancement and correction. Base station full band measurement completed. Complete calculation of miniature hydrogen energy module. Intercontinental cruise engine simulation verification completed. Correction completed. Material scanning completed. This construction consumes 2,000 technology points and is expected to take 10 hours. Construction has begun. The robotic arm is operating with a clanging sound. Countless materials are used by the telescopic arms separated from LV3 to perform ultrafine welding and reinforcement operations. After the signal tower issue was resolved, Su Fan once again focused his attention on building the cybertank production line. He has already boasted that he will finish the work within 3 days. We have to work harder. Come to the production line. I saw Lao Li and Lao Kong wearing big red vests, sweating profusely while working. My vest was soaked with sweat. Old Su, come and lend a hand. Because 10 production lines are being built at the same time, the robotic arms are too busy to handle the work. Some places have to be done manually. Old Li and his team were installing a hot melt machine. When they saw Su Fan, they hurriedly shouted. Okay. Su Fan went up to help settle it. An integrated total station is then used for high-precision position calibration. After finishing the work, I was sweating all over. Amidst the intense and busy work, the cybertank production line is improving visibly and rapidly. Su Fan even felt that at this rate, the project might be completed in less than 2 days. In the evening, text messages appeared on Su Fan's mobile phone. Dear book-loving Marshal, your design proposal has entered the final selection stage. Please come to the Shangjing Communications Research Institute tomorrow to participate in the final selection. If your design is ultimately adopted and you build it, you will be rewarded with 100 million dragon coins. See you tomorrow. After reading the message, Su Fan scratched his head. Good thing. The problem is, there is a time conflict. The construction of the cybertank production line has reached a critical moment, and he cannot leave. What should we do about this incident? Su Fan's eyes turned, and the most powerful tool man appeared in his mind. For such a show of face, of course it's the LV princess who has to go. Sudden. A crisp voice sounded in Su Fan's ears. Byte. Signal tower manufacturing completed. Waiting for naming. Su Fan's lips curled up into a smile. After thinking for a while, he said calmly, let's call you Prism Defense Tower. The next day, 9 a.m. sharp. In the lecture hall, hundreds of communication experts sat upright on the soft leather seats. Whispering. His eyes occasionally glanced towards the front row. In the center of the front row, Lu Yong was wearing an old military uniform, his old body sitting upright. His serious face was covered with wrinkles. Although no one knew his specific identity, the aura he emanated from him made countless people stand in awe of him. He is the temporary person in charge of this selection, Lu Yong. The bombing of the 4G signal tower on Zhengwu Shoal Island has touched the nerves of countless Chinese people. Today, the plan for the new signal tower must be determined. Then it was built as quickly as possible, allowing Xia country's signal tower to stand tall on Zhengwu Shoal Island again. And the newly built signal tower will definitely be stronger than the previous one. More powerful functions. Prevent the vicious enemy forces from causing further destruction. To Lu Yong's right sat 3 judges. Judge number 1, the fat Perka, is a Chinese American. Judge number 2, Li Fun, is a gentleman wearing square-framed glasses and a PhD who returned from overseas. Judge number 3 is an old man, the patriotic entrepreneur Ren Jingyu, also known as Mr. Ren. On the table are the 2 final selected plans. One copy was signed by Quanton Company, and the other was signed by the Marshal who loves reading. Lu Yong looked to the right with a majestic gaze. Asked, Three experts, what are your current opinions on these two plans? Perka said directly. Mr. Liu, there's actually no need for a selection anymore. It's a complete waste of time. All Access's solution is perfect, and the design for the book-loving general next to it is simply unbearable to look at. It's like a kindergarten kid's design, so childish. Lu Yong pondered for a moment and looked at Li Fun beside him. Dr. Li, what do you think? Mr. Perka's words were a bit extreme, but they were true. Although Li Fun is a man, he gives people a feminine feeling. He gently pushed up his glasses and continued. All Access's design is truly impeccable. As for the other design Sai, if Mr. Ren hadn't insisted, it wouldn't have made it to the final review. When Lu Yong heard this, he couldn't help feeling depressed. With hundreds of design proposals, is it really going to be a US company that wins in the end? There is no one left in my Xia country. He looked at the last old man who seemed a little lonely. Mr. Ren, is the other design really as bad as they say? Although he is old, his eyes are still clear. He was the only one present who knew Lu Yong's identity. The voice was old and said slowly, Mr. Lu, old man, the situation is like this. All Access's plan is indeed good, but the other plan is far more complicated than it seems. The ideas are unique and bold, and even I don't understand what most of the designs mean. I think it's necessary to let this designer introduce his design in front of everyone. Hear what Mr. Ren said. Dr. Li Fun beside him burst into laughter. Mr. Ren, the world's science and technology are developing rapidly, and all kinds of new theories are emerging one after another. It's normal that you don't understand them. If you ask me, you're old now, wouldn't it be nice to just enjoy your life at home? Perka followed up. Calling that book-loving general over here would be a wasted trip. Since he loves reading, he should be allowed to read at home. Huh. He was amused by his own hawkish joke, laughing so hard that he fell backwards. Mr. Ren next to him took a deep breath and wanted to make some excuses. But in the end he sighed. I feel inexplicably heavy. Lu Yong clenched his fists, suppressing his emotions to the extreme. Said in a cold voice, That's enough. Let them come on stage and introduce their designs. Perka took a few deep breaths and said into the microphone, Please invite the representatives of Quanton Company to come on stage and introduce your work. As the voice rang out, the whispers in the audience stopped instantly. Countless people looked towards the podium in the lecture hall. A tall, middle-aged man with white skin and blue eyes strode onto the stage with confidence. Standing in the center, with his chin raised, he said loudly, Everyone, I'm Silas, a representative of Quanton Company. Our company is a leading global wireless technology innovator, transforming the way the world connects, computes, and communicates. Low-end products like signal towers are not difficult for us at all. Having said that, there was a murmur of discussion in the room. Everyone present was an expert, and some even submitted design proposals, but were rejected. Silas said that signal towers are low-end products and require no difficulty, which is a naked contempt for them. This is almost a direct satire on the Xia Kingdom's lack of people. Countless people gnashed their teeth and stared at Silas coldly. His eyes were full of anger. Silas could, of course, see countless people in the audience glaring at him. The sarcasm on his lips became even stronger. I just like to see others dislike him, but can't get rid of him. 127 The book-loving general asked me to come. Silas continued to raise his head and said loudly, The signal tower we designed this time uses a brand new 5G baseband. It has the capability of tri-band simultaneous 5G. Data transmission capacity can reach 500 megabits per second. The deafening sound echoed throughout the lecture hall. Countless people looked shocked. 500 megabits per second is already the full speed of 5G. In a remote place like Zhengwu Shoal, being able to achieve full 5G speed requires an extremely high level of technology. Dr. Perka couldn't help but applaud Silas. Seeing this, Li Fun on the side hurriedly followed. The two people's applause was low and silent, but very enthusiastic. At the same time, Li Fun turned her head and signaled her colleagues behind her to applaud together. However, people looked at him coldly. There was no intention of moving at all. This caused Li Fun's mouth to twitch twice. Whispered a sentence. What a lack of quality. Mr. Ren's face was so gloomy that water seemed to drip out of it. It is not a good thing for Xia country that the Eagle Sauce companies can achieve this level of technology. Even Lu Yong next to him didn't smile. But it's not good to show too much anger. I could only watch coldly as Silas continued to show off triumphantly on the stage. In the corner of the lecture hall, a female figure stood out from the crowd. Everyone around was shocked by Silas' words. He was thinking with his pointed chin in his hand. When she came, Su Fan gave her a brief account of the data of the Prism Defense Tower. She didn't remember most of the long words she wrote. I vaguely remember there was a sentence about the transmission rate being 1000 Tbps, but I don't know which one is better compared to what Silas said. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, Su-fan said it. Her task was to come and appear in place of Su-fan. The signal tower will be delivered later. Let these experts do their own research then. Thinking of this, Wang Yixio took out a popsicle from her pocket and took a bite. I'm not interested in what's being said on the stage. 20 minutes later, Silas's introduction to his company's design plan is finally almost over. The entire venue was basically silent except for the occasional crackling sound coming from nowhere. Silas had a smug smile on his face. His chin almost reached the sky. Dear judges, respected Mr. Liu, this concludes my introduction. I believe this is your only choice. Just when Liu Yong thought he had finished speaking, Silas suddenly changed the subject. Then he said, next, I want to talk about our conditions. We built the signal tower. You can't steal our technology. 100 million is only for design fees. Construction costs are calculated separately. If you use our signal tower, you will have to pay 3 million yuan in rent every year. That's all for now. We'll add more terms anytime. After saying this, Silas walked off the stage with a smug look on his face. Returned to his seat. Li Fun and Perka kept clapping until Silas left the stage, at which point their applause stopped. Li Fun saw Mr. Ren's unfriendly look and sneered. Mr. Ren, don't be so narrow-minded. Open your heart. Science has no borders. Mr. Ren retorted forcefully. Scientists have national boundaries. If it weren't for the United States' unscrupulous and unreasonable political suppression of his companies, Xia country will certainly be able to achieve an extremely high level of technology in the field of cutting-edge communications. Among the forces behind the scenes pushing to kill his business was Quantong. Now the other party is so arrogant that he is showing off and negotiating terms in front of Xiagua. This was simply unbearable for Mr. Ren. Liu Yong sat in his seat next to him coldly. His expression was no longer tense. I was so angry that my face twitched slightly. Silas's condescending attitude really disgusted him. If he were younger, he would have been unable to resist cursing. And I really don't know where the communications department found these 3 experts. Apart from the highly respected Mr. Run, what kind of people are the other 2? He tried hard to suppress the anger in his heart. Said in a cold voice. 3 experts, please comment. Perka cleared his throat and stood up first. He gave a thumbs up to Silas, who refused to sit still. You are truly worthy of being all access. You are the only company in the world that can design such a good signal tower. It's simply the industry benchmark. There's nothing to say. I fully support everything you say. After he finished speaking, Li Fun adjusted her glasses on the bridge of her nose and stood up and said, I just applauded you nonstop. I think what you said today was very high quality. Your designs are very professional. I suggest that your design be selected as the final solution. The 2 judges spoke, which seemed to mean that the result was already determined. Many popular people in the seats at the venue had veins throbbing on their foreheads. I wanted to take the chair off from under my butt and throw it on the heads of the 2 judges. Countless eyes were focused on Liu Yong's old face. Especially Perka and Li Fun. Their eyes were wide open, waiting for Liu Yong to announce the result. At this time, Liu Yong turned his gaze to Mr. Ren. Mr. Ren said, let's first see what the designer of the other plan has to say. Book-loving Marshal, please come up to the stage and introduce your design plan. Finish eating popsicles. Wang Yixio was dozing off in the corner. Suddenly, I heard someone say, the marshal who loves reading. Still wondering who this person is. I shuddered at the last second, then realized, isn't that Su-fan's online name? Raise your hand quickly in response. Here it is. Then Wang Yixio took a deep breath and stood on the stage. At the age of 18, she was not at all stage frightened in front of hundreds of people. With a faint smile on her face, she looks like a lady from a noble family. Such a young girl? Designing a signal tower? Liu Yong was stunned for a moment. Mr. Ren was also stunned. Perka on the side laughed like a pig. Haha, such a young girl. Did she come to the wrong set? This isn't some Supergirl talent show. Ha 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 ha, this is so funny. If he hadn't taken into consideration the presence of Liu Yong, a ruthless man, his laughter would have been enough to blow the roof off the house. Li Fun was so happy that she couldn't even see her eyes. Little girl, this is not the place for you. Go play somewhere else. Countless people's eyes were fixed on Wang Yixio. I was a little dazed for a moment. No one could imagine what an 18-year-old girl had to do with designing signal towers. Liu Yong had had enough of the foreigner's provocation today and didn't want to play such jokes anymore. He grabbed the microphone, directly and loudly said, Nonsense. Little girl, what are you doing in a place like this? Get down quickly. Wang Yixio blinked her long eyelashes and looked at Liu Yong with her watery eyes. Isn't this the site for the selection of signal tower design proposals? The marshal who loves reading is too busy to take care of it. Let me come over for him. The whole audience was stunned for a moment. 1281 of them couldn't hold on any longer and fell to his knees. Countless people are discussing it. At such an important time, sending a little girl here, what good can the plan be? Pathetic. This girl is just a naive idiot. She's embarrassing herself on stage for someone else. How pitiful. When Silas saw Wang Yixue, he leaned back. It used to be a sure thing, but now it can be said that everything is fine. Xiaogua has no choice. From now on, he can do whatever he wants with you. He was already thinking about adding some more clauses to create greater economic benefits. Perka and Leifin crossed their arms, looking like they were enjoying the show. His face was full of playful expression. Lu Yong wiped his face, completely losing hope. In a low voice, "Then please briefly introduce your design plan." Wang Yixue scratched her head and fluttered her big eyes. "I won't introduce myself." Cough, cough, cough. Lu Yong was choked by Wang Yixue's sudden words. It seems that this girl is here to tease them. Mr. Ren also collapsed like a deflated ball. After research, he felt that although the design was strange, it had its own scientific basis. Now it seems that he was indeed overthinking it. At this moment, he even wondered if he was really old. Is it time to retire completely? But he clearly felt that he was not old and could still make some contributions to Xia country. Seeing this, Silas was completely relieved. I wrote 2 additional clauses in a small notebook, just waiting for Lu Yong to announce the use of the signal tower designed by their company. Lu Yong picked up the tea on the table. He took 2 gulps, said to Wang Yixue, who was standing stupidly on the stage, "Little girl, since you can't introduce the design plan, what are you doing here?" He said there's no need for introductions, just bring the finished signal tower over and hand it over to you. The finished product? Lu Yong's eyes suddenly widened. He glanced around. Where is the finished product? The finished product should be. Wang Yixue had just said half of her words when she suddenly felt something and looked towards the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Her pretty face lit up with joy. The finished product is here. Without waiting for Lu Yong to react. Boom. The entire lecture hall suddenly shook violently. The ground shook violently. The teacup on the table was instantly shaken to the tile floor. Crackling, it shattered into a pool. All the windows, tables, and chairs were shaking wildly with the humming sound of the propeller outside the window. It's like the end of the world. The huge floor-to-ceiling window was blocked by a dark shadow. An extra-large transport helicopter. A 4-sided pyramid-shaped spire over 30 meters high was placed steadily outside the lecture hall. The spire stretches across the sky and earth, and at first glance it looks like it has almost poked a hole in the sky. Sharp and exaggerated shape, ice blue paint. The tower is extremely majestic. It appeared in front of countless people's eyes. The extremely exaggerated sense of science fiction brings unparalleled visual impact. The moment it appeared, it caught the attention of countless people. Snap! Silas's little notebook, filled with addenda, along with his eyeballs, fell heavily to the ground. His body was as stiff as a clay or wooden sculpture. Oh my God! What the hell is this? Others were simply dumbfounded. The moment Lu Yong looked out, the eyeball jumped out of the eye socket with a click. He shouted, This, little girl, you call this a signal tower?" He was breathing rapidly. My heart was beating like crazy. It looked like his chest was about to be smashed. Leifin next to her looked even more terrified. His eyeballs were shaking wildly. The ice blue signal tower was reflected in his pupils. My scalp is tingling. My legs were almost numb. Bang! I couldn't hold on any longer and fell to my knees. Perka convulsed. The pupils are almost dilated. The lower alveolar teeth hit the upper teeth madly. The 2 rows of teeth made frequent clicking sounds, and a large piece of them had been broken. His legs were shaking into a bow shape. Sit firmly on the signal chair, otherwise you will definitely kneel down. The lecture hall with hundreds of people was filled with gasps of shock. What the hell? What the hell? Oh shit. Countless people were stunned. His eyes were full of numbness. Everyone was stunned. This thing must be from the future. How could such a thing exist in the real world? Even after seeing the crude drawings, Mr. Ren was still shocked. At just one glance, you can tell that this thing is definitely designed by the book-loving handsome guy. It's hard to believe that it was actually made. And judging from the time, it's only one day. Mr. Ren was confused. Completely confused. Even the strongest team in the world can't do it. But the truth slapped him in the face. Mr. Ren held his breath, his eyes filled with anxiety. Look at Wang Yixue, who is calm and composed on the stage. Carefully said, "Little girl, that's the signal tower you mentioned outside?" "Yes." Wang Yixue thought for a moment and explained. "Old man, Su Fan said this thing is very useful. He told me a lot of performance data this morning, but it was too short for me to remember it all. The corners of Mr. Ren's mouth twitched. If it were according to the records in the drawings. It's not a question of being very useful, it's simply ridiculously easy to use. Lu Yong, who was standing by, was so frightened that he lost his mind and didn't hear clearly the conversation between Wang Yixio and Mr. Ren. The entire lecture hall was in a state of out-of-control madness. Many people were looking around frantically. I want to see the full view of the ice blue signal tower through the floor-to-ceiling windows. After a long period of restlessness, Silas, who was in a daze, suddenly stood up. He slammed his fist on the table. Almost using up all his strength, he shouted loudly. Impossible, this must be fake. They made a fake thing to cheat people out of money. It's just a bigger model. I don't believe this is true. I absolutely don't believe it. He shouted like this. Many people were stunned at that moment. Li Fun, who had been kneeling on the ground for a long time, felt like she had been given a shot of adrenaline. He also roared excitedly. Yes, yes, yes. I told you. How could our Xia country possibly produce something so advanced? After all this fuss, it's just a model. Cut. Perko was also awakened from his trance by some strange screams. I quickly agreed. That's right. How could Xia country be capable of inventing such an advanced thing? It must be fake. Hearing what they said, Mr. Rin couldn't hold back his good temper at all. Pointing at them, he said sternly, Xia country has developed a lot of advanced equipment. It's not for you few people to comment on it. Silas glared at Mr. Rin with resentment in his eyes. Yin and Yang said in a weird tone, Oh, since you say it's not just a fake, go out and verify it. He pointed his finger at the ice blue signal tower outside the floor-to-ceiling window. If it's real, I'll eat it. Mr. Ren's chest heaved violently, and he clenched his fists. I'm also on top of it. Okay, let's go out and verify. Things have come to this point, and even Lu Yong can't stop it. I could only hurriedly walk out of the lecture hall with a group of people. 129, Prism Defense Tower, activate. By this time, the helicopter transport plane had already left. The signal tower, more than 30 meters high, blocks out the sun and is taller than a 10-story building. Standing in the open space outside the lecture hall. Almost the entire open space was covered with it. Many staff members from the institute gathered around. He looked at the huge monster with a look of panic. Whispering cautiously, Lu Yong brought people out. More than 100 people, including onlookers, surrounded the entire signal tower. Standing in front of this giant, Lu Yong's heart trembled, and he was extremely shocked. This thing, whether it is true or false, even if it is just placed on Jingwu Shoal Island and does nothing, it is very deterrent and enough to scare some villains. Silas, who was the loudest speaker in the lecture hall, was feeling uneasy inside. Just standing here makes cold sweat run down my back. His throat was dry, and he swallowed hard. He clenched his fists and took a deep breath. I forced myself to calm down. At this moment, he suddenly discovered something interesting, and his eyes lit up. Yin and Yang said in a weird tone, Where is the little girl? Why don't you come and operate it? Could it be that he ran away? Lu Yong frowned, looked around, and found that the person was indeed gone. A group of people came out in a hurry just now and didn't pay attention. This gave him a shock. Did he really leave? So more people joined in the search. People were crowded and looking around. No one saw any trace of Wang Yixio. Oh, Li Fen gave a forced smile and snorted coldly. He sneered, with his hands on his hips. After playing dirty for so long, now the foxtail is exposed. Seeing that the situation had gotten out of hand, and fearing they couldn't handle it, they just ran away. It's hilarious. Perka also tooted twice, sneered and shook his head. I knew it, it must be a model. Everyone go away. This kind of model can be made for just a few $1,000s. Nothing to see. Lu Yong's face gradually turned ugly. What if that girl really left like that? That would be ugly. Finally, if we really have to, we will adopt Chuantong's design plan. Apart from anything else, he really couldn't swallow this breath. In the crowd, Lu Yong clenched his fist with a crackling sound. His eyes also became much gloomier. Mr. Ren's face was full of anxiety, and his old figure kept searching for the familiar figure in the crowd. Who said I ran away? I'm just picking up something. You won't help me. A pleasant female voice suddenly sounded from the back of the crowd. The eyes of countless people, including Lu Yong and Mr. Ren, suddenly lit up. All eyes were cast over there. The crowd gradually dispersed to form a passage. Wang Yixio staggered over, carrying a very long camouflage package with difficulty. Lu Yong immediately signaled his guard Xiao Qi to go up and help. Xiao Qi took the package from Wang Yixio's hand. His shoulders sank, and he almost dropped the package to the ground. Wang Yixio took a step back in shock, feeling her throat a little dry. Comrade, be careful. This thing could kill someone if it falls to the ground. Xiaoqi put the package across his body, curled his lips, and said nothing more. Just treat this girl as lying. It's just a package. How can it cost someone's life? No need to worry about your tongue getting bitten by the strong wind. As soon as Wang Yishua appeared, Silas and the others chose to shut up. I watched coldly as Wang Yishua walked to the front row. Lu Yong asked Wang Yishua directly, "Little girl, how do you connect the power to this signal tower?" I looked for a long time, but couldn't find a circuit connection port. Mr. Rin was also curious about this question and looked over to wait for Wang Yishua's answer. This signal tower doesn't need to be connected to electricity. Wang Yishua recalled what Su Fan said and then explained. It currently uses hydrogen energy, but it will probably be switched to a more advanced energy source in a while. Hydrogen energy? Mr. Ren was stunned, with eyes wide open in disbelief. Girl, signal towers use hydrogen? Are you sure? Wang Yishua nodded vigorously. She remembered that this was what Su Fan said. There's no doubt about it. Ha ha ha. Silas roared with laughter. This is seriously the funniest joke I've ever heard in my life. Hydrogen energy can be used in signal towers. Shit. I'm dying of laughter. Perka's fat flesh also shook with laughter. The sissy Li Fun can only be described as flamboyant. Wang Yishua ignored them and lowered her head, clicking something on her phone. Little girl, now that the energy is ready, can you activate the signal tower and let me, an old man, open my eyes? Mr. Run, it's already pretty good that she can perform to this extent. Do you still expect her to actually activate this thing? Li Fun glanced at Mr. Ran with contempt. You are really old and confused. Why not retire early? Halfway through the conversation, sudden, a cold mechanical voice rang from Wang Yishua's cell phone. Prism Defense Tower successfully connected for the first time, activating. No one reacted to what was happening. Next time, a pulsating sound that made one's scalp tingle came from the ice blue signal tower. It was as if a switch was turned on. Follow closely. A series of deafening mechanical sounds, like thunder, exploded above the heads of countless people. Bite. The miniature hydrogen energy module has been activated successfully. The full-band quantum transmission module ran normally for the first time. Holographic monitoring is turned on in real time. Energy conversion channel is normal. High-energy auroral system is normal. Quantum source phased array radar operates normally. Information countermeasure system operates normally. Intercontinental cruise carrier mounts normally. Prism Defense Tower activation countdown. 10. 9. 8. Don't tell me. It really looks like that. Haha. I was almost fooled by this thing. Silas's breath trembled as he spoke. His body was covered in sweat, but he tried his best to appear calm. At times like this, you just need to stay calm. Don't be fooled by appearances. Li Fun beside him held Silas tightly with both hands. He said anxiously, "Why do I feel like this thing is real? Li Fun, can you be controlled by such a small situation?" Perka sneered. "Nothing will happen even after the countdown ends. I'm telling you." Li Fun's small eyes rolled around under her square-framed glasses. "I feel a little relieved." Lu Yong, however, looked cautious. "Let the people around you spread out a little." He felt that this was definitely not a joke. It's very likely true. Mr. Rin standing by was actually unsure, but subconsciously, he hoped very much that this thing was real. As long as this thing is real, the current situation of Xia country being technologically blocked in the field of communications will be broken immediately. Even if he were to die now, he would be able to die with a smile on his face. Mr. Rin stared at the ice blue signal tower, expecting something magical to happen. 130. This signal is amazing. 50G network? Countless people at the scene were staring at this towering giant. The tense listening countdown is over. 3, 2, 1. Prism Defense Tower activated. The sound ends. No one moved. There was dead silence all around. Half a minute passed. Everything was normal. Nothing happened. Puff. Silas was instantly ecstatic and burst out laughing. He strode towards Lu Yong with great pride. "Dear Mr. Lu, can we now declare that our Quanton company is the final winner of the proposal?" Lu Yong seemed to have aged several years in an instant. He didn't respond directly to Silas, but looked at the onlookers around him. A helpless sigh. "Hey, everyone, let's all go away." Then he looked at Silas. "Let's go back to the lecture hall and talk." Finished. Lu Yong took the lead and walked back with an old step. Mr. Rin moved his steps in a daze. "Want to catch up with Lu Yong." But I found that every step seemed as heavy as if it were filled with lead. Silas had a victorious smile on his face and walked with the wind. Wang Yishua was confused. "What's the matter?" She picked up her phone and looked at it. Suddenly, I found that my phone screen seemed to be broken. A dense array of small vertical bars appeared at the top of the screen, arranged from left to right. Soon after, someone started shouting, "Oh shit, my phone screen is broken." "Me too. What a coincidence. My screen is also malfunctioning." Gradually, this voice filled the crowd. This caused Lu Yong, who was walking in front, to stop. "Take out your phone and take a casual look." He suddenly froze in place. My eyeballs nearly exploded. Directly swear. What the hell? What the hell? Isn't this a signal grid? Watch the amazing scene of the signal grids moving from left to right. Lu Yong stood there like a sculpture. The whole person looked like someone had pressed the acupuncture points on him. Unable to move. People are just dumbfounded. Mr. Ren behind him also reacted. He took out his cell phone tremblingly. Seeing those densely packed and countless signal grids was like being struck by lightning. I shuddered violently. In my entire life, I have never seen such an outrageous scene. The outrageous guy opened the door for the outrageous guy. The outrageous guy is home. When Lu Yong and Mr. Ren understood, many people present reacted almost at the same time. Everyone was so shocked that they almost threw their phones away. Holy shit. Is this a cell phone signal? This signal is amazing. 50G network? Wouldn't it take less than a second to download a sexy love action movie? 1 second? The signal is so bad, it should definitely be downloaded in 0.1 seconds. Fuck, I have to try it. Everyone's heart was pounding as they excitedly opened their phones to download the target file. Immediately afterwards, someone jumped up. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? It only took 0.1 seconds to download a 20 gigabytes game. Can you believe it doesn't cost any data? After he shouted these few times, the crowd was in an uproar. Lu Yong was breathing rapidly, and his fingers were trembling as he clicked on the phone. I found the App Store and downloaded the largest file at random. 20G, downloaded in less than a second. Gudon. He swallowed. Look at Mr. Ren next to him. Only then did Mr. Ren finish the test with his own mobile phone. He looked over with trembling eyes. The two looked at each other, their eyes red. An indescribable feeling of excitement instantly surged into my brain. It almost blew the skull off. An irrefutable fact has been laid before them without any concealment. This thing called Prism Defense Tower is real. The girl didn't lie to them. It's all true. Lu Yong's hands were shaking with excitement. His eyes were filled with indescribable excitement. With such a good network, our comrades in Jingwu Shoal can finally communicate with the outside world at any time. They don't have to live in fear anymore. Even this type of signal tower can be gradually popularized in various places, and the speed of information transmission in Xia country will reach an unprecedented level. Information represents foresight. Xia nation will use this advantage to take another giant step forward. Mr. Rin burst into tears of joy. So happy. In recent years, Xia State has been stuck in the field of cutting-edge communications. I have suffered this humiliation for many years. It's not easy. He failed under the sanctions of the Eagle Sauce. Now, someone has finally taken up this banner and is crushing the Eagle Sauce head-on. Okay, well done to the comrade who invented the Prism Defense Tower. Countless people are frantically using their mobile phones to upload and download various large files, experiencing the thrill of dozens of terabytes per second. The other side, Silas, Li Fun, and the bloated Perka, all three of them lowered their heads. They looked at each other's phones and fell into deep thought. After a moment, Silas finally called out. No, you're cheating. It must have been discussed. It's all acting. Why don't our three phones have the same signal as yours? The other two followed suit with the same cry. Their shouting attracted countless eyes. Many people frowned. Some even glared. He almost couldn't help but pound his clenched fist into Silas's long face. Whether everyone is acting or not, their minds are as clear as a mirror. How could the three of them bark like dogs? You have bad character. That's right, people like you definitely don't deserve such a fast internet. Little trash like you. Hurry up and find a place to eat something hot instead of embarrassing yourself here. Many indignant and bold young people directly confronted him. I don't give a shit about this executive of Kwantong, the American expert Perka, and the overseas expert Li Fun. Just then, Wang Yishio, who had not spoken for a long time, seemed to suddenly remember something. Loudly said, the Prism Defense Tower has a built-in big data identification system to prevent it from being used by foreign enemies after being deployed on Jingwu Anshar Island. It can identify whether the person connecting to the network is from Xia country. Only the Xia people can use the network it covers. As soon as Wang Yishio said this, Li Fun jumped out immediately. Although I'm a returned overseas student, I'm still a Xia citizen. Your system is not accurate at all. Wang Yishio shook her head seriously. No, big data can't be wrong. It combines all the data to determine that you are not So you probably are not. Of course, it's also possible that it thinks you're not worthy of being a Xia citizen. Wang Yishua's face was full of sincerity. Anyone could see that these words were absolutely not directed at him. But the last word. But it was like a sharp knife, piercing Li Fun's heart. Countless people were stunned at first, and then burst into laughter. Laughing heartily. Someone pointed directly at Li Fun. What's more, he threw the mineral water bottle in his hand at Li Fun's head. Someone beside him advised him not to get too excited. But the person who threw the mineral water bottle said directly, "He's not my comrade, so what's wrong with me abandoning him?" The persuader was stunned. "What you said really makes sense." So I joined the ranks of throwing away mineral water bottles. Li Fun became a rat crossing the street that everyone wanted to beat. Total social death. 131 I object. This selection is unfair. Countless mineral water bottles hit Li Fun. The latter could only dodge with his head in his hands in embarrassment. At the same time, screaming, "Murder! Is there anyone who cares? Are you blind?" There were at least a dozen soldiers in military uniforms present. Facing Li Fun's cry for help, there was no trace of emotion in his eyes. Their eyes occasionally glanced at Lu Yong, who seemed very interested in the hundreds of model grids on the mobile phone screen. I didn't notice the big commotion around me. 5 minutes later, Lu Yong finally came to his senses. He frowned at the crowd and said, "What are you doing?" Dr. Li Fun has returned from studying abroad and is a pillar of society. This won't happen again. Li Fun. Is this the end? He thought Lu Yong was determined to help him. That's the result? This is obviously favoritism. Li Fun wanted to protest, but when she thought of Lu Yong's mysterious identity, she suppressed her anger for the time being. I'll wait for a chance to settle accounts with these troublemakers in the future. Lu Yong was too lazy to care about Li Fun. Walk in front of Wang Yishua. With a kind face. "Girls, you did a great job. This prism defense tower is great. May I have your name?" Wang Yishua showed a sweet smile. "Commander, you can just call me Yishua." Lu Yong nodded. Suddenly, I felt that I had heard the name Yishua before. I can't remember it right now. At this time, Mr. Ren stepped forward and asked, "Yishua, what's the signal coverage range of your prism defense tower?" Wang Yishua said thoughtfully, "I think it said the maximum coverage range was 200 kilometers. It should only be 100 meters now. I just need to set it up." After saying that, he swiped his green fingers on the phone. Silas, who had just recovered from the shock, finally heard clearly what Wang Yishio said. Jumped out again. "Little girl, stop teasing. The stronger the signal, the smaller the coverage range. This is common sense. Your signal coverage range is only 100 meters. At this point, Silas suddenly realized. His eyes lit up. I see. You designed this incredibly powerful signal tower, but it's practically useless, just to defraud the 100 million yuan prize. What a vicious plan." After he finished speaking, Perka's eyes lit up. "That's right. I was wondering how there could be such a strong signal in this world. After all this fuss, this is the reason." Li Fun was about to speak up when the head didn't come out. A mineral water bottle hit him directly on the head. "Oh shit. You hit me before I even said a word. The Xiao people are so uncultured." Lu Yong and Mr. Ren were too lazy to pay attention to these three hawks. His eyes were fixed on Wang Yishua. At this moment, Wang Yishio finally finished the operation. "Put the phone in your pocket." "Yishua, are you done?" Mr. Ren couldn't help but ask. "All right. The signal is full within 200 kilometers now." How do you achieve full power?" Mr. Ren asked uncertainly. "It's the kind that stretches from the left side of the screen to the right side, full grid." Wang Yishio gave Mr. Ren a cold look. What else could it be besides this full capacity? Can the signal arrangement in the past be called full grid? Silas, who was not far away, could no longer remain calm. Snap! He kicked the mineral water bottle under his feet. It was as if he wanted to vent all his anger on the mineral water bottle. I don't believe it. The coverage range of a 4G signal tower is only 1,000 meters at most. 5G signal towers have a much smaller coverage area. Your signal speed and strength should be at least 50G. How is it possible to cover 200 kilometers? I'll expose you now. Silas picked up his phone and dialed directly. While dialing, he shouted, "Shangjing City is about 200 kilometers away from Dijin City, and my client lives in Dijin City. I want to see if he has the signal strength you described." As the phone call was connected, the opponent took it almost instantly. "I'm sorry, Mr. Silas. I'm driving in a high-speed tunnel right now. It's too fast to answer the phone." Tunnel? Silas was stunned. "Yeah, I just got off the Dijin City Ring Expressway. Strangely enough, my cell phone signal is completely off the charts. There are so many signal bars I can't even count them. In this tunnel, the signal is over 200 bars. Haha, that's enough. I won't say any more. I'm going on a business trip to the northwest. I'll call you when I get off the highway. Beep, beep, beep. Silas was stunned. Crash. The phone fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. This customer has already left Dijin City, which means he is more than 200 kilometers away from Shanjing. The signal strength and quality are the same as they have here. That is to say, it is true. Liliu and Shangpua. Seeing that everything had been confirmed, Mr. Ren's eyes became red. There are crystal stars twinkling in his eyes. I was so happy that I couldn't speak. I haven't been this happy in years. It is a great fortune to witness the birth of such an amazing technological product in my lifetime. No regrets in death. Liu Yong's anxious heart was finally at ease. The functionality of the Prism Tower has been fully confirmed. In terms of information transmission and signal strength, it has completely crushed all other design schemes. Even Xuantong's plan seems worthless in front of the Prism Defense Tower. Everyone at the scene was amazed, and many people were still immersed in the unimaginable download speed. Various learning-related seed resources are being transferred to mobile phones like crazy. Don't be polite at this time. It doesn't consume any traffic. It's free internet, and the speed is so fast. What else is there to say? Download countless learning materials quickly. Liu Yong took a deep breath and announced loudly to the people around him. I declare that the winner of this nationwide signal tower design competition is. Having said this, Liu Yong looked at Wang Yixio, who responded with a faint smile. Liu Yong also nodded with satisfaction. The winner is the book lover. He was halfway through his words. I object. This selection is unfair. A slightly feminine voice suddenly sounded. Li Fan was pushed in front of the crowd by Silas. His face twitched and his expression was very unnatural. But since I have already stood up, I can only continue speaking. As soon as he opened his mouth, countless people's hearts skipped a beat. Doesn't this guy think he's embarrassed enough just now? What bad things are you thinking about again? 132 sturdy and durable display. Please do not imitate. Liu Yong also frowned and looked at Li Fan. Li Fan, tell me what's unfair. As the person in charge of this selection, it is imperative to ensure that things are fair and open. He cannot afford to be criticized. If you have something to say, you must say it clearly. Li Fan sneered and said lightly. When soliciting design proposals, the requirements for signal towers are not just about signal strength. There are also very high requirements for the durability of signal towers. Said. Li Fan pointed at the mirror-like ice blue surface of the Prism Defense Tower. Look at this material. It looks like blue glass, which definitely doesn't meet the requirements for durability. Compared to Xuantong's design, it's far behind in terms of durability. Li Fan finished the call. It was as if he had picked up the face he had just lost. The whole person became more spirited. With his arms folded, he looked coldly at the silent Liu Yong. It looks like a victorious rooster. Silas behind him could hardly bear to transfer a few million more to Li Fan. This guy is worthy of being a returned overseas PhD, and what he said makes perfect sense. The situation was turned around in an instant. I thought there was no hope, but now there is a sudden turn of events. Mr. Ren's heart skipped a beat, and a hint of anxiety flashed in his eyes. I was just shocked by the powerful Wang Ru. This ignores the point of durability. Now it has been used as a breakthrough point by Li Fan. The smile on his face gradually faded. Liu Yong didn't say anything, but walked to the side of the Prism Defense Tower. Gently touch. It really does feel like cool glass to the touch. Is this thing durable? Intellectually speaking, Liu Yong was a little skeptical. I even feel that what Li Fan said is not unreasonable to a certain extent. This is a difficult situation. If he used his power today to directly determine the failure of Quanton Company, they will certainly use the fact that the signal tower is strong and durable to make a big fuss about it internationally. It will have a negative impact on Xia country's national image. Liu Yong was in a dilemma. Silas, feeling proud, stood up again, standing side by side with Li Fan. The corners of his mouth curved into a resentful arc. He knew that he had offended Xiagua's communications department today. But so what? As long as he loses the election today, he will hire tens of thousands of internet trolls to smear Xia country on the international and Xia country networks. The reason is that Xia state ignored the durability of the signal tower, engaged in favoritism and fraud, disregarded the principles of fairness and justice, and forcibly determined that its own design plan won the bid. It is obvious what kind of international public opinion will be generated by then. Silas narrowed his eyes at the thought. Li Fan, who was standing by, had a bright smile on her face, as if she had forgotten how embarrassed she was just now. Liu Yong glanced at Li Fan and Silas and Perka beside him. He wouldn't believe anything that these three people said. They didn't have a private transaction. But only after solving the current dilemma can we talk about anything else. He glanced around. It was discovered that Wang Yixio walked up to the guard Xiao Qi. "Comrade, thank you for your hard work. Now it's time to use this." The backpack is so long and heavy that Xiao Qi couldn't carry it anymore. There were beads of sweat on his forehead. "Quickly hand it to Wang Yixio." Their actions attracted everyone's attention. Everyone followed Lu Yong's gaze and looked over. Feeling the heavy burden on my shoulders, Wang Yixio smiled and said to the people around her, "Please everyone make way. I'll show you how strong and durable it is. This process is extremely dangerous. Please do not imitate." Finished. Wang Yixue pulled open the camouflage cloth in her hand with its silas sound. A 40 rocket launcher with an icy sheen appeared brazenly in front of countless people. There were also a dozen rocket launcher warheads lying crookedly in the package. The onlookers were originally sneering, thinking that Wang Yixue was making a fuss out of nothing. I took a deep breath the moment I saw the rocket launcher. They all took 2 steps back in unison. His eyes became as big as cow eyes. This even shocked Lu Yong. "Yixue, what are you up to? Don't be impulsive." Lu Yong hadn't finished speaking yet. The crowd scattered with a whoosh sound. In an instant, only a few dozen brave enough to risk their lives were left out of the 600 or 700 onlookers. Everyone stared at Wang Yixio, their minds confused. Even Silas was upset, nystagmus and shaking legs. Extreme fear rose in my heart. He was afraid that Wang Yixue would knock him out with a bazooka. At such a close distance, it's impossible to run away. One shot, and the body is gone. He wants to do business, but he doesn't want to risk his life, sister. Li Fun was even more frightened. He felt that Wang Yixue's sudden pull out of the rocket launcher must be aimed at him. I was extremely nervous. The teeth kept chattering. A feeling of urination poured into my trouser leg. It flowed out along the trouser legs. He peed. The moment the fat Perka saw the 40 rocket launcher, he quickly hid behind Silas and Li Fun. But his bloated body, like a meatball, weighed at least 350 pounds, and the fat on his sides was exposed. Lu Yong's bodyguard Xiao Qi was so shocked by the cold air that his lungs burst. After all the emotional turmoil, he ended up carrying a bomb. My dear mother, although there is a safety pin, there is no guarantee that the pin will not be loose. A slight bump and the whole audience of nearly 1,000 people will go to heaven together. Xiao Qi was confused. The way he looked at Wang Yixio was as if he was looking at a monster. Wang Yixio screwed the warhead of the rocket launcher into place. When I looked up, everyone was gone. There are only about 20 people left. She looked at Lu Yong and said, "Captain, didn't someone just doubt the durability of our prism defense tower? Let's try these and see." After saying that, Wang Yixio patted the barrel of the rocket launcher. Lu Yong was breathing heavily. I just feel dry mouth. The throat felt more like it was being stabbed by a knife. I was so frightened by Wang Yixio's aggressive words that I didn't know how to respond. After a slight pause, Lu Yong suppressed the shock in his heart and said cautiously, "Yixue, we can talk, but could you please not point your cannon this way?" Wang Yixue finally reacted and scratched her head embarrassedly. "Aim the cannon to the other side." Li Fun's legs softened instantly, and she knelt straight down. The blood drained out of his face in an instant. If Silas hadn't been supported by Perka behind him, he would have knelt down as well. Wang Yixio's gun was pointed straight at them. Just pull the trigger accidentally. The 3 of them will be companions on the road to the underworld, and they will be done together. With one shot, none of the 3 can escape. Seeing Wang Yixio's gun barrel moved away, Lu Yong dared to take a few deep breaths. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. I thought this girl was too fierce. He looks a bit like a soldier, and I don't know who trained him. He put on a kind smile. "Yixue, can your prism defense tower withstand 40 rockets?" "Of course. It's just a rocket, 100% no problem." Wang Yixio nodded vigorously. "Everything Su Fan develops is very sturdy and durable. How could a mere rocket launcher possibly shake it? I'll demonstrate it to you now, Chief, and you'll understand." After Wang Yixio finished speaking, she kicked the 2 shells into her trouser pockets. He walked 20 meters away with a fierce look on his face, carrying a rocket launcher. 133 There are many functions, but you can't see them. This is the shortest detonation distance of the bazooka. Too close and the shell might not explode. When Lu Yong saw this situation, he didn't know how to stop it. After all, what if this girl gets unhappy and points the gun at them? He hurriedly took the equally confused Mr. Run and hid behind a nearby building. There was no one around the prism defense tower in an instant. Although eating melons is important, we only have one life. Wang Yixue opened the sight on the 40 rocket launcher. 3 points and 1 line. Aim the crosshairs at the center of the prism tower, approximately 5 meters above the ground. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Swish! A flash of fire roared out of the bazooka. The sharp sound of air tearing made countless people's scalps tingle. The shells instantly slammed heavily into the ice-blue prism defense tower. Boom! The ground shook and the air surged. The instantaneous fire was almost brighter than the sun. Countless people held their breath and tremblingly stuck their heads out from behind the building. Look where the shell hit. Bang! Lu Yong was confused. There wasn't even a scratch on the location where the prism defense tower was hit. Not to mention the damage. At this moment, countless people seemed to have witnessed a miracle. The air was stagnant. Everyone forgot to breathe. His eyes were fixed on the prism defense tower, and his gaze was as if he had seen the Buddha. Sudden, there was another sharp sound of breaking through the air. Swish. Boom. The flames lit up half the sky again. The rocket landed again at the same location. The ground still shook a few times. Lu Yong took the telescope from his subordinate and carefully looked at the impact point. This time I am 100% sure. There is not even a scratch as thin as a hair. Miracle. Lu Yong's eyes were numb. I couldn't help but ask myself, can humans really create such an awesome thing? What kind of hardness is this? Boom. Wang Yixue fired another shot. Lu Yong's face trembled. The shell did not damage the prism defense tower at all, but it shattered his 3 views. Totally numb. What kind of alien technology is this tower? What a pervert. Even if it's a steel plate, there should be some scratches. On the other side, Silas and the other 3 collapsed to the ground. A mysterious liquid was flowing under the buttocks of all 3 people. They are already terrified and have lost all their souls. Every shot fired by Wang Yixue seemed to hit their hearts, crush their personalities, trampling their dignity. They were afraid that the rockets would hit them, but at the same time they were shocked by the miraculous prism defense tower. Wang Yixue finished firing the 3 shells and walked towards her package. Then he tried to screw the shells onto the rocket launcher. Lu Yong's eyelids twitched violently, and he hurried forward. Yixue, quickly put away your magical powers. Wang Yixue scratched her head. Leader, is testing 3 shells enough? Lu Yong's mouth twitched, and he kept saying, enough. Absolutely enough. I promise. Whoever dares to say it's not enough, I will arrest him now. Wang Yixue nodded and put the rocket launcher back into the package. With his CI law sound, he pulled the package up. Wang Yixue looked around. I searched for a long time before I saw Li Fun. Walked over slowly. After smelling a faint, inexplicable smell, he stopped and said seriously, hello, expert judges. Excuse me, is there anything else you want to test? Li Fun now just thinks that Wang Yixue must be a psychopath. If Wang Yixue hadn't come over to talk to her, he was determined not to say a word to Wang Yixue. After all, this guy can take out a rocket launcher without saying a word, and who knows what he will take out next moment. Expert judges, are you okay? Anything else to test? Wang Yixue's life-threatening voice almost scared Li Fun to death. Li Fun quickly responded. I'm fine, especially fine. There was a glint of madness in his eyes. Gritting his teeth. You've passed the test by knowing how durable the signal tower is. But there's one very important point. It's that there aren't enough functions. Your signal tower has too few functions. Things have come to this point. Anyone could see that Li Fun was just making excuses. At this time, a capable man in casual clothes came to Lu Yong. Lean over and whisper a few words. Lu Yong's face immediately fell. Look at Li Fun, Perka, and Silas. Sternly said, bribery. You 3 are ready to get into the sewing machines. Catch him. At Lu Yong's command, several figures rushed out from all directions. Silas and the other 2 suddenly jumped up and fled in all directions. Seeing this, Wang Yixue immediately tapped 3 times on her phone. The prism defense tower instantly lit up with 3 blue lights. The light dragged out 3 long ice blue lines and instantly touched the knees of Silas and the other 3. Plop, plop, plop. The 3 of them fell to the ground together. He looked up in horror at the ice blue defense tower that stood between heaven and earth. Lost my mind and lost my soul. Li Fun suddenly reacted now. It's not that it has fewer functions, it's that it's not time to use them yet. Look, as soon as they escaped, they even used laser weapons. Wang Yixue looked at the 3 people kneeling on the ground. Slowly said, it has a lot of functions, but you probably won't be able to see the rest. Lu Yong waved his hand. Just let the plainclothes police take these 3 pieces of trash away. People like this are just a waste of food when they live in this world. It would be better to go in and learn some skills on sewing machines. Lu Yong and Mr. Rin walked quickly to Wang Yixue's side. Both of them were breathing extremely rapidly. The more I look at this prism defense tower, the more I like it. Those 3 attacks just now were obviously laser weapons that are still in the research and development stage in various countries. It is actually integrated into this towering giant. So cool. Just install this thing on Jingwu Shoal Island. See if that scoundrel dares to cause trouble again. Lu Yong asked with a kind smile. Ishue, you just said there are other functions? Wang Ishue nodded and said, well, Su Fan said that some functions are too powerful to be demonstrated. Lu Yong nodded woodenly. Too powerful to be displayed. Is this fucking thing even more powerful than laser weapons? Lu Yong's brain cells have basically died today, and he is unable to continue thinking. Can't think of any other powerful features. He is now even impatient to install the Prism Defense Tower on Zhongwu Ansha Island. Let the Monkey Kingdom and the Eagle Sauce have the guts to do the same little tricks as before. I can't kill you. Why? Who was Wang Ishue talking about just now? Holy crap. Lu Yong shuddered. Ishue, what did you just say? Is it inconvenient to show? One more sentence. Too powerful. One more sentence. Su Fan said. Snap. An endless smile instantly appeared on Lu Yong's face. He slapped his thigh hard. Su Fan. No wonder. Everything makes sense. No wonder. No wonder. So it's him. That's what I told you. Mr. Run on the side bared his teeth and hissed, looking at Lu Yong coldly. Commander Lu, I'm happy, but can you please pat your thigh? Hiss. My old cold legs. Mr. Ren's face was full of resentment. Lu Yong was very excited. Where can I hear Mr. Ren's complaints anymore? Just grab Mr. Ren's shoulders, shaking vigorously. Mr. Ren, no wonder the Prism Defense Tower is so advanced. It turns out it was developed by Su Fan. Everything makes sense now. Only he could have built such a powerful signal tower. Mr. Ren's brain was almost turned into a soup of lumps by Lu Yong's shaking, and his eyeballs were popping out. Exclaimed, Commander Lu. Commander Lu. Old Lu, I beg you stop it now. You almost shook my head off. Only then did Lu Yong recover a little from his ecstatic state. His sharp eye suddenly looked at Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi, mobilize the large military transport helicopters and send the Prism Defense Tower to Zhongwu Ansha Island as quickly as possible. I want the Prism Defense Tower to appear firmly on the southernmost territory of our country before dark. Xiao's territory will not be invaded by any country. If this thief comes again, he must die. 134 blow up the signal tower again. Xiao Qi took the order and passed it on. Lu Yong settled everything, looking at Wang Ishue. Ishue, where did you get these 40 rockets? There are so many checkpoints along the way. How can you bring them all here? Wang Ishue said with a smile. I asked Chief Luo for approval for the emergency mission early this morning. Even after being investigated, I can pass through. Lu Yong immediately understood everything. Good job, Luo Bing, for not saying hello in advance. You scared me half to death. When your cyber tanks land, I'll have to destroy a few of them. Wang Ishue did not return to Zhonghai directly, followed Lu Yong, and left the Shangjing Communications Research Institute. She also has to teach the specific operational issues to the person who takes over. The Prism Defense Tower was lifted by a military helicopter transport plane and disappeared from the Research Institute in a short while. Some astute people, through what Wang Ishue said earlier, keenly caught the name Su Fan. They have more or less relationships with the 4 major operators in the communications field. Within half an hour, Su Fan's name appeared in the hands of the 4 major operators. The CEOs of the 4 major operators personally stepped in and convened an emergency meeting as quickly as possible. Able to build such a powerful signal tower, we must sign an agreement with this person and reach a cooperation agreement before any other units. Some bosses even had tears in their eyes. To this end, even if he has to resort to some shady means, he will definitely not hesitate. Set up traps, use threats and inducements. Beauty, money, status. Give Su Fan whatever he wants. Either recruit him or buy all his skills. This is the only way to make your company go long-term. Only in this way can we be invincible in the future information age. So, the moment the meeting ended, the investigation into Su Fan began. The survey lasted only 5 minutes. Without exception, the 4 major operators all failed to respond. The investigation was urgently suspended. All 4 CEOs, without exception, were invited to the Security Bureau. Arrived at the Security Bureau's interview hall, the 4 of them looked at each other. His face was full of horror. Who the hell is this Su Fan? Even they can't touch it. Du Mingqing hurried into the room and sat in the main seat, seeing 4 dejected people. With a sneer, come on, lift your head up. Afternoon. Zhongwu Ansha Island. As the Prism Defense Tower landed smoothly, people who had been prepared in advance began to quickly fix it to the base of the original signal tower. Not far from them, a small submarine slowly retracted its periscope. Get away quickly. Monkey Kingdom, Navy Headquarters. Minister Ruan Dalong leaned back in his imported leather swivel chair, chewing a sticky ball of betel nut. Suddenly, there was a sound of hurried footsteps outside the door. Report. Enter. Call someone in. Granddaughter looked over. What happened? Report to the commander. Xia country has once again built a strangely shaped signal tower on Jingwu Shoal Island. Puff. So fast. Granddaughter was so shocked that he sprayed the beetle nut onto the desk. His eyes became a little sharp. He said viciously, "You're truly an infrastructure maniac. Building a signal tower is as easy as eating a meal. But even if you build it, what can we do? All we need is a pack of potent C4 to wipe you out. Large reserves of oil have been discovered near Jingwu Ansha Island. I just need to muddy the waters, and there's no need to worry about not getting it." Granddaughter's expression gradually became ferocious, and he looked at his subordinates coldly. "Go. Execute according to the plan." "Yes, sir." Xia Kingdom. Shangjing Army Headquarters, Command Center. Click. The line is connected and the app is transferred successfully. Turn the last switch on. The large screen on the front of the command center lit up with a Sakala. With the support of Prism Defense Tower's holographic imaging technology, all movements around are monitored 360 degrees without blind spots. Any slight disturbance will result in specific data being fed back to the command center. In view of the previous damage caused by unidentified persons, Liu Yong directly installed the surveillance terminal in his command center. He wanted to see who else dared to attack Xia country's signal tower this time. Finally, the task was completed and Wang Yixuo stretched. Then he walked up to Liu Yong. "Seriously, report to the commander. Everything has been installed." "Very good." Liu Yong nodded with satisfaction. "Yixuo, I heard from Lao Luo that you are a genius at controlling high-tech equipment. Now I see, he lives up to his name." Wang Yixuo felt a little embarrassed after being praised like this. Liu Yong laughed heartily. "You've been busy for quite some time. Take a break first. I'll have Staff Officer Lin and the others familiarize themselves with the software." "Okay, Commander, if they need anything, just ask me anytime." Liu Yong became more and more satisfied with Wang Yixuo. How could such a nice girl be Mr. Wang's granddaughter? Why can't she be his granddaughter? So envious. The atmosphere in the entire command center was very warm. The Prism Defense Tower was successfully installed. With Jingwu Shoal Island as the base point, fishermen and border outposts within a radius of 200 kilometers no longer have to worry about losing contact. Jingwu Ansha Island. Blue sea, blue sky, clear sky. Seagulls are circling high in the sky. The sea is sparkling. A solitary ice blue signal tower stands on the island. The surroundings are bare and there is no shelter. The geographical location here is extremely special. It is the southernmost island of Xia Kingdom. It occupies a small area, but it is an important strategic fulcrum. Sudden, a light fishing boat appeared on the sea in the distance. Two thin young men stood on the deck, holding binoculars and looking at the Prism Defense Tower. The two were dressed similarly, both wearing shorts and small vests. Bare feet. "Liuzi, what did you see?" "Don't pick on me." "Wait, I can't see clearly yet." Liuzi focused his pupils and aimed the telescope. Gradually, the situation on Jingwu Shoal Island became clear. "Fuck. So cool. Can that be called a signal tower?" "Old 5, please take a quick look. Am I seeing things?" Lao Wu took the telescope. When he saw the ice blue pyramid-shaped tower, his eyes flickered violently. "I felt inexplicably sweaty on my back." Whispered, "Liuzi, I feel like something is not right today. How about we try bombing again tomorrow?" Liuzi glared at Lao Wu and said, "The commander only gave us 2 days. What if there's a typhoon tomorrow and we can't complete the mission? What if we get caught when we get back?" Lao Wu was stunned and rubbed his lower back. No more words. The fishing boat quickly approached Jingwu Ansha Island. Stopped steadily on the edge. Lao Wu looked around and found that there was no one on the island. There were no warships on the sea. Finally, I felt relieved. "Liuzi, carry out the C4 bomb." He just finished speaking. Liuzi, wearing large shorts and a small vest, carefully carried out a package. The two walked on the soft sand and headed towards the towering Prism Defense Tower. "Old 5, why doesn't the commander just let us use RPGs from a distance? Wouldn't that be easier? C4 bombs are more powerful and can completely uproot signal towers, making repairs impossible." Lao Wu raised his head and glanced upwards. Continued, "Besides, this thing is definitely stronger than that signal tower we blew up before. RPGs won't work, although they are veterans." But I couldn't help feeling nervous and my breathing became a little rapid. In a state of trepidation, he took out a 20-kilogram C4 remote-controlled bomb from the package. 135 laser weapons unveiled. "Gudong." Lao Wu swallowed his saliva and gently took out the bomb. "My hands are shaking." Liuzi, who was standing by, also broke out in cold sweat on his palms. "Hold your breath and watch Lao Wu operate." Both of them were extremely nervous. The other side. Shangjing Army Headquarters, Command Center. In front of the screen, there was a large crowd of people gathered. Everyone was holding a handful of melon seeds given by Wang Yishio. Crack, puff. Crack, puff. He was eating melon seeds and staring at the big screen with great interest, watching the tense and meticulous operations of Lao Wu and Lu Zi. Wang Yishua asked doubtfully, "Commander, why don't you let the Prism Defense Tower attack now?" "No, wait a moment." Finally, after some debugging, Lao Wu installed it successfully. The bomb was tightly attached to the base of the Prism Defense Tower. Lao Wu's hand holding the remote control was shaking slightly. "Six, son, go." The two men quickly gathered their packages and straddled them. "Stand up and leave." At this time, an old voice sounded above their heads. "You two, you are my Xia country's territory. You can come and go as you please." The two men's faces changed drastically. The pupils shrank suddenly. A chill crawled up my back along the soles of my feet. "Oh no, run, withdraw." The two of them didn't have time to turn around, for blue lasers fell from the ice blue tower. With a sharp sound, the arrow instantly pierced through the knees of Lao Wu and Lu Zi. Plop. Both of them knelt on the ground in unison. He covered his knee and screamed in pain. I was covered in cold sweat and almost suffocated. His face was terrified and distorted, as if he had encountered the most terrifying thing in his life. In front of the screen, the officers surrounding him were stunned. The melon seeds in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter. His eyes almost popped out. His clenched fists were shaking. I was so excited that I even chewed the melon seed shells and swallowed them. Staff Officer Lin was breathing rapidly. His face was full of disbelief. Trembling. Just now that was it a laser weapon?" "Yes." Wang Yishio next to her responded. Staff Officer Lin was stunned for a moment, then continued. That laser weapon?" "Yes." Wang Yishio nodded vigorously. "It's just that kind of ordinary laser weapon." Staff Officer Lin was stunned. A strong sense of shock surged into my brain. He felt like his brain was short-circuiting. What is an ordinary laser weapon? They have laser weapons now. Can they still use ordinary weapons? As the chief of staff of the Shangjing Army Headquarters, he didn't even know that Xia country had developed such a powerful weapon. So inspiring. The heart is beating rapidly. My breathing also became rapid. It's totally unimaginable that a laser weapon is installed on a signal tower. When did our Xia nation become so awesome? According to this, can Xia country's planes, tanks, cannons, and ships all be equipped with such powerful laser weapons? This is a major change. Our Xia nation is really going to defy the heavens this time. Lu Yong glanced at Staff Officer Lin next to him with a look of contempt. It's like looking at a country bumpkin who has never seen the world. "Shaolin, isn't it just a laser weapon? Keep calm. Be steady, understand? Be steady." The corners of Staff Officer Lin's mouth twitched twice. Judging from Commander Lu's nonchalant attitude, he had probably seen it before. Only he and Wang Yishua acted so calm and composed. Look at how shocked the officers around are. Even the melon seed shells were swallowed. Seeing the shocked expressions of Staff Officer Lin and the others, Lu Yong was secretly happy. "Damn, I've always been shocked, but this time I finally shocked someone." He looked at the two people in the picture who had lost their ability to move. He clenched his fists tightly. There was a hint of sneer in the corner of his eyes. "It's so satisfying. Damn monkey country. This time they caught the criminals red-handed. Let's see how they clean up the mess." Staff Officer Lin, issue an international statement immediately. Two foreign fishermen invaded our Xia territory and attempted to blow up our newly built signal tower. They are now kneeling in front of the tower to repent. "Yes, Commander." Under Lu Yong's instructions, countless countries saw Xia's statement. The obscene video of Lao Wu and Lu Zi installing the bomb was posted on the international internet and quickly received tens of millions of hits. However, the frames where the laser appears were deleted. One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. Countless countries were shocked. Monkey Kingdom, Naval Headquarters. There was a hurried knock on Ruan Dalong's office door. After the subordinates came in, Ruan Dalong looked unfriendly. "You've been a soldier for several years. Don't you know how to report? What's going on? Tell me." "Report to the commander. Something terrible has happened." The subordinates looked very unhappy. "Xia country has issued an international notice. Our people have been arrested. They are now kneeling on Zhengwu Ansha Island to repent." Bang! Ruan Dalong slammed his palm on the desk and roared fiercely. "Impossible. Old 5 and 6 are veterans who have been in the army for decades. Even if they were caught, it's impossible for them to kneel down and repent." Ruan Dalong stared with his eyes wide open, his face ferocious. "Sir, that video is all over the international internet right now. You should check it out." His expression hardened and his heart skipped a beat. I instantly had a bad feeling. Take the phone. The scene of Lao Wu and Lu Zi secretly installing the bomb and kowtowing to the Blue Tower suddenly appeared in front of Rwandalin. He was stunned for a moment. I couldn't catch my breath and almost suffocated to death. These two evildoers. Liu Zi and Lao Wu were originally hit on the knees by the laser, so they knelt on the ground, hugged their knees, and looked painful. But Wang Yishio specifically chose a special angle and looked at it from this angle. It really looked like two people who had committed serious crimes, kowtowing to the ice blue defense tower. Rwandalong's face was so gloomy that water could drip out of it. Two bastards. As a 10-year veteran of the Monkey Kingdom, he willingly knelt down and begged for mercy from the Xia Kingdom. You've lost face abroad. He has no military spirit at all. What a bastard. After a few breaths, Rwandalong suppressed his anger slightly. Suddenly I was stunned. Maybe the 5th and 6th sons haven't been taken away by the Xia Navy yet. We have to bring these two idiots back here quickly. Otherwise, the criminal will be caught red-handed. This is big trouble. Quick, send out the cheetah frigates. Get to Jingwu Ansha Island as quickly as possible. Rwandalong gave an order. The Monkey Kingdom's largest warship, the cheetah frigate, quickly attacked. Captain Rwandazhuang is Rwandalong's younger brother. He stood in the warship's command room, his eyes sparkling. Big Brother said that this mission is of great importance and must be completed as quickly as possible. Full speed ahead, rush to Jingwu Ansha Island. Yes. 136 kill it, it's a sure win. Xia Country's international statement not only stimulated Monkey Country. The Eagle Sauce has paid close attention to it. More than a dozen experts gathered in the conference room. The video released by the Xia Country officials was played over and over again on the big screen. The person in charge of the meeting, Vice Admiral Braun of the Eagle Sauce Navy, pressed the remote control in his hand. The picture was frozen at the moment when the Prism Defense Tower appeared. Inwan looked at the experts present. Everyone, what are your thoughts on Xia Country's new signal tower? Tell us. Braun finished. The meeting room was silent. Everyone was minding their own business, some even looking down at the table. Someone looked up at the light tube. No one spoke. The information that everyone has at hand is outrageous. After much investigation, the confirmed information at present is that this thing is called Prism Defense Tower. Possesses extremely strong signal transmission capability. The uncertain news is that some people said they saw this thing with their own eyes, and it could withstand more than 10 RPGs without losing its paint. Some even say it can fire pulse lasers like those in the Contra game. Listen, is this human language? Even a 5-year-old knows this is a trick. What's there to say? Let's adjourn the meeting immediately. You're not talking, are you? Braun looked at Cage, who was sitting in the first seat. Cage, you're an expert on close-in weapon systems. Please analyze this. Cage glanced at Braun and said lightly, Lieutenant General Braun, I don't understand signals. But the defensive power of this Prism Tower and its laser weapons are just ridiculous. First of all, it has defensive power. As far as I know, there is no such strong material in the world right now. Talking about laser weapons is even more ridiculous. Laser weapons concentrate a large amount of energy at a specific location, causing high heat, penetration, and radiation. The outer surface of that defense tower is ice blue, which doesn't have the characteristics of a laser weapon transmission. It must be fake. If Xiagua can develop laser weapons, I can develop two-dimensional foil. Cage curled his lips and leaned back after saying that. Everyone around burst into laughter after hearing this. Indeed, Xiagua's technology lags behind that of the United States by decades. Where does the ability come from to develop laser weapons and new materials with super strong defense capabilities? This is outrageous. If that laser is real, I'll eat this table. I'll eat this stool. Then I'll eat that TV. Ha! There were bursts of laughter in the conference room. What was originally a serious meeting turned into a place for everyone to chat and have fun. Braun looked unhappy, but there is nothing we can do about these tech experts. His eyes were filled with worry. I think things are not that simple. Now all he can do is ask his subordinates to increase monitoring efforts. Guanghai, the largest sea area in Xia State. A small frigate sailed quickly. Faced with the 12 nautical mile territorial waters line of the Xia Kingdom, there was no hesitation at all. Walked in straight away. Rwandazhuang was wearing sea blue camouflage. He held the frigate's workbench with both hands, his eyes fixed on the front. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Beside him, the radar officer stared at the radar screen intently. His face was tense, and his nerves were about to break. My heart beats up into my throat with every beat. I get so nervous at the slightest sign of trouble that I have difficulty breathing. They have now actually entered the territorial waters of Xia State. It is easy to cause international disputes or even accidental shootings. It is not impossible that the two countries will eventually go to war. And some time ago, a rumor was circulating in the naval community. Xia country has a Godzilla. If any warship enters Xia's territorial waters, it will be destroyed by Godzilla. That's how the Eagle Sauce's 7th Fleet was destroyed. An entire aircraft carrier formation. The fleet that almost encompasses all of the Eagle Sauce's cutting-edge technologies is gone just like that. It didn't make any splash. Although it was just a rumor, the 7th Fleet really disappeared. How could the radar commander not feel guilty? The moment their entire warship entered Xia country's territorial waters, they nearly collapsed. Captain, we can already see that defense tower. At this time, the first mate suddenly reminded him. This made Ruan Dazhuang look shocked and shudder. Good. Go 2 more miles and send a speedboat over to pick them up. Dead or alive, it doesn't matter. Yes. The first mate's heart sank, and he felt inexplicably frightened. Xia Army Headquarters. Liu Yong looked at the frigate detected by the Prism defense tower on the screen. It has entered a position close to 4 nautical miles from Zhengwu Anshir Island. He took a deep breath. Ishua, what's the attack range of our laser weapons? 12 nautical miles. What are the chances of knocking it out? It's a sure thing, Wang Ishio said solemnly. Liu Yong was stunned. This is the first time I've encountered such a confident answer. But he likes it. There were also countless shocked glances from all around. Some people even thought that the girl was too confident. Liu Yong's eyes flashed with a divine light. Looking at the red dot on the screen that was still getting closer, one could even see the blurry silhouette of the frigate on the real-time image. Bang! He slapped the table and said sternly, "Today, I will use this Monkey Nation frigate and the lives of the hundreds of people on board to warn the world. If you dare to enter Xia's territorial waters armed with weapons, prepare to die. Kill him." Wang Yishua was shocked and nodded immediately, yes. Then he operated skillfully on the computer in the command center. The officers held their breath, their hearts pounding, looking forward to the upcoming visual feast. Snap! The moment Wang Yishua pressed the retract key, a cold mechanical voice came from the screen. Information countermeasures, electromagnetic blocking field, is being activated. Countdown to effective date. 109. Countless people looked at Wang Yishua in confusion. Isn't it about laser weapons? Everyone took a deep breath and held it. Just wait and see a laser blast a hole in the enemy ship's engine. Are you suddenly doing something else? Liu Yong was also stunned and looked at Wang Yishio. What is Yishua doing? This is an electronic countermeasure, just like the Deep Sea Titan. Wang Yishua quickly stopped talking and changed the subject. Nothing much, just some preparation before the attack. It's not important. Liu Yong nodded, not quite understanding, feeling that this little girl seemed to have something she hadn't said. A gleam of light flashed in the eyes of Staff Officer Lin next to him. I keenly remembered 4 words. Deep Sea Titan. When this is over, I have to remind Commander Liu. Commander Liu was so focused on dealing with the Monkey Kingdom's warships that he missed the information that Wang Yishio wanted to hide. Everyone in the command center turned their attention to the screen again. The countdown is about to end. 2, 1, fight. The enemy warship's power and information systems have been completely paralyzed. Can launch a devastating attack at any time. A mechanical voice echoed in the command center. Everyone's ears were buzzing. Liu Yong. Staff Officer Lin. Countless officers. What the hell? Destroy the enemy's communication capabilities and electricity in an instant. Before the fight even starts, you've already made your opponent deaf and blind. Are you kidding? 137. If we are slower than them, we will be the ones to die. Wang Yishua saw that everyone was stunned. I thought to myself, there is nothing wrong with this. This is what Su Fan did when he attacked the 7th Fleet before. Never mind. Keep going. Wang Yishua tapped her fingers on the keyboard again. Blue triangular halos lit up on the surface of the 10-story Prism defense tower. The halos suddenly burst into a dazzling light. The strong light from the Prism defense tower solidified into substance almost instantly. The blue light was so bright that it almost turned into silver. A standing laser shot out from the tower. The dull sound of particles flowing exploded across the entire sea surface. The laser burst out and landed on the Cheetah frigate in an instant. Lock and destroy. The moment the upright silver beam touched the hull, it seemed to have no effect. Ruan Dazhuang only felt that his eyes seemed to light up for a moment. Then I was completely confused. The next moment, the Cheetah frigate roared. Broken in half. The interior of the cabin is clearly visible from the deck. The people on the ship were startled and fled in panic. Ruan Dazhuang was even more frightened and at a loss. In a hurry, he cried out, "Quick! Launch the boat and escape. Hurry up!" But the light came again. Just now it was just lighting up, This time it's a sweeping burst of fire. With a whoosh sound, the entire warship fell apart, broken into vertical pieces. Some soldiers were unable to dodge and were cut in half. The Cheetah frigate disappeared on the sea without even making a splash. Jungwoo Ansha Island, 12 nautical miles away. 3 American destroyers were parked on the edge of Xia's territorial waters. Major General Jack stood on the deck of destroyer number 003 and looked through a telescope. I can't see anything. He received orders to closely monitor any suspicious situations near Jungwoo Ansha Island. How to monitor across 12 nautical miles. I really don't know if the leaders above have something else in their minds. Just as he put down the telescope, a silver-white light suddenly swept across the neighboring warship. Boom! The destroyer with a displacement of 80,000 tons was cut in half by this ray of light. Not far away, Jack could see the interior compartments of the destroyer. The moment the two halves of the hull were cut apart, it began to sink rapidly. The officers and soldiers on the warship jumped into the sea in extreme fear. The scene is like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Hula hula. Swim towards the warship next to it. Jack's pupils shrank sharply. My scalp instantly went numb, and I got goosebumps. Release the lifeboat quickly. His eyes looked towards the cut in the warship. Pupil tremors. The cut is as smooth as a mirror. Just like it's been polished. Hiss. Jack took a sharp breath. Look at the staff officer beside you. Gigi, Jimmy, what's going on? Jimmy's eyes were filled with fear. His face was pale, and his lips were trembling wildly. My legs were shaking. General, I have definitely seen this thing. What is it? Jack's eyes were full of solemnity, and his breathing was unusually rapid. Ultraman's ultimate ray. The ultimate Superior ray. Jimmy almost shouted in surprise. Countless naval officers and soldiers heard this. Everyone is stupid. Them. Attacked by Ultraman? The corners of Jack's mouth twitched. He didn't want to believe it was true. But everything is in front of us. What can he do? Something big has happened, a huge thing. Help me contact Lieutenant General Braun. Braun was listening to the experts chatting in the conference room, feeling extremely annoyed. At this time, the cell phone rang. As soon as I picked up the phone, I heard Jack's voice, which was so rapid that it was almost out of breath. Sir, something terrible is happening. Our destroyer number 002 was hit by Ultraman's ultimate Superior ray coming from Xia's territorial waters. It has completely sunk. Request evacuation. Requesting support. Braun took a sharp breath. The thick hair all over his body exploded instantly. His eyes widened to the size of copper bells. Shit. Tell me again what kind of attack you were subjected to. Ultraman's ultimate move, the ultimate Superior ray. Jack was afraid that Braun would not believe him, so he shouted with full confidence. Sir, everything I said is true. If I tell a lie, you will send me to court-martial. Before he finished speaking, several photos were sent to Bulong's mobile phone. And there is already a news report on the mobile phone that the destroyer number 002 has just sunk. What the hell? It's actually true. Bulong's legs trembled violently. His expression was distorted instantly. The hand holding the phone was shaking wildly. Snap! The phone fell on the table. Then the whole person froze and couldn't utter a word. He was confused. What the hell is going on lately? First, the aliens. Undersea monster. Now the fucking Ultraman is out. Or was it fired from Xia country's territorial waters? I thought Xiagua was developing laser weapons, but now it seems like Xiagua is developing Ultraman? Braun's brain cells died collectively. Can't think anymore. Major General Jack even mentioned the military court. He was not joking. He must have seen this attack from Ultraman together with everyone on the ship. The phone is not on speakerphone. Jack shouted at the top of his lungs, and everyone here could hear it. Cage saw the photos on Braun's phone. I also heard the conversation between the two. His face turned pale instantly. His lips moved slightly twice. Make a very small sound. There really is Ultraman in this world. He was stunned. He kept repeating these words in his mouth. In an instant, he was stimulated and turned into a human tape recorder. He was just mocking Xia country for not being able to develop laser weapons. But now Xia country has even created Ultraman. My head is buzzing. The other experts were also trembling and feeling uneasy. His face was as pale as if covered with a layer of white paper. His lips had lost all color. The joyful atmosphere in the conference room just now completely disappeared, replaced by deep fear. Everyone had a dead face. I can't laugh anymore. I thought Xia country had developed laser weapons, but now it seems Xia country is very likely to have cultivated Ultraman. Things seem to be getting more and more real, yet also more and more outrageous. I heard no words on the phone. Jack couldn't care less. At this moment, we must retreat quickly even without orders. When Ultraman comes over, he will give his warship a high kick and smash it into pieces. General, let's run. Ultraman is coming to kill us. And it's Ultramantiga. If a Rampart light bomb comes over here later, we won't be able to escape. Jack's eyes gradually became firm. He clenched his fists and looked at Jimmy with a resolute gaze. There's an old saying in the Xia Kingdom. A general on a mission outside the country must obey the orders of his sovereign. Quick, turn the boat around. Go to maximum power and retreat. Retreat. I'll never come here again. The Navy soldiers had been waiting for this order. After hearing this, he immediately launched the most extreme operation. It's like taking a tonic. He frantically controlled the warship to turn around and escape. Jack and Jimmy were both stunned. These bastards usually do things slowly, but now they are all standing up straight to escape. At this moment, Jack looked up and saw a thick smoke floating from a distance. He frowned and looked over. My eyelids twitched violently. Another destroyer number 001 not far away had already turned around. He was running away madly, risking his life. The engine was spinning too fast and was emitting thick black smoke. Destroyer number 001. To escape. The engine is about to be scrapped. The corners of Jack's mouth twitched twice, and bloodshot appeared in his eyes. With a ferocious face. What is 001 destroyer? So ruthless. You want to run ahead of me and use me as a shield. It's not that easy. Pass my orders. Even if I have to spin the engine rollers until they're all screwed up, I have to get ahead of 001. If we are slower than them, we will be the ones to die. Charge. 138, the number 1 sprayer in Kangaroo Country, applying to join the battle. Destroyer number 003 was racing madly on the sea. All crew members are operating at their limit. If nothing else, just to survive. Just to exceed 001. When destroyer number 001 saw that its purpose was discovered, it immediately became angry. Life and death hang on this line. How can we fall behind others? Angry roars also erupted from the warship. Both warships seemed to have taken sildenafil and instantly broke the record for the highest speed of surface destroyers. And the records are still being broken. The maximum speed of ordinary destroyers is only 30 knots, but these two destroyers have already reached 50 knots. It was surging across the sea, trailing a billowing cloud of black smoke. Along the way, there were fishermen taking their grandchildren fishing. The grandson said in a baby voice, "Grandpa, I saw 2 big ships racing. Kids are just talking nonsense. Holy shit, they're really racing." Grandpa was so frightened that his beard exploded on the spot. Shangjing Army Headquarters. Command Center. The moment the light is emitted, the whole room fell silent. The air seemed to be stagnant. Countless people stared in amazement at the lights sweeping across the sea in the picture. People are just dumbfounded. Shocked. Breathing stopped inexplicably. Even my heart forgot to beat. After the dead silence, endless ecstasy surged in Lu Yong's pupils. His face was shaking wildly with excitement. Too strong. This thing is so powerful. What the hell? As soon as he opened his mouth, countless people instantly thawed from their stagnation. Fuck, that's awesome. Oh my god. So cool. Oh my god, I'm broken. My knees hurt so much. Let me kneel for a while. The young officers simply ignored everything, dancing with excitement. Jump high on the spot. I wish I could smash the roof. Up there. With one blow, the Cheetah frigate instantly disappeared from the sea. There was no trace of it detected on the radar. Even 3 American warships 12 nautical miles away were affected. One of them disappeared directly from the quantum source phased array radar. The other 2 ships rushed away at a desperate speed as if they were crazy. The speed of escape was unprecedented and will never be surpassed. Breathtaking. Even Lu Yong couldn't help but call him an expert. You are worthy of being called Eagle Sauce. This speed of escape is similar to that of Korean culture, right? Got the true teachings. After Wang Yishio completed the operation, she saw that the men in the command center were all shocked like idiots. I couldn't help but shake my head. This is shocking. If another weapon is revealed, you will tear down this building. Lu Yong looked at Wang Yishio with a kind smile. The word satisfaction is almost written on his face. Yishio, you must be exhausted after working so hard for so long. Take a break quickly. Don't get too tired. Wang Yishio was flattered and said, Commander, I just pressed a few keys. It's not tiring at all. Staff Officer Lin standing by was stunned. When had Commander Lu ever been so kind and caring towards others? Not swearing on a daily basis is the kindest thing you can do. Eagle Sauce. Hexagon. After the Ministry of National Defense received the report from Belong, everyone thought Braun must be crazy. But seeing Braun synchronously transmitting the picture of the dog over and the testimony of Major General Jack, in the end, everyone believed it a little bit in their hearts. But no matter whether Ultraman is real or fake, That ultimate Zapilio ray actually came from the sea area of Xia country. No matter what, the dirty water must be thrown on Xiagua. Otherwise, domestic public opinion will certainly continue to madly condemn the Navy. After the last disappearance of the 7th Fleet, the public now has extremely little trust in the Navy. At this time, we have to find a way to divert the conflict. So it happened only half an hour later. Many headlines targeting Xiagua appeared on the international internet. Shocking. Xia country secretly develops ultra-large-scale laser weapons. Xia country, the only destroyer of world peace. The Xia kingdom insists on going its own way. The end of the world is approaching. Where should we go? Xia country owes an explanation for violating international conventions. It seems like someone is pushing everything behind the scenes. Several well-known influencers in the United States also suddenly stood up and criticized Xiagua on the international network. Publicly release a video to condemn. The general meaning is that Xia state is secretly developing doomsday weapons that will lead to human extinction. It is the public enemy of mankind and the source of all disasters. Xiagua netizens saw these news and arguments. I just can't stop laughing. Comment directly below. Don't shake billion. Famous double standards. Only the eagle sauce is allowed to set fire, but the Xia country is not allowed to light a lamp? Haha. Xia country is destroying world peace. Too domineering, right? You are currently the country with the largest number of nuclear bombs in the world. You are the destroyers of world peace. Damn eagle sauce. If there were no you guys in the world, there would be peace in the world. He's anxious. He must be scared by our country's secret weapon. Eagle sauce, what are you afraid of? The eagle sauce underestimated the power of Xiagua netizens. Their reputation and words were soon drowned out by endless rebuttals. Even netizens from the bear country and the wealthy country stood up and criticized the eagle sauce. As a result, Xiaorizi, Kangaroo, and Bangzi couldn't stand it anymore. It was as if his own father had been beaten. Also joined the public opinion war. It has only been an hour since the wreck of the Eagle Sauce 002 destroyer. There has been a huge uproar on the international internet. Countless countries have joined the war of words. A blogger named Kangaroo Country's #1 spitter applied to compete. The first sentence I said, Asia's #1 military power. You will lead to the destruction of humanity. Someone immediately commented below. At White Elephant, the kangaroo is talking about you. At White Elephant, if it were me, I definitely wouldn't tolerate it. At White Elephant, Brother Elephant, can you tolerate this? The white elephant, who had been eating the melon, immediately became unhappy. The kangaroo is going too far. Who the hell are you talking about? How can we white elephants lead to the destruction of mankind? So the white elephant country, which had never lost in an international forum, rose to prominence. With such force that it crushed the first spray king of Kangaroo Country to death in his cradle. Poor Kangaroo Country's #1 critic, he was criticized so much that he wanted to hang himself before he could figure out what was going on. He was surprised because I was talking about the #1 military power in Asia. Bro, did I say anything to you? What are you excited about? Brother Baixiang claims that he has never lost online, and his reputation is well-deserved. Internet trolling war, one battle to become a god. At this time, the news of the accident of destroyer number 002 finally broke out in the United States. Because they had laid the groundwork in advance, the American media directed public opinion towards Xiagua. So American netizens began to ask Xiagua for an explanation on the international internet. At the same time, after the cheetah lost contact, Juan Dallin tried every possible means but failed to get in touch with it again. He became increasingly uneasy. Gradually, it became almost certain that my brother and the others were most likely killed. He was furious and guessed that it must have been done by the Xia people. It is possible that Xia Kingdom's previous reputation was itself a trap. After he reported the news, it immediately attracted great attention from the entire Monkey Kingdom. At the same time, the news spread throughout the entire Monkey Kingdom network. Netizens in Monkey Country were immediately furious. It's a huge hit online. Some people directly clamored to use the whole country's strength to push all troops to the border of Xia State and force Xia State to give an explanation. Finally, the spokesperson for the Ministry of National Defense stepped in and released a video on the international network. Everyone already knows the situation. Xia Country has violated the international peace treaty by developing weapons of mass destruction and brazenly sunk our cheetah frigate. This is an act of terror, an act of cruelty. I call on all countries to unite and boycott Xia Country. Let's create true peace together. The Monkey Defense Minister's passionate speech caused an uproar. They have the support of almost all the people in their country. The entire Xia Kingdom internet exploded. Countless people typed in to condemn the arrogant behavior of the Monkey Kingdom. Some people even volunteered to teach the Monkey Kingdom how to behave. 139 Clean up the Monkey Kingdom. Shangjing Army Headquarters. Command Center. The large screen on the side plays many reports from foreign media and international networks. Liu Yong looked at the overwhelming international information, his face as gloomy as water, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Staff Officer Lin and the young officers were all getting excited. Everyone wants to drive a tank and crush those shameless people from the Monkey Kingdom. The entire command center fell into a state of depression. Wang Yishio on the side was furious. She is an angry young man. Now we see that even a clown like the Monkey Kingdom dares to act wildly against the Xia Kingdom. Extremely angry. First, they blew up my signal tower with ulterior motives. Later, they sent warships to forcibly invade our Xia country's territorial waters, and they deserve to be killed. Do you still dare to call on the world to boycott us? Wang Yishio's eyes turned red. Leader, I request the use of the Prism Defense Tower to teach the Monkey Kingdom a lesson. Liu Yong was already extremely angry. Now I hear Wang Yishio say this. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Yishua, our Prism Defense Tower has this function? Yes. Actually, it's just an auxiliary agricultural function. It's very suitable for punishing the Monkey Kingdom, and no one can tell. Wang Yishio explained. Now Liu Yong had nothing to hesitate about. With such a good thing, we must quickly arrange it for the monkey. Yishua, I command you now. Use this function you mentioned to teach that monkey a lesson. Yes, Commander. Wang Yishua's heart beat faster when she was able to do it herself. Sitting in front of the computer, she took a deep breath. His eyes held a cold light that seemed to be real. He typed on the keyboard, then slammed the enter key. Flashing red text appeared on the command center screen. Immediately afterwards, a cold and rapid voice sounded simultaneously. Inspection of all connection points of Prism Defense Tower completed. Energy unit is working normally. Prism navigation positioning completed. Launching pad opens. Preparing for launch. In the command center, countless people stared at the screen with wide eyes. The mouth is so big that it can swallow a wash basin. My eyes exploded. The ice blue Prism Defense Tower cracked with a vertical crack. A blue rocket 7 or 8 meters high stands in the middle, ready to go. Liu Yong shuddered violently. Yishua, is this what you mean by teaching them a little lesson? Yes, this missile won't kill people. Wang Yishio said very confidently. The two just said one sentence. A faster and more urgent voice came from the screen again. This intercontinental cruise weather bomb has a maximum altitude of 500 kilometers. Trajectory mode, Qian Sengshu trajectory. Rainfall is expected to be 500 millimeters per hour, and the rainfall will last for a week. Launch countdown. 3, 2, 1. Emission. Boom. A ball of blue fire shot up into the sky, disappeared from the screen in an instant. The last few red prompts on the screen are still flashing. Liu Yong's eyes were twitching wildly. His mouth was breathing heavily. He was shocked. The jaw was vibrating so violently that it almost dislocated. The heart beats more than 300 times per second. Weather bomb for intercontinental cruise missiles. The first case in the world. Weather weapons. And it also has the prefix of intercontinental cruise. God. Liu Yong is going to be numb. This can actually be true. Even science fiction films don't dare to shoot like this. Novel dares to write like this. It's fine to convert the signal tower into a defense tower, but what are you doing installing intercontinental cruise weather bombs in it? Staff Officer Lin was so frightened that he fell to the ground. Fortunately, several young officers nearby quickly helped him up. If everyone hadn't jumped up excitedly, he would have been trampled to death. After a brief shock, the command center suddenly erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Countless people were ignited. All the depression is gone. There is a satisfying feeling of revenge. Wang Yishua promptly switched the image on the big screen to the Monkey Country meteorological TV station. A young female reporter dressed in fashionable clothes is reporting outdoors, posing in front of the selfie stick. Hello everyone. I'm reporter Xiaohua. Affected by Xiaogua's industrial pollution, my country's air quality has seriously declined, and there won't be any rain for the next few days. Everyone should wear a mask when going out and be careful of ultraviolet rays. Boom. A muffled thunder suddenly exploded in the sky, interrupted the reporter's broadcast. She shivered and looked up at the sky. There's not a single cloud in the sky. Why is there thunder? Could it be that my 19 years of education were adulterated? After the loud noise, huge black clouds gathered in the sky. The air flow rolled wildly, and in just a few breaths, it formed black cumulus clouds that covered the sky. The dark clouds gathered thicker and thicker. Crazy downward pressure. It even almost hit Xiaohua's forehead. She was confused. It was a sunny day. Why did the sky suddenly become covered with dark clouds? Seeing such thick clouds, how much rain is going to fall? She clutched the selfie stick and hurried towards the private car. Boom! A ray of light shot out from the dark clouds and slammed heavily into the sky above the Monkey Kingdom. The dense rain poured down like mad. Xiaohua hasn't run to the car yet. The whole person felt as if a bucket of cold water was poured over the head and back. With a bang, she fell to the ground. However, a mighty river suddenly appeared out of nowhere. She was drowned by the massive amount of rain. The streets were filled with people running frantically. Xiaomei's eyes were full of fear. He stood up hastily from the water, crawling and kicking. At this time, the water on the road had spread to the knees. Looking around, there was already a vast ocean all around. He wanted to pick up the phone to call for help, but then he realized that the live broadcast had not been interrupted, so he quickly hung up. The screen goes black. Shanjing Command Center. Lu Yong looked at Wang Yishuo blankly. A feeling of powerlessness and numbness enveloped him. He discovered that the way this genius girl thought was beyond the comprehension of most people. Can this be called a small punishment? It's only been a few minutes, and the rain has already reached my calves. If it continues to snow for 7 days, the entire Monkey Kingdom will probably be gone. He had no objection to doing so. However, the Monkey Kingdom has evil intentions and has been plotting against the Xia Kingdom for a long time. This time, let the heavy rain wash away their twisted hearts. Staff Officer Lin next to him slowly calmed down his breathing. Looking at Wang Yishuo, he said cautiously, Yishuo, how far can our intercontinental cruise missile reach? Eagle Sauce Local, Wang Yishuo blurted out. Hiss. Staff Officer Lin took a deep breath. I thought to myself, when that genius designed this, his target was the Eagle Sauce. So, how many are installed in our Prism Defense Tower? 9 pieces. Staff Officer Lin shuddered again. Too exaggerated. If all of this number were launched into the Monkey Kingdom, after that, there will be no such country in the world. Public opinion from the Monkey Kingdom has completely disappeared from the international network. Now they have no time to pass the buck or continue to act like scoundrels. Anyone who can survive the flood should thank his or her own strong physique. However, the Monkey Kingdom disappeared from the international arena, but the Eagle Sauce jumped out again. In order to divert people's attention, they are willing to do anything. The Vice Admiral of the Pentagon personally took action. Just publish a few photos. At the same time, everyone has seen the content of the photo. We seriously suspect that Xia Nation has received assistance from extraterrestrial civilizations, which led to our destroyer number 002 being destroyed by what appears to be Ultraman's ultimate ray. Xia country must give us an explanation for this. Give the world an explanation. 140. Why don't you wash the Eagle Sauce too? When the news came out, the whole world was shocked. Extraterrestrial civilization? Ultraman? Killing Ray? Could you please speak human language? Can it be any more outrageous? How could such irrational words come out of the mouth of an eagle? It simply shocked countless people. At this time, many netizens who were just living their daily lives suddenly reacted. Directly criticized Xia Guo on the international network. Ing Chan is right. Besides being connected to Ultraman, Xia country also has Godzilla. Our submarine was destroyed by Godzilla. This didn't help the Eagle Sauce at all. Instead, it caused some people to raise questions. Godzilla belongs in the monster category. Ultraman specializes in fighting monsters. So, Ultraman and Godzilla are friends. This problem has stumped both the American people and the ordinary people. The online war of words continues. Xiaohua netizens were no pushovers either, and they fought back. Frankly speaking, the Eagle Sauce and the Little Rises have watched too many science fiction films. Shanjing Command Center. Lu Yong made 3 consecutive phone calls to report the situation to his superiors. Tell the whole story about the Prism Defense Tower. The order to launch missiles at the Monkey Kingdom was also explained. I originally thought that I might be criticized, but unexpectedly, the leader directly praised me for doing a good job. The leader has wanted to do this for a long time. This gave Lu Yong a little surprise. The leader turned out to be an angry young man. He even explained that if a similar situation occurs again, and if any country once only undermines the stability of Xia state, this method should be used to deal with it. Lu Yong's blood boiled after hearing this. Hang up the phone. I saw on the screen on the side of the command center, all the news were about the Eagle Sauce, criticizing Xia country everywhere. Lu Yong thought of his leader's instructions and couldn't help but have a crazy idea. The intercontinental cruise weather bombs in the Prism Defense Tower are small in size. The trajectory is to first fly to low Earth orbit and then dive towards the target at an extremely fast speed. It is only about 8 meters in size and should not be detected during its flight into outer space. In this way, the Pearl Naval Base in the Eagle Sauce region will be attacked. A heavy rain will definitely not be a big problem. He called Staff Officer Lin aside. The two began to discuss, talking back and forth, with more and more madness flashing in their eyes. Finally, he slapped his thigh. Just do it. The two looked at each other. Lu Yong said, let me tell you. Walk to Wang Yishua. Yishua has something to say. I heard recently that there is a lack of rainfall at the Pearl Harbor Naval Base in Hawaii. How about, let it rain on them too? Wang Yishua was stunned for a moment, then understood what the leader meant. Indeed, I heard that the people over there have their skin peeling off due to the sun. Let's just give them a little rain, not much, about 500 millimeters per hour, for the next week. Lu Yong nodded. That's right, let's do it. Yes. Wang Yishua sat down and started operating the computer. This operation took much longer than the previous launch to Monkey Kingdom. A full 5 minutes. Finally, he breathed a sigh of relief. Done. Snap. The crisp sound of keyboard tapping was heard. A prompt tone, even more urgent than before, sounded on the screen. The red text also flashed wildly. Prism Defense Tower connection inspection completed. Energy unit is working normally. High-precision light positioning system locked. Intercontinental ballistic weather missile, extended range fuel loading completed. Holographic image tracking system activated. Launching pad opens. This intercontinental cruise weather bomb has a maximum altitude of 500 kilometers. Trajectory mode, Qian Sengshu trajectory. Rainfall is expected to be 500 millimeters per hour, and the rainfall will last for a week. Launch countdown. 3, 2, 1. Emission. A roar that shook the heavens and the earth came from the tail end of the missile. The Azure rocket surged, instantly carrying the missile away from the Prism Defense Tower. What is different from before is, this time the image on the screen did not switch to a radar display. It's a real-time holographic image. Lu Yong immediately understood why Wang Yishio had been operating for a while longer. It turns out that this function is activated. In the command center, countless people stared at the big screen. The camera follows the missile as it soars into the sky. A rocket data panel appears in the lower right corner of the screen. When Lu Yong's eyes fell on the data panel, he thought he was seeing things. I quickly rubbed it hard twice. Current speed, Mach 80. Lu Yong was confused. Why was it still 80? Was there something wrong? He rubbed his eyes frantically with all his might. But this astonishing red data is still clearly displayed on the screen. His eyes were rubbed out, but he was still 80. Staff Officer Lin, take a look at the data in the lower right corner. What's it? Current speed, Mach 80? Mach 80? Staff Officer Lin's pupils trembled violently. What the hell? Did I see it wrong? Hurry up. Who's there? Look at what number that is. The officers nearby were stunned. The data panel in the lower right corner of the screen shows that the current missile speed is 80 Mach. That is 80 times the speed of sound. Everyone's face changed, and they covered their heads and screamed. Shit. Where in the world is there a missile that's this fast? This can't be true, can it? It must be a sensor error. It's impossible. It's impossible to reach this speed during the liftoff phase. Then, while they were still discussing, the picture on the screen changed instantly. The originally azure sky suddenly turned as black as ink. As the missile's trajectory changed, a blue planet appeared in the picture. The command center was collectively silent. The air stagnated at this moment. Countless people were stunned, their faces frozen. His eyes were full of disbelief. The mouth is O-shaped. Less than 2 minutes have passed. The missile has already reached low Earth orbit. Isn't this enough to prove that the speed just now really did reach Mach 80? Lu Yong obviously understood the reason behind this. He plopped down on the chair behind him. He lived most of his life. What kind of missile have I not seen? More than once, he stood in the missile command vehicle and ordered missile launches. The fastest speed of an ordinary missile during the climbing phase is only Mach 10. The top speed in the dive phase is only Mach 40. What I saw before me was truly a heifer on a plane. Awesome. Director Lin's eyes were shining. So strong. So shocking. A meteorological bomb can have such speed. If this technology were applied to strategic missiles, what a powerful deterrent it would be. What Patriot THAAD is the strongest air defense system? I am fighting against the strongest one. Seeing that the missile's trajectory change was completed, it began to dive. The entire command center became even more silent. He held his breath, staring intently at the screen. If launching is the starting stage, now is the real attack stage. 141 The air defense system is blind. Lu Yong also clenched his fists. He and Staff Officer Lin had just thought about this. If the missile really hits the sky over Hawaii, will it be intercepted by air defense missiles? Now it seems that with this exaggerated speed, the Eagle Sauce has basically no chance of successfully intercepting it. In the picture, the missile is dragging a long blue flame tail. draw a beautiful arc in outer space. After quickly completing the orbit change, it flew along the low Earth orbit towards the sky above the eagle's sauce. The Earth zooms in quickly. The blue missile looked like a ferocious peregrine falcon, with unrivaled aura, rushing towards the embrace of the Earth. The blue and white colors in the picture quickly enlarged. The missile dived at an extremely fast speed. Lu Yong glared and pinched Staff Officer Lin's arm hard. Staff Officer Lin, look at this thing. Mach 100. It can reach Mach 100. The Eagle Sauce's most advanced THAAD will definitely not be able to stop it. Just wait and see. Staff Officer Lin's arm was swollen from being pinched by Lu Yong. Commander, you almost broke my arm. Lu Yong was so excited that he didn't care to listen to what Staff Officer Lin said. Like the officers around him, he couldn't move his eyes away and was fixed on the screen. There is only one thought in the minds of countless people. At this altitude, the Eagle Sauce's radar should have detected it. So, how on earth are they going to intercept it? They usually show off their defense system, claiming it is the best in the world, but now we can find out just how powerful it is. The missile, traveling at a speed exceeding Mach 100, madly crashed into the sky above Hawaii from outer space. The distance is getting closer. We are about to reach the troposphere. Lu Yong's fingers turned white from pinching. So nervous that I didn't even blink. Staff Officer Lin didn't care about the red arm that was pinched by Lu Yong, staring at the screen intently. No one made a sound. This Mach 100 intercontinental cruise weather bomb has entered the Eagle Sauce's air defense identification zone. They must be about to launch interceptor missiles to start intercepting. Let's start intercepting. Going to intercept. To intercept. Intercept. You guys should intercept it. Why not intercept? Everyone was confused. Countless officers were stunned. What's going on? The weather bomb plunged into the white clouds over Hawaii. The Eagle Sauce's air release system didn't even fart. It's like being completely blind. Lu Yong was still waiting to see the Eagle Sauce's interception system activated, and then the meteorological bomb brilliantly broke through countless interceptor missiles. The result is this? I really want to ask whether the American Homeland Defense Department has lost its eyes. Standing on the deck of an aircraft carrier, you can almost see the missiles with a telescope. Your radar didn't respond. The soldiers in charge of radar went to watch the Super Bowl. Countless question marks filled Lu Yong's forehead. Staff Officer Lin standing by was also confused and forced his mother to open the door. I'm so confused. The officers' faces were also filled with puzzled looks. At this time, the meteorological bomb exploded in the cloud. Air currents surged wildly in the sky. In an instant, endless black clouds rolled up. The picture also completely ended. Everyone looked directly at the secondary screen on the side, which was now showing the weather satellite cloud map. Shown right in the middle is the Hawaiian Islands. The center is the Pearl Naval Base. With the naked eye, a black fog like ink was rapidly gathering over Hawaii. In less than 2 minutes, the darkness was so thick that not a single ray of light could penetrate. Eagle Sauce. Let's start scrubbing the floor. Pearl Naval Base, Hawaiian Islands. Soldiers stand on the deck of an aircraft carrier in port. Under the huge sun, he jumped off the deck. With his splash, he dived into the water. A huge splash of water was created. A cold feeling instantly rushed to the brain. Cool. Great. Boom. A roar like thunder exploded in the sky. It caused everyone to tremble violently. The soldier who had just jumped into the sea to swim was so scared that his legs cramped. Countless soldiers looked up at the sky. The clouds changed color and dark clouds covered the city. In the blink of an eye, the sky became dark and lightning and thunder roared. Next time, as the dark clouds pressed down, countless flashes of lightning moved across the clouds. The soldiers haven't reacted yet. Accompanied by a rumbling sound, torrential rain poured down from the sky. It hit the naval base and hundreds of various warships heavily. Even the aircraft carrier was shaking violently. Countless soldiers hurried back to their dormitories on the warship. More people live in buildings at the base port. The rain was pouring down and the sea was surging. The waves hit the entire harbor violently. The rain flowed madly in the streets. It gathered into a mighty flood and soon rushed into many buildings in the base. In the face of heavy rainfall, drainage facilities are just a decoration. The little bit of water that is discharged is almost negligible. Floodwaters poured into countless important venues and facilities at the base. The instruments are immersed in water. Cries for help could be heard everywhere. However, people were running for their lives like crazy, so who could care less about whom? Shangjing Army Command Center. Lu Yong could fully imagine what the current situation was at the Pearl Naval Base. Happy to observe a second of silence for Eagle Sauce. Call. Let out a long breath. Lu Yong no longer had any strength left. My nerves were so tense just now that they almost broke. Now I can finally take a breath. Staff Officer Lin, the Eagle's anti-missile system seems to have gone blind and failed to activate. What do you think about this matter? Staff Officer Lin held his chin and thought for 2 seconds. Commander, there are about 3 layers of defense and control systems deployed near the Eagle Sauce naval base. From what I understand, they should have noticed when our missiles dived into the troposphere. But the strange thing is, they didn't notice. Then we entered the troposphere and even appeared above them, but they still didn't react. The problem must be with our missiles. Their air defense system can't identify our missiles. Speaking of this, Staff Officer Lee's eyes were about to sparkle. Breathing also became abnormally rapid. Breathing heavily. The strategic significance of missiles that cannot be seen by air defense radars is so great that it is chilling. If this guess is true, when this technology is announced, the United States and other countries will have sleepless nights. They have to live in fear day and night, because they don't know which second the east wind of Xia Kingdom will blow on their faces. Send them to see God. There was also a gleam of excitement in Lu Yong's eyes. He sat next to Wang Yixue. Carefully said, Yixue, our missiles actually fooled the Eagle Sauce's air defense radar. This technology is amazing. Do you know how that's done? Wang Yixue shook her head. I'm just an operator. You'll have to ask Su Fan for details. After saying that, Wang Yixue suddenly paused. Then he said, but Su Fan developed an invisible coating a while ago. It might be related to that thing. Lu Yong was stunned. Reminds me of the blue alloy painted on missiles. That thing must be the super coating that can make the 8-meter weather missile invisible. The emergence of this thing will probably completely change the entire international situation. In the future, all of Xia's aircraft and missiles will be coated with this coating. He is a complete blind man. Their radar is a joke. In future international struggles, Xia country will take more initiative. Lu Yong's heart was pounding and his blood was boiling. So excited that I'm flying. I have to contact Su Fan quickly. Whether it is the Prism Defense Tower or this stealth coating technology. Further cooperation is possible. 142. Replace the energy source for the Prism Defense Tower. The Eagle Sauce reacts quite quickly. The Pentagon got the news. Defense Secretary General Austin personally called the scene. As soon as the call was made, before Austin could even open his mouth, the other end started shouting wildly. General, the rainfall is too heavy. In just 10 minutes, the flood has already rushed into our houses. Many soldiers were swept away before they could even react. We didn't have time to move countless high-end electronic equipment, as they were submerged by the flood. Our Pearl base is finished. Completely finished. Request for help. We're calling for help. Austin heard the miserable sound. His face didn't look particularly flustered. To be able to sit in this position, one must have more determination than ordinary people. His brows furrowed slightly. After a moment's thought, he immediately rebuked her harshly. Decus, you idiot. Hurry up and fire the cloud bombs. Shoot away all the black clouds. You're a major general, and you don't even know this common sense? However, the voice on the other end of the phone was crying. Sir, I've already had over 100 cloud-clearing bombs fired from the base. They haven't had any effect at all. I won't say any more. The flood has already reached my neck. Gulp. Gurgle gurgle. Listen to the bubbling sound on the phone. Austin couldn't hold it any longer. A major general got swept away by a flood while on the phone. His 3 views were refreshed. The phone in my hand fell onto the table with a click. His face was so gloomy that water could drip out of it. The situation is indeed extremely urgent. He looked at the secretary beside him. He said hurriedly, Quick, organize manpower and launch a full-scale rescue operation for the Pearl base. There's something wrong with this rainstorm. Check it out for me. The news that the Eagle Sauce and the Monkey Kings encountered a severe flood quickly dominated the entire international network. Eagle-like netizens shifted the focus of the discussion from criticizing Xiagua to flood prevention and disaster relief. What surprised everyone internationally was the Xia Kingdom actually responded at the fastest speed and launched disaster relief for the Monkey Kingdom. Donate 2,000 tents. This action instantly warmed the hearts of netizens all over the world, except the monkey citizens. Many countries praised the Xia Kingdom for repaying evil with kindness. The great benevolence and righteousness of the Xia state can be seen in the great disasters suffered by neighboring countries. Only a few monkey countrymen who fled abroad when the flood broke out commented below. Our whole fucking country is flooded. Even if you gave us 100 million tents, there would be no place to set them up. A vast ocean. Can you put up a tent on the sea for me to see? However, their voices were quickly drowned out by a variety of other noises. Some people below angrily criticized these few monkey-like Chinese people. They're giving you supplies for free, and you're not only not grateful, but you're also barking like crazy? The monkey kingdom is indeed full of ungrateful people. My white elephant nation can no longer bear to watch this. Everyone, stop donating supplies to the monkeys. Anyone who does is a dog. I won't even give it to them. Shangjing Army Command Center. The sky has darkened. Liu Yong ordered the soldiers lurking on Jingwu Shoal Island to bring back the 2 Monkey Kingdom soldiers who were knocked down by lasers. These 2 people saw a lot of things they shouldn't have seen, and they will definitely have to live with sewing machines for the rest of their lives. Wang Yixue also successfully completed the tasks assigned by Su Fan. Fly back to Zhonghai overnight. Zhonghai Airport. Exit. An 18-year-old girl walked out of the airport exit. It attracted the attention of many people around. Her long hair was casually scattered, and her big watery eyes were bright and lively. Her nose is straight, her lips are slightly upturned, and she has a smile on her face, which makes her particularly charming. Wearing a white off-the-shoulder short-sleeve top and a light-colored skirt. Paired with a pair of white sandals, it looks fresh and natural, exuding a lively atmosphere. Many people couldn't help but stop and take a second look at her when they saw her. Such a beauty is definitely one of the best, even in the whole Zhonghai. She looked around among the crowd of people waiting to pick her up. Finally, I saw a familiar figure and smiled sweetly, waving to the people in the crowd. Su Fan. In the crowd, Su Fan was wearing a simple and low-key casual outfit. Although he is handsome, he is not ostentatious. When the girl called out to him, many people looked at him. Su Fan also smiled and waved. Yixue, thank you for your hard work. This time, Su Fan, who has not been seen for a long time, is driving. Wang Yixue sat in the passenger seat, holding a box of octopus balls in his hand. This was something she strongly requested Su Fan to bring to her before boarding the plane. After taking 2 big bites, I suddenly remembered. Brother Su, Commander Liu said a missile expert will come to see you tomorrow to discuss national defense and the mass production of Prism defense towers. We'll probably arrive around 10 in the morning. Have you finished your cybertank production line? Su Fan slowed down the car a little and glanced at Wang Yixue, who was eating with her mouth full of oil. Laughing. Just one more day, and it will be completely done. But now there's no need for me to be on guard all the time. I'll be at the newly built Building 23 of the 3rd Arsenal all day tomorrow. The experts can just come directly to the 3rd Arsenal. Let's get down to business. Wang Yixue told Su Fan about the bizarre experiences that happened throughout the day. Even Su Fan was shocked. Especially when he heard the heavy rain washing the ground for the monkeys and the eagle. Su Fan couldn't help scratching his head. Tell it with your conscience. He really didn't intend to use the rain bomb in a place like this. The 2 of them talked and laughed, and the journey was not boring. Send Wang Yixue back to Zhonghai base. Su Fan returned to the 3rd Arsenal alone. It's late at night. Dozens of factories were brightly lit. 10 of them are integrated Mecha production lines. The other 10 are cybertank production lines currently under construction. Factory number 23 has become Su Fan's temporary office. After iris scanning and identity confirmation, the door clicked open. Automatically open horizontally. The factory is huge, but currently empty. There is only a desk more than 3 meters long placed in the front. The table was covered with a thick stack of manuscript paper. Even when Su Fan was not around, there was a notice on the computer next to it saying, "Do not touch." It was obviously calculating something desperately. Su Fan was worried that if those 2 rough guys, Lao Li and Lao Kong, came in and accidentally broke it, he would have to waste time recalculating. Even if Su Fan used the computer he had modified, it would take some time to complete the calculation. Obviously, what Su Fan is doing is more difficult than anything he has done before. On the computer screen, the progress bar has reached 89%. Su Fan had been studying all day and was tired. He fell asleep on the table. The night is as dark as ink and the moonlight is as bright as water. Time passes by minute, and the computer calculation progress is also slowly advancing. Beep. The sudden sound of a computer prompt made Su Fan open his eyes in a daze. Quantum supermagnetic confinement device calculations completed. Su Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Now, the plan to replace the energy source for the enhanced Prism defense tower can be carried out perfectly. 143. The shock of Mr. Qian and Mr. Hua. The next day, after continuous research and development, Su Fan finally completed the integration of the new energy solution. Press the Enter key and the printer next to you will print out the plan directly. Pick up the plan and staple it together. Put it aside. Today, the entire factory number 23 is filled with various materials. There were special alloy scraps left over from other workshops, as well as new materials that Tong Yao had brought over that morning. All of this is for the purpose of building a quantum supermagnetic confinement device. Ding dong. The The phone message rang. Su Fan took a look and his eyes lit up. It just so happens that the cybertank production line is about to be completed. The multifunctional workbench LV3 is already idle. Such a short distance does not require special transportation. Su Fan hurriedly left factory number 23. Arrived at factory number 6. I saw Lao Li and Lao Kong with their bare chests. Everyone held a bag of dry noodles and looked at the production line that was about to be completed, with their mouths grinning from ear to ear. Old Su, I still have a bag of Lao Xiang. Do you want some? Eat. Su Fan didn't hesitate to put his hand into Lao Li's trouser pocket. I just didn't have breakfast this morning, so I'm a little hungry now. Take this and hold it up. Kaz. Delicious and crispy. Su Fan often ate this when she was in junior high school. After eating, Su Fan climbed up to LV3, which was 8 meters high. Come to the manual operation position and sit down. His fingers clicked quickly on the console, and then both hands rested on the joysticks. Pull hard. The multifunctional workbench's 12 high-precision telescopic arms are all supported on the ground, like 12 mechanical legs, 6 on each side. He propped up the entire workbench and walked towards the 20-meter-high gate with quick, clacking steps. The huge workbench swayed back and forth like a giant mutated mechanical spider. Stepping on the ground, there was a rumbling sound. Finally walked out of factory number 6. It's still some distance away from Su Fan's factory number 23, so we have to take our time. At the same time, Wang Yixio drove and took Mr. Hua and Mr. Qian to the gate of the third arsenal. Mr. Qian is a top expert in the field of missiles in Xia State. Today's Tornado series of intercontinental ballistic missiles were developed and upgraded under his leadership. Hua always exists on an equal footing. Yixue drives slower. Got it, Grandpa Qian. I'm leaving now. Su Fan is in building 23, you can just go there. After Wang Yixue left, Mr. Hua and Mr. Qian were wearing Zhongshan suits. Take steady steps and move forward slowly. Mr. Qian, this used to be the third arsenal. It was later requisitioned by Division Commander Li and converted into a mecha production line. The importance of this third arsenal is now invaluable. You're finally here today. It's time to open your eyes. A gleam of light flashed in Mr. Qian's cloudy eyes. Smiled and nodded. When he came, he heard Mr. Hua talking about Mecha on the way. Hearing it again now, my blood gradually began to boil. My steps are getting bigger and bigger, and I can't wait to run. He could no longer contain his desire to take a good look at the third arsenal and the young man named Su Fan. When I turned the corner, the concrete floor beneath my feet vibrated violently. Crack. Click. The dense collision sounds continued. It's like a mining machine is carving out a mountain. Mr. Qian looked at Mr. Hua. The latter made an expression that said, I don't know what's going on either. Both of their hearts beat faster. It seems like something is about to appear. Finally, we turned the intersection. Old Qian's eyes swept into the distance. A huge mechanical platform as high as 3 stories. There are 12 huge mechanical legs dangling with a cold sheen. Slowly walk towards the other side of the road. Every time a leg hits the ground, the entire road surface vibrates violently. The precise mechanical transmission makes a powerful sound. Each blow seemed to hit Mr. Qian's heart. Old Qian paused suddenly. The pupils trembled violently and shrank to the size of needle tips. Breathing gradually became rapid. Hua Hua, old Hua. What the hell is this? Mr. Hua next to him had a stiff expression and was completely stunned. His chin trembled slightly. I couldn't help but exclaim, What the hell? I don't know what this is. You don't know either? Mr. Qian exclaimed. Old Hua frowned and looked at it carefully. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. It's Su Fan's multifunctional workbench. I thought it was some newly developed mechanical spider. Mr. Hua, I've read a lot too. Don't lie to me. Old man Qian shook it like a rattle, his face full of disbelief. That thing clearly has 12 legs. It must be your latest super tech. I saw it all, and you're still pretending. Old Hua rubbed his eyebrows, looking at Mr. Qian, who was a little anxious. I sighed in my heart. It's so hard to communicate with this country bumpkin who has never seen the world. Mr. Qian, that's not a leg. It's the platform's robotic arm. Mr. Hua explained everything to Mr. Qian. Only then did Mr. Qian follow forward with half belief and half doubt. A little closer. Mr. Qian finally saw more clearly, but his expression of shock did not diminish in the slightest, but became even more intense. He finally had a new understanding of the third arsenal. Su Fan was sitting on an 8-meter-high platform. When he saw Mr. Hua and Mr. Qian, he greeted them. Wang Yixue had already sent Mr. Qian's identity and other information to Su Fan that morning. Su Fan has great respect for the old man who developed the tornado missile. It was precisely because of such people who carried the heavy burden and moved forward that the Xia kingdom was able to gradually rise. With Su Fan's precise operation, it took about 10 minutes to finally place the workbench in factory number 23. Su Fan also brought Mr. Qian and Mr. Hua into the factory. Xiao Su, what are you going to do? Mr. Qian looked at the countless materials in front of him with a puzzled look on his face. Su Fan smiled and said, I made a prism defense tower a few days ago, but it's having a minor power issue. We use hydrogen energy, and we have to refill it every few years, which is a bit outdated. I'm not trying to improve it. These are all materials for making quantum supermagnetic confinement devices. Old Qian's eyes widened, and a few gusts of cold air rushed in from between his teeth. Hydrogen energy, are we lagging behind? If we want to improve it further, what kind of energy will we need? What is a supermagnetic confinement device? Gudong. Old Qian swallowed his saliva and looked at old Hua next to him. I thought Mr. Hua must know what Su Fan was talking about, but he found that Mr. Hua's eyes were almost popping out of their sockets. He also looked confused. Su Fan noticed that the two seemed a little confused. No more keeping you in suspense. It's not a big deal, actually. He smiled and took out the plan he had printed earlier. Handed it to Mr. Qian. Mr. Qian, Mr. Hua. It's actually just controlled nuclear fusion. Mr. Qian laughed twice along with Su Fan. He took the plan handed over by Su Fan in his hand. With a kind face, he said cheerfully, so it's controlled nuclear fusion. Wait, controlled nuclear fusion? Xiao Su, are you talking about controlled nuclear fusion? Mr. Qian's hands holding the plan were shaking violently. The sound instantly increased by 200 decibels. Breathing stopped instantly. His eyes were like those of a blind bear in the middle of the night, flashing with amazing light. Staring straight at Su Fan. 144 It's really controlled nuclear fusion. Controlled nuclear fusion. These 5 words carry so much weight. To date, humans have never stopped research in this area since the discovery of nuclear fusion. Countless resources have been poured in as if they were free, but the progress over the past few decades has been basically negligible. For many years, there has been no significant progress. The nuclear energy that humans can currently control is only nuclear fission to a certain extent. For example, a nuclear power plant is a type of nuclear fission plant. However, the materials used in nuclear fission, uranium-235 and plutonium-239, have limited reserves on the entire Earth. It's gone once you use it. But nuclear fusion is different. The deuterium and tritium used are mainly found in seawater. 1 liter of water can provide the same energy as 300 liters of oil. Global reserves are 45 trillion tons. It will take tens of thousands of years to use up. Not only Qian Lao was excited. Mr. Hua was so shocked that he couldn't breathe. His eyes were fixed on Su Fan. I wonder if I heard it wrong. If it is really controlled nuclear fusion, then it really is a heifer riding on a spaceship. Awesome to outer space. Su Fan got goosebumps when he was stared at by the 2 men. He hurriedly explained. The reason we use controlled nuclear fusion as an energy source is because it's powerful, durable, clean, and efficient. If we develop super large machinery in the future, it will definitely be useful. Do you two think it's okay to use this energy source? All the wrinkles on Mr. Qian's face have disappeared. I can't hold it in at all. What a lewd and vicious word. It really is controlled nuclear fusion. His breathing gradually quickened, and his eyes trembled. My eyes were blurry for a moment. I could hardly stand. He shivered violently. No matter from which level, controlled nuclear fusion is the most powerful energy in history. The reserves, cleanliness, application range, etc. are all top-notch. It actually came out of Su Fan's mouth. And also asked if it was okay. Is that something we can do whenever we want? If this thing can really be developed, then it's not a question of whether it works or not. That's just amazing. There is nothing better than that. Mr. Qian had heard before that Su Fan was a R&D genius. Developed astonishing inventions such as the Mecha cyber tank. The new materials and high-precision industrial machines involved are enough to win the Nobel Prize. But the difficulty of controlled nuclear fusion is not on the same level as those things. Mr. Qian had a dry throat, and his scalp felt numb. He took a step forward and said cautiously, Xiao Su, controlled nuclear fusion isn't something you can create just by wanting to. Our country has never stopped researching and developing that thing. For decades, research and development has reached a bottleneck and stagnated. That thing is too difficult. Mr. Hua beside him also nodded. I totally agree with what Mr. Qian said. Follow the Tao. If we want to achieve controlled nuclear fusion, we must first find a way to control deuterium atoms. Now all of humanity can't find a way to bind deuterium atoms. It's as difficult as climbing to heaven. Su Fan glanced at the 2 elders. Surprised. No, I think it's pretty simple. I've developed a feasible solution for a quantum supermagnetic confinement device to bind deuterium atoms. But that doesn't matter. As long as we work hard and put in more effort. If it doesn't work, we can work overtime and we can win. Qian Laoyu was stunned. Try hard? More effort? Work overtime? Is this something that can be achieved by working hard and overtime? His scalp twitched. My brain is about to burst out of my ears. This is outrageous. Etc. Wrong. Mr. Qian was suddenly stunned. I feel like I've overlooked something. His eyes widened. Exclaimed. Xiao Su, did you just say that you've come up with a feasible plan for trapping deuterium atoms? Ah, isn't it right there in your hand? Su Fan pointed at Mr. Qian's hand. Old Qian's arm trembled violently. His face twitched as he looked at the document in his hand. My heartbeat was like thunder, rumbling and trembling. My eyes gradually stopped at a line of words on the cover. Quantum Supermagnetic Confinement Scheme. Mr. Hua also moved closer to Mr. Qian with trepidation. Mr. Qian stretched out his finger and wet it with saliva. Trembling, he slowly opened the first page. Prism Defense Tower Energy Replacement Concept. Design of a quantum supermagnetic confinement device, the core device of controlled nuclear fusion. His breathing was intermittent. So exciting. Turn to the next page steadily. Design principles for quantum supermagnetic confinement are beginning to emerge. And complex energy conversion formulas. Mr. Qian would think about it for a long time without even taking a look. Finally, the heart beat faster. There was a look of deep shock on his face. Because after thinking about it for a long time, he felt that this line of formula was actually reasonable. But when he saw the fourth line, he no longer understood it. Mr. Hua standing by had his eyes almost glued to the plan. It's also stuck on the fourth line. It will take at least a few days to figure it out. The two looked at each other. There was a look of deep horror on his face. Even Mr. Hua, who knew Su Fan's genius level, was shocked to the point that his blood pressure soared and he felt dizzy. Mr. Hua had originally thought that he would see Mr. Qian's mountain artillery entering the city today, but he didn't expect that he and Mr. Qian were both mountain artillery. Qian Laoshi couldn't understand it at once, so he just glanced through it. Each time I open a page, I become more cautious. Until I saw the back. Mr. Qian couldn't bear to watch it anymore. With his knowledge, he has basically confirmed that this thing is real. Without a doubt, this is indeed a feasible solution. It has epic-making significance. This document may very well represent the entry of Shagwa into a brand new energy field. The entire world pattern will undergo tremendous changes under the leadership of Xia State. Mr. Qian and Mr. Hua were so excited that they were speechless. The intense shock was like a raging storm, violently hitting their old hearts. Every hit is enough to make my heart burst. Su Fan saw that the two of them didn't look back. Remind beside. Mr. Qian, Mr. Hua, there are some attachments at the back. It's about the plan to build a controlled nuclear fusion facility. Specific information on the construction methods of the relevant instruments and the selection of materials is also included in the USB flash drive at the end. Mr. Qian turned to the last few pages of the document, and they were indeed instructions for the specific construction. There was a USB flash drive stuck to the last page. Mr. Qian's hands were shaking. Two arms couldn't even lift this document, which was less than a centimeter thick. This thing is too valuable. More important than his life. 145 more than a peerless national hero. He is also a great man. Old Qian raised his head and looked at Su Fan cautiously. Xiao Su, this stack of documents and the last USB flash drive. Su Fan smiled and said, Mr. Qian, Mr. Hua, this is what happened. The implementation of this controlled nuclear fusion plan requires the participation of you two, or even more people. I will develop the core device, the quantum supermagnetic confinement device. The rest of the matter will require your care. I'm a bit overwhelmed by the issues of site selection, construction, etc. Su Fan's abacus was clacking. Apart from the core confinement device of controlled nuclear fusion, the many other large-scale facilities on the periphery cannot be built by him alone. If we let a great man like Mr. Qian and Mr. Hua take charge, it will definitely get twice the result with half the effort. When he finished speaking, the two elders were stunned. Immediately afterwards, two rays of light shot out from his eyes. Mr. Qian's heavy breathing is about to rub his throat. He breathed heavily with a huff and puff sound. Xiao Su, you mean you're willing to let us two useless old guys get involved? Mr. Qian's eyes were full of hope, and Mr. Hua was also staring at Su Fan. Su Fan nodded. Seriously, I would like you two to serve as the overall commanders of all the major infrastructure for my controlled nuclear fusion project. Be fully responsible for the relevant work. I wonder if you two would be willing. While Su Fan was speaking, his eyes were also looking at Mr. Qian and Mr. Hua. To be honest, he was actually a little worried that the two would refuse. After all, it's a thankless task. Why would these two great men help you with such a simple task? However, the construction of controlled nuclear fusion infrastructure requires the mobilization of thousands of manpower and countless material resources. If his parents are willing, that would be a great help. Mr. Chien was stunned. In an instant, it was as if I was hit by happiness as big as a meteor. I feel a little dizzy. The whole person is surrounded by a strong sense of happiness. A surge of hot blood rushed from all over my body to my brain. His whole face turned red. There were bloodshot eyes. This is controlled nuclear fusion, an unprecedented achievement in the history of human evolution. No matter who you are, if you are lucky enough to participate in it, even if it is just moving a brick to the wall of the nuclear fusion base, that person can also have his name written at the very beginning of the family tree. From now on, for any occasion, under any circumstances, whenever you introduce yourself, you must add a sentence before your name. I participated in the construction of the first controlled nuclear fusion infrastructure in human history. After death, there must be a line of big words engraved on the tombstone. I was the one who built the first controlled nuclear fusion wall in human history. There is a QR code engraved on the tombstone. Scan the code to see a picture of a brick. That is the brick I moved back then. Now, Su Fan was actually willing to hand over all related construction to them. This is unspeakable trust. An unprecedented honor. A tremendous achievement worthy of being included in world history textbooks. Compared to this, even the Nobel Prize pales in comparison. Mr. Chien was so excited that he wanted to shout out. Once I complete the task of controlled nuclear fusion, the Nobel Prize will be nothing to me. When I attend international physics expert gatherings abroad in the future, those foreign experts won't even be worthy of polishing my shoes. Mr. Hua standing by had a layer of frost in his eyes. I was so excited that I almost burst into tears. Su Fan handed over such an important task and great achievement to them with such confidence. This is a trust in them. We must never let Su Fan down. Even if it means losing these old bones, I will complete the mission to the death. I can die, but the mission must be accomplished. As long as you don't die, work yourself to death. At this moment, an unparalleled determination flashed in the eyes of both Mr. Chien and Mr. Hua. An astonishing aura burst out from his whole body. It's like I've suddenly become several years younger. Su Fan was nervous and waited for their reply. I could hardly hold it in any longer and asked directly. At this time, Mr. Chien finally recovered from his immersion. He took a step forward suddenly. His face was filled with joy and gratitude. Grabbed Su Fan's shoulders with both hands, shaking madly. Xiao Su, thank you so much. Thank you so much. You're a good kid. Su Fan felt dizzy and dazzled by Chien Lao's shaking. I was filled with confusion. What's going on, Mr. Chien? I'm suddenly so excited for no reason. What is there to thank me for? Could there be something wrong? But as he is a top figure in the scientific research community, we can't say anything. Su Fan could only look at Mr. Hua for help. Unexpectedly, Mr. Hua also suddenly grabbed it. Follow the shake. Xiao Su, thank you. Thank you so much. I don't know what to say, old man. The corners of his mouth twitched. What's going on with these two people? Are all people who engage in scientific research bound to become psychopaths in the end? He doesn't want to. Half a minute later, the two elders calmed down. Mr. Chien looked hesitant, as if he had something to say but was too embarrassed to speak. Su Fan saw Mr. Chien's expression and asked directly, Mr. Chien, do you have anything to say? Hey. Mr. Chien rubbed his hands. He took a look at the quantum supermagnetic confinement device plan he had just placed on the table. Can I borrow this plan for 2 days, not just 1 day? I promise I won't copy it. I'll only do research. As soon as he finished speaking, Mr. Hua beside him immediately blew his beard and glared. Mr. Chien, you're so quick, aren't you? I want to borrow it too. They both felt that Su Fan was just showing this thing to them. Su Fan was stunned for a moment and looked at the two of them. What's there to grab? It's like it's some kind of treasure. This thing was meant for them. Otherwise, how can they build the infrastructure and related large-scale equipment, and finally connect with the quantum supermagnetic confinement device? Su Fan looked at the two elders and said, Mr. Chien, Mr. Hua, I've already given it to you. Feel free to take it and make copies. You decide for yourself how to look at it. Old Chien's eyes snapped and cracked. Such an extraordinary achievement, ahead of its time scientific research technology, just give it away directly? Free gift to the country? Such shocking research results are submitted so casually? He didn't even say what he wanted. What kind of realm is this? Mr. Chien no longer knew how to comment. He asked himself, even if he could achieve such breadth of mind and bearing, he would not be able to do it so cleanly and neatly. Su Fan didn't hesitate at all. Such a young man is more than just a peerless talent in the country. He is truly a great man. We are on the first level. He is in the atmosphere. In the galaxy level. Mr. Qian looked at Su Fan again. The latter's body was shining brightly, as if it was going to blind everyone. 146 Collaboration. I love collaboration the most. Mr. Qian put the entire document into his arms and held it tightly like his precious treasure. Even if someone holds a knife to his neck now, they can't snatch the documents away. Mr. Hua's mood calmed down a little. At this moment, he suddenly remembered something, looked at Mr. Qian, and reminded him. Mr. Qian, didn't you come here today to say that you have something else to do? Mr. Qian was stunned. He slapped his head suddenly. Then he said with a smile, look at my memory. Xiao Su, does the weather missile you developed have any unique stealth design? Su Fan nodded. The missile is coated with a stealth coating, making it invisible to all radar bands. Full band stealth. Old Qian was startled and looked straight at Su Fan. The eyeballs are trembling. The old heart can no longer bear so many shocks. Xiao Su, you mean it can be invisible in all radar bands? Yes, it's just a new type of coating, very simple. Su Fan said seriously. This coating is really simple. It has been used before on Deep Sea Titan. Moreover, the relevant RD smelting formulas had already been given to Mr. Zhang and his team. I just don't know if Mr. Zhang and the others have figured it out. Hearing Su Fan's words, Mr. Qian's jaw twitched twice, and he didn't know what to say. He is indeed a genius. Such exaggerated words. Being able to be invisible in all radar bands means that it is an incredible technology. Can it be simpler? If this coating were used on fighter jets, or even nuclear bombs, it would be simply invincible. Imagine that the enemy launches 10 intercontinental missiles carrying nuclear warheads at you, and you cannot detect them until the moment of explosion, let alone fight back. How can you fight? Just wait to die. He didn't even know how he died. Su Fan explained to the two elders. When I was developing the Prism Defense Tower, I happened to notice that some areas in northwest my country were lacking rainfall, so I added the artificial rainfall function. Then I thought our friends in Africa were even more water scarce, so I increased the range of the rain bomb a bit. Finally, because we were worried that it would cause unnecessary misunderstandings when passing through foreign radar defense networks, we applied a stealth coating. Su Fan said it lightly, but Mr. Qian believed that the actual research and development would definitely not be that simple. Including the design of controlled nuclear fusion, all require day and night efforts to overcome difficulties. Su Fan is so young, yet he has developed so many cutting-edge technologies. You can easily guess how much suffering and pain he endured. Endless waves were stirred in Mr. Qian's heart. The look he gave Su Fan was filled with even more awe. Su Fan not only thinks about the people of Xia country all the time, but also thinks about his African brothers. During research and development, we always think about benefiting mankind. It is so great to provide drinking water to people in drought-stricken areas. It's ridiculous that they actually thought Su Fan was developing a meteorological weapon. It is specifically designed to bring heavy rain to the enemy country without anyone noticing. The pattern is too small. I underestimated Su Fan's ambition. There were tears in the corners of Mr. Qian's eyes. Once people get old, they tend to be sentimental and can't stand seeing such kind people. Mr. Hua also had red eyes. I admire Su Fan's ideas very much. At this time, Mr. Hua seemed to remember something. Look at Su Fan. Xiao Su, did Shin Haitai also use this technology? Yes, except for the color, everything else is basically the same. Su Fan nodded, glanced at Mr. Hua, and gave him a look of recognition. Mr. Hua knows about the Deep Sea Titan. He discussed relevant technologies with Mr. Wang and Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang told them that there is a honeycomb-shaped radar-absorbing alloy on the surface of the Deep Sea Titan. Only at this moment did Mr. Hua understand. It turns out that the absorbing material that Mr. Zhang mentioned is so awesome. Full band stealth. I didn't pay much attention to it at that time. If I had known this earlier, I would have asked Mr. Zhang for the research and development information of this material. Such an awesome thing is a fascination for any scientific researcher. A gleam of light flashed in old Qian's eyes. Look at Mr. Hua. Master Hua, what is a Deep Sea Titan? Did you and Master Wang get some amazing technological blueprints without telling me? Your old brother? Old Hua's face froze. An unnatural look flashed across his face. Nothing. Cartoons. I'm talking about cartoons. Mr. Qian cast a suspicious look at Mr. Hua. I thought to myself, you old thing, you think I can't see it. There must be something you are hiding from me. Thinking of this, Qian Lao pursed his lips and snorted coldly. We're all from the same research class, and you're eating alone. Mr. Hua is a little overwhelmed. Change the subject quickly. Mr. Qian, Aren't you still discussing the construction of the Prism Defense Tower production line? Old Qian glared at Old Hua, then looked at Su Fan again. Carefully said, Xiao Su, your Prism Defense Tower is working very well. The country wants to cooperate with you and help build a production line for Prism Defense Towers. I wonder if you have time. When saying this, Mr. Qian was somewhat nervous, worried that Su Fan might refuse. After all, for ARD genius like Su Fan, time is very precious. Cooperate to build a production line. Su Fan's face lit up with joy. He loves collaboration the most. Sure, no problem. Then let's stick to the old rules. You'll be responsible for the materials, labor, and venue. I am only responsible for providing all the technical drawings and overcoming the difficulties in construction. None of this matters. Su Fan said happily. The most important thing is that we have to make a 3-point profit. Right, Mr. Hua? Mr. Hua knows this very well. When Mr. Hua saw Su Fan looking at him, he nodded vigorously. Indeed, it is so clear. What's even clearer is that the focus of your words is not at all on the latter part. Really, after hearing the 3 points emphasized by Su Fan, Mr. Qian showed signs of being led astray. He was stunned for a moment. Immediately said, of course, according to the time he came, 30 points was estimated to be possible. Su Fan only wants 3 points, and she probably can't even earn back her own research and development funds. It's like paying for the country's research and development at your own expense. At this time, Mr. Hua coughed twice. Remind. Mr. Qian, think again about what Xiao Su said. What are you talking about? 3 points. There's no problem. It's just a token of appreciation. It's like nothing. Old Qian looked at Old Hua with confusion in his eyes. Why? Etc. What did you say earlier? Did you give us the technical drawings as well? Mr. Qian was stunned. His eyes widened so wide that their sockets almost burst. His face was full of disbelief. Certainly, Su Fan said seriously. After the building is completed, there will be a lot of work related to after-sales maintenance. If I'm not around, someone will definitely have to fix it. Just hand over the technology of controlled nuclear fusion for free. Now let's turn in the production technology for this Prism Defense Tower. This moment, the light around Su Fan's body suddenly flashed. The tall and majestic figure seemed to have grown several feet taller. Standing tall between heaven and earth, you can't look directly at it. 147 Mr. Wang's request. Mr. Qian was completely stunned. I felt a surge of admiration in my heart that was difficult to express in words. At the same time, I also expressed my inner feelings. Xiaoguo is most fortunate to have you. The rise is just around the corner. Mr. Qian choked up a little. His eyes were filled with crystal tears. Even though he was half buried in the ground, he could still see Xia Kingdom truly take the lead in the world during his lifetime. I hope that Xiaoguo will never be bullied by vicious countries like the United States again. It's the greatest luck. It is their long-cherished wish. For this, I really have to thank Su Fan. Not only Mr. Qian, but also Mr. Hua was filled with emotion. My love for Su Fan is beyond words. If he could have a granddaughter, he would marry her off without saying a word. A few minutes later, the matter of the Prism Defense Tower was finally settled. For every Prism Defense Tower built, 3 points of the final purchase price of the defense tower will be given to Su Fan. It's not that Su Fan is greedy for money. In the future, you will get married, have children, buy a house and a car, send your children to school, see a doctor, and take tutoring classes, get married and get a wife when they grow up, and buy milk powder and education for your grandchildren. There are so many places to spend money. Su Fan thinks it's normal. It's human nature. Out of the gate of factory number 23, Old Qian's head was still buzzing, holding the quantum supermagnetic confinement plan, written by Su Fan, in his arms. My lips are extremely dry. Out of the gate of the third arsenal, the two of them joined a company of troops sent by Li Guozhong to escort them. Of course, that's what they asked for. The two sat in the spacious back seat of the Dongfeng Mengsher to discuss what to do next. Mr. Qian thought for a moment and said seriously, according to Xiao Su, 1,000 people are enough to build the foundation of nuclear fusion. I think we should be on the safe side. That's right. At least 3,000 people. Mr. Hua nodded in agreement. After a pause, he added cautiously, and these 3,000 people are just for scientific research and technical personnel. There are also at least 5,000 workers involved in building underground facilities and the main structure. Mr. Qian looked at Mr. Hua and suggested, in that case, to be on the safe side, let's just gather 10,000 people. 10,000 people will do. But Mr. Hua thought of something and frowned slightly. Let's recruit people. Let's recruit 10,000 people. What if we don't have enough? How about recruiting 20,000 people, just in case? Mr. Qian gave Mr. Hua a thumbs up. He repeatedly praised Mr. Hua for his thoughtful consideration. This way you can be sure of success. The two old men were chatting excitedly in the car, with saliva flying everywhere. In the end, Mr. Qian simply didn't go home and followed Mr. Hua to the Zhonghai research base. The two of them will work out some details together tonight. With the controlled nuclear fusion drawings here, it is impossible to go home. After the two elders left, Su Fan looked at the multitasking workbench LV3 in front of him. System, it's up to you. Byte. Super God Technology Workbench Level 3 started. Quantum Supermagnetic Confinement Device confirmed. Material scanning completed. This construction consumes 3,000 technology points and is expected to take 50 hours. Construction has begun. Su Fan's concept of the quantum supermagnetic confinement device has been systematically revised, so there are fewer correction and measurement steps. The rumbling sound of the chef at the workbench. Start running. The 12-jump robotic arm may seem dazzling, but it is actually extremely precise. Every action is performed with the highest efficiency and precision. At the same time, the utilization rate of materials is also the highest. The arc sparks would occasionally light up the entire factory like daylight. The sounds of various steels colliding and furnace forging came one after another. After Su Fan set up everything, he walked out of the door. I was about to go to the army canteen for dinner. The phone suddenly rang. I saw that it was Mr. Wang calling. Pick up the phone quickly. I heard someone on the other end of the phone say, "Hello, academician Su. Hey, Mr. Wang, please stop teasing me and just call me Xiao Su." Being addressed like this by Mr. Wang is somewhat disrespectful to the elders. Haha, alright. There seemed to be something wrong with Mr. Wang on the other end of the phone today. It seems like he has something to say. There was a slight pause. Mr. Wang said seriously, "Xiao Su, I heard from Mr. Hua that you guys are going to develop controlled nuclear fusion, right?" "Yes, that's true." Su Fan answered seriously. "What are the chances of success?" When Mr. Wang asked this question, his voice trembled slightly. Su Fan thought for a moment and then responded. Saying 100% seems a bit too crazy. Let's say 90%. How much more? Mr. Wang's breathing gradually became rapid, almost shouting at the top of his lungs. 90%. Even through the phone, you can hear Mr. Wang's grunting breathing. After a while, Mr. Wang praised. "Good. Well done. As expected of you, kid." That. Xiao Su. "Old man, I've never asked anyone for anything in my life. But I want to ask you a favor today." Su Fan's eyes widened. He hurriedly shouted. Mr. Wang, please stop. Just tell me what mission you have. I promise to complete it." His forehead was full of question marks. There was some shock in his eyes. What kind of person is Mr. Wang? That is the backbone of the entire Xia kingdom. Saying such words made Su Fan feel a little scared. "If you don't interrupt me, I won't be able to continue the conversation. Can't you just talk properly? You are so old. Don't you know your position in Xia country? Why are you so polite to a young man like me? You are deliberately trying to embarrass me." Even after hearing Su Fan's words, Mr. Wang did not change his tone at all. "Just listen to me. Xiao Su, this is indeed a personal request from me, an old man. It's your controlled nuclear fusion project. Can I participate in it?" After saying that, Mr. Wang waited nervously for the response on the other end of the phone. The breathing rate is very fast, and the sound is clearly audible. Su Fan was stunned after hearing this. Quickly shouted, "Look at what you said. What do you mean by can or cannot? That's awesome. I would be so happy if you could join in. We need someone like you who can take charge. How great that you came." Su Fan was also a little excited. With Mr. Qian and Mr. Hua, and if Mr. Wang is added, the progress of this project will definitely be rapid. Mr. Wang, Mr. Hua, and Mr. Qian are all top figures in the scientific research community. The more a mature and steady person like him controls the details, the more soundly Su Fan can sleep. Mr. Wang on the other end of the phone heard Su Fan's answer. I exclaimed instantly. "You mean promised?" "Of course. How about this? You, Mr. Qian, and Mr. Hua will all be in charge, and the three of you will have full authority to make all decisions." Su Fan's eyes were full of smiles, and his heart was filled with joy. "Is this all right, you think?" Okay, I'll do it even if it costs my life." Every time Mr. Wang spoke, he breathed quickly and hard. It's like there's not enough oxygen. You can tell that he is extremely excited at this moment. Su Fan didn't dare to say much. If anything bad happened during the conversation, Wang Yixue would have to settle the score with him. The two chatted for a few minutes before hanging up the phone in a hurry. 148 sudden call. That night, Mr. Hua, Mr. Wang, and Mr. Qian are three great scientific research giants. The largest scientific research project in history has begun. Lu Xiaogua is a top talent in scientific research institutes. I am working overtime late into the night to conduct cutting-edge research and development on new energy conversion. Suddenly the phone rang, and it turned out to be Mr. Hua. Who doesn't know the reputation of Mr. Hua? He quickly picked up the phone with a panicked look on his face. Respectfully, Mr. Wang, why are you calling so late? Is there something wrong? As soon as he finished speaking, an unusually serious voice came from the other end of the phone. Comrade Xiaogua, listen carefully. Every word I say to you from now on is top secret. I'm warning you in advance. If you leak it, you will be charged with treason by the state. Lu Xiaogua's heart skipped a beat. Gasp. All the tendons and veins in my body became tense. His face was full of confusion. What happened? Is the sky falling? My heart instantly jumped to my throat. Too nervous to make any sound. I could only listen with all my attention, feeling nervous. I must not mishear a single word of this, or misunderstood a sentence. For Mr. Hua to be so serious, it must be a huge matter. Then I heard Mr. Hua say without any emotion. Now, I declare this as the holder of the Medal of National Defense. Comrade Lu Xiaogua, you have been requisitioned for a major national scientific research project. The time is unknown. Immediately, suspend all current research and depart tomorrow morning at the latest to reach the Zhonghai research base as quickly as possible. Except matters of life and death, nothing can be used as an excuse to delay the call-up. Again, please note that all the above is top secret. Beep, beep, beep. I heard the hang-up sound. Lu Xiaogua was still confused. There was a deep shock in his eyes. Oh my God, what on earth just happened? This is the first time I've encountered such a situation in my life. Calm down for a full 10 minutes. Lu Xiaogua finally recovered a little. With inexplicable emotions, he hurriedly grabbed the car keys on the table and rushed home. On the way home, I still have to think clearly about what kind of reason I should use to explain to my wife and children. He certainly won't say a word about being called up by a major program. But there must always be a reason to make excuses. Lu Xiaogua has been engaged in scientific research for many years, so how could he tell lies? Along the way, he scratched his already bald head into a flaming mountain. After arriving home, Lu Xiaogua came to his wife and children. The lights were not on. His wife Chunxiang knew it was Lu Xiaogua who came home from the sound of footsteps. His face lit up instantly. He lowered his voice and whispered, Xiaogua, how come you have time to come back today? You must not have eaten again. I'll heat up some food for you. Chunxiang, who looks like a housewife, has a face full of joy. Get up quickly. He put on Lu Xiaogua's coat. Just walked towards the kitchen. But he was grabbed by Lu Xiaogua. Wife, I have important things to do. I may be back in a few days, or a few months, or maybe a few years. When I'm not home, take good care of Goer and wait for me to come back. Chunxiang was stunned, looking at Lu Xiaogua's tired face. I feel both heartbroken and angry. I have been doing research for so many years. My child is now 3 years old, and the number of times he has seen his father can be counted on 2 hands. She couldn't hold it in any longer. 2 crystal tears welled up in his eyes. You've been away from home all these years. You're always not here when my mother and I are wronged. The child has been crying for his father these past few days, but you are still not here. Now, you want to leave again. What on earth are you going to do? Chunxiang grabbed Lu Xiaogua's arm tightly and twisted it hard. But when the situation really gets tough, I feel soft-hearted and can't do it. Lu Xiaogua was filled with guilt. I gently stroked my wife's hair a few times. No explanation was given. He didn't say anything either. Just sighed. Said a sentence. This is urgent. I'm afraid we'll be delayed on the way. We have to leave now. Lu Xiaogua's heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat. One after another. I can't stand it. It was full of pain and helplessness, but there was no way he could refuse. He had a vague premonition that this call-up was a huge matter. Now that the country really needs him, how could he not go? In work and life, everyone will complain about something they are not satisfied with. But it's time to go. Even if it means death, I will go. Lu Xiaogua let out a long breath and came to his 3-year-old son. Take a deep look. No more attachment. Just turn around and leave. Walked out of the room and to the stairs. Chunxiang also chased out. I shouted from a distance. Come back soon. Lu Xiaogua walked away quickly without looking back. He didn't dare look back because he owed it to his wife and children. I'm afraid I won't be able to bear it if I look back. Tick-tock. There was a sound of a drop of water hitting the ground in the corridor. So and so. In one night, thousands of people received calls from Mr. Wang, Mr. Hua, or Mr. Qian. What they heard was almost the same. And from the moment we received the notice, we had to leave at the latest tomorrow morning. But without exception, they all left in a hurry after seeing their families for the last time. Some people didn't even have time to see their family members' faces clearly. Just left like that. No one told the family anything about this sudden call-up. These recruitment calls continued until late at night. Only those who received the call in the second half of the night heard that Mr. Wong and others' voices were hoarse. It felt like my throat was being stabbed dozens of times with a knife. Just listening to it makes people feel uncomfortable. But the three elderly men in their 70s made phone calls all night long. The ventilators were used. I have already taken a handful of powerful heart-saving pills. Tong Yao couldn't bear to watch it anymore. She tried to persuade the three elderly people to take a rest, but no one listened to her. They are all as stubborn as donkeys. It's heartbreaking to watch. The reason why Mr. Wong and others called personally. This is because these thousands of people are the country's valuable assets and play a vital role in certain fields. Ordinary transfer orders are not enough to make them move. And at this time, only if the three of them make the calls personally can these arrogant and powerful people in the scientific research field be convinced. The next day, the entire southeast war zone. The streets and alleys seemed different. A tense and mysterious atmosphere enveloped the entire war zone. More than 10 megacities and countless small regions. Countless vehicles are speeding through the streets and alleys or on the national highways. Their destination is the same, the Zhonghai Military Research Base. Everyone was wildly speculating in their hearts, wondering what kind of scientific research project it was that required such urgency. 149 code name, Artificial Sun. 9 p.m. in the evening. The moon is bright in the sky. The silver moonlight enveloped the entire square of the Zhonghai Military Base. All 1,150 people who received the call last night are here. They all stood upright in the square. Many of them knew each other, but they didn't dare to communicate with each other. Even though we have come this far, we must maintain confidentiality. Countless people could only glance around, constantly guessing in their hearts. What kind of scientific research project is it that requires recruiting so many people? Most of them came from the Southeast War Zone. There are also a few people who are talents from other war zones. Mr. Wong and his team used special authority and top-secret means to dig him up. Huge searchlights illuminated the entire square. Mr. Wong, Mr. Hua, and Mr. Qian, three veterans of the scientific research community, stood on the podium. Mr. Wong picked up the microphone and said loudly, "Everyone, you are all talented people in the scientific research community and in certain fields. They are all top elites from scientific research institutes, and some have even won numerous major awards in the scientific research community. Some people's research and development has even reached the most critical stage. But I still didn't hesitate at all and called you all here. Here, I, Mr. Qian and Mr. Hua, express my sincere apologies to you and deep gratitude. Thank you for facing the country's call without hesitation. You are all great." After saying that, Mr. Wong and the other three actually bowed slightly to the crowd for the first time. This made all the scientific researchers below flattered. A look of shock appeared on his face. There are three great men on the stage. It is a great honor to be able to see them on a normal day. Now, for some unknown reason, he is being so humble to them. They really wanted to know what had happened that caused such a big fuss. Countless people's eyes were filled with doubts. Mr. Wong continued, "The people you see here are not the final number of people recruited for this scientific research project. There are more than 15,000 people who will arrive one after another. You are among the first and most important pioneers. Next, everyone needs to work hard and give their all to ensure the completion of this research project." The people below heard their hearts pounding. The pupils trembled violently. In addition to those present, there are 15,000 more people who will join in. This is too exaggerated. Many people couldn't help but ask directly, what exactly is going to be done? What kind of research and development requires nearly 20,000 people to complete? Back then, it didn't take so many people to develop nuclear weapons in the vast Gobi Desert in the West. I believe everyone is guessing what this scientific research project is about. Here, I can only tell you the code name of this Red 10-star top-secret scientific research project. It's called Artificial Sun. In the huge square, countless people gasped. His eyes were full of shock. 10-star top-secret scientific research project. From the founding of the Xia Kingdom to today, there have only been two true 10-star top-secret projects. One time was the atomic bomb project. Another time was the hydrogen bomb project. Now this time, it's the third time. The scientific research project is codenamed Artificial Sun. The eyes of many smart people were sparkling with thought. When everything was connected, they were all shocked. The eyeball exploded completely. An almost impossible possibility appeared in their minds. This astonishing speculation is simply impossible, but it is the only reasonable explanation. In the crowd, Lu Xiaohua also guessed 5 words in his mind. He was shaking with excitement. Although this speculation was crazy, he was sure that it was almost correct. The word sun means something to scientists. That's what nuclear fusion is all about. The code name of this scientific research project is Artificial Sun. Isn't it controlled nuclear fusion? After the shock, Liu Xiaobo was so excited that he almost jumped up. My whole body is twitching. Countless people were like him, with clear eyes and ecstatic faces. Being able to participate in such a shocking scientific research project is a blessing that cannot be achieved in 8 lifetimes. Some people couldn't even hold back their tears. My eyes are red. It's a great honor to be able to participate. At the same time, being called up is an honor. Isn't this Xiag was trust in himself? Being able to run in both directions is simply the happiest thing. Some people who were originally developing major projects were somewhat emotional when they were suddenly called in. But when the words artificial sun appeared, they shuddered violently. There is no longer even a trace of displeasure. I completely understand. If it is really controlled nuclear fusion, then his previous research seems too mediocre. Compared with controlled nuclear fusion, it can only be said that there is absolutely no comparison. Not even worthy of carrying shoes. Being able to join this is the dream of any scientific researcher. What else is there to say? Just do it with your life. Mr. Wang gave everyone time to react. After a long time, he said loudly, "There's no need to be too nervous. We will try our best to provide everyone with the most relaxed working environment. Also, the duration of this research project is 1 to 3 months. Dear relatives, we will dispatch local community workers to provide one-on-one assistance to resolve your worries. In 5 minutes, the transfer vehicle will arrive. You can move around freely for the rest of the time. You are all researchers recruited for a research project. Chatting with each other does not constitute a leak of secrets." After Mr. Wang finished speaking, he, Mr. Qian, and Mr. Hua went down the stage to arrange other work. Countless people below couldn't contain themselves anymore. Some of them clenched their fists excitedly and trembled wildly. The smile on his face could not be suppressed, and he laughed out loud. Someone in the crowd laughed excitedly. "That's amazing. It's definitely controlled nuclear fusion. It's like a dream. I was actually recruited to this research project. Haha, that idiot Liu Xiaobo definitely wasn't drafted. When this research and development is completely successful, I'm going to envy him to death." Ha! Not far away, Liu Xiaobo vaguely heard someone say his name. He followed the sound and took 2 steps forward. After seeing the man's face clearly, his eyes widened. This person turned out to be his scientific rival, Old Xing. Liu Xiaobo was startled and stunned for a moment. However, the other party was even more shocked. The pupils were twitching. His jaw dropped in shock, making an ABA sound. "Damn it, Lao Lu, how come you were also recruited? You were actually recruited for such an important project? This is unreasonable." Liu Xiaobo's face suddenly turned black, and he glared at Lao Xing fiercely. I couldn't help but swear. "Old Xing, you're bullshit. If you can get in, why can't I?" The two exchanged a few sarcastic remarks, and then shook hands tightly. They are old rivals and old friends. Being able to meet him in such an occasion is like having a companion. The same thing happened around here. Many people saw old acquaintances. There were even couples who suddenly spotted each other in the crowd without knowing it. They all ran away from home overnight with some made-up excuses. Finally, we met here. The couple hugged each other tightly, without saying a word. Tears flowed madly. 150 deuterium atom confinement is successful. Soon, a bus arrived and took everyone away. Mr. Wang, Mr. Hua, and Mr. Qian also began to act separately. There is so much that needs to be done. At present, the scientific research project has not really started. It's still just the preparation stage. The next day, the second arsenal has been completely vacated. This will be the construction base for controlled nuclear fusion. Relevant facilities need to be comprehensively renovated. More than 1,000 scientific researchers have already moved in. They each have their own responsibilities, which include carrying out measurements and verifications according to the drawings and on-site proofreading, etc. Kong Erlangzi's 3rd Division was directly transferred here to fully cooperate with the infrastructure construction of the Artificial Sun project. Countless people began to get busy and entered a crazy working state day and night. In factory building number 23, Su Fan looked at the quantum supermagnetic confinement device that was taking shape and stopped staring at it. There is no longer any step that requires him to do anything manually. After leaving the gate of factory number 23, Su Fan came to the production line of Cyber Tank. The production line has been completed and has entered the real product mass production stage. Su Fan's Cyber Tank developed this time adopts an integrated frame design, so its production speed will be faster than that of the Jiangtian Mecha and the Deep Sea Titan. Watching parts being quickly formed on the production line. Su Fan smiled like an old father. This way, we can definitely catch the agreed time to deliver the dog to the owner. As for the mass production of Prism defense towers, Mr. Chien said that there is no particular rush. It's not too late to do it after controlled nuclear fusion is completed. At that time, we can directly install controlled nuclear fusion energy on the Prism defense tower in one step. At this time, Li Guozhong walked over with a sad face. His brows were furrowed. Without waiting for Su Fan to speak, Li Guozhong said directly, "Old Su, our Jiangtian Mecha and Cyber Tank are indeed powerful. But there's a problem. During the Mecha and Tank training, our soldiers' physical fitness couldn't keep up. But those have already selected the most physically fit soldiers in the entire division." Su Fan understood instantly. Even someone with a real driving talent like Wang Yixue would feel exhausted after every driving session. A long break is needed. Not to mention ordinary soldiers. High-intensity driving will definitely make the driver physically and mentally exhausted and overwhelmed. Therefore, Su Fan once suggested to Wang Yixue and Tong Yao that they should not practice mecha operation too frequently. It will hurt your body. Su Fan looked at Lao Li and said bluntly, "The problem is not with our equipment, and it's certainly not with the soldiers. What's the problem? What should we do? Is there any solution?" There was a flash of anxiety in old Li's eyes. His goal was to equip his 8th division into the 1st high-tech division. If the train got stuck due to driver problems, he would be very depressed. Su Fan let out a long breath. It seems that the plan to strengthen the potion needs to be brought forward. Strengthening potion? What is that? Old Li thought. It's almost like the super soldier serum. Old Li shuddered violently. Staring eyes. Old Su, you're not talking about the soldier serum in the movie, are you? Of course not. But the finished product may have some similarities in functionality. Su Fan paused and then explained. I've had this idea for a while now. It's about using viruses to stimulate the body's potential in biological science. The biggest challenge is overcoming the side effects of the virus. Stop. Lao Li interrupted directly. Old Su, I don't understand what you're saying to a rough guy like me. Just focus on research and development. Let's stick with our old cooperation model. If you need me to do anything, just ask me. Okay. Su Fan nodded. The two of them have finalized the research and development project of the enhanced medicine. The next day, Mr. Wang, Mr. Hua, and Mr. Chien, 3 white-haired old men, all came to factory number 23. Although the 3 of them were very busy, they had to come at this moment. Because the quantum supermagnetic confinement device is about to be completed. The completion of this instrument means that the core device of controlled nuclear fusion has been successfully implemented. It's time to witness history. The huge cube, which is 10 meters square, is undergoing the final external welding under the operation of a robotic arm. The electric sparks flashed brightly with a crackling sound. The 3 old men clenched their hands. Hold your breath. Waiting for the final completion. Soon, the robotic arm stopped working. Quickly retract to the workbench. Mr. Wang, Mr. Hua, Mr. Chien, you 3 came at the right time. Su Fan also jumped down from the bottom of the workbench. With a smile on his lips, he walked towards the 3 old men. Just finished. Once I've done some testing, I can ship the machine off to you. Mr. Wang and the others' chests were heaving. Their breathing was rapid, and they looked at the quantum supermagnetic confinement device not far away. It's just like looking at your own wife when you were young. I love it so much. If Su Fan hadn't been here, the 3 of them would definitely have rushed up to give her a wet and passionate French kiss. Xiao Su, just go ahead and do your testing and don't worry about us. We just came here to take a look. Old Wang said with a silly smile. Yes, just test it. Don't worry about us 3 old guys. Old Chien also said. Su Fan sighed in his heart. These 3 people always like to be Versailles. What are 3 old men? If any one of you 3 stomps his feet, the entire scientific research community of Xia country will tremble. But if they like to say so, then so be it. Su Fan started the test on his own. First, the quantum supermagnetic confinement device is preheated, and then the optical screen on the front is turned on. Enter touch operation mode. During the research and development process, Su Fan had already considered that a nuclear binding test would be conducted as soon as it was made, and lithium deuteride was placed inside in advance. After a dazzling series of operations, Su Fan successfully decomposed lithium deuteride into deuterium element. Then a red prompt popped up on the screen. Synchronous voice also sounded. Do you want to perform deuterium atom binding? Su Fan clicked yes, without hesitation. The screen quickly jumps to a display of the internal atomic binding situation. Mr. Wang and the others gathered around. His eyes were fixed on the deuterium atoms running wildly on the screen. At this time, the quantum supermagnetic confinement device begins to work. A cold mechanical voice sounded. starting the super-magnetic confinement position. Superconducting circuit connected. Quantum channel completed. First level constraint. Secondary constraints. Level 3 constraints. As the sounds become more urgent, the level of restraint gradually increases. The deuterium atoms gradually lose their ability to move. By the time it reached the third level of restraint, it was already fixed in the center of the screen. Can't move at all anymore. Off screen. The three old faces were all frozen. Even breathing stopped. The corneas of the eyes are about to burst and fly out of the eye sockets. The 6 eyeballs trembled violently in their sockets. Waves of hot blood rushed into their hearts madly. After a moment, Mr. Wong's slightly hoarse voice sounded. It actually worked? Is this really not a dream? He felt it was really unreal and twisted his thigh. Sure enough, it doesn't hurt at all. Is it really an illusion? Mr. Qian next to him shuddered instantly. He looked at Mr. Wong with anger. You bastard. Can you please twist your own thigh? 151 soldier serum? Have you ever heard of the extremist virus? Mr. Wong was extremely excited. I don't care what Mr. Qian says at all. Grabbed Su Fan's shoulders. Xiao Su, it really worked. You really made history. All of humanity should thank you. Mr. Qian and Mr. Hua next to them also had smiles on their faces. Even Mr. Qian's eyes were moist. I just don't know if she was pinched by Mr. Wong or if she was really crying for joy. Even if they have already started to execute according to the plan, there has always been a feeling of unreality. The project of controlled nuclear fusion is something that countless countries have been unable to achieve despite overcoming difficulties for many years. Everything before my eyes seemed like a dream. The completion of this atomic confinement means that the most cutting-edge difficulties have completely disappeared. It is only a matter of time before it is finally completed. The rest will require the efforts of Mr. Wong and the other three. There was a sharp gleam in old Wong's eyes. Mr. Hua and Mr. Qian also exuded an unwavering temperament. The next task of building infrastructure and related nuclear equipment must be completed as quickly and perfectly as possible. Looking at the high-spirited looks of the three people, Su Fan couldn't help but sigh that they were worthy of being the backbone of the country. An old horse in the stable still has 1,000 miles to go. At this time, Mr. Qian suddenly asked, Xiao Su, the machine is already built. How do we transport it? Ordinary transportation methods might damage such delicate equipment. I suggest air transport. Su Fan nodded and said, Mr. Qian is right. That's exactly what I was planning. I've already called someone over. As he was speaking, Su Fan received a message. His face suddenly brightened with joy. The transport crew is here. After that, click the button on the table. The warehouse's folding roof quickly opened. A shrill buzzing sound instantly enveloped them. The dark red figure of Jiangtian No. 1 appeared in the sky. The shiny steel body glows with an icy luster under the sunlight. A pair of dragoon wings on his back blocked out the sky, ready to go. The 4 huge vector nozzles at the tail spewed out azure fire snakes. The fire snake is densely covered with Mach rings. Jiangtian No. 1 appeared in front of everyone with an unparalleled sense of oppression. Qian Lao's pupils shrank in shock. He took a sudden step back. One of them lost his balance and almost fell down. Pointing at the mecha above his head, he trembled his fingers and exclaimed, Xiao Su, you said you've already sent someone over to airlift it. Could it be this thing you're calling? This is it. Other power outputs are not stable enough, and the flying speed is not fast enough. Using it for transportation is the safest, said Su Fan. Old Qian's jaw twitched twice, and he wanted to say something. But his mouth just moved. No sound came out. His heart was beating wildly. I feel uneasy inside. I've heard of the name of the Crimson Sky Mecha before. Only after seeing it in person did I realize that my previous understanding was one-sided. This thing is really powerful. It's like something out of a science fiction movie. Mr. Qian looked at Mr. Wong and Mr. Hua, standing beside him. Cast a resentful look. It was as if he was accusing them of having already obtained such an awesome mecha design, but keeping it to themselves. 2 ungrateful guys. The mecha had 4 iron chains hanging down, which were fixed by Su Fan at the 4 corners of the quantum supermagnetic confinement device. Then Su Fan made an okay gesture towards the sky. Jiangtian No. 1 then slowly rose. Then it disappeared into the sky. Mr. Wong and the others also hurriedly got in a car and left. This thing needs to be transported to the second arsenal, which is now the controlled nuclear fusion base. They have to catch up quickly. After the 3 old men left, Su Fan retracted the retractable roof. He took a deep breath, then picked up the phone and dialed. Xiao Yao, it's me. This time we need special materials for biological experiments. Across the ocean. Eagle Sauce, Dietrich Biological Laboratory. Core high-risk, closed sterile laboratory area. Army Major General Trist and biological expert Alan stood outside the isolation room. Through the tempered glass, I stared closely at the experiment that was about to begin inside. In the isolation room, a soldier picked up the injection on the table and inserted it into the muscle of his arm. Inject a tube of green medicine into the body without leaving a drop. Then he threw the empty injection aside with a click. Close your eyes and wait for the medicine to take effect. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Outside the isolation room, Drist clenched his fists and stared at the motionless soldiers inside. 5 minutes passed. The soldier remained motionless. This caused worry to gradually appear on Trist's face. Dr. Allen, what's going on? Why isn't he responding? General, again. Dr. Allen stopped talking halfway. The soldier in the isolation room suddenly opened his eyes. There seemed to be a red light flashing in his pupils, and a fierce aura suddenly burst out. He clenched his fist and punched the dynamometer next to him. Boom! The instrument screen instantly jumped to a value of 200 kilograms. Trist was shocked and his face was filled with ecstasy, trembling with excitement. I quickly picked up the phone and dialed. When I heard the call was connected, I immediately said excitedly, reporting to Admiral Bowles. The soldier serum experiment was very successful. Aside from some minor damage to the body, it's absolutely perfect. The experimental soldier punched with a force of 200 kilograms. Even Muhammad Ali could only hit this high. In the Pentagon, Bowles sat in his office. He suddenly spat out the tea he had just drunk. His eyes instantly widened into camel bells. Oh my God, Twisted, I really can't believe it. You guys actually did it. Hurry up and make 2 finished products. I need them urgently. Your soldier serum is so timely. After praising Trist, Bowles quickly hung up the phone. After communicating with Minister Austin again, an intriguing curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Said to the secretary beside him, immediately send invitations to all countries for the World Special Forces competition. The competition will be held in 3 days, and the venue will be set on a small day. The secretary immediately responded respectfully and hurried to carry out the order. Then Bowles said to himself, in this World Special Forces competition, I want to see how your Xia country performs. I will completely crush your dignity. Let all Arab countries see who is the world's hegemon. He had been humiliated in person by the rich man last time, and he had already remembered the hatred. No matter whether it is Go Da Hu or the instigator Xiagua, he will not let him go. The other side. Xia State, the second arsenal. In factory number 23, Su Fan kept calculating frantically on paper. He scribbled and revised different gene sequences and came up with various formulas at will. Gradually, they all converged into an extremely complex formula. He began to simplify the formula. Gradually, the originally bloated biological genetic formula was continuously streamlined under his deletions. As the last stroke fell, Su Fan took a long breath. The desperate virus should be this double-stranded gene sequence. 152-Old Su, you are my brother. The gene sequence is completed, and the next step is actual production. To make the desperate virus, you still need to use a multifunctional workbench. At the same time, it must be combined with Su Fan's manual operation. Su Fan temporarily built a sterile isolation room in factory number 23. The LV-3 robotic arm is connected from above. Seeing that everything was ready, Su Fan clenched his fists. A little nervous. This is the first time doing biotechnology-related research and development. System go. Byte. Super God Technology Workbench Level 3 started. Host has finished reading the content about the desperate virus research and development. Information data comprehensive enhancement and correction. Genetic fusion calculation completed. Viral symbiosis simulation calculation ends. Double helix arrangement proofreading completed. Correction completed. Material scanning completed. This construction consumes 3,000 technology points and is expected to take 28 hours. Construction has begun. As the mechanical phone begins to work, Su Fan began another long wait. It should be finished by tomorrow afternoon. The next day, early in the morning, Shangjing Army Command Center. An invitation letter appeared on Liu Yong's desk. It was the big boss who transferred it over. Liu Yong read it through. His brows were furrowed. What is written above is very simple. That is to say, in order to maintain world peace, enhance exchanges between countries, abandon geopolitics, and eliminate Cold War mentality, the United States specially held an international special forces competition, used to enhance the unity of countries around the world. The time is 3 days later. Of course, Liu Yong could see that this invitation was not that simple. It also contained some other information. And last night, there was confirmed news that the Eagle Sauce had successfully developed a soldier serum. It's not as exaggerated as in the movies. It can indeed enhance a person's physical fitness and strength to a certain extent, and it is a permanent enhancement. This enhancement comes with the side effect of reducing lifespan, but it's still amazing enough. Liu Yong suspected that this special forces competition was held because of the emergence of the soldier serum. The status of the United States in the international arena has been gradually declining recently, and he wanted to use the soldier serum to regain his status. Can Xiagua not participate? The boss had already made his attitude clear when he sent this invitation letter to Liu Yong's desk. Want to participate? Just like athletes, even if they know they won't get first place in the Olympics, they still have to participate. Besides, the reason why the Eagle Sauce held this competition is to enhance national exchanges and promote world peace. If Xiagua does not participate, it will inevitably be smeared by the Eagle Sauce all over the world. Liu Yong's heart sank to the bottom. There is no other way at the moment. We can only summon the soldiers from major war zones and select who will represent Xia Kingdom to fight abroad. The orders were passed down level by level. Li Guozhong, Kong Erlangzi, and other division commanders all received the notice. Quickly select the strongest soldier from the division. Noon. Su Fan came to factory number 23. Stand outside the isolation room. His eyes were fixed on the robotic arm that was performing delicate operations inside. I feel a little excited. According to the predicted time, the Desperate Virus is almost completed. Although it was only the first stage of the Desperate Virus, it was enough to make Su Fan excited. I often see in movies how awesome people with superpowers are. Now that I have a little of that power, how can I not be excited? Although it's not as exaggerated as in the movies, it can still satisfy your superhero addiction. Fight. First stage of Desperate Virus medicine completed. A crisp sound rang in his ears, and Su Fan clenched his fists and entered the isolation room. 5 spiral-shaped glass potion bottles were placed steadily on the table. Su Fan carefully put it into the suitcase. Only then did I breathe a sigh of relief. These 5 Desperate Virus potions are extremely precious, and the materials used are all rare. Moreover, it is not possible to manufacture the production line for large-scale mass production. Only Su Fan can use LV3 for small-scale manufacturing. Once you have accumulated enough technology points and upgraded the workbench to a higher level, you may be able to carry out mass production on a larger scale. Su Fan took out his phone and called Li Guozhong directly. Old Li, where are you? Hey, I'm at the division headquarters, selecting the best soldiers. Li Guozhong seemed very busy, and the call sounded a bit chaotic. There's not a single useful one. I'm really worried to death. Old Su, is there something wrong? Su Fan was stunned for a moment. He had never thought that a big and strong man like Li Guozhong would also have moments of worry. Directly. It's the thing you mentioned last time. We've made some preliminary progress. What happened? Why don't I remember it? Old Li, this isn't what you're talking about. It's the potion that enhances physical performance you mentioned. I worked so hard to develop it. Holy crap. Old Su, have you already developed it? The voice on the other end of the phone suddenly increased 20 times, almost shouting out in a broken voice. Of course, otherwise why would I contact you? Fuck, Old Su, you are my savior. You really are my brother. Hurry up, I'll send someone to pick you up. Forget it, I'll just send a mecha to pick you up. Wait right here and don't move. I heard a beeping sound on the phone. Su Fan was stunned. I don't know what's going on with Old Li. He's so scared today. A little mentally unstable. In broad daylight, they actually sent a mecha to pick him up. Did they not keep it a secret? Just as Su Fan was thinking, a red steel figure cut through the sky and arrived in an instant with a rumbling sound. With a boom, it stopped in front of Su Fan. It's Jiangtian number 2. The cockpit opened and Su Fan was pushed into the cockpit by the mecha's arms. When Tong Yao saw Su Fan, a friendly smile appeared on her face. Su Fan sat in the slightly crowded passenger seat. The mecha roared and rose from the ground, soaring into the sky. On the way, Tong Yao told Su Fan that Commander Li Guozhong was almost worried to death. A fully staffed division, more than 10,000 people. It's impossible to find a soldier king who excels in any field. The mecha reached its destination in less than 10 minutes. Stopped at the division headquarters compound. The moment it landed, the building rumbled. As soon as Su Fan came down, she saw Li Guozhong and Wang Yishio walking towards her quickly. Old Su, you are my brother. The corners of Su Fan's mouth twitched twice, and he didn't know how to respond. Helplessly said, Old Li, be steady. Haha, come on. Let's talk inside. Several people entered the room. Only then did Li Guozhong tell Su Fan everything about the Special Forces competition held by the Eagle Sauce. After saying that, Su Fan's eyes lit up instantly. Place the reagent box in your hand flat on the table. With a click, the box opened. 5 golden glass potion bottles appeared in front of Li Guozhong. Li Guozhong put his face close to the reagent and looked at it carefully. Old Su, is this the potion you just developed to enhance physical performance? Well, to be precise, it should be called the Desperate Virus. Jueju virus? Li Guozhong's pupils shrank suddenly. Open your mouth wide. It seemed as if it wanted to swallow Su Fan in one bite. Old Su, are you saying this is the extremist virus? The kind you see in science fiction movies. After Li Guozhong finished speaking, he stared at Su Fan. Without blinking an eyelid. 153 with this, anyone can be a soldier king. Wang Yixio and Tong Yao next to them also widened their eyes in shock. A look of disbelief. Things in science fiction movies can actually become reality. It's too exaggerated. Su Fan saw the shock on the three people's faces. Take one out of it. Holding it in his hand, he introduced it. The extremist virus in the movie strengthens the human body to be harder than steel and extremely powerful. We can't do that, and at the same time, we don't have its side effects. Even if the matching degree is not high, it won't explode. At least it helps to strengthen your body. The words fell. Li Guozhong's heart began to beat wildly. His eyes almost glowed. It was difficult to hide the ecstasy on his face. He was almost drooling from the corners of his mouth. He reached out a trembling hand and touched the glass potion bottle in the box. No side effects, and it can enhance your physical fitness. Absolutely perfect. Besides, Su Fan said that this is the first stage of the medicine. Once the second stage of the medicine is injected at the same time, it will have a more powerful effect. Old Su, how do I use this? Can I drink it directly? Su Fan rolled his eyes at him. This thing has just been made and hasn't been tested on humans yet. I'll try it out first to see if there are any unexpected situations. As its developer, only by testing the drug on myself can I fully understand its effects and better conduct the second phase of drug development. After saying that, Su Fan coughed lightly twice. He opened the needle on the glass container and stabbed it into his arm. The sharp touch instantly made Su Fan take a breath. Immediately afterwards, a tingling sensation spread throughout the body. As the golden potion slowly injected into the arm, you can see the blood vessels on the skin gradually turning from red to gold. Su Fan felt as if a powerful force was flowing in his body. Until the injection of the medicine is completed, Su Fan seemed to have fallen into silence, motionless. Li Guozhong stood by and didn't dare to speak. His nerves were tense. He held his breath and stared at Su Fan's expression. If anything happens, get first aid immediately. Su Fan's value is definitely greater than that of his division commander, even more than the entire 8th Division. If anything life-threatening happens, the higher-ups will definitely skin him alive. Those leaders, every single one of them, would be drowned in spit. But he could only respect the choice made by Su Fan. Wang Yixio grabbed Tong Yao's sleeve tightly. His eyes were full of worry. Su Fan acted so quickly that she didn't have time to stop him. She should try this. At this moment, my heart is full of self-blame. I wanted to pinch myself twice. If anything happened to Su Fan, she really wouldn't want to live anymore. Tong Yao had a look of awe throughout the performance. Su Fan has always put her own life at risk. We have been constantly overcoming difficulties and conducting research and development all night long, risking your life for scientific research. He almost gave everything for the rise of Xia state. How could she stop this spirit? How can this kind of spiritual state be stopped? It can only be, no matter what Su Fan's request is. She did everything she could to satisfy him. Make this slightly thin body feel less lonely. Can carry Xia Guo further. Su Fan is her idol. She just needs to watch quietly, without the need to own or obtain. Just like seeing a beautiful flower, just take care of it. It does not necessarily have to be a drug. Just as the three of them were staring at each other with different thoughts in mind. Sudden, an almost tangible golden light suddenly condensed in Su Fan's eyes. The pupils instantly turned golden. An indescribable aura burst out from Su Fan. The three of them broke out in cold sweat and had goosebumps all over their bodies. Su Fan's tone was slightly cold. Laoli, do you have any testing equipment here? Li Guozhong was stunned for a moment and quickly glanced around. No, the equipment was moved to the selection playground this morning. Su Fan looked at the iron stool beside him. He punched it hard. Bang! He smashed through the 5 millimeters thick iron plate directly. The fist was completely intact, not even a scratch on the skin. Immediately afterwards, Su Fan grabbed the iron stool with both hands and tore it apart violently. With a whoosh sound, the iron stool was torn into 2 pieces. Li Guozhong was stunned. The eyes are so wide that they can pop out. At this moment, my heart thumped and jumped out of my throat. Wang Yixio and Tong Yao were also shocked. Su Fan breathed slowly, and the gold in his pupils quickly faded. His expression also changed from the aura just now to a harmless look. Call. How's it going, Laoli? Is it awesome? Li Guozhong's mouth twitched. The 5mm iron plate was broken. Are you asking me if it's powerful? That's too fierce. Old Su, you've become a Superman. Su Fan shook his head. Not even close. It seems the first phase's enhancements weren't significant enough, so we need to strengthen them further in the second phase. This isn't strong enough. Li Guozhong just felt that his brain started to short-circuit. I can't imagine how powerful the first stage is, how much stronger the second stage will be. His heart was beating rapidly, and his blood pressure was soaring. I was extremely excited. Now that we have the desperate virus, why are we still looking for a soldier king? With this, anyone can be a soldier king. And with this, the Crimson Sky Mech and Cyber Tank can truly unleash their true power. Su Fan felt that there was nothing wrong with his body, and he felt very well. As long as the mind moves, it can burst out with powerful force. Then he looked at Li Guozhong. Lao Li, I've tried it, and this medicine is fine. You have to think about who will inject the remaining 4 bottles of medicine. Let me tell you right up front, this thing is very difficult to make. It consumes a huge amount of resources, and we can't build a related production line yet. When Li Guozhong heard Su Fan's words, he waved his hand. Old Su, do we even need to think about this? Of course, we'll first assign them to the captain and vice-captain of our Mecha special combat team. Su Fan was stunned and looked at Wang Yixio and Tong Yao beside him. Aren't the captain and the deputy captain these 2 innocent-looking girls in front of us? The desperate virus does not discriminate between men and women and is effective on both men and women after injection. Su Fan quickly completed the injections for the 2 women. After a few breaths, the 2 women successfully underwent the same changes as Su Fan. Possessed strength and physical strength beyond that of ordinary people. Under Li Guozhong's arrangement, Wang Yixio and Tong Yao, representing the 8th Marine Armored Combined Division, flew to Shangjing on a military helicopter. There wasn't even time to do further testing. Su Fan was busy with the second phase of drug research and development and was unable to participate. However, Su Fan told Wang Yixio and Tong Yao that if they won the championship of the International Special Forces competition, she would drive the Deep Sea Titan to pick them up. Su Fan has also made up his mind that after the second phase of research and development is completed, he will give his mother an injection. In the future, when my mom goes to the vegetable market to buy vegetables, she will carry hundreds of kilograms with one hand, which will probably scare the old men and women to death. 154 girls, did you come to the wrong set? The next day, Shangjing, Army Training Ground. This is where the Shangjing Army trains. The venue is very large, with many railings, water troughs, and nets built for exercise. As for the single and double bars commonly used for physical exercise, they can be seen everywhere. 9 a.m. sharp. 100 soldiers from all over the country stood neatly in the center of the training ground. Assembly complete. Waiting for leadership review and selection. Among them were 2 very special figures, standing thin and frail in the crowd, and out of place with the surrounding soldiers. It was Wang Yixio and Tong Yao. Wang Yixio is only 1.7 meters tall, so it's okay. Tong Yao is in a terrible situation. She is only 1.55 meters tall. Standing in the crowd, he was not even as tall as the shoulder of the soldier next to him. More than 100 people stood on the martial arts field, and everything seemed calm. In fact, they were all holding back their laughter. The veterans behind Tong Yao could hardly hold back any longer. 9:30. 2 old figures walked to the front of the team with steady steps. Countless people secretly looked at the 2 military leaders. When they saw that both of them had 4 general stars on their shoulders, they all gasped. He quickly straightened his back again. These 2 are living legends. Under normal circumstances, even a soldier like him would never be able to encounter a ruthless person of this level. Countless eyes flashed with passion, staring straight at the 2 4-star generals. I hope to stand out in this selection, because it really shows off. Even if I return to my original unit in the future, I can still brag to the sky in front of the squad leader. The squad leader had to open his eyes wide, give a thumbs up, and shout 666. Maybe you can even ask the squad leader to give you some hot water and massage your waist and legs. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Countless people's breathing became rapid, and their faces were full of fanaticism. Liu Yong and Gao Peng stood steadily at the front of the team. His eyes swept over everyone. I was very satisfied after seeing these tall, mighty, and extremely strong people. Although Gao Peng is 70 years old, he is still in good spirits. Standing at the front of the team, he said to all the soldiers, "You guys are strong and move like the wind." They are all the most capable soldiers in their respective units. He glanced at the resolute and courageous faces of each soldier and felt very pleased. As he looked back one by one, his voice was full of energy and he did not seem tired. I can tell. You have indeed gone through rigorous selection and defeated countless opponents to be able to stand here. You're all the best in your respective teams. What the hell? Gao Peng's tone suddenly changed when he was halfway through his words. The old face froze for a moment. The intense shock made him burst out the national quintessence in front of the entire army. The tone was raised by 500 decibels. He rubbed his eyes fiercely. After rubbing for a long time, I rubbed my cornea off, but the picture I saw did not change at all. Fortunately, Lu Yong was pulled over. Hurry up, Lao Lu. Look what I see. Look there. Lu Yong looked in the direction Gao Peng pointed. In a team of 100 people, 2 female soldiers, Wang Yishio and Tong Yao, stood in the middle of the team. Both of them are shorter than others, especially Tong Yao, whose height is not even up to others' shoulders. Standing in the crowd, she looks like Cohen standing among a group of cranes, very conspicuous. Lu Yong's pupils trembled instantly. The old face suddenly tightened. Then I couldn't hold it anymore. If his identity did not allow it, he really wanted to go up and interview him. May I ask the 2 girls why you are here? Did I go to the wrong set? This is not the audition site for the super female soldier. The soldiers selected here are those who truly possess superb personal physical qualities. A super warrior who can defeat 100 enemies alone. The soldiers in the team of 100 people were even more confused. What is the most outstanding WTF? Why did the style of painting suddenly change? Lu Yong couldn't bear it any longer. She knew Wang Yishio. She had met her when she was reviewing the Prism Defense Tower. A giant in the scientific world, Mr. Wang's granddaughter, and was a soldier in the Southeast Theater. Lu Yong shouted directly at Wang Yishio and Tong Yao in the team. You 2 are just messing around. Wang Yishio and the little girl next to you. Who asked you to make trouble? Get out of line now. Wang Yishio and Tong Yao looked at each other. At the same time, he took a step sideways and emerged from the queue. Then he held his head high and walked to the front of the team. After standing up straight, he saluted Lu Yong and Gao Peng. When the 2 of them were dragged out, countless people in the team couldn't hold back anymore. I burst out laughing. It's so funny to see the 2 of them here. Lu Yong took a deep breath and returned the military salute. First, I looked at the nursery rhyme. What's your name and where are you from? Reporting to the commander. My name is Tong Yao, Major, Commander of the Electronic Countermeasures Battalion, 8th Marine Armored Combined Division, Southeast Theater Command. Although the children are small, their voices are powerful. The words coming out of her mouth had a heroic feel. Lu Yong's expression changed instantly. A major battalion commander who looks so young is very rare in the entire Xia country. He must have some top-notch skills. But even so, it shouldn't appear here. Okay, Wang Yishue, nursery rhyme. You are all from the 8th Marine Combined Armored Division in the Southeast Theater. What is your purpose here? Wang Yishue and Tong Yao shouted in unison. Report to the commander, to participate in the Soldier King selection. The soldiers in the 100-man column were laughing uncontrollably. Although some people tried hard not to laugh out loud, they really couldn't straighten their backs. In this kind of situation, he actually dared to talk nonsense seriously. It opened the eyes of the proud soldiers and generals in various regions. Lu Yong and Gao Peng heard this answer. My head buzzed. My scalp is twitching. Don't say that. What they both said really makes sense. Being here means you are participating in the selection of the King of Soldiers. But what will you 2 bring to participate? With this physique, can you jump 1 meter in the standing long jump? Lu Yong frowned, feeling a little angry, waving to the guard in the distance. The guard immediately brought the list over. After a closer look, I found that Wang Yishio and Tong Yao were actually there. They are indeed the people sent by the 8th Division of the Southeast Theater Command to participate in the selection. Gao Peng didn't believe it. I took the list and took a look at it myself. Sure enough, I found the names of Wang Yishue and the others. A surge of anger surged in Lu Yong's heart. It wasn't directed at Wang Yishue and Tong Yao, but at the 8th Division. Division Commander Li Guozhong. He was asked to select the best all-around soldier, but he ended up sending 2 adorable Hello Kitty. Don't take the leader's orders seriously. There is even suspicion of deliberate ridicule. This is to give him an eye drop. Embarrass him in front of old friend Gao Peng. When things are completely over, I must settle the score with Luo Bing and Li Guozhong. Lu Yong calmed himself down, waved his hand coldly, and asked Wang Yishio and Tong Yao to return to the queue first. Hurry up and start the first round of the Soldier King selection. Physical fitness test, simply put, is pull-ups. In this easiest first round, Wang Yishue and Tong Yao will definitely be eliminated. 155. This iron pipe is not very strong. Pull-ups are simple to say. There are actually not many people who can actually do a few of them. For these military kings, it is a piece of cake. Following Lu Yong's order, the team of 100 people was divided into 10 small teams in a column formation. Each team occupied a horizontal bar. Alternate pull-up tests. Su Fan and Wang Yixue were assigned to different groups, Group 2 and Group 3. Watch as each group begins testing. Gao Peng asked doubtfully. Old Lu, the higher-ups asked you to find the Soldier King. You're testing your pull-ups here? Isn't that inappropriate? Haha, you don't understand this. Lu Yong smiled and said, Lao Gao, pull-ups are not that simple. They can directly show a person's upper body strength, endurance, and explosive power. If you want to be a true Soldier King, you must be able to do at least 100 at a time. When I was younger, I could do 50 at a time. Lu Yong raised the corner of his mouth and looked at Gao Peng beside him. Lao Gao, how many could you make when you were young? 20. Gao Peng hesitated. Our Air Force and your army have different focuses. Lu Yong laughed and took the lead to walk towards the group of people taking the test. He always keeps an eye on groups 2 and 3. Soon it will be the turn of these two little girls to take the test. As soon as Wang Yixue and Tong Yao were screened out, the two girls were immediately sent back to the Southeast Military Region. Then we'll go and settle the score with the 8th Division. Ask Li Guozhong what he is trying to do. Seeing Lu Yong approaching, the crowd immediately made way for him. 88. 89. 90. Damn, Xiao Debao is awesome. 10 more to break 100. The people around were looking at the strong man on the horizontal bar with enthusiasm and admiration, shouting loudly. The most they could do just now was only 80. But Xiao Debao worked hard and reached 90. This hasn't stopped yet. 91. 92. Xiao Debao, who was hanging on the horizontal bar, had almost exhausted his strength. Saw Lu Yong and Gao Peng coming. Suddenly, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. This is the time to show your face. I will do it even if it means risking my life to reach 100. Even if my arms are torn off, I can't stop. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, Xiao Debao seemed to be energized. Veins on his arms were bulging, and he forced himself to do a few more. It eventually reached 99. At this moment, he had absolutely no strength left. Lu Yong was so excited watching this. Clenched his palms, loudly encouraging. Xiao Debao, one more. Xiao Debao was about to let go of the horizontal bar, but he suddenly exerted force again and held on tightly. It was like a last glimmer of light. Burst of power again. Finally finished another one. When he finished the last one, he had no strength left in his hands. He fell down in an instant. The person next to him quickly caught it. Lu Yong was moved and stepped forward to praise. Xiao Debao, well done. You have the aura of a military king. Thank you, Chief. Xiao Debao straightened his back and smiled from ear to ear. I feel very happy to receive personal praise from the leader. Lu Yong nodded with satisfaction. There are 100 people in the audience, but only a few can do 100 pull-ups. This Xiao Debao is the strongest contender for the title of Soldier King. Who's next? Lu Yong looked at the group of people surrounding him. Me? Chief, it's my turn. Wang Yixue poked her head out from the crowd. She is thinner than others and can't be seen in the crowd. He walked to the horizontal bar and moved his thin arms a little in a serious manner. This caused laughter from everyone around. She and Tong Yao stood among the group of soldiers, looking like two mascots. As for doing pull-ups, forget it. I probably can't reach the horizontal bar even if I jump. When the people from other groups around heard that it was Wang Yixue's turn, they even stopped. A special probe looked over here. This kind of fun is quite rare. Wang Yixue finished exercising her arms. Roll up both sleeves. I stretched out my hand to measure the height of the horizontal bar and estimated it to be about 2 meters and 2. If she were still in school, she wouldn't be able to reach it even if she jumped. But now it's easy. Her high-definition movements made everyone around her laugh. Even if the leader was present, he couldn't hold it in any longer. Everyone burst into laughter. Lu Yong glanced over. Seeing that the atmosphere has become like this, Wang Yixue is probably going to lose face. As soon as the thought came to mind, he said directly, Yixue, why don't you take the test? These swordplay and gunplay things are not suitable for you. I'll send a special car to take you back later. The soldiers standing by heard what their leader said. He put away the smile on his face. Follow the persuasion. Little girl, this thing called the horizontal bar is not suitable for you girls. Stop playing with it. With your tiny arms and legs, the best you can do is a standing long jump. It's better not to test it. No one will say anything. At this time, even Xiao Debao came out to persuade. Little girl, if you make a mistake while doing pull-ups, you'll tear your ligaments and it'll take months to heal. Why don't you just give up? Wang Yixue knew that they all meant well, but he just shook his head slightly. Looking at Lu Yongdao. Sir, I won't get hurt. Pull-ups are easy for me. Nonsense. Lu Yong blew his beard and glared. It's not as simple as you say. While Lu Yong was speaking, Wang Yixue had already been picked up and grabbed the horizontal bar. Two slender little hands pulled down suddenly. Bang! A crisp explosion made countless people's ears buzz. The 4-centimeter thick hollow iron pipe was emitting a cold light just above my head. The next moment it broke into 2 pieces. They were held in Wang Yixio's 2 little hands respectively. Wang Yixio stared blankly at the iron pipe in her hand that was broken into 2 pieces. An apologetic expression appeared on his face. "Commander, this iron pipe is too fragile. Why does it break when touched?" Liu Yong's eyeballs trembled, and his pupils shrank to the size of needle tips. His expression was dull, and his mouth was O-shaped. My head is buzzing. My scalp felt numb. He is stupid. He really didn't know how to explain Wang Yixio's question. Can't explain. For centimeters hollow iron pipe. With a crack, it broke into 2 pieces. You actually asked me why it breaks when I touch it. Who the hell am I asking? Liu Yong felt as if all his brain cells were frightened to death in an instant, and he was unable to think. What is going on? Gao Peng next to him was also so shocked that his eyes were about to explode. My jaw dropped to the ground. This kind of scene is unheard of. So cruel. He glanced at the 2 sections of iron pipes in Wang Yixio's hands. It is obvious that the thickness of the iron pipe is still very thick. I couldn't utter a word for a long time. I feel numb. Completely numb. The soldiers around who were originally waiting to eat melons were shocked. My breathing became stagnant. Everyone stood still, unable to move for a long time. They were all shocked by this amazing explosive power. After all, if you can break an iron pipe with your bare hands, you can definitely break their spines in minutes. Xiao Debao was so frightened that he shrank his neck. With this strength, he could twist his head off in an instant. Wang Yixio saw that Liu Yong didn't say anything, and the people around him were also silent. His eyes turned to another horizontal bar not far away. That one no one uses. Wang Yixio's eyes lit up. "Commander, there's no one over there. Why don't I try over there?" 156. Elder son, please put away your magical powers. Liu Yong also reacted a little at this time. Suddenly realized. The iron pipe may have had problems when it left the factory. In addition, it was being tormented continuously and frequently by Xiao Debao, so it was about to break. Maybe it was just a coincidence for Wang Yixio. That makes more sense. As for the claim that Wang Yixio could break the iron pipe with her bare hands, he felt that this guess was more reliable. He nodded to Wang Yixio and said, "Okay, just give it a try. Don't get hurt. Be safe." "Yes, Chief." After getting permission, Wang Yixio walked towards another horizontal bar. A group of people followed immediately. At the same time, their movements attracted more people to cast curious glances. Xiao Debao thought for a long time, and finally his eyes lit up. I had the same guess as Liu Yong. Following the crowd, he said loudly, "That iron pipe must have been damaged when it left the factory. It was just an accident." After he said this, many people suddenly realized it. Everyone was shocked by the sudden scene that just happened. I didn't think too much about it at once. Now that I think about it, this possibility is indeed very high. I told you, a little girl. How could she be so strong? I see. I was really shocked just now. I thought the little girl was really that strong. Haha, you're overthinking it. A group of people followed to another horizontal bar while talking in low voices. Wang Yixio stood under the horizontal bar, feeling a little worried. She just used a little force and the iron pipe broke. It gave her a big scare. This can't be interrupted again, right? With some doubts in her mind, Wang Yixio looked carefully at the bottom. Then I was sure that there seemed to be nothing wrong with the pole. Seeing that Wang Yixio was almost ready and was about to attack again, Liu Yong held his breath. Gao Peng next to her was also staring at Wang Yixio without blinking. Although I don't believe that Wang Yixio can really break the iron pipe, I still have a little hope that a miracle will happen. The soldiers around were also closely watching Wang Yixio's movements. Including several other groups that were testing not far away, they all looked over here curiously. Wang Yixio let out a long breath. Legs bent, muscles tensed, ready to jump. But suddenly I remembered something. A sudden stop. The body stretches again. He scratched his head and walked towards the pole where the horizontal bar touched the ground. I checked the iron rod, but not the pile. What if it's not solid? Liu Yong thought Wang Yixio was going to give up. He breathed a long sigh of relief. The people around him immediately relaxed. Liu Yong smiled kindly and said, "That's right, Yixio, don't test it anymore anyway." Sudden. He was halfway through his words. Wang Yixio's tender little hands gently pushed on the pole of the horizontal bar. "Want to test whether the pile is strong?" Boom. The iron piles cast in the concrete ground fell down with a loud bang. Hit the ground hard. Gravel flew everywhere. The ground shook violently, and the onlookers all took a step back. All their expressions changed. His eyes grew as big as camel bells. His eyes were fixed on the girl in the field. Wang Yixio looked at her hands, scratched his head. His face was full of apology. He looked at Lu Yong and said embarrassedly, "Commander, I don't know if this thing is not strong enough or if I used too much force. Why did it fall?" Lu Yong's wrinkled, old face twitched wildly. The way he looks at Wang Yixue is like looking at a god. My outlook on life collapsed with a bang. The values are also shattered. It's a complete mess. Why did it fall down? You ask me, who should I ask? What does it mean to be strong? It means something can be pushed down by strong force. He is now completely certain that Wang Yixue definitely possesses divine power. No one will believe it if I tell them. Push down the horizontal bar with one hand and break the iron pipe with bare hands. This explosive power is amazing. It may not be impossible to fight against the Eagle Sauce's soldier serum. Even if we lose in the end, it won't be embarrassing. The corners of Lu Yong's mouth gradually rose, and his eyes flashed with excitement. My breathing also became rapid. His chest heaved violently. My heart was beating wildly. Soldier King, finally found. Wang Yixue waited for a long time, but Lu Yong didn't say anything. So he pointed to another empty horizontal bar not far away and asked cautiously, "Chief, how about we try that again?" Lu Yong was stunned. "Elder son, please retract your magical powers. Please stop destroying these poor horizontal bars. No. It's totally unnecessary. Yixue, you don't need to take the test, you passed." I just finished speaking here. The words were not finished yet. Then I heard the sound of clang, again not far away. Countless people shuddered. He looked into the distance with uncertainty. Tong Yao was seen holding a broken iron pipe in each hand with a puzzled look on her face. He looked around with a confused look on his face. Said harmlessly, "The quality of this horizontal bar seems to be not very good." The corners of Lu Yong's mouth twitched, and his expression quickly softened. It seemed as if I had experienced spring, summer, autumn, and winter in an instant. He hurriedly said, "You don't even need to take the nursery rhyme test. You'll pass it directly." Then, the massive test eliminated 98 people in the first round alone. Only Wang Yixue and Tong Yao are left. These two guys can break iron pipes with their bare hands, so why do they need to find a soldier king? Lu Yong and Gao Peng conducted a simple firearms test on them. Although his firearm skills are only acceptable, his physical strength and other aspects are outstanding. In the face of absolute power, any skills are meaningless. The person who will fight for the country has been finally decided. It's Wang Yixue and Tong Yao. In 2 days, they will fight for their country. Fight with special forces from various countries to demonstrate the strength of Xia State. At the same time, they will also face off against the Eagle Sauce's super soldiers. We will know who will win when the time comes. Lu Yong's eyes were burning and his heart was uneasy. The Eagle Sauce wants to use this special forces competition to demonstrate its strength. But it is also a time for Xia country to show its strength. After everything was finalized, Lu Yong called Luo Bing immediately. Ask about Wang Yixue and Tong Yao. Two people with extraordinary powers appeared in the same division at the same time. Even a fool would know something is wrong. As a result, Luo Bing knew nothing about anything. Finally, Luo Bing hung up the phone and quickly contacted Li Guozhong. The two chatted for a few sentences, and Luo Bing's eyes popped out of shock. Evening. On the World Network. Registration for the Special Forces competition has ended. Immediately afterwards, the participating countries and corresponding lists will be made public. A total of 17 countries participated. Daily Life, Hattori Hanzo, and Fuma Kotaro. Below are the introductions of the two people. Hattori Hanzo, the god of ninja, the best swordsman under the gods. His sword drawing and slashing moves are so fast that they are invisible to the naked eye. Fuma Kotaro is an expert in the 5-form escape technique. Once he hides well, you won't be able to recognize him even if he stands in front of you. Eagle Sauce, and Jue, and Mi Jin. They used to be astronauts and submariners, and after being transformed by the soldier serum, they now possess superhuman powers. Xiaogua, Wang Yixue, and Tong Yao. Gender: female. Why is Xiaogua fat? Countless people who were frantically browsing content on the international internet were dumbfounded. As for other countries, you can tell they are quite powerful just by looking at the introduction. But Xia country sent 2 cute girls? 157 Wang Yixue, nursery rhyme, go to war. Netizens from all over the world commented crazily under the announcement. I'm dying of laughter. Is there something wrong with Xia country? They sent 2 cute girls to participate in the competition. They must be crazy. Men's physical strength and endurance are obviously higher than women's. Don't they even know this common sense? Don't bother watching. Xia country is going to be humiliated this time. God, what did I see? Has the Eagle Sauce developed a soldier serum? That's amazing. Our little one will definitely take second place this time. Facing countless voices from the international community, Netizens from Xia country fell silent. Everyone was also wondering why Xia country had to send out 2 girls when it had so many military kings. Don't men have more advantages in terms of physical fitness? In the Special Forces competition, isn't the main focus of the test physical fitness? I really don't know what the leaders above are thinking. Most people are confused and do not understand this choice. There are also a few people who speculate that there must be a deeper meaning behind Xia State's actions. Domestic networks have also begun to have heated discussions about this Special Forces competition. The hot search lists of several websites are filled with topics related to this competition. The most prominent names are Wang Yixio and Tong Yao. Due to official protection, no one can find any relevant information about the two of them. The other side. Su Fan is also making her final efforts for the 2 women's expedition. The production of the second-level Desperate Virus has begun. It would take another 4 to 5 days to complete, and it was already too late before leaving. Su Fan then found a multifunctional workbench LV1, thinking of making some personal equipment for Wang Yixio and Tong Yao. After all, you have to be careful when participating in a competition. There are only these 2 precious treasures in the Southeast Theater Command, and nothing can go wrong. Su Fan's idea. After they go out, they must first be able to protect themselves. With the Desperate Virus around, the people who should consider their ability to protect themselves are the contestants from other countries. This function is basically not used. Then there is the communication function, which must be able to be contacted in an emergency. And attack capability. Although the Desperate Virus is ferocious, its attack range is not large enough and is limited to fists and feet. So there must be a bomb. Of course, incendiary bombs and smoke bombs must also be arranged. As his ideas became clearer, Su Fan's scribbles on the manuscript paper gradually came together. Finally got it done perfectly. Look at the LV1 workbench. It's up to you, little one. Super God Workbench LV1 Start. Interpretation of Host Conception. A day later, in the evening. Zhonghai International Airport. Mr. Wang, Li Guozhong, and Su Fan were among them. All 3 of them are heavyweights now. The purpose of their visit was to send 2 young girls. Wang Yixue and Tong Yao boarded the special plane. When she reached the door, Wang Yixio turned around and waved to Su Fan and the others. Brother Su, Grandpa, Uncle Li, don't worry, we will definitely win glory for our country. The nursery rhyme is also shouting. Brother Su, Commander, and Elder Wang, please go back. Su Fan gestured with his wrist towards the 2 of them. Use your watch to get in touch anytime if something happens. The 2 women nodded and turned to enter the special plane. Su Fan originally wanted to remind Mr. Wang to leave. When I turned around, I saw the murderous gaze of Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang is extremely ignorant at this moment. Just now, when the granddaughter said goodbye, she actually put Su Fan in front of him. He finally understood. The granddaughter I have loved since she was a child has changed her heart. She is about to be kidnapped. He glared at Su Fan fiercely. Su Fan was confused and looked at Li Guozhong beside him, but Li Guozhong's face didn't look very good either. Tong Yao is his subordinate, and he has always raised her like his own daughter. Now he is ranked 2nd. A sense of déjà vu that girls cannot be kept when they grow up came to my mind. Li Guozhong could only sigh helplessly. Su Fan couldn't understand the 2 people's fragile hearts. The 3 of them left in a car. In the car, Mr. Wang suddenly remembered something. Xiao Su, are the watches you just gave them phone watches? They look different from the ones sold on the market. I'm curious too. Old Su, tell me quickly, what is that thing? Is it the latest high-tech thing? Su Fan explained. That watch you're talking about. Hey, I got a multifunctional watch because I was worried that Yixue and Xiaoyao would get bullied when they go out. That thing is simple, not very high-tech. After Su Fan finished speaking, Mr. Wang and Li Guozhong looked at each other, showing an expression of disbelief. I don't believe you. It's not like we haven't seen your vision before. No matter how awesome the things are, they are all commonplace with you. You said no technology content. The technological content is definitely not low. Old Wang and Li Guozhong were originally a little worried about the 2 women, but now they are completely relieved. There is the Desperate Virus and Su Fan's latest developed portable watch, let alone a mere soldier serum. Even if we run into someone from our home country, forget it, Captain Eagle Sauce. We will be safe and sound. The sky is full of stars. On a quiet day, the Tokyo International Airport is brightly lit. As if agreed upon, 16 special planes from all over the world arrived in Beijing that night. The tower's communication system was almost paralyzed. All airport staff are working overtime. As a red passenger plane landed, Wang Yixue and Tong Yao got off the plane safely. Several staff members came forward to provide guidance. Take the 2 to the temporary barracks at the foot of Panshi Mountain. Participants from various countries live here. Wang Yixue and Tong Yao both know the most basic daily slang, so there is no need to worry about language communication problems. The moment I got off the car, countless flashlights lit up. Apparently, paparazzi are everywhere. Some people have been waiting here for a whole day to take pictures of the soldiers from various countries participating in the competition. Wang Yixue had guessed this would happen and didn't care. After returning to the room, the two conducted a thorough inspection. After discovering that there were no monitoring or surveillance equipment, he breathed a sigh of relief. Tong Yao went to wash up, and Wang Yixue leaned on the sofa and played with her mobile phone. It was soon discovered that the photos of her and Tong Yao that had just been taken had been posted on an international forum. And it comes with text. Picture shocking. These two beauties are actually the special forces sent by Xia country to participate in the competition. Wang Yixue looked at the comments below. Ingjiang netizen. Is the OP real or fake? If you say it is, then it is. Which son can analyze the truth for his father? Xiarizi netizen. Let me analyze it. I know it's the Rijing Hotel by the decoration of the gate. This is the place specially hosting the special forces for this competition. I think this is true. Kangaroo netizen. These two little girls are participating in the special forces competition? Are they going to die? Netizen from John country. A lot of people die in every international special forces competition. These two are just cannon fodder sent by Xia country. Looking at the comments from people from all over the world, Wang Yixue was not at all panicked. Very stable. The next day, it's not daybreak yet. Clang, clang, several smoke bombs rolled into the corridor. Thick blue smoke rushed forward rapidly. Rushing into the room, countless contestants were choked in their sleep. The special forces competition begins. 158. This weight is too light. Is it fake? Smoke entered the house. Wang Yixue and Tong Yao quickly got dressed and packed up. Come to the playground in front of the barracks. Standing in the queue that has not yet arrived. 1 minute later, all 34 contestants arrived. The sound of powerful footsteps was heard in the distance. Like everyone else around her, Wang Yixue glanced out in the direction of the sound. In the spotlight, Admiral Bowles of the Eagle Sauce arrived. He walked to the front of the team with the gait of a dragon and a tiger. His eyes scanned these elites from all over the world. Although he looked expressionless, his eyes were actually gleaming with disdain. When he saw Wang Yixue and Tong Yao in the crowd, his look of contempt was expressed to the fullest. Only when his eyes fell on the domestic contestants and Zhui and Mi Jin did a smug smile appear on the corner of his mouth. These two people have served as astronauts and deep-sea divers respectively, and can be said to be the elite among the elites. He is a top talent strongly recommended by the Navy. In addition, after the two of them were transformed by the soldier serum, their physical strength is now much stronger than before. We will definitely win first place in this competition. He had already instructed privately that if they encountered Xia country's special forces in the next competition, they must not hold back. I want to slap the word shame on Xiaogua's face. Let those countries that have been optimistic about Xiaogua in recent years open their eyes and see that the United States is still the world hegemon, above all other countries. Those who follow me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. Next to it, a host from Facebook was broadcasting live. Everything that happens here will be broadcast live to the entire Eagle Sauce, and even the whole world. Many countries access the live broadcast signal as soon as possible and carried out simultaneous broadcast. Xia State is no exception. Ahem. Bowles withdrew his thoughts and cleared his throat. He took the megaphone from the adjutant, shouted to the 30 or so people in front of him. Rookies, I'm Admiral Bowles from the Eagle Sauce, and I'm the overall director of this competition. Welcome to the International Special Forces Competition. Here, you will undergo the most rigorous assessment. Killed by bombs, bitten by crocodiles, poisoned by snakes, burned by fire. You will see countless ways of death. At this point, some people's expressions changed. Bowles continued calmly. If anyone wants to quit, there's still time. But, he pointed to a row of flagpoles lined up nearby. You have to lower your flag with your own hands. Countless eyes looked towards the tops of the 17 flagpoles. The flags of various countries flutter in the wind. Wang Yixue and Tong Yao also saw their own touch of red. He clenched his fists tightly in silence. Seeing that no one voluntarily withdrew, Bowles sneered. It seems to be saying that one of you will voluntarily withdraw soon. Let's start the first event of the competition. Weighted cross-country. Within 30 minutes, you need to carry 30 kilograms and reach the top of the mountain from here. Each of you will be given a distress button, but pressing the button means you are eliminated. Behind you, a raging fire will ignite, and the last one left behind may be burned to charcoal. As soon as the words were spoken, not only the soldiers present were shocked. The Facebook live broadcast room was filled with question marks. At this moment, netizens all over the world had the same shocked expression. What kind of competition is this? It should be renamed Death Game. Those who fall behind will be burned to death. After hearing this, countless people changed their expressions. But if you quit because you are afraid of death, you will have to lower your country's flag in front of the whole world. Then I will be too ashamed to return home. Wang Yixio and Tong Yao looked indifferent. Bowles glanced at Wang Yixio and Tong Yao and waited for a moment. When he found that the two men were not going to quit, he stopped talking. He directly called on the soldiers on the side to put weight backpacks on everyone. Everyone put on their weights, and at Bowles' command, all 34 contestants set off towards the top of the mountain. There's only 30 minutes left, and a big fire will be lit later. We have to hurry. And Zhuai and Mi Jin from Eagle Sauce rushed out immediately. Take the lead. Behind them, athletes from various countries also quickly rushed into the forest and rushed up the mountain. There is the buzzing sound of a drone above the heads of each two-person team, and the high-definition camera can always know the situation of each team member. 17 sets of images were synchronized to Facebook's live broadcast room. The Facebook anchor lady immediately started her passionate commentary. Hello, fellow netizens from all over the world. I'm your favorite Facebook anchor, Lisa. You can see that the Eagle Sauce contestant is currently far ahead. I believe this advantage will gradually widen until the second runner can no longer see their backs. So who's the last one? Lisa's eyes fell on Wang Yixio and Tong Yao. The two stood there, seemingly discussing something. In the live broadcast room, tens of millions of netizens from all over the world were confused. In each country's live broadcast room, comments from other countries will be intelligently translated into the language of their own country. What are these two girls doing? Are they trying to use their female identity to reduce their burden? Despicable and cunning Xia people. I look down on people like this in my daily life. They must know they're going to lose, and they don't want to take the risk, so they're going to give up. Everyone, just wait and see the Xia people lower their country's flag. They are all cowards. Our big eagle is so awesome. The second place couldn't even see his taillights. In Xia country, millions of people were also watching the global live broadcast on Facebook. Seeing the arrogance of Xia Rizi and Ing Jiang in the barrage, countless people felt anxious. Some people are already wondering whether they should admit defeat. My heart was in a knot. I wish I could fly to Shaoxi right now and compete in place of those two girls. Even if I die of exhaustion, burned to death by fire. You can't give up before it even starts. No one even responded with comments, because you guys are truly the last one. Irrefutable. Lisa's eyes rolled, and she thought of what Bowles had told her before, that she must seize every opportunity to discredit Xiaogua. So he walked towards Wang Yixue and Tong Yao, who had not yet set off. I heard the two of them talking about something with their heads down. Although the sound is not loud, it can be heard at least. Yixue, is yours also as light as cotton? Yeah, Xiaoyao. I think we should ask the competition organizers to test it again. I don't think it's even half a pound. Right? Maybe some wicked country is playing tricks on us, waiting for us to win, and then using this as leverage. What a vicious plan. Thank goodness we were awakened. When Lisa heard this, she seemed to be struck by lightning, and her steps froze. The corners of his mouth twitched twice, and he didn't know how to continue explaining. 159 damn Xia people, they have no moral principles. After a long period of emotional turmoil, the two of them were studying the weights in the package. Think there is something fishy. Netizens from all over the world in the live broadcast room were also shocked by this conversation. This little girl is really brave. The weights were personally adjusted by the organizing committee. How could they be wrong? Grandstanding and boasting without thinking. Why are the Xia people so weird? They're like clowns. Just look at us, the Eagles. Other countries are just our little brothers. When the barrage was heatedly discussing, officials also came over with a force gauge and measured the weight in front of the camera, and it was indeed 30 kilograms. Make sure you won't be ambushed. Only then did Wang Yixio and Tong Yao prepare to set off with satisfaction. The two were delayed for a while, and the other 32 contestants had long disappeared. Carry the weight well. Wang Yixio looked at Tong Yao. Xiaoyao, shall we go? Walk. The words fell. Whoosh. Two afterimages are left in the lens. Before the drone and Lisa could react, the two women had disappeared. Lisa was completely dumbfounded. The whole person stood there frozen like a sculpture. I'm confused. Wang Yixue and Tong Yao disappeared in the blink of an eye. No wonder people say the package is too light. That speed. Much faster than Botel's 100-meter run, right? Is this the speed a human can reach? The audience in the live broadcast room were also stunned. The barrage was even crazier. Eagle Sauce netizen. Netizens of Shari. Kangaroo country netizens. Countless people who watched the live broadcast were confused. His mother opened the door for him, and he was completely confused. In the blink of an eye, I saw two afterimages disappear into the forest. And then it disappeared. The drone has already chased out, but there is no trace of the two people in the picture at all. It's totally off the mark. A moment later, the barrage exploded. Walter? Oh my god, what did I just see? The Xia people are so cunning. It must be the legendary Xia Kung Fu. Yes, I've seen that before. It's called Lingbo Weibo. Damn Xia people, they have no moral principles. I protest, Xia Guo is cheating with Kung Fu. I also protest. What the hell are you protesting about? Believe it or not, I, the Russian bear, will wipe you off the map with a single Ivan. I, the wealthy man, declare that I will no longer sell oil to you, so you can do whatever you want. There are many voices of protest, and there are also voices of counterattack. Admiral Bowles was at the scene. He was also stunned for a long time and could only grit his teeth. Even if Xia Guo really used the legendary Kung Fu, they couldn't say anything. According to the rules of the game, that doesn't count as cheating. With a gloomy face, he called Lisa to join him and boarded the helicopter nearby. They also have to go to the top of the mountain to meet the first place. Although the Xia player was very fast just now, the two Eagle players are definitely not slow either. Besides, load-bearing cross-country running requires endurance. The Eagle sauce is number one, it's a sure thing. The helicopter took off and Bowles picked up the walkie-talkie. Direct order. It's almost time, light the fire. The words fell. A raging fire engulfed the entire foot of Panchi Mountain. Because the isolation zone had been dug long ago, there was no need to worry about a serious fire. Flames rose up and quickly rushed towards the mountainside along with the southeast wind. This action instantly caused the number of viewers of the Facebook live broadcast room to soar to 50 million. Many people watched the live broadcast in shock, their eyes popping out of their sockets. They didn't expect that it would really ignite a fire. And Zhuai and Mi Jin were both strengthened with soldier serum. My physical fitness has improved a lot. Their muscles are now as developed as calves, and they are very vigorous. Establish a lead from the start, and always maintain the first place. The two even had time to look back for second place. This made the American netizens in the live broadcast room very proud. He kept posting comments on the forums saying that Eagle Sauce is the best in the world. Just when the two were feeling very proud and victory was almost in sight, two dark shadows rushed past them. Then it disappeared. The two looked at each other. And Zhuai, what did you see? Two dark shadows. What about you? Me too. Are we encountering a ghost? FUCK, stop talking nonsense. They're probably two cheetahs. The two of them shivered from the cold. I was extremely nervous. After taking a few deep breaths, he hurriedly climbed the mountain. As you get closer to the top of the mountain, the trees become fewer and fewer. The field of vision will also become wider, and you will feel safer. 3 minutes later, Wang Yishio and Tong Yao were already sitting on the huge rock at the top of the mountain, swinging his calves, watching the raging fire rapidly rising up the mountainside. Thick smoke billowed, blocking out the sky and the sun. With such a big fire, it is hard to guarantee that people will not be burned to death. Wang Yishio clicked on the watch, and a three-dimensional projection image instantly appeared on the mechanical watch screen. This is the communication function designed by Su Fan, plus stereo projection. You can watch 17 live broadcast screens just like netizens from all over the world. Soon, Wang Yishio saw the two people at the end of the team being chased by fierce flames. It seemed that he was about to be caught up. After careful identification, it turned out to be a Special Forces soldier of Godahu. Tong Yao, wait here, I'll go take a look. No, it's too dangerous. Let's go together. The two men, carrying loads as light as cotton, rushed quickly towards the middle of the mountain. And Zhuai and Mi Jin, who were moving fast, have slowed down. Two black shadows flashed past the two of them with a swish. And Zhuai shuddered violently. With trembling hands, he pointed in the direction where the shadow disappeared. Michigan, did you see clearly this time? Megan's pupils dilated. A face full of horror. Run. The two of them no longer wanted to stay on the mountainside, so they quickly rushed to the top of the mountain. The high-temperature flames shot up rapidly like crazy. In less than 10 minutes, half of the mountain was burned to charcoal. Godahu's Special Forces brothers, Carl and Card, pressed the distress button quickly and called for help from the drone above their heads. But no matter what they did, there was no rescue. The two men were pale and felt weak all over. Not long after it started, when he was about to surpass his normal life, he was ambushed with an anesthetic injection. I am about to be buried in the sea of fire, and my heart is filled with sorrow. In the helicopter, Boros looked at the miserable state of the Special Forces soldier on his mobile phone. Chen Kuai clapped excitedly. The corners of his mouth were almost stretched to his ears. Think about how the rich man humiliated him before. Collect some interest now and pay back the rest slowly. Anyway, when the time comes, they will say that the fire was too big and the rescue workers didn't arrive in time. It's just an anesthetic injection. Unlike a gunshot wound, it can't be detected after being burned to death. In the Special Forces competition, life and death are determined by fate, and it has been decided long ago. In the live broadcast barrage, many people were also paying attention to the situation of the two people from the dog owner. The tension reached its peak, especially the wealthy netizens. There were crazy shouts on the barrage. Run! The fire has reached our eyebrows. Now is not the time to rest. Why didn't anyone come to the rescue? It's too cruel. I can't bear to watch. Under the gaze of hundreds of millions of netizens in the live broadcast room, flames surrounded the special forces of the dog-rich country. Death is certain. The two figures could no longer be seen in the flames and thick smoke. 160 I don't accept it. If you have the guts, stop using your skills. On the helicopter, Bowles almost had the word proud written on his forehead. His eyes narrowed into slits. What a wonderful flame. Burn. Show it to the whole world. If you don't obey, you will die? This is the end. Ha! Bowles looked at the two people on the screen who were already engulfed in flames. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sudden, two dark shadows flashed across the screen, rushed into the fire, and then quickly rushed out. It was only a few seconds before and after, and only a slight shadow could be seen under the obscuration of flames and thick smoke. Bowles was stunned for a moment and looked at the anchor Lisa next to him. What is that? I didn't see it clearly. Maybe it was a fallen tree trunk or something like that. Bowles nodded without giving it much thought. With such a big flame, it is impossible for it to be a living thing. But I feel a little uneasy. Then he gave the driver an order. Get to the top of the mountain immediately. Yes, sir. The helicopter roared and flew quickly towards the mountain. In the cabin, from a distance, Lisa saw several figures on the top of the mountain. Wow! Netizens, someone has reached the top of the mountain and completed the first round of assessment. It must be the Eagle Sauce Special Forces. Raise your hands and let's cheer for the Eagle Sauce Special Forces together, okay? Long live Eagle Sauce. Lisa's passionate words made countless American netizens cheer in the barrage. The live broadcast room turned on the main camera and aimed it at the mountaintop in the distance. As the helicopter approached rapidly, the figure in the camera gradually became clearer. Finally, the helicopter landed steadily. The hatch opens. Bowles got off the plane with a big smile on his face. Lisa also came down with a live camera. The cheers on the barrage became even crazier. Eagle Sauce. Eagle-chan. Eagle Sauce. Eagle wait. Who the hell said that was Eagle-chan? What? Why is there a woman here? Masaka? I'm torn apart. As the barrage changes rapidly, Bowles also noticed something was wrong and quickly took off his sunglasses and took a closer look. The smile suddenly froze on his face. The expression is dull. There is no trace of the American Special Forces. At this moment, there are 4 people sitting on the huge rock on the top of the mountain to rest in the distance. Wang Yixue and Tong Yao. After seeing the appearance of the other 2 people, Bowles' pupils shrank sharply. His face turned pale in an instant. I suddenly shivered. Blood pressure soared instantly. He gasped for breath rapidly, not enough oxygen. After holding it in for a long time, I finally cried out in surprise. Carl, Kate, are you human or ghost? The person who had just witnessed himself being engulfed by the fire now appeared in front of him intact. What the hell is going on? Bowles was stunned. He seriously suspected that he had encountered a ghost. Lisa's eyes, which were already wide open, seemed to be about to fall out of their sockets. He rubbed his eyes vigorously twice to confirm that he was not mistaken, and felt even more uneasy. This is outrageous. Hearing Admiral Bohr's question, Carl stepped forward and sneered. Admiral, are you scared because we didn't die? Bowles suppressed the shock in his heart and licked the corner of his mouth. He swallowed his dry saliva again. Then he forced a smile and said, Carl, I just saw from the live broadcast that you were in danger. Now that I see you are alive, I am very happy. Carl and Card spat at Bowles twice. The look in his eyes was very unfriendly. At this time, Zhuai and Mi Jin finally reached the top of the mountain. Seeing so many people on the top of the mountain, both of their eyes lit up. I wasn't discouraged by not getting first place. On the contrary, I am very happy. The two were so excited that they almost cried. There were ghosts running around all the way, which scared me to death. How can I not be moved to see so many people now? Bowles had a cold face. After thinking for a long time, I still couldn't understand why Carl and Card were able to break out of the sea of fire. Whether they were rescued or not, probably no one knows except themselves. The flames and black smoke were so large that the drone surveillance footage could no longer be seen clearly. Perhaps it was really because the fire stimulated the potential of these two people that they rushed up. Bowles was too lazy to continue making meaningless guesses. He took out the electronic ranking list from his pocket. The corners of his mouth twitched twice. The look he gave Wang Yishio and Tong Yao seemed as if he wanted to take a bite of them. Ranked first are Wang Yishio and Tong Yao. And there is the red national flag following their names. At this time, the main camera of the live broadcast also turned to the electronic sensor ranking list in Bowles' hand. When Xiaoguo's name appeared in the first row, the barrage of comments exploded. Countless barges from Xia country instantly dominated the screen. Sons, does your face hurt? Those of you who were barking like dogs just now, come out on your knees and talk. Eagles and lackeys, pluck out your eyes and put them on your phone screens to see who's number one. I don't accept it. Xiaoguo is too cunning, using Xiaoguo Kung Fu. It's not a martial arts ethics. That's right, if you have the guts, don't bother using martial arts. Let's fight with real swords and guns. The barrage was abuzz with discussion. Those who watch the live broadcast have a clear mind like a mirror. Xia country's number one, well deserved. Bowles could also see the arrogant words on the barrage. He was really angry at this moment. I thought the first round would be able to demonstrate the power of the soldier serum. But in the end, the Xia people took first place using their crappy Lingbo Weibo. Is Xia Kung Fu really that powerful? At this moment, Bowles was a little tempted and wondered whether he should send someone to Xia country to get a martial arts secret book and bring it back to practice. If it's really that powerful, then why bother researching soldier serum? Just practice Xiaoguo Kung Fu. Half an hour passed in anxious waiting. 7 groups have not returned, and people have been sent out to search for them. The rest have arrived. Under the live camera, all contestants line up in 2 rows. Bowles sent people to check the weights they were carrying one by one. As a result, the load-bearing capacity of special forces from 2 countries was reduced. Bowles directly announced that all soldiers who did not arrive at the specified time would be eliminated. Special forces soldiers whose load-bearing capacity was reduced were also eliminated. In the end, only 8 countries advanced to the second round. Xiaoguo ranks first with 10 points. Second place went to the Big Dog with 9 points. Third place went to the Eagles with 8 points. Fourth place went to the Germans with 7 points. After announcing the results of the first round with a dark face, Bowles called a helicopter transport for everyone and used a ladder to carry everyone back to the barracks at the foot of the mountain. The first day of competition is over. Bowles said that this morning's game was just to get the special forces from various countries into shape. The afternoon competition will be even more brutal, and contestants who can't stand it can give up. When we returned to the barracks, it was not yet 8 o'clock in the morning. Wang Yishio and Tong Yao first went to the barracks cafeteria to have breakfast, and then returned to their room. Now, the world's internet was in an uproar at this moment. Eagle sauce. I'm looking to buy Xia country's martial arts secrets at a high price. For example, Lingbo Weibo. Shaori, is ninjutsu okay? White elephant, do you want to learn yoga? Eagle sauce, get lost. Daddy is talking about Xiaoguo Kung Fu. Daily life. People from all over the world are asking about Xiaoguo Kung Fu and are willing to buy it at high prices. A netizen named Fairy Tale Ballad saw the business opportunity and his eyes lit up. 161 Trash Army swim back. As a result, some sales information posted by Xiaoguo accounts appeared on the world's online forums. Childhood Song of Xia Merchants. I have several electronic copies of Xia Kingdom martial arts secret manuals. I need to sell them to pay off my mortgage, so I'm selling them now. Serious buyers only. The 8 Desolations and 6 Directions. I am the only one skill, $1,000. 90 Manual, $1,000. Kunlun Fiery Palm, $1,000. Wudong Cloud Ladder, $500. Lingbo Weibo, $2,000. As soon as this businessman with the online name Childhood Songs appeared, netizens in many countries went crazy. Especially those who watched the live broadcast today. Everyone's eyes were red. Just looking at the product list makes my heart race like a wild horse. It was jumping like crazy, hitting the ribs hard. His breathing was like pulling a bellows, huff huff, rapid panting. Lingbo Weibo is only $2,000. What a value. Even a consideration? You must buy it. Only a fool wouldn't buy it. When everyone buys it and practices it, if you don't follow suit, you will definitely suffer in the future. The most people watching the live broadcast are from the US. What happens during the daytime live broadcast also has the greatest impact on them. Countless people joined in the rush to buy. Many people who have children at home think that they must not let their children lose at the starting line. Their desire to see their son succeed led them to buy a whole set. You can believe this thing. As long as you start practicing from a young age, You will be able to master it. Besides, even if I fail to master it in the end, it's only a few $1,000s, which is not a big loss. Countless families are frantically shopping on the international internet. Among them, Lingbo Weibo is the best-selling one, mainly because everyone saw it with their own eyes today. Now, if anyone dares to say they don't believe it online, they will be criticized by countless people. It's only been on the shelves for 2 hours. Lingbo Weibo has already sold 100,000 units. Panchi Mountain Barracks. Eagle Sauce Room. Two heads stuck together. His eyes were fixed on the martial arts secrets sold online. I was so excited. And Jue, shall we buy it? Buy it. Everyone else is buying it. If we don't, when they finally master it, our soldier serum will be useless. I've heard people say before that when a martial arts master from Xia country shows up carrying speakers, the music starts, and he slaps his hands, and 18 dragons fly around in the sky. It's so fierce. Yes, you must buy it. The two of them excitedly searched through the list for their favorite kung fu secrets. Wang Yixue was lying on the bed, bored. Seeing Tong Yao holding a laptop and clicking on something, I went over to take a look. When I saw this, I was shocked. Tong Yao is selling martial arts secrets online. Xiao Yao, where did you get so many secret manuals? No, these are the movements I cut out from the elementary school students' radio gymnastics. After shuffling and reorganizing them and adding video special effects, they became what they are now. Tong Yao blinked her harmless eyes and said seriously, "Wow, so many have already been sold." Wang Yixue's eyes widened. The most popular Lingbo Weibo has sold 120,000 units. One order was $2,000, and the total profit was. Wang Yixue fiddled with her fingers but couldn't figure it out. The nursery rhyme explains, "I will only sell this to countries like the Eagle Sauce and the Little Japan. I won't sell it to countries that are friendly to us." Wang Yixue nodded and gave Tong Yao a thumbs up, saying, "Well done." Unlike the World Network, this has caused a unique wave of controversy on the internet in the United States. Countless netizens went to the Army website and posted comments crazily. I thought the Navy was lame, but now it seems the Army is just as hopeless. They organized a special forces competition, and they ended up taking 3rd place, and Xia country came in 1st. You've got a GPS installed, but you still can't figure out where you are? If you don't have the skills, don't go out and embarrass yourself. That's right. Wouldn't it be nice to come back and clean the toilets for the people? Come back? What's the point of Billion coming back? Let the garbage army swim back from the Pacific Ocean. Hexagon. Drake slammed his phone down on the table. His eyes turned red with anger, and he was breathing heavily. The official blog of the Army has been bombarded with comments from American netizens. After reading the comments below, he really wanted to shoot these troublemakers to death. This special forces competition was said to be organized by the Army, but that was all Boss's idea. Could netizens please not involve him in the blast? The original intention was to destroy the arrogance of the Xia kingdom. Now it's having the opposite effect. Draco was very depressed and wanted to go downstairs for a walk. The Army officers I met in the corridor all had gloomy faces and were obviously in a tense state of mind. On the contrary, the Navy looked very happy. To be more precise, it's gloating. The Navy suffered heavy losses in the friction with the Xia kingdom a while ago. It was condemned across the country. There were even demonstrations to force the Navy minister to step down. At that time, the Navy did not dare to go out on the streets in military uniforms. Now, things have changed. Come to my house today. Now, when Army officers walk in the Pentagon, they can hear warm greetings from the Navy from time to time. Draco walked down the corridor, hoping no one would notice him, especially those in the Navy. Whatever you think will come true. There was a sound of hurried footsteps, jogging towards them from a distance. Huh? Isn't this General Drake? Hello. Draco nodded. I heard that you guys took 3rd place in the 1st round of the Special Forces competition. That's impressive. Haha, thank you so much. Draco's face was twitching. He said thank you and left without waiting for the other party to say anything else. Draco was greeted all the way down from the 10th floor. And the people asked were all from the Navy. The damn Navy is going too far. If it weren't for a country, I would just kill these bastards. As an Army general, Drake was in charge of the home garrison. He is a real powerful person. When has he ever been humiliated like this? After going downstairs, I could hardly lift my head. Wait until you get downstairs. Draco's eyes narrowed sharply. 2 rows of wreaths were placed beside the road. The first one on the list is Boers, and it is accompanied by a black and white photo. It reads, "Deeply mourn Admiral Bowles, rest in peace." Draco laughed out loud. I thought to myself, damn it, Bowles, serves you right. But when he saw the second one, the smile on his face froze. In the middle of the wreath was a huge black and white photo of him. It read, "Admiral Drake, his fame will live forever." The vein on Draco's forehead was throbbing. 50 liters of hot blood rushed into my entire head. In an instant, the top of the skull flew out. Both hands were clenched into fists. It makes a clicking sound. After holding it in for a long time, he finally burst into anger and cried out, "Fuck! Who the hell did this?" 162. This is not about running fast, it's about flying low. This is the opposite of what the American netizens do. Xiaohua's domestic network has become very popular. The news that Wang Yixue and Tong Yao won first place spread across the entire internet in just a few hours. Even photos of the two in military uniforms appeared online. The two of them instantly became national idols. But this trend was quickly suppressed by the authorities. This was instructed by Mr. Wang, out of protection for Wang Yixue and Tong Yao. Mr. Wang still understood the principle that a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. But even if the higher-ups deliberately try to suppress the heat, it's hard to extinguish everyone's enthusiasm. Countless people are eagerly waiting to watch the second round of the competition. After lunch, contestants from various countries returned to their rooms to rest. Just lay down not long ago. It still tastes familiar. The smoke bomb was thrown into the corridor with a clang. In the thick smoke, Wang Yixue and Tong Yao quickly came to the open space outside the barracks. All those who passed the first round, except for the two Special Forces soldiers from Godahu, have gathered. Wang Yixue took a glance and saw that there were 14 people left. Dogmaster chose to withdraw from the competition in protest against Xiao Rizi's conspiracy. Bowles walked to the front of the crowd with a gloomy face. It was obvious that he was also a victim of the exposure of the domestic internet by the eagle sauce. Two dead fish eyes swept over everyone. In the end, it fell on Wang Yixue and Tong Yao. There was a subtle glint of resentment in his eyes. Everyone, first of all, congratulations on passing the first round perfectly. Being able to stand here proves your excellence. In the meantime, I have some sad news for you too. First, during this morning's match, two fighters from the Pyramid Kingdom were burned to ashes in the dense forest. Their remains have been sent back to their homeland by a special plane. The words fell. All 14 people in the audience changed their expressions. Including Wang Yixue and Tong Yao, sadness flashed in their eyes. Fighting for the country, even if it means death, they have no regrets. They understand this feeling very well. Bowles continued. Second, the next round will be the Death 8. There may be more than 2 of you dying. The content is. After Bowles finished speaking, the whole audience gasped. Countless people changed their expressions. That's why it's called the 8 items of death. This is because there are a total of 8 quite dangerous events in the second round. Leaping snake pool, crawling blade ground stake net, sharp knife wall sprint. This is not the most difficult thing. The hardest one is the last of the 8 items of death. Unprotected cliff, rope, climbing. There is a cliff more than 20 meters high, with a rope hanging down for climbing up. If you lose your grip halfway, you will be smashed to pieces. The female anchor Lisa, standing by, widened her eyes in shock. The comments in the live broadcast room were all shocked. What? Every one of these will be fatal. Is the last one something a human can do? Too dangerous. A true death game. My Kangaroo Country's Special Forces, come back. We won't fight them to the death. My John Country's Special Forces, please come back. We don't want to play anymore. After obtaining the consent of Admiral Bowles, Lisa told the Special Forces the opinions of the people from various countries on the barrage. When someone wants to quit out of fear, I looked up at the national flag above my head and finally chose to grit my teeth and persevere. For a soldier, lowering the flag of his own country in front of the whole world because of fear of death is a great shame and humiliation. It's a disgrace to this country. No choice. After the rules were clearly explained, Bowles sent a transport helicopter to take everyone to the shady side of Panchi Mountain. This is at the foot of a cliff more than 20 meters high. There are already set up snake pools, blade ground stake nets, and other competition facilities. There are 14 ropes hanging from the cliff, waiting for the contestants to climb. Wang Yixue and other contestants lined up at the same starting line. Hold your breath and get ready. Bang! The moment the starting gun sounded, Wang Yixue and Tong Yao rushed out like arrows from a bow. Immediately occupy the first echelon position. He jumped lightly over the 2-meter-long pool. Effortless. And Zhue and Mi Jin followed closely behind, and also jumped over effortlessly. Most of the others jumped over, but one Special Forces soldier from Kangaroo Country slipped and stepped into it. In an instant, 2 poisonous snakes wrapped around his trouser legs. A bite on the ankle. The soldier was carried away on a stretcher in an instant. Life or death is uncertain. His companions ignored him and ran forward to chase the team in front. When the camera turns to the front again, in the picture, only 2 afterimages can be seen flying over the 100-meter-long sharp knife wall. If you take any wrong step, the sharp knife will pierce your feet. But Wang Yixue and Tong Yao never slowed down. At an extremely exaggerated speed, he quickly passed through the knife wall, crossed the rope ladder again, rushing towards the foot of the mountain. The audience in the live broadcast room were stunned. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, who would believe it was true? It's really a knife pulling the butt. It's eye-opening. The barrage has gone crazy. God, what a speed. So many capsules. Why is Xiaogua's Kung Fu so powerful? Mom, where's my wallet? I want to buy the Xiaogua Kung Fu ebook. I want to learn Kung Fu. This is the legendary Lingbo Weibo from Xia Country. It's actually real. Grandma asked me why I was kneeling with my mom to watch the live broadcast. Holy shit, holy shit. My Xia Country's special forces are awesome. By this time, Wang Yixue and Tong Yao had completed the first 7 items. The only thing left is the last unprotected cliff rope climbing. Without any hesitation, the two of them rushed up at the same time. With his legs suspended in the air in a very exaggerated posture, he leaped upwards quickly using only the strength of his arms. The whole audience was stunned. I've never seen such a scene before. Even in Zhue and Mi Zhen, who were chasing after Wang Yixue and Tong Yao, were annoyed. If I had known that Xiaogua Kung Fu was so awesome, I wouldn't have injected the soldier serum. Some contestants even stopped and stared at the two people who were climbing up rapidly using only their hands. The live broadcast room exploded. Horseshit. This is definitely flying. Mom, look, the gods have come down to earth. My eyeballs are cracked. It's not about running fast, it's about flying low. Shit, I'm going to buy back the Xia Kingdom Kung Fu manual even if I have to sell my children. Baga, if I had known that Xiaogua Kung Fu was so powerful, why would I have to learn ninjutsu from scratch? Countless Americans have gone crazy, and their daily lives have gone crazy too. The whole world is going crazy. Countless places are talking about Xiaogua Kung Fu. Some countries were originally not very optimistic about Xiaogua and tended to favor the eagle sauce. Now that I've seen the live broadcast, I vowed to completely break off all ties with the eagle sauce. From now on, we will write our friendship with Xia Country into the charter. No one can disobey. Who could have expected that Xiaogua had been hiding such an awesome trump card? No wonder they say Xia Kung Fu has thousands of years of history. It's no exaggeration. A country with the most powerful nuclear weapons, the most advanced weapons, and such a superhuman master. Who the hell dares to mess with me? Just try provoking one. If I don't slap your shit out with one slap, you've done it cleanly. With this kind of ability, it would be absolutely easy to make the leader of any country disappear. 163 Shameless Plot. The scene changed. Wang Yixue and Tong Yao have already reached the halfway point of the mountain. And in a way that it was impossible to see the movements clearly, it quickly flew upwards. At the foot of the mountain, Bowles showed no expression. Inwan's gaze fell on Wang Yixue and Tong Yao. There was a subtle hint of viciousness in his eyes. The corners of his mouth curled up in a dangerous arc. Talking to myself in a low voice. Climb faster. It'll be a sight to see you fall off a 20-meter cliff. Under the gaze of countless eyes, Wang Yixue is about to reach the top. The top of the mountain is just around the corner. Wang Yixue exerted force with her arms. He pulled hard, hoping to use the powerful pulling force to rush to the top of the mountain in one breath. Sudden. Bang. The rope broke in two where it touched the cliff. Wang Yixue lost her footing in both hands. In a flash, the body lost control. Almost at the same time, the rope in Tong Yao's hand also broke into 2 sections with a bang. At this moment, the smile on Bowles' face was no longer concealed. The corners of his mouth are as round as a chrysanthemum. Almost laughed out loud. There was only a slit left of the 2 little eyes. Xiaogua Kung Fu? Let's see whether you live or die. Countless people at the scene stopped what they were doing and stared at the top of their heads. The mouth became an O shape. He was so frightened that he lost all his soul and was at a loss. In the live broadcast room, the barrage was shocked. Everyone was marveling at Xiaogua's powerful kung fu, but they didn't expect to see the rope break. The 2 women had lost their hold and were about to fall into the valley. It's nearly 20 meters high, and falling down would definitely lead to death. In the spotlight, the moment Wang Yixue let the rope slip from her hands, her body leaned backward due to inertia. Lost your grip. A flash of gold suddenly appeared in his pupils. The 2 arms seemed to defy the laws of physics. Instead, at the critical moment, he grabbed the protrusion of the stone. Then he tapped his toes twice on a fulcrum, and his body quickly leaped upwards. Amidst everyone's disbelief, he landed steadily on the top of the mountain. On the other side, the nursery rhyme almost follows. Using the same method as Wang Yixue, he also landed next to Wang Yixue. Bowles at the foot of the mountain was stunned. The old face looked pale, as if it had been injected with 100 injections of hyaluronic acid. The two dead fish eyes had completely lost their luster. The pupils were motionless in their eye sockets, as if they were dead. His jaw was trembling slightly, and his teeth were making a knocking sound. It's like the sound of a zombie grinding its teeth in a coffin. At this moment, Bowles was in a mess. What the hell did I see? Who am I? Where am I? What am I going to do? All the people below who were shocked by the broken rope saw in the blink of an eye that Wang Yixio and Tong Yao had successfully reached the summit. I feel numb. Wang Yixio and Tong Yao kicked the cliff twice and flew up. It's definitely flying. See clearly. If you didn't see clearly, I would dig my eyes out. In the live broadcast room, the expressions of netizens around the world were frozen. Countless people were confused and forgot who they were. After a brief silence, the barrage exploded directly. Masaka, this is Qinggong. Sigu, why don't I have this kind of skills in my daily life? Oh my god, my eyeball is cracked. Why did I suddenly kneel down and kowtow? What kind of kung fu is this? I'll learn it even if I die. Wudong Tianzong. It's definitely Wudong Tianzong. I bought it yesterday. Hara. Why did the rope break when it was fine? This is a conspiracy. You have no shame. The surging barrage of comments almost flooded the entire screen. Everyone in the live broadcast room went crazy at this moment. Some people quickly logged onto the World Network and placed orders to buy Wudong Tianzong. When I looked at the list, this was the cheapest. I thought it wasn't too great. Now that I look at it, it's really fucking awesome. It was more than 3 meters away from the top of the cliff, so he just jumped up. If you say you don't have any Qinggong skills, even a dog won't believe you. There are also some barges from Xia country. Everyone is speaking up for Wang Yixia. This is obviously not an accident. It's a conspiracy. It was the shameless Eagle Sauce who was plotting against us. On the top of the cliff, Wang Yixio and Tong Yao looked calm. There was anger in his eyes. There is no such coincidental accident in the world. It must be man-made. And you can tell with just a thought that it is closely related to the daily life of the Eagle Sauce. Wang Yixio clenched her fists and glanced coldly at Bowles below. If there was no one at the scene, she would just go down and crush the bastard to death. Bowles felt the cold gaze on the top of the mountain and immediately shuddered. Swallow your saliva. I felt a little uneasy. After a slight pause, he raised the loudspeaker and spoke to everyone. All competitors, stay where you are. We are now conducting a safety check of the ropes. After saying that, he ordered his men to go to the top of the mountain to check the ropes. The final inspection result was that only the rope used by Wang Yixio and Tong Yao had aging problems. But in order to avoid accidents, the entire batch was replaced with new ones. Then the game continued. Wang Yixia and Tong Yao have already won first place in this round on behalf of Xia country. Just stand on the top of the mountain and wait for people. At the same time, Xia State Shangjing Army Command Center. The live broadcast of the Special Forces competition is played simultaneously on the large screen in front. The air was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. Liu Yong, Gao Peng, and countless officers in the command center were all furious. Bang! Liu Yong slammed his fist on the table. There was a glint of madness in his eyes. It must be Bowles who's behind this. Little Day is the one who's executing him. How shameless. Since you're playing dirty, don't blame us for being rude. The officer beside him clenched his fist and said, Commander, we can't let this matter go like this. We must lodge the strongest protest. Protest? Liu Yong glanced at the officer. If protests can solve problems, what are planes and artillery for? Just for show. The officer's expression changed. He looked at Liu Yong in shock. Commander, are we going to start a full-scale war? Not really, but I want to see how many lives Bowles has. Liu Yong's eyes were filled with murderous intent. This time he was really angry. The officer standing by suddenly narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. I secretly guessed something in my heart. My breathing is a little rapid. At this moment, Liu Yong's phone suddenly rang. As soon as I picked up the phone, I heard Luo Bing's excitement. Old leader, Eagle Sauce and Zairizi are going too far. How dare you assassinate our soldiers? What a piece of shit. This is a provocation. I request that you give the order to dispatch a mecha formation to attack and kill Admiral Bowles. Kill them. As long as it's done quickly and neatly, there won't be any big problems. Old leader, please give me an order. Let my mecha formation. Smash them. Over the phone, one could already feel Luo Bing's burning anger. I can't wait to execute the order. Send out directly. 164 The Soul Calming Tower of Daily Life. Liu Yong paced back and forth in the hall, the anger in his eyes no less than Luo Bing's. He even wanted to lead the troops himself and put an end to his life. Kill all the ignorant people like Bowles. He thought calmly for a moment, then said coldly into the phone, Luo Bing, what's the point of killing a Bowles? Since we're going to take action, we might as well make it bigger. On the other end of the phone, Luo Bing suddenly stopped. A surge of passion and excitement suddenly filled his eyes. From what the leader said, it seems that my vision is too narrow. Old leader, do you mean to start a full-scale operation? We won't resort to full-scale action yet. After all, the Eagles still have tens of thousands of nuclear warheads lying around. But a minor operation on them won't be a big problem. When Lu Yong said this, he suddenly became serious and said sternly, Luo Bing, stop yelling like that, old man. If you let me down when we go out, I'll tear my head off and use it as your chamber pot. Luo Bing also risked his life and shouted loudly, all right, have your mecha formation stay put and wait for the attack. Hang up the phone. Without thinking, Lu Yong called his old friend Zhang Yuanshan. Zhang Yuanshan is a naval lieutenant general and is highly respected. It plays an important role in the entire Xia Kingdom's naval system. Only Admiral Lan Sanquan can slightly surpass him. When Lu Yong heard the other party pick up the phone, he immediately said, hello, Commander Zhang. Old Lu, when the hell did you learn to be so polite? If you have something to say, just say it. If you have something to fart, just fart. Haha. Lao Zhang, I heard a few days ago that you have a thing called the Deep Sea Titan. I'd like to borrow it. Fuck. How did you find out so quickly? Old Zhang, in this special forces competition, the Eagle Sauce has lost all its dignity and is playing dirty. If it weren't for Wang Yixue and Tong Yao's great abilities, they would have killed me. What else is there to say? Kill them. A quick conversation between Lu Yong and Commander Zhang. This caused the blood pressure of countless people in the Beijing Army Command to soar. No one is stupid. On the contrary, they are very excited. This can be heard from the conversation between Commander Lu and Commander Zhang. This time we're really going to do something big. After 10 years of hard work, it seems like the sword is finally ready to be unleashed. A simple life in Kyoto. The top of Panshi Mountain. The second round of the Death 8 competition is over. Wang Yixue and Tong Yao won first place with a crushing advantage. No one disagrees. Even Zhuai and Mi Jin from the United States gave a thumbs up to Wang Yixue and Tong Yao. They are now even thinking about withdrawing from the competition. Facing the Kung Fu master of Xia country, the outcome is inevitable. Moreover, the way they both looked at Bowles was full of disdain, even contempt. Another contestant from Kangaroo country unfortunately fell off the cliff when he was halfway up the climb. He was taken away by ambulance. It's probably over. There was also a contestant from John country who hesitated and chose to give up after reaching the foot of the cliff. They lowered their country's flag. As a result, only 5 countries, namely Xia, Eagle, Germany, Zairizi, and Russia, continued to the next round of competition. Bowles announced the results of the 8 death counts. With his hands behind his back, he said to the crowd, I sincerely apologize for the accident and casualties that occurred in the second round. Hatue. Halfway through his words, the contestant from the bear country sneered and spat. He just happened to vomit on Bowles' leather boots. Then the bearded player from the bear country seemed stunned for a moment, then continued, I sincerely apologize for vomiting on your shoes. As soon as these words were spoken, the remaining 10 people laughed. Including Zhuai and Mi Jin from Eagle Sauce, they were laughing so hard that they couldn't stop. Bowles' face twitched twice. There was a funny look in his eyes. Be quiet. The next round will begin later. It's a no-holds-barred fight with a very high mortality rate. To put it simply, you will be randomly divided into groups and engage in unlimited fighting. The opponent concedes defeat or falls to the ground and is deemed the winner. If you accidentally kill someone, you won't be punished. Hearing this, the expressions of the remaining 10 people changed instantly. This is basically raising a poisonous insect. Beyond the scope of competition. If you want to continue, you have to fight your opponent to the death. The comments in the Facebook Live broadcast room also went crazy. I'm going to start fighting. Soliva. Those 2 women from Xia country are finished. They're both too short, they're not in the same weight class at all, they're at a huge disadvantage. Having great body movement speed doesn't guarantee fighting ability. Our Eagle Sauces and Zhuai punched Wang Yixue's head off with one blow. Idiot. Our Xia Kung Fu is meant for fighting. Just wait and see. Bowles glanced at Zhuai and Mi Jin. He really suspected that the Navy recommended these 2 people intentionally to cause trouble. No matter how you look at it, these 2 bastards are totally unreliable. But there is no other way right now. Logically speaking, even if Wang Yixue and Tong Yao have Xiaoguo Kung Fu, it is impossible for them to be strong in all aspects. In the unlimited fighting segment, Zhuai and Mi Jin should have a chance to turn the game around. Transported by helicopter, everyone arrived directly at Miyazaki Square. A 100 square meter octagonal cage platform has been built. waiting for the contestants to enter and fight to the death. There is also a tall tower made of stones next to it, which looks to be about 15 meters high. Facing the direction of the octagonal cage, you can clearly see the 4 big characters, Bang. When Wang Yixio's eyes fell on these 4 words, her pretty face darkened. I finally understood why the event was held at Miyazaki Square, which is so far away. Under this stone tower, named Bang Yu, there are 238 Xia dynasty stones. The stones all came from the 5 sacred mountains and border walls of the Xia kingdom. The name of our daily life is Soul Calming Tower. Want to use this to suppress Xia nation's destiny. This is a provocation from Eagle Sauce and his lackeys to the Xia kingdom. I want to slap Xia Gua in the face in front of the whole world. When the live broadcast camera swept over the Soul Calming Tower, the netizens of Xia country were furious. Why the hell is this tower still there? Someone the hell is going to blow this shit up. I don't want Billion's easy life. I'm so anxious. Ha ha. Baga, if you have the guts, come and blow it up. If you don't, stop talking nonsense. You're missing foreigner. Don't you claim to be the #1 military power in Asia? Come and bomb us if you dare. At White Elephant, third brother, I despise you for not daring to blow up the Soul Calming Tower. Who said, a peaceful life? Just wait for me. Cerebral palsy White Elephant, I didn't mean you. When you say Asia's #1 military power, aren't you talking about me? A heated debate broke out in the live broadcast barrage. Countless countries joined the battlefield, especially Baixiang, known as the 5 permanent members of YouTube, who have never lost in online debates. He performed an extreme 1-spray-5 show, spraying the kid, Eagle Sauce, Pickles, Kangaroo, and John Bull into a mess. 165. The whole house is stained with blood. In front of the Soul Calming Tower, next to the octagonal cage, Wang Yixio and Tong Yao looked at each other and clenched their fists. His eyes were still cold. Xiao Rizi and Ing Sauce are courting their own destruction. Then don't blame them for being ruthless. When Bull saw the anger in Wang Yixio and Tong Yao's eyes, he felt proud. Very proud. He could even imagine how angry the Xia people would be now. Haha, the angrier the Xia people get, the happier he is. This is called the cycle of cause and effect. Everyone is here. The complacent boars began to arrange the draw. The first game is between Xia Kingdom and Xiao Rizi. Both players enter the field. On the Xia side is Wang Yixio. Xiao Rizi sent out Hattori Hanzo. Both of them appeared on stage in military uniforms, standing opposite each other. Hanzo was silent from the beginning of the game, seemingly like a transparent person. In fact, Wang Yixio knew that it was this person who used the anesthetic needle on the contestant from the Dogmaster competition. This put the 2 special forces soldiers of Goda who in danger. After Hattori Hanzo came on the court, his eyes fell on Wang Yixio. He stretched out his little finger and shook it at the latter. You? No way. Give up quickly. Walk up. As he spoke, he took off his coat and vest and threw them aside, revealing 8 abdominal muscles and tendon muscles all over the body. He looked at Wang Yixio with contempt. The moment this figure appeared, everyone's eyes lit up. An expert can tell at a glance that these muscle lines are not created by the protein powder used in the gym. It was learned from real combat in the trenches. The live broadcast room was full of shouting. Oh my god, Hattori Hanzo feels so strong these days. Actual combat is different from racing and climbing mountains. I think Wang Yixio from Xia country is going to be in trouble. A real life and death battle is different from playing house. I am also optimistic about the easy life. I feel that Xia Kung Fu definitely won't be defeated that easily. As long as they don't engage in a head-on confrontation, there's a chance the Xia people will win. I'm optimistic about the good life. I'm optimistic about Xiagua. Maybe Wang Yixio has learned something else besides Qinggong. People from all over the world seem to be placing bets. They all typed out the country they supported in the barrage. Obviously, there are more people who support living a simple life. Wang Yixio looked at the shirtless Hattori Hanzo and clenched her fists. A hint of murderous intent flashed across his eyes. Don't take it seriously. She once followed Su Fan in the Deep Sea Titan and witnessed Su Fan slaughter the entire 7th Fleet alone. He also personally controlled the Prism Defense Tower to destroy the Monkey Kingdom warship. Killing has long been commonplace. As for Hattori Hanzo's words, there was no way she would respond at all, because the other party doesn't deserve it. Hattori Hanzo saw that Wang Yixio did not respond to him. His eyes swept over Wang Yixio's perky chest, licked his dry lips. There was a hint of lust in his eyes. After a cold laugh, he looked at Bowles. General, can we begin? Bowles glanced at the 2 people who were ready and said loudly, the battle begins. Countless people held their breath and stared at the octagonal cage. Unlike spectator competitions, Their daily training content is all about killing skills. Every move he makes is a killing move. It is very likely that the battle will be over in the blink of an eye. The moment Bull's voice fell, Hattori Hanzo took a step forward and rushed forward. Very fast. After the spectators around saw clearly, Hattori Hanzo clenched his right fist and hit Wang Yixue in the face. A curve appeared at the corner of Wang Yixue's mouth. Standing in this octagonal cage, facing a small-time opponent, she just felt that a certain blood in her body seemed to have awakened. This high feeling is stronger than the desperate virus. There's even the illusion that the effect of the desperate virus has been doubled. In an instant, raging golden flames ignited in her eyes. She clenched her fists, and her eyes flashed with a substantial golden light. Act suddenly and arrive first. Fists raised to fight. The straight fist wind created a sonic boom. Collided head-on with Hattori Hanzo's fist. Bowles, who was watching the game, shook his head in disdain. He sighed. Instead of using his speed advantage to make a detour, he chose to engage head-on. How foolish. The battle will be over soon. The host Lisa nodded and thought it made sense. Tong Yao, who was not far away, keenly heard the conversation between the two and murmured, "Ishua, let them open their eyes and see who is really stupid." The moment when the nursery rhyme sounds. Wang Yixue's fist had already collided heavily with Hattori Hanzo's. Bang! A violent explosion suddenly sounded. Hattori Hanzo's fist exploded into a pool of rotten flesh the moment they made contact. A powerful force violently poured into his arms. The two arm bones were separated by the violent impact force. There was a loud bang, and a huge bloody hole appeared on the shoulder. The white arm bone, covered with blood, shot out from the shoulder. With a clang, it got stuck on the wire mesh of the octagonal cage. Hattori Hanzo's pupils shrank suddenly. His face twisted instantly. He opened his mouth to scream. Then Wang Yixue's other delicate fist hit his chest with a loud bang. That seemingly strong chest collapsed in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the skin on my chest and back were stuck together. Really chest to back. Hattori Hanzo's body was sent flying backwards by Wang Yixue's tremendous force. With a crash, it hit the octagonal iron cage not far away. At the moment of falling, Wang Yixue showed no intention of stopping. He flew forward without caring whether Hattori Hanzo was dead or not. He kicked out suddenly. The soles of the shoes were imprinted on Hattori Hanzo's lower abdomen. The latter's body, which was rapidly cooling down, felt like it had been hit head-on by a locomotive. It smashed the iron net and flew backwards, staggering. With a loud boom. Finally, it crashed into the soul calming tower. The blood on his body dyed the 4 characters, "Bang," on the tower into a deep red. This moment, the whole audience was dead silent. You can hear a pin drop. Countless people looked dazed and lost their souls. Admiral Bowles's eyes twitched wildly. His face was pale, his jaw was shaking violently, and it was dislocated. A chill rushed straight to his head, blowing the top of his head off. Others are already scared silly. The mouth cannot speak and the brain cannot think. The bloody and horrific scene suffocated him. He felt like he was suffocating to death. All the contestants present, except Tong Yao, were frightened silly. Frozen in place, motionless. Didn't dare make any sound. Several people even stopped breathing for a long time, and no one knew whether they suffocated to death. Especially Hattori Hanzo's teammate Fumakotaro. His eyes were so wide that they seemed about to fall out of their sockets. At first glance, the whole person looked like he was dead. The female anchor Lisa's face, which had undergone excessive plastic surgery, was deformed after a severe shock. It looks very funny. His 2 legs were shaking rapidly, and were about to become bow-legged. 2 yellow stains appeared under his trouser legs. I don't know if it was because he was scared and peed his pants. 166. Where are all the contestants? In the live broadcast room. Those who had been optimistic about Hattori Hanzo just now became autistic. I was frightened and couldn't speak. Someone had criticized Wang Yixue in the barrage before, but now they are scared. My heart was uneasy and my pupils were full of fear. Countless Xiagwa barges almost dominated the screen. What the hell? What the hell? Master Yixue is awesome. So cool. Goddess. Fuck him. Well done. Please welcome the next member of the Little Day Killing Team. Soon after, comments from the US and other countries also began to appear. Xiagua's kung fu is too strong. My mother asked me why I kept kanji so loudly. Does anyone know what kind of boxing technique that was? I know. It must be Luohan fist. Bullshit. That's the Kunlun School's 7-injury fist. Once you practice it, all 7 of you will be injured. Do you understand? I've already bought the secret manual, huh? Fuck it. I'll buy the 7-wound fist manual even if I have to rob a bank. In front of the big screen. Liu Yong was shocked by Wang Yixio's sudden burst of fighting power. Everyone in the command room was stunned. After a brief silence, thunderous cheers broke out instantly. Liu Yong also showed a bright smile on his face. Wang Yixio's behavior is so satisfying. It's so morale-boosting. Aren't these hawks and lackeys going to slap Xia Guo in the face in front of the whole world? Now Wang Yixio slapped them in the face with her backhand. I really want to ask Bowles in person if his face hurts. Is it cool? Will you still pretend to be cool in the future? If you keep pretending to be cool, I'll beat you until you die. There is another aspect that makes Liu Yong happy. That is the ultimate effect of the desperate virus. Compared with the Eagle Sauce's soldier serum, the difference is obvious. If there were no desperate virus, the Eagle Sauce would definitely use this special forces competition to gain a bunch of little fans. Now it's the other way around. The Eagle Sauce can be said to have shot itself in the foot. Helped promote Xia country. In the octagonal cage at Miyazaki Square. The battle is basically over. Wang Yixio scratched his head and shouted to Hattori Hanzo, who was already cold in the distance. Do you admit defeat? Bowles. Lisa. Countless spectators. Even the barrage was filled with exclamation marks. Without exception, everyone was stunned. The person has died a long time ago. Who are you talking to, girl? How can a dead person admit defeat? Can you please stop doing this kind of shady stuff? Wang Yixio waited for a while after shouting. Only then did he look away. He turned to look at Admiral Bowles. The moment his eyes swept over, Bowles shuddered instantly. Take a quick step back. His face was pale, and he looked terrified. Trembling. What do you want? Admiral Bowles. He refused to admit defeat, and he didn't fall to the ground. He just lay motionless on the soul-suppressing tower. How can we determine the winner? This. Bowles was speechless for a moment. After a pause, he announced directly. Wang Yixio wins this round. After saying that, Bowles signaled his soldiers to take down Hattori Hanzo's body from the soul-calming tower. The soldier went up and grabbed Hattori Hanzo's leg and pulled hard. The lower half of his body fell to the ground. The top half is still glued on. The onlookers were stunned for a moment. The kick Wang Yixio just threw was much heavier than the 2 punches before. In Lisa's live broadcast room, countless people immediately started discussing the Foshan shadowless kick again. After a lot of trouble, they finally gathered Hattori Hanzo's body. He was carried away amidst the group of people trembling with fear. Bowles looked at the list in his hand. Pick up the megaphone and shout. Then the next round will be between Wang Yixio and another contestant from Xiao Rizi, Fuma Kotaro. Come on, Kotaro. Countless contestants looked at Kotaro beside them. It's like looking at a dead person. Even the 2 Mao Xions were discussing it in a low voice. Hattori Hanzo took 2 punches and 1 kick. How many do you think Kotaro can take before dying? That depends on where Wang Yixio hits first. How do you say that? If Wang Yixio had hit him on the head first, it would have exploded and his brain would have splattered. There would have been no need for a second hit. Master Holler. Brother, you make sense. After the 2 finished chatting, they looked at Kotaro beside them. Suddenly startled, Kotaro's head was covered in white sweat. His face was pale, and his lips were chapped. 2 huge dark circles appeared under his eyes at some point. This look of his looks is as if he is about to die. I. Kotaro's lips kept trembling. His eyes kept glancing at Hattori Hanzo on the soul-calming tower, and the white bone hanging on the wire mesh. I wanted to say something, but I couldn't. Both arms were shaking. I don't. Gah. Kotaro's breath got stuck in his throat halfway through his speech. Can't go up or down. Eyes rolled back quickly. His body fell straight back. As expected of a trained Special Forces soldier, he fell very straight. After lying on the ground, quickly straightened both toes. He twitched twice and foamed at the mouth. Quickly go into shock. Bowles was stunned and cursed inwardly. Waste. Shout to the ambulance that has been waiting not far away to start the rescue immediately. Rescue workers in white coats rushed over in a hurry. They carried Kojiro away on a stretcher. Bowles's mood hit rock bottom. No matter how reluctant he was to admit it, he had to say it now. Xiaoguo is really 1 step ahead this time. Even in Jue and Mi Jin would definitely not be able to beat Wang Yixio. It's over now. If you want to win, you have to use other means. But for now, at least we have to get today's game going. It's not too late to use secret means after today's game is over. Bowles made up his mind. Nodded secretly. I just wanted to announce that the game would continue. But when he looked at the participating teams, he was stunned. Where are the people? He looked at Lisa beside him. Where are the contestants? That's it. They all ran to the flagpole. Lisa pointed to a place not far away. Next. Oh. Before Bowles turned his head, a harsh sound of steel wire rubbing against a pulley was heard not far away. Bowles took a closer look. The contestants from Germany and Russia are hurriedly lowering their national flags. And Jue and Mi Gung had just run to the flagpole. Mi Jin's anxious urging could be heard from a long distance away. Hurry up, idiot. If you surrender too late, you'll have to go to the ring and get your brains blown out by a punch. God, I swear, I'm already the fastest. The two of them were indeed very fast, as expected of someone who has been injected with soldier serum. The speed of lowering the national flag instantly surpassed that of the previous 3 countries. Sisala, Isala. In a few seconds, he lowered the American flag and put it in his pocket. Half of it is hanging outside. And Jue was full of pride and showed off to those around him. Mao Xiong, German, you can't do it. Too slow. Huh. The sound reached Bull's ears. This made Bowles feel dizzy. A sudden rush of blood to the heart. I wish I could kill these 2 evildoers right then and there. 167 Operation Codename. Kill Ghosts. Bowles's face twitched wildly, and his 2 small eyes widened to the size of copper bells. Angry. And Jue, Mi Jin, you 2 bastards. How can you surrender and admit defeat? As a soldier, you have no sense of honor at all. You bastard. Bowles was so anxious that he could not help but pull out his gun and shoot the 2 idiots. And Jue shook his head in response to Bowles's scolding. Yin and Yang said in a weird tone. Xia country is too strong. We'll die if we go up there. General, if you have any nerve, why don't you go up and fight yourself? Besides, it's nothing shameful to admit defeat to Xiaogua. It's not like we haven't admitted defeat before. After Jue and Mi Gung finished speaking, they stood there with their arms folded. He looked like he was asking, what can you do to me? Bowles's face twitched wildly. There seemed to be a knife in his eyes. If looks could kill, Jue and Mi Gung would be dead now. He gasped for breath, feeling that he didn't have enough oxygen. My head feels extremely dizzy. My legs feel a little weak. He lives a small life as his loyal younger brother. He was slaughtered by Xiaogua in front of the whole world. Now their contestants have even lowered the national flag in surrender. It's a great shame and humiliation. If he returns to China now, he will definitely be sent razor blades and spat on. No way to survive. Even if this operation fails, the Pentagon may hold him responsible. It's over. It's all over. Bowles Qiangzi suppressed the waves in his heart. The contestants from the 3 countries whose national flags had just been lowered were called to the front, and Wang Yishio and Tong Yao were called to the line. Lisa swept the camera across the remaining 8 people. Then the picture fell on Bowles' old face. Bowles shrugged his face, and in an instant he seemed to have aged several years. With breathless energy, I declare, this Special Forces competition ended early. The final winners are Wang Yishua and Tong Yao from Xia country. It's getting dark now, and the awards ceremony will be held tomorrow morning. After saying that, Bowles waved his hand and asked the transport plane to take everyone back to the barracks. Wang Yishio and Tong Yao took a deep look at the soul calming tower, clenched his fists. An inexplicable expression flashed in his eyes. Then he followed the main force back to the barracks dormitory. The room was checked, and there was no monitoring or surveillance equipment. Only then did Wang Yishua turn on the communication function of her watch. There was a string of messages from Lu Yong on it, but I didn't read them during the game because I couldn't pay attention to them. Wang Yishua immediately called Lu Yong. Hello, Commander. I'm Wang Yishua. On the other side of the phone, Lu Yong exclaimed. Yishua, you did a great job. Eagle Sauce and Ziazizi are vicious and have teamed up to harm our Xia nation. We can't let this go this time. It has been found out that the mastermind behind the tampering in this match, besides the obvious one, Bowles, is the current mayor of Kyoto, Tojo Shiro. This person is the eldest grandson of Tojo Iwang. As soon as the name Tojo Iwang came out, Wang Yishio's eyes instantly flashed with a cold light. Tong Yao, who was standing by, also had a murderous look on her face. The culprit who launched the war of aggression and invaded the Xia kingdom. The Tojo clan is wicked to the core. Lu Yong paused, giving Wang Yishio and Tong Yao time to think. Then he cut the iron road firmly. Whoever harms our Xia soldiers must be killed. I command. Wang Yishua, Tong Yao, carry out a decapitation operation against Boers and Tojo Shiro tonight. Operation Codename, Kill the Ghosts. After saying this in one breath, Wang Yishua felt a surge of blood rushing up. His chest was heaving and his breathing was rapid. He clenched his fist and shouted in unison with the children's song. Yes. From the moment they arrived in their hometown, they had felt very uncomfortable. If I don't make a big fuss, I'll feel uncomfortable all over. Now that they have officially received the order, it seems as if all their restraints have been freed. Wang Yishua suddenly thought of something and asked directly. Commander, that soul-calming tower in Miyazaki Square. Explode. Lu Yong didn't waste any words and gave the simplest instructions directly. Yes, Commander. Wang Yishio became even more excited. Lu Yong continued. I'll send you the whereabouts of Boars and Tojo Shiro tonight. At the same time, I will dispatch your mecha formation to cover you, provide you with relevant weapons and equipment, and assist in your retreat." When Wang Yixue heard this, she suddenly said, "Commander, we don't need cover for this ghost-killing operation. The watch Su Fan gave us contains capsule bombs, which is enough for us. You just need to send someone to pick it up at the end." Lu Yong was stunned. "Capsule bomb? You've been wearing the bomb on your hand." He took a few deep breaths, thought for a while, and then nodded in agreement. There is no reason why Wang Yixue and Tong Yao, who have been injected with the desperate virus, cannot complete this ghost-killing operation. After hanging up the phone, Wang Yixue and Tong Yao looked at each other. Quickly change into casual clothes and put on a big mask. Destroy all the items they brought into the house. Push the door open and walk out. Xia State, Zhonghai 3rd Arsenal. Inside factory building number 23. Su Fan slowly injected the golden potion in his hand into his arm. It was visible to the naked eye that the blood flowing in the blood vessels had almost turned golden. Su Fan clenched his fists fiercely, and in an instant, there was a loud bang. He casually punched the steel workbench, leaving a fist mark. Looking at the surface of the fist again, there was already a layer of light golden color. If the first stage of the desperate virus is mainly to enhance strength, then the second stage is defense and repair. Su Fan finally succeeded. Just then, a phone call came in. When I looked at the number, it turned out to be Luo Bing. Not daring to delay, Su Fan immediately picked up the phone. "Hello, Chief. Xiao Su. With your current status, you don't have to be so polite. There's an urgent mission that requires you to go in person." After the phone call, Su Fan became very excited. This combat mission is so awesome. He walked out of the door excitedly and called Li Guozhong at the same time. "Lao Li, I have something urgent to do. Can you lend me your phone for just an hour?" "What are you doing with a mecha at this hour of night? Are you trying to show off on a date?" "Well, just for transportation. I have to go to Yuntai Naval Base quickly. I'll drive it back to you tomorrow morning." "That's fine. We're all brothers. There's no reason to distrust us. One just rolled off the production line, so just come over and drive it." "Okay, bro." Su Fan borrowed a mecha and flew to the Yuntai Naval Base under the cover of night. At this time, a simple life in Kyoto. In the Panshi Mountain Barracks, Bowles leaned on the soft sofa with a cigar in his mouth, fingers swiping across the phone. His face looked extremely ugly. Now the whole country is condemning him. All major domestic online platforms have been in an uproar. He looked at the message on the Army's official website. "General Bowles, please die abroad and never come back, okay? I was told to go back home and clean toilets long ago. Why did I have to embarrass myself outside? The brain-damaged army has completely disgraced the eagle sauce. The heads the army wears are just for the sake of looking taller." Bowles was furious. He slammed the phone hard on the table. 168 Confident Tojo Shiro. Bowles was so angry that he was breathing heavily. Thought about it for a moment. Bowles picked up the phone and dialed. "Tojo Shiro, how are the preparations going?" "General, don't worry. Everything is ready. Tomorrow morning, the 2 female soldiers from Xia will die of food poisoning. All we need to do is set a huge fire to destroy the bodies. Then, we can hold a press conference and say that the Xia people used a large amount of stimulants. The results of the competition will be cancelled. Xia will become a laughing stock worldwide." Bowles heard this. I almost couldn't help but give Tojo Shiro a thumbs up. The unhappiness just now disappeared in an instant. Praise. Well said. This way, I can give the first place in the competition to our Eagle Sauce player. Bowles grinned, and his eyes flashed with a gleam. Everything was suddenly filled with hope again. It's so easy to reverse the 2 levels. After a few more casual words, Bowles hung up the phone. At this time, the window in the room was suddenly blown open by the wind. He frowned. "Go forward and close the window." As soon as he turned around, he saw someone sitting on his Italian imported leather sofa. Under the long brim of the hat are a pair of murderous eyes and a huge black mask. Bowles' pupils shrank sharply. He hurriedly took 2 steps back, leaning against the window. The first thing he did when he reacted was to open his mouth and shout. At this time, another relatively short figure flashed behind him. A slender hand gently pinched his throat. The bone-tearing sensation made him roll his eyes in pain. Her cheeks turned red from holding it in. I tried my best but couldn't make a sound. This moment, he seemed to no longer be the powerful American Army general. But he is a poor guy who is willing to exchange all his status and wealth for a way to survive. Showing an extremely humble look, he looked at the short girl in front of him with pleading eyes. He knew he was going to die. A voice that seemed to come from the underworld sounded in Bowles' ears. "General Bowles, you can go now." "Pa." A tear of unwillingness rolled down the corner of Bowles' eye. He could almost hear his spine snapping. Wang Yixio and Tong Yao glanced coldly at Bowles' face, which was still open, and disappeared from the room. As soon as they left, Bowles' room quickly caught fire. The flames ran wildly. The officers of the barracks rushed to put out the fire. In a few minutes the fire trucks arrived. However, the fire could not be put out at all and burned down the entire row of houses. Then it went out. When everyone entered the room to check the situation, they found that General Bowles had been burned to ashes. There are only a few pieces of coke left, and they will break into pieces when touched. Everyone only uses rings and relics to determine the identity. Further identity confirmation requires more professional testing. I just don't know if it can be tested after being burned to ashes. Fire trucks, police cars, and all kinds of shrill sirens echoed over the barracks. Wang Yixio and Tong Yao have long disappeared. Appeared on the bustling streets of Kyoto, Japan. Go to the next target. Countless police cars roared on the street towards the Panchi Mountain Barracks. Ishiwa, where's the next target? It just so happens that Tojo Shiro is going to visit his grandfather at the Jukuni Shrine tonight. So let's go too. The sacred toilet of the Pure Land. The lights are dim and the air is eerie. If ordinary people get a little closer, they will feel the coolness it exudes. Shiro Tojo walked slowly into the Jinguko Shrine with two subordinates. I shivered unconsciously. Button up your clothes tightly. To be honest, he didn't really want to come. But as the leader of a right-wing extremist organization, he must show substantive attitude. Let all right-wingers see his love for militarism and his respect for aggressive wars. It is not appropriate to come during the day because it will cause a strong reaction from Xiagua. If things get too big, it might be difficult to resolve. It would be best to bring 2 men with you at night and pay a simple visit to the shrine. Enter the gate, walk through the corridor, and reach the inner courtyard. A chill came over me. The temperature dropped to freezing point after entering the lobby of the shrine. It's like suddenly entering a cold storage in the middle of summer. Tojo Shiro was shocked and thought, could there really be a ghost? Fortunately, I brought 2 men with me. Otherwise, I would have been scared to death in the middle of the night. You too, follow closely. He didn't notice that the 2 people behind him had already been dealt with. Following behind him were Wang Yixio and Tong Yao. Hearing what Tojo Shiro said, Wang Yixio asked calmly, "You talking to us?" "Nonsense. Am I talking to my ancestors?" Halfway through his words, Tojo Shiro suddenly paused. His expression changed drastically, and he looked behind him. Wang Yixio and Tong Yao were looking at him with amusement. Tojo Shiro's expression changed drastically. He quickly glanced at Wang Yixio and Tong Yao. "Who are you? The dead don't need to know so much." Wang Yixio has already told the contact person to meet at the Jingwa Divine Toilet. There's nothing to do now, so it doesn't hurt to talk to Tojo Shiro for a few words. Tojo Shiro's eyes rolled rapidly on his forehead. He just heard the news that the barracks where General Bowles was located had caught fire, and he suspected it was man-made. Now it is basically certain that even if it was not done by these 2 people, they must be in the same group. They must be kung fu masters sent by Xia Kingdom to take revenge. Being able to kill his 2 men silently, it would only take a few minutes to kill him. If he wants to find a way to survive in the impossible situation now, he must not reveal that he knows the other party's identity. The only way to survive is bribery. Tojo Shiro calmed down and said loudly, "I don't know who you are, and I'm not interested. But you came here to assassinate for the high reward. How much money did your employer give you?" "I'll give you 10 times. 100 times. Is 100 million enough?" "I'll sign the check now." Shiro Tojo was really determined to go all out. He took out a checkbook from his pocket, picked up the pen, and signed the amount of 100 million with trembling hands. This is a Citibank check from the United States. It can be cashed worldwide. While Tojo Shiro was speaking, he found that Wang Yixio and Tong Yao did not attack him. My heart finally settled down a little. The fear subsided a lot. A hint of confidence gradually appeared at the corner of his mouth. As long as you are greedy for money, you will be controlled by him. The soldiers of Xia State are nothing but this. Just keep acting. Shiro Tojo handed the written check to Wang Yixio. "Here. With this money, you never have to go back to where you came from. Just enjoy the rest of your life." Seeing that Wang Yixio didn't answer, Tojo Shiro sneered. "Stop pretending. Take. Say half the words." Snap. Wang Yixio had lost all her patience and slapped him in the face. The 5 fingerprints instantly sank into the cheekbones. Shiro Tojo was hit by a huge force and flew sideways. Boom. Slamming hard against the brick wall. Blood spurted from his mouth. He was dying and looked like he was only half dead. 169, stand back. I'm going to fire. Shiro Tojo couldn't stop his snot and tears from flowing out. Now I understand that these 2 people are not people who can be bought with money. Today is basically a dead end. The bribe failed, so I stopped acting. There was a glint of hysterical madness in his eyes. Damn it. I actually knew from the beginning that you were from Xia country. We are the kindest people. But why do you, Xia country, have to keep staring at us? You just want to make our lives difficult. Shiro Tojo was almost drained of all his strength. His eyes were full of ferocity, and his heart was full of resentment. Kind. Wang Yixue became even angrier after hearing this. His chest heaved, and his blood boiled. There was anger in his eyes. I almost wanted to spit in Tojo Shiro's face. Are you worthy of mentioning these two words in your daily life? Put away your hypocritical, ugly faces. I'm sick, he said with great force. Come to learn from Tang Shi. My Xia kingdom doesn't mind you being a monkey in disguise. I'll teach you everything I know. And you are taking advantage of the situation. Dig up my Xia tombs. Destroy my ancestral temples. Dig up my Xia veins. Burn them all. Kill them all. Loot them all. 14 years of bloody massacre. It almost destroyed my Xia nation. You beasts are worthy of talking about kindness. The sonorous and powerful sound is like the sound of a huge bell. Each word was like a sledgehammer. It hit Tojo Shiro's heart hard. For a moment, he couldn't utter a word to refute. After a moment of distraction, Tojo Shiro forced himself to calm down and said, We live a poor life with limited resources, while your Xia kingdom is vast and rich in resources. We just want some resources, but you won't give them to us. So, you guys just want to grab it, right? Wang Yixue's cold gaze swept across the rows of seats in the hall. If you don't give them money, they'll burn, kill, plunder, and commit all sorts of evil. They're truly a kind nation. After surrendering in the war of aggression, you have no remorse at all. We didn't push back to your hometown. I didn't judge you, and I didn't make you admit your mistakes. They didn't even ask for compensation. You're still 100% unconvinced. Falsifying history and paying homage to war criminals. They're still ruthless and ready to make another move. You are living a miserable life. It won't be long before your country is destroyed and your race is exterminated. The conversation ended. Shiro Tojo was completely dumbfounded. He really wanted to retort. But every word Wang Yixue said before is true and has historical evidence. I held it in for a long time, but couldn't say a word. He spat out another mouthful of blood. The breath became weaker. He was hanging on to his last breath. He breathed slowly, trying his best to forget what Wang Yixue had just said. I kept telling myself in my mind that everything I did in my life was just. It's just that others don't understand. After calming down a little, intensive sirens sounded outside the Jinghua Divine Toilet. Tojo Shiro's eyes lit up instantly. The corners of his mouth curled up into a grin. Ahem. Coughed up some blood. Proudly said, Did you hear the noise outside? I don't deny that you two are very capable, but can you escape from the muzzles of hundreds of black guns? Shiro Tojo shook his head proudly, as if the sirens had cheered him up a lot. Laughing. You are still young after all. I have delayed you for so long. Even if you kill me now, I can be buried with you too. It's worth it. Haha. He looked at Wang Yixue and Tong Yao with a smile. I wanted to see panic expressions on their faces. However, he was disappointed. Wang Yixue's expression didn't change at all. No sign of nervousness at all. Tong Yao didn't even know when she had stuffed a lollipop into her mouth. Judging from the expressions of these two people, they don't take the people outside seriously at all. Shiro Tojo's heart skipped a beat. I have a bad feeling, but I can't tell what's wrong. No, these two are just pretending. They were actually panicking inside, but they just didn't want to show it. At this time, Wang Yixue clicked twice on the watch to open a compartment. 3 mini capsules of different colors were taken out from it. With a snap of his fingers, 3 mini capsules rolled into the sanctuary. Quick footsteps rushed in from outside. The fully armed Xiaori guards rushed in with all kinds of equipment. It was crowded, at least hundreds of people. Physical protection, various tactical movements, and coordination are very professional. At first glance, you can tell they are well trained. Shiro Tojo felt very relieved. The corners of his mouth were raised, and his eyes were full of pride. I don't know what you threw in there. I don't know what evil intentions you have. But in the face of absolute power, any conspiracy or trickery is meaningless. Stupidity will cost you your life. As soon as the words fell, a figure in black appeared at the door at some point. Are you talking about yourself? The man held a Gatling gun in each hand. His body was covered with dense bullets. He was wearing a huge pair of sunglasses on his face. At first glance, it looks murderous. Tojo Shiro looked shocked. I didn't even notice where this person came from. At this time, Tong Yao slowly walked in front of Tojo Shiro. A crisp voice said lightly, "Keeping you here will only make your death more hopeless." Wang Yixue walked to the man in black at the door. He took a look at the dark mass of enemies that were about to pounce on him. Whispered, Brother Su, didn't you say you'd come pick me up in a mecha? Where's the mecha? The man in black was Su Fan, who came to pick them up. He just arrived too. He replied quietly, the mecha is not on. Wang Yishio and Tong Yao behind her suddenly stopped. Take a breath of cold air. You dare to come to support without your mecha? After being stable for so long, at this moment, Wang Yishue is really a little unstable. Tong Yao also widened her eyes. The two were just waiting to hear what Su Fan would say next. The guards who rushed in obviously didn't give them a chance to speak. Various sniper rifles and rifles have locked onto them. Especially Su Fan, who was standing at the gate, was fully armed, and it was obvious at first glance that he was a dangerous person. It seemed like he was about to pull the trigger. Su Fan shouted, "Stand back. I'm going to fire." Wang Yishio and Tong Yao reacted very quickly, suddenly rushed to both sides. Su Fan gritted his teeth and pulled the trigger of the Gatling machine gun with both hands at the same time. Dense bullets poured down on the opposite side like a torrential rain. Two blue fire snakes illuminated this sacred toilet of the Pure Land. At the same time, Su Fan opened fire. The guards who rushed and shot at Su Fan without hesitation. All kinds of bullets were fired at Su Fan alone. Wang Yishio and Tong Yao, who had entered the sanctuary, immediately turned pale. His eyes were full of anxiety, and he wanted to fly over to rescue Su Fan. But he didn't move. I saw the dense bullets from the opposite side hitting Su Fan's body. There was a metallic clanging sound. Each bullet impact point on the skin will light up gold. Su Fan was unharmed. This moment, Wang Yishue and Tong Yao were completely stunned. Even more confused than them is the National Guard on the opposite side. Dr. Kobayashi, captain of the Tokyo Guard, was completely shocked. My eyeballs are about to burst. His lips were trembling with fear. Make an ABA sound. My whole body was shaking rapidly, and my scalp was tingling. My legs felt like they were filled with lead, and I couldn't move them. He was confused. I have been in the National Guard for 20 years and have done a lot of things, both overt and covert. There is blood on my hands. What kind of enemy have we not seen? But I have never seen anyone who is invulnerable to swords and guns. Today was really a painful experience. It really opened my eyes. Under fierce shooting, he was completely unharmed. The bullet hit my body without even a scratch. What the hell is going on? That is definitely not a human. Dr. Kobayashi glanced around and saw a river of blood. There were more than 100 guards, but less than half of them were able to move. The ground was filled with cries and shouts, accompanied by the d-d sound of the Gatling gun. Forcing himself to remain calm, Dr. Kobayashi quickly and tremblingly called his superior. Report to Chief of Staff Kamida. Something terrible is happening. Our team was rescuing Mayor Tojo and was attacked by a Terminator. He has a Gatling gun in each hand. They are carrying out crazy fire suppression on our troops. I can't take it anymore. Requesting support. Request support. The person on the other end of the phone gasped. Shocked. There was a noticeable pause. Then he roared loudly. You bastard. Where in the world does the Terminator come from? Dr. Kobayashi, if you continue to spread rumors and mislead the public, I will have you court-martialed. Dr. Kobayashi was about to cry. He swore that everything he said was true, vomiting blood and crying out. Sir, what I said is true. He is invulnerable. He is still conducting an inhumane and crazy shooting. More than half of our personnel have been killed or wounded, and they are almost wiped out. If I tell a lie, I will be court-martialed. Chief of Staff Kamida's expression finally changed. Dr. Kobayashi is not reliable, but he wouldn't be stupid enough to joke about a military court. It's very likely true. Okay, wait, you must hold on. I will send a large force to support you immediately. We must hold on. Before Chief of Staff Kamida could hang up the phone, the bunker where Dr. Kobayashi was located had been destroyed by a rain of bullets. His body was riddled with bullets. The phone fell to the ground with a click, broken into several pieces. 170 This Tokyo is a bit hot. Knock down all opponents. Su Fan threw away the two Gatling guns directly, looking at Wang Yishue. Yishue, is the bomb planted? Wang Yishio was still filled with shock. Yishue, Su Fan shouted. Wang Yishio was awakened by this. He took a few deep breaths. Then he nodded vigorously. Before leaving, Wang Yishio came to Tojo Shiro. He glanced at Shiro Tojo, who was stunned, whispered, in the face of absolute power, conspiracies and tricks are meaningless. I return this to you. After saying that, he caught up with Su Fan in front, and the three of them disappeared into the night. He just climbed over the wall and ran a short distance. The ground shook violently. It was as if a massive earthquake had occurred. Su Fan looked back. A violent explosion occurred in the Jingwa Divine Toilet. A raging fire shot up into the sky. The flames burned half the sky red. With this kind of explosion, The entire sacred toilet, including the area within a mile, would be blown to pieces without leaving a trace. Don't even think about leaving behind any ruins. Brother Su, where are we going next? Wang Yishuo asked. The beach. Su Fan replied. The three of them ran quickly towards the beach. The other side. Chief of Staff Kamita was extremely anxious when he heard the phone was hung up. The Terminators have invaded. This is a big deal. We must mobilize our strongest force to fight back. His breathing was rapid and his heart was pounding. After a little thought, he made a call. Suddenly, a deafening sound erupted from the direction of the Jinghua Divine Toilet. In a panic, he didn't even bother to put on a diaper and hurry to the window. From a distance, flames and thick smoke rose into the sky. It makes the world as bright as day. He shuddered and hurriedly dialed the phone. Mexi, Nagata Shosuk. I command the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Self-Defense Forces of Japan, armed with heavy firepower, will encircle the pure country's sacred toilet from the south, west, and north. The enemy is suspected to be a Terminator. Kill them on the spot upon encounter. Masasuke Nagata on the other end of the phone was stunned after hearing the order. If Chief of Staff Kamita hadn't called personally, he would definitely have thought the person on the other end was an idiot. He paused briefly before accepting the order. Shouted hot. Then an order was issued to send out 3 troops. The 3 troops are the strongest defensive force in the entire Japanese capital. They would never take action under normal circumstances, but once they did, it basically meant that their homeland was invaded. Although Su Fan and his companions were as fast as the wind as they traveled late at night, they were inevitably caught by the dense surveillance cameras along the way. The whereabouts of the 3 people soon appeared at the Self-Defense Force headquarters in Tokyo. Chief of Staff Kamita is now sitting in the command center. Nagata Masasuke stood respectfully aside. On the big screen of the command center, through big data recognition, some surveillance images set up in public areas will pop up from time to time. In the picture, 3 black shadows flashed by. It was so fast that I couldn't even tell his height. At this time, a subordinate quickly walked to the side of Chief of Staff Kamita. Reporting to the Chief of Staff, after comprehensive analysis, these 3 Terminators' final destination is the coastline of Raijing. They will launch into the sea from there. Kamita lowered his eyebrows, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. His lips moved slightly, and he said viciously, "Order all 3 teams to move towards the coastline. Block their path and keep them here forever." Hi. Masasuke Nagata quickly gave orders to the 3 teams. The 3 teams have a total of over 10,000 people. Various armored vehicles were running wildly on the streets. We pushed the horsepower to the maximum and headed towards the coastline. Kamita's palms were covered in cold sweat. His eyes were full of anxiety. These 3 figures, whether they are Terminators or not. To blow up the sacred toilet of the country is to blow up the spiritual beliefs of the Lao people. Become the enemy of Quan Xiaori. If he didn't keep them here today, he would have a hard time explaining to the common people. Even committing seppuku is not enough to atone for your sins. We must keep these 3 people here at all costs. After thinking for a moment, he made another call to Chief of Staff Sakai. Brother Sakai, Kyoto was attacked by terrorists. The criminals are now fleeing towards the coastline of Raijing. We need your help in sending a warship to stop them near the coastline. We must not let him escape. Sakai on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment. I wondered how powerful the criminals were that we had to send out warships to stop them. Use anti-aircraft guns to kill mosquitoes. Making a mountain out of a molehill. But since Kamita called personally, he couldn't refuse and answered immediately. Brother Kamita, no problem. I will immediately dispatch the newly commissioned 50,000-ton destroyer to the location you mentioned. After hanging up the phone, Sakai immediately started making arrangements. On the wilderness, Su Fan sped along with Wang Yishuo and Tong Yao. After the second round of enhancement by the desperate virus, Su Fan's physical fitness has become ridiculously strong. But his body's ability to harden and resist bullets is time-limited. After each battle, he needs to rest for a few days before he can use that hardening ability again. Now they need to reach the beach as quickly as possible and avoid unnecessary fighting. However, what you fear will come to you. The lights of tanks and armored vehicles lit up behind him and on both sides. As they got closer to the coastline, the 3 troops also rushed forward quickly. Su Fan glanced casually while running. Just look at the professional infantry tank coordinated formation of the self-defense forces. If these 3 troops get close to them, they will be in real danger. Seeing the enemy approaching rapidly, locking on and firing may happen in the next moment. Su Fan rolled his eyes and dropped a dozen capsule smoke bombs. The billowing white smoke was like a sea of clouds that exploded in an instant, surging and rolling. After a few breaths, the white fog had covered the entire coastline with the southeast wind. The three small-scale troops were stunned for a moment when they saw the rolling white fog in front of them. It's such nice weather. Why is there such heavy fog all of a sudden? Their advance immediately slowed down, and it is impossible to lock onto the terrorists and open fire in the first time. Su Fan and the other two took cover from the white fog. Quickly step onto the sandy beach of the Nikkyo coastline. Arrive at the pier. At this time, most of the white fog created by the smoke bomb was blown onto the sea surface by the strong wind. In the gradually dissipating fog, the roar of armored vehicles and tank engines finally approached close enough. Su Fan could already see a figure swaying in the white fog, and clear silhouettes of tanks and armored vehicles. Wang Yishio urged anxiously. Brother Su, they are catching up with us. What should we do? Jump into the sea? Su Fan smiled and said, no need. He took out his cell phone and clicked twice, then put his hands in his pockets and turned to face the armored forces of tens of thousands. 500 meters opposite. The three forces gathered together. Masasuke Nagata also hurried over from the command center. Through the light mist, three figures can be seen at the dock. I guess these three people are the hateful terrorists. Nagata no longer hesitated and immediately issued orders via radio. Everyone listen up. Immediately mobilize all firepower and launch an indiscriminate saturation attack on the dock criminals. 171 escape without waiting for me. Then we will die together. The order was given, and hundreds of tanks and armored vehicles were loaded with ammunition. There were also soldiers carrying RPG rockets on their shoulders, who also opened their sights. 3 points in a straight line, start aiming. Su Fan and his men were instantly locked in a pond by countless gun barrels. It's a dead end. A proud arc appeared at the corner of Nagata's mouth. If there weren't so many men around him, he would have laughed wildly. If we can complete the task this time, it will definitely be a great achievement. Promotion and wealth are just around the corner. As to whether these people are Terminators, it is no longer meaningful. Whatever it is, it's just a stepping stone for him. The excitement in his eyes was barely concealed, and the corners of his mouth were stretched to his ears. I was so excited that I was gasping for breath. I couldn't help but whisper, what a bullshit Terminator. What are the Terminators in the face of the Iron Torrent? It's just a pile of junk. He was stuck in the middle of his words. Nagata Masasuke's gaze suddenly fixed as he looked into the distance. White mist was rising and rolling on the sea surface. A mad and violent surge. It seemed as if it was pushed by some overwhelming force, sweeping across against the wind. In the white mist, two cross-shaped red lights suddenly appeared with shocking light, as if it can see through everything. The moment the light hit Chantian, it almost blinded him. A mechanized infantry regiment of tens of thousands of people. Dense white beads of sweat covered his back. A suffocating feeling that made my scalp tingle came over me. Before countless people could react, they saw a huge black shadow outline appear in the thick fog and step out of the sea. It was like a high-speed locomotive crashing onto the dock, standing in front of the three criminals. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed color and shook. A magnitude 10 earthquake erupted on the ground. The deafening and dull roar sounded like the mad roar of an ancient giant beast. It's almost shaking the sky. The giant beast blocked out the sky and crossed the sky. The red cross in his pupils almost solidified into a substance, emitting a fierce gleam. White mist rolled around the black shadow's body. As a result, countless people only saw a black shadow. This black shadow has already exploded the eyes of countless people. Nagata Masasuke took a deep breath. His mouth opened so wide in shock that it could swallow a living person, trembling and screaming. Brother, Godzilla. A chill from hell, drilling into his brain through the soles of his feet. His brain cells instantly turned into tofu pudding. He could no longer think. Countless self-defense force soldiers also stood there with dazed expressions. People tremor. His face was pale and his expression was dull. Many people had leaks in their crotches, and their trouser legs were filled with sticky stuff. My legs were shaking like crazy. If my trouser legs weren't tied tightly, I would have shit it out. They were all stupid. I felt extremely terrified. I have never experienced such a scene in my life. At this time, Nagata twisted Fu Meng under his crotch. The severe pain immediately made him sober up. At times like this, even if it gets broken, it's still worth it. He shouted at the top of his lungs into the radio. Quick! Attack quickly! Fire! Countless tank crew members who were unable to move were awakened by the commander's shout. He quickly aimed at the shadow and fired. Bang, bang, bang. A salvo of artillery fire. Most of them missed the target because of fear. Even if a small number of shells fell on the black shadow, it was like a drop in the ocean, without causing any significant waves. The black shadow remains motionless. No harm at all. The red light flashing in those eyes seemed to be mocking their ignorance. Masasuke Nagata's heart sank to the bottom. In an instant, it was like giving birth to 10 babies in one breath, and I was exhausted. His 2 fat legs could no longer support his bloated body. Staggered and fell backward. He was supported by the officer next to him. At this time, the dark shadow that blocked half of the sky suddenly moved. He took a sudden step forward. The ground rumbled and shook violently. This powerful kick seemed to step on Nagata Masasuke's heart. This made him stare with his eyes wide open and spit out a mouthful of blood. I had to use up my last bit of strength and shout like crazy. Run! Eating people. Godzilla is going to eat people. Everyone run. Tens of thousands of people who had wanted to escape for a long time heard this voice from the radio and did not hesitate at all. Turn the tanks and armored vehicles around and perform extreme maneuvers. Flee madly. In the panic, many people were crushed to death by tanks. Their flesh and blood stuck to the mud, and their deaths were miserable. There were even tanks and armored vehicles that collided violently in an attempt to escape first. Some people looked terrified and chased the armored vehicle like crazy. Tears and snot were all over my body, chasing me closely. Joe, damn. Don't leave me. Tower 4 gives it. Many people chased armored vehicles and tanks in this way. But at this time, if you stop and wait for someone, if you are not careful, you might be eaten by Godzilla. The soldier carrying the rocket launcher at the back finally got angry. Baka. Bagia Road. If you don't wait for me, then we'll die together. He picked up the RPG, aimed it at the armored vehicle, and pulled the trigger. At this time, the people on the armored vehicle also saw the rocket launcher aiming. In a hurry, he opened fire with the rifle in his hand. Rockets and rifle bullets flew past each other towards their respective targets. Boom! The armored vehicle was hit by a rocket, making a sharp sound of twisted steel and setting off a huge fire. The soldiers who were very close to the side were engulfed in flames. Howling in the fire, screams of pain echoed throughout the entire coastline of Rikyo. Su Fan brought Wang Yishio and Tong Yao into the cockpit of the deep-sea Titan from the back. Looking down from a high vantage point, he watched the soldiers below fleeing for their lives like ants. There was no mercy in his eyes. The war of aggression killed 35 million people in the Xia Kingdom. Blood debt must be repaid with blood. A huge muzzle with a diameter of 8 meters opened in the chest of the deep-sea Titan. The green light ball condensed madly. At this moment, the whole sky and earth were dyed green. Deep-sea Dragon King Cannon, fire. An 8-meter-thick emerald green beam of light swept across the 8 directions, swallowing up mountains and rivers. A mechanized combat force of 10,000 people was instantly slaughtered. The green light swept past, and countless debris danced in the wind, floating between heaven and earth. As Nagata Masasuke fled in his car, he was yelling madly on the phone. Report. Report to Chief of Staff Kameda. Our troops are under attack by Godzilla. It's madly strafing our personnel with its atomic breath. Requesting support. Please, Halfway through the call, Nagata has been engulfed in green light. The phone was reduced to ashes. On the other side of the phone, Chief of Staff Kameda held the phone blankly. The face looks numb. It feels like someone just hit my kidney and the anesthetic effect hasn't worn off yet. I was completely dumbfounded. It was outrageous tonight. His mother opened the door for him. It was outrageous at home. Just now, the final kill arrived, and now even Godzilla has landed. His head was buzzing, as if 10,000 flies were flying around it. Crazy. 172, Kirawa. Atomic breath? The phone call was so loud that even the adjutant next to him heard it. The person just stood there in a daze. The pupils trembled wildly. His face was as pale as a sheet of white paper. No soul. On the coastline of Tokyo, all the enemies were destroyed. Wang Yishio and Tong Yao were shocked watching from the side. Compared with Su Fan's decisiveness in killing, their previous actions were indeed a bit petty. Just when Su Fan was planning to retreat, Wang Yishio suddenly slapped her thigh. Oops, I forgot one thing. Soul Calming Tower. Su Fan understood immediately and looked at Wang Yishio. Point me in a direction. Wang Yishio was stunned. My mind is a little confused. What does this mean? Wang Yishio blinked her cute eyes. After a pause, he reacted. Is this a beyond visual range attack? But how to do it? Under normal circumstances, on land, unlike in the sea, the deep-sea Dragon King cannon should not have such a long attack range, right? If you can't figure it out, just don't think about it. Wang Yishio opened the map on her phone, located the location accurately, and immediately said, 11 o'clock. Su Fan nodded and began to perform micromanipulations with both hands. The deep-sea Titan quickly adjusted its direction. The deep-sea Dragon King cannon lit up with a huge green light again. Even worse than before. A cold and rapid alarm sounded in the cockpit. Alarm. Alarm. Beta Super Ray Energy Overload. Please launch now. Severe Energy Overload. Please launch immediately. Wang Yishio and Tong Yao both got goosebumps. My heart is beating rapidly. Almost jumped out of my throat. The two of them also operated Deep Sea Titan. Especially Wang Yishua, she is even more familiar. The Deep Sea Dragon King cannon was also used. But I have never tried such extreme operations as Su Fan. If you operate this way, you might accidentally blow yourself up. The two women looked at Su Fan's profile through the translucent holographic helmet. But I found that Su Fan was not nervous at all. Some of it is just the kind of joy that one feels as a child when controlling one's favorite toys. The more skilled you are, the bolder you are. Apart from these few words, they simply couldn't think of any other words to describe it. At the same time, located 5 nautical miles from the coastline of Japan and Beijing, a 50,000-ton destroyer cuts through the waves. It reached a maximum speed of 30 knots on the sea. Moved towards the shore. Jiro Kotori, a former submarine captain and a daily life man who could escape from Godzilla's mouth, was promoted by Chief of Staff Sakai. Became the pilot of this latest 50,000-ton destroyer. This is also an unprecedented challenge for him. I must repay Chief of Staff Sakai's kindness with my life. Jiro Kotori stood in the destroyer's cockpit, holding a telescope, looking into the distance through the front windshield. At the same time, he kept urging her. First mate, speed up, faster. The Rikyo Pier is right ahead. The first mate standing by looked embarrassed. Captain, we've reached maximum speed. I just went out to take a look, and the engine was smoking. Only then did Xiao Yao Jilong nodded reluctantly. The eyes still search in the distance through the telescope. As the warship approached the dock, the heavy fog reduced the visibility of the Eagle's sauce. Jiro Kotori could probably also see what was happening at the dock. He suddenly let out a light exclamation. My heart skipped a beat. In sight, a huge black silhouette like a 10-story building stood on the dock. A cross of red light flashed from his eyes. A huge ball of green light was gathering on his chest. It's like a green traffic light magnified 1,000 times. Nana, Nanicure? Xiao Yao Jilong held his breath and looked carefully. A sudden breath of cold air went up my throat. My eyes almost exploded. My head was buzzing for a moment. He has seen this thing. He forced himself to steady his brain, which was about to collapse, and held his nerves tightly. He glared and roared at the first mate beside him. Baka, hurry, turn around. Godzilla has come ashore. Godzilla Nima has come ashore. Idiot. Turn around now. The first mate was stunned by the sudden sound. For a moment, I thought Kotori Jiro was crazy. Captain, there's no Godzilla. Damn it. Look for yourself. Kotori Jiro simply threw the telescope into the hands of the first mate. He quickly operated the destroyer to turn around. The first mate looked puzzled and held up the telescope, looking towards the pier. The tall body that blocks out the sky and the sun, coupled with the red cross light flashing in the eyes. If it's not Godzilla, then what else could it be? The first mate made a caw sound. The gallbladder exploded. He couldn't catch his breath and fell straight to the ground. After twitching twice, the pupils lost their color. Kotori Jiro couldn't care less. All his thoughts were focused on turning around and escaping. Logically speaking, Godzilla should not go into the water immediately after he comes onto land. As long as he runs fast now, he may be able to escape perfectly this time. Thinking of this, his instinct for survival was completely awakened. Picked up the radio and contacted the second mate. Second mate, crank up the engine to maximum power. Captain, it's overloaded and smoking. If it weren't in the water, the bearings would have already sparked. Good, keep it up. Yes, Captain Bird. On the dock. The energy accumulation of the Deep Sea Dragon King cannon finally reached its limit. The alarms in the cab are so frequent that they can drive people crazy. Su Fan also thought it was about the same and pressed the launch button. Click, accompanied by the crisp sound of the button machine. The Deep Sea Dragon King cannon roared violently. A green beam of light shot out towards the 11 o'clock direction. It almost tore the space apart. Countless buildings along the way were swept by the green light, and the beta super energy rays instantly disintegrated them into fragments from the inside. Some people whose horoscopes are not strong enough will be swept by the green light. While still asleep, I went to another world. The buzzing sound of particle flow exploded over the entire Kyoto. In an instant, green light surged into the sky. The flames from the pure country divine toilet shot up into the sky, and now there was a green light surging. The whole of Japan seemed to be celebrating the new year. Japan Self-Defense Force headquarters in Tokyo. Chief of Staff Kimita had already recovered from the phone call and was pointing at his subordinates and roaring wildly. Keep contacting Nagata Masahiro's troops until you get through. Even Godzilla can't slaughter 10,000 fully armed soldiers in one go. As soon as he finished speaking, a green light shot towards Kamita. It almost brushed past his shoulder. When Kamita turned his head, he saw that the adjutant who had just been standing there listening to his orders was engulfed in green light. It turned into pieces in an instant. The whole house is permeated with green light. 2 8-meter-wide circular wall holes were left in the front and back. The light quickly dissipated. Kamita's pupils shrank into needle points in an instant. He stared blankly at the dark hole in the wall in front of him. His jaw trembled. I was completely numb. Even though he had lived for a long time, he had never seen anything so strange and terrifying. He was so frightened that his 3 souls and 7 spirits disappeared. My legs kept shaking. Waves of urge to urinate hit the prostate madly. I can't hold it anymore. What the hell is this? He suddenly shuddered, and the call from Nagata Masasuke just now rang out. Kurawa, atomic breath? I finally understood that his armored force of more than 10,000 people was killed by this atomic breath. Plop. Kamita couldn't hold on any longer and sat down on the ground. A puddle of water flowed out from under his body. 173. The king's driving skills are so terrifying. Green light swept across the soul-calming tower. The tower built with huge stones looked like paper in front of the deep-sea Dragon King cannon. It turned into crumbs in an instant. In the breeze, debris flew all over the sky. Trying to suppress the destiny of the Xia kingdom is just a joke. One hit, and it's over. This day Kyoto is penetrated. There is a semi-circular gully on the ground. The surface is now smooth, as if it has been specially polished. Overall, it looks like someone has combed his hair in the middle. Quite funny. Su Fan took a glance inside Titan and found that the path pierced by high-energy rays was now flat. It's just right for us to use our time to build a straight highway. It can be considered a good thing for my daily life. Ishiwet Tongyao, let's go home. The deep-sea Titan turned its head, and every big step it took caused the ground to shake violently. The rumbling sound continued. Immediately afterwards, with his splash, Titan sank into the water. Su Fan turned on the quantum source phased array radar and suddenly found a bright spot on the screen. Very close to him. Judging from the direction of movement, it seems to be moving away from here at maximum speed. Su Fan immediately knew that this must be Xiao Ri's warship. Lightly said, "Since you're already here, why are you running?" With 2 clang-clang sounds, the deep-sea Titan pulled the joystick and suddenly switched to the killer whale posture, bursting out with tremendous force. Roaring and rushing towards the warship. There is a bright moon hanging in the sky, on the blue sea. When Jiro Kotori saw that there was no movement on the radar, he finally felt relieved. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. There was a look of relief in the corners of his eyes. Fortunately, I was smart and ran fast today. If we were a little slower, we would be dead. Seeing the body of the first mate who had been frightened to death still lying at his feet, he quickly ordered his men to throw the body into the sea. At this time, the second mate also came over to report. Report to Captain Bird. We are already 5 nautical miles from the coastline. Even if there really is a Godzilla, it probably won't be able to catch up with us. Kotori, Jiro nodded. His face showed relief at surviving the disaster. The corners of his mouth gradually curved into a complacent arc. Second mate, remember, when facing danger, you must remain calm and collected. You see, as long as you stay calm, there is always a silver lining. Before he finished speaking, sudden, the destroyer shook violently. Jiro Kotori looked out through the front windshield. A huge wave 100 feet high suddenly arose on the originally dead silent sea surface. A huge black shadow that blocked out the sky and the sun enveloped the entire warship. The black shadow's pupils burst into a cross-shaped red light. He held a huge anchor in his hand and swung it violently, smashing the waves. Jump out from the raging waves. The 30-meter-long anchor crashed down. A no-nonsense, hard-hitting 50,000-ton destroyer. The dark anchor rapidly enlarged in Kotori Jiro's pupils. The eyeballs couldn't bear the stimulation and exploded. His legs were shaking rapidly, as if possessed by Wu Lauer next door, swinging like crazy. The second mate next to him was even more frightened. The gallbladder was shattered all over the ground. The last bit of survival in his heart urged him to escape. But his legs felt like they were filled with lead, and he couldn't move at all. If he had a knife, he would really want to cut off these 2 useless legs. The hundreds of ordinary maritime self-defense force members on the ship were all stunned at this moment. It was as if all his soul had been sucked away in an instant, and he was unable to move. Extreme fear suffocated them. My heart is pounding. It almost broke through my chest and came out from my ribs. In the dull gaze of countless people, the anchor arrived in an instant. It hit the destroyer's deck hard. An anchor dropped and the ship split in two. The seawater also took a hard hit. Exploded with a loud bang. The waves are surging and the tide is huge. The powerful shock wave of seawater surged and spread in all directions. In an instant, waves hundreds of feet high were raised. Seawater backflow. The two halves of the hull were quickly smashed into pieces. The bright moon rises over the sea. Most of the deep-sea Titan's steel body floated on the surface of the sea. Trickles of seawater flowed down some of the grooves. The dark body seemed to be bathed in a stream of silver-white particles falling from the sky, shining brightly. A faint silver halo floats on the black coating surface. Clean and flawless, crystal clear like jade. As the warship fell silent, the sea surface returned to its original sparkling scene. A moment. The sky was clear and the earth was bright, and the whole world was quiet. In the cockpit, Wang Yixue and Tong Yao looked at Su Fan with deep admiration. Wang Yixue has a deeper understanding of mechanics. He suddenly discovered that there was a big problem when he drove the mecha developed by Su Fan, whether it was the Titan or the tank. That is a purely mechanical operation like driving a car. I didn't really understand these cutting-edge technologies and didn't integrate into them. It is impossible to truly control it, as if it were your own arm. This feeling of being able to do things effortlessly and being one with others is really cool. The driving skills of the King mode are so terrifying. Likewise, nursery rhymes share this idea. When Su Fan was driving the Titan, it was as if he had transformed into the Titan itself. This is the direction Su Fan and her friends are pursuing. After finishing off the warship, Su Fan was too lazy to search for any survivors. It doesn't matter if there are ants. The elephant will crush the ant nest along the way and won't care if a few ants escape. Control the deep-sea Titan and submerge it in the water. It quickly rushed towards the territorial waters of Xia State. At the same time, in the top luxury villa in Virginia, the phone suddenly rang, and Austin, who was sleeping soundly, woke up suddenly. His brows were twisted into a knot. If a call comes in at this time, it must be something big. I don't have time to be angry. Pick up the phone directly. Report to the general. Something big has happened. Admiral Bowles' barracks suffered a massive fire. Austin was originally a little confused, but it was as if a bucket of cold water was poured on him in an instant. I suddenly shuddered. A very bad premonition suddenly arose in my heart. I hurriedly asked, "Where's Bowles? Such a big thing happened. Why didn't he report it to me?" There was a pause on the other end of the phone, and finally a low voice came out. "General Bowles has been burned to ashes by the fire. The urn should be delivered back tomorrow." Boom. Austin's mind exploded in an instant. Pupils tremble. The jaw twitches. 4-star General Bowles was burned to death in a fire during his daily life. This is a provocation to the entire American people. It's a slap in the face of the Eagle Sauce in front of the whole world. The dignity of the Eagle Sauce was trampled underfoot. Things are really serious. How to face the American media next. How to face the entire hexagon. These are all problems. Austin felt like his brain was about to explode. As Minister of Defense, he was the highest military leader during wartime. Dealt with countless difficult matters. But this is the first time that a 4-star general has been burned to death in a fire in another country. 174 Damn. The Terminator and Godzilla have teamed up. After a brief moment of daze, Austin was about to hang up the phone. The most urgent task is to gather people to the Pentagon for a meeting as quickly as possible. But just when he was about to hang up the phone, the soldier stammered, "General, there is another small incident that also happened tonight. Pick up the important things and tell me." Yes. A violent armed conflict broke out at the little country Pure Land. It said that they were attacked by the Terminators. At this point, the soldier hesitated for a moment before continuing. Also, a Godzilla monster invaded near the coast of Tokyo. The entire Tokyo self-defense force was wiped out. I heard over 10,000 people died. Gudong. Austin swallowed, his expression dull. What the hell is this news? 3 pieces of news, each one more outrageous than the last. It would be fine if Bowles was burned to death. The Terminator and Ultraman are here. His breathing gradually became rapid. He was already in a bad mood after being woken up in the middle of the night. Now the other party is still saying such stupid things. I treat you so sincerely. Why do you treat me like an idiot? Austin was really angry. In the dark room, the hand holding the phone made a clicking sound. His eyes were as big as copper bells, emitting a fierce light like a wild beast. The soldier on the other end of the phone heard the general not speaking. I thought the general thought I didn't explain it clearly. I quickly added. It said the Terminator was holding a Gatling minigun in each hand, controlling it with one hand. He was firing wildly at hundreds of guards. Every minute that passes, 100 people are slaughtered. Finally, They dropped extremely powerful incendiary bombs, leaving not even the foundation of the entire Jinghua divine toilet. And then there's Godzilla invading the coastline. He exhaled his atomic breath and gave the entire city of Hikyo a middle part. Finally, they bit off a 50,000-ton destroyer and sailed away satisfied. The corners of Austin's mouth twitched wildly. The eyeballs were practically on fire. Thick black smoke billowed from above his head. He was going to be mad. Listen to what is said on the phone. Is this even human language? I thought the previous content was outrageous enough, but now it's even more outrageous. This is ridiculous. He was breathing heavily. I was shaking with anger. I wanted to say something after hearing what was said on the phone. I can't hold it in anymore. Roaring suddenly. Absurd. How could my great eagle sauce have a moron like you? What nonsense are you talking about? With a click, he hung up the phone. Austin immediately called his secretary and summoned all the staff. Rushed to the Pentagon for a meeting overnight. Discuss the next countermeasures and investigate the specific situation. This evening, it is destined not to be peaceful. Kishida, who was sleeping with his beautiful wife in his arms late at night, was also woken up by the phone. When the wife picked up the phone, she heard it was Chief of Staff Kamita calling. Wake up Prime Minister Kishida quickly. After Kishida answered the phone, he heard Kamita's urgent voice. Prime Minister, something terrible is happening. This time Godzilla and the Terminator have teamed up. We are in great trouble. Kishida's pupils shrank suddenly. It was as if he was awakened by the fear that was dominated by Godzilla in his blood. A trace of fear crossed his face. Kamita, what the hell is going on? Prime Minister, the pure country toilet is gone. Godzilla blew out an atomic breath that was over 8 meters wide, splitting the entire city of Rikyo in two. Many people died. Kishida's hand twitched violently, his pupils filled with disbelief. Where are the Japanese ground self-defense forces? What are they for? They have also been sprayed to death. Nanny? Kishida's phone fell to the ground with a clatter. Every eyeball is about to explode next year. My palms were shaking. His face was also dull. He believed in Godzilla. After all, Godzilla had chased their submarines before. He had seen the video sent back by Jiro Kodori with his own eyes. After slowing down a bit, Kishida picked up the phone. Asked anxiously, where is Godzilla now? We've already entered the Little Day Sea, but on the way out, we bit a destroyer. Anchuan's eyes went dark and he fell on the bed. I was so scared that I almost lost my life. It seems that there is less air intake and more air exhalation. This scared his wife, who quickly helped him up, and helped Kishida pick up the phone. Kishida took the phone tremblingly. The weak way. Hold an emergency meeting immediately. Daily life has changed dramatically. Reactions varied from country to country. The remaining few contestants participating in the Special Forces competition originally planned to attend the awards ceremony the next day. But with such a big thing happening, how could I dare to stay? I quickly packed my luggage and ran away overnight. Go back to your own country first. You don't feel safe in other countries. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the Deep Sea Titan returned safely to the Yuntai Naval Base. He then drove the Mecha to send Wang Yishio and Tong Yao back to their residences one after another, and finally returned to the third arsenal himself. The borrowed Mecha was returned to the warehouse intact. The next day, the whole day was filled with great panic. There is no wall that is completely airtight. Countless people learned about the terrorist incident that broke out last night and took action. Take the earliest flight and leave your homeland. There are foreigners, as well as locals living a normal life. Godzilla attacks, it's terrifying. The atomic breath that penetrated the Rikyo left a deep gully, opening everyone's eyes. Godzilla attacks, it happened once before, and now it happens again. Some people originally thought that the last rumor was malicious. Now no one doubts its authenticity anymore. Countless people living a simple life are fleeing or hiding. In the morning, there were basically no people on the streets except official vehicles. At the same time, the world's internet exploded. The Special Forces competition is no longer a big deal. Countless eye-catching popular headlines emerged. Shock! My little town was attacked by aliens last night. The entire city of Tokyo was plowed by lasers. Picture. Come and see. The Jinghua Shrine, where Class A war criminals were enshrined, was blown up by an alien civilization, and the ground was dug up 5 meters deep. Picture. It's confirmed. Godzilla really exists. The coast of Tokyo was sprayed with Godzilla's atomic breath, burning an area of 100 miles to ashes. Picture. The news is true. The aliens have issued an ultimatum to Shao Rizi and will start a massacre in 7 days. Each title is accompanied by a picture and a guess about the event. The text is well written and matches the pictures perfectly. Countless international netizens joined in the comments. Shit, is this true? It's true. I just flew back home from my childhood this morning, and now everyone is trying to catch the earliest flight to escape. Why do aliens specialize in small lives? Aliens are acting on behalf of heaven. At Xiaorizi, come out and tell us how the monsters did to you, so that everyone can have some fun. Baga, we're doomed. The Terminator and Godzilla have teamed up. The world is going to be destroyed. 175 The controlled nuclear fusion construction base has undergone dramatic changes. Noon. Prime Minister Kishida appeared on TV during his daily life. He looked tired, and it was obvious that he didn't sleep well last night. He held a document in his hand. Wearing a black suit and a blue tie, he looked serious at the camera. Hello, my fellow citizens. I am Prime Minister Kishida. I'm sure everyone has heard about what happened last night. I deeply regret this and cannot shirk my responsibility. On behalf of the government of Xiaorizi, I pay my highest respects to the soldiers who died last night. You are the heroes of my country and nation. Having said this, Kishida was silent for 3 seconds. To commemorate the dead. After a moment, he clenched his fists and slowly raised his head. Aloud. Frankly speaking, the country has reached a critical juncture. We can only fight to the death. Fight Godzilla and the Terminator. They may come to kill us at any time. What we have to do is defend our country to the death. I would rather die than surrender to the Terminator and Godzilla. Long live the good life. After a passionate speech, countless people had bloodshot eyes and excited expressions. I was so excited that I wanted to run out into the street and chop 2 people to cheer me up. The Prime Minister's speech was also broadcast in various public places. At stations, ports, and airports, the cry of 100 million would rather die than surrender resounded everywhere. Those who shouted the loudest took the earliest flights and ships to leave their daily lives. Slogans are slogans, but your life is your own. The affluent lives of many families have slipped away. The congestion at airports and ports is much more serious than the last Godzilla incident. The other side. Something was also wrong on the Eagle Sauce's internal website. The news that Bowles was killed in the fire was not covered up. Posted on the internet. The Special Forces competition hosted by Bowles brought shame to the Eagle Sauce and was already being exposed by the Eagle Sauce online. When they heard the news, they were immediately overjoyed. They rushed to the official website of the army and started leaving messages. Today is a good day. Pay attention to the formation behind. Today is a good day. Bowles is gone. So I just want to ask, when will Draco come? Drake, who was working at the Pentagon, saw that someone was directing the criticism towards him in the message. I shuddered suddenly. It's like being shot even when lying down. What does that damned Bowles do to Drake? Even more wrong than Do-e of Xia State. After Prime Minister Kishida issued a national mobilization order for war preparations, the U.S. sent a notice to Japan. Order Xiaorizi to quickly investigate the cause of Bowles' death in the fire. Give the Eagle Sauce an explanation. They are not fools. There must be something wrong. Prime Minister Kishida immediately responded to the U.S. side with the results of the investigation. It is written in black and white that Bowles was killed by the Terminator, believe it or not. There's nothing I can do if you don't believe me. Our country is about to be destroyed by monsters, so we don't have time to conduct any investigation for you. Xia Kingdom. Netizens were spreading the news about what happened in the Jinghua Divine Toilet. The whole network is beaming with joy. Some people even suggested that today be designated as the Ghost Killing Day. But it was rejected by some people. Because the real Ghost Killing Festival should be held when all ghosts are extinct. When netizens heard this, they thought it made sense. So today is just a small Ghost Killing Festival. We will have to wait a little longer for the Great Ghost Killing Festival. Tong Yao made a fortune by selling Xia with secret books yesterday. A large portion of the profits were handed over to the China Overseas Research Base for use as research funding. Faced with Tong Yao's persistence, Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua had no choice but to accept it. Evening. The third arsenal, Building 23. Su Fan lay on the table, spread out a huge piece of white paper, and scribbled on it. He has promised Luo Bing to cooperate in genetic technology. The main thing is to transform the desperate virus to the point where it can be mass-produced. The desperate virus created by Su Fan is now very powerful. Especially after injecting the second-stage virus, one can temporarily gain a strong defense that cannot be penetrated by rifles. However, the materials consumed are too excessive and the precision is too high, so small-scale mass production is impossible. Only by simplifying and weakening it can mass production be possible. In the factory, the only sound was the rustling sound of pen tips rubbing against paper. A few minutes later, Su Fan finished writing. All verifications have been completed. The initial simplification work is done. All that remains is actual combat. Su Fan let out a long breath. I thought of using the multifunctional workbench LV3 to create a simplified version of the desperate virus and test it out. He looked towards the LV3 in the factory and thought, System, go. Byte. Super God Technology Workbench Level 3 started. Host Extremis Virus Simplified Version Concept Reading completed. Double Helix Calculation Correction completed. Gene Link Nucleotide Sequence Proofreading completed. Correction completed. Material Scanning completed. This construction consumes 500 technology points and is expected to take 1 hour. Construction has begun. The machines hummed. This time, the material resources consumed were not much, and the effect was significantly weakened. Sufan was actually not very satisfied. This is just a temporary solution. Wait until you find more resources and upgrade the multifunctional workbench to LV5 or above. We can build a perfect, desperate virus production line to comprehensively improve the physical strength of Xia soldiers. Second Arsenal. This place has become a construction base for controlled nuclear fusion. The basic building has been constructed. Many related machines have also been moved in. The embedded parts are perfectly overlapped and firmly placed in the corresponding positions. The hard work that Mr. Qian, Mr. Wang, and Mr. Hua have put in over the past few days is beyond words. I have to do a lot of things myself. For a construction base with tens of thousands of people, every step must be done correctly. There were several times when Mr. Wang fainted on the front line. That night, Mr. Wang took a long, rare rest, but he lay on the bed unable to fall asleep. My eyelids kept twitching and I felt uneasy. He got dressed and decided to go online. The construction has reached a critical juncture. Especially since the pre-extraction of heavy water has already begun, any mistake may cause unimaginable consequences. Mr. Wang, who was exhausted, looked a little hunched under the dim light of the corridor. His footsteps were the only ones in the corridor. Come to the control center of super heavy water. Mr. Wang glanced at the researcher on duty. Xiao Lu, is there anything unusual? Xiao Lu was a little sleepy at first, but he was startled when Mr. Wang called him. He said hurriedly, I just checked all the instruments 10 minutes ago, and the data is correct. Old Wang nodded and looked at the more than 70 instruments on the central control console. His eyes scanned them one by one. When you see the 8th meter, my heart skipped a beat. With a doubtful look on his face. Xiao Lu, what is the normal beta decay range of deuterium? 10 Ci, 10 mol. What's wrong, Mr. Wang? Xiao Lu was startled by Mr. Wang's sudden seriousness. As he spoke, his eyes turned to the 8th instrument. The value is 10 Ci. It has reached the maximum value? Fortunately, the maximum value is also within the normal decay range. Before Xiao Lu could breathe a sigh of relief, Mr. Wang's eyes were full of urgency. My breathing became rapid. No, there's something wrong with this number. Based on the current raw material input value, it should be once at most, but now it has reached 10 times. Old Wang's forehead was already covered in cold sweat. Quickly came to another touchscreen. Click a few times on it to bring up the heavy water reaction cell monitoring. The moment the picture appeared, Old Wang's scalp felt numb. The pupils shrank into needle points in an instant. The heavy water reaction pool is almost boiling. Countless large and small dense bubbles emerged from the dark bottom and rushed to the surface of the heavy water. The heavy water reaction pool is out of control. Wang Laoqiang felt dizzy and dazed, but he managed to steady himself. He growled, Oh no, something terrible has happened. Quickly contact Elder Hua and Elder Qian. 17610,000 people retreat. When Xiao Lu saw Mr. Wang's expression, he dared not delay any longer. The call was made to Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua's personal cell phones. Within 5 minutes, Mr. Hua and Mr. Qian came quickly in pajamas and coats. At this time, half of the values on the more than 70 dashboards had shown large deviations. In the monitoring footage of the super heavy water reaction pool, the liquid emitting a faint blue light is boiling and rolling wildly. The moment Mr. Qian came in, his eyes caught sight of the boiling heavy water reaction pool on the surveillance screen not far away. He took a deep breath. My heart instantly rose to my throat. He hurried to the dashboard. We saw that among more than 70 instruments, half of them deviated from normal values. Suppressing their shock, the three of them quickly discussed a solution. When all three plans were rejected, Mr. Wang and the others were completely devastated. Mr. Wang made the decision and said sternly, We can't delay any longer. Everyone must evacuate immediately. If the super heavy water reactor explodes, the consequences will be as catastrophic as Chernobyl. After saying that, he called Kong Erlangzi. Commander Kong, emergency. The reaction pool has experienced an extremely abnormal situation and may be completely out of control within 30 minutes. Evacuate. Organize an evacuation immediately. Everyone must evacuate 50 kilometers within 30 minutes. Also, block off a 50-kilometer radius. No one is allowed to enter. When Commander Kong heard what Mr. Wong said on the phone, he jumped up from the bed instantly. His eyes were as big as camel bells. Quickly issue a series of orders to his subordinates. At the same time, he trotted out of the room. Woo-woo, woo-woo. Alarm, alarm. All personnel please evacuate immediately. Alarm, alarm. Woo-woo, woo-woo. Above the second arsenal, a rapid alarm blew. The sharp and piercing sound instantly woke up countless sleeping people. Without time to put on clothes, people just wrapped themselves in a sheet and rushed out of the room. Kong Erlangzi was madly directing military vehicles, transport helicopters, and other vehicles to evacuate relevant personnel quickly. It's not enough to cram a whole truck of people into the large heavy truck. They want to stack it up twice. The alarms were getting louder and louder, and the situation was extremely urgent. Mr. Wong, Mr. Hua, and Mr. Qian are still staying in the super heavy water central control room. The three people's eyes were bloodshot, and their lips were chapped. Just rejected the hypothesis of the eighth solution. Fell into silence. After a moment, Mr. Wong clenched his fists and sighed. Let me call Su Fan. Such a big thing happened, he must know. Mr. Qian and Mr. Hua also sighed. Su Fan has already given you the entire design, and the most difficult quantum supermagnetic confinement device has also been developed. They still cause trouble. How could they face Su Fan? But this project was designed by Su Fan, and since such a big thing has happened, Su Fan should be informed. When the call was connected, Mr. Wong said directly in a low voice. Xiao Su, there's an accident at the nuclear fusion base. The heavy water reactor went out of control during testing. The super heavy water reaction pool is out of control. Su Fan, who was half asleep, was completely awakened. The super heavy water reaction is the most important part besides supermagnetic confinement. Once a problem occurs, it is a big problem. Mr. Wong sighed. The temperature has reached 1,200 degrees. The entire reaction pool is boiling. You must be prepared. Master Wong, please retreat quickly. Leave everything to me. Before Mr. Wong could finish his words, Su Fan interrupted him. After saying this in a hurry, rushed out of factory building number 23. 1,200 degrees. Oh my God. When it reaches 1,500 degrees, it will produce a fission explosion. Even if the yield is small, it is enough to destroy an area within a radius of 10 kilometers. Tonight he stared at LV3, creating a simplified version of the desperate virus, and did not leave. Just enough time to run and drive the Mecha. I came to the Mecha parking lot, and saw the Mecha used last night was still there. Su Fan entered the cockpit without saying a word. As the roof of the warehouse opened, the Mecha roared and soared into the sky. Fly towards the second arsenal. Even a second late could lead to disaster. Heavy water control room. Mr. Wong heard Su Fan hang up the phone. The whole person seems to have been drained of energy. His face was full of fatigue, and he looked several years older in an instant. Sighing. This time, we're really at our wits' end. Elder Hua, Elder Qian, you guys retreat first. Xiao Su seems to be coming over. I'll wait for him before I leave. Fart. Hua Lao suddenly stared. Xiao Su just told you to retreat first on the phone. We've been friends for so many years. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? You don't plan on leaving at all. The cloudy eyes looked directly at Mr. Wong. Old buddy, you just want to end it all. Mr. Wong didn't say anything, which was considered as his agreement. Mr. Qian clenched his fist and said directly, if you want to leave, let's leave together, or let's stay together. There's no point in leaving our old brother here. After Mr. Qian finished speaking, the room became silent again and no one spoke. Let's not even discuss the plan. It's as if waiting for the moment when life comes to an end. Tick, tick. The second hand of the clock on the wall made a crisp sound as it turned. It seems that life is also heading towards destruction with the second hand. Bang! The door was suddenly opened. 7 or 8 guards rushed in. The leader was Captain Hu of Commander Kong's guard company. As soon as he came in, he hurriedly picked up Mr. Wong and the others. Master Wong, the commander has given us a death order to get you 3 out safely no matter what. So I'm sorry. Mr. Wong and his companions were forcibly taken away. Although the lights were on in the super heavy water central laboratory, there was no one there. Under the precise command of Commander Kong, the second arsenal with over 10,000 people was evacuated in less than 20 minutes. The last wave of evacuees also roared out in heavy trucks. Hundreds of cars were speeding on the road, and they had to drive 50 kilometers away at the fastest speed. In the open-air carriage, countless scientific researchers were like eggplants hit by frost. Listless. Some people are still immersed in confusion, feeling as if they are dreaming. More people are distraught. The controlled nuclear fusion base that everyone worked hard day and night to build has reached a preliminary scale and will be able to carry out real ignition tests in half a month. Yet a major accident occurred. All efforts were in vain. All achievements will be burned. Countless people were crying in the carriage, tears streaming down their faces. Mr. Wong and his companions rode in Captain Hu's off-road vehicle, driving behind the heavy truck. Old Wong sat in the passenger seat, his old eyes cloudy. As if he was blind, he stared out the window with a dull look. The other two also said nothing. This failure was a huge blow to them. The atmosphere in the off-road vehicle dropped to freezing point and was extremely solemn. The entire convoy was like a defeated army that had abandoned its armor and weapons. Just then, a muffled thunder exploded in the sky. The violent sound waves almost tore the entire sky apart. Everyone was shocked and looked up at the sky. Someone exclaimed, "Is it going to rain?" Wait, that's not right. It's a sonic boom. When everyone looked up, they saw it. A blue line of fire streaked across the sky. It rushed forward with boundless waves of energy. 177 numbers are off the charts? No, it's extreme operation. A dark shadow that blocked out the sun and sky roared from above the convoy and rushed towards the arsenal. From appearance to disappearance, it took less than a second. Countless people were shocked. What kind of monster is this? Fighter jet. But even a J-2 can't have that kind of speed, right? Old Wong, who was at the end of the convoy, was shocked, and a gleam of light suddenly appeared in his dazed eyes. This voice cannot be wrong. It's the Crimson Sky Mecha. Su Fan is gone. When everyone was fleeing, Su Fan chose to go against the flow. Like a little light in the darkness. Gave Mr. Wong the last hope. But is it really possible to prevent the explosion of a super heavy water reaction pool? The possibility is very small. Mr. Wong's expression changed rapidly. He really wanted to call to stop Su Fan, but after hesitating for a long time, he couldn't pick up the phone. Everyone has their own considerations. Su Fan was willing to risk his life for the last glimmer of hope. Such magnanimity and fearlessness. What right do they have to stop them? At this moment, Mr. Wong and the others expressed their admiration for Su Fan beyond words. Mr. Hua, Mr. Qian. Old Wong turned his head and looked at the two listless old men in the back row. Even Xiao Su was willing to die bravely. We old bones have nothing to fear. That's right. Instead of running away, why not help Xiao Su and fight for the last glimmer of hope? We can't let the young people look down on us. A determined look flashed in the eyes of the three elders. In the end, the driver of the original car was driven directly onto the heavy truck in front. Mr. Wong, who was 70 years old, personally drove the off-road vehicle, carrying Mr. Hua and Mr. Qian, and went against the flow, rushing in the opposite direction towards the second arsenal. As soon as I stepped on the accelerator, it hit the sole of my foot. Since I have decided to go back and help Su Fan, I cannot hesitate any longer. Above the second arsenal, a dark red mecha stood in the void. The hydrogen-powered engines roared deafeningly. In the cockpit, Su Fan quickly scanned the entire controlled nuclear fusion base through the holographic helmet. It was indeed designed strictly according to his drawings. The mecha scan showed that the temperature of the super heavy water reaction pool had soared to 1,450 degrees. Su Fan's heart was shocked. A flash of eagerness in his eyes. If it rises another 50 degrees, it will explode. Quickly dock the mecha near the super heavy water control room. After being strengthened by the second stage of the extremis virus, his body possesses extremely strong power and strength, as well as recovery ability. Even if the super heavy water reaction pool really explodes in the end, he can withstand the initial explosion, enter the mecha, and get away. Come to the control room. Su Fan's eyes first fell on the surveillance footage of heavy water. Countless white mists were rising from it, and the entire lens was blurred by the mist. The vaporization of super heavy water means that the problem has reached a critical juncture. No time to think. Su Fan came to the control panel next to the dashboard. The brain is working like crazy. To control a runaway reaction, it's not enough to insert the isolation rod all the way in. At this point, the isolation rod will have no effect at all. We should think in reverse. Use the method of risking one's life and then being reborn to deal with it. More tritiated water was added to the reaction cell. At the same time, the reaction rate of the oxidation rod is increased. Make deuterium and tritium produced faster. This may seem more dangerous, but it will lower the high temperature. Su Fan's fingers flew, operating quickly on the panel. He pulled many operating buttons and adjustable instruments to the maximum. If the explosion just now could only reach a range of 10 kilometers, the small nuclear radiation caused would affect 30 kilometers. If this situation explodes, the entire 40 kilometers will be destroyed. The nuclear radiation could reach up to 50 kilometers away. Mr. Wang and the other three came hurriedly. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Su Fan's dazzling extreme operations. The already tense mood became even more uneasy. As long as there is a possibility that Su Fan makes a slight operational mistake, it will cause the explosion to occur prematurely. Their hearts were in their throats. Breathing also becomes rapid. Xiao Su, are you sure? Old Wang asked cautiously. It's okay. It's not a big problem. Su Fan quickly fine-tuned dozens of knobs and responded casually. Old Wang's face suddenly froze. I wondered if Su Fan was too nervous and started talking nonsense. It looked like the entire base was about to be blown up. You're telling us it's not a big deal. With deep doubts and uneasiness, Mr. Wang's eyes stayed on the scale of the knob operated by Su Fan. Mr. Qian and Mr. Hua also looked over. What you see, most of the knobs are turned to maximum power. Some of them have even exploded. In particular, the load of the super heavy water reaction pool, which represents the explosive power, soared to 12 tons. It's 4 times more than the previous 3 tons. This means that if it explodes now, the power will be 4 times that of before. The power of this explosion can blow the ground within a radius of 40 miles into the sky. What kind of tiger and wolf operation? Wang Laoming's hair stood on end. Pupils tremble wildly. There are white sweat all over my back. A stream of cold air rushed into my throat, blowing the back of my head off. If he didn't have absolute trust in Su Fan, he would even think that Su Fan was a terrorist sent by another country. This is to blow up the entire Zhonghai. Mr. Qian was completely confused. His eyeballs trembled wildly in his sockets. The old face full of wrinkles twitched and shook rapidly. The lower gums hit the upper teeth rapidly, making a series of click sounds. As the leader who developed the Tornado series of missiles, he has seen a lot of the world. This is the first time I've seen someone dare to do this. My eyes, which were already presbyopic, were directly blinded by the flash. His already frightened expression became even more frightened. The whole old face is deformed. Mr. Hua on the side couldn't hold it anymore. Shortness of breath, very fast frequency. There is almost always less air intake and more air exhalation. When Su Fan paused for a moment, he asked tremblingly, Xiao Su, why do I feel like the problem is even bigger? Don't worry, Mr. Hua. The temperature has stabilized now. If nothing unexpected happens, it shouldn't explode within half an hour. After Su Fan finished speaking, he turned a few knobs twice and made some fine adjustments. Only then did he stop. When Mr. Hua heard Su Fan's words, a hint of joy flashed across his face. The nerves that were about to break relaxed a little. Mr. Wang and Mr. Qian felt relieved. The 3 elders looked at the heavy water temperature monitor at the same time. The surface displays current super heavy water temperature, 1,498 degrees. What the hell? 1498? Wang Laogong's heart, which had just been relieved, suddenly became heavier and he started swearing. 1,500 degrees will explode. You went straight to 1498? 178, the only way to save yourself. How to choose? Old Wang's heart was beating like crazy. Breathing was forced to stop. My nerves are so tense that air can't get into my throat. Old Man Hua was also completely numb. His eyes kept rolling up. It looks like it's about to die. If I hadn't taken the quick-acting heart pills on the way, I would have died by now. Mr. Qian is similar. I stared at the thermometer, afraid that it would jump up 2 more levels out of boredom. Just then, under the gaze of the 3 elders, the surface actually jumped again. The current temperature suddenly jumped to 1499. The 3 elders clenched their fists in unison. My palms were sweating. Hold your breath. I dared not even breathe. I was afraid that my anger would cause the value to jump again. His eyes were fixed on the thermometer, motionless. At this moment, the air was stagnant. The only sound in the room was the ticking of the clock. After half a minute, the temperature did not change again. The 3 elders finally breathed a sigh of relief. Who knows, the next moment, the value changes directly. The 3 elders almost stared at the thermometer. Under the shocked gazes of the 3 people, the customer jumped back to 1498. Mr. Wang felt like he was having a complete heart attack. There was no relief in his eyes. Anyway, it's a kind of hysterical madness. Even thinking about it. Otherwise, you old man, please stop jumping back and forth. Just blow it up. Tired. Lie down. It's a mess. Explode however you like, it's up to you. Isn't it scary jumping around like that? Is that reasonable? At such an old age, who can bear such a sudden shock? Mr. Qian and Mr. Hua simply stopped watching it. Take care of him. What a broken thermometer. Jump for joy. I've lived to a ripe old age, but I didn't expect that I would have a heart attack because of a thermometer. Su Fan saw that Mr. Wang and the others' expressions were sometimes tense, sometimes excited, and now they looked like they had seen through the world. I'm a little confused. Asked loudly. Mr. Wong, this temperature is normal. There's a 1-point error, so it will stabilize at 1498 and 1499. Old Wong nodded, and the corners of his mouth twitched twice. I think what you said is right. So normal. If you jump any higher, the ball will explode. It's normal to die? Mr. Wong just felt that it would be easy to get a heart disease if he stayed with Su Fan. Listen to what vicious words they are saying, etc. Mr. Wong suddenly thought that what Su Fan said just now seemed not to focus on the temperature. Xiao Su, didn't you just say it wouldn't explode within half an hour? Su Fan nodded and explained. Within half an hour, the newly added heavy water won't be able to react completely, so there won't be any problems. What about half an hour later? Old Wong blinked his dim eyes and stared at Su Fan. The same goes for Mr. Qian and Mr. Hua. My eyes are full of anticipation. In half an hour. Su Fan thought for a moment. If nothing is done about it, it's likely to blow up everything within a 40-kilometer radius. Boom. The sudden burst of cold air directly broke the throats of Mr. Wong and the others. Old Wong's eyes trembled and his body shook slightly. I asked anxiously again. What if it's handled well? Everything is back to normal, and we have safely weathered the crisis. Real? Old Wong's eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp light. The originally cloudy pupils even became a little clearer. Mr. Hua even grabbed Su Fan's arm. I asked again excitedly. Xiao Su, are you telling the truth? Can this accident really be completely resolved? Can the controlled nuclear fusion project still proceed? Su Fan saw something crystal clear in Mr. Hua's eyes. I also feel a little emotional. Solemnly said. Master Hua, Master Wong, and Master Qian, don't worry. I have found the cause of this accident and have solved it. Next, I want to perfectly resolve the crisis. It's not difficult, but it's not easy either. Mr. Hua's eyes were red. Mr. Wong and Mr. Qian were so excited that their eyes were filled with tears. Almost in unison, they asked decisively. How to do it? You tell me. Su Fan said slowly. If you want to prevent these 12 tons of heavy water from exploding, then use it. Let the super heavy water reaction pool and related equipment work together. That means at least 100 scientific researchers will have to come back to help activate these devices. Old Wong was stunned. Suddenly realized. It turns out that this is what Su Fan meant by, it's not easy to say it's simple, and it's not difficult to say it's difficult. Indeed, such a big crisis broke out in the base. There is a risk of explosion at any time. In this situation, it's a matter of life and death. Which scientific researcher's life is not life? There are old people above and young children below. The pillar of the family. Who would be willing to risk their life on something that seems impossible to succeed just by thinking about it? After a brief silence of half a minute, Mr. Wong asked in a deep voice. How sure are you? Su Fan thought for a moment, then said. If everyone can operate accurately, let's say 90%. After all, 100% seems a bit crazy. The reason why Mr. Wong asked this question is that he is responsible to the scientific researchers. Now he understands that the chance of success actually depends on the synchronized operations of scientific researchers. One wrong step and you lose everything. Only one chance. Due to an operational error, the temperature jumped to the critical value of 1500 and a heavy water reaction pool exploded. There must be zero mistakes. Mr. Wong and Mr. Hua looked at each other. Sighing. Let them make the decision themselves. Mr. Wong immediately called Commander Kong, and within a few minutes, the transport helicopter arrived. Mr. Wong and the other two followed the helicopter and flew to the researcher's destination. Su Fan drove the Mecha towards the same target location. 70 kilometers away. Temporary resettlement site. For confidentiality reasons, tens of thousands of scientific researchers and service personnel found an area on the outskirts of the city and set up camp there. The 3rd Division under Commander Kong was responsible for settling these people throughout the process. Everyone was still in shock and felt uneasy. I don't care about anything else. It's good enough to have a place to stay. Everything will have to wait until dawn. At this time, the soldiers received orders from their superiors to take all scientific researchers to gather in an open space in the suburbs. So, half of the 10,000 people were picked out and came to the open space. Searchlights illuminated the open space. Everyone just stood firm. A sonic boom tore through the sky. In the midst of everyone's astonishment, it fell from the sky, dragging a trail of azure fire and roaring madly. It was like a giant locomotive running at high speed, crashing into the dirt in the open space. Countless people's eyeballs exploded. With a look of shock on his face, he looked up at the huge monster above his head. My legs couldn't help but tremble. Click! The Mecha cockpit opened, and Su Fan stood at the hatch, looking around. 179 over 50 years old, step out. Su Fan's appearance shocked countless scientific researchers. Someone reacted immediately. The huge monster I saw on the road just now must be this thing. We are all engaged in scientific research, and we all understand how sci-fi mechas are. But this thing appeared in front of them so simply and crudely. Who is standing in the cockpit? The mecha pilot. How can you have the opportunity to drive a mecha at such a young age? Countless people are envious. Mecha is every man's dream. While they were observing Su Fan's eyes also swept over them one by one. Most of them are between 30 and 40 years old. I think most of them already have families and children. Soon, the helicopter carrying Mr. Wong and others arrived. As soon as Mr. Wong and his companions appeared, the 500 people present seemed to have found a backbone. The originally restless queue quieted down. Mr. Wong did not hide anything. Holding the loudspeaker, he spoke truthfully. Everyone, as you all know, a major accident occurred in the artificial sun project. It has been initially controlled. But this stability will only last half an hour. If no further manual adjustments are made, it will explode completely. The explosion range is enough to cover 40 kilometers, and the radiation range is 50 kilometers. Mr. Wong's words made countless people's faces change drastically. I had guessed that the matter was serious, but I didn't expect it to be this serious. The entire controlled nuclear fusion base will be blown to the sky. All in all, the area within 100 miles will suffer. Countless people were horrified, their eyes filled with fear. At the same time, it is sad that after working day and night for so long, the project ended up like this. Many people are sad and cannot accept this result at all. The nuclear fusion project is like their child, which they have brought up with great difficulty. But we have to watch it disappear just like that. Mr. Wong paused slightly to give everyone some time to digest his thoughts. Then he said truthfully, "We have found a complete solution to the problem. We need 100 people back at base to assist with the operation. Every step of the operation must be extremely precise. If even one person makes a mistake, everyone will be shattered to pieces. That's the truth of the matter. Now you decide for yourselves whether you are willing to go back and save the base." Mr. Wong's words were very low. What he wants is to make things clear and hand over the choice. No matter what choices the people present make, they can understand. Everyone has a family and children, and everyone has the right to seek benefits and avoid harm. More than 10 seconds later, Mr. Wong pointed at Su Fan in the mecha cockpit. Continued. "I forgot to introduce to you all. This person in front of you is the chief designer of this artificial sun project. This mecha was developed by him alone. He is the youngest academician in Xia country, recipient of the Medal of the Peerless Patriot. Wait, he will personally lead a group of us to save the base. Save the hope of Xia Nation's rise. His name is Su Fan, leading the Xia Kingdom, setting sail." Boom. Countless people felt dizzy and shocked at this moment. Pupils vibrate and breathing stops. If someone else said this, everyone would definitely sneer at them and think they were crazy. It can't be false if it comes out of Mr. Wong's mouth. Mr. Hua and Mr. Qian on the side also agreed. These three are the backbone of Xia Nation. But when he looked at the young man on the mecha, his eyes were full of kindness and pride. It can be fully proved that these contents are true. Just now some people were wondering how this person could drive a mecha at such a young age. Now it suddenly dawned on them that this mecha was actually developed by him himself. In addition to being shocked, everyone felt a deep respect in their hearts. This guy only looks to be in his 20s, yet he's willing to take risks and lead everyone to save the base. Report. A loud voice exploded in the crowd. Countless people were shocked. His gaze converged in the direction where the sound came from. A figure stepped out of the line. It turned out to be a white-haired old man. Institute of High Energy Physics. Gao Zhenyu. Willing to return to base to assist in operations. His appearance instantly caused a commotion among the crowd. Then another voice sounded. General Information Institute, Luo Guodong, is willing to die. Everyone was shocked. Looking closely, he turned out to be a young man who looked less than 30 years old. The appearance of the two of them seemed to have triggered a chain reaction. Touring intelligence researcher, Lu Jiao, is willing to go. Daquan Missile Research and Development Center, Zhou Jixi, let's go together. I'm going too. I'm from the Lonlin Heavy Industry Research Institute. What's there to be afraid of? I'll also assist with the operation. Old Lu, your child is only a little kid. You're going too? Don't go. Bullshit. I already have a successor. There's nothing to be afraid of. Countless people came forward one after another and stepped forward resolutely. As they moved, they were already prepared to die. Old Wong was at the front of the team, his eyes moistening as he scanned each person who stepped out of the line. The old face was trembling slightly. Among them, some are over 50 years old, While others still look young, some are only in their 20s. A warm current surged in his heart. We have worked together at the base for so long, but I can't even remember many people's names. Those people always do their work silently. But at this time, they all stood up. Just 5 minutes. The entire queue of 5,000 people collectively moved one step to the left. None remained in the original queue. Now is not the time to be sentimental. Time is of the essence, and we cannot afford to delay on such matters. Mr. Wong thought for a moment, and finally said loudly to the queue, "Over 50 years old, step out." The sound of uniformed footsteps was heard. One by one, old faces stood out from the queue. They are all people who have dedicated half of their lives to the country. Now he is willing to risk his life to pave the way for the younger generation. This moment, everyone stood in awe. Old Wong took a quick look and saw 97 people, including the 3 old guys, making it exactly 100. He bowed deeply to these old people. Shout loudly. Set off. 180 the last 101. Nearly 100 people received special video communication equipment for the troops and boarded the helicopter transport plane. Quickly disappeared into the night. Su Fan also closed the cockpit door, pulled the joystick, and the mecha burst into a ball of fire. Disappeared on the spot. The other side. Luo Bing, who was still sleeping, was awakened by a hurried phone call. When I heard that the controlled nuclear fusion base could cause an explosion with a diameter of hundreds of kilometers, I immediately woke up. How could an old man in his 70s withstand such stimulation? I feel terrible. The first thing he did was to move his sleepy old friend Zhu Guodong to the War Zone Command Center. When Zhu Guodong heard the news, he immediately felt unwell. The two tried hard to suppress their shock and hurriedly discussed countermeasures. Immediately mobilized troops to blockade a 70-kilometer radius centered on the arsenal. Mobilize military doctors, prepare anti-radiation protective clothing, and be ready for rescue at any time. Luo Bing's order was issued. Li Guozhong's 8th Division sounded the assembly whistle late at night. Truckloads of soldiers drove out of their bases and headed towards their target locations. The transport plane carried 100 people back to the controlled nuclear fusion base. About 20 minutes have passed. Only 10 minutes left. Su Fan quickly assigned numbers to everyone and arranged their respective tasks. Within 5 minutes, everyone arrived at the designated instrument or pipeline location. Even the 3 of Mr. Wong were arranged to leave by Su Fan. He was the only one left in the entire super heavy water central control room. Su Fan said through the video communication system, "Everyone, this is an emergency. I'm sorry I can't know each of your names individually. In order to complete the task quickly, we had to temporarily arrange the numbers. There are less than 5 minutes left until the final super large explosion. Next, I will give each of you operational orders. There is no room for error. We must succeed on the first try. Received, please reply. Number 1 received. Number 2 received. Number 100 received." Mr. Wong's slightly hoarse voice finally sounded. Su Fan clenched his fists fiercely. I glanced at my watch and saw that there were only 2 minutes left. Time waits for no one. Number 1, restart the cooling system and adjust the temperature to 80 degrees. Number 1 is finished. Number 2, light water reactor level open. Rotate to scale 58. Number 2 is finished. Number 3, begin releasing the moderator and adjust the rated scaler to 0.4 micrometers. Number 4, everything is going on in an orderly manner. Later, Su Fan simply didn't wait for anyone to reply whether the task was completed and directly gave instructions to the next person. Time waits for no one. Under Su Fan's quick instructions, every step is completed with precision. Countless people held their breath, and even those who had already completed the operation still had their hearts in their throats. His forehead was already covered with sweat. My nerves are almost broken. Su Fan's voice kept ringing in the communicator. Every time a new number sounds, countless people become more and more excited. Seem. Almost there. Number 99, Graphite Separation Group begins operation, separation rate 33G/S. Number 100, open the heavy water diversion valve. Number 100 is done. The moment Mr. Wong's old voice sounded in the video communicator, countless people cheered excitedly, and some even collapsed to the ground. I had no strength left in my body. His eyes were full of relief. A feeling of surviving a disaster came over me. No one could hold it in any longer, and tears welled up in their eyes. If I could survive, who wants to die? However, when everyone was rejoicing, Su Fan's familiar voice immediately rang out from the communicator. Number 101. Enter the super heavy water reaction pool and complete the manual restart. Get everything back on track. Everyone was confused. Aren't there only 100 people? Where did number 101 come from? After a moment of distraction, Mr. Wong's pupils suddenly shrank, etc. There is number 101. It's Su Fan. He's number 101. Obviously, it was not just Mr. Wong. Mr. Hua and the others also quickly thought of this. More people also reacted. But what does it mean to enter the super heavy water reaction pool? There's super heavy water in there. You will die if you enter. How to enter? Countless people have question marks in their minds. His eyes instantly locked onto the screen of the video communicator. The lens number 101 representing Su Fan shook for a while and then was placed steadily aside. The camera was focused on him. Su Fan was standing barefoot on the edge of the super heavy water reaction pool. He took off all his clothes except for his shorts. He's flexing his arms, as if he really wants to jump in. What the hell? What does academician Su want to do? Even though the temperature has dropped now, it's still 80 degrees. Are you going to jump in? Are you going to die? That's super heavy water. Even if you can get out, you'll definitely die. Countless people's eyes widened to the size of copper bells. He kept exclaiming in surprise. Even the tone became intense. They are all trying to stop Su Fan. Su Fan glanced at the camera without saying a word. He jumped up directly and dived in. With a splash, it was completely immersed in the super heavy water reaction pool. Snap! Countless people's eyeballs burst open. The scalp was also pushed off the skull by a burst of cold air. The mouth is big enough to swallow a human head. His facial expression was completely distorted. Academician Su is doomed to die. Although it is possible that he can really do what he said, there is a high probability that he will not be able to get out. The high temperature would quickly destroy all his bodily functions. Radiation kills human cells at the DNA level. From the moment he jumped in, Su Fan was doomed to die. In the communication video, the 101st picture representing Su Fan became completely quiet. The camera was focused on the pool water, and there was no movement at all. Su Fan was like a drop in the ocean, completely submerged in the 12 tons of super heavy water. Someone held a video communicator in his hand and shed tears. They didn't expect that the tasks Su Fan assigned to them were relatively simple. Su Fan left the most difficult and fatal task to himself. A scientific genius in his early 20s, like a meteor streaking across the sky. In that brief moment, a shocking brilliance burst out. Now, it is completely gone. He used his life to pave a smooth road for future generations. Such quality is impressive, worthy of the title of unrivaled national hero. Among the 100 people, many are great figures who have made great contributions to the motherland. At this moment, I am convinced by Su Fan. His face was full of regret. Among all the people, only old Wong, although anxious, still retained a glimmer of hope. He knew that Su Fan's body was different from others and had been strengthened some time ago. His eyes were fixed on the video communication screen, expecting a miracle to happen. Crack! Suddenly, a muffled sound rang in everyone's ears. Immediately afterwards, countless buzzing sounds rang out one after another. The heavy water reaction pool circulates rapidly. The reboot is complete, and everything is back to normal. I can finally let go of my worries. A successful restart means everything is back on track. The crisis is really over. Everyone is safe now. But no one could be happy no matter what. Instead, his complexion looked very depressed. Yes, everything is back to normal. But among 101 people, there will always be one missing. It would be great if there was not one missing. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Everyone was looking at the screen on the video communicator, vaguely expecting something. 181 please. Let Lao Su answer the phone. A few minutes passed. There was no movement. The atmosphere gradually became tense and reached freezing point. Everyone's heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat. It was so heartbreaking. I feel more and more upset. What a pure person. Just sacrifice like that. From number 1 to number 101. We are clearly a collective. Just like a family. Let's die together. But you just abandoned everyone and left by yourself? Some people couldn't hold back any longer, and tears kept flowing out. No matter how hard you wipe, there's always more. Countless people choked and sobbed quietly. Some people cried so hard that their eyes turned red. Old Wong sighed heavily. He punched the wall hard. Tears welled up in the old eyes. It seems that Su Fan is really gone. Think about all the advanced and cutting-edge technologies he has developed. What does he want? Didn't ask for anything from beginning to end. Any new invention will be handed over to the country free of charge. He handed over all the precious things, but acted as if nothing had happened. He is the backbone of Xia country. Sadness enveloped the entire base. Some people have shed all their tears. At this time, after Li Guozhong completed the blockade, he waited for a long time, but no explosion occurred. I called Mr. Wong. How is Mr. Wong doing? Guozhong, the crisis has been resolved, and everything is back on track. Really? That's great. Did that kid Su Fan do it? Li Guozhong cheered. Tell Lao Su for me to treat him to a barbecue later. Guozhong, stop talking. Xiao Su, stop talking. Old Wang choked and interrupted Luo Bing directly. Li Guozhong's heart skipped a beat. A bad premonition enveloped him, and goosebumps instantly appeared on his body. The pupils tremble violently. Mr. Wang, where's Xiao Su? Have Xiao Su answer the phone. Hurry up. Stop talking nonsense. Whoever you are. I don't care about anything. Let Lao Su answer the phone right now. Mr. Wang, please, let Xiao Su answer the phone. Li Guozhong's hand holding the phone was shaking violently. Tears flowed wildly. In the end, I didn't hold the phone firmly, and it fell to the ground. He felt dizzy. All the little memories I had with Lao Su came to my mind. Don't look down on me for being old, and we don't look down on you for being young either. We brothers get along just fine. From now on, we'll call you Old Su, you'll call us Old Li, and you'll call him Kong or Langzi. Bullshit, call me Lao Kong. Call you Li or Langzi. Old Su, come and help me. This thing is too damn heavy. Lao Li, your alcohol tolerance is terrible. You're not even as good as Lao Kong. Who said that? Come on, Lao Kong, give each of you another half a caddy. Today, in front of Lao Su, I'm going to beat you down. Countless scenes flashed by before Li Guozhong's eyes like movie clips. Li Guozhong could no longer hold on and held his forehead. Shake it hard. When he looked up again, his eyes were already bloodshot. He couldn't accept it. How could such a pure person like Lao Su die? He felt really upset. He, Lao Su, and Lao Kong are three good brothers who are close regardless of age. Now there is one less. The facts were overwhelming him. It's very difficult to breathe. Controlled nuclear fusion base. 10 minutes have passed since Su Fan entered the super heavy water reaction pool. If you want to come out earlier. During this time, Mr. Wang gradually recovered. The eye sockets are still red. He straightened his back, took a few deep breaths, and spoke to everyone through the video communicator. Everyone, academician Su is gone, but his spirit lives on. What we can do is to carry on his legacy and bring the controlled nuclear fusion project to a successful completion. This is the biggest. Fuck. When Mr. Wang finished speaking, he casually glanced at screen number 101. The whole person seemed to be struck by lightning. He suddenly cursed. In the picture, two hands were tightly grasping the edge of the reaction tank, and then Su Fan flipped up in his shorts. He also wiped some water off his face. He seemed to be cursing, and I didn't know what he was saying. Old Wang's eyes popped out, sticking tightly to the video communicator. Its mouth is so wide that it can swallow a person alive. The beard on his face looked like a non-mainstream shamat. I shuddered with shock. Then his whole body froze, as if someone had pressed acupoints on him. His eyes were locked on the video communicator. After hearing what Mr. Wang said, everyone was ready to muster up the courage to carry on Su Fan's legacy. But I was confused by Mr. Wang's last sentence. What does the biggest wow mean to academician Su? But the next moment someone noticed that Mr. Wang's expression was wrong. Eyes fixed on the screen. So everyone subconsciously looked at picture number 101. Click to fill the screen. I saw a young man with a crew cut rubbing his vest against my body. I could faintly hear a small voice in the picture. Fuck, this water is bitter. I need to wear an oxygen tube next time. I've been busy all day and I'm a little hungry. I didn't know the food stalls were closing. Countless people stared blankly. His face twitched and his chin trembled. His expression completely collapsed. The body was petrified on the spot. My brain feels like it's been hit by cosmic rays. It's turned into a paste, and I can't think. Su Fan looked like a delinquent young man who had just swam out of the reservoir. The water in the reaction tank is bitter? Listen to what you say. You drank several gulps of heavy water, right? From the tone of his voice, he actually wants to do it again. Do you believe it? I am over 50 years old, and I have cried so much for you. Are you thinking of eating at a food stall? Including Mr. Wang, there were a total of 100 people. All numb. My outlook on life was shattered. Values also collapsed. Everything is being reshaped. After wiping the water off his body, Su Fan picked up the video communicator. Seeing everyone looking at him, he said hello. Hello everyone. Would you like to eat at a food stall together later? But let me make it clear first, it's at your own expense. In the video communicator, the corners of countless people's eyes were twitching wildly. Looking at Su Fan, I have an inexplicable feeling. This guy is great, and he is truly great. But why do I just have the urge to punch him twice? Su Fan's relaxed look brightened the originally heavy atmosphere. The huge stone that was weighing on everyone's heart disappeared. A deep excitement and thrill welled up in my heart. 101 people bravely died, and in the end, not one was left behind. All of them survived. This is God's blessing and the result of everyone's joint efforts. But the most important thing is Su Fan's leadership. Su Fan led everyone to complete the impossible task. What is even more miraculous is that Su Fan was able to come out again after restarting the super heavy water reaction pool. Looks safe and sound. Seeing that no one responded, Su Fan didn't force it. Anyway, it is absolutely impossible to let him treat us. Are you kidding? There are 100 people. How much should I eat? Besides, he had been in the radioactive super heavy water for 10 minutes and needed to wash up first. He has the extremist virus that can resist radiation and repair any injuries in his body. But others can't. Ordinary people will have problems under very weak radiation. After Su Fan and Old Wong explained a few things about the base, he drove the mecha directly into the sky. I flew to Gunma Prefecture, where I live a peaceful life. I heard that the hot springs there are very good. It can treat rheumatic diseases, neuralgia, chronic skin diseases, trauma, diabetes, etc. The effect is great. I'll go wash off the radioactive heavy water on my body. Is that okay? 182 I thought it was a model, but you are serious. Daily life in Gunma Prefecture. There are unique hot spring resources here. Kusatsu Onsen, in particular, is known as the medicinal hot spring. It is famous for its beautiful natural environment and extremely high therapeutic effects. It has been well known as a famous hot spring for curing diseases and strengthening the body since ancient times. The end of Kusatsu Onsen is located on a mountaintop called Yuda. The area is about 1 acre in size. Endless hot springs gush out from the hot springs at all times. It flows along the mountain valley or underground pipes into countless hot spring inns around. It's been a tiring day. Prime Minister Kishida, who lives a simple life, took a group of senior officials including Chief of Staff Kamita to a hot spring inn to take a bath. They were on high alert for the entire day, but saw no sign of the Terminator or Godzilla attacking, and their spirits were almost exhausted. So I decided to take a dip in Kusatsu hot spring to relieve my fatigue. As a prime minister living a simple life, he naturally wants to occupy the best position. There is a large pond halfway up the mountain specially prepared for high-ranking officials. Kishida led everyone to soak comfortably in the steaming pool, his brows relaxed. 2 words, comfortable. Chief of Staff Kamita benefited greatly from it. After letting out a long breath, he looked at Kishida beside him. Asked, Your Excellency, Prime Minister, this place is truly wonderful. The water here is even better than in those hot spring hotels down below. Stop talking nonsense, Kishida said proudly. The hot springs here come from the hot spring eye above our heads called Yada. That's the best hot spring in the whole day. Everyone looked up and saw that hot spring water was indeed flowing down about 100 meters above their heads. Suddenly, Kamita saw some mud and sand in the water. He wondered, Mr. Kishida, shouldn't the hot spring water here be pure? Why is there mud and sand? Kishida also frowned, thought for a moment, and explained casually. Maybe it just gushed out of the spring, so it's normal to have some mud and sand with it. This way it's richer in minerals that are beneficial to the human body. Yoshi. Kamita's eyes lit up and he walked directly to where the spring water flowed. He scooped up a pool of water and drank it. Ah, great. So warm. I feel like I'm getting better. When other officials saw Kamita's actions, their eyes also lit up. One by one, they followed, splashing water. Looking at the hot spring flowing down the stone wall, he licked his lips. Then he reached out to take it. I tasted them one by one. Kishida smiled as he looked at these country bumpkins who had never seen the world. But this is also good. It's nice to be able to relax a little. The other side. Su Fan had already finished taking a shower. Considering that he had just carried radioactive heavy water on his body, and it had gotten into the cockpit of the mecha, he drove the Gangtian mecha directly into the hot spring. As long as the water level doesn't flood into the cockpit, it's fine. Judging from the sign on the side, this hot spring on the top of the mountain should be called Yutian. He was now using a large rag dipped in hot spring water to clean the cockpit and exterior of the mecha. It looked like it had been washed clean and was shiny. Under the moonlight, the surface of the mecha emitted a hazy glow. I guarantee that when Mr. Lee sees this, he will praise him for doing a great job. After all, nowadays few people can return borrowed items in good condition. This mecha is the mass-produced version of the Gangtian and is weaker than number 1 and number 2. But even so, it can easily defeat all fighter jets or armed helicopters on the market. Even if you encounter a tank, you don't need to fire a cannon. You can just crash into it head-on and smash it to pieces. The super mechanical properties of carbonine alloy are incomparable to ordinary weapons and equipment. Su Fan didn't notice that while he was cleaning the mecha, a group of people were bathing in a pool 100 meters below, and they are all high-ranking officials who live a simple life. At this time, Kishida and the others had been washing for a while. Kishida vaguely heard some movement above his head. He actually heard it at the beginning, but thought it was an illusion. But now I feel more and more that something is wrong. Kamita, can you hear any movement above you, da? I heard it just now and thought it was an illusion, so I ignored it. Kamita said seriously. Kishida suddenly felt something was wrong. He hurriedly took a group of senior officials, wrapped in bath towels, and climbed up the artificial steps. They wanted to see what was going on up there. The area within 100 miles is under control. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any humans or animals. The group of people tucked their towels tightly and climbed up quickly. Finally, Prime Minister Kishida led everyone to climb to the top of Mount Yuda. Everyone looked intently at the hot spring. A giant red mecha appeared in front of everyone. Sharp and stylish shape, cool and domineering outline, and railgun on the shoulder. The moment it appeared, Kishida's eyes exploded. A breath of cold air suddenly rushed into my throat. It couldn't go down or up. I couldn't breathe. His eyes widened into bull's eyes. Its mouth is bigger than that of a hippopotamus. Suddenly, there was a grunting sound of heavy breathing through his nostrils. Hi Gundam. Kamita was also confused, his eyeballs darting left and right in his sockets. The cornea was almost shattered. My jaw dropped to the ground. His face was dull, like a wooden sculpture. The other senior officials were also shocked. The air seemed to be stagnant. They didn't move and didn't even dare to speak. After a moment, Kishida forced himself to suppress his inner shock and thought for a moment. Said directly, I guess some company here made this model and put it here specifically as a landmark building. When he said this, Kamita breathed a sigh of relief. I was saying, how could there really be a high? The next moment, Kamita hadn't finished speaking yet. A red light suddenly burst out from the red mecha's pupils. A violent wave of air rolled up from beneath him. The surging shock wave swept them, and the bath towels on the group of people were blown into the sky in an instant. The fists are exposed nakedly in front of others. The red mecha blasted a wave of water in the hot spring, soaring into the sky. Boom! A violent sonic boom exploded above everyone's heads. The violent buzzing sound almost tore the entire sky apart. The mecha disappeared into the sky, leaving a long blue tail flame. Kishida and the others all stood there in a daze. His eyes were dull and his mouth could not speak. Like I've lost my soul. They were completely dumbfounded. I thought it was a model, but it turned out to be real. If his ears weren't still aching, Kishida would definitely have thought he was dreaming. A group of people stood on the top of the mountain, naked. It's all numb. It's messy. 1833 friends in the southeast war zone. A few minutes later, a group of bodyguards rushed over. There are both men and women. After seeing the naked Kishida and his gang, he was stunned. His eyes were as big as copper bells. The shocked expression was as if he had seen some shocking news. A dozen or so government officials, naked, engaging in group play in a hot spring? And it is the top leader of the daily life, Prime Minister Kishida, who is leading the team. Chief of Staff Kamita assists from the side. It's so exciting. The bodyguards had never seen such a big scene in their lives. Only then did Kishida recover from the shock. Realizing that he was naked, he hurriedly covered his private parts. His face turned red all the way to his ears. Kamita, who was standing by, covered his face with his hands in shock. At this time, I can't stop it anyway, so face is more important. As a result, more than a dozen senior government officials covered their faces, private parts, and everything else. It was a mess. The bodyguards also realized that they should not continue to watch and turned around hurriedly. There were several female bodyguards among them, after watching it. There was a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. I didn't feel anything. I even wanted to laugh. Kamita asked the bodyguards to take off their stage suits and wrap the officials in them. This was the initial step in resolving the embarrassment. But social death is certain. He immediately issued a gag order to all bodyguards. Don't tell anyone what happened tonight. After getting dressed, he led everyone back to the meeting hall. Kishida immediately called an emergency meeting. Because the danger facing Xiaozi-ri is imminent. It can even be said that the destruction of the country is imminent. I originally thought that the Terminator and Godzilla joining forces would be terrifying enough. Today I saw a Gundam bathing in a hot spring with my own eyes again. The only thing to be thankful for was that the Gundam did not actively attack them. When they showed up, they flew away. Xia Kingdom. Zhonghai City, the third arsenal. It was already 2 o'clock in the morning. After Su Fan sent the mecha back, he drove to the food stall he hadn't been to for a long time. He was busy all night and was hungry. At this time, at the food stall, Li Guozhong and Kong Erlangzi were already drunk. Li Guozhong put his arm around Kong Erlangzi's shoulders. His eyes were bloodshot. The sad look in his eyes seemed like he had experienced the most painful thing in his life. Lao Kong, how great is it for us 3 brothers? Why did old Su leave first? Now 3 brothers have become 2. I feel so bad. Just like a cat scratching. Different from Li Guozhong's chattering. Kong Erlangzi had already shed several tears, but he didn't say anything. I just listened silently to what Lao Li kept talking about. He drank a bellyful of liquor, one cup after another. He wanted to get himself drunk so that he could forget the unhappy things. But this time, the more he drank, the more sober he became. He and Lao Li had each drunk more than a pound of wine, but they still felt uncomfortable. Old Su is such a nice person. What a pure person. I always wanted to do research and development and contribute to the country, but in the end, I gave up my life. What a good brother. Tears welled up in Li Guozhong's eyes again. It is said that a real man sheds blood but not tears, but now our brothers are sacrificing themselves on the front line. Everyone has a heart made of flesh and blood. Just then, a military jeep stopped in the open space opposite the food stall. With a click, the 98K door closed. Su Fan came from the opposite side of the road. Li Guozhong was facing the road and dimly saw Su Fan walking towards them. I was stunned for a moment. He murmured in a confused tone. Lao Kong, I think I saw Lao Su's ghost. Bullshit, you've drunk too much. Old Su, he's gone. Kong Erlangzi said sadly. No, I really saw it. He was smiling at me. Li Guozhong stared with his eyes and rubbed them twice. Old Li, you just miss Old Su too much. You feel sorry for Old Su, so you have hallucinations. Kong Erlangzi sighed again. No, look for yourself if you don't believe me. I'm right behind you. Kong Erlangzi felt uneasy after hearing what Li Guozhong said. Although we shouldn't believe in such mysterious things, what you said makes sense. Kong Erlangzi plucked up the courage to turn around. Just then, I saw Su Fan walking behind him. When Su Fan saw the two of them, his face lit up with joy. Laughing. Lao Li, Lao Kong, you are here too? Just enough to cushion the meal together. I'm starving. This familiar voice instantly sobered Li Guozhong up. Kong Erlangzi also felt a chill on the soles of his feet. The two grown men shouted in unison. Holy crap, it's a ghost. The sound shook the whole street. Su Fan suddenly felt a little unhappy. What's wrong with these two people? They are so shocked. Li Guozhong asked tremblingly in panic. Old Su, are you coming to take us away? Going home, right? Sure, I'll take you with me. Su Fan nodded. It was no big deal. Li Guozhong showed an expression that was uglier than crying. Then can you just take Old Kong with you? I think my lifespan is not over yet. Old Li, damn it. I must be still alive. I've never seen anyone like you. Kong Erlangzi got angry when Old Li said that. Su Fan only understood it now. It seems these two guys thought he was dead. Su Fan pointed at the shadow under his feet. Lao Li, Lao Kong, look at what this is. Li Guozhong and Kong Erlangzi looked at the dark shadow under Su Fan's feet. I was stunned. The pupils trembled. Li Guozhong's expression instantly relaxed, and his eyes showed extreme surprise. Old Su, are you damned alive? I'm not dreaming. Kong Erlangzi walked up and grabbed Su Fan's arm. I was instantly ecstatic and trembling with joy. Old Su, it's really you. After a tight hug, Lao Li and Lao Kong finally believed that Su Fan was not dead. Su Fan explained to the two that he had been injected with the second-stage desperate virus and was basically immune to radiation. Even if it is damaged, the body can repair itself within a few hours. This left Lao Li and Lao Kong stunned. Apart from the many parts that I didn't understand, I basically didn't understand the rest. In short, what Su Fan said about the desperate virus and automatic repair seemed like alien technology. It's not something that these two rough guys can understand. Old Li directly called the boss and brought 2 more bottles of Wulianya. It was not known whether it was fake or not, but the 3 of them drank another pound each. Finally, the guard drove me back to the 3rd arsenal. Lao Kong did not return to his division headquarters. The 3 of them rolled onto a big bed and fell asleep. The next day, Su Fan came to his factory number 23. Under fast working of LV3, 100 simplified versions of the extremist virus were successfully developed. Su Fan named the simplified version the E-type desperate virus. The 2 injections he gave, taken together, could be called the SSS type. 184. The brains of geniuses are indeed different from those of normal people. Type E desperate virus can help prolong life and strengthen the body. After the elderly are injected, the drug's efficacy will focus on activating aging cells, making them at least 5 years younger. When injected into young people, the drug can significantly increase their physical strength and agility to twice their original level. Su Fan originally planned to get the SSS model for his mother, but after the E model was developed, he no longer had that idea. Although SSS is stronger, it focuses on increasing physical strength, defense, and repair. The E-type longevity is obviously more suitable for my mother. Su Fan called Luo Bing. Commander, the mass-produced extremist virus has been developed. 100 doses have been produced for the initial test, and the production line is ready to be established. Did it work? Luo Bing on the other end of the phone was startled. Well, it's done. Although the effect is average, but considering mass production, this is the only way. Su Fan said with a little regret. What will the effect of the mass-produced model be? Luo Bing asked. I named it Type E. It can extend the lifespan of the elderly by about 5 years, and the strength and agility of young people can be doubled. The specific situation varies from person to person, Su Fan explained. Life extended by 5 years. Strength doubled. Luo Bing casually repeated Su Fan's words, and halfway through, his pupils suddenly shrank. What the hell? What are you talking about? On the other side of the phone, Luo Bing almost shouted with his eyes wide open. 5 more years of life. Triple the strength. Luo Bing felt dizzy. Seeing stars. He took a deep breath. What kind of magic potion is this? The effect is amazing. Luo Bing's heart began to beat rapidly. Blood pressure soared in the blood vessels. His throat was gasping for breath. Academician Su. You've done a great job. All right. I'll arrange for someone to work with you to build the production line as quickly as possible to achieve large-scale mass production. As for the 100 doses of medicine produced during the test, you can keep 50 for your own use, and I'll give the remaining half to my old boss and the others. Su Fan originally planned to only take 1, but Luo Bing said to keep half, so he kept half. The two chatted briefly and then hung up the phone. Su Fan decided to go home and give her mother an injection first. Now Su Fan's family has moved to a military compound in Zhonghai. Tong Yao's parents are neighbors. After driving back in a hurry, Su Fan did not explain the specific effects, but just called it a vaccination. Motherly Manhwa was frightened by Su Fan and quickly got the vaccination obediently. After finishing here, Su Fan quickly took the remaining 49 E-type injections and rushed to the controlled nuclear fusion construction base. After passing through several outer checkpoints, we finally arrived at the gate of the base. After swiping the iris scan, enter the gate. The service boy guarding the gate came over quickly immediately. Holding a metal detector in his hand, he was about to check the box in Su Fan's hand. My friend, this is a routine check. Please cooperate. Su Fan smiled and shook his head. I don't need to check. After saying that, he pointed to the electronic display screen on the gate. Shown above. Name, confidential. Identity, confidential. Position, confidential. Permission, S++. The service boy was stunned. The raised hand froze in midair. My mind went blank for a moment. He was one of the first people to come here to do service after the base began to be built. He knew that even though Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua were in charge of scientific research projects, their authority was only S level. What does S followed by 2 plus signs mean? I've never seen this before. Is it like drawing a card? Isn't that even more awesome than S? The service guy was dumbfounded. Gudong. His mouth was dry and he swallowed hard. Never mind. He must be very powerful. Straighten your back suddenly. He stamped his feet, raised his head and chest, and said loudly. Hello, Chief. Su Fan smiled and replied. I'm not the leader. Take a big step away. The serviceman was stunned for a moment, thinking it wasn't the commander. Could it be that the gate's recognition system was malfunctioning? But there has never been any problem with this thing. Su Fan took 2 steps. Then I saw Mr. Wang, Mr. Hua, Mr. Qian, and several senior executives of the base all walking out quickly. They are all acquaintances. In addition to Mr. Wang and his friends, the others were also the old men who risked their lives to save the base with Su Fan last night. Su Fan recognized it at a glance. They are all the most respectable people. Su Fan came this time to inject the remaining Type E medicine into the oldest and weakest scientific researchers who are still working on the front line. Compared to those androgynous and morally corrupt idol stars, they should be everyone's idols. From a distance. Xiao Su, you're here. Hello, Academician Su. Academician Su, why didn't you take a few days off? Mr. Wang and the other 3 elders, as well as 5 or 6 higher-ups from the base, greeted them loudly. Su Fan felt a little embarrassed. He hurriedly said respectfully, Hello, Elder Wang, Elder Hua, Elder Qian, and all the academicians and elders. Haha, Xiao Su, we were just chatting about something when we heard the guard outside telling you to come over, so we went out to take a look. Old Wang could see that he was in a good mood and said with a smile, Hey, I just happened to have something to do. Su Fan and Mr. Wang walked inside together. Walking and talking. Mr. Wang, the mass-produced sample of the extremist virus is now available. The effect is not bad, at least it has some effect. There's still a little left. I want to find some people at our base to inject them. The focus is on elderly researchers and those in poor health. What do you think? Old Wang's face lit up with joy. Great, great. What are the specific effects? An old man can only become 5 years younger, while a young man can only become twice as strong and agile. Ah, so it's the younger one, 5? How much? Old Wong was startled and stopped dead in his tracks. His eyes were fixed on Su Fan. Exclaimed loudly. Can an old man be 5 years younger? Doesn't that mean I can live 5 more years? The young man has twice the strength and agility? Hiss. Including Mr. Wong, the whole group was stunned. What kind of vicious words are these? If someone else had told this, they would have sent him to a mental hospital. Mr. Hua was standing next to them, a look of disbelief on his face. The mouth has grown into an O shape. Are you really kidding? Extending life by 5 years. Where in the world today is there such technology? Mr. Chien was also confused and waiting to see what Su Fan would say next. Several key members of the base nearby were so shocked that their mouths cracked. If Su Fan had not performed the feat of jumping naked into the reaction tank last night, they would never have believed what Su Fan said now. Under the gaze of countless people, Su Fan nodded and explained, Alas, there's nothing we can do about it. After all, we need to mass produce it, and considering the massive consumption of material resources, we have to remove some important ingredients. There's also the issue of setting up an integrated production line. For drugs that are too potent, it's impossible to build an integrated mass production line. So, what we have made so far can only make people look 5 years younger and more than double their strength. Old Wong stared at Su Fan with lifeless eyes. The old face twitched rapidly. He was speechless. Why does it feel like we are not on the same wavelength? Do I think the effect is not good enough? The effect is so good, too good. Genius. I'm afraid you may have misunderstood what I said. The brain of a genius is indeed different from that of a normal person. Until now, Mr. Wong has basically believed most of it. Mr. Hua and the others standing by almost believed it. This seems like an insignificant invention. In fact, it will play a vital role in enhancing the national strength of the entire Xia Kingdom. Seeing that Mr. Wong and the others were silent, Su Fan continued. Mr. Wong, let's go in. I'll give each of you 3 an injection first, so you can get a feel for it. 185 Aren't you suffering from chronic cold legs? Why are you suddenly flying on the grass? Mr. Wong shook his head directly. There must not be many of such precious things. Give it to those who need it more first. Hey, this is the first batch of test products. I still have 49 left. Once the production line is completed, there will be plenty of these. Don't refuse. As Su Fan spoke, he pulled Wong Lao and the others into the house. At the gate, the service boy watched from afar as Su Fan and Mr. Wong and the others talked and laughed as they hugged each other and left. I'm already numb. I thought Su Fan's identity S++ might also be a system failure. As a result, a group of S-class people came out to greet them in person. It's actually true. If there is a person with a higher level than the chief scientific research engineer, who would that person be? The service guy is really unimaginable. I could only anxiously engrave the face I just saw in my mind. Next time you meet this person, be sure to pay attention to etiquette and say hello early. Otherwise, if there is anything that is not done well, it may affect your future. Return to the command center of the Controlled Nuclear Fusion Construction and Base. After hearing that there were 49 doses of E-type desperate virus, Mr. Wong and the others no longer insisted and started the injection according to Su Fan's arrangement. At the same time, people over 60 years old were also called over. Together with the 3 of Mr. Wong, there were exactly 49 people. The first one is Mr. Wong. Each of Su Fan's injections comes with a disposable needle. With one injection, the golden potion was quickly injected into Mr. Wong's arm. More than 50 people around were staring at old Wong's face. His eyes gradually became shocked. Mr. Hua standing by had a look of disbelief on his face. I even wanted to reach out and pinch Qian Lao's thigh to see if I was dreaming. Mr. Wong's pupils became clear at a speed visible to the naked eye. The white hair at the temples has turned a little darker. The wrinkles on my face are not as severe anymore. It was like he became a different person all of a sudden. Full of energy. Mr. Hua and the others thought it would be effective. Maybe it's not as exaggerated as Su Fan said, but in fact it's much more effective than what Su Fan said. Now seeing the amazing changes in Mr. Wong, all 3 views have been overturned. Some old scientists nearby were also dumbfounded. They had never seen such a scene before. It's like a real person has been transformed. Mr. Wong, who was originally 70 years old, is now obviously in his early 60s. If I tell this to others, no one will believe it. Even movies don't dare to shoot like this. Novel dares to write like this. There were bursts of gasps all around, and everyone's eyes were wide open like blind bears in the night. Mr. Wong just felt like the zoo's top pandas, Menglan and Huahua. Being stared at by these old guys makes me feel scared. I hurriedly asked, "What's wrong with you? Why are you looking at me?" "Mr. Hua, do you have the same expression?" And Lao Qian, "What the hell is the meaning of your drooling?" Mr. Qian smacked his lips twice and said directly, "Mr. Wang, you should look in the mirror." Old Wang wondered where the mirror came from. He glanced around. Seeing a turned-off monitor can be used as a mirror. He took 2 steps forward. Stand in front of the monitor. Look at the reflected image. The whole person was stunned for a moment. Is this me? Mr. Wang's breathing became rapid, and his chin trembled as he spoke. Oh shit. Old Wang's chest heaved violently. I was so excited that I could hardly speak. He rubbed his old face vigorously with both hands. After confirming, "This is my face. And the wrinkles on my face are obviously much less. It's amazing." Everyone around was excited. The older you get, the more afraid you are of death. Who would want to die early if they can live a few more years and do something meaningful? Everyone's eyes were red, and they were excitedly waiting for Su Fan to give them the injection. Mr. Wang gave a perfect injection. Su Dan looked at Mr. Hua and Mr. Qian. "Which of you two will go first?" Mr. Hua and Mr. Qian looked at each other. "Give Mr. Qian first." No, give it to Mr. Hua first. Let Mr. Qian do it. After all, Mr. Qian's health is probably failing. Mr. Hua, what nonsense are you talking about, you old man? You are the one who is in trouble. Your whole family is in trouble. You come first. Haha, then I won't be polite. After Mr. Hua and Mr. Qian had a brief argument, Mr. Hua finally extended his arm. Su Fan inserted the needle. Everyone stared at Mr. Hua's face. Really? Still tastes the same as before. Mr. Hua once again achieved reverse growth. Under the gaze of everyone, he looked 6 or 7 years younger in the blink of an eye. Then there is Mr. Qian. The 3 of them were the oldest people present. They are all over 70 years old. Now they have dropped to over 60 years old. It's simply a miracle. Then one by one the old scientists began to inject. Su Fan had seen them all. They were the people who had rescued the base with Su Fan that night. Su Fan has decided that as soon as a batch of vaccines comes off the production line, he will give the remaining 50 or so people the E-type injection. This is what they deserve. Then there are the workers of the entire base, including service personnel. They also resolutely left their families after saying their final goodbyes. If it weren't for them, the entire base wouldn't be able to function. When Su Fan finished injecting the last person, this 65-year-old man not only became younger, but his cold legs were also cured. Happy like a child. Trot and jump on the ground. Having fun running around on the ground. Su Fan didn't feel anything was wrong. Many scientific workers are like this. They do not have outstanding interpersonal communication skills. They don't know how to curry favor with their superiors, and they can't even take better care of their families. Although he has devoted his entire life to scientific research, he is actually still a child at heart. After finishing this, Su Fan did not leave. I called Wang Yixue directly. Ask her to help hoist all 5 LV-1 multifunctional workbenches from the second arsenal in the evening. Wang Yixue happened to have nothing to do, so she agreed immediately. After these elderly people received the injection of medicine, they went out and returned to their posts. When seen by acquaintances, they immediately exclaimed, "Fuck, Lao Ma, don't you go to meetings from time to time? Why did you get a facelift? Oh my god, Lao Lu, did you get 100 injections of hyaluronic acid? How come your skin is so much more tender? Oh my god, Brother Su, how come you suddenly become younger? Oh my god, Old Wang, don't you have cold legs? How come you suddenly act like you can fly on the grass? You must have been faking it before." Various exclamations appeared in every corner of the base. Because those who had been injected with the drug were asked to keep it secret for the time being, no one told the truth. People who don't know the reason can only guess secretly. It is possible that Xia country has made a breakthrough in some biotechnology. I think that in the near future, they will also be able to experience the amazing effects brought by high technology. It was getting dark. 5 mechas roared and flew quickly over the wilderness. A large steel equipment is suspended below with steel cables. Each one is more than 3 meters high and weighs at least 5 tons. But it was not difficult for the mecha to lift them. Su Fan has already reserved a spot at the nuclear fusion base. We have also communicated with the security department in advance. He and Old Wang stood at the edge of the open space, looking quietly into the distance, waiting for the machine to arrive. 186E-type desperate virus production line completed. Su Fan plans to use all 5 LV-1s here at once this time. In this way, using LV-1 to produce many joints will greatly shorten the construction period and greatly ensure the accuracy of the workpiece and the safety of personnel. A roar sounded in the distant sky. 5 spots of light approached rapidly. In a blink of an eye, a thunderous rumble sounded over the entire nuclear fusion base. Countless people looked up at the sky with fear. Then I saw 5 black shadows falling quickly and dropping something on the open space. Then leave quickly. Su Fan immediately asked a forklift to bring in 5 LV-1s. Only after placing the machine in the appropriate location did Su Fan complete his mission. According to his estimation, everything should be almost done in another 5 days. After all the LV-1s were installed in the most suitable positions, it was already late at night. Su Fan drove his Jeep off-road and left the base at lightning speed. Su Fan did not return to the factory, but went home to rest after a long absence. That is the Zhonghai Military Region compound. There are about 1,000 residents here. Those who can live here are all military families. After moving to the new house, he only came back a few times. The house is also filled with various furniture. There happened to be some food at home, so Su Fan ate some. I returned to my room and leaned on the bed, checking the news on my phone. Headline news list: World Special Forces Contest. Wang Yixue wins the championship with a children's song. Hot. Douyin Hot Search List Number 1. Eagle Sauce Admiral encountered a fire and asked the Japanese side for an explanation. Eagle Sauce irritable. Xiaolang's Weibo trending search. Zhao, Little Days, claims to have been attacked by a combination of Terminator and Godzilla, and then shouts, 100 million people die in battle. Hot. Fox News. Eagle Sauce 5 aircraft carriers, in conjunction with NATO, form a super-large naval fleet and embark on a global cruise, intending to shock the world. Su Fan took a quick look and found that most of the news had already been at the top of the list a few days ago. The focus is on the last piece of news. The Special Forces Conference lost face and wanted to use his aircraft carrier formation to get back at it. This is a global cruise. It instigates conflicts among countries everywhere, intending to use its powerful military force to enslave the whole world. It's a pipe dream. If you dare to come to Xia Kingdom's waters and act arrogantly again, from 80 to 8 years old, no one will be left alive. The next day, Su Fan did not get up early. At 9 o'clock, Su Fan finally woke up slowly. I got dressed, washed up, and went out. Arrived at the Zhonghai Military Research Base. The environment here is much quieter than the Third Arsenal. Moreover, it is far away from the city, making it a very suitable place for drug production. Following Luo Bing's suggestion, Su Fan planned to build the production line of the E-type desperate virus here. Mr. Wang and Mr. Hua are not here now. Director Zhao is basically in charge of the work temporarily. That is Wang Yixue's second uncle. After seeing Su Fan, his face was filled with warm smiles. After all, the cyber tank really made him famous, and the blueprints of the cyber tank were also given to him directly. If the law did not allow it, Director Zhao would even want to stuff Wang Yixue directly into Su Fan's bed. What do you need a niece for? She's not as good as a tank. Director Zhao patted his chest and said directly, just ask them if you need any cooperation. Su Fan sighed. He is worthy of being Yixue's second uncle. The LV-3 multifunctional workbench was in place this morning. At noon, Tong Yao delivered all the materials. Without waiting for lunch, Su Fan started working. He has already communicated with Luo Bing. It's still the same old rule. Commission is calculated based on 3 percentage points of the final purchase price of the produced drugs. The integrated production line of the E-type desperate virus was the result of Su Fan's repeated thinking and simplification. It was built very quickly, with robotic arms flying around the workshop. Everything is progressing rapidly and in an orderly manner. For the next 3 days, Su Fan spent most of his time on the production line. The 50 bottles of medicine that Luo Bing took away caused an uproar among the entire senior management. Several founding Red veterans fought for the country and were about to die, but with the nourishment of the medicine, they regained vitality. He can even use a cane to walk a few steps without any problem. This shocked their children. Some brainless people exclaimed, "Impossible, it must be a last gasp." Then the old man hit him on the head with his cane and cursed him. "You are the one who has finally regained his vitality." The children laughed together, and tears came to their eyes as they laughed. Seeing loved ones healthy is what everyone looks forward to most. Countless people who have made significant contributions to the country and the people have obtained the qualification to inject drugs. The others who didn't get it are also looking forward to getting this qualification. Truth will come to light sooner or later. After all, so many dying people miraculously recovered and became younger at once. Some people will doubt it. There was even related news on the internet. The country did not take any action this time, so let people discuss it on the internet as they please. Some people went to the bureau chief's account specifically to inquire. At Zhuzhong, what are your thoughts on the recent buzz about rejuvenation? At bureau chief, come out and clean the floor. At Zhuzhong, if you don't come out and clarify the rumors, you'll lose your bonus this year. The director ignored the storm. Countless people had a feeling that something huge was happening in Xia country. It seems like something big is about to happen. The 3-day production line construction time is over. Evening. Su Fan's heart beat faster as he watched the LV3 robotic arms work enter the final stage. The completion of this production line marks the beginning of the improvement of the physical fitness of the entire population of Xia country. Next, batches of people will be injected with the E-type desperate virus. From now on, all Xia people who are not criminals will enjoy this benefit. Bite. Construction of the E-type extremist virus production line is complete. A crisp voice rang in Su Fan's ears. Su Fan clenched his fists. After 3 days of nonstop work, LV3 was finally declared a success. Su Fan immediately told Luo Bing about the completion of the production line. After hearing this, Luo Bing almost laughed out loud. Fly over by helicopter overnight. The hatch opened and Luo Bing walked over with the gait of a dragon and a tiger. He looks very good and at first glance, looks much younger than the last time we met. It can be seen that the E-type desperate virus has been used. Seeing that these people who had shed blood on the battlefield could benefit from it, Su Fan felt quite emotional. The next day, Su Fan spent the entire day teaching biotechnology personnel how to operate the relevant instruments on the production line. At night, Wang Yixio drove the Jiangtian No. 1 to take him to the controlled nuclear fusion construction base. The artificial sun project has reached the most critical moment. Including Su Fan, everyone has waited for this moment for too long. 187 barehanded docking. I'm fucking torn apart. Su Fan walked quickly into the controlled nuclear fusion base. Compared to 4 days ago, the atmosphere at the base today is quite tense. After entering the room, Su Fan saw that even the service staff had stern faces. It seems like something big happened. As you approach the base command center, you can see the solemnity and anxiety on everyone's faces. Even though the air conditioner is on, the air feels stagnant. Xiao Su, you're just in time. When Mr. Hua saw Su Fan, his face instantly lit up with joy. He came up quickly. Almost all parts have been built. The only problem left is the docking of the reaction pool port and the quantum supermagnetic confinement device. I've tried the smart docking twice using the multifunctional workbench you brought, and both times it failed. Now Mr. Wang and his team are making their third attempt. Su Fan's eyes narrowed and he walked to the surveillance screen. Take a quick look. Mr. Wang and his team had just pressed the redocking command on the multifunctional workbench. I saw a huge mechanical arm clamping the 2 ports, performing intelligent aiming, and then slowly approaching. Mr. Wang and the others stared at the docking position. There were beads of sweat on his forehead. My fingers were clenched so tightly that they turned white. I didn't dare to breathe. They were afraid that the tiny air vibrations caused by breathing would affect the success of the docking. Even Su Fan and Mr. Hua in front of the surveillance camera were a little nervous. My breathing became a little rapid when the 2 ports were about to touch. Su Fan and Mr. Hua held their breath and stared at the docking situation motionlessly. Then a voice came from the screen. Connection failed. Please confirm the port accuracy and see if it matches. Mr. Wang and the others instantly looked like eggplants hit by frost and became listless. Failed 3 times in a row. Can't find the problem. Su Fan's eyes rolled around and his gaze suddenly focused. No, this is definitely not right. Suddenly I thought of something. After saying this, he quickly left the command center. Mr. Hua hesitated for a moment and did not chase after him. He had to stay at the center to deal with other problems that might arise at any time. In order to save time, Su Fan was too lazy to wait for the underground elevator. He climbed the pipe directly and rushed to the interface position directly below as quickly as possible. 100 meters underground, in a circular passage more than 5 meters high. Various pipes carrying coolant and reaction fluids are laid on the top. Mr. Wang and a dozen other people stood beside the multifunctional workbench LV1, looking listless. The 2 ports were designed exactly according to the drawings, and after their calculations, there were absolutely no problems. How could it not connect? This is the last hurdle. As long as we break through this level, we can truly make the entire base operate in all directions. By then, it will become a hotbed for the birth of controlled nuclear fusion energy. All the big problems have come through. How can we stop here? Mr. Wang's face turned red. In theory, everything is fine, but it just won't install. What should we do? Even if the interface is redesigned, there must be a theoretical size. How much redesign is appropriate? It's impossible to estimate and produce it. That would be a real joke. Old Wang only felt his scalp buzzing and numb. Just then, the researcher Lu Xiuhua next to him suddenly murmured. Look at the far end of the pipe. A black shadow was climbing up and down the wall, approaching quickly. It looked just like a scene from a martial arts TV series. Lu Xiuhua's pupils shrank suddenly. He hurriedly took a step back. His face instantly turned shocked. Feng Feng, wind god leg. Something's happening. Everyone be alert. Protect Mr. Wang. Lu Xiaogua's shout made everyone shudder. His eyes subconsciously looked into the distance. Sure enough, there was an afterimage approaching quickly. The afterimage was so fast that it was too late for everyone to hide. Mr. Wang was protected by a group of people behind him. Although Lu Xiaogua was at the forefront, he was trembling all over. He is just a scientific researcher. How could he be better than such a criminal? What confused everyone was that the criminals were just doing this kind of thing. Could it be a spy coming here to steal state secrets? Everyone was on edge, staring at the shadow, trying to launch an attack. At this time, the dark shadow had appeared in the light. With one leap, he arrived in front of them. The shadows became clearer. Su Fan's handsome face suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Hello everyone. The hearty voice echoed in the pipe. The faces of the people around were slightly dull, and the corners of their mouths were twitching. Old man Wang was stunned at first, then his face turned over with joy. Xiao Su, you came just in time. Hurry up and take a look at what's going on with this interface. Su Fan came to the interface. After a quick glance, I confirmed what I was thinking. He immediately asked the person beside him, do we have nitrogen? Lu Xiaogua next to him paused, not understanding what Su Fan suddenly wanted to do with nitrogen. But he still said, yes. Do you want to get it? 2 cans. Su Fan nodded. Lu Xiaogua immediately walked to a location where the communicator signal was better and communicated with the ground. Soon, a service boy came with 2 cans of nitrogen. Su Fan was stunned when he saw him. It turned out to be the gatekeeper from a few days ago. Su Fan took the nitrogen. Everyone, stand back. I'll complete the docking. Old Wang knew that Su Fan was always aggressive in his actions, so he quickly asked everyone to step back. Su Fan picked up the nitrogen tank, pulled out the safety buckle, and pressed it hard. With a crack, white nitrogen gas surged out. It whistled and sprayed on the left interface. It is visible to the naked eye that a layer of frost has condensed on the surface of the metal interface. After spraying 1 can, Su Fan opened another can and continued to spray it on the left port. I guess it's about the same. Su Fan threw the nitrogen tank aside. He grasped the joints on both sides with both hands and pushed them together. His left hand was immediately covered with white frost and looked frozen. Countless people's pupils suddenly shrank into needle points. A breath of cold air rushed into my throat. It was like nitrogen was sprayed down their throats. The back of my head is buzzing. I was so scared that I saw stars. Mr. Wang's nerves tensed up and his breathing stopped for a moment. Su Fan wanted to use the simplest and most brutal method to complete the connection. The nitrogen cooling just now has at least lowered the temperature of the metal interface to -50 degrees. If you grab it directly with your hands, you will definitely get severe frostbite. You know, the impact of frostbite is far more serious than burns. But it seems that Su Fan has no intention of stopping. Forcefully connect the 2 sides together. Adjust the center of gravity little by little. If this happened to someone else, Mr. Wang would have already lost his temper. The machines can't dock, and you're docking them manually. Aren't you kidding me? But this is Su Fan, the Su Fan who created countless miracles. Lu Xiaogua and the others next to them were even more worried and panicked. What Su Fan did was purely using one hand to exchange for an impossible result. The hand is basically useless. It is impossible to complete the docking by your own hands. Some people couldn't bear to watch and turned their heads away. Click. Following an electronic voice. Mr. Wang and the others trembled all over. The cornea of the eye almost burst and flew out of the eye socket. Staring intently at the green light on the interface. The mouth grew into an O shape. His face was dull and full of disbelief. Lu Xiaogua couldn't hold it any longer and cried out in shock. Holy crap, it really worked. I'm fucking broken. 188 let us ignite the light of nuclear fusion together. The connection is complete. The frost attached to Su Fan's left hand quickly fell off and disappeared, revealing tender skin. Although Mr. Wang was excited about the completion of the production line, he was also concerned about Su Fan's injury. After going forward to check, his eyes were full of surprise. Su Fan's skin was completely unharmed. Lu Xiaogua and the others standing by were even more stunned. Not only did he complete the docking with his bare hands, but his hands were also intact. It simply refreshed their 3 views. Mr. Wang thought for a moment and then let out a long breath. He already roughly understood it. It all stems from the desperate virus developed by Su Fan. He had heard long ago that Su Fan developed the first batch of desperate viruses and tested them on himself. After developing a second, more dangerous drug, he injected it into his own body without hesitation. Feel the effects of the medicine through personal experience. Now it seems that this is all true. and Su Fan must have turned a disaster into a blessing. Mr. Wong looked at Su Fan with eyes full of admiration. There are really not many such good scientific researchers now. In order to do scientific research, I have always been risking my life. With such a man, there is no need to worry about the rise of Xia state. Not to mention a comfortable life. Even the eagle sauce will be crushed to death under their feet. After so many years of oppression, there must be a time to pay back. Maybe that day is not far away. Infrastructure construction has been completed. Su Fan took Mr. Wong and the others back to the command center. Then he called on everyone to stay at their posts. Su Fan secretly checked the values on all the panels and found everything was normal. Then he looked at the three old men around him. Mr. Wong, Mr. Hua, Mr. Qian. Bring it on. Let's press the button together. Although the three elders had been dreaming about this moment, they had really reached this critical juncture. But it all feels like a dream. Old Wong's tears started to flow. His chest was heaving violently, and his heart was pounding with excitement. Once controlled nuclear fusion is achieved, the entire Xia country will undergo earth-shaking changes. He will enable Xia to take the lead in entering the next round of energy revolution. The same is true for Mr. Qian and Mr. Hua. My eyes were filled with tears of excitement, and my whole body was shaking slightly. The three elders looked at each other and walked to Su Fan's side. There are 4 red buttons on the desktop. They respectively represent a part of the controlled nuclear fusion base. There is fingerprint recognition on each button. Only when the 4 of them are present can they control these 4 highest authority buttons. Mr. Wong and the others couldn't suppress their nervousness, causing their raised hands to tremble slightly. Su Fan also raised his hand. Countless people are looking forward to this moment. Although it was late at night, the base was brightly lit, just like daytime. Everyone in every position is extremely clear-headed. Everyone has received the notice. Success or failure depends on tonight. After abandoning my wife and children and being away from home for so long, it's finally the final moment. Just when countless people were excited, a voice came from the communicator. Everyone, hard work and practice will eventually lead to success. All the efforts will be worth it in the end. From now on, our Xia country will launch an energy revolution. Now, let's do it together. Ignite the light of nuclear fusion. Click. Su Fan's voice fell. He and Mr. Wong pressed the button at the same time. All icons on the desktop responded quickly. Countless green lights lit up. An emotionless mechanical voice sounded in the command center. All devices have been activated. All units are operating normally. We will produce a controlled nuclear fusion energy device, the Kunlun core, with maximum energy efficiency. Even Su Fan let out a long sigh of relief. The Kunlun core has begun to produce, which means that it is now operating normally. Mr. Wong and the others were almost exhausted. If it hadn't been strengthened by the desperate virus, he would probably have fainted by now. After finishing this, Su Fan looked at the time and found that it was almost midnight. So he sent a message to his senior leader Lu Yong, telling him that controlled nuclear fusion had been completed and that the production line for the Prism defense towers that switched to nuclear energy could be started to achieve mass production. I guess the big boss will be able to see it tomorrow morning. Although it was Mr. Qian who discussed the Prism defense tower project with him, it was actually arranged by Lu Yong. Qian had said long ago that it would be enough to contact Commander Lu Yong directly. The price and other things had already been agreed upon, so he could just give a casual report. Su Fan did not go home, but found a place to rest at the nuclear fusion base. Early the next morning, Lu Yong woke up as usual and checked the time on his mobile phone. I saw a message. Click to take a look. I recited it fluently. Reporting to the leader, the controlled nuclear fusion project has been completed, the Prism defense tower. The controlled nuclear fusion project has been completed. What the hell? The controlled nuclear fusion project has been completed? Controlled nuclear fusion. Lu Yong's originally hazy brain seemed to be struck by lightning. Wake up instantly. He took a deep breath. The old body sprang up from the bed. He stared at the message on his phone with wide eyes and a look of disbelief. I rubbed my eyes quickly. Looked over again. Read it word for word. Reporting to the boss, the controlled nuclear fusion project has been completed, and the construction of the Prism defense tower production line is about to begin. I wish the boss would wake up every day with my handsomeness. Good heavens. Controlled nuclear fusion has really been achieved? Mr. Qian had previously reported to him that the construction of a controlled nuclear fusion base had begun here. How long has it been? Less than half a month, and it's already done. It takes college students more than half a month to write a graduation thesis, and you only need half a month to build a controlled nuclear fusion base? Lu Yong's head was buzzing. I can't hold it in any longer. I quickly called Su Fan. It was 6 o'clock in the morning. At this point, Even if Su Fan had to pee, she was unwilling to wake up and get out of bed. Especially since he slept late last night, he couldn't wake up. It can't be said that he can't hear the phone ringing. It can only be said that he is no different from being deaf. Lu Yong waited for a long time, but Su Fan didn't answer the phone. Without hesitation, he called Mr. Qian. Mr. Qian habitually gets up early, and the call was connected immediately. Old Qian, what's going on? Has controlled nuclear fusion been achieved? Yes, the Kunlun core energy device has begun to be gradually produced. Mr. Qian on the other end of the phone was a little surprised when he heard Lu Yong ask this, and then said, "Didn't Xiao Su report this to you last night? That guy just sent a simple text message. Can that be called a report?" Lu Yong's mouth twitched as he spoke. He seemed to be shocked by Lu Yong's words. Mr. Qian paused and asked doubtfully, "No way, such a big thing, he just sent a text message? Oh, this kid really doesn't take the big thing seriously. I have to report it quickly, hang up." After Lu Yong hung up the phone, he changed into a brand new military uniform and quickly went out. Now that controlled nuclear fusion has been developed, I must report it personally to the Ministry of State Affairs as soon as possible. There is no time to lose. 189, give him the highest honor. Give it to him even if he doesn't want it. The Ministry of State Affairs has always been aware of Su Fan's affairs. All along, the reason why he could access various materials without any hindrance was not only because of Mr. Wang's authority from the Medal of Defense of a Nation, but also because of their silent help. They are also helping and protecting this once-in-a-millennium genius of the Xia Kingdom in their own way. Even when Su Fan was developing the desperate virus, which consumed extremely scarce national resources, they agreed to use it without saying a word. This kind of trust has never appeared in anyone else. Office of the State Department. Lu Yong reported the news of the completion of the research and development of controlled nuclear fusion. Old Jiang, Old Lin, and Old Nya, who were sitting at the long table, were all shocked. There was a deep shock in his pupils. Old Jiang took a deep breath. A face full of disbelief. Repeatedly confirmed. "Old Lu, are you sure what you said is true?" Under normal circumstances, they would never bother to repeat and confirm after Lu Yong had clearly reported the situation. But this time it's different. The matter is too big. Big enough to seriously affect a country's destiny. Looking at the three leaders' fixed gazes, Lu Yong nodded vigorously. "It has been verified. It is true. Furthermore, the Kunlun core energy device produced by the base has great application prospects. It will completely overturn existing energy sources." The three leaders' eyes suddenly lit up. He slammed his clenched fists on the table. Excitedly said, "Well done. Xia State has Xiao Su, so why worry about not rising? The last time we awarded Xiao Su an honor, it was just a small gesture. This time, we want to make sure Xiao Su receives the honor he deserves. Let the entire Xia nation know his contributions. Give him the highest honor." Just finish speaking. Old Lin on the side said, "Old Jiang, do you really want to reveal Xiao Su's identity? Will it be dangerous?" Old Jiang's expression was unusually resolute. "Old Lin, Xiao Su has done so much for the country. We must give him what he deserves. Our entire Xia country owes him this. And, is it true that our Xia nation cannot even protect a genius?" The words spoken by Lao Jiang echoed in the entire conference room for a long time. Shocking. Lu Yong was the first to be hit. Moreover, as an army general, he holds real power. It seemed as if these words were spoken specifically to him. Can't even a genius be protected? Lu Yong clenched his fists and stood up suddenly. With an extremely determined look in his eyes, he shouted, "I can definitely protect you." Lao Lin nodded. "Okay, then I agree with this." Lao Jiang and Lao Lin looked at the last one, Lao Nya. Old Nya's narrowed eyes slowly widened, and after a moment's thought, he said slowly, "I agree, but..." The subject suddenly changed. This made the three people around him nervous. "But since we're going to make it public, we have to do it well. And it has to be grand enough. Make it a big deal. Broadcast nationwide. We must let the people of Xia know that there is no such thing as a peaceful life. It's just that someone is carrying the burden for us. We absolutely cannot let Xiao Su down. Whatever Xiao Su asks for, we must satisfy him. If you really can't satisfy me, you have to find a way to satisfy me." Lu Yong and the others who were listening were dumbfounded. I thought Mr. Nya would object. I didn't expect it to be even more exaggerated. Live broadcast across the country, what's the difference between that and global broadcast? By then, the live broadcast signal will definitely be synchronized abroad, and the whole world will know that Su Fan has developed controlled nuclear fusion. Su Fan will completely stand under the biggest spotlight in the world. The attention of all. Lu Yong was extremely excited and secretly swore that he would never let Su Fan get hurt even if it cost him his life. If anyone dares to make Su Fan lose a hair, 10 million active soldiers will crush him. Old Nya had just finished speaking. Old Jiang slammed the table again. Besides, bring out the Medal of Defense, the Medal of Fearlessness, and the Red Medal. If you're going to do it, you have to do it in a grand manner. And then the three of us old fellows will apply for the award, and the Führer will personally present it. Liu Yong felt his head buzzing, and he simply couldn't understand what was being said. Too exaggerated. There are a total of 4 highest honor medals in Xia country. Medal of National Defense, Medal of Fearlessness, Red Medal, Medal of Peerless Patriot. Su Fan had previously received the Medal of Peerless Patriot. Now I want to get the remaining 3 at once. There has been no one before him, and there will be no one after him. In this world, only Su Fan can reach this level. This is the first time I heard that even the country's highest medal can be collected like collecting cards. Moreover, the award was presented to me by the Führer himself. What a supreme honor. Liu Yongren was already dumbfounded. Dizziness. He didn't expect to hear such an exaggerated thing when he came up to report. Is it outrageous? Compared with Su Fan's contributions, Liu Yong knew that this was not outrageous, but when he heard it in person, he was shocked. It's so fucking scary. Fortunately, several leaders have finished speaking, and it seems that he is almost ready to go. Just then, Lao Lin on the side cleared his throat. Although Xiao Su has now obtained the title of National Academician, I don't think it's enough. The corners of Liu Yong's mouth twitched. You're already a National Academician, isn't that enough? It is the highest honor for scientific researchers. This is an honor that thousands of top scientific researchers are fighting for, but will never be able to obtain in their lifetime. Su Fan had already obtained it. But Liu Yong immediately saw Old Nye and Old Jiang nodding in agreement. Lao Lin continued. I already have the scientific research title, but the military rank is still vacant. I'm thinking about arranging the military rank as well. We 3 and the Führer will apply for this. Since he's too young, let's temporarily designate him as Army Lieutenant General. When you're a few years older, you can directly be promoted to General. I agree. I agree too. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 voices of strong agreement were heard beside him. Army Lieutenant General. When Liu Yong heard these 4 words, he was struck by lightning. With a loud bang, he was firmly fixed on the chair. The entire face was paralyzed. His eyes were so shocked that they looked like dead fish eyes. He was completely stunned when he heard that he would be promoted to general in a few years. It's like getting hit in the brain stem with 100,000 volts. Unable to think, unable to breathe. It's totally off the mark. He felt like he was going to be scared to death today. This is the first time I've heard that being a general is so damn easy. And from nothing, in one step, he directly became a lieutenant general. Liu Yong twisted his thigh twice, but it was still unconscious. All this fuss has been going on like a dream. But this dream is too real. It has never been seen before that so many honors are bestowed upon one person. Liu Yong took a few quick breaths. I thought it should be gone now. This thought just came to me. Old Nye's eyes suddenly lit up. Obviously some new ideas. He lowered his eyebrows, thought carefully, and said, Su Fan's honors have almost been given, but shouldn't his family also be taken care of? Old Nye's words seemed to open the door to a new world for Old Lin and Old Jiang. Their eyes lit up almost at the same time. 190 Prism Laser Defense Network. Old Jiang was impatient and spoke first. This must be arranged. We all know Su Fan's father. He died on the front lines while serving the country and the people. He should be posthumously awarded the Scientific Research Medal. His mother sighed. Raising Su Fan with all the hardship must have been difficult. I award her the Women's Labor Medal. At this time, Lao Lin also interrupted and said, also, bonuses and other things can't be less. We must give everything that is due. Liu Yong's face twitched violently. He couldn't bear to listen any longer. This is too much pampering. Su Fan has really been spoiled since she was in the womb. Liu Yong was stunned. Lao Lin suddenly said, we've been talking here for a long time, and Lao Lu, you haven't shared your opinion yet. Do you think there's anything we should add to what we've said? Replenish? The corners of Liu Yong's mouth twitched violently twice. If I were to add more, Su Fan's relatives and friends would also be awarded. What else can I add? Liu Yong took a few deep breaths, trying to suppress the waves in his heart. Then he said, I know Xiao Su. I heard about him from Lao Qian. I serve my country and my people, never asking for anything in return, and often even risking my life for scientific research. So, if you give him an honor, he might accept it, but if you give him a bonus, he might not take it. After all, he's not interested in money. Lao Lin was stunned for a moment, then said very firmly, Xiao Lin can refuse it, but we can't refuse it. So, give all the bonus to his mother. and then send someone you know to do the work. Make sure Su's mother accepts the bonus. Lao Jiang and Lao Nia on the side both gave thumbs up. I just thought Lao Lin's move was brilliant. Lu Yong listened to the three leaders chatting in the State Affairs office for another half an hour. These are all about how to implement the awarding of honors and rewards in a specific way. When we finally came out of the Ministry of State Affairs, it was already afternoon. Go in the morning and come out in the afternoon. This is the first time I've stayed here for so long. This is also the first time I have heard such exciting content. But are all the honors and awards combined enough to match Su Fan's achievements? Luo Bing thought about it before he went out. In fact, Su Fan's contribution has long been beyond the measurement of merit. The two inventions of the desperate virus production line and the controlled nuclear fusion base alone are enough to enable Xia country to achieve a great leap in development. It can be foreseen that the world order dominated by the Eagle Sauce is about to collapse. Xiaguo will surpass Xinjiang and become the strongest. The time for awarding the medal to Su Fan was set for 7 days later, and the location was set in Shangjing. Lu Yong will then prepare for security during the award ceremony. If anything happens to Su Fan, he will never be able to atone for his sins, even if he dies. When I was leaving in a special car, I saw a missed call from Su Fan on my silent phone. So he fought back. I told Su Fan about it and called just to confirm it. As for the awarding of honors, he did not say anything. Since the leader hasn't said anything, we can't say anything. After all, what if he told Su Fan and Su Fan was unwilling to accept these honors? He must be beaten to death by the three elders with a broom. On the other hand, Su Fan spent the whole day at the controlled nuclear fusion base, helped connect countless UHV lines. A controlled nuclear fusion base can provide electricity for the entire Xia country. Moreover, it can continuously produce the Kunlun core. After all the lines were connected, it was already night. All electricity using places in the entire Xia kingdom have been notified that there will be a 10-second power outage. Most people won't know the specific reasons. Because electricity everywhere must be converted to controlled nuclear fusion power supply. Go to Beijing. The three elders sat in the office. I drank tea leisurely and waited silently for 8 o'clock to come. Lu Yong was also sitting in the military headquarters with excitement in his heart and did not leave, waiting for the battery replacement to be completed. China overseas. Mecha training ground. The Mecha Special Operations Brigade led by Wang Yixio and Tong Yao did not train until 10 o'clock in the evening, as usual today. They hadn't seen the people from the Zhonghai research base for a long time, gathered in the base's office, and talked and chatted. Talk and laugh. The team members didn't know why Captain Wang Yixio asked them to wait here for the 10-second power outage. It's just a power outage, just 10 seconds, no big deal. Only Wang Yixio and Tong Yao understood what this 10-second power outage meant. The moment the energy switch was completed, it meant that Xia State had completed the first step of the new energy revolution. It is also the most important step. It is of epic-making significance for the entire Xia kingdom. In the third arsenal, Luo Bing also ordered the production of cyber tanks and Jiangtian mechas to be stopped for the time being. Wait until the battery swap is complete before continuing. Li Guozhong also knew the inside story and was equally excited. In addition to being heartfeltly happy for the country's rise, I am also proud that Su Fan was able to accomplish such an amazing feat. Even when I'm old, I can still brag to my children and grandchildren. You bastards, you can use such perfect energy today. It's all thanks to my brother Lao Su. Controlled nuclear fusion base, formerly the second arsenal. The lights are also bright tonight. The time was already 7:50 p.m. There are still 10 minutes until the battery replacement time. Everyone stayed at their post, waiting anxiously for the battery replacement to be completed. If igniting controlled nuclear fusion is to transform theory into reality, then this battery replacement means to truly apply the reality into practice. This is also an extremely critical step. Su Fan, Mr. Wang, Mr. Hua, and Mr. Qian were all in the central control center. Although they have backup energy, they still need to carry out unified battery replacement. Even if there is a 10-second power outage, the relevant important equipment has its own backup battery, so there is no need to worry about malfunction of important devices. There is no need to start a dedicated backup energy source. Su Fan stared at the minute hand on the wall, which was about to reach 8 o'clock. Click dash. Click dash. Click. A moment. The entire Xia kingdom became pitch black. If someone looked at the earth from outer space, the pattern that now belongs to Xia country would have turned completely black. Su Fan counted down in his heart. 10. 9. Including the three elders who went to Beijing and Lu Yong. Luo Bing from the Southeast Theater Command. Wang Yixio and Tong Yao from the Zhonghai Research Base. Li Guozhong from the Second Arsenal, and others were all counting down in their hearts at the same moment when the light dimmed. 3, 2, 1. Buzz. As the light came on, factories and other equipment that had temporarily lost power across Xia country resumed operation. The three elders of Shangjing, Luo Bing, and all those who knew about it, all had smiles on their faces at this moment. Because everyone understands that Xia Kingdom's rise is about to begin. If the previous destruction of the Eagle Sauce Fleet and the massacre of the Little Japan Division were appetizers, now is the real beginning of the feast. The main dish is about to be served. Those with bad teeth, be prepared to have your teeth broken. In the command center of the nuclear fusion base, Su Fan also smiled. Mr. Wang and the others stepped forward and gave Su Fan a bear hug. Su Fan hugged them gently and didn't dare to hug them hard, for fear of accidentally breaking Wang Lao and the others' old waists. After Su Fan returned to the nuclear fusion base, he returned to the third arsenal. In factory number 23, he had to start building the production line for the Prism Defense Tower. But before that, he had a bold idea. Can make full use of all Prism Defense Towers. However, some verification improvements are required. He picked up a pen and paper and began to quickly calculate a large amount of data. It was not until late at night that Su Fan finally threw the pen on the table. He has already written a thick stack of manuscript paper. At the top of the first sheet of paper was a title, Prism Laser Defense Network Design. 191 Old Lu, is this what you were talking about? That night, Su Fan sent an electronic version of the plan to Mr. Qian. After receiving a positive response from Mr. Qian, he asked Tong Yao for materials that night. 5 LV-1 units and 1 LV-3 unit are used to build a Prism Defense Tower production line, and the speed will not be very slow. The production line is still located at the third arsenal. Today, the third arsenal has been expanded to 10 times its original size. Various super-large factories have sprung up. The total number of military personnel and security personnel working there is close to 20,000. After the integrated production line of Prism Defense Tower is completed, the number of people will inevitably expand to about 30,000. The security is airtight. Originally, only Li Guozhong's 8th Division was guarding this place. Later, under Luo Bing's arrangement, 2 marine armored divisions were transferred and placed next to it. The various anti-aircraft firepower is incredibly dense. Luo Bing was even worried and applied for a military satellite to be suspended in the geosynchronous orbit directly above the arsenal. Wherever the arsenal moves with the Earth, the satellite will follow. The radar system installed on the satellite is specifically used to monitor whether there are any foreign forces conducting investigations. The entire third arsenal exudes 2 words, awesome. Early the next morning, Su Fan woke up and came to the defense tower production line. After working on the multifunctional workbench all night, he could already see the outline of the integrated production line. In addition, the sample of the new Prism Defense Tower has also been completed. Su Fan nodded with satisfaction. It shouldn't be a big problem to build 5 production lines within 3 days. According to his calculations, the entire Xia Kingdom should have 500 deployed. While Su Fan was busy, a heavyweight figure came to the gate of the second arsenal. Li Guozhong and Kong Langzi, who came to visit, stood on the left and right sides of the gate. His back was straight. They respect this person from the bottom of their hearts. This man is the leader of their leader. Not only does he have an incredibly high military rank, but his military achievements when he was young were also extremely exaggerated. He is a ruthless man who once led his troops to fight tough battles with the enemy. The gate of the military factory slowly opened. The extended version of the H9 bulletproof model slowly drove into the arsenal compound. It parked steadily in the parking lot near the gate. Lu Yong, dressed in military uniform, slowly got out of the car. The nerves are in good condition. On the other side, Gao Peng also got off the car from the other side. Li Guozhong and Kong Langzi were shocked when they saw the 2 men coming. My heart is in turmoil. The 2 people in front of us can be said to be living legends in the Xia country's military. I originally thought that only Luo Bing would come, but unexpectedly, even Gao Peng came. Lu Yong is the army general and the current commander of the Xia army. Gao Peng was also unambiguous, Air Force general, the current Air Force commander. The 2 commanders came to them at the same time. Li Guozhong felt that his blood pressure soared to over 900 in an instant. The corpus cavernosum is about to burst. Hello, Commander. Li Guozhong and Kong Langzi did not dare to be arrogant and hurriedly stood up and saluted. His expression was extremely respectful. Well, where is Xiao Su? We came here specifically to look for him. After Lu Yong returned the greeting, he asked directly. Li Guozhong was stunned and said quickly, Old Su. No, Su Fan. Is there a new defense tower production line being built in Building 58? I'll call him right now and have him come over. After Li Guozhong finished speaking, he took out his cell phone. But he was interrupted directly by Lu Yong. No need. We can just go there directly and not disturb Xiao Su's work. Li Guozhong's hand holding the phone froze in midair. He trembled violently. It felt like a nuclear explosion had ignited in my heart. His expression was dull for a moment. The Army commander and the Air Force commander are going together to meet a 22-year-old young man. It's outrageous. You wouldn't dare act like this in a movie. Li Guozhong's heart burst into a severe numbness. There was cold air blowing between the teeth. Kong Erlangzi next to him was even more confused. His mother opened the door for him, and he was already home. I wondered if Lao Su had some hidden identity and was actually the Prime Minister of the United Nations. The Prime Minister of the United Nations is so stupid that he doesn't even ask the two generals of the Xia country to go and meet him in person. Watching Lu Yong and Gao Peng walking inside with steady steps. Li Guozhong and Kong Erlangzi were just about to take a step forward to catch up. Lu Yong told them to focus on their own things and not to follow him. Lu Yong and Gao Peng walked in the Arsenal Park without any guards. The park is very large. After 2 expansions, it has reached tens of thousands of acres. Many production lines are working day and night. Lu Yong and Gao Peng walked side by side. Gao Peng was puzzled. Old Lu, Factory 58 should be quite far away, right? Why don't we just take a car and go there directly? Ahem, the stuff produced by my arsenal is quite special, and we are not suitable for driving it. There was no expression on Lu Yong's old face, but he sneered in his heart. You, Lao Gao, always brag about how awesome your J2 production line is and how advanced the equipment is. He is sarcastic all day long and shows off his Air Force equipment. If I don't scare the shit out of you today, you'll be considered a clean old man. What the hell? What's so special about it? Gao Peng's forehead was full of question marks. When I was at the J2 fighter production line, there weren't so many rules. Don't worry, you might see it later. What the hell is going on? How come you, old Lu, have become like? Say half the words. There was a sudden clang sound from the factory building next door. Interrupted Gao Peng. The ground also shook violently. The two turned their heads to look at the super large factory building next to them. Then I saw the retractable door slowly open. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of tracks hitting concrete exploded all around. A silver-white tank slowly drove out of the factory. A sense of oppression is coming. It has a domineering and exaggerated shape, a sharp and ferocious design, and a size that is much larger than that of an ordinary tank. The moment it appeared, Gao Peng's eyes exploded. Especially the 2 electromagnetic rails above, with blue arcs surging on them. Gao Peng felt a chill down his spine just by looking at it. He stopped in his tracks and stared blankly at the cyber tank driving out from the side. People are just dumbfounded. I was so shocked that I couldn't close my mouth. Lao Lu, is this what you're talking about? Can this be called a toy? Lu Yong remained calm and said lightly. Yes, this is the tank we sold to the wealthy dog owner last time. It's just that its defenses are invincible and can withstand nuclear explosions, and a single shot can penetrate several mountains. The corners of Gao Peng's mouth twitched and his eyes widened into camel bells. Withstand a nuclear explosion? Destroy several mountains with one blast. My eyeballs are about to pop out. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Old Lu, you actually bought one of these just to show off? You're wasting national resources. Lu Yong seemed to have expected it. I just happened to have a few photos from the last test on my phone. Look. Lu Yong took out the photo album on his mobile phone, and Gao Peng saw that it was filled with dozens of photos. The above records almost the entire test footage of the cyber tank. Even the time, date, and location are included. What the hell? It's actually true? Gao Peng's expression was so frightened that it almost broke. My mouth was dry and I looked at the tank in front of me again. My heart was about to jump out of my throat. This is truly the king of land warfare. 19 to Lao Gao, you have lost all your shame, right? I'm so jealous. It's a pity that tanks can't fly into the sky. No matter what, we have to arrange equipment for the Air Force. Gao Peng said with envy. Old Lu, your army has really upgraded their arsenal this time. It's awesome. What's the name of this thing? The cyber tank developed by Xiao Su. Lu Yong waved his hand, indicating that it was not worth mentioning. Well, Lao Lu, you know, I don't usually ask for help from others, but today I want to ask you a favor. Gao Peng stared at the driving away cyber tank and swallowed his saliva. What's the matter? Lu Yong raised his eyelids. Could you please produce a batch of these tanks for our Air Force as well? You? Air Force? What do you need tanks for? Luo Bing never thought that Gao Peng would say this. I thought Gao Peng just needed to be envious. I didn't expect that I could actually speak. Ahem, who said the Air Force doesn't need tanks? Gao Peng argued. That's all the misunderstanding of us by the outside world. Don't we have an Air Force airport? Put it there to protect the airport's safety. How great. Lu Yong gave him a fierce look. But Lao Gao has already said this. Yebahaso refused. Finally, Lu Yong nodded and said, I can give you 2, but we have to wait until large-scale deployment is completed. Gao Peng knew that this was just a favor to him. The 2 men passed by the cyber tank. Feeling the roar of the cyber tank's engine and the arcs on the electromagnetic rails up close, even Lu Yong himself felt a palpitation. This was only the second time he had seen this thing. The 2 continued forward and turned 2 intersections. The retractable roof of the super-large factory building on the side made a chain-linked clicking sound. After the roof is opened, a bolt from the blue suddenly exploded in the factory. The ground also shook violently. There's a bomb. Lao Lu, evacuate quickly. Gao Peng grabbed Lu Yong's arm and rushed to the side. He looked anxious, almost spitting fire. Lu Yong was unmoved and shouted directly, Lao Gao, don't panic. It's not an explosion. Gao Peng's heart was beating more than 500 times per minute. When he saw that Lao Lu refused to leave, he became even more angry. If it wasn't an explosion, what could it be? What the hell? Gao Peng's tone suddenly changed mid-sentence. His eyes were fixed on the roof of the factory. A red mecha rose from the ground, spewing out azure flames. The flame tail is covered with dense Mach rings. In a blink of an eye, it was already 100 meters high. Boom! A sonic boom tore through the sky, threatening to blow the entire world apart. Roaring towards the sky, he disappeared from Gao Peng's sight in the blink of an eye. Gao Peng looked up blankly at the empty sky. My mind went blank. His face was stiff, as if he had been bitten by Jiang Chun. My whole body is stiff and I can't move. I was stunned for half a minute. Then he swallowed his saliva and said tremblingly with trepidation, Old Lu, what the hell is this? Ha ha ha, it's just an ordinary mecha, nothing special. There was a glint of pride in Lu Yong's eyes, and he was even more satisfied with Lao Gao's expression. Glancing slightly downwards, he was a little surprised, but he didn't pee his pants. The Air Force commander still has some composure. Things change with time. You old man, now you have come to this day? Gao Peng shook his head vigorously, trying to make himself more awake. He felt like he was dreaming. He looked at Lu Yong with a look of doubt and uncertainty. Old Lu, tell me honestly, did you hypnotize me the moment you walked through the door? What you see now must be fake. Tell the truth. Looking at Lao Gao's straight eyes, Lu Yong raised his chin and said proudly, Fake. Come on, let's go in and take a look. Lu Yong patted Gao Peng's arm and motioned him to follow. He took the lead and walked towards the super-large factory building on the side. After arriving at the gate, he waved to the surveillance camera above his head. In the monitoring room, Li Guozhong and Kong Erlangzi were always keeping an eye on the movements of the 2 big leaders. Seeing this situation, he dared not neglect it and quickly made a phone call to open the door remotely. The factory door slowly opened. Lu Yong and Gao Peng entered side by side. As the light illuminates the interior of the factory, the 2 of them stopped in their tracks. The body shook violently. Looking around, 10 shiny red giant mechas appeared in front of the 2 of them. Gao Peng's pupils trembled violently, and his expression became dull for a moment. A breath of cold air rushed into my throat and almost burst my lungs. My 2 old cold legs have been cured, but I still can't stand steadily. He couldn't hold it in any longer. Walk up to the giant mecha. He is only 1.8 meters tall, but he is not even as high as the mecha's knees. His palm gently stroked the cool metal of the mecha. So real. This is actually true. As the commander of the Air Force, he loves this equipment that can soar into the blue sky. If he hadn't been hallucinating just now, he would have clearly seen the mecha climbing vertically and causing a sonic boom. Artifact. This is definitely a national treasure. Gao Peng's expression gradually changed from shock to ecstasy, stroking the calves and metal soles of the Crimson Sky mecha. His eyes were intoxicated and blurred. It's not much different from caressing my wife's white and tender thighs when she was young. Lu Yong next to him was also shocked. It was also the first time for him to see so many mechas neatly displayed before his eyes. This overwhelming feeling of oppression makes it hard to breathe. So shocking. Lu Yong had seen it up close after all, and it wasn't as exaggerated as Gao Peng's. At this moment, Gao Peng was still stroking the calf of the mecha. He was just about to kiss her with his old mouth. Lu Yong felt a chill in his heart. It was really unbearable to watch. I can't bear to watch it anymore. Hey, Lao Gao, that's not the case. We've been delayed long enough. It's time to hurry over. I guess Guozhong has already told Xiaoshu that we're going. Gao Peng turned around, and his eyes were emitting red light. Like a greedy wolf in the dark night. Found the most delicious prey. He suddenly hugged Lu Yong's waist. Brother Lu, you are my brother. Brother has never asked you for anything in his life. That's all I'm asking for today. Give these 10 mechas to our Air Force. Please. By the end, he was almost breaking his voice. The spit sprayed all over Lu Yong's face. I was so excited that my voice was shaking. How many? Lu Yong's eyes popped out of their sockets instantly. All 10 for you. You wish. I don't have a mecha, and I won't give you my life. Besides, what do you mean by never asking for it in this life? Didn't you just ask for it? After being rejected, Gao Peng hugged her even tighter. I tried my best. I don't care. You have to give it to me whether you want to or not. If you don't give it to me, I'm going to sit here and not leave today. You still have to provide food. Seeing that the old man Gao Peng started to act like a rogue, Lu Yong went completely crazy. Lao Gao, for the sake of the mecha, you don't even bother to save your face, right? 193. Even the names have to be explained, isn't that too much? Gao Peng glanced at Lu Yong, who was standing nearby, with a look of contempt. With a sneer. Haha face? How can I have face without the smell of mecha? I want a mecha. Look at how many mechas our Lao Gao's face is worth. I'll trade it with you. Lu Yong shook his head helplessly. Crazy. How about this? I'll give you 2 damn ones. Send your people to learn mecha piloting tomorrow. Otherwise you won't be able to take it back. Gao Peng hadn't originally planned to buy 10 cars. I was thinking of bargaining. Now that the goal has been achieved, the excitement on his face instantly turned into a brilliant smile. Old Lu, you're worthy of being my old friend. I won't say anything more. You're so considerate. Okay, let's go. Xiao Su is waiting over there. Okay, bro. After getting Lao Lu's verbal promise, Gao Peng walked with a bowed step, and his steps seemed to carry him with the wind. The smile on his face lingered for a long time. The two continued forward. Already past the storage area. Arrived at the production line area. The noise in the factory also became chaotic and rapid. The sounds of various machines came one after another, coming out through the ventilation windows. Lu Yong originally planned to take Lao Gao to the production line for a look. Take a look at the integrated production and assembly of the Cybertank and the Crimson Sky mecha. He is a little nervous now. What if Lao Gao takes a fancy to the integrated production line? Just because of Lao Gao's stubborn temper, if you don't give it to him, he will definitely cheat. That's a troublesome thing. Lu Yong pulled Gao Peng and walked very quickly. Gao Peng even wondered if Lu Yong was crazy. Old Lu, why are you pulling me along so fast? We're in a hurry. I haven't seen clearly what was in that super large factory building just now. It's nothing to look at, just a bunch of scrap materials. You're talking nonsense. I clearly saw a giant mechanical arm moving. Gao Peng was very sure. He clearly saw more than 30 huge mechanical arms shaking and working. The corner of Lu Yong's mouth twitched, and he thought to himself, this old guy has a really sharp eye. But we certainly cannot admit that it is a production line. Immediately denied. No, that's an illusion. Bullshit, I saw it clearly. It looks like some kind of production line. Halfway through his words, Gao Peng heard a huge noise in the factory building on the right. With a cry of surprise. What the hell is this huge factory? It looks awesome. I have to go in and take a look. Nothing. It's a restaurant. What's there to see? Don't look at it. Lu Yong dragged Gao Peng without saying anything and quickly ran towards factory number 58. Gao Peng shouted crazily along the way. Old Lu, you're lying with your eyes open. Whose restaurant can be so electric and sparky? Let me go in and see what I can do. The two old commanders don't have any image baggage at this moment. One insisted on going in to see, and the other refused to let him in. The two of them rushed to the door of factory number 58 at lightning speed. As soon as they came over, the door slowly opened with a swish. The two were stunned for a moment. Neither of them expected the door to open so quickly. Look inside. The LV-1 and LV-3 multifunctional workbenches in the factory are operating efficiently. Countless ultra-precision robotic arms waving in a dazzling manner. The CIC-la sound of electric welding and the sharp cutting sound came one after another. Lu Yong's gaze finally locked onto an office desk not far away. To be precise, it was on a young man sitting at a desk. It was Su Fan. When Su Fan saw the two of them, he immediately came forward to greet them. Lu Yong also stepped forward quickly. Xiao Su. This time, I, the old man, finally saw the real person. Hello, Commander Lu. Hello, Commander Gao. Su Fan straightened his back and greeted everyone one by one. These were all people of his grandfather's generation, meritorious old men who had crawled out of the hail of bullets. Definitely worthy of his respect. This was also the first time he met Lu Yong in person. We had contacted each other on the phone before. Hello, Xiao Su. Gao Peng's eyes lit up when he saw Su Fan. I've always heard that you're young and promising, a peerless talent. Your reputation is well-deserved. Your extremist virus played a huge role a while ago. Hearing the praise, Su Fan scratched his head and smiled. Boss, you're flattering me. It's just a small invention, not worth mentioning. Gao Peng was stunned. So humble? Can a desperate virus be called a small invention? Are you being too modest? As one of the few people who knew all of Su Fan's inventions, Lu Yong naturally knew why Gao Peng was in a daze. He explained, Lao Gao, the cyber tank, and the Crimson Sky Mecha you just saw were also invented by Xiao Su. Gao Peng's pupils shrank suddenly. His expression was shocked. The look he gave Su Fan changed instantly. In this way, the extremist virus can really be said to be a small invention. Not being too modest. People are really honest. Lu Yong paused for a moment, then continued. And the deep-sea titan, controlled nuclear fusion, and so on, were actually all invented by Xiao Su. What? Gao Peng felt as if struck by lightning. There was almost black smoke coming out of his head. The body trembled violently. Kiki, you also invented controlled nuclear fusion? And that rumor about the deep-sea titan that was circulating earlier turned out to be true. You invented it too. Gao Peng's brain seemed to be exploding. His expression changed from surprise to extreme shock. It was as if I was seeing a scientific genius returning from the future. Xiao Su, you're amazing. Young and promising. Unparalleled in the country. Gao Peng rarely praises others, and saying these words today is an unprecedented event. Every time Lu Yong mentioned one of Su Fan's research and development achievements, his face would light up a little more. When he heard Gao Peng praising Su Fan, he was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. Although Su Fan does not belong to any system, she has always had a cooperative relationship with the country. Having a title is just for the convenience of doing things. But Su Fan and the army are the closest, especially the 8th Division of the Eastern Military Region and the 3rd Division of the Southern Military Region. They are all our brothers. To be honest, it is no exaggeration to say that Su Fan is a talent in the army. Su Fan is awesome, and Lu Yong also benefits from it. Su Fan felt a little overwhelmed when he heard the two commanders' shocked words. Laughing. My dear leaders, those were just minor incidents. You two elders are here not just to inspect your subordinates, right? Lu Yong then said seriously. Xiao Su, I've reviewed your Prism Laser Defense Network design. There are many things that Mr. Qian and I don't understand, so we need to discuss it in person. Su Fan nodded and handed the written paper manuscript from the table to Lu Yong. Leader, if you don't understand something, let me explain it to you. Lu Yong took the manuscript and pointed directly at the title of the first page and asked, What does Prism Laser Defense Grid mean? Su Fan was stunned for a moment. He blinked, looking confused. What are you doing? Do you need to explain the name of the plan? Is that too much? 194 Prism Defense Tower 2.0 Top Performance. Su Fan patiently explained. It is a defense system set up within the air and sea areas of Xia country's territory. If we produce about 200 or so, we can provide all-weather, all-time, beyond visual range defense for Xia's land, territorial waters, and airspace. Do you understand? Lu Yong and Gao Peng looked at each other. The corners of their mouths twitched, and the confusion on their faces was obviously even more intense. Lu Yong, with a papaya-like expression, asked Gao Peng. Lao Gao, do you understand? Gao Peng's expression was a little unnatural. Will Xiao Su look down on me if I say I don't understand? But never mind. It's normal to be looked down upon by geniuses. So he responded. I don't understand. You definitely don't understand either. Stop pretending. You don't even understand this? Lu Yong glanced at Gao Peng with a sarcastic look. Then he said to Su Fan, Xiao Su, he doesn't understand. How about you explain it in more detail? For example, how do you achieve this all-weather, all-time, beyond visual range defense? Su Fan turned to the first page of the document in Lu Yong's hand and pointed to the bottom. I upgraded the previous Prism Defense Tower. The internal structure has been remodeled. Defense towers can be placed not only on land, but also in the sea. Extremely low temperatures, extremely high temperatures, or rain and storms cannot affect its continuous operation. Beyond visual range means the defense range is relatively long. Pulse lasers can probably only reach the altitude of geosynchronous orbit. Lu Yong was stunned for a moment, repeating Su Fan's words. So it can reach geosynchronous orbit. Holy crap. Can it reach geosynchronous orbit? Lu Yong's expression changed instantly. I just couldn't hold it anymore. His eyes became round in shock and popped out of their sockets. Xiao Su, you just said it could reach geosynchronous orbit? Su Fan nodded. It can indeed reach synchronous orbit. Doesn't that mean we can hit outer space directly from the ground? Lu Yong almost shouted. Su Fan nodded again. That's right. The new Prism Tower has a new energy core, and it can now attack beyond visual range. If it locks onto a single target, It can actually reach even further. Your beyond visual range is really far. Liu Yong's defense has been broken. Su Fan said such shocking words in a nonchalant tone, which could scare people to death. It's totally off the mark. Liu Yong became the commander of the army and had some understanding of national defense. Currently, no weapon can achieve the effect described by Su Fan. The scariest thing is that this thing can be mass-produced. Liu Yong's heart felt like it was on a roller coaster at this moment. It was jumping so wildly that it almost broke my ribs. With such a strong defense capability, once it is successfully installed, the entire Xia Kingdom will be completely protected. Liu Yong's hands were shaking with excitement. He swallowed his saliva and turned to the next page tremblingly. Pointing to a few lines of text, he asked, Xiao Su, how does this multi-target lock work? Can invisible targets be locked? How many targets can be locked? Su Fan pointed to the formula below. Directly. Leader, after saturation measurement, each defense tower can simultaneously lock onto 10,000 targets of all sizes and launch simultaneous attacks. And any stealth measures are like being naked in front of a quantum source phased array radar. They can be seen clearly. Liu Yong's face twitched. His eyes were a little dull. He could hardly think anymore. If this thing is installed, what if a war breaks out in the future? No monsters or demons can enter the airspace of the entire Xia Kingdom. I'm going to hit your lower eyelid, but I'll never touch your upper eyelid. So cool. It is comparable to the defense of the Great Wall in ancient times. A top-notch project that benefits both the country and the people. This achievement, in a certain sense, is even comparable to the development of controlled nuclear fusion. Gao Peng next to him also stared at the document in Liu Yong's hand with his eyes as bright as copper bells. Now he also fully understood the important role of the Prism Defense Tower. At the same time, he also had a question in his mind. You might be laughed at if you ask. If I don't ask, I'll feel anxious. Finally, I still spoke up. How's the attack power? Old Liu, why don't you ask about the attack power? Without waiting for Su Fan to answer, there was a pensive expression in Liu Yong's eyes. Lao Gao, let me tell you this. Do you remember the disappearance of the Monkey Kingdom and Eagle Sauce warships a while ago? Gao Peng thought for a moment and nodded. I know about that incident. International public opinion was very fierce at the time. In the end, the Eagle Sauce said that it was hit by Ultraman's fatal ray, etc. Old Liu, are you saying that the Ultraman beams that attacked those two warships were actually the lasers from the Prism Defense Tower? Gao Peng's pupils shrank into needlepoints in shock. I can't close my mouth either. Veins bulged on his forehead. His eyes popped out of their sockets. Yes. Liu Yong confirmed Gao Peng's guess. The laser attack on Monkey Country accidentally hit the Eagle Sauce warship 7 or 8 nautical miles away. The massive ship, weighing tens of thousands of tons, was cut right in half. Someone in the Eagle Sauce leaked some pictures online. You can go check them out when you're free. Gao Peng was dumbfounded. His expression looked like he had taken Sancher brain pills and had no brains at all, unable to think. A laser pierced through the two warships, cutting them in half. Even science fiction films don't dare to shoot like this. Just come for real. Gao Peng was so excited that even his breathing was trembling. He always boasted about how advanced his aircraft were and how awesome his radar was. Now it seems a little funny. The army is already using lasers to cut warships. They are still smug. Old Liu, you're so mean. You have so much powerful equipment. Why didn't you show it to me earlier? Liu Yong chuckled. Now this is the first time I'm telling you. Gao Peng tried hard to calm down, then stepped forward and grabbed Su Fan's shoulders. Xiao Su, well done. Your Prism Defense Tower is so powerful. It's just a minor quarrel. You two are praising me a bit too much. Su Fan waved his hand. This is just a small fight. Gao Peng was also broken by Su Fan's understatement. After a slight pause, Gao Peng suddenly asked, Xiao Su, you've put so many functions on a single Prism Defense Tower. Wouldn't it be very troublesome to transport it? What if it gets bumped? Besides, it must be difficult to install, right? Liu Yong on the side rolled his eyes at Gao Peng. Lao Gao, you don't understand again. You might not believe this, but a 40mm rocket launcher fired armor-piercing rounds at close range, 3 times in a row, hitting the same spot, and it didn't even make a scratch. Do you think this thing is afraid of bumps? Gao Peng's jaw twitched twice, and finally he could no longer speak. Completely numb. All 3 views are shattered. Su Fan smiled and said, as for the installation problem, there is no need to worry. I made a sample last night. Let's launch it now and see how it works. Su Fan took the lead and walked into the depths of the super-large factory. Liu Yong almost doubted whether he had heard it clearly. Gao Peng even became a stutterer. Fire, fire. The 2 men had dumbfounded expressions, their eyes filled with the confusion of someone with a missing brain stem. After a moment of hesitation, He chased after him. 195. Can the defense towers be launched? Kimchi Country. Eagle Sauce overseas garrison base. In the command room, everyone's eyes were filled with excitement. Major General Kidd's mouth was stretched from ear to ear. This is an unmanned reconnaissance mission and a great opportunity to gain military merit. It is true that you can achieve success while sitting at home. If I can get useful information in this mission, maybe I can get a star on my shoulder. That would be really cool. Kidd almost couldn't help laughing. But after all, we have already invaded someone else's airspace, so we must do it without any loopholes. Kidd's smile faded a little. Look at the technical advisor beside him. Staff Officer Maldo, are you sure our reconnaissance plane won't be detected by Xia Country's radar? General, you can rest assured. The unmanned reconnaissance aircraft we're deploying this time is the latest model. It will definitely not be detected by any radar, not even an active phased array radar. Maldo said this with extraordinary certainty. After a slight pause, he explained, we're sending out the RQ drone this time. The maximum flight altitude is 18,000 meters, and the longest flight time is 24 hours. The longest range is 20,000 kilometers, and it has omnidirectional broadband stealth capabilities. Absolutely the most advanced drone in the world. Remember to pat Maldo's shoulder with satisfaction. Haha, well said. Xia Country only has kung fu that is up to par. Everything else is garbage. This time, we're going to take their pants off and see them. Maldo laughed and said, oh, my general, your taste is still so unique. A group of officers in the command room were laughing so hard at the two men's eagle-like jokes. There was laughter and joy. All right, Maldo, it's almost time. Let's send our drones to invade Xia Country's airspace. Attention, the focus of this exploration is the southern territory of Xia Country, especially the military factories near Zhonghai. There are signs that something unusual is going on there. Maldo stood up straight and saluted. Yes. Then he went to the control panel in the command room and worked with several officers. Just operated on the console. Outside at the airport, a drone that looked like a falcon took off quickly. It drew a sharp arc and flew towards the airspace of Xia State. Kidd, Maldo, and others stared at the synchronized video images on the drone. I feel inexplicably nervous. No matter how confident they are, they know it. Invading airspace and conducting military reconnaissance are violations of international law. The third arsenal. Super large factory, building number 58. Su Fan took Lu Yong and Gao Peng through various mechanical facilities. The sound of clang never stops. After turning several corners, he emerged from a corridor. Arriving at the storage area, the view quickly opens up. A prismatic defense tower over 20 meters high, glowing with ice blue light, appeared in front of Lu Yong and his men. The exaggerated and sharp four-sided pyramid design, and the huge body that seems to have no end in sight. Gao Peng's eyes flickered in shock. His expression was extremely shocked. The cold air rushed into my throat. It's about to explode my bronchial tubes. Holy crap. This thing is so sci-fi. Old Lu, I'm fucking torn apart. Gao Peng couldn't remember how many times he had cursed today. He really couldn't help it. It doesn't seem like something that can be made with current technology at all. Lu Yong's chest was also heaving. This was not the first time he had seen a prism defense tower. But seeing it again, I was still shocked. Moreover, the texture on the surface of the new defense tower is more peculiar, and it is obvious that it has been strengthened and upgraded. At this time, Su Fan said, Leader, where should we install this first defense tower? You two need to point out a place. Lu Yong thought for a moment and looked at Gao Peng. How about installing it near this arsenal? I agree. In short, the two most important places at the moment are either to install it here or at the controlled nuclear fusion base. Gao Peng nodded. After hearing this, Su Fan no longer hesitated and asked the two to leave the dedicated storage area of the defense tower. Take your phone out of your pocket. Quick click on it. Gao Peng asked. How do we install this defense tower? What size helicopter transport aircraft is needed to lift it? I'll call and send someone over right now. Lu Yong next to him laughed and said, We have mechas, why would we need helicopters? The entire 50-kilometer radius is under martial law anyway, so we don't have to worry about leaks. Gao Peng's old face turned red, and he glared at Lu Yong with resentment. At this time Su Fan said, Actually, we don't need to do anything. Our defense tower can just determine the target location and fire directly. What? Lu Yong's face froze. My scalp is about to explode. Xiao Su, when you said launch, did you mean launch the entire defense tower? Is this even possible? Is this possible? Countless shocks and doubts covered Lu Yong's forehead. In an instant his mouth was dry and his breathing was rapid. He was breathing heavily. Gao Peng next to him changed his expression even more. Shouted directly. It's such a big thing, how does it fly? Impossible? Without waiting for Su Fan to answer. Boom. The ground beneath my feet shook violently. This made Lu Yong and Gao Peng shudder. Through the tempered glass window, you can see the retractable roof above the Prism defense tower in the storage area quickly opening. Cold and rapid sounds were heard all around. Prism Defense Tower 2.0 activated successfully. Kunlun core engine connection completed. The full-band quantum transmission module is operating normally. Holographic monitoring is turned on in real time. Quantum source phased array radar operates normally. All block modules are mounted normally. Prism Defense Tower startup countdown. 10, 9, 8. Lu Yong's heart was in his throat. The voice and physique of the defense tower activated this time were different from the last time. I don't know if it's a psychological effect, but I always feel that this time it's more intense, more urgent, more shocking. Every time the countdown sounded, his heart would beat along with it. The amplitude of the beating is getting bigger and bigger. It almost jumped out of his throat. Gao Peng, who was standing by, had already grabbed Lu Yong's arm tightly and was so nervous that he couldn't speak. 3, 2, 1. Prism Defense Tower ignites. Emission. Boom. A deafening roar exploded in everyone's ears. The ground shook violently. The Prism Defense Tower rose up in an instant, and azure flames erupted violently. Like pulling onions out of dry land, it transformed into a ray of blue light and fled into the sky. Lu Yong's eyeballs trembled violently, and his face twitched excessively, causing facial paralysis. My whole body was stiff. Gao Peng's eyes were dull and stupid. I wanted to say something, but all I could make was ABA sounds. 196 General Kid is shocked. Su Fan held the phone sideways with both hands. What was displayed on the screen was a holographic image of the Prism Defense Tower. Lu Yong and Gao Peng took a full minute to calm down a little. A huge 20-meter-high defense tower, a towering giant. It actually launched. Even if they racked their brains, they couldn't imagine that such an operation was possible. The two of them moved closer to Su Fan and looked at the screen on Su Fan's phone. The defense tower has reached the target location. The base is facing downwards, spewing blue flames, offsetting gravity, and floating in the sky. Lu Yong was stunned. Suddenly said, Xiao Su, are we going to just place it on the dirt floor like this? Won't it be unstable enough? Gao Peng had the same idea and looked at Su Fan. Su Fan said no. The defense tower has special reinforcement measures and can withstand a level 20 typhoon. Hiss! Lu Yong and Gao Peng gasped. The defense tower was finally measured. Found the sweet spot. Falling from the sky. It was like a high-speed locomotive, crashing down violently. With a loud bang, it fell to the ground. The soil around was shaken and scattered, exposing the granite underneath. The rock was smashed into pieces by the enormous force and spread out like a spider web. For thick metal drills burst out with tremendous force and quickly drilled into the rock. Lu Yong and Gao Peng were very excited. His eyes were full of shock. But a doubt arose in their hearts again. This fucking thing has shattered all the good stones. Won't the foundation be even more unstable? Doubts just arise. In the picture, you can see high-temperature flames spewing from the base of the Prism Defense Tower. The cracked boulder quickly melted into a semi-solid, viscous state. Those fine cracks were quickly filled with lava. The entire rock has become a solid block, exuding a hot breath. The flames went out, and the defense tower completely merged with the rock vein below. Lu Yong suddenly realized. It turns out that every action has a purpose. With this installation method, it is definitely not just talk to withstand a force 20 gale. Solid as a rock, stable as Mount Tai. He was stunned for a full half-minute. Only then did Lu Yong take his eyes off Su Fan's phone. He rolled his eyes and looked at Gao Peng beside him. Lao Gao, how's the cell phone signal? Gao Peng was puzzled. He took out his Warwick P90 and looked at the top. He was stunned. My phone screen is broken. Wait, that's not right. Is this a signal? There is a densely packed row of signal grids at the top, more than 200 in total. The signal is so good that even the phone can't hold it down. Gao Peng clicked a few times and found that the internet speed was frighteningly fast. This signal is too exaggerated, jumping directly from 5G to 50G. Good heavens. Incredible. Lu Yong had experienced this kind of roller coaster-like shock once before. Finally, Lao Gao got to experience what it felt like to see 200 signal grids for the first time. After a while, Gao Peng looked at Su Fan with admiration. Exclaimed, "This signal is too strong. It couldn't be better." Once the Prism Defense System network is complete, the entire Xia Kingdom will be able to use such a high-quality network. Even remote mountainous areas won't have to worry about signal loss. Xiao Su, You have done a great thing that benefits the country and the people. Su Fan scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed by Gao Peng's praise. Just then, alarm! Alarm! Su Fan's cell phone suddenly rang with a rapid alarm. Alarm! An unidentified unmanned reconnaissance aircraft has been detected entering the identification range. The drone is at an altitude of 8,000 meters. Its current position is N234, S256. It's approaching us quickly. Su Fan and the two elders beside him looked at the phone screen at the same time. On the left side of the picture is the radar image of the Prism Defense Tower, and on the right side is the image captured by the over-the-horizon optical telescope. Gao Peng's expression suddenly became serious, and the casualness he had just shown disappeared in an instant. A fierce gleam flashed in his eyes. It was like a tiger awakening, quickly transformed into a decisive and fierce warrior. He was the Air Force commander and recognized the origin of the drone at a glance. Sternly said, "This is the latest RQ drone developed by Eagle Sauce. You bastard, you just love to do sneaky things. Yesterday I heard from the intelligence department that the Eagle Sauce sent a batch of drones to Korea, and today they can't wait to send them out." Gao Peng's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and he looked at Su Fan. "Xiao Su, can you knock it off?" "Report to the commander." "Yes." Su Fan straightened up and said seriously, "Everything in the arsenal is top secret. Shoot it down before it flies overhead." "Yes." Su Fan was affected by the sudden tense atmosphere. "I couldn't help but feel more cautious. Quick operation on mobile phone. Lock, store energy, and do it all in one go." Finally, a laser emission confirmation button pops up on the phone screen. Su Fan pointed his index finger at it without hesitation. A blue beam of light suddenly shot out from the top of the Prism Defense Tower. With an electronic pulse sound, it flashed diagonally upwards. Laser weapons, fire and hit. A beam of light penetrated the drone's body at a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye. The white drone quickly lost control and fell downwards. Gao Peng clenched his fists tightly, shouting excitedly, "Beautiful! Laser weapons really live up to their reputation." In Kimchi country, General Kid leaned back in his chair, crossing his legs. He was looking at the arsenal in the distance with excitement as it gradually became clearer. As expected of our Eagle Sauce's latest stealth drone, it has indeed silently penetrated the heart of the Xia kingdom. Damn Xia nation, the Special Forces competition has allowed you to become so arrogant. Now I'm going to discover your important military secrets. What about the world's second largest economy? What about the rise of a great power? It's all bullshit. Isn't it still? Halfway through the conversation. Next time. The big screen in the command room suddenly went out and turned into garbled characters. The smile on Kid's face suddenly froze. His expression was completely frozen, looking a little funny. The corners of his mouth twitched twice. Inwan looked at Maldo. "What's going on?" Maldo was also confused. "Restart the signal link immediately. I tried many times in a row but all failed. You can only retrieve the last scene before the image disappears from the local storage. 50 times full put down." A faint blue beam of light can be seen flashing through the lens. Then the drone completely lost contact. Maldo paused the video, his mouth wide open in shock. His eyes were fixed on the hazy blue light. "Okay, seller. Watsries." Kid saw the blue light in the picture. Cold sweat broke out on my forehead. My heart was beating rapidly. His intuition told him that this was a major event. Something big happened. It can instantly destroy an RQ drone at 9,000 meters. Xia country has definitely developed a superweapon. It's very likely the laser weapon that was previously rumored. If this weapon is used on a large scale, it will have an unparalleled impact on the entire world situation. Even the Eagle Sauce may lose its dominant position directly. Cold sweat crawled down Kid's back. He quickly picked up the military satellite phone. 197 Xiao Su, can satellites be shot down? Kid made a phone call to the Pentagon. "Hey, General Ritchie. Something terrible has happened. The RQ drone sent to Xia country was hit by a suspected laser weapon. We have completely lost contact." The person on the other end of the phone paused, obviously startled by the sudden news. After a while, I asked, "Where was the last location of the missing person?" "N234, S256, which is less than 80 kilometers west of Zhonghai City in Xia country." Kid said truthfully. "Major General Kid, continue trying to contact the missing drone. Don't worry about the rest. I'll handle it." On the other end of the phone, General Ritchie hung up, looking a little dazed. At present, there is a high probability that the drone has crashed into the territory of Xia State. We must find the drone as quickly as possible and force Xiagua to hand it over. The RQ drone is the most advanced stealth unmanned reconnaissance aircraft currently in use by the United States. We absolutely cannot allow this drone's advanced technology to fall into the hands of the cunning and despicable Xia people. Admiral Rich looked at the secretary beside him with a cold look. Ginny, contact Masto immediately and deploy 3 Starlink satellites near N234 and S256 in a triangular array for low Earth orbit exploration. Make sure to locate the drone. Yes, sir, Ginny said, and was about to carry out the order. Etc. Richie waved his hand and continued. At the same time, report the situation and suggest using the name of Eagle Sauce to put pressure on Xia Nation to hand over the drone. Yes. Ginny then left in a hurry. Richie leaned back in his soft swivel chair, holding his chin, thinking deeply. If it was really a laser weapon that shot down the RQ drone, then things would be really serious. RQ has the most advanced stealth performance in the world and is capable of full-band stealth. How did Xiagwa discover it? Do they already have air defense radars that ignore stealth capabilities? And the laser weapons that made a lot of noise a while ago, could they also be real? Richie was worried. If this was true, then the Xia Kingdom was truly terrifying now. Xia Kingdom. The third arsenal. A smashed white drone appeared in front of Lu Yong. The wingspan is 12 meters, with a clear hole in the middle that is as thick as a bowl. It has been penetrated by the laser of the defense tower. There is a white stealth coating on the surface of the aircraft. Su Fan squatted down and fumbled around a bit, and found that the chips of the transmitter and memory were still there. Asked, Commander, does this drone need to be hacked? It should be able to track back to the command center's location. Xiao Su, you even know this? How confident are you? 90%. After all, saying 100% seems a bit arrogant. Su Fan said implicitly. Okay, crack it. Find the drone's command center and see if it's the Eagle Sauce garrison base in Korea. Lu Yong's eyes lit up and he shouted. Yes. Su Fan took off the 2 chips and put them in his pocket. Taking Lu Yong and Gao Peng, he walked towards factory number 23. There is a computer there that he had modified. It is usually used for large-scale calculations, but it happened to be idle today, so using it to track a few signals was actually a bit of a waste of talent. Back in factory number 23, Su Fan's fingers were clacking on the keyboard. Less than 5 minutes later, a message popped up on the computer screen. After signal tracking, we determined that the source of the signal is Korea, specifically N353, S134. Lu Yong's fists were clenched so tightly that they made crackling sounds, and his eyes were filled with anger. Sternly said, The wolf's ambition is obvious. Eagle Sauce, do you really think my Xia country wouldn't dare to touch you? Gao Peng, who was standing next to him, had fire in his eyes and his beard was shaking with anger. This RQ drone openly entered the airspace of Xia State. This is a slap in the face of him as the Air Force commander. A slap in the face of the entire Xia Air Force. I totally ignored them. At this time, a message was transmitted to Lu Yong and Gao Peng's mobile phones almost at the same time. Gao Peng picked up his phone and saw that it was a forwarded message. Read it directly. My Eagle Sauce drone accidentally entered your airspace and crashed. Please make sure to locate the drone wreckage as soon as possible and contact us for its return. If any adverse consequences are caused by your delay, you will be held responsible. Eagle Sauce Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Gao Peng held the phone tightly, his hands shaking with anger. If this phone represented the Eagle Sauce, he would definitely crush it now. Su Fan on the side couldn't stand it anymore. I've never seen anything so unshaky. The word domineering is really written on his face. Alarm. Alarm. Suddenly, Su Fan's cell phone alarm rang again. Lu Yong and Gao Peng had already heard it once. When he heard it again, he immediately turned his eyes to the screen of Su Fan's mobile phone. We've detected 3 satellites in low Earth orbit directly above us, rapidly forming a network, trying to conduct high-precision electronic detection on us. Destroyed. Lu Yong paused, suddenly looked at Su Fan. Xiao Su, can satellites be shot down? Yes. Do you want to fight? Su Fan asked. The 2 elders slammed the table almost at the same time. Fuck it. Su Fan was also excited by the enthusiasm of the 2 elders. His finger tapped the confirmation button without hesitation. A string of text immediately popped up on the phone. Quantum source phased array radar locked. Prism defense tower, beyond visual range laser launch. On the mobile phone screen, 3 blue light balls lit up at the tip of the Prism defense tower. The ball of light turned into 3 blue rays of light. With 3 dull electronic pulse sounds, it shot straight into the sky. Eagle Sauce hexagon. When Richie picked up the phone, he heard the voice of his secretary Jenny. General, the notice has been sent to Xia Country through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but Xia Country has ignored it. Asshole! He shouted immediately, gnashing of teeth. Those damn Xia people must have fallen into their hands. It is indeed one of the most uncultured countries. You took someone's things and didn't even know how to return them. Richie suppressed his anger. Then he asked, how's the contact with Masto? Has the Starlink satellite been deployed? The network is being established. I'm now transferring the image to the computer in your office. See Ilaw. A blurry image appeared on the computer monitor on the desk. Richie knew that the picture was blurry because the satellite signal had not yet been synchronized. Just wait a little longer and it will be fine. Richie hung up the phone, his eyes fixed on the screen. In addition to wanting to use Starlink satellites to search for the lost drone, he actually also wanted to see what the Xia Kingdom was doing in this location. If it were a Starlink satellite, the picture wouldn't be as clear. But when the three are synchronized, the images are synthesized by computer calculations and become 2 to 3 times clearer. As the picture became clearer, Richie could no longer suppress his curiosity. His face was full of anticipation. Xiaohua, I want to see what else your third arsenal can do besides making some crappy tanks. Richie's voice suddenly rose in the middle of his words. His complexion changed drastically. Pupils shrank to pinpoints. A blue light flashed across the screen. Immediately afterwards, the image completely changed from blurry to pitch black, and the link was disconnected. 198, is this what you call whitewashing? Richie looked shocked. I wondered, could it really be a laser weapon? He quickly picked up the phone and didn't wait to dial. Jenny ran in from the door in a panic. General, all 3 Starlink satellites have lost contact. They are suspected to have been destroyed by a mysterious force. Bang! Richie dropped his phone and slumped in his seat. Ashen face. Panic. The whole person was completely stunned. All 3 satellites were destroyed in an instant. If this technology is really developed by the Xia Kingdom, then the world Hegemon really needs to change its flag. The sky is about to fall. Xiaohua Arsenal, building number 23. Su Fan's phone prompted. The target has been hit and has fallen into the atmosphere. Gao Peng clapped his hands fiercely and shouted, well done. If you dare to spy on Xia country, I will kill as many as you can. At this time, Lu Yong wanted to kill. A fierce and sinister light flashed in his eyes. Suddenly looking at Gao Peng. Lao Gao, do you want to do something big? How do we play? Gao Peng looked at Lu Yong in confusion. Our Prism Defense Tower has an even more powerful function that benefits humanity. It's called the Global Scrubbing Artifact, and it can scrub the ground anywhere in the world. Washing the floor? Old Lu, what the hell are you talking about? Just do it. Don't be so fussy. Anyway, we can just share what comes up in the end. Good. Lu Yong clapped his hands fiercely. That's what I've been waiting for, Lao Gao. Then he looked at Su Fan. Xiao Su, use the coordinates we just tracked to send some rain to the Korean Eagle Sauce garrison base to clean up the area. Yes. Su Fan had wanted to do this for a long time. Now I hear the big boss say this. Operate directly with your mobile phone. After entering the coordinates, just click Start. On the phone screen, the ice blue prism defense tower cracked with a vertical crack. A blue missile about 7 or 8 meters high stood in the middle, shining coldly in the sunlight, ready to go. Gao Peng shuddered violently. Old Lu, is this the floor cleaning magic tool you mentioned? Are you sure this isn't the Rocket Force's Dongfeng Express? Lu Yong smiled and said, how could that be? This is a weather missile with a stealth coating. It's very useful. The two just said one sentence. Boom. Blue rain bombs roared into the sky. It disappeared into the sky, trailing a ball of blue fire. Immediately afterwards, Su Fan quickly switched the screen. Directly activate the holographic camera system on the missile. In this way, Lu Yong and Gao Peng can see the missile's flight status in real time. Gao Peng looked at the astonishing scene and became very excited. My heart is beating wildly. His expression was so tense that his blood vessels seemed to be about to break. I really discovered a new world today. I've heard before that Musto's rocket can be equipped with cameras for tracking and filming. Our missiles are even more powerful, with 720 degrees holographic imaging. He stared at the screen intently, watching the missile quickly rise into the sky and dive into the clouds above Korea. Then there was a loud explosion. The picture stopped abruptly. Su Fan clicked on an outdoor live broadcast from the Korean country on her computer at the right time. Lu Yong and Gao Peng immediately looked at the computer screen. In the live broadcast screen, the clouds rolled and the sky changed drastically. Thunder roared, the sky exploded. The dark clouds covered the entire Songju County of Korea. From the few buildings revealed in the picture, it can be seen that it is near the Eagle Sauce garrison base. The dark clouds grew thicker and thicker, as if it was the end of the world. The comments in the live broadcast room were shocked. What is that thing in the sky? Is this a special effect? It looks so real. This black cloud is so scary. It feels like it's about to fall from the sky. Oh my, something's wrong. Something's wrong. Is it going to rain super hard? The young lady in front of the camera was pale with fright. The deafening thunder felt like it was exploding right next to my scalp. She was nervous and wanted to dial down quickly, but when she saw the number of people in the live broadcast room suddenly soared to 5,000, she felt a little reluctant. Decided to continue the live broadcast. When I looked up again, I saw that the black clouds were actually falling at high speed. It was like a black river rushing at high speed, and in a blink of an eye it had touched the roof of a 20-meter-high building in the distant Eagle Saw space. Electricity surged in the black cloud. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder roared and lightning flashed. Countless silver-white arcs of electricity were running around in the black clouds. When the tall buildings came into contact with the black clouds, they collapsed in an instant. The sky and the earth were dimming and brightening. It was like the end of the world was coming. Dark clouds submerged everything in an instant. The young lady's live broadcast was still on and was shaking violently, holding onto a piece of wood, swaying in the sudden flood. The rolling torrent, accompanied by thunder and lightning, roared and enveloped the entire Eagle Saw space. All nearby residents were also killed. The anti-missile systems, radar detection systems, etc. that were installed were destroyed in an instant by the flood. The original gathering place of human beings suddenly became a vast ocean. 2 minutes later, the protagonist girl is holding a wooden board and floating on the endless sea. There are no buildings around. At this time, the number of people in his live broadcast room has exceeded 100,000. The beautiful anchor's eyes were full of determination. Family, now you believe it, right? That wasn't a special effect. It was all real. This is Xingzhou County. I just went down a big river. I'm still alive. I will continue to live stream for you guys. New friends, don't forget to light up your fan sign. The young lady's bravery moved the netizens to tears. The show effect is even more explosive. This guy is really risking his life to do a live broadcast. Barrages of comments were flying everywhere. Ah, woman, you've gone crazy just to be famous. It's already late. Please ask for help. I'm torn apart. This is the first time I've seen a huge river falling directly from the sky. What sin has Xingzhou County committed? Now it's being said that this place has almost become the private territory of the Eagle Sauce. Even God can't stand it anymore. Look away from the picture. Su Fan has the utmost respect for this young anchorwoman. This is really professionalism. Lu Yongren, who was standing by, was already numb. The eyeballs trembled wildly. Her face turned pale as a wooden auntie's. The whole person was frozen in place, completely confused. This is different from what he thought. The previous Prism Defense Tower was also very powerful when it attacked Monkey King, but it's obviously much inferior to this. This is clearly a huge river falling directly from the sky. It hit Sangju County in Korea hard. So awesome. Lu Yongren was completely dumbfounded. Gao Peng, who was standing by, had never seen such a scene before. His eyes were as big as 2 grenades. His eye sockets also exploded. The chin hit the jawbone so hard that even bone fragments were knocked out. He raised his hand and pointed at the computer screen. Fingers trembled. He shouted excitedly. Old Lu. Come on, tell me, is this what you call cleaning the floor? 199, there is a new task. Lu Yong took a few deep breaths. Looking at Gao Peng. Lao Gao, isn't this clean enough? Gao Peng was stunned for a moment. Don't say. It really makes sense. How can it not be clean if you use a river over 10 meters deep to wash the ground? The entire Eagle Sauce garrison was wiped out. The SARC anti-missile system was washed away by the flood, and no one knows where it is. After Lu Yong and Gao Peng were shocked, they became extremely excited. Lu Yong discovered that he had underestimated Su Fan. Whatever comes out of Su Fan's hands is always unexpected. Just like the meteorological weapons just now, at certain times, their effects are even greater than those of nuclear weapons. This is the real weather weapon. With one shot, the Sky River collapsed, flooding the enemy troops, and the powerful enemy collapsed. Lu Yong's mouth was almost crooked from laughing. The Prism Defense Tower is also considered part of their army. Together with the Cyber Tank and the Crimson Sky Mecha, there is no rival in the whole world. If it weren't for a certain country's huge stockpile of nuclear weapons, we would have just defeated that bastard. But I believe that day is not far away. Lu Yong excitedly grabbed Su Fan's shoulders. Shake vigorously twice. Xiao Su, this weapon is awesome. Kill the opponent silently and bring down divine punishment from 1,000 miles away. As expected of you. Only you can develop such awesome equipment. Su Fan scratched his head and explained. Leader, this is actually used to bring rain to people in drought-stricken areas. Then what are your considerations for the 20,000-kilometer global cruise range? I heard that our brothers in Africa have been suffering from drought all year round. so I wanted to bring some rain to our brothers and sisters there. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Yong coughed twice and said earnestly, Xiao Su, next time you plan to have rain, remember to apply first. Brothers in Africa have never seen such heavy rain. Don't scare them anymore. Su Fan nodded vigorously. Yes, leader. Gao Peng was obviously extremely shocked and was only now gradually calming down. I shuddered violently. His eyes suddenly turned to Su Fan. With a swish, he hugged Su Fan's arm. Su Fan was shocked. Lu Yong next to him stared at Gao Peng as if he was crazy. What's wrong with you, Lao Gao? Are you overstimulated or crazy? No. Gao Peng said seriously. Xiao Su, Lao Gao, I've never asked anyone to do anything for me. I have something to ask of you today. Just tell me whether you agree or not. Su Fan's mouth twitched twice, and he nodded quickly. Leader, if you have any instructions, just tell me directly. I promise to complete the task. Only then did Gao Peng let go. Even though he realized that he had lost his composure a bit, his face remained calm, and he looked contented. He cleared his throat slightly and said, Xiao Su, you've developed so much powerful equipment for the Army and Navy. Can you also provide some for our Air Force? No problem. Su Fan was wondering what Gao Peng was going to say. After all this fuss, we need to cooperate. He loves collaboration the most. Leader Gao, if you have any requests, please feel free to ask. I try my best to do it well. Gao Peng didn't say it immediately. He paced back and forth on the ground with his chin pinched. He is not from the RD department and doesn't quite understand this. If I had known earlier, I would have brought people from the fighter jet research and development department. I couldn't utter a single word for a long time. This made Lu Yong, who was standing by, very anxious. Lao Gao, what kind of equipment do you want to develop? Tell me. Gao Peng thought for a long time and finally said, the requirements are not high. You need to be able to fly. Be generous. We also need strong combat and defensive capabilities, and it would be best if we could form a team with the Crimson Sky Mecha. Also, the power must be strong enough. Other things. That's all for now. I'll tell you when I think of something. After Gao Peng finished speaking, he smacked his lips, as if he had some request that he hadn't expressed yet. Lu Yong on the side couldn't bear to listen any longer. This is not just low requirements, it is too high. Based on what Gao Peng said, Su Fan was constantly thinking about it in her mind. When Gao Peng finished his last request, Su Fan has almost figured it out. At the same time, I was also shocked by what I came up with. If this thing is made, I'm afraid it will be impossible to keep it secret. There is no possibility of confidentiality. Don't worry, leader, we will complete the task. Su Fan promised loudly, and then changed the subject. But, to develop and manufacture the equipment you mentioned, I'm afraid our third arsenal isn't suitable. We need to find a large shipyard near the sea. Gao Peng was stunned for a moment, then waved his hand. Hey, I thought it was nothing, just a small problem. There's an abandoned Air Force base in Sanjiang City, right by the sea. I'll leave it to you. Feel free to ask for anything you want. Su Fan thought about it for a while, and didn't hear anything else for the time being, so he said, okay, then if I have any further requests, I'll report to you. Haha, no problem. The more Gao Peng looked at Su Fan, the more he liked her. He spent his life in the military and met countless people. The more I saw Su Fan, the more I liked her. If Su Fan wasn't so young, I really wanted to kowtow and become sworn brothers with him on the spot. Su Fan then installed the app that controls the Prism Defense Tower on Lu Yong's mobile phone. Teach Lu Yong simple usage methods. Then Lu Yong and Gao Peng left happily. Before leaving, Gao Peng still clamored to see those mysterious super-large factories. This gave Lu Yong a headache. I said I wouldn't bring him next time. This old guy Gao Peng is shameless in order to get good equipment. After they left, Su Fan began to work overtime to speed up the completion of the Prism Defense Tower. At least make another one as quickly as possible. It is located near the controlled nuclear fusion base, which now bears all the energy output of the entire Xia country and is the birthplace of energy for many future products. It must be protected. The massive flood in Korea shocked the whole world. Countless eyes are focused on the country of kimchi. The flood came too fast. Floods in other places are caused by heavy rain. Songju County in the Korean peninsula is different. To put it bluntly, a huge river fell from the sky and flooded the entire Xingzhou County in a few seconds. The situation was most serious at the Eagle Sauce Garrison Base, where some officers were drowned. There was no time to escape. There is also a lot of discussion about this matter on the international internet. It was not until the afternoon that the direction of public opinion on the international network suddenly changed. There were some strange headlines. According to relevant sources, Xiagua has developed a super powerful laser weapon. Why does Xia always destroy world peace? How far can the Xia kingdom go in its war of aggression? Xia country maliciously destroys Starlink satellites and becomes the biggest obstacle to regional peace. The article is followed by a bunch of seemingly logical but actually nonsense text. A few even come with illustrations. As soon as these titles appeared, they instantly attracted the attention of the whole world. 200 laser weapons, responses from countries around the world. Netizens from all over the world are commenting below. Zyrizi netizen, hey, has Xiaoguo become so powerful? Isn't our daily life in danger? Eagle Sauce netizen, Xiaoguo is too vicious, secretly developing weapons. The culprit for destroying peace. Mao Xiong netizen, the guy above, how much did the Eagle Sauce pay you? The whole world knows that the Eagle Sauce is provoking wars everywhere, and you are lying here with your eyes open. Netizen Gaodahu, Xiaoguo is awesome. No matter what Xiaoguo does, I, Gaodahu, will come to help. Countless countries have turned their attention to these articles. These articles are obviously malicious, but they are not groundless. Many countries held emergency meetings to discuss and study whether it is possible for Xia country to develop laser weapons. A cabinet of daily life. Prime Minister Kishida and 20 cabinet ministers sat around their desks. Your Excellency, Prime Minister, this news is definitely fake. The Eagle Sauce just wants to discredit Xia country. We've done the same thing before. I agree with this view. It must be fake news. Laser technology is still in the development stage and has no practical value. It is impossible for Xia country to develop it so quickly. I agree. Prime Minister Kishida looked at the raised hands around him. There was a hint of melancholy in his eyes. He certainly didn't hope the news was true. Their country once launched an aggressive war, killing 18 million people in the Xia kingdom. Until now, the whole country has not admitted that it was a war of aggression and has always promoted that it was to help the people of Xia establish a co-prosperity sphere. If Xia Kingdom really had such powerful weapons, it would definitely not let them go. Kishida recalled what happened a few days ago, the Terminator, Godzilla, Gundam. I couldn't help but shudder. Could it be that these things were all made by Xia country? After thinking about it for a moment, Kishida immediately denied it. At the same time, he was also amused by his own ridiculous ideas. How is that possible? If that were the case, the countdown to the destruction of our daily life would really begin. The Bear Country. Conference room of the Crimean Palace. Emperor Putin threw the document in his hand on the table and motioned for everyone to take a look. The officials took a quick look, their eyes full of confusion. The emperor said without a doubt, "These are all projects that can be cooperated with Xia country at present. From today on, we will make these projects our top priority." Mr. President, isn't this too hasty? According to normal procedures, we should first conduct demonstration, then small-scale testing, and finally launch large-scale cooperation. The Army Chief of Staff asked doubtfully. Emperor Putin glanced at the man coldly. Staff Officer Berlov, Xia nation's rise is unstoppable. All we can do now is deepen and intensify our cooperation. Sticking to the old ways will only lead to being eliminated by the times. Have you all forgotten how the red afterglow went out? Seeing that some people were still puzzled, Emperor Putin said directly, "Did you all see the international news today? I'm telling you now, what Xia country has developed is more than just laser weapons." When these words were spoken, everyone in the room was shocked. Countless old faces changed color in horror. If someone else said this, they would definitely be considered mentally ill. But now it comes from the mouth of the most authoritative person in the entire Mao Xiong. No matter how hard it is to believe, you have to accept it. This is the truth. General Cherkov next to him looked at Belov deeply and said the same thing. Everyone, do you remember the green light from the Maria Trench incident a while ago? Berlov's pupils shrank suddenly. You mean? He looked terrified and anxious. A layer of white sweat instantly broke out on my back. I was halfway through my words and couldn't continue. The people around were even more terrified and uneasy. Cherkov's meaning was very clear. That green light was the work of Xiaoguo. The Xia kingdom today is so terrible. Emperor Putin glanced around and said calmly, "Everyone, follow the order." At the same time, the palace of the rich dog owner. King Rap is having dinner with his children. Sitting next to him was a petite and cute little princess, Lilith. The little princess habitually puts her cell phone on the table while eating while swiping on the phone. The princes and princesses around were so jealous that their faces turned pale and they gnashed their teeth when they saw this. The third prince simply couldn't bear to watch it anymore. Scolding, "Little sister, just eat your meal properly. You're eating and playing at the same time. How disgraceful. What's wrong, third brother? Are you not full?" Lilith was so engrossed in looking at her phone that she didn't hear what the third prince was saying at all. The third prince was about to continue speaking when King Lap glared at him. The words reached his throat, but he swallowed them back. All the princes and princesses saw this scene. Their mouths twitched, and they called it biased. If they had played with their phones at the dinner table, they would have been kicked out long ago. But the father had no intention of blaming Lilith. He had always been partial to her, but ever since Lilith went to Xia country, he spoiled her even more. Huh? Father, look. Lilith was suddenly attracted by a piece of news about the Xia kingdom's suspected possession of laser weapons. He handed the phone directly to Rap. This action petrified the princes and princesses collectively. This is definitely a case of being spoiled and arrogant. You not only looked at it yourself, but you also handed it to the king openly? Are you sure you're not looking for death? The next person was stunned. Rap took the phone with a grin. Not a bit unhappy. After seeing the content, my eyes lit up. Laughed. Those idiots from Eagle Sauce are still hiding in the dark. Xia country even has geological weapons. What are these mere laser weapons? Speaking of which, our cyber tanks will be ready for delivery in a week. Lapu was in a good mood and picked up some food for Lilith for the first time. The princes were even more jealous to the core because their father had never picked up food for any of his brothers and sisters. Come, Lilith, eat meat. Girls can't just eat vegetables. They need to eat meat to grow. Lilith's golden curly hair casually draped over her shoulders, and her sapphire-like eyes curved into small crescents. Father, I'm losing weight. Sister Ishua has promised me that she will take me to see Su Fan next time we meet. I have to stay in shape. When Lapu heard the name Su Fan, his face lit up with joy. He already knew that these cutting-edge technologies were developed by Su Fan. If Lilith could marry Su Fan, even as a minor, she could tie the entire country of Goda Hu firmly to the thigh of Xiaogua. That's really great. Thinking of this, King Lap laughed so hard that his eyes disappeared. Lilith, is your pocket money enough lately? Father will give you another 10 billion so you can buy some more beautiful clothes. Wear it next time you see Su Fan. You represent our royal family and you have to help us, the wealthy dog family, gain face in front of Su Fan. Father, you transferred 10 billion to me yesterday and asked me to buy jewelry. I can't spend it all. Hey, then save it for gifts. The Eastern Great Country has always believed in the principle of generous gifts. Buy Su Fan some expensive gifts. We can't let people think we're stingy. I know, Father. This scene of deep love between father and daughter directly shattered the glass hearts of many princes and young men. Many glamorous princes and princesses had twitching mouths, and their eyes were red with envy. They usually only have tens of millions of pocket money. But Lilith spends billions every other day. This is not a matter of favoritism. Everyone is doubting whether they are their biological children. The entire palace was filled with a sour smell, as if a jar of vinegar had been overturned.